Southern Region. Chu Kingdom. Qinguang Sect, the Back Mountain. Lin Xiao, from now on, your duty will be to sweep and watch over the graveyard on the Back Mountain. The ancestors buried here are all the former sect masters and elders of Qinguang Sect. Guarding their spirits in this place is, in fact, a blessing for you as well. The elder's faint voice echoed briefly before he turned and walked away. Lin Xiao gazed at the graveyard before him, hundreds of tombstones stretching out, and let out a long sigh. He was a transmigrator. Probably the worst-off transmigrator of all. This was Qinguang Sect, a third-rate martial arts sect in the southern region. And Lin Xiao was the sect's junior martial uncle. His master had been the previous sect master, Zhang Yuanhong. However, Zhang Yuanhong had passed away 3 years ago due to the recurrence of old injuries. The current sect master of Qinguang Sect was Zhang Yuanhong's son, Lin Xiao's senior brother Zhang Yumi. As the sect master's only junior brother, Lin Xiao's standing within Qinguang Sect amounted to no more than every disciple politely addressing him as junior martial uncle upon meeting him. That was all. Beyond that, this junior martial uncle of Qinguang Sect was like a transparent figure, possessing no presence whatsoever within the sect. Lin Xiao's martial arts talent was utterly mediocre. At 22 years of age, he had only reached the second level of qi condensation, a cultivation lower than even most outer sect disciples. Therefore, the sect no longer wished to waste resources on Lin Xiao. Sect Master Zhang Yumi had today ordered that Lin Xiao be sent to the back mountain to watch over the graveyard. Clearly, this was a complete abandonment of Lin Xiao, no longer worth cultivating. Lin Xiao surveyed the graveyard, wild grass growing everywhere, and nearby stood a small wooden cabin, standing solitary among the overgrown weeds. Pushing open the wooden door, he saw that inside the cabin there was only a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair, all covered in a thick layer of dust. Lin Xiao didn't mind. He tidied the place up briefly, preparing to settle here for good. He had already given up on striving. As a transmigrator, Lin Xiao did not believe in such things as hard work being certain to bring rewards, or that 100-fold effort would surely lead to success, that one should strive and forge ahead with courage. It was all nonsense. Since he had no martial arts talent, he would simply lie flat and enjoy life. There was no need to strive at all. Afterward, Lin Xiao began clearing the weeds around the cabin and the graveyard. Although he had already given up on striving, since he was within Qinguang Sect, he still had to fulfill his duties. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened as he picked up a piece of jade stone from the weeds. The jade stone was roughly the size of a chicken egg, entirely emerald green, with purple light swirling within it, truly a beautiful sight. What kind of jade is this? Lin Xiao examined it carefully for a while but couldn't figure out what it was. However, judging by the jade stone's appearance, it might have some value and could perhaps be worth quite a bit of money. So he tucked the jade stone into his robe. Junior martial uncle. Just at that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice rang out. Lin Xiao turned his head and saw a young woman walking toward him. She wore a sea blue long dress, had a graceful figure, fair skin, and a beautiful countenance. Ruling, what brings you here? Lin Xiao said with a smile. The woman before him was Zhang Ruling, the beloved daughter of Sect Master Zhang Yumi. Lin Xiao's relationship with Sect Master Zhang Yumi was not close. After all, there was a gap of about 30 years between them. Back then, when Lin Xiao was taken in by the old Sect Master Zhang Yuanhong and brought back to Qinguang Sect, senior brother Zhang Yumi had already been an established expert, his strength second only to the old Sect Master within Qinguang Sect. Therefore, over the years, Zhang Yumi had only occasionally offered Lin Xiao some guidance. The relationship between the two was rather thin. However, Zhang Yumi's daughter, being only 3 years younger than Lin Xiao, had grown up alongside him since childhood. They were childhood companions, and their relationship was extremely close. Junior martial uncle, the sect has gone too far. How could they make you watch over the graveyard? Zhang Ruoling swept her gaze across the overgrown, desolate graveyard, a flash of warm anger on her pretty face. Ha, watching over the graveyard is not so bad. It's quiet here, perfect for secluded cultivation. Lin Xiao said with an utterly unconcerned expression. No, I must go find father and have him transfer you away from here. Zhang Ruoling stamped her foot and said. Forget it, Ruoling. This is the sect's decision. There's no need to make things difficult for senior brother. Lin Xiao shook his head. However, junior martial uncle, tasks like watching over the graveyard are generally assigned to menial laborers, or those with severe injuries who can no longer serve the sect. How could they assign it to you? Zhang Ruoling's face showed visible indignation. Although junior martial uncle's martial talent was not high, he was still father's only junior brother, her own martial uncle. No matter what, he should not have been arranged like this. It's fine. I rather like this place. The scenery is quite nice. Lin Xiao smiled carelessly. For him who had already given up on striving, this place, far from the hustle and bustle, was not a bad place at all. Junior martial uncle, just wait. I will definitely convince father. Zhang Ruoling only thought Lin Xiao was comforting her. After saying this, she turned and walked away. Lin Xiao shook his head in resignation, choosing not to interfere, and continued clearing the weeds. After a while, feeling weary, he returned to the wooden cabin, lay down, and soon fell into a deep slumber. With food and drink at hand and no need for cultivation, the life of a layabout was far too comfortable. Yet, whether it was a dream or an illusion, just as he sank into sleep, Lin Xiao abruptly found himself in a hazy expanse. There was no sky, no earth, only vast emptiness, with wisps of violet mist drifting around him. As he breathed in the purple mist, it entered his body, and he felt his cultivation level rise slightly. Damn, where is this? Lin Xiao was bewildered. Hadn't he just lain down after getting tired? How had he ended up here? A sense of dread crept over Lin Xiao, for he had never encountered such an eerie occurrence. But just then, a stream of mysterious information surged into his mind, leaving him utterly stunned. It turned out that this place was called the creation space, the most wondrous and mystical realm between heaven and earth, the closest to the primordial source and the great Tao. Cultivating in the creation space would accelerate one's training speed by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. The same held true for comprehending martial arts and the heavenly Tao. The effect was 1,000-fold or more compared to the outside world. And the creation space resided within the strange jade he had picked up earlier. By wearing it or infusing it with true qi, he could enter or exit it at will with a mere thought. I'm going to rise. After a long while, Lin Xiao thought dazedly. His heart surged with excitement. He had been a waste in martial arts, ready to give up, yet he had stumbled upon such a tremendous fortune. After a moment, Lin Xiao suppressed his agitation and immediately sat cross-legged to begin cultivation. The technique he practiced, imparted by the former sect master, was called the true illumination art, a human-grade superior technique. In the Qinguang sect, outer disciples at the qi condensation realm usually practiced human-grade middle techniques. Only those with outstanding talent were rewarded with human-grade superior techniques. Although Lin Xiao's talent was lackluster and his cultivation was at the level of an outer disciple in qi condensation, his status was exceptional, and his starting point far surpassed that of ordinary disciples. Lin Xiao activated the true illumination art, his blood surging and true qi circulating within his body, rapidly growing stronger. Moments later, his aura suddenly swelled, and he broke through to the third level of qi condensation. So fast! Lin Xiao was astounded. He had been cultivating for less than an hour, yet he had already broken through. Originally, based on his cultivation speed, if he had trained hard for 5 or 6 hours daily, it would have taken him at least 3 years to reach the third level of qi condensation. But now, he had broken through in just 1 hour. This was if not 10,000 times, at least several thousand times the normal cultivation speed. Let me try martial techniques. Lin Xiao hastily rose, drew the long blade at his waist, and began practicing his martial skills. Techniques were the means of combat, greatly amplifying one's battle prowess. If cultivation techniques were meant to strengthen the energy within the body, then martial techniques were for the better execution and output of that energy. The two complemented each other. The martial technique Lin Xiao practiced was the swift winged blade art, also of human-grade superior rank. Swish! 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 As he began the blade practice, the gleam of the sword flashed and the swift wind howled. The swift winged blade art consisted of 10 forms. The first 7 were ordinary strikes, while the last 3 were secret techniques, swift wind howl, swift wind shadow, and swift wind storm. As Lin Xiao continued his practice, insights into the blade art poured into his mind without end. Both his proficiency and understanding of the technique increased at an inconceivable rate. Great achievement! In just over an hour, Lin Xiao's swift wind blade art had advanced to the great achievement level, greatly enhancing its power. The mastery levels of martial arts were beginner, minor achievement, great achievement, perfection, and transcendence. Lin Xiao had practiced this blade art for nearly 10 years and had only reached minor achievement the previous year. Now, in a mere hour, he had attained great achievement. Lin Xiao stopped, his eyes gleaming with vitality. Previously, he had wanted to lie low because he lacked the ability to rise. But from now on, he could no longer afford to be idle. In the Qingguang sect's grand hall, sect master Zhang Yingni, clad in brocade robes, sat imposingly at the head, gazing solemnly at a young man and woman standing in the hall. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was somewhat curvaceous, with long black hair cascading to her hips. Go back and meditate on what you have learned. In less than a month, the inter-sect exchange tournament will be held. Do not disgrace the Qingguang sect. Zhang Yunli addressed them both in a stern voice. The man and woman were both his disciples and core disciples of the Qingguang sect. The man was named Peng Yu, at the 6th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, the senior disciple and the strongest among all disciples. The woman was Yi Qiudiao, at the 5th level of the Meridian Opening Realm, placing her among the top 5 disciples in strength. Having nurtured 2 such outstanding disciples, Zhang Yunli commanded great prestige within the Qingguang sect. Yes, master. Peng Yu and Yi Qiudiao replied respectfully. At that moment, Zhang Ruoling entered the hall. Father, why must the little uncle be assigned to guard the cemetery? Zhang Ruoling asked directly. Zhang Yunli frowned upon hearing this, then shook his head helplessly. Lin Xiao has no talent for martial arts. We cannot keep supporting him forever. This is the sect's decision. Diligence can compensate for lack of talent. If the little uncle works hard, he will surely achieve something in the future. Zhang Ruoling retorted. She felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of her little uncle spending the rest of his life in the back mountain tending the cemetery, alone and forlorn. If diligence alone were enough to succeed in cultivation, the world would be filled with martial arts masters. Moreover, Lin Xiao has never been a diligent or ambitious person. Zhang Yunli sighed. He knew his daughter cared for her little uncle, but talent was a matter of fate, and he could do nothing about it. Zhang Ruoling looked crestfallen, then turned to Peng Yu and Yi Qiudiao. Senior brother, senior sister, please persuade father. How can the little uncle be sent to guard the cemetery? That is no different from being a menial servant. Peng Yu and Yi Qiudiao exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. Junior sister, why can't you understand master's intentions? Little uncle lacks talent that is a fixed fate, unchangeable. If it were anyone else, they would have been expelled from the sect. Assigning him to guard the cemetery at least allows him to stay in the Qingguang sect, free from worry. It is a form of protection. Peng Yu explained. Yes, junior sister. Do not worry too much. The back mountain is a suitable place for quiet cultivation. If his cultivation truly improves in the future, I believe master will not hesitate to allocate resources for him. Yi Qiudiao consoled her. Zhang Ruoling felt somewhat annoyed that both of them were comforting her instead of pleading for her little uncle. Ruoling, I promise you this. If Lin Xiao truly makes progress and advances to the 3rd level of qi condensation within 2 years, I will allow him to leave the back mountain cemetery. Zhang Yunli said solemnly. Of course, this was merely to placate Zhang Ruoling. Otherwise, the girl would keep pestering him. Given Lin Xiao's talent, it would be impossible to reach the 3rd level of qi condensation even within 5 years, let alone 2. Father, is that your word? As long as the little uncle breaks through to the 3rd level of qi condensation within 2 years, you will transfer him away from the back mountain cemetery. Zhang Ruoling's eyes widened with hope. She knew it was hard to convince her father, as her little uncle indeed lacked talent. Thus, since her father had set a condition, she had no choice but to accept it. She would urge her little uncle to work hard so he could leave the back mountain cemetery. A father's word is not false. You may go now. Zhang Yunli waved his hand. In the creation space, Lin Xiao continued practicing the swift wind blade art, and he was on the verge of reaching perfection. Finally, after a short while, the power of his blade art suddenly surged. With each stroke, the swift wind howled through the air, and blade shadows crisscrossed with immense force. The blade art has reached perfection. Lin Xiao stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and felt a surge of exhilaration. His cultivation speed was too fast. So fast that it felt almost unreal. After calming down, Lin Xiao focused his mind, and in an instant, he left the creation space. He was still in the small wooden cabin, still lying on the wooden bed. He took out the creation jade from his bosom, felt his cultivation level, and smiled. This was not a dream but reality. After a short rest, he resumed clearing the weeds around the cabin, not rushing to cultivate. Once it was clean, This would be his permanent residence. Soon, Lin Xiao had cleared all the weeds around the cabin. The weeds in the cemetery could be dealt with another day. During this time, Zhang Ruoling visited again, telling Lin Xiao about the agreement between her father and herself. He would need to train hard and break through to the 3rd level of qi condensation within 2 years to be transferred away from the back mountain cemetery. Lin Xiao paid no heed and did not tell Zhang Ruoling that he had already reached the 3rd level of qi condensation. Then, he took out the creation jade, infused it with a strand of true qi, and with a thought, entered the creation space once more. In the days that followed, life was extremely leisurely. Apart from eating and sleeping, Lin Xiao spent almost all his time cultivating. He even became too lazy to leave the back mountain for meals, choosing to fend for himself. He completely faded from the sight of everyone in the Qingguang sect. With the amplification of the creation space, Lin Xiao's cultivation speed was nothing short of miraculous. 4th level of qi condensation. 5th level of qi condensation. 6th level of qi condensation. 8th level of qi condensation. 9th level of qi condensation. In just 10 days, Lin Xiao's cultivation soared like a rocket, reaching the peak of the 9th level of qi condensation. As for the swift wind blade art, Lin Xiao had long reached perfection and was not far from transcendence. Transcendence meant the realm of the miraculous. Lin Xiao discovered that even with the blessing of the creation space, advancing from the perfection stage to the sublimation stage would likely require more than 4 or 5 shurchen of cultivation. Therefore, Lin Xiao focused his efforts primarily on advancing his cultivation realm rather than rushing to achieve sublimation in his blade technique. As days passed, Lin Xiao smoothly broke through a bottleneck and stepped into the 2nd major realm of the martial past the meridian opening realm. After entering the meridian opening realm, his cultivation speed did not diminish much. He continued to make rapid progress, with his main meridians within his body being opened one after another. Within the Qingguang sect, reaching the 1st layer of the meridian opening realm allowed one to become an inner sect disciple, while achieving the 4th layer granted the status of a true disciple. Quick! Senior brother Feng Yuan and senior sister Zhang Ruoling are sparring at Facial Valley. Let's go watch! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! That day, after finishing lunch, Lin Xiao was resting by a cliff near the back mountain when he saw groups of disciples running past not far below. Feng Yuan sparring with Ruoling. Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised and puzzled. He naturally knew who Feng Yuan was, an inner sect disciple ranked among the top, whose cultivation was far stronger than Ruoling's. Immediately, Lin Xiao hurried to his feet and headed toward Facial Valley. Facial Valley was a small valley within the Qingguang sect, a place where disciples often sparred. When Lin Xiao arrived, he found the valley already packed with disciples from the Qingguang sect, with more than 1,000 people milling about. Lin Xiao stood on a hillside and gazed toward the center of the valley, where a man and a woman faced each other with swords in hand, surrounded by the crowd. The woman was none other than Zhang Ruoling, wielding a 3-foot blade with long hair flowing in the wind. Feng Yuan was a tall, muscular young man who held a long blade, his presence intimidating. Junior sister Ruoling, are you truly determined to fight me? Feng Yuan studied Zhang Ruoling, his expression darkening. Earlier that day, while chatting with fellow disciples, the conversation had turned to the sect's junior uncle who had recently disappeared. Out of nowhere, he remarked that he'd heard the junior uncle had been relegated to guard the cemetery as a worthless fool. That single remark somehow offended Zhang Ruoling, who challenged him to a duel, leaving him at a loss for words. You insulted junior uncle. Go apologize to him. Zhang Ruoling said coldly. Apologize? Feng Yuan sneered dismissively. Wasn't what I said the truth? Why should I apologize to him? Arrogant! Zhang Ruoling was furious this person dared to insult junior uncle and act so righteous about it. She raised her long sword, pointing it at him, her aura surging as cold glimmers flashed across the blade. Junior sister Ruoling, you cannot defeat me. You'll only humiliate yourself. Feng Yuan shook his head. He had reached the 3rd layer of the meridian opening realm. While she was merely at the 2nd layer, there was no way she could be his match. Watch my sword. Zhang Ruoling ignored his words entirely. With a flick of her wrist, she thrust forward. The strike came swift and vicious, its blade light flowing like relentless waves. Feng Yuan quickly raised his blade to block, Clash! The sword struck against the blade, producing a sharp ringing sound. When the attack failed to penetrate, Zhang Ruoling immediately shifted her technique, her sword light sweeping across the air as she continued her assault on Feng Yuan. Clang clang clang! Feng Yuan stood firm as a mountain, parrying and counterattacking to deflect Zhang Ruoling's continuous barrage. Junior sister, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Feng Yuan grew irritated. Though he remained on the defensive, her relentless assault fueled his anger. Even though she was the sect master's daughter and remarkably beautiful, he couldn't simply tolerate being pushed around. I'll show you exactly how much stronger I am than you. Feng Yuan let out a fierce shout, sweeping his blade aside to deflect her attack, then struck without hesitation. Swift wind blade technique. His long blade flashed forth in an instant, the blade light as swift as lightning, accompanied by a howling gale. The swift wind blade technique was one of the most powerful human-grade upper-tier martial arts in the Qingguang sect, cultivated by many inner disciples. Feng Yuan had practiced it for 5 years and had nearly reached completion, making its power extraordinary. Boom! The slash unleashed blade light as swift as lightning with unmatched edge. Zhang Ruoling couldn't block it at all and was sent flying, crashing directly onto the ground. Zhang Ruoling spat a mouthful of blood. On her shoulder, her clothing had been torn open by the blade's edge, with streams of blood seeping out. Junior sister, consider this a lesson for you, Feng Yuan said coldly before turning and walking away. He was also wary of Zhang Ruoling pursuing him further, since she was after all the sect master's daughter, and he truly didn't dare to press his advantage too far. You! Zhang Ruoling's fair face flushed red, yet she was left speechless. The disciples watching at Feixiao Valley weren't particularly surprised by Zhang Ruoling's defeat. After all, Feng Yuan was several years older and possessed a cultivation superior to Zhang Ruoling's. Feng Yuan. Upon witnessing this scene from the hillside, Lin Xiao's expression darkened. He wouldn't even dare strike or scold his own little niece, yet Feng Yuan had injured her. Lin Xiao wasn't the type to stand idly by and ignore something like this. However, this wasn't the right moment for him to intervene, so he turned and left. The following day, Feng Yuan and 4 junior brothers departed from the mountain gate, heading toward the town below. At the foot of the Qingguang sect's mountain lay a small town where disciples typically enjoyed drinking or purchasing daily necessities. Senior brother Feng, will you face punishment from the sect for injuring senior sister Ruoling yesterday? Asked a disciple. No, she struck first with countless disciples as witnesses. Even the law enforcement elder wouldn't say anything. Feng Yuan shook his head and continued, besides, I controlled my output carefully. It's just a minor wound that will heal in a few days. That's good then. But senior brother Feng, you shouldn't mention junior uncle anymore, or senior sister Ruoling might cause trouble for you again, the disciple warned. Humph, who would have thought she'd defend that Lin Xiao so fiercely? Feng Yuan sneered dismissively. I merely spoke the truth. As they walked and chatted, a figure suddenly darted from the nearby woods, blocking their path. Feng Yuan and the others looked up, startled. The newcomer wore a grey robe and had a slightly swollen build, with a wooden mask covering his face, making his features indistinguishable. Who are you? Feng Yuan and the others were taken aback. Could there really be bandits so close to the sect's mountain foothills? Was this person seeking death? Feng Yuan, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Lin Xiao said calmly, studying the man before him. Knowing that Feng Yuan and the inner disciples liked to drink at the town below, he had been waiting here since early morning. He had originally prepared to wait several days, never expecting the other party to appear on the very first day. Waiting for me? Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes, deeply puzzled. Yesterday I saw your swift wind blade technique was decent. Conveniently, I know it as well. How about you take one of my strikes? Lin Xiao said flatly. Who are you? Feng Yuan asked furrowed-browed. He also knew the swift wind blade technique. Had he witnessed Feng Yuan's technique yesterday? That meant the person before him was also a disciple of the Qingguang sect. Watch my blade. Lin Xiao had no patience for further words. He stomped his foot and instantly charged forward. The next moment, his long blade left its scabbard. Ching! In an instant, brilliant blade light shot skyward, filling the air with countless swift wind blade technique, swift wind phantom shadow. This strike carried overwhelming force. This slash was as swift as lightning. This afterimage tore through the air. Lin Xiao didn't rely on his cultivation base to overwhelm Feng Yuan. He only drew upon the power of the third layer of the meridian opening realm. Yet the swift wind blade technique at the perfection level possessed immense power, far surpassing Feng Yuan's version that was only near completion. What? Feng Yuan was deeply shaken and hastily raised his blade to block. However, his long blade was instantly shattered from the impact, and he was knocked backward several steps before landing heavily on the ground. A sharp pain surged through his chest. Looking down, Feng Yuan saw a deep gash carved into his torso, cutting down to the bone. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining his garments crimson. Ah! Feng Yuan cried out in agony, frantically pressing his hands against the bleeding wound. Feng Yuan was utterly stunned. Someone at his own cultivation level had defeated him with a single strike. The power of this person's swift wind blade technique was truly formidable. Was this the swift wind blade technique at the perfection level? How was that possible? Senior brother Feng. The disciples accompanying Feng Yuan were horrified. Two rushed to support him while the other two drew their weapons, eyeing Lin Xiao warily. You're far too weak. Lin Xiao shook his head. Even matching his opponent's cultivation level, he couldn't withstand a single blow. In truth, he had held back during that previous strike. Had he not, his blade would have severed the man's head entirely. Without further delay, Lin Xiao turned and sprinted away, disappearing into the nearby grove. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao removed his mask, changed into different clothes, and took out the garments he had stuffed beneath his inner lining to appear bloated, then made his way to the town at the mountain's foot. Within the sect's grand hall, Sect Master Zhang Yumi sat dignified at the head, while several sect elders were seated on the left side below. Feng Yuan and his four junior brothers stood in the center of the hall. At this moment, Feng Yuan's wound had already stopped bleeding. Other than his pallid complexion, he appeared to be unharmed. You mean to say that this person also possessed the third stage of the post-opening realm, wielded the exact same gust blade art, and then defeated you with a single strike? As Feng Yuan finished his account, Zhang Yumi felt a surge of astonishment in his heart. Yes, Sect Master. Feng Yuan nodded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yumi fell into contemplative silence. The fact that the opponent could wield the Qingguang sect's martial technique, the gust blade art, clearly indicated they were also a disciple of the Qingguang sect. However, Feng Yuan was among the elite of the inner disciples, ranking within the top 5 among all inner disciples. Among inner disciples of equal cultivation, who could possibly defeat Feng Yuan with a single move? Only a core disciple with the 4th stage of post-opening or higher could achieve such a feat. Zhang Yumi turned his gaze toward an elderly man below, dressed in a brown robe with a gaunt frame, and inquired, Grand Elder, who do you suppose this person might be? The Grand Elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Among the inner disciples, there is no one with such strength. The few disciples who surpass Feng Yuan in power do not practice blade techniques. This is most peculiar. Zhang Yumi murmured softly, then looked at Feng Yuan with furrowed brows and asked, Are you certain that person is a disciple of our Qingguang sect? Although the gust blade art was a supreme technique of the Qingguang sect, after so many years, it was not impossible that it had been leaked to the outside world. Reporting to Sect Master, yesterday Ruo Lin Jr.'s sister and I were sparring at Fischl Valley. Only disciples of the Qingguang sect could have witnessed this exchange, and the opponent claimed to have observed the battle as well. Therefore, this person must certainly be from our Qingguang sect. Feng Yuan said with gravity. He was not worried that disclosing his sparring match with Zhang Ruolin would incur the Sect Master's wrath. After all, the Sect Master would surely learn of this matter regardless. Zhang Yumi gave a slight nod. He had already learned of yesterday's sparring. It was that girl Ruolin who had initiated the challenge against Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had also exercised considerable restraint in his strikes, as Ruolin had only sustained minor injuries. Therefore, he would not punish Feng Yuan. Perhaps it would be a good thing for that girl Ruolin to be humbled and find strength through shame. At this moment, Zhang Yumi found himself curious. There was actually a hidden genius within the inner disciples. With equal cultivation, this person had defeated Feng Yuan with a single blade stroke. Such talent was most extraordinary. Grand Elder, could you compile a list of how many disciples descended from the mountain today? Perhaps we could identify who this person is. I am quite curious to know the identity of this prodigy. Zhang Yumi glanced once more toward the Grand Elder. He had no intention of holding this disciple accountable for injuring a fellow sect member. A genius of this caliber deserved cultivation and development. Several hundred disciples descend the mountain every single day. It would be most difficult to investigate. Moreover, the gust blade art is widely practiced within the sect. Trying to investigate each practitioner one by one would also be rather troublesome. The Grand Elder stated with gravity. The Qinguang sect had over 3,000 disciples in total, with considerable holdings outside as well. Daily, due to various affairs, at least 400 to 500 disciples would descend the mountain. Forget it. Zhang Yumi shook his head, then turned to Feng Yuan and said, this individual has concealed their identity, so it is impossible to determine who they are at present. Should we ever discover their identity in the future, they shall surely face the sect's disciplinary measures. His words were merely meant to comfort Feng Yuan. Thank you, sect master. Feng Yuan, somewhat helpless, bowed respectfully and then took his leave from the sect's grand hall. News of Feng Yuan's single-strike defeat spread rapidly throughout the Qinguang sect. Countless individuals were filled with curiosity, wondering who this mysterious figure hiding within the inner disciples could possibly be. Such combat prowess might even rival that of an ordinary core disciple. Some busybodies even began secretly investigating this person's identity. However, this matter soon passed and was forgotten by all. Days turned into one another. Each day, Lin Xiao diligently cultivated within the creation space, his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. On this particular day, Zhang Ruoling once again journeyed to the back mountain and found Lin Xiao. Little Shu, tomorrow I am departing for Star Sword City, Zhang Ruoling announced. At this moment, Zhang Ruoling's injuries had long since healed completely. Clad in white garments, she possessed an outstanding bearing. Star Sword City? Are you going to attend the Chu Kingdom's sect exchange conference? Lin Xiao asked with curiosity. He was aware that every 3 years, the various sects of Chu Kingdom held a sect exchange conference, and this year, the conference was to be held in Star Sword City, a domain under the jurisdiction of the Star Sword sect. Yes, it may take 7 or 8 days before I return. Father will personally lead this expedition, accompanied by several elders and over 100 disciples. Zhang Ruoling confirmed with a nod. Well then, I hope that when the time comes, you will astonish everyone and bring glory to the Qinguang sect. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Little Shu, you are teasing me again. Zhang Ruoling wrinkled her delicate nose and laughed. I know my own strength perfectly well. There are far too many people stronger than me. At this exchange conference, the spotlight will mainly be on senior brother and senior sister. Ha ha, you are certainly not inferior to them. You have simply cultivated for a few years less. Given sufficient time, perhaps you may catch up to them. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. Yes, and you must not slack off either, little Shu. Strive to break through to the 3rd stage of the Qi condensation realm as soon as possible. Zhang Ruoling nodded vigorously. I will, Lin Xiao said with a smile. His Qi was restrained within, so others could not discern his cultivation realm. After exchanging a few more words, Zhang Ruoling took her leave. The sect exchange conference. After Zhang Ruoling departed, Lin Xiao rubbed his chin. He, too, felt a desire to go and observe. When he had transmigrated into this world, he had been a homeless child, only 8 years old, starving and freezing, on the brink of death. Then, he had encountered the former sect master Zhang Yuanhong, who had taken him in and brought him to the Qinguang sect. It had already been 14 years since. In these 14 years, the farthest place he had ever visited was the small town at the foot of the mountain. He had never truly seen this world. Now, he had already reached the 6th stage of the post-opening realm, comparable to the sect's senior brother Peng Yu. It was time to descend the mountain and behold the world beyond. However, he did not intend to travel together with the others from Qinguang sect. Instead, he would journey alone. Additionally, it had been quite some time since he had practiced blade techniques. Before departing, mastering the gust blade art to its ultimate perfection would significantly enhance his combat capability. Subsequently, Lin Xiao entered the creation space once more and began practicing the gust blade art. Whoosh! 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 Within the creation space, fierce winds raged and gales howled. Cold blade light crisscrossed with magnificent prowess as countless blade shadows swept through the void. After an unknown duration had passed, Lin Xiao ceased his practice. The gust blade art has finally reached mastery. Lin Xiao let out a long, sustained breath. He could sense that the gust blade art at its mastered state was at least 3 times more powerful than at its consummate level. Because he had discovered that upon reaching mastery, when executing the blade technique, he could command a certain momentum. This blade momentum caused the technique's might to surge dramatically. That a martial technique could reach mastery and allow one to grasp blade momentum was something Lin Xiao had never anticipated. At the very least, he had never heard of any disciple of the Qinguang sect who had brought any single martial technique to mastery. Nor had he ever heard of any disciple who had mastered blade momentum or sword momentum. It seemed only the sect master had barely grazed the threshold of blade momentum. The next day, in the afternoon, Lin Xiao walked out of the wooden cottage with a long saber hanging at his waist. He first came to the cemetery, walking to a tomb in the center. Upon the tombstone, several guild characters were carved the grave of Zhang Yuanhong, the fourth-generation sect master. At this moment, the entire cemetery had been swept clean by Lin Xiao, with no more messy weeds. Bowing once more to his master's tombstone, Lin Xiao turned and walked down the mountain. Today, he was heading to Xinjiang City to observe the sect exchange conference. As for the Qinguang sect delegation, they had already departed at dawn. On the way down the mountain, he encountered disciples from Qinguang sect, each addressing him respectfully as young master uncle. Whether outer or inner sect disciples, all addressed him politely as young master uncle upon seeing Lin Xiao. Though Lin Xiao lacked talent and barely registered within Qinguang sect, as the sect master's sole junior brother, most still afforded him outward respect. It has been quite some time since we last saw young master uncle, has it not? You did not know yet. The sect assigned young master uncle to guard the cemetery on the back mountain. To guard the cemetery. Someone of his status should never have to do such work. Hey, what use is status? Without martial cultivation talent, frankly speaking, he is nothing but a useless cripple. Guarding the cemetery on the back mountain is his final fate. How dare you speak such words? Last time senior brother Feng Yuan called young master uncle a waste, it angered senior sister Rolling. Once Lin Xiao had walked far enough away, some disciples began whispering among themselves. But now Lin Xiao had reached the 6th level of the meridian opening realm, his hearing sharp enough to catch every word clearly. He paid no heed to such gossip. Soon Lin Xiao left Qinguang sect. Channeling his true energy into his legs, he launched forward like an arrow from a bow, racing ahead. Lin Xiao moved swiftly, matching the pace of any thousandly steed. Yet along the journey he paused frequently, lingering in certain cities, taking a full 3 days to reach Xinjiang City. Xinjiang City was a small settlement nestled at the foot of Mount Xinjiang, where the sect's entrance lay. Most residents were either affiliated with Xinjiang sect or family members of its practitioners. The Chu Kingdom Sect Exchange Conference was held triennially, drawing cultivators from major sects across the kingdom, along with members of lesser factions and wandering martial artists seeking to observe. The city buzzed with activity. Along the streets, vendors in woven sandals and simple cloth garments called out their wares, while martial artists with long sabers and sharp swords at their waists passed by without cease. Lin Xiao strolled through Xinjiang city streets, scanning his surroundings, and soon arrived at the Green Stone Plaza at the city center, the venue for the exchange conference. However, the sect exchange conference was still 2 days away. The Green Stone Plaza already had a raised platform constructed at its center, with 4 temporary stands built around it. Lin Xiao surveyed the area, then found a modest inn in the city to stay temporarily while waiting for the conference to begin. With nothing else to occupy him, he entered the creation space to continue his cultivation. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sect exchange conference officially commenced. Stepping out of the inn, Lin Xiao felt invigorated. His cultivation had now reached the 7th level of the meridian opening realm, comparable to an ordinary elder of Qinguang sect. At this cultivation level, he could hardly claim dominance across Chu Kingdom, yet among the younger generation, few could match him. Soon, Lin Xiao arrived at the Green Stone Plaza. The plaza was already packed with thousands of spectators. On the stands in all 4 directions, representatives from the 4 great sects of Chu Kingdom had taken their seats. Within Chu Kingdom, the 4 most powerful sects were Xinjiang sect, Baiyang sect, Qinguang sect, and Zhenyang sect. Though these 4 great sects were minor powers on the Southern Territory stage, they stood as top-tier organizations within Chu Kingdom. Lin Xiao spotted the Qinguang sect delegation sect master Zhang Yingni, 7 or 8 elders, along with inner sect disciples and true disciples such as Zhang Rolling, Peng Yu, and Yi Qiudiu, numbering over 100 in total. This was only a fraction of the true disciples and inner sect members, the finest talents from each generation. Lin Xiao stood at the rear of the crowd, just beyond the peripheral vision of Qinguang sect's people, unnoticed by all. Not long after, on the northern stand, a middle-aged man in purple robes from Xinjiang sect rose to his feet. Scanning the grounds, he announced in a clear voice, "Let us begin, following the same rules as before. As soon as his words fell, a short, stocky young disciple beside him leaped from the stand. In a single bound, he landed upon the central platform. I am Lin Xiao, an inner sect disciple of Xinjiang sect, cultivating at the first level of the meridian opening realm. Who wishes to test me? The stocky young man surveyed the crowd and declared in a resonant voice. A youth from another stand leaped onto the platform within 3 or 4 strides. I am Yang Qing, inner sect disciple of Baiyun sect. Please instruct me. The Baiyun sect disciple had taken the stage. They quickly engaged in combat. Lin Xiao of Xinjiang sect wielded a long sword, each strike sharp and precise, sword light dancing through the air. Yet Yang Qing of Baiyun sect was no pushover. Wearing diamond fists on both hands, his punches struck like dragons, directly countering the opposing longsword. Senior brother Lin Xiao is mighty. Senior brother Lin Xiao wins the opening match, a sign of Xinjiang sect's invincibility today. Haha, senior brother Lin Xiao's sword techniques are truly exquisite. Since this was Xinjiang sect's territory, the surrounding crowd was filled with their disciples, who erupted in cheers upon seeing Lin Xiao's victory. Lin Xiao then continued his challenge. A disciple from Qingguang sect took the stage, and after 20+ exchanges, the Qingguang sect disciple emerged victorious. Fighting continued relentlessly. All 4 great sects claimed victories and defeats in equal measure. Soon, disciples at the second level of meridian opening stepped forward, their battles growing increasingly fierce. Zhang Ruolin, at the second level of meridian opening, wielded the soft water sword technique with considerable power, defeating a Zhenyang sect disciple before falling to a Xinjiang sect opponent in her second match. The combat pressed on through the day, and by evening the matches neared their conclusion. On the fighting platform, Peng Yu, the senior disciple of Qingguang sect, dueled against the senior disciple of Xinjiang sect. Peng Yu had already bested the senior disciple of Baiyun sect, while the Xinjiang sect elder had likewise defeated his counterpart from Shenyang sect. This final showdown would crown the strongest young warrior in Chu Kingdom's martial world. Peng Yu's strength was formidable, his blazing sun saber technique having reached the mature stage, nearing perfection. His saber strikes cut through the air with devastating force, blade energy radiating in all directions across the platform. His footwork was exceptionally swift, granting him remarkable mobility in combat. However, that senior disciple from Xinjiang sect proved equally formidable, wielding a sword technique of perfect balance between offense and defense. Footwork is indeed valuable, it is my weak point, Lin Xiao observed. After watching the battle unfold, Lin Xiao resolved to study a movement technique upon his return. Without proper footwork, he would be unable to pursue or evade skilled opponents. Having observed the combat for most of the day, Lin Xiao absorbed valuable fighting knowledge. Though none of these top sect disciples could withstand a single strike from him, their battle experience proved worthwhile to study. After roughly 100 exchanges, Peng Yu finally overwhelmed his opponent, sending him flying backward as blood erupted from his mouth. Senior brother is magnificent. Haha, senior brother truly excels. First in Chu Kingdom, the champion of the younger generation. All Qingguang sect disciples erupted in celebration, their faces alight with excitement. Standing tall upon the fighting platform, Peng Yu listened to the roaring cheers as his gaze swept across the crowd. The countless eyes filled with admiration and reverence made him lift his chin slightly, pride swelling within his chest. An overwhelming sense of pride surged from within. Ha ha ha! Zhang Yunli laughed boisterously, his heart deeply gratified. His own disciple had become the top young warrior in Chu Kingdom, bringing immense honor to him as their master. Senior brother is extraordinarily powerful. Zhang Ruolin shared the same excitement. After all, this was her senior martial brother, the foremost young talent in Chu Kingdom. Heh, merely common chickens and broken dogs calling him the young generation's champion. Truly laughable. Just then, a cold sneer echoed through the air. Though not loud, it was amplified by true energy and resonated across the entire venue. At the sound of this voice, in an instant, the entire Qingdong Plaza fell into absolute silence. Every gaze turned toward the source of the voice. A rustling sound filled the air as the crowd parted. A young man, approximately 20 years of age, dressed in imperial python robes, slowly walked forward. This person stood 7 feet tall, with a face as fair as jade and a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Behind him followed an elderly man with a pale, clean-shaven face and a delicately feminine appearance. Chief Steward Shui. Upon seeing that effeminate elder, Zhang Yunli and the sect leaders of the other 3 great sects all changed color. For this elder was none other than Shui Rong, the chief eunuch of the Chu Kingdom's imperial palace. Allow me to introduce everyone to His Highness, the 9th Prince of Great Chu. Shuarong surveyed the assembled crowd as he introduced with a smile. The 9th Prince. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a stir of surprise in their hearts. There had long been rumors that the 9th Prince of Chu possessed exceptional talent and was a genius of martial cultivation. However, no one had ever laid eyes on him. Are you Peng Yu, the senior brother of Qingguang sect? The 9th Prince clasped his hands behind his back, gazing up at Peng Yu atop the arena platform. Greetings, Your Highness the 9th Prince. Peng Yu clasped his fists in salute. Though being called worthless trash had ignited fury within him, he had no choice but to maintain a respectful demeanor. After all, the Chu royal family possessed overwhelming power, one that Qingguang sect could never hope to rival. Even if all 4 great sects joined forces, they would still fall short of the imperial family's might. I wonder, would you dare to engage in battle with this prince? The 9th Prince inquired with a smile. Oh! Upon hearing these words, Peng Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he did not immediately respond. Seeing this, the 9th Prince coldly sneered. What? Does the so-called supreme young talent of Chu Kingdom lack even the courage to fight me? His eyes were filled with derision. Peng Yu harbored secret anger in his heart but promptly nodded. Since Your Highness wishes to offer guidance, I am willing to oblige. Excellent. The 9th Prince smiled with satisfaction, then turned to look at Zhang Yunli above the viewing platform. Sect Master Zhang, since this prince fights your disciple, shall we add a wager? What kind of wager? Zhang Yunli asked with an expressionless face. He knew only too well that the 9th Prince's visit today spelled no good fortune. I have long heard that Sect Master Zhang has a beloved daughter of stunning beauty. It must be this young lady, correct? The 9th Prince pointed at Zhang Rolling, continuing, Today, seeing her in person, I find the rumors are indeed true. Should I emerge victorious today, Sect Master Zhang, would you be so kind as to betroth your daughter to me? At these words, everyone present fell into stunned silence. Never would they have imagined the 9th Prince would set his sights on Sect Master Zhang's beloved daughter. Lin Xiao too felt taken aback. Had this prince truly taken a fancy to Rolling? There must be more to this than meets the eye. When Zhang Rolling saw the 9th Prince aim his intentions at her, her expression immediately chilled. She had never met this 9th Prince and knew nothing of him. How could she possibly marry such a person? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunli's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, Marriage is a matter of lifelong significance. How could it possibly become a wager in a single duel? If Your Highness wishes to spar, simply step onto the arena. Zhang Yunli declined the proposal. In recent years, the Chu royal family had been deliberately suppressing the influence of the 4 great sects. Now they wished to form matrimonial alliances. There must be some scheme at play. He had no intention of allowing the imperial family to infiltrate Qingguang sect, ultimately turning it into a blade in their hands. Since Sect Master Zhang declines, this prince shall not press the matter. The 9th Prince did not press aggressively. He laughed heartily, then leaped into the air and landed steadily on the arena platform. Make your move. The 9th Prince stood calmly, gazing at Peng Yu with tranquil eyes. Peng Yu slightly cupped his fists, drew his long blade from its sheath, and a powerful aura rose from his body. Swish! Peng Yu slashed out with his blade, sending a blazing blade chi hurtling toward the 9th Prince. Since the 9th Prince had not revealed any traces of his cultivation, Peng Yu remained uncertain of his opponent's level. This single strike was merely reconnaissance. However, Peng Yu felt no fear whatsoever. The opponent appeared 4 or 5 years younger than himself. Even if he were a prodigy, his cultivation could not possibly be very advanced. Far too weak, far too weak. The 9th Prince shook his head slightly, then struck out with his fist in an instant, smashing it directly into the oncoming blade chi. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The blade chi shattered, yet the 9th Prince stood utterly unmoved. Peak 6 stage of post-opening realm. He caught bare-handed the blade chi. He has cultivated a body refinement technique. He's only about 20 years old, yet his cultivation has reached the peak 6 stage of post-opening realm. As the 9th Prince made his move, a wave of exclamations instantly swept through the entire Qingstone Plaza. That slender frame of the 9th Prince concealed such overwhelming power. A pang of alarm stirred in Peng Yu's heart, his expression immediately turning grave. Die! Scorching sun at its zenith. Peng Yu let out a thunderous roar, his body leaping into the air as he fiercely hacked downward with his blade. In that instant, brilliant blade light erupted as if a scorching sun hung overhead. A blade glow extending a full zhong in length descended toward the ninth prince's head. Your speed is adequate, but your power is insufficient. Let me show you what true strength looks like. Facing Peng Yu's formidable strike, the ninth prince remained composed, remarking calmly. He did not choose to evade, but instead opted to clash head-on once more. Overlord Fist! A formidable aura suddenly erupted from the ninth prince's body. He appeared as if he were a sovereign dominating all on the heaven. Golden light radiated from his fist. It was as though it were not a fist at all, but a miniature golden sun. Boom! The golden fist shot forward in a straight line, striking directly against the oncoming long blade. A tremendous explosion echoed forth. Peng Yu was sent flying backward like a severed kite, tumbling off the arena platform and crashing onto the Qingstone Plaza below. Puh! Peng Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His hands trembled violently, nearly losing his grip on the long blade. Looking down, the skin of his palms had torn open, blood flowing profusely. Most critically, the long blade forged from fine steel had bent and deformed, its edge shattered and ruined beyond repair. How is this possible? Peng Yu was utterly terrified in his heart. What kind of power was this? The entire plaza fell into deathly silence, so quiet that even a needle dropping could be heard. The ninth prince's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Peng Yu had been defeated in merely 2 exchanges. Strictly speaking, it was only 1 punch. After all, the first exchange merely saw the ninth prince casually deflect Peng Yu's blade chi with a single fist. The true attack consisted of only 1 strike. The unrivaled number 1 among the 4 great sect's disciples could not even withstand a single punch from the ninth prince. How terrifying! Even the sect masters and leaders of the 4 great sects were secretly astonished, never expecting this ninth prince to be even more brilliant than the rumors suggested. Zhang Yunyi's expression grew somber. With his keen perception, he could naturally discern the subtleties within that exchange. This ninth prince had not only reached the peak 6th stage of post-opening realm, slightly superior to Peng Yu, but had also cultivated a body refinement technique. Moreover, his accomplishments in body refinement might even surpass his cultivation level. Within that slender frame resided power that no warrior of the same tier could hope to match. The ninth prince is indeed extraordinarily gifted. Today, our Qingguang sect concedes defeat with heartfelt respect. Zhang Yunyi rose to his feet, declaring in a clear voice. With these words, he waved his hand, signaling the disciples nearby to help Peng Yu up. Oh, Sect Master Zhang is too kind. Standing atop the arena platform, the ninth prince surveyed the surroundings in all directions, then asked in a resonant voice, "Is there anyone among the 4 great sects who would dare offer guidance?" The crowd exchanged glances. Since even the supreme young talent of the 4 great sects had been defeated with a single punch, who would dare ascend and invite humiliation upon themselves? "We are leaving." After the disciples helped Peng Yu back, Zhang Yunyi conducted a brief examination, confirmed there were no serious injuries, then turned and led all the disciples of Qingguang sect away. The sect exchange assembly had concluded. Since no remaining disciple of Qingguang sect could defeat the ninth prince, there was no reason to linger any longer. Sect Master Zhang. Seeing Qingguang sect preparing to depart, the ninth prince called out, continuing, "You have witnessed this prince's talent and strength. To wed your daughter would be more than fitting. In 10 days' time, I shall personally visit Qingguang sect to deliver the betrothal gifts." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunyi halted mid-step, his face turning cold. As I just stated, marriage is a matter of lifelong significance. How could it possibly be decided by a duel? Haha, this has nothing to do with the duel. This prince has fallen deeply in love with your daughter at first sight. The ninth prince said with a smile. My thanks to the ninth prince for your generous regard, but my daughter is still too young for marriage. After Zhang Yunyi finished speaking, he swept his sleeve and strode away. The ninth prince observed this, a cold smile forming in his heart. Well done, Zhang Yunyi. Well done, Qingguang sect. You shall be the first to bear the consequences. Zhang Yunyi led all members of the Qingguang sect away from the Greenstone Square and did not linger in Star Sword City. They even declined the banquet that Star Sword sect had planned to hold. After 2 days of swift travel, the group returned to the Qingguang sect. 2 hours after their arrival, Lin Xiao also returned silently. The news of the sect exchange assembly spread throughout the entire Chu kingdom within just 2 days. The entire Chu kingdom was shocked when it was learned that Peng Yu, the senior disciple of the Qingguang sect and the foremost young talent of Chu, had been defeated in a single blow by the ninth prince. After this battle, the ninth prince became renowned throughout the realm, captivating countless maidens who saw him as their dream lover. However, rumors soon spread that the ninth prince had set his sights on Zhang Ruoling, the daughter of the Qinguang sect master, and would soon visit the sect to propose marriage, sparking widespread discussion. Back at the Qinguang sect, Lin Xiao paid little heed to these matters. He went directly to the sect's library upon his return. The library housed over 100 martial arts and techniques belonging to the Qinguang sect. Ordinary disciples were not permitted to freely choose among them. However, Lin Xiao held a special status as the direct disciple of the previous sect master and the only junior brother of the current one. Thus, regardless of his cultivation level, the elder guarding the library never obstructed him. After browsing through the collection, Lin Xiao selected two manuals, Phantom Step and Brutal Ox Body. The former was a movement technique that, when mastered to its peak, allowed one to move like a phantom, extremely hard to track. The latter, Brutal Ox Body, was a body tempering art that could render the practitioner's physique as tough as a wild ox and grant immense strength. Both techniques were of the highest human grade, only accessible to core disciples and elders. Having witnessed the sect exchange assembly, Lin Xiao understood that both movement and body tempering were crucial. These were his weaknesses and must be addressed. While selecting his techniques, he also discovered a small secret art called Qi Concealment Art, a mid-grade human-level technique. The method was simple, and after studying it for half an hour, he memorized it silently. Senior uncle, I choose these two techniques. Lin Xiao placed the two manuals before the elder in charge of the library. Lin Xiao, both are peak human-grade techniques, extremely difficult to master. Even core disciples may not succeed. Are you certain? The library elder was a white-bearded old man, the senior brother of the previous sect master, Zhang Yuanheng, and thus of very high seniority. However, due to his advanced age, depleted vitality, and old injuries, his cultivation had regressed, and he now held the leisurely post of guarding the library. I am certain. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiao, I have watched you grow up. I must remind you, your current cultivation is too low. Your priority should be to raise your cultivation, not to reach for the stars. The elder sighed. Senior uncle, my cultivation of the true illumination art progresses slowly, so I wish to try something else. Lin Xiao smiled. Very well, as you wish. The elder said no more. With Lin Xiao's talent, there was little hope anyway, so he let him be. Soon, Lin Xiao transcribed the two techniques and returned to his wooden hut in the rear mountain cemetery. Phantom Step, body like a ghost, form like a shadow. He studied the Phantom Step manual, memorized it, then took out the creation jade. With a thought, he entered the creation space and began to train the footwork. At first, his movements were clumsy, but after half an hour, he had grasped the basics. An hour later, he reached the minor accomplishment stage. With Phantom Step at minor accomplishment, his speed surged, and he could leave a residual image in the air as he moved. Lin Xiao continued without rest. After 2 hours, Phantom Step reached major accomplishment, and by nightfall, it was perfect. By the evening of the second day, Phantom Step had reached the peak realm. Lin Xiao's figure flickered, and 10 afterimages appeared in the void, so fast that his true form was nearly impossible to discern. He exhaled and left the creation space. Having spent nearly 20 hours straight pushing Phantom Step to its peak, even with his current cultivation, Lin Xiao was utterly exhausted and famished. He cooked some food over a makeshift stove, hastily ate his fill, and lay down on his bed to sleep. Just then, Zhang Ruoling knocked on his door. Ruoling, you're here. Lin Xiao opened the door. Little master uncle. Zhang Ruoling sat down on a wooden stool, her face gloomy and dejected. What's wrong? Tell your little master uncle, Lin Xiao asked. Little master uncle, do you know the ninth prince of Chu? Zhang Ruoling sighed. I've heard of him, Lin Xiao nodded. I've heard that he has set his sights on you and will soon come to the Qinguang sect to propose marriage. Yes, that's exactly why I'm so troubled. Zhang Ruoling grimaced. Do you like him? I don't like him at all. If you don't like him, then don't marry him. Brother won't force you, will he? Lin Xiao said firmly. It's not that simple, Zhang Ruoling shook her head. In recent years, the Chu kingdom has been suppressing the 4 major sects. If the ninth prince really comes to propose, my father will be in a very difficult position. If he refuses, the royal family might use it as a pretext to target the Qinguang sect, or even declare war. Is it that serious? Lin Xiao was surprised. The Qinguang sect was a top-tier sect in Chu. Would the royal family really go to war over this? Father said it's a scheme. The royal family has long wanted to eliminate the Qingguang sect, Long Rolling said, her face full of worry. She was only 19 and had no desire to be married off. Even if she had to marry, she would choose someone she loved, not the ninth prince. Don't worry, ruling. Nothing will happen. The ninth prince cannot force you, the Qingguang sect cannot force you, and no one can force you. Lin Xiao said solemnly. I hope so, Long Rolling nodded lightly, taking his words as mere comfort and not truly believing them. By the way, little master uncle, have you been diligent in your cultivation? When will you reach the 3rd level of qi condensation? Long Rolling turned her concern to Lin Xiao's progress. Soon, I'm making a bit more progress than before, Lin Xiao smiled. He couldn't explain his extraordinary speed, so he decided to keep it to himself. That's good. You must work hard. Long Rolling clenched her little fist to encourage him. After a night of rest, Lin Xiao resumed his cultivation the next day. During the day, he cultivated the true illumination art to raise his cultivation, and at night, he practiced brutal ox body to strengthen his physique. As for the qi concealment art, it was a simple method to suppress his aura and conceal his realm. He mastered it in the creation space within just 15 minutes. As days passed, Lin Xiao's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Brutal ox body, a peak human-grade body tempering technique, was far more powerful than the true illumination art. It had 7 layers, the first layer alone granted an additional 1,000 jin of strength. Each subsequent layer doubled the physical power. When Lin Xiao reached the 5th layer, his raw strength had already reached 16,000 jin. When combined with his spiritual energy, his power became even more terrifying. One day, Lin Xiao left the creation space and stepped out of his wooden hut. With such a formidable physique, combined with his 9th level meridian unlocking cultivation, the peak stage Gale Blade art, and the peak stage Phantom Step, Lin Xiao believed his strength was now on par with the Qingguang sect's Grand Elder. The Grand Elder of the Qingguang sect was a 1st level spirit transformation cultivator, a renowned expert in Qu for decades. In short, Lin Xiao was very satisfied with his current strength. It's been 9 days since the last sect exchange assembly. The 9th prince should be arriving soon, right? Lin Xiao stroked his chin. If Rolling didn't want to marry, and Wang Yumi found it hard to refuse, then all they had to do was ensure the 9th prince never reached the Qingguang sect, then there would be no need to refuse at all. With this thought, Lin Xiao walked out of the back mountain and left the Qingguang sect. He sprinted over 100 li toward the direction of the imperial city of the Chu kingdom, then stopped on a necessary path. He concealed himself in a nearby forest, waiting silently. After waiting for about half a day, as dusk fell, a convoy of carriages slowly approached from afar. The convoy consisted of over 20 carriages, guarded by more than 200 soldiers clad in black armor. A golden dragon flag, 3 zhang high, fluttered in the wind. Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon a luxurious carriage at the center of the convoy. This carriage was exceptionally spacious, entirely golden as if forged from pure gold, pulled by 4 tall and mighty red blood dragon horses, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. Here they come! Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed, but he did not act rashly. Instead, he followed silently. After all, he was unsure whether there were any top-tier experts in the convoy, and he did not want to be caught off guard. After silently trailing for 30 li, night fell, and the convoy halted. They set up a simple temporary camp in an open area. When the night was completely dark, Lin Xiao put on his mask, activated the phantom steps, and slipped into the camp like a ghost under the cover of darkness. Inside the central tent of the camp, the 9th prince sat on the main seat. To his lower left sat the palace steward Shuai, and to his right sat a general in black armor. Your Highness, do you think Zhang Yumi will agree to this marriage when we go to the Qingguang sect? Asked the black-armored general. He should. Zhang Yumi appears tough on the surface but is actually easily compromised. Over the past few years, as we have suppressed the Qingguang sect's influence, they have retreated step by step. This time should be no exception. The 9th prince said solemnly. If Zhang Yumi agrees, will your Highness truly marry his daughter? Asked the black-armored general. Of course I will. The 9th prince nodded with a slight smile. His daughter is indeed quite beautiful, worthy of being called a beauty, a fitting plaything. And Zhang Yumi's second disciple, Yiqiudia, is also top-notch, with a slender waist and full hips. Both of them are playthings for my crotch. The ninth prince's lips curled into a lecherous grin. He had hundreds of concubines. What did a few more matter? The black-armored general nodded upon hearing this. Your Highness, although Zhang Yumi is easily compromised, this matter involves his daughter. I have heard that he dotes on his only daughter. It is unlikely he will give in so easily this time. The eunuch Shuai shook his head. Then that's perfect. The ninth prince sneered. If he refuses, that will be our excuse to destroy the Qingguang sect. The 100,000 elite Crimson Flame soldiers of our great Chu have not bared their fangs in a long time. The martial artists of this kingdom have forgotten the might of the Crimson Flame army. The ninth prince is wise. Your Highness is sagacious. Shuai and the black-armored general flattered in unison. In short, whether Zhang Yumi agrees or not, the Qingguang sect must be destroyed. After the Qingguang sect, it will be the Star Sword sect, the Baiyun sect, and the Zhenyang sect. Our great Chu will not tolerate powerful sects that refuse to obey orders. Once the Qingguang sect is annihilated, all male disciples will be killed, and the female disciples will be given to the soldiers for their amusement. The ninth prince's face was cold, his voice icy. Not far outside the tent, Lin Xiao overheard the entire conversation. A surge of rage rose within him, and his killing intent slowly kindled. Originally, he had not intended to kill anyone, only to teach the ninth prince a lesson. The prince would be stabbed, severely wounded, and forced to return to the imperial city instead of proceeding to the Qingguang sect to propose marriage. But now, having heard the conversation in the tent, Lin Xiao's murderous intent flared. The old sect leader of the Qingguang sect had saved his life and raised him. The Qingguang sect was like his home. Whoever wanted to destroy it, he would kill them. Lin Xiao slowly suppressed his killing intent, hidden in the darkness, waiting silently. After a while, the eunuch Shuai and the black-armored general left the tent. More than an hour later, certain that the ninth prince had fallen asleep, Lin Xiao gently cut the tent and slipped inside. However, even in sleep, the ninth prince remained vigilant. The moment Lin Xiao entered the tent, the prince awoke instantly. Who's there? With a loud shout, the ninth prince sprang from his bed. Die! Lin Xiao said nothing, stamping his foot, leaving a trail of afterimages as he shot toward the ninth prince. The long blade in his hand curved like a crescent moon, trailing a series of shadows as it slashed toward the ninth prince. Lin Xiao did not use the dual blade technique, fearing it would be recognized later and bring trouble to the Qingguang sect. Thus, it was a casual strike, but with his cultivation at the 9th level of meridian opening and his own strength of 16,000 jin, the ninth prince could not withstand it, even though he too had trained his body. What? The ninth prince was horrified. The terrifying blade light almost froze his blood, and an immense crisis of death enveloped his heart. He wanted to dodge, but the overwhelming momentum of the blade rendered his body rigid and immobile. In the blink of an eye, he could only raise his arm to block, hoping his powerful physical defense would stop the blade. But when the blade fell, blood sprayed. The ninth prince's arm, along with his head, was severed with a single stroke. Ha! Hey! The ninth prince's head flew through the air, his eyes wide with fury. He tried to scream, but only a gurgling sound came out. Who is it? Assassin! Protect the ninth prince! Shouts erupted everywhere as soldiers rushed toward the tent. Shuai and the black-armored general also dashed over. In a flash, Lin Xiao's figure darted like a ghost, slipping out just before the encirclement closed. Your Highness! Seeing the decapitated ninth prince in the tent, the black-armored general and Shuai cried out in shock and horror. The prince was dead. The ninth prince dead. Under their protection, the ninth prince had been slain. Stop, villain! Where do you flee? Shuai and the black-armored general immediately chased after the assassin. Both were at the first level of spirit transformation, with formidable strength and great speed. However, after only half a cup of tea, they stopped, their faces ashen. They had lost him. His movement technique was like a ghost, and in the darkness, they could not lock onto him. Soon, they returned to the tent, silently staring at the lifeless ninth prince. Steward Shuai, what should we do? Under our protection, the ninth prince was killed. When the news reaches the palace, we will both surely die. The black-armored general asked with a grim expression. With such a great fault and no assassin to show, the emperor's wrath would demand their lives as compensation. Shuai's face darkened. After a moment of silence, he looked at the black-armored general and said heavily, General Wu, the villain from the Qingguang sect was truly formidable. Even the two of us together were no match for him and nearly got killed. Unfortunately, despite our desperate struggle, we could not stop him. The black-armored general was taken aback, then understood immediately. Right. Since they couldn't find the real assassin, they could designate one, giving the emperor a target for his fury. And they could atone for their crime by claiming credit, perhaps even earning rewards instead of punishment. That man's martial arts were all from the Qingguang sect. Judging by his build and aura, he must be the sect leader, Long Yumi, the black-armored general announced loudly, his voice clear to all the surrounding soldiers. Then he gave orders solemnly, someone, quickly send word to the palace. The 9th prince was ambushed by men of the Qingguang sect and tragically died. General Wu and Steward Shui pursued the assassin, who is suspected to be Long Yumi, the sect leader of the Qingguang sect. His strength was immense. We fought him with all our might but were ultimately outmatched, and he escaped. Yes, General. The subordinate bowed and accepted the order. He knew his general might be fabricating, but as a trusted man, he would say nothing more. Collect the prince's remains and return to the imperial city. Then the soldiers gathered the 9th prince's body and broke camp, departing that very night. Three days later, a shocking piece of news spread like wildfire across the Chu kingdom, throwing the entire realm into an uproar. The 9th prince of Great Chu had been assassinated by a member of Qingguang sect, and the suspected culprit was none other than the sect master, Long Yumi. The moment this news broke, it utterly stunned the whole of Chu. Countless people lamented that the 9th prince, a young prodigy, had met an untimely demise. Equally numerous were those who marveled at Long Yumi's audacity. Naturally, the news reached Qingguang sect as well, plunging the sect into a state of panic. In response, all the elders confronted Long Yumi together, demanding to know if he had truly killed the 9th prince. Long Yumi had not done it, so he naturally refused to admit any involvement. In the end, the elders chose to believe Long Yumi, for they had been fellow disciples for so long and understood his character well. Subsequently, Qingguang sect quickly issued a public proclamation declaring that they had not assassinated the 9th prince, that they knew nothing about him, and that someone was framing the sect. However, the royal house of Great Chu paid no heed to this defense. The very next day, they issued an edict declaring Qingguang sect as rebels of Chu and scheduled a military campaign to eradicate them. At the same time, the elite forces of Great Chu, the 100,000-strong Crimson Flame army under the command of the kingdom's pillar, the Prince of Sheneng, surged toward Qingguang sect like an unstoppable torrent. The Chu kingdom trembled, the 4 great sects were horrified, and countless minor factions were thrown into terror. At Qingguang sect, a voice cried, "Flee! In at most 3 days, the Crimson Flame army will arrive. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Qingguang sect, forgive me. It's not that I, Sang Hu, am a coward, but I have an 80-year-old mother at home and a 3-year-old child. I cannot die. Master, forgive me, your disciple is leaving." On the mountain path leading down from Qingguang sect, groups of disciples carried bundles on their backs, departing the sect in haste. Some even knelt on the steps, kowtowing heavily toward the main hall. With the Chu army about to descend upon them, countless disciples, gripped by fear and terror, fled the sect like rats. The fearsome reputation of the Crimson Flame army was known throughout Chu. 3 years ago, they had attacked the Dacian kingdom, massacring 13 cities in a river of blood. 4 years ago, they annihilated a major gang, slaying 60,000 enemies and building 100 mound of skulls. 7 years ago, they suppressed a feudal lord's rebellion and slaughtered the entire city until not a blade of grass remained. Thus, facing the approaching Crimson Flame army, ordinary disciples of Qingguang sect saw no hope of resistance. The sect's high-ranking elders made no effort to stop the fleeing disciples, for they knew that these disciples had lost their will to fight, and forcibly keeping them would serve no purpose, only doom them to needless death. Inside the grand hall of the sect, Long Yumi sat rigidly on the sect master's throne, his face as hard as iron. Flanking him below were all the elders of Qingguang sect, totaling 63 in number. In reality, Qingguang sect had over 100 elders, but some had already fled. At present, aside from retired elders like the one in charge of the library, only these 63 remained. How many disciples have left? After a moment, Long Yumi asked. One elder replied, nearly half have gone. Enough, let them go. You should all leave too. Long Yumi waved his hand. Sect master, I joined Qinguang sect at 14, and now 60 years have passed. Where else could I go? I have devoted my entire life to this sect. If Qinguang sect lives, I live. If it falls, there is no reason for me to exist. Gangfeng, the Grand Elder, spoke with a calm expression. Sect Master, either we all live together and seek a new beginning elsewhere, or we stand with Qinguang sect to the end. Another elder declared, his gaze unwavering. Zhang Yunli took a deep breath. He had grown up in Qinguang sect, and his love for the sect for every blade of grass and tree ran deeper than anyone's. He had intended to send everyone away and guard the sect alone, but he had not expected these elders to be so resolute. He had meant to let others leave while he alone guarded the sect. Yet these elders were also fiercely loyal. My fellow elders, I swear I will never retreat. I will stand with Qinguang sect to the end. If any of you wish to leave, I will not stop you. Zhang Yunli said solemnly, his eyes sweeping over everyone. We swear not to retreat. We will live and die with Qinguang sect. All the elders declared in unison without a hint of hesitation. Those who were cowardly or sought only self-preservation had already gone. Every one of the remaining elders was prepared to die. Very well, since you are all willing to face death with me, then we shall stand together. But we can die, however, the young disciples still have bright futures ahead of them. They must not die alongside us. Zhang Yunli's eyes turned cold as they fell on two elders. Elder Lu, Elder Wei, go and dismiss all the disciples. Send the inner and true disciples away from the Chu kingdom. Yes, sect master. The two elders bowed and accepted the order. Everyone, go quickly and arrange for your juniors and disciples. Zhang Yunli waved his hand. Then he rose to his full height and left the grand hall. At last, I've reached the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xiao stepped out of the creation space, full of energy and high spirits. The spirit transformation realm was the third stage of martial arts. When true qi merges with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the internal true qi transforms into innate true essence, multiplying its power severalfold. After several days of cultivation, Lin Xiao had finally taken this step and become a spirit transformation expert. In the Chu kingdom, being at the spirit transformation realm placed one among the absolute peak experts, an existence admired by countless. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's brutal ox body had also reached the 6th level, doubling his physical strength to an immense 32,000 jin. With a single punch, even without using true essence, he suspected that even a 9th level meridian opening expert might not withstand it. Ha! Why is the sect so quiet today? Lin Xiao was puzzled. Qinguang sect was neither large nor small, consisting of this single mountain peak. Usually, from the back mountain, he could faintly hear the sect's activities. But today, the sect was utterly silent. He paid it no mind and began to prepare his meal. Not long after, Zhang Ruolin hurried over, her face clouded with worry. Ruolin, what's wrong? Lin Xiao asked in surprise. Little master, quickly pack your things and leave Qinguang sect. Zhang Ruolin urged urgently. Ha! Leave Qinguang sect? Why? Lin Xiao was taken aback. The Crimson Flame army of Chu, led by the Prince of Shenang, is about to attack our sect. Many disciples have already left. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. Zhang Ruolin explained. Lin Xiao was stunned. The Chu army was coming to attack Qinguang sect. Was it because he had killed the 9th prince? But that couldn't be. No one should have recognized him that day. Even if the royal family launched an investigation, they couldn't have found out so quickly. That's impossible. No one should have recognized him that day. Even if the Chu royal family investigated, they couldn't have traced it this fast. What about you? And senior brother? Lin Xiao asked hurriedly. Father told me to take you and leave, but he's not going, so I won't either. Zhang Ruolin shook her head, her gaze resolute and unwavering. This? Lin Xiao was astonished. He hadn't expected Ruolin and his senior brother to prefer death over flight. Little master, your cultivation isn't high, and staying won't help much. Please pack your things and leave quickly before the Chu army arrives. Zhang Ruolin urged anxiously. Ruolin, if you all stay, how could I possibly leave? Lin Xiao shook his head. This matter had started because of him. Even if everyone else could run, he should not. Little master, please don't be impulsive. Besides my father, you are my only family. I truly don't want anything to happen to you. Zhang Ruolin said with concern. Ruolin, you said we are family. As family, if you stay here to die while I live alone, I cannot do that. Lin Xiao shook his head. Little master, you. Zhang Ruoling was furious. Then, gritting her teeth, she drew her longsword and placed it against her own neck. Little master, if you don't leave, I will die right in front of you. Zhang Ruoling said firmly. Lin Xiao was speechless at this sight. What a fiery-tempered girl. All right, all right, all right. I'm leaving now. He quickly said to calm her down. Then go now. Zhang Ruoling urged. I'm going. Lin Xiao pretended to pack some clothes and dried provisions, slung a bundle over his shoulder, and headed down the mountain. He wasn't truly leaving, of course. The mountain where Qingguang sect sat was covered with dense forests, providing plenty of places to hide. Seeing Lin Xiao depart, Zhang Ruoling lowered her sword and allowed a faint smile to appear on her face. Little master, live well. No, my strength is still insufficient. In a forest, Lin Xiao sat against a tree, his expression grave. Although he had now reached the first stage of transformation spirit realm, and his bull titan body had reached the 6th layer, granting him 32,000 jin of immense strength, while his swift-winged blade art and phantom shadow steps had both achieved mastery, it was still far from enough. His current strength might already be unrivaled within Qingguang sect, possibly even surpassing Zhang Yunyi, yet facing the massive army of Chu Kingdom still filled him with dread. Those were iron-blooded legions numbering in the tens of thousands, sometimes exceeding 100,000. Without absolute power, not only could he not save Qingguang sect, but he might not even preserve his own life. My cultivation must reach the 2nd stage of transformation spirit realm, and the bull titan body must reach the 7th layer. Lin Xiao drew a deep breath, then entered the creation space once more to cultivate the bull titan body. Powerful physical strength and defense were paramount, which was why he prioritized the bull titan body cultivation. Time passed slowly, and the 7th and final layer proved extraordinarily difficult. Lin Xiao cultivated without rest for a full 21 hours before finally mastering the 7th layer of the bull titan body. Creak! His tendons and bones resonated, producing sounds like vibrating bowstrings. His qi and blood surged magnificently, coursing through his body like boiling water bubbling and flowing. Beneath his skin, within his flesh, tendons, and bones, explosive power lay coiled. With the 7th layer of the bull titan body, his physical strength doubled once more, reaching 64,000 jin. Lin Xiao paused only to eat some dry rations before commencing the true brilliance art to elevate his cultivation. The true essence within his body flowed through his meridians, cycling through major heavenly cycles again and again. Then came the day. The earth trembled. A crimson sea surged rapidly toward Qingguang sect's mountain gate. It was a massive army of 100,000, descending like a shroud covering the heavens, carrying world-shaking killing intent that scattered the white clouds in the sky. Chu Kingdom's elite legion, the Red Flame Army, had arrived. With an earth-shaking rumble, the 100,000 soldiers of the Red Flame Army charged forth and reached the foot of Qingguang sect. Encircle them. A general in golden armor commanded with a wave of his hand, and war horses neighed once more. The Red Flame Army sealed off Qingguang sect completely, leaving no gap whatsoever. People of Qingguang sect, descend immediately and surrender, or face annihilation. The golden-armored general sat tall upon his majestic blood dragon steed, his thunderous voice shaking the wilderness. Within the mountain gate, sect master Zhang Yumi led the elders and disciples, gathering in the sect square, their expressions grave as they gazed intently at the Red Flame Army below. At this moment, the elders and disciples following Zhang Yumi numbered fewer than 1,000. Originally, Qingguang sect had over 3,500 disciples, plus some elders and executive officers, nearly 4,000 people in total. But now, most had departed, only 1,000 remained, steadfast in their resolve. Ping Yu, Zhang Ruoling, Yi Qiudia, Feng Yuan, and other disciples were all present. Prince of Southern Defense, I Long Yunyi did not strike down the 9th prince. Why must you pursue us to the bitter end? Zhang Yunyi shouted. That golden-armored general was the pillar of Chu Kingdom, the Prince of Southern Defense at the peak cultivation of 2nd stage transformation spirit realm. Zhang Yunyi, words are futile. If you do not wish to see Qingguang sect drowned in blood, surrender immediately. The Prince of Southern Defense's expression was cold and detached, murder deep in his eyes. Prince of Southern Defense, if you wish to destroy my Qingguang sect, even if your Red Flame Army is a fierce tiger, today it shall have a few great fangs knocked out. Zhang Yunyi thundered. Things had come to this, there was no room for negotiation. Ha ha ha! The Prince of Southern Defense burst into wild laughter, his eyes blazing with killing intent. A mere Qinguang sect dares to speak such grandiose nonsense. The moment his voice fell, he waved his hand commandingly. Annihilate Qinguang sect to the last person, leave nothing, not even a blade of grass. Kill! Kill! Kill, kill, kill! Immediately, earth-shaking battle cries erupted to the heavens. A black-armored general charged at the forefront, leading 10,000 red flame soldiers, immediately rushing toward Qinguang sect's mountain gate. This black-armored general was General Wu, who had accompanied the 9th prince last time. He now sought to redeem himself through meritorious service. The elderly eunuch Shuai Rong followed closely behind, also seeking to atone for his failures. On the mountain, Zhang Yuni gazed at the crimson torrent below. He turned and surveyed his daughter, 2 disciples, and the other core and inner disciples. I told you to leave, yet you insisted on staying. Why put yourselves through this? Zhang Yuni sighed deeply. Master, we do not fear death. Your disciples shall follow you forever. Yi Qiudia's face bore an expression of utter resolve. Father, we do not fear death. Master, I, Peng Yu, am a person of Qinguang sect in life and a ghost of Qinguang sect in death. Defend Qinguang sect, fight unto death without retreat. The disciples spoke out one after another. Though each face was pale and fear lingered in their hearts, every single one possessed an unyielding spirit. Very well, today, this master shall descend to the netherworld alongside all of you. Zhang Yuni shouted resolutely. Then, with a single stride, he charged toward the descending red flame army. Kill! Over 1,000 disciples and elders of Qinguang sect followed closely behind, their momentum blazing like a comet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clang, clang, clang. All incoming arrows were deflected or slashed down by Zhang Yuni and the elders, inflicting no significant casualties. The mountain path was narrow, unfit for large-scale army maneuvers. Hundreds of arrows could hardly achieve any effect. In an instant, the Red Flame Army and Qinguang sect's people collided. In that moment, blade light dazzled, sword shadows flew, blood sprayed, and severed limbs danced through the air. Within the Qinguang sect ranks, Zhang Yuni possessed second-stage transformation spirit cultivation, while the Grand Elder had first-stage transformation spirit cultivation. Their strength was immense. Ordinary Red Flame soldiers could not withstand a single move from them. However, the Red Flame Army also had numerous experts. Besides the black-armored General Wu and the elderly eunuch Shuai Rong, there were actually 2 more warriors who had reached first-stage transformation spirit cultivation. Kill! The black-armored General Wu fought with extraordinary valor. His black iron spear erupted like a dragon, and he immediately clashed with the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Shuai Rong and the 2 other first-stage transformation spirit generals joined forces to besiege Zhang Yuni. On the mountain path, battle cries shook the heavens, screams rang out continuously, and blood splattered everywhere. The Prince of Southern Defense observed from below. He had no intention of intervening personally, nor did he dispatch more Red Flame soldiers upward. After all, the mountain terrain was uneven. Numbers alone would be useless. These 10,000 soldiers were more than sufficient to conquer Qinguang sect. If the forces on the mountain showed signs of being overwhelmed, more soldiers could be sent. Have they already arrived? In the dense forest on the mountain, Lin Xiao emerged from the creation space. His cultivation had successfully broken through to second-stage transformation spirit realm, his power surging once more. Donning his mask, Lin Xiao vanished in a flash and charged down the mountain. Soon, he witnessed the people of Qinguang sect locked in a desperate, blood-soaked battle. The lengthy mountain path was littered with corpses, blood staining the earth crimson. Fortunately, most of those bodies belonged to Red Flame soldiers. Qinguang sect personnel were few. The ordinary soldiers of the Red Flame Army mostly had 4th or 5th stage Qi condensation cultivation. Only some junior or middle-ranking officers possessed post-opening realm cultivation. However, the soldiers excelled at coordinated attack techniques, significantly enhancing their combat effectiveness. The Qinguang sect side had overall higher cultivation, but their numbers were too few. They would inevitably fall eventually. Lin Xiao spotted the elderly eunuch Shuai Rong and the black-armored General Wu at once. Both were transformation spirit realm experts with formidable strength. Additionally, Lin Xiao saw outside the mountain gate that figure in golden battle armor, the Prince of Southern Defense. He sat motionless upon his blood dragon steed, like a mountain, his powerful aura fully exposed without concealment. Second stage transformation spirit realm, peak cultivation. Whoosh! Lin Xiao ignored the Red Flame soldiers charging out the mountain, and paid no attention to the black-armored general and Shuai Rong. He rushed straight toward the Prince of Southern Defense. To capture the bandit, one must capture his leader. As long as this Prince of Southern Defense was slain, the Red Flame Army would be leaderless and would naturally retreat. If they refused to retreat, he would simply slay all the other generals as well. Whoosh! Lin Xiao's form was like lightning, leaving a continuous trail of afterimages. He descended from above, leaping over the people of Qinguang sect and the red flame soldiers, heading directly for the Prince of Southern Defense. Now at second stage transformation spirit realm cultivation, Lin Xiao's phantom shadow steps had grown even faster. With each leap, his form could glide 30 to 40 dong, as if flying low through the air. It's him! Both Shuarong and the black-armored General Wu noticed the passing afterimage. Their hearts suddenly seized with alarm. Although the speed was too great for them to discern the newcomer's exact appearance, this speed and movement technique absolutely matched the one who had slain the 9th prince that day. Zhang Yumi, the Grand Elder, and the other experts of Qinguang sect also noticed someone swiftly passing overhead. Greatly startled, the fact that the intruder did not attack them reassured them somewhat. Below the mountain, the Prince of Southern Defense's brow furrowed. He saw that figure hurtling down from the mountain with tremendous force, and simultaneously sensed a fierce killing intent locked onto him. Courting death! Bring me the bow! The Prince of Shenang extended his hand, and his personal guard immediately handed him a silver great bow and 3 steel arrows. He drew the bow and knocked an arrow, powerful true essence surging into the arrow shaft, emitting a radiant glow. Swish! 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 With a single vibration of the bowstring, he locked onto the figure darting through the air. 3 arrows loosed simultaneously. Forged from 100 refined steel, the 3 arrows flew in a triangular formation, sealing off the incoming figure's evasive routes, moving with breathtaking speed, arriving in an instant. Lin Xiao naturally noticed the 3 sharp arrows hurtling toward him, their speed extreme, even blocking his escape directions. Yet he never even considered dodging. Clang! His long blade unsheathed and swept out, instantly cleaving through the arrows. This Prince of Shenang is not weak. Feeling the force transmitted through his blade, Lin Xiao thought to himself. Meanwhile, his speed did not diminish at all. He was now less than 100 dong from the prince, reachable in 2 or 3 strides. Not bad strength. The Prince of Shenang narrowed his eyes as he watched Lin Xiao slice the arrows away. Razzle! Seeing the figure charging rapidly, the prince's guards surged forward, preparing to kill the intruder and protect their lord. The intruder is at the 2nd level of the spirit transformation realm. You are no match for him. Fall back! The Prince of Shenang waved his hand dismissively, while slowly drawing his massive battle blade from his waist. Whoosh! The prince took the initiative, leaping down from his warhorse and charging toward the incoming figure. Both were experts at the 2nd level of spirit transformation, their speed immense. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on each other, colliding like 2 ferocious beasts. Die! The Prince of Shenang struck first, his massive battle blade cleaving through the air, aiming directly at Lin Xiao's head. The strike was overwhelming, carrying immense power, enough to shatter a 100-ton boulder. You're the one who dies. Lin Xiao stood undaunted, his feet moving like the wind, his form flickering like an illusion as he instantly evaded the prince's dominating blow. Then he struck. Gale Blade Technique Gale Storm. Shush! A brilliant blade light flared as he swung, and in an instant, the air was filled with blade chi. An intangible blade aura descended, crushing any thought of resistance. The Gale Blade technique at the transformation level is ultimate form Gale Storm. Countless Crimson Flame soldiers stared wide-eyed, seeing only a storm of blade chi, like a torrential downpour, sweeping toward the Prince of Shenang. Blade aura! How is this possible? The Prince of Shenang was shocked, hurriedly raising his blade to block. But the overwhelming blade chi, each strike swift as the wind and erratic, could even arc around behind him. The intangible blade aura chilled his entire body, as if his blood were freezing. Caught off guard, he could not block everything. Puff! 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 The blade chi swept through, accompanied by a storm of blood and gore. The Prince of Shenang's towering figure was struck by over a dozen razor-sharp blade chi, his armor torn, blood spraying in torrents. Ah! The prince let out a cry of agony, terror flooding his heart as he hurriedly retreated. He never expected his opponent to be so formidable. As a peak 2nd level spirit transformation expert, he had campaigned for decades, renowned throughout Great Chu, and had never been easily defeated by anyone of the same rank. Yet today, he was severely wounded with a single move. Whoosh! Strike while the iron is hot. Seeing the prince try to flee, Lin Xiao instantly struck again. A gust of wind howled past, slicing across the prince's neck, and a massive head soared into the air. The commander of the Crimson Flame Army, the Prince of Shannon of Great Chu, was slain by a single blade. Your Highness! What? The prince has been killed. Countless Crimson Flame soldiers erupted in uproar, cries of shock rising from all sides. The morale of the tens of thousands of troops was shaken. At that moment, having killed the prince, Lin Xiao did not pause but turned and charged up the mountain. His targets were clearly the old eunuch Shuai, the black armor General Wu, and other experts. Meanwhile, the Crimson Flame soldiers on the mountain had also witnessed the prince's death, throwing their ranks into chaos. How is this possible? Black armor General Wu, Shuai, and the other experts were filled with terror. The mighty prince of Shannon had been killed in an instant. Was the hidden expert of the Qinguang sect truly so terrifying? Then they saw the man who had slain the prince, like a phantom, leaving a trail of afterimages as he flew toward them. Not good. General Wu and Shuai were both alarmed, immediately attempting to flee. But their opponents, the Qinguang Grand Elder, sect leader Zhang Yumi, and the others launched a furious assault. For a moment, they could not break free. Shush! Lin Xiao arrived. He stomped heavily, launching himself into the air, soaring over hundreds of heads, and delivered a cleaving strike aimed at General Wu below. The terrifying blade, wrapped in howling wind, lightning fast and immensely heavy. No! General Wu was horrified. The dreadful blade aura descended, freezing his body, leaving him no time to evade. In desperation, he raised his own blade to block. Boom! The blade came down as if the mountains were splitting and the earth cracking. General Wu's entire body was cleaved in two. Even his blade was split in half, hot blood spurting into the air. Whoosh! Having slain General Wu, Lin Xiao barely paused, immediately turning to kill the old eunuch Shuai. By now, Shuai's courage had shattered. He was terrified out of his wits. He abandoned everything and fled. Stop him! Surround and kill him! He shouted as he ran, hoping the Crimson Flame soldiers would block Lin Xiao. Indeed, many soldiers rushed toward Lin Xiao. But it was useless, they could not even touch his clothes. Lin Xiao was too fast. The crowd only saw a blur of afterimages, and wherever he passed, limbs and heads flew. Shush! 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 Lin Xiao swung his blade continuously, sharp blade chi shooting out for over 10 zhong, dominating all directions. He carved a bloody path unimpeded, catching up to Shuai in 2 breaths. Then, with one stroke, he severed the eunuch's head. Afterward, Lin Xiao plunged into the Crimson Flame ranks, slaughtering wildly, cutting down all in his path. For a moment, the Crimson Flame army fell into utter chaos, their morale nearly shattered. Retreat! Fall back! At that moment, a Crimson Flame general roared, his voice carrying across the battlefield. The commander, the Prince of Shannon, was dead. General Wu was dead, and Steward Shuai was dead. And the enemy had an invincible warrior rampaging through the army, unstoppable. All of this caused the morale of the 10,000 Crimson Flame soldiers storming Qinguang sect to collapse entirely. Razzle! The Crimson Flame army withdrew like a tide, leaving behind a pile of corpses. The battle had been brief, but the Crimson Flame army had also lost about 100 or 200 soldiers. Whoosh! The moment the Crimson Flame army retreated, Lin Xiao vanished in a flash, darting into the nearby forest and disappearing without a trace. The 10,000 Red Flame army soldiers retreated like a tide, leaving behind only the survivors of the Qinguang sect. Every member of the sect stared with wide eyes, their hearts churning with shock and disbelief. They felt both the joy of survival and the overwhelming awe of what they had just witnessed. Who was that suddenly appearing powerhouse? He had actually slain the Prince of Shannon, as well as the black-armored general and the elderly palace eunuch, both at the spirit transformation realm. If not for that powerhouse's intervention, the Red Flame army would certainly not have withdrawn. They would have been slaughtered, and the Qinguang sect would have perished entirely. Zhang Yunli watched the direction where Lin Xiao had departed, his brows furrowing slightly. That powerhouse had moved too swiftly, still wearing a mask, so he could not discern their exact features. Yet, on that person, he felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, the Gale Blade technique. The martial art they had displayed was the Gale Blade technique of their Qinguang sect. He would never have misidentified it. After pondering for a moment, he could not fathom who would aid the Qinguang sect and also know its Gale Blade technique. After a while, Zhang Yunli sighed and turned to face the disciples and elders of the sect. Fortunately, dozens had only suffered minor injuries, a few were critically wounded, and fewer than 10 had perished in battle. Who was that powerhouse? Could he be a hidden expert of our Qinguang sect? How formidable! He slaughtered nearly 100 enemy soldiers in an instant. The disciples of the Qinguang sect immediately began discussing among themselves, their hearts brimming with excitement and curiosity. Master, the Red Flame army likely will not withdraw so easily. Grand Elder Gangfeng approached Zhang Yumi and gazed toward the direction of the mountain base, his expression grave. At present, the Red Flame army soldiers who had charged into the sect grounds had indeed retreated, but they had not truly dispersed. They had simply fallen back to the foot of the mountain, and the army still tightly besieged the Qinguang sect. Since the Prince of Shenang is dead, I imagine they will not launch another attack in the short term. Zhang Yumi took a deep breath and then said sternly, Grand Elder, arrange for some disciples and elders to stand guard in shifts at all entrances. As soon as the Red Flame army attacks the mountain, send word immediately. The rest of you may return. After finishing speaking, Zhang Yumi glanced around at everyone once more before turning and walking up the mountain. He was eager to uncover the identity of that powerhouse whether or not they belonged to the Qinguang sect. With their strength, even the imperial court would have to take notice. A short while later, in the main sect hall, Zhang Yumi sat upon the head seat, surveying the dozens of elders below, along with several inner sect and true disciples. Everyone, does anyone know the identity of the powerhouse who appeared today? Zhang Yumi asked solemnly. The assembled elders exchanged glances and shook their heads one after another. Master, I believe this person resembles the one who defeated me over a month ago, yet his cultivation level seems inconsistent. Oh! Hearing this, Zhang Yumi immediately recalled that incident over a month ago when Feng Yuan had been injured by a masked figure at the foot of the mountain. At the time, Feng Yuan had stated that the opponent had used the Gale Blade technique. However, that person at the time was only at the third stage of the Meridian Opening Realm, whereas this powerhouse today had already reached the second stage of the Spirit Transformation Realm, which clearly did not match. It must not be the same person. Zhang Yumi shook his head slightly, then turned to an elder and said, Elder One, please go to the Scripture Pavilion and consult your senior martial uncle. Tally up all those who have cultivated the Gale Blade technique in recent decades. Master, is that really necessary? Grand Elder shook his head and replied, in these decades, far too many within our sect have practiced the Gale Blade technique. Some have also left the Qinguang sect for various reasons. Merely relying on a single blade technique will not yield useful results. What about the Phantom Step technique? Those who practice both the Gale Blade technique and the Phantom Step should be quite few in number, Zhang Yumi pointed out. Sigh. Grand Elder sighed and shook his head. That person came to our aid. Since he does not wish to reveal his identity, why should we press the matter? Zhang Yumi paused, fell into thought for a moment, and then gave a slight nod. Grand Elder made a reasonable point. If the other party did not wish to reveal themselves, persisting in investigation would be disrespectful. Very well. I merely wished to express my gratitude to that person in person. In that case, let it be. Zhang Yumi sighed. Afterwards, he arranged a few more matters before dismissing the assembly, keeping only his second disciple, Yi Childia. Childia, pay attention to who among the sect has not joined the battle today, Zhang Yumi said with a grave expression. Hearing this, Yi Childia was momentarily startled. Then her large, autumn water-like eyes blinked, and she instantly understood. Her master was not asking her to investigate, he only wanted her to keep an eye out. Master, I understand perfectly. Yi Childia smiled gently. Zhang Yumi nodded slightly. Although this second disciple of his may not have matched the talent of his eldest disciple Peng Yu, as a woman, her thoughts were delicate and her reliability unmatched. The imperial capital. Within the grand palace hall. Bam! A finely crafted porcelain vase was smashed heavily onto the ground. Emperor Chu Xiong of the Great Chu dynasty, clad in a purple gold dragon robe, sat upon the dragon throne, his face ashen, killing intent in his eyes almost taking tangible form. Useless! All of you are useless. How could there be no intelligence regarding such a powerhouse within the Qinguang sect? Chu Xiong roared in fury. Below him, the kneeling ministers all kept their heads bowed, not daring to draw even a single breath. After a moment, Chu Xiong subdued the anger in his heart and began considering how to proceed. In recent years, the power of the four great sects of Chu had grown ever stronger, and he had consistently sought to suppress them. Ultimately, he had decided to make an example of the Qinguang sect first, the weakest among them, destroying it before moving against the other three great sects. Who would have imagined that the first blow would result in such grievous losses? Not only had his most talented son, the ninth prince, fallen, but even the prince of Shenang had been slain. Qinguang sect, you deserve death. All of you deserve death. My dear ministers, who do you believe should command the Red Flame army to wipe out the Qinguang sect? Chu Xiong asked. The ministers exchanged glances, and finally an elderly official stepped forward. Your Majesty, in this minister's opinion, only our great Chu God of War, Grand General Zhao Han, is capable of shouldering this responsibility. Your Majesty, Grand General guards the northern frontier against invasions from the Da Qian Kingdom. He cannot possibly be removed from his post. Why not request help from the Chongfeng Empire? Perhaps they could send a powerhouse to aid us in destroying the Qinguang sect. Unacceptable. The distance is too great. Even if Chongfeng Empire sends a powerhouse, it would take at least half a month to arrive. Nonsense. Why should we seek aid from Chongfeng Empire for mere Qinguang sect? Our great Chu possesses countless experts and an army of 1,000,000. Surely we can crush a single sect. The ministers argued amongst themselves, each voicing their opinions. Enough. Seeing the ministers begin to bicker, Chu Xiong sharply interrupted. This matter, I already have my plan. Dismissed. With that, Chu Xiong rose from his throne and left the hall. A short while later, Chu Xiong arrived deep within the imperial palace, before a sealed door. Royal uncle, the Qinguang sect has risen in rebellion, and the prince of Shenang has been killed. Please come out of seclusion to quell this unrest. Chu Xiong bowed slightly toward the palace doors and spoke in a solemn voice. For the following several days, the Red Flame army continued to only besiege the mountain, refraining from launching attacks. Meanwhile, the news of the deaths of Prince of Shenang, the black-armored General Wu, and Chief Eunuch Shui Rong spread throughout the Chu territory almost immediately. Such a major event as the suppression of the Qinguang sect by the Red Flame army drew the attention of every faction within the empire. Numerous spies and informants of various powers lurked near Qinguang sect, making it impossible to conceal such matters. When the news spread, the entire Chu dynasty was shaken, and the other three great sects were filled with astonishment. The Qinguang sect was unexpectedly so formidable, harboring such a powerful hidden expert. Moreover, as rumors continued to ferment, they grew increasingly exaggerated. Some claimed that the Qinguang sect housed an ancestral patriarch over 200 years old, at the peak of the ninth stage of the spirit transformation realm. With a single strike, he had slain thousands of Red Flame soldiers, proving invincible and nearly causing the entire Red Flame army to collapse under his sole might. Others went even further, claiming that Zhang Yimi, the master of Qinguang sect, was actually a powerhouse at the sixth stage of the spirit transformation realm, having slain the Prince of Shenang and Shui Rong in a single exchange. The rumors grew ever more outlandish, yet ultimately they all served to illustrate the might of the Qinguang sect. Within the creation space, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged in meditation. 3 days had passed since he slew the Prince Shenang. At this moment, Lin Xiao was striving to break through to the third level of the spirit transformation realm. The Blazing Flame army had yet to withdraw, so he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. He was not arrogant enough to believe that with his second-level spirit transformation cultivation, he could completely crush the Blazing Flame army's 100,000 troops. Last time, the army had been caught off guard, unaware of his existence. Now, with the Blazing Flame army on high alert, they would not be so easily dealt with. Thus, he had to elevate his cultivation further to better protect the Qinguang sect. A thunderous roar erupted from within Lin Xiao's body. His aura surged violently as he instantly stepped into the third level of the spirit transformation realm. His cultivation speed, thousands upon thousands of times faster than normal, rendered even the realm's bottleneck as fragile as paper. A spirit transformation cultivator can leap tens of zong and skim low across the ground. It's said that those at the later stages, the 7th level and above, can even achieve brief mid-air suspension. I wonder if that's true. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, pondering silently. He felt that once his true essence reached a certain level of profundity, true flight might not be impossible, let alone brief suspension. However, he noticed one thing: his true essence seemed less formidable than that of the Prince Shenang. In their previous battle, though the prince had only made 1 or 2 moves, his true essence had been exceptionally dense, and the essence coating his battle blade had seemed more refined and powerful than Lin Xiao's own. Lin Xiao understood the reason his cultivation art, the Zhenming art, was of a somewhat low grade and insufficiently potent. Both the Zhenming art and the Gale blade technique were merely human-tier upper-rank martial arts, not high enough in level. In the Qi condensation and meridian unlocking realms, human tier upper rank arts were respectable, but at the spirit transformation level, they were no longer sufficient. Although he had cultivated the Gale Blade technique to its pinnacle, granting it immense power comparable to a fully mastered human tier top rank martial art, this still could not change the fact that the true essence cultivated through the Zhenming art was not powerful enough. The Qinguang sect did possess over a dozen human tier top rank techniques, and even one earth tier technique. However, the earth tier technique was reserved exclusively for the sect master, and the elders, even true disciples, were unqualified to cultivate it. Forget it. Once the crisis at Qinguang sect is resolved, I'll find a way to acquire a couple of earth tier techniques and martial arts to cultivate. And better weapons too. Last time, when I shattered that black armored general along with his battle blade in a single strike, my own long blade cracked with a large gap. Lin Xiao mused inwardly. His foundation was too shallow. Both his martial arts and his weapon were common goods. It was only through his profound mastery and his remarkable blade momentum that he could be so powerful. If he revealed his identity now, he could obtain some fine treasures from the Qinguang sect. Yet he had no intention of exposing himself. Developing in obscurity, undisturbed by anyone, was the best possible outcome. Afterwards, Lin Xiao stepped out of the creation space. It was already dusk. He leaped onto a towering tree and gazed down the mountain. The blazing flame army still hadn't left. The royal court's ambitions remained unshaken. He couldn't just wait idly since they refused to move. He would take the initiative. Over an hour later, under the cover of deep night, Lin Xiao quietly descended the mountain. He spotted several Qinguang sect disciples guarding the mountain path, circumvented them, and concealed himself at the foot of the mountain. Although the blazing flame army still had the Qinguang sect surrounded, they had retreated a li away. Clearly, they feared Lin Xiao would charge out again and inflict massive casualties, so they had created some distance for safety. The blazing flame army's defenses were extremely formidable, towering shields linked together forming an unbroken steel wall. Behind them stood countless archers. If anyone from the Qinguang sect rushed out, they would first face a deluge of arrows. Not far behind the steel wall stretched row upon row of tents, all brilliantly lit. Lin Xiao observed it all, contemplating how he could force the blazing flame army to retreat. With his current strength, could he slay the enemy commander amidst 10,000 troops? It shouldn't be a problem. With the army leaderless, they would have no way to stop him. After a moment, Lin Xiao drew a deep breath, donned his mask once more, and slowly unsheathed the long blade at his waist. With a swift step, he charged toward the steel wall of shields like a phantom. Enemy attack! He's here! Loose arrows! Fire now! Though Lin Xiao was fast, the firelight and the soldiers' constant vigilance gave him away. Whistling through the air, a dense storm of arrows rained down from all directions. These archers were all martial artists. Each arrow carried formidable power, with a range exceeding 200 paces. In an instant, hundreds to thousands of arrows streaked toward him, enough to force even an ordinary spirit transformation expert to retreat. But Lin Xiao was no ordinary spirit transformation expert. His footwork was unmatched in speed, allowing him to dodge arrows with breathtaking agility, and those he couldn't evade he shattered with his blade. Blade light flashed and afterimages cascaded as Lin Xiao advanced rapidly. Stop him! A blazing flame commander bellowed, even drawing his own bow to shoot. The torrent of arrows continued unabated, sealing off a vast area ahead. Yet Lin Xiao's speed was simply too great. His shifting form left only a trail of afterimages. Ordinary archers couldn't lock onto his position at all, let alone shoot him down. 40 shang! 30 shang! 20 shang! Lin Xiao closed in on the shield formation with relentless speed. Even 10,000 arrows could not halt his advance. When he was only 20 zhang from the shield formation, he leaped skyward, his body soaring like a massive bird, vaulting over the shield wall. Before he even landed, Lin Xiao struck downward from above with his blade. Gale Blade Technique, Gale and Tempest. In an instant, hundreds of fine blade chi erupted from his sword, slicing into the formation. Hard! In a flash, hundreds of blazing flame soldiers fell, screams filling the air. Lin Xiao landed, and with a single push of his foot, shot toward the central command tent like an arrow. By now, the entire blazing flame army was roused. Countless soldiers converged on him from every direction. Kill! Lin Xiao swung his blade wildly. His long sword was like a scythe of death, each stroke felling a swath of enemies. He couldn't break into the tents ahead, for the blazing flame soldiers surrounded him in such overwhelming numbers that they formed an impenetrable ring. So Lin Xiao simply slaughtered his way through whether ordinary qi condensation soldiers or the mid and low-ranking meridian unlocking officers. None could withstand even a single strike from him. He didn't even need to use his true essence, relying purely on his formidable physical strength. A single slash could cleave a man to pieces. Lin Xiao focused on slaying the officers in distinctive battle armor regardless of their rank. All were cut down. Form the formation. Consolidate the battle formation. A high-ranking general roared from a distance as countless soldiers began arraying themselves. The Qian army truly lived up to its reputation as a disciplined elite legion. At the command, tens of thousands of Qian soldiers immediately formed a massive battle formation and began to surround and slaughter Lin Xiao. The immense formation allowed the Qian army to alternate between offense and defense with perfect order, greatly boosting their combat prowess. Moreover, within the formation, the soldiers' Qi auras were interlinked, converging them into a single entity that could channel an invisible, imposing might, further enhancing the Qian army's fighting strength. Yet even so, the Qian army could not suppress Lin Xiao. The immense gap in cultivation was like an impassable chasm. These Qian soldiers generally possessed only the 4th or 5th level of Qi condensation, and even their high-ranking generals were merely at the 7th to 9th level of meridian unlocking. Thus, such a vast disparity in cultivation could not be bridged by mere numbers alone. Boom! Ah! Lin Xiao's every strike was lethal. His ferocious power, like a wild bull, rampaged left and right, charging indiscriminately. Wherever his figure flashed, he crashed everything in his path. The powerful expert of Qinguang sect is fighting the Qian army. Heavens! One man charging against 100,000 strong army, how incredibly fierce. At this rate, his true essence will be exhausted before long, and he will surely die. Just who is this person? Definitely not Zhang Yunyi. On a distant hilltop, a crowd of dozens had gathered. These were people from various other factions of the Chu kingdom, including experts from the other 3 great sects. From afar, they gazed at the Qian army's formation, all stunned and deeply shaken. At this moment, scouts from every major faction had noticed Lin Xiao charging against 100,000 strong army, and naturally, the people of Qinguang sect had noticed as well. Sect Master Zhang Yunyi, Grand Elder Gangfeng, along with other elders and disciples, gathered at the sect gate to gaze at the battlefield. That powerful expert has made his move again. Just who is this senior? For the sake of our Qinguang sect, he alone fights 100,000 strong army of 400,000 troops. This senior must have been a member of our Qinguang sect in the past. Knowing we were in trouble, he came specially to help us. Many disciples discussed animatedly. Watching the afterimage shuttling back and forth through the great army in the distance, they felt their blood boil with excitement, wishing they could immediately follow that senior and charge into the Qian army to slaughter wildly on all sides. Senior sister, can you tell who this senior is? Zhang Ruoling asked Yi Qiudiu beside her. She knew that over the past few days, Yi Qiudiu had been quietly investigating, trying to ascertain the identity of this senior. These past few days, she had specifically looked into those who had not participated in the previous battle and still remained within the sect. In total, there were only 10 people. Among them were 2 elders, one in charge of the scripture library and one disabled, neither of whom possessed much strength anymore. The remaining 8 included stewards, disciples, menial servants, and even imprisoned criminals, none of them matched. Therefore, this senior could not be a member of Qinguang sect. Perhaps he had been in the past, but he had left long ago. Grand Elder, we cannot let this senior take risks alone. We should join the fight too. Zhang Yunyi said to the Grand Elder beside him while watching the distant battle. In the path of martial arts, attainment precedes seniority. Since this man's strength surpassed his own, Zhang Yunyi also respectfully called him senior. Very well, let us lend this senior a hand. The Grand Elder immediately nodded. All of you, hear my command, remain on high alert, and no one is to leave the sect gate without permission. Zhang Yunyi instructed. With those words, Zhang Yunyi's figure shot out instantly, like a great bird swooping toward the Qian army below the mountain. The Grand Elder followed closely behind. Both were experts of the spirit transformation realm, each step covering dozens of long. Within a few breaths, they had drawn near the Qian army. Immediately, The two began to charge the formation, throwing the Qian army into chaos. At the rear, near the tents, the three commanding officers of the Qian army saw Zhong Yunli and the Grand Elder charging into the ranks from afar. Their brows furrowed, and their faces turned grave. Both of you, we must join the battle formation ourselves if we are to defeat these three. Especially the one who charged first. His strength is too great. Without a spirit transformation expert striking personally, he cannot be suppressed. A burly general said in a deep voice. The prince has been killed in battle. If we three also fall, the entire Qian army will truly be leaderless, and the army will collapse outright. Another commander wore a grim expression, hesitating inwardly. All three of them were only at the first level of the spirit transformation realm. Facing that powerful expert, they risked being slain. Rest assured, once they have exhausted themselves and their true essence runs dry, we will strike and surely be able to slay them. The burly commander's eyes blazed as he continued. By dawn tomorrow, Prince Ning should arrive. If we slay these three and wipe out Qinguang sect before Prince Ning arrives, it will certainly be a great merit. In that case, let us wait a while longer before acting. Combining our strength, we will slay this man first. The gazes of the three commanders locked tightly onto Lin Xiao. Their plan was simple: concentrate their strength to annihilate the strongest one. However, after waiting for nearly half an hour, that powerful expert remained as valiant and invincible as ever, showing no sign of exhaustion. Meanwhile, the Qian army had suffered heavy casualties, with over 10,000 soldiers slain. The formation was constantly torn open and crippled, requiring a continuous influx of soldiers to replenish its losses. This left the three commanders pale with shock and fury. We cannot wait any longer. If we keep waiting, the entire army will collapse from his slaughter. The burly commander gritted his teeth. Let's go. The three hesitated no longer and shot forward. Soon, they joined the formation and began to surround Lin Xiao. Three first-level spirit transformation experts. A gleam flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he noticed the three Qian commanders joining the formation. Their auras were powerful, like bright beacons in the dark night, impossible for him to miss even if he wanted to. Perfect! Lin Xiao was not alarmed but delighted instead. This time, he had struck precisely to slay the high-ranking generals of the Qian army, but there were simply too many soldiers for him to break through. But now, these three high-ranking generals at the first level of the spirit transformation realm had come to him of their own accord, which was exactly what he wanted. Whoosh! The short, burly commander struck first, sending a sharp blade aura slashing down at Lin Xiao's head. Because he was within the formation and could mobilize its collective chi aura, the short, burly commander's combat power, though his cultivation was only at the first level of the spirit transformation realm, had already reached the peak of the second level. He was in no way inferior to that Prince Shenang. Die! Kill! The other two commanders struck from different directions, their blade auras crisscrossing as they closed in to slaughter Lin Xiao. Facing the pincer attack of the three commanders of the Crimson Flame army, Lin Xiao's figure flickered, instantly dodging two blade chi strikes before charging directly toward the short and stocky commander. His speed erupted to its peak, leaving 10 afterimages in an instant. Kill! The longsword in his hand, already notched from battle, carried a blade aura spanning a full zhong as he delivered a devastating strike. This strike moved with the swiftness of lightning, like a ferocious gale sweeping through, its terrifying momentum enveloping everything beneath an overwhelming divine might. Wag! The short and stocky commander was struck with terror, frantically raising his blade to block as every hair on his body stood on end. Having never truly faced Lin Xiao before, he had no conception of the horror he now confronted. Now facing the lethal edge head-on, a shadow of death flooded his heart in an instant. Boom! The terrifying strike slammed into the war blade in the commander's hands, unleashing a monstrous surge of power. Crack! The longsword in Lin Xiao's grasp shattered completely, unable to endure the force any longer. Thud! The short and stocky commander was sent flying by the overwhelming force, blood erupting from his mouth as he flew backward over 10 zhong, smashing through more than 100 Crimson Flame army soldiers in his path. His body was drenched in blood, torn by Lin Xiao's devastating blade aura that left horrific wounds. Whoosh! Lin Xiao didn't pause, discarding the shattered longsword and charging again at the commander, delivering a crushing punch to his head. Boom! His head exploded on impact, crimson and white matter spraying in all directions. Commander Wu! A chorus of horrified cries erupted from within the Crimson Flame army ranks. The mere fact that a Commander Wu at the Spirit Transformation Realm fell to just 2 strikes amid the military formation sent waves of dread through the Crimson Flame army soldiers. Swish swish! 2 razor-sharp blade chi strikes struck directly at Lin Xiao's back. The remaining 2 commanders had already charged toward him once more. Though terror gripped both men, they couldn't retreat, for doing so would cause the entire army to collapse. Lin Xiao seized the fallen commander's war blade and spun around, cleaving through both incoming strikes with a single slash. Swift wind storm. With a sweep of the war blade, countless wind blade chi erupted across the sky like a devastating tempest, reducing swathes of Crimson Flame army soldiers to fragments. Nevertheless, the 2 remaining commanders were both cultivators at the Spirit Transformation Realm, bolstered by the formation's power. Working in tandem, their blade-like wove an impenetrable barrier that successfully repelled the incoming chi assault. Yet Lin Xiao was already upon them. He launched himself upward and brought his blade down, with the force of a mountain splitting asunder. Boom! His speed was beyond comprehension, and his overwhelming power cleaved through one commander in an instant, splitting him cleanly in 2. Fine blade! Lin Xiao marveled inwardly as he felt the weapon he snatched from the short commander. It far surpassed his own refined steel longsword in quality. It was cold to the touch and weighed well over 100 kgs, exceptionally sharp yet remarkably durable. This war blade must be forged from cold iron, a considerable treasure. Splash! Blood sprayed across the remaining commander's face, turning him ghostly pale with terror. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Think you can escape? Lin Xiao's voice was like ice as he closed the distance in an instant and brought his blade down. Don't! The commander's scream cut short as Lin Xiao split him cleanly in 2. All 3 commanders are dead. He's a demon. Retreat! Fall back! With their 3 commanders slain, the final straw had snapped. The remaining Crimson Flame army lost all will to fight and scattered in every direction. The army collapsed in an instant. Tens of thousands of soldiers fled in panic, putting distance between themselves and Guangqing sect. Within moments, the field where tens of thousands had gathered was utterly deserted. Endless corpses littered the ground, rivers of blood staining the earth. Lin Xiao, weary from the slaughter, chose not to pursue. Despite his cultivation reaching the 3rd layer of spirit transformation and his physique wielding over 60,000 kgs of strength, the relentless killing had taken its toll. He glanced back at Zhang Yunli and the elder, both drenched in blood from the carnage they'd wrought, though neither bore wounds and their chi remained at peak condition. Lin Xiao's figure blurred as he left trails of afterimages behind, vanishing toward the distant forest. Senior, please wait. Senior! Zhang Yunli and the elder called out urgently, but before they could finish, Lin Xiao had already disappeared into the night. He actually repelled an army of 100,000. This is unbelievable. The 2 exchanged glances, each reading the same shock in the other's eyes. That was 100,000 Crimson Flame army soldiers. Though they'd participated in the fighting, they knew their combined kill count barely exceeded 3,000. Yet the corpses strewn across the battlefield numbered nearly 20,000. With the Crimson Flame army in full retreat, several elders and disciples from Guangqing sect descended the mountain. What they saw: corpses everywhere. Rivers of blood left many disciples pale with terror. Their astonishment knew no bounds. For these disciples, the notion that a single person could defeat an army of 100,000 was beyond comprehension. Elder, what should we do with these bodies? Burn them all, Zhang Yunli instructed, then began directing his disciples to clear the battlefield. Scattered across the battlefield were numerous weapons, all valuable and worth recovering. We've lost. We've truly lost. The Crimson Flame army has actually been defeated. Terrifying. If Guangqing sect has someone like him, they'll become the premier sect in Chu state. The imperial family will never let this go. Their true strength runs far deeper than what we've seen. I wonder if Guangqing sect can withstand what comes next. From distant hilltops, representatives of various factions watched with a mixture of shock and excitement. If word of tonight's event spread, it would shake the very foundations of the realm. An army of 100,000 Crimson Flame soldiers routed and fleeing in disarray, such humiliation the imperial family could never tolerate. From this point forward, the feud between the court and Guangqing sect would be fought to the death. Lin Xiao returned to the small wooden hut at the back mountain. This place was relatively secluded, and no one usually came here. To protect the Qinguang sect, we must make the imperial family dare not to attack, or completely suppress them. He thought to himself. He did not believe that the imperial family would stop and leave Qinguang sect alone after this defeat of the Qian army. Therefore, he still needed to improve his strength. Then, Lin Xiao entered the creation space again to improve his cultivation. As the sky began to lighten, thousands of Qian soldiers, having abandoned their armor and weapons, were panting heavily. In front of them stood a golden carriage, surrounded by dozens of imperial guards in golden armor. An old man in a white robe, tall and imposing, stood on the carriage, his face as dark as water, scanning all the Qian soldiers. Reporting to Lord Ningguang, the army has scattered. We don't know where the others have fled. The powerful expert from Qinguang sect is too terrifying. The Zhenan king, the three commanders, General Wu, and Steward Shui were all killed by him. Our Qian army has suffered heavy casualties. We failed in battle. Please punish us, Lord Ningguang. A captain, with tears streaming down his face, knelt directly before the carriage. All the other soldiers also knelt down. Lord Ningguang's arrival calmed their hearts. Lord Ningguang was the imperial uncle, renowned throughout the land 50 years ago, and had been in seclusion for many years. Unexpectedly, he came out personally this time. Lord Ningguang's face was ashen as he gazed in the direction of Qinguang sect. He had originally planned to go directly to Qinguang sect and lead the Qian army to annihilate it. To his surprise, the Qian army had already been routed before he even arrived. Do you know who exactly that powerful expert of Qinguang sect is? What specific cultivation realm? Lord Ningguang asked. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. Now, he knew nothing about the enemy. Reporting to Lord Ningguang, that person seems to be at the spirit transformation realm field level, but his strength is clearly beyond that. The captain replied. Lord Ningguang nodded and after a moment's thought said, You all obey my orders. Go and gather all the scattered troops and assemble at Tianyuan City not far away. Yes. We'll go to Tianyuan City first. Lord Ningguang entered the carriage and gave an order to the accompanying guards. For the next few days, Lord Ningguang waited in Tianyuan City for the Qian army to gather the scattered troops. He planned to attack Qinguang sect after assembling a sufficient force. Meanwhile, news of the Qian army's defeat spread like a hurricane across the entire Chu kingdom, causing a nationwide uproar. The mysterious expert of Qinguang sect, fighting alone against 100,000 troops, killed 3 commanders and routed the entire Qian army. These news shocked the entire Chu kingdom, astounding countless forces and everyone. Who exactly was this powerful expert of Qinguang sect? This question lingered in everyone's mind. Many forces were secretly investigating, but found no leads, because even the people of Qinguang sect did not know. At the same time, news of the imperial uncle Lord Ningguang appearing and gathering the Qian army in Tianyuan City spread like wildfire. The attention of the entire Chu kingdom involuntarily fell on Tianyuan City. Lord Ningguang is here. Within Qinguang sect, Lin Xiao frowned. Over the past few days, he had been cultivating daily in the creation space, breaking through to the spirit transformation realm 4th level, with abundant true essence and greatly increased strength. Today, he quietly left the back mountain to observe the situation at Qinguang sect, and heard the discussion of 2 inner disciples from afar. I wonder what cultivation realm Lord Ningguang is. Lin Xiao thought to himself. After pondering, he felt that he should take the initiative, rather than wait passively for the army to attack the mountain, which would cause unknown casualties. He would not allow anyone to harm Qinguang sect. He felt that with his current cultivation, even if he could not defeat Lord Ningguang, with his speed, he could definitely escape. Then, Lin Xiao quietly left Qinguang sect from the back mountain. He headed all the way to Tianyuan City. 2 hours later, he arrived at Tianyuan City. At the city gate, heavy troops were stationed, conducting strict inspections. Lin Xiao used the qi concealment technique to hide his cultivation at the qi condensation field level, easily passing the inspection and entering Tianyuan City. After extensive inquiries, Lin Xiao confirmed that Lord Ningguang was staying at the city lord's mansion. He waited until nightfall. Lin Xiao put on a mask and crept to the outside of the mansion. With a leap, he vaulted over the wall and landed inside the mansion. The security inside was extremely tight, with guards every few steps. There were also many guards constantly patrolling. Fortunately, under the cover of night, coupled with Lin Xiao's ghostly movement technique, ordinary guards could not detect him. However, the mansion was large, and finding Lord Ningguang was not easy. Shoo! Lin Xiao grabbed the neck of a passing maid and dragged her to a corner. Tell me, which room is Lord Ningguang in, or I'll kill you. Lin Xiao threatened softly. In the backyard. The left side room. The maid was terrified out of her wits, and with her throat gripped, she could only make faint sounds. Thank you. Lin Xiao slapped the back of her head, knocking her unconscious. Then, after gently laying her down, he crept toward the backyard. Soon, he found the left side room in the backyard. At that moment, candlelight was still flickering inside the room. Lin Xiao suppressed his aura as much as possible and slowly approached the room, hearing voices inside. Lord Ningguang, we have gathered 40,000 men so far. It will probably take some time to gather all the scattered troops. In addition, we have been secretly monitoring Qinguang sect, and the people there have not fled. As for the mysterious expert of Qinguang sect, we cannot identify him. A respectful voice came out, seemingly from a certain Qian army general. After a moment, another deep and weathered voice sounded. Then we won't wait. Tomorrow, I will lead 40,000 Qian soldiers to completely eradicate Qinguang sect. Yes. You may withdraw. Then, the door opened, and the captain in Qian armor walked out. After the captain left, Lin Xiao did not act hastily. He hid in a shadowy corner and waited silently. He waited until late into the night. Lin Xiao sensed that Lord Ningguang's breathing in the room had become very long and steady. This indicated that he was either asleep or in deep cultivation. Lin Xiao made his move. He instantly charged into the room, his battle blade slashing out fiercely. Gale blade technique, gale after image. In an instant, the room was filled with blade shadows, and the terrifying blade chi shot out along with them, directly striking the figure on the bed. At that moment, Lord Ningguang was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating with his eyes closed. He had never expected to be ambushed. In an instant, his hair stood on end, and he abruptly opened his eyes, only to see the blade chi already before him. Who? Lord Ningguang roared, unable to defend in time. In the blink of an eye, he could only twist his body desperately to dodge the blade. With a sharp hiss, a razor-sharp blade aura flashed, blood splattered, and an arm flew through the air. Prince Ning's arm was severed in an instant, his face twisted in agony. You must be the mysterious expert from Qinguang sect. Prince Ning asked, both shocked and furious. Seeing Lin Xiao draw his blade again, he instantly grabbed the sword at his side and shot upward, piercing straight through the roof. With a bang, Lin Xiao followed closely, also reaching the rooftop. He swung his war blade, sending thousands of sword auras like a raging storm, tearing through the air. Tempest of blade. The intangible blade momentum, as if the very force of heaven and earth, swept out. Zishuan sword shield. Prince Ning's long sword danced so densely that it formed a shield of sword light 1 zhang high before him. Clang! 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 Each blade aura struck the sword shield, shattering continuously as Prince Ning was forced backward step by step. At this moment, the cultivation level Prince Ning displayed was actually at the 5th level of the spirit transformation stage. However, due to Lin Xiao's successful ambush that cost him an arm, his face was pale and he could barely hold on. An assassin? Protect Prince Ning. Quick, quick! At this moment, the entire city lord's mansion was roused, and a large number of guards and soldiers rushed in. Chop! Lin Xiao stamped his foot, directly shattering the rooftop, and lunged forward, arriving right before Prince Ning. The war blade in his hand came crashing down toward Prince Ning's head, unleashing the full force of his cultivation and the physical power of the brute ox body. The heavy, powerful strike slammed into the Zishuan sword shield. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out. Terrifying force erupted between them. The sword shield shattered. Lin Xiao was knocked back 2 steps, while Prince Ning was sent stumbling back more than 10 steps. Seizing the momentum, he leaped down from the rooftop. Lin Xiao wanted to pursue Prince Ning, but by now the rear courtyard had flooded with guards and soldiers, quickly surrounding Prince Ning in their midst. Outside the city lord's mansion, large numbers of soldiers were also rushing toward it. Swoosh! 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 Countless arrows shot toward Lin Xiao on the rooftop. Lin Xiao slashed away the incoming arrows and declared loudly, Prince Ning, withdraw your troops. I will soon pay a personal visit to the imperial capital. You'd better protect your true emperor well. With that, Lin Xiao leaped into the air, bounding across several rooftops in a few strides, and flew out of the city lord's mansion, disappearing into the night. Seeing Lin Xiao leave, Prince Ning spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already sustained serious internal injuries. Prince Ning, Your Highness! The guards and soldiers were greatly alarmed when they saw Prince Ning spitting blood. Such a sharp blade technique, such formidable power. Prince Ning murmured to himself, his eyes slightly reddened as he stared at the disappearing figure. And that blade momentum. He was deeply shocked. The intruder's cultivation was even a level lower than his, yet he couldn't defeat him. Blade momentum. This was a profound heavenly earth momentum that only extremely talented geniuses could possibly comprehend at the spirit transformation stage. Throughout the entire Chu Kingdom, those who had comprehended momentum probably numbered fewer than the fingers on one hand. It seemed that eradicating Qingguang's sect this time would be very difficult. Moreover, he was actually going to the imperial capital. Was he planning to assassinate the great Chu emperor? If he reached the capital, with his speed and strength, he might very well succeed in the assassination. It seems I must return to the imperial capital. Prince Ning thought to himself. This time, he had suffered serious injuries, lost an arm, and his strength was greatly diminished. It would take at least half a month for his injuries to recover. For now, wiping out Qingguang's sect was impossible. This mysterious Qingguang sect expert might really go to assassinate the Chu emperor, so he must return early and make thorough preparations. As expected, it failed. Lin Xiao walked across the wilderness, letting out a long sigh. He had already left Tianyuan City. Although the city gates were closed at night, the tall walls of Tianyuan City could not stop him. He leaped over them with ease. Just now, if he had continued his attack, there might have been a chance of success. However, Prince Ning was extremely powerful. Even after losing an arm, he could still fight fiercely. If Lin Xiao were surrounded, it would be quite risky. Lin Xiao was unwilling to take risks, so he simply withdrew. When I return, I must cultivate an earth-rank martial art. He thought to himself. If he had been practicing a higher-level martial art, he could have killed Prince Ning with one strike. How could he have failed to take him down? In the end, the martial arts he practiced were too low level. No matter how deeply he cultivated them, their ceiling was not high enough. When he returned, he must acquire several higher-level martial arts. The next morning, as Lin Xiao was approaching the foot of Qingguang sect, he noticed a group of Qingguang sect disciples carrying bundles, walking toward the sect. These were all outer disciples who had fled Qingguang sect some time ago, and now they were returning. Obviously, they had heard that the Crimson Flame army had been defeated, so they came back to Qingguang sect. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then quickly walked over and joined them. Junior uncle. A thin disciple asked in surprise upon seeing Lin Xiao. Greetings, junior uncle. The other 5 or 6 disciples also called out in unison. Are you returning to the sect? Lin Xiao asked knowingly. Although he was somewhat annoyed at these deserters, he didn't hold it against them. Yes. I heard that our Qingguang sect has a mysterious expert who single-handedly repelled 100,000 Crimson Flame soldiers, so we came back. The thin disciple said seriously, showing no shame for his earlier cowardice. Then he looked Lin Xiao up and down and said with a smirk, Junior uncle, I never expected that even someone as special as you would flee Qingguang sect ahead of time, just like us. Tisk, tisk, tisk. He shook his head and made a scornful sound. Hearing this, the others' gazes toward Lin Xiao changed. They were just ordinary outer disciples. It was acceptable for them to look out for themselves. But you, Lin Xiao, were the disciple of the former sect leader and the junior brother of the current sect leader. How could you run away? How could you have the face? They were all quite contemptuous of this junior uncle in their hearts, but on the surface, they remained polite. My cultivation is inferior to yours. What use would I be staying? Lin Xiao said indifferently, unconcerned by the others' stares. He cared about Qingguang sect. But what he truly cared about was only this mountain gate and a few people within it such as Long Rolling, Long Yumi, and others. As for the others, Lin Xiao didn't care at all. That's true. The thin disciple nodded, not mocking him further. After all, they were returning to Qingguang sect, and Lin Xiao was still their junior uncle. It wouldn't be good to offend him. Then, the group chatted as they walked back to Qingguang sect. Soon, they all arrived at Qingguang sect. At this moment, the sect was much livelier than a few days ago, with disciples returning every day. After parting with the others, Lin Xiao went to the library pavilion. Inside, it was utterly silent, with only the library pavilion elder dozing off. Lin Xiao, you're back. The moment Lin Xiao stepped into the library pavilion elder instantly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his murky pupils. Yes, senior uncle. Lin Xiao nodded. What are you doing here? I'm looking for suitable martial arts techniques. Lin Xiao said with a smile. With that, Lin Xiao walked over to the bookshelf not far away to browse and select martial arts manuals. At that moment, the elder in charge of the scripture pavilion followed, glancing around as if he were a thief, looking somewhat comical. He raised his hand and grasped Lin Xiao's arm, squeezing it firmly. Then his body trembled slightly as he lowered his voice and asked, Lin Xiao, my boy, tell your senior uncle, when did you reach the spirit transformation realm? Eh? Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had used the concealment technique to hide his cultivation at the second level of qi condensation, yet the other had seen through it. Moreover, the other had not even used true qi or true essence to probe into his body. Don't pretend. The others in Qinguang sect don't know, but I do. The scripture pavilion elder raised his chin, a gleam of pride flashing in his eyes. All right, senior uncle, how did you figure it out? Lin Xiao admitted directly and asked curiously. Is it really you? The scripture pavilion elder's eyes widened instantly. In truth, he wasn't certain it was Lin Xiao. He had just been bluffing. He had been in charge of the scripture pavilion for over 20 years, recording the borrowing records of almost everyone's martial arts. Thus, he could find out which techniques everyone had learned. Everyone was curious about the mysterious powerhouse who had saved their Qinguang sect. Who exactly was he? Many inquisitive individuals were secretly investigating. The scripture pavilion elder was no exception. So he also conducted an investigation. First, almost everyone knew that the mysterious powerhouse had practiced the swift wind blade technique and the phantom step. Then, he also examined the corpse of the eunuch general, Sui Rong. From the residual true essence aura on the corpse, it was most likely the true essence cultivated from the true illumination art. Others might not be able to tell, but having managed the scripture pavilion for over 20 years, he could identify the true qi or true essence aura of every cultivation technique in the sect by careful examination. Subsequently, the scripture pavilion elder searched for all those who had simultaneously practiced the true illumination art, swift wind blade technique, and phantom step over the past 20 years. The number was considerable. Over 100 people had practiced these three techniques in the past 20 years. Among these 100, many were still in Qinguang sect, serving as elders or stewards, but their cultivation levels clearly did not match. Some of them had already died. After eliminating those who did not fit, only a dozen or so remained. Among these dozen, Lin Xiao was one. Yet even so, the scripture pavilion elder did not believe that the powerhouse was Lin Xiao. After all, Lin Xiao had only learned the phantom step half a month ago. How could he have mastered it in such a short time? Thus, he had squeezed Lin Xiao's arm just now. He immediately sensed that Lin Xiao's bones were like steel and his skin and sinews were tough. This was the result of cultivating the breast bull body to the 6th or even 7th layer. At this moment, the scripture pavilion elder was 80% certain. It's me, Lin Xiao said with a helpless smile. You boy, the genius. The scripture pavilion elder was excited. Since his decline in blood qi and strength due to hidden injuries and old ailments, he had never been so thrilled as today. Then, he said somewhat angrily, that boy Yun Yi actually arranged for you to guard the cemetery at the back mountain. What a waste of talent. Senior uncle, please don't spread this. The back mountain is fine. There are no constraints, and I can cultivate quietly on my own. Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. Why are you hiding your strength? The scripture pavilion elder was puzzled. A young man in his early 20s, at the prime of life, full of vigor and ambition, why would he conceal his abilities? I don't like too much attention. Lin Xiao made a casual excuse, then added, Senior uncle, can you promise to keep it a secret for me? All right. The scripture pavilion elder nodded helplessly and said, since you don't want others to know, I will keep my mouth shut. By the way, senior uncle, there is an earth-grade martial art in our Qinguang sect that seems not to be in the scripture pavilion. Do you have it? Can I practice it? Lin Xiao looked at him eagerly. Ha, of course I do. The scripture pavilion elder laughed heartily and said, that is the sect's ultimate martial art. Only the sect leader and elders at the spirit transformation realm are qualified to practice it. Now you can certainly practice it too. With that, the scripture pavilion elder walked to the depths of the pavilion, and from a hidden compartment, he took out an ancient beast hide. Take it. Just remember to return it to me. The scripture pavilion elder directly handed the beast hide to Lin Xiao. Thank you, senior uncle. Lin Xiao cupped his hand slightly, took the beast hide, and looked up. It was an earth-grade lower-rank technique named the limitless mystic art. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. With this earth-grade technique, his strength would surely soar. Senior uncle, I'll look at some more. Stuffing the beast hide into his bosom, Lin Xiao continued to browse other martial arts, biting off more than you can chew. The scripture pavilion elder was about to stop him, but thinking of how Lin Xiao had mastered the phantom step and brass bull body to such a high level in such a short time, he immediately shut his mouth. Soon, Lin Xiao selected 2 more martial arts, a human-grade superior fist technique, the Raging Sea Mad Fist, and a human-grade superior body tempering technique, the Spirit Bone Forging art. Cultivating a fist technique would increase his attack options. As for body tempering, the brass bull body had reached perfection, but it was not powerful enough. However, Qinguang sect had no earth-grade body tempering techniques. Therefore, Lin Xiao decided to practice another human-grade superior body tempering technique to see if there would be any stacking effects. Afterwards, Lin Xiao took his leave of the scripture pavilion elder and returned to the back mountain cemetery. This boy might one day become famous across Wind province, even the entire southern domain. Our Qinguang sect will flourish. The scripture pavilion elder felt somewhat emotional. The state of Chu had never produced such a genius. Even on the vast lands of Wind province, he would be considered a top-tier prodigy. Thinking back, he too had once roamed the Wind province, but after being severely wounded by someone, he had returned to Qinguang sect. As the scripture pavilion elder's thoughts drifted, another person arrived at the pavilion. Elder Mao, could you please check the records for me again? Yi Qiudia looked at the scripture pavilion elder, bowed slightly, and said respectfully. The scripture pavilion elder's surname was Mao, and the disciples of Qinguang sect generally called him Elder Mao. You girl, didn't you already check a few days ago? The scripture pavilion elder rolled his eyes. Hee, last time I wasn't thorough enough. This time, please show me all the records from the past 20 years. A slight smile appeared on Yi Qiudian's face. There's nothing to find, it's impossible to figure out. The scripture pavilion elder waved his hand. Elder Mao, Grandmaster, please, I'll massage your shoulders. With a fawning expression, Yi Qiudia quickly walked behind him and began kneading his shoulders. Not bad. Elder Mao squinted his eyes in comfort. After a moment, he handed several thick ledgers to Yi Qiudia. Here, take a look. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yi Qiudia was delighted, quickly took the ledgers, and began examining them. Girl Yi, since you couldn't find anything last time, what's the use of checking again? Elder Mao asked calmly. He didn't mind whether she would uncover Lin Xiao, because the records revealed nothing. First, Lin Xiao's true illumination art and swift wind blade technique were both taught by the former sect leader Zhang Yuanhong, and there were no records of them here. Second, the only records concerning Lin Xiao were the phantom step and brass bull body from half a month ago. No one would believe that someone could master the phantom step in such a short time. Even if Zhang Yunli were to practice it, it would take at least a year or 2 to reach a high level. As for the limitless mystic art, Raging Sea Mad Fist, and Spirit Bone Forging art that Lin Xiao had just taken, he had not recorded them at all. Grandmaster, you may not know, but last night, the mysterious powerhouse who helped our Qinguang sect went to Tianyuan City, raided the city lord's mansion, and wounded the Prince of Ning. Yi Qiudia said solemnly. What? Elder Mao was startled upon hearing this. He naturally knew of the Prince of Ning, who had become famous throughout the state of Chu decades ago. His current cultivation was at least at the 4th level of spirit transformation, possibly even the 5th or 6th level. Such a powerful Prince of Ning was wounded by that boy Lin Xiao. Now, the Prince of Ning has led the Crimson Flame Army to withdraw from Tianyuan City, presumably heading back to the imperial capital of Chu. As Yi Qiudia examined the ledger, she said, that mysterious powerhouse even declared that he would personally visit the imperial capital in a while to see the Emperor of Chu. Elder Mao frowned slightly upon hearing this. That boy Lin Xiao was being too reckless. The imperial capital was the stronghold of the royal family, with many experts, extremely tight defenses, and hundreds of thousands of heavy troops. Even with Lin Zhao's current strength, going to the imperial capital would be life-threatening. Grandmaster, I just want to know now, is that mysterious powerhouse truly from our Qinguang sect? Which senior is he? Yi Qiudia said helplessly. Take your time checking. Elder Mao nodded slightly, but in his mind, he was pondering how much risk Lin Xiao would face if he went to the imperial capital. However, thinking of how Lin Xiao had practiced the phantom step and brass bull body to such an advanced level in such a short time, now that he had obtained the limitless mystic art and the other 2 techniques, his strength might reach a new level in a while. By then, the risk would be considerably less. But he still needed to warn him. After a long while, Yi Qiudiu returned several account books to Elder Mao. She had already identified a few individuals in her mind, all of whom were senior figures who had left the Qingguang sect over a decade ago. As for who exactly it was, further investigation would be required. Yi girl, it seems your junior grand-uncle has returned, Elder Mao said calmly. Oh. Yi Qiudiu's expression remained indifferent, showing little reaction. In the past few days, 7 or 8 elders and over 200 disciples had successively returned to the sect. It was perfectly normal for the junior grand-uncle to return. Yi girl, your junior grand-uncle lives alone in the back mountain, quite lonely. When you have nothing to do, you can visit him often. Elder Ma said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiudiu frowned slightly and shook her head. I'd better not disturb junior grand-uncle in his cultivation. Junior sister will visit him often. In her heart, Yi Qiudiu actually held some disdain for Lin Xiao. It was not because of his poor talent or low cultivation. Rather, it was because during this crisis of the Qingguang sect, she, her senior brother, and junior sister had all refused to leave, resolved to live or die with the sect. Yet that junior grand-uncle, someone who had grown up in the Qingguang sect and was the sole junior disciple of their master, could actually abandon the sect and leave. How could it be a disturbance? If Lin girl's cultivation is low, and yours is higher, you can often go to instruct Lin Xiao. Elder Mao said with a broad smile, a strange glint in his eyes. All right, Grandmaster, I will. Seeing Elder Mao smile, Yi Qiudiu couldn't help but feel chill. With her talent, she had no desire to get too close to someone like Lin Xiao. After casually brushing it off, she hurriedly left. Yi girl, Grandmaster is doing this to help you. Whether you can seize the opportunity is up to you. Watching Yi Qiudiu's departing figure, Elder Mao thought to himself. This Yi Qiudiu was the most beautiful female disciple in the Qingguang sect. Her appearance was not inferior to Zhang Ruoling's. The key difference was that Zhang Ruoling was somewhat naive, while Yi Qiudiu was more mature. Moreover, Yi Qiudiu had a voluptuous figure, ample bosom, slender waist, and curvaceous hips, well suited for bearing children. Such charms should be most appealing to a young man like Lin Xiao. If Yi Qiudiu could bear Lin Xiao a child or two, that would forever tie Lin Jiao's heart to the Qingguang sect. Elder Mao thought far ahead. Lin Jiao's talent was too formidable. In a few years, he might leave the Qingguang sect. As for whether he would return in the future and how much he would give back to the Qingguang sect, that would depend on the sect's place in Lin Jiao's heart and how many attachments he had within it. The matter of the Qingguang sect's mysterious expert injuring Prince Ning in Tianyuan City was not only known to the Qingguang sect but also to the various forces gathered in Tianyuan City. Unsurprisingly, this news spread like a hurricane across the land of Chu. In an instant, countless people were once again shocked. Who exactly was the mysterious expert aiding the Qingguang sect? How powerful was his cultivation? This became the talk of the entire Chu kingdom, a hot topic among countless martial artists over tea and meals. Then, news spread that the Qingguang sect's mysterious expert had publicly declared he would go to the imperial capital to assassinate the emperor of Chu. This message completely detonated the billions of people in Chu. The royal family was the hegemon of Chu, having ruled for over 800 years. When had anyone ever dared to openly declare an assassination attempt on the emperor of Chu? This was unprecedented. It must be known that Chu not only had a profound foundation but was also a vassal state of the Chongfeng Empire, the sole empire on the Fengshou continent, intricately connected to the Chongfeng Empire. Openly attempting to assassinate the emperor of Chu, how was that different from seeking death? For a time, regardless of whether the mysterious expert would actually carry out the assassination, various forces in Chu sent people to the imperial capital to await developments. Qingguang sect. In a pavilion atop a mountain peak, Zhang Yumi and the Grand Elder sat facing each other. Grand Elder, do you think that senior will really go to the imperial capital to assassinate the emperor of Chu? Zhang Yumi asked with a solemn expression. Perhaps he will. Grand Elder Gangfeng sighed and continued. If this senior is merely trying to lull the royal family into a false sense of security, making them temporarily refrain from besieging our Qingguang sect, it seems meaningless. It can delay for a while, but not forever. This senior, for the sake of our Qingguang sect, is willing to make such an enemy of the royal family. Our Qingguang sect cannot stand idly by. Zhang Yuni said with a serious expression. You mean, we also go to the imperial capital to lend a hand to that senior? The Grand Elder's face grew solemn. Exactly. Zhang Yuni nodded. Recently, the other three major sects have been sending messages to form an alliance with our Qingguang sect. Combining the strength of our four sects, plus that senior, it's not impossible to contend with the royal family. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder fell silent in thought. He had already known about the three other sects' intention to form an alliance. Recently, experts from the three sects had been constantly sending messages to inquire about the identity of the mysterious expert, also expressing their willingness to ally with the Qingguang sect. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. In recent years, Chu had been suppressing not only the Qingguang sect but also the other three major sects. Once the Qingguang sect was destroyed, they would be next. Previously, the three sects felt they were powerless against the royal family and naturally did not dare to interfere in the Crimson Flame Army's siege of the Qingguang sect, only preparing to flee Chu. But now, with the mysterious expert's aid, the Qingguang sect first repelled the 100,000-strong Crimson Flame Army, then wounded one of the royal family's hidden assets, Prince Ning. Thus, the other three sects now immediately felt that if they joined forces with the four sects, they would have a chance to resist the royal family. With that expert present, combined with our four sects' strength, it is indeed possible to withstand the royal family. However, gaining entry into the imperial capital will not be easy. The Grand Elder said. The experts of their four sects were all key targets of the royal family. Once they entered the capital, they might face a devastating purge. Let me contact the other three sects and finalize the alliance. Then, some experts from our four sects can disguise themselves and infiltrate the capital, acting according to circumstances. Zhang Yun's eyes blazed with determination. If that senior does not make a move, we naturally need not act. But once he does, we will support him. Agreed. The Grand Elder nodded. Imperial capital, the palace. In a quiet hall, wisps of smoke curled upward. The Emperor of Chu and Prince Ning sat facing each other. Uncle, how is your injury? The Emperor asked with a grave expression. It is no longer serious. Prince Ning shook his head and cautioned, Your Majesty, he will surely come. You must be cautious. If he dares to come, I will tear him to pieces. A sharp murderous intent burst forth from the Emperor's eyes. His fists were clenched tightly, trembling slightly from the overwhelming fury within. In 800 years of Chu's founding, when had it ever suffered such a supreme humiliation? The Crimson Flame Army had sustained heavy losses. Multiple spiritual transformation realm experts were killed. Prince Ning had lost an arm, and the enemy had even vowed to come to the capital to assassinate him, the Emperor of Chu. Utterly arrogant. If he did not kill the enemy, the Chu royal family and he, the Emperor of Chu, would lose all face. This person's strength, before I was injured, should be on par with mine. If not for his ambush, how could it have come to this? Prince Ning sighed helplessly. He had been too careless. Who would have thought the enemy would be bold enough to ambush him at the city lord's mansion? Rest assured, uncle. I have made thorough preparations. Moreover, I have contacted the Chongfeng Empire. The Chongfeng Martial Academy will send experts to assist. They should arrive in the capital soon. The Emperor of Chu said with full confidence. Chongfeng Martial Academy. Upon hearing this, Prince Ning was completely at ease. The Chongfeng Martial Academy was the foremost martial academy of the Chongfeng Empire and the most renowned martial sacred ground in the entire Fengshu continent. Geniuses and experts emerged there in endless succession. Prince Ning himself, in his youth, had once joined the Chongfeng Martial Academy, but due to insufficient talent, he was only there for 3 years before being eliminated. Time passed swiftly. Lin Xiao's days at the rear mountain cemetery continued as placidly as ever. Apart from Zhang Rolling, who visited him once more after learning of his return, no one else came. On this day, within the creation space, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, and a murky breath shot from his mouth like a sharp arrow. The ultimate mystery art is truly formidable, far more powerful than the true Ming art. Lin Xiao sighed with emotion. Now, his cultivation had broken through once more, reaching the 5th level of the spiritual transformation realm. Moreover, practicing the ultimate mystery art rendered his true essence purer, more condensed, and vastly superior in quality. First, cultivate the heavenly spirit bone forging art, then the raging sea fist. Lin Xiao rested for a moment before resuming training. The brute ox body he had trained before was a body tempering technique that balanced strength and defense, primarily refining muscles, tendons, and skin. The heavenly spirit bone forging art focused on tempering bones and sinews, enhancing his physical strength. Lin Xiao channeled his true essence, attaching it to his bones and sinews, allowing it to permeate and continuously refine them. The heavenly spirit bone forging art, like the earlier technique, had 7 layers. Lin Xiao had already reached the 6th layer, nearing the final one. His physical strength, originally 64,000 jin, had increased to 100,000 jin. 3 days later, after breakfast, Lin Xiao arrived at the scripture pavilion. He returned the beast hide that recorded the ultimate mystery art to Elder Ma. Lin Xiao, are you planning to go to the Imperial City? Seeing no one else in the pavilion, Elder Ma asked in a low voice. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded. I must caution you, the Imperial City is no ordinary place. Do not take risks lightly. It would be fine to simply hold fast at Qingguang sect. Elder Ma warned him. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and asked, Uncle Master, is there anyone in the royal family stronger than Prince Ning? He had now reached the 5th level of the spiritual transformation realm, and his pure physical strength had reached nearly 140,000 jin. He had also cultivated the earth-grade technique. Moreover, he had mastered the Raging Sea Fist, a top-tier human-grade technique far stronger than the Dual Blade technique, to the transcendent realm. In short, his current strength was at least 5 to 6 times greater than when he was in Tianyao City. He no longer feared the royal family. Prince Ning, who had shaken the world for decades, was likely the peak powerhouse of the royal family. I'm not sure about that, perhaps there are, but they probably won't be much stronger than Prince Ning. Elder Ma shook his head and continued, but that's not important. What matters is that the royal family has deep ties with the Changfeng Empire. The Changfeng Empire. Lin Xiao's heart sank. He knew of the Changfeng Empire, of course. It was one of the dominant powers in Fengshou, the suzerain state of the Chu Kingdom. I understand. Lin Xiao nodded and took his leave. Returning to the rear mountain, he packed his things, grabbed his war blade, and leaped from a cliff hundreds of feet high, leaving Qingguang sect behind. No matter what connections the Chu Kingdom and the Changfeng Empire had, he would go to the Imperial City, make the royal family tremble, and ensure they never dared to attack Qingguang sect again. If he didn't go, this matter would never be resolved. The royal family would surely come to besiege the sect again. Lin Xiao traveled at a steady pace, heading straight for the Imperial City. Before nightfall, he arrived at a large city and entered an ordinary inn. His silver was meager, still from what Zhang Ruoling had given him before, so he couldn't afford any luxurious inn. He rented a room, ordered 2 small dishes and a pot of wine, and sat down in the main hall. The main hall was crowded with diners, the noise loud, leaving only one empty table. That mysterious expert from Qingguang sect doesn't dare to go to the Imperial City at all. It's been over 10 days, and he still hasn't shown up. He's just trying to divert the royal family's attention. Not necessarily. That mysterious expert from Qingguang sect is incredibly powerful. Why would he lie? I've heard that this mysterious expert is Long Yuanhong, the former sect master of Qingguang sect. Nonsense. Zhang Yuanhong died long ago. In the main hall, many diners were discussing the mysterious expert from Qingguang sect, each voicing their own opinions. Soon, the food and wine arrived, and Lin Xiao drank alone. Young master, would you mind if we share your table? At that moment, a young man and a young woman approached Lin Xiao. The man looked about 21 or 22, tall and sturdy, dressed in a blue robe. The woman appeared around 24 or 25, with a lovely face, fair skin, and a slightly full figure. She wore a blue tight-fitting outfit, her hair tied high in a bun, a sword at her waist, a picture of heroic grace. It was this woman who had spoken. Sure. Lin Xiao nodded. Then the man and woman sat down at Lin Xiao's table. The man cupped his hands and introduced himself. I am Liang Qi, from the Liang family of Jinyang City. This is my elder sister, Liang Long. Xiao Ling. Lin Xiao also cupped his hands, giving a false name without mentioning his origin. He had heard of the Liang family of Jinyang City, a second-rate power in the Chu Kingdom, second only to the 4 great sects. Are you also heading to the Imperial City? Liang Qi sized up Lin Xiao and asked in a deep voice. You as well? Lin Xiao replied calmly. Yes, my sister and I are both on our way to the Imperial City, hoping to catch a glimpse of that mysterious expert from Qingguang sect. Liang Qi nodded. At this, the woman smiled and said, Young master, daring to travel alone all the way to the Imperial City, you must be quite skilled in martial arts. Not bad. Lin Xiao said noncommittally. Liang Long and Liang Qi exchanged glances. The young man before them, upon hearing they were from the Liang family, remained expressionless, suggesting he came from a relatively powerful background. Could it be that you, young master, also wished to go to the imperial city to witness the magnificence of that mysterious expert from Qinguang sect. Yang Lang continued to inquire. Likewise, Lin Xiao said with a faint smile. The two of them were heading to the imperial city, presumably because of his plan to challenge the Chu emperor. Moreover, Lin Xiao was certain that quite a few people had been traveling to the imperial city these days. His defeat of the 100,000 Crimson Flame army and Prince Ning, and his challenge to the Chu emperor's authority, this was nothing short of a magnitude 12 earthquake for the Chu kingdom. Since we are heading the same way, why not travel together tomorrow? Yang Qi said cheerfully. He wasn't worried that Lin Xiao might be a villain, as both siblings were quite advanced in cultivation. Among the younger generation in the Chu kingdom, only a few top inner disciples from the four great sects could possibly defeat them. All right. Lin Xiao didn't refuse. With two companions, the journey wouldn't be boring, and he might learn some information he didn't know. Given his strength, he had no fear of the two harming him. Subsequently, the three drank together, eating and chatting. The siblings were very talkative. Naturally, the topic was the mysterious expert from Qinguang sect, the shockwaves he had sent through the various factions of the Chu kingdom, and the reactions from all sides. Lin Xiao mostly listened to them, occasionally chiming in. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin Xiao parted ways with the two and returned to his room to rest. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the three prepared to set out. However, the young siblings each rode a fast horse with beast blood, while Lin Xiao had no horse. Brother Xiao, the imperial city is over 4,000 li away. You're planning to travel on foot? Yang Qi was speechless. Even if you were at the Meridian opening realm, a journey this far would take you 7 or 8 days. Ha, then. Perhaps you two go on ahead? Lin Xiao said with slight embarrassment. Young Master Xiao, you can ride my horse. My brother and I will share a mount. Yang Lang said. Since they had agreed to travel together, they couldn't just abandon him now, could they? Thank you, Miss Liang Lang. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. After that, the three set off on two horses, galloping toward the imperial city. The demon blood horses were fast. They traveled by day and rested at night. In just 3 days, they reached the imperial city. From afar, Lin Xiao saw a vast ancient city, its walls over 20 zhang high, like a colossal beast crouching on the ground. Before the city gate, over 1,000 soldiers stood guard, while countless more soldiers in black armor lined the walls. Imperial city, I have come. Chu emperor, are you ready? Lin Xiao murmured in his heart. At this moment, a long queue stretched before the city gate. Every person entering the imperial city was subject to strict inspection. Among those waiting in line were no few martial artists carrying swords and other weapons. It seems the imperial city has been quite lively these past few days, Yang Qi said with a smile. The mysterious powerhouse from Qinguang sect coming to the imperial city, if we look at it narrowly, it is a challenge to choose royal authority. On a broader scale, it could reshape the entire political landscape of Chu. Naturally, it would draw people from all factions. Reshape Chu's political landscape? Sister, surely not. Yang Qi expressed his surprise. That depends on the strength of that senior from Qinguang sect. Liang Lang shook her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and turned to Lin Xiao. Little brother Xiao, what do you think? Indeed, if the royal family cannot suppress that powerhouse this time, how can they maintain authority over the entire Chu kingdom in the future? Lin Xiao nodded and replied. Through several days of companionship, the three had grown much closer. Liang Lan's address for Lin Xiao had shifted from young Master Xiao to little brother Xiao. You are underestimating the royal family. Liang Qi shook his head with a laugh, then said, let us queue up and wait to enter. The three led their horses to the back of the line. While the city inspection was strict, there were also many loopholes. The general overseeing the inspection and his soldiers were particularly thorough only with middle-aged and elderly individuals. For young men and women, the scrutiny was far more lenient. Perhaps the royal family believed that such a formidable powerhouse from Qinguang sect could not possibly be a youth. Yet Lin Xiao remained exceptionally cautious, employing his breath-concealing technique to its utmost limit to mask his cultivation as merely at the first layer of the Tongman realm. It took over an hour before the three finally passed the inspection and entered the imperial city without incident. The imperial city proved worthy of its status as the heart of Chu, broad streets teeming with carriages and horse-drawn vehicles, crowds flowing endlessly. They say that mysterious powerhouse from Qinguang sect was born in a remote mountain village, joined the sect 40 years ago, possessed extraordinary talent, yet his existence was kept hidden from the world, never disclosed. This powerhouse reached the Hualing realm 30 years ago and became the sect's supreme elder 20 years prior, his martial arts unmatched throughout Qinguang sect. Passing by a tea house, the storyteller's voice drifted out to Lin Xiao's ears, leaving him somewhat exasperated. What nonsense was this? The tale was told with such vivid detail. Afterwards, the three found an inn to stay at and spent the day exploring the imperial city together. Boom! 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 Qinggui Tai is opening a book, don't miss it if you pass by. As Lin Xiao and the others walked past a large shop, they saw drums and gongs blaring outside, the scene bustling with excitement. Upon entering, they discovered the shop had set up betting odds. Anyone could place a wager on the mysterious powerhouse from Qinguang sect. 3 options were available. First, that the mysterious powerhouse from Qinguang sect would not come to the imperial city at all. Second, he would arrive but be killed by the royal family. Third, he would come but escape unscathed. The betting window closed in 3 days with odds of 1 to 2. Interesting. Liang Long smiled and asked the manager, why is the deadline only 3 days? The manager explained, originally it was half a month, but 12 days have already passed, so naturally only 3 remain. Why was it originally half a month? Liang Long asked curiously. Who knows when that Qinguang sect powerhouse will arrive? We cannot simply wait forever, can we? The manager shook his head and continued, therefore, the original deadline was set to coincide with His Majesty the Chu Emperor's birthday. Now, with only 3 days remaining until His Majesty's 50th birthday celebration. With a grin, the manager added, might I suggest the 3 of you place a wager? Bet on the first option, and you will profit greatly in 3 days. Only 3 days left. Then it is practically a sure win. Liang Qi became interested and immediately went to place his bet. After all, over 10 days had already passed without the Qinguang sect powerhouse arriving, making the likelihood of his appearance within the remaining 3 days quite small. Moreover, with the Chu Emperor's birthday approaching, security measures would undoubtedly be heightened. Even if that Qinguang sect powerhouse did arrive, he would likely not choose to strike at such a heavily guarded time. He would instead lie low and wait for a more opportune moment to make his move. Little brother Xiao, won't you place a bet? Yang Long glanced at Lin Xiao. No interest. But I think brother Yang may lose. Lin Xiao shrugged. Without needing to guess, he knew Yang Qi would definitely wager on the first option. How can you tell? Yang Long looked surprised. Intuition, Lin Xiao smiled. Little brother Xiao, I find you somewhat different from others. You carry quite an air of mystery. Liang Long rested her arm on Lin Xiao's shoulder, her water-like eyes radiating a captivating smile. How can you tell? Intuition. Mimicking Lin Xiao's tone, she repeated the same answer, then chuckled softly. After leaving the shop, the 3 strolled around the imperial city for a while before returning to their inn. Night fell. The moon shone like a silver disk amid a sky full of stars. Lin Xiao donned his mask, flashed forward in a blur, and leapt from the window. 2 bounds later, he had vanished from the inn undetected. Before long, he arrived near the imperial palace. Tonight's purpose was primarily to scout the palace's layout and security arrangements. Whoosh! Lin Xiao darted into the palace grounds, relying on his lightning-fast movement techniques to evade the numerous imperial guards and patrolling soldiers. After wandering through the palace for half an hour, Lin Xiao returned to the inn. He had not located the Chu Emperor. He decided to wait until the Emperor's birthday in 3 days before making his move. Over these past days, despite traveling by day and resting by night, his cultivation had not faltered. He was drawing close to the 6th layer of the Hualing realm. Once he broke through, his power would surge dramatically. By then, even if the palace were filled with armies, nothing could stop him. He would confront the Chu Emperor and the royal family head-on, with no need for covert assassination. For the next 3 days, Lin Xiao stayed indoors, focusing entirely on his cultivation rather than venturing out with the young siblings. Early on the 3rd morning, he successfully broke through to the 6th layer of the Hualing realm, his strength surging once again. I hear the Emperor's birthday banquet has already begun. It is time for me to act. At dusk, Lin Xiao grabbed his blade and left the inn, striding steadily toward the imperial palace. Arriving near the palace, Lin Xiao vanished in a flash and slipped back inside the imperial grounds. Today marked the 50th birthday of the Chu Emperor. The palace was adorned with lanterns and banners. A brilliant red carpet stretched from the palace gates across the vast white jade plaza, where civil and military officials had gathered. Court musicians lined up and played leisurely melodies. Hundreds of banquet tables displayed an array of delicacies from land and sea, magnificent and abundant. May your majesty enjoy boundless longevity, immortal for 1,000 autumns. May your majesty enjoy boundless longevity, immortal for 1,000 autumns. After presenting their gifts, the assembled officials knelt in unison and shouted in chorus. Upon the imperial throne above, the Chu emperor sat robed in crimson dragon silk, his countenance commanding. Rise, my ministers, the Chu emperor gestured. The emperor of Chu sat upon his throne, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. After a moment of deliberation, his authoritative voice resonated. Recent times have been fraught with turmoil. My ninth prince was brutally slain, the king of Shannon met a gruesome end, the Crimson Flame army suffered a crushing defeat, and worst of all, a brazen fool has openly threatened to assassinate me. The emperor's voice echoed through the hall, forcing every minister to bow their heads in trembling silence. Yet, such a cowardly rat hiding in the shadows could never shake the majesty of my Chu kingdom. Therefore, I shall still host this birthday celebration. The Qingguang sect has dared to rebel and sow chaos, incurring the death penalty 10,000 times. Before long, I will marshal 300,000 troops to annihilate them. All who resist within the Qingguang sect shall have their 9 generations exterminated. The emperor's words were laced with murderous intent, making the entire White Jade Square feel as though the temperature had plummeted. Long life your majesty! Great Chu shall surely triumph! Long life your majesty! Great Chu shall surely triumph! The ministers cheered in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Just then, a young eunuch rushed over in a panic and reported, Your Majesty, the third prince has returned. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then a wave of astonishment spread through the crowd. The third prince had departed Chu Kingdom 8 years ago, heading to the Chongfeng Empire to join the outer court of the Chongfeng Martial Academy. Nobody expected him to return at such a moment. The third boy has returned. The emperor was instantly overjoyed and rose to his feet with excitement. At that moment, at the far end of the red carpet, a young man clad in splendid robes stepped into view. Adorned with a jade crown and a jade-belted sash, he appeared to be in his mid-20s. Tall and imposing, his features were sharp and cold. Trailing behind the young man was a man and a woman. The man bore a sinister countenance, while the woman possessed delicate beauty. Both were dressed in luxurious garments and carried an extraordinary, noble aura. This servant paid his respects to his father emperor, wishing his father emperor eternal life. The young man approached the emperor and immediately bowed deeply. I pay my respects to the emperor of Chu. The man and woman behind him also offered respectful bows with cupped hands. Rise, my third son, the emperor said, raising his hand. He then examined the third prince and his 2 companions before asking, Third boy, might I ask who these 2 are? Your Majesty, these 2 are my senior and junior martial siblings from the Chongfeng Martial Academy. This is senior brother Pan Yun, hailing from the Pan family of the Chongfeng Empire. This is junior sister Yan Yong, the eldest princess of the Yan Kingdom. Both are inner court disciples of the Chongfeng Martial Academy. The third prince introduced them one by one. Inner court disciples? Upon hearing this, the emperor's heart skipped a beat with surprise. He cared little for their noble backgrounds, but an inner court disciple of the Chongfeng Martial Academy was no ordinary distinction. Within the Chongfeng Martial Academy, only those under the age of 30 who had reached the 4th layer of the spiritual transformation realm were permitted entry into the inner court. It was clear that the talent and strength of these 2 were truly exceptional. One could say they were unmatched throughout the entire Chu kingdom. Bring seats. Set up the banquet. The emperor urged hastily. Soon, palace maids and eunuchs arranged a lavish feast for the 2 Chongfeng disciples and the third prince. Third boy, the Chongfeng Martial Academy is exceedingly distant. Why have you returned at this time? The emperor asked with a smile. Reporting to your majesty, upon learning of the events that transpired in our Chu kingdom, while I was at the Chongfeng Martial Academy, senior brother Pan happened to be departing on a mission. Thus, I accompanied junior sister Yan and senior brother Pan back together. The third prince explained. I see. The emperor nodded slightly. Not long ago, he had sent word to the Chongfeng Empire requesting the dispatch of powerful experts. It seemed that Pan Yun was precisely the envoy the Chongfeng Empire had been sending. Judging by his bearing, his cultivation and strength must far surpass that of the Ning Wang. Wait! The emperor suddenly realized something. If the third prince referred to the inner court disciple Yan Yong as his junior sister, could it be that? The emperor was taken aback by these words, and all the civil and military officials present erupted in murmurs of astonishment. Third boy, you have become an inner court disciple. Staring at the third prince in sheer amazement, the emperor thought, an inner court disciple. For 8 centuries of Chu Kingdom's history, when one carefully tallied the numbers, merely a dozen or so individuals had ever joined the inner court of the Chongfeng Martial Academy. In recent times, no one from Chu had managed to gain entry for over a century. Even the emperor himself, let alone the Ning Wang, had once visited the Chongfeng Martial Academy but could only remain in the outer court for a few years, never earning the qualification to enter the inner court. The 9th prince had indeed shown remarkable talent. The emperor had originally planned to send him to the Chongfeng Martial Academy in a couple of years, hoping he would one day qualify for the inner court, only to meet an untimely demise. Yes. The 3rd prince nodded. I underwent a fortuitous encounter, and my cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds over the past 2 years. I have now reached the 5th layer of the spiritual transformation realm. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent in shock. What did the 5th layer of the spiritual transformation realm signify? Possessing such strength meant standing at the absolute pinnacle of the Chu Kingdom. Indeed, even the Ning Wang was merely at the 5th layer of the spiritual transformation realm. Moreover, it was common knowledge that inner court disciples of the Chongfeng Martial Academy were all geniuses, cultivating profound martial arts. Their combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists of the same realm from lesser nations. Ha ha ha, excellent. The emperor was delighted by these words and burst into hearty laughter, his recent gloom instantly dispelled. With a prince possessing such talent and strength, the Chu Kingdom's dominion would be secure, unshakable by any foe. Father Emperor, the mere Qingguang sect poses no real threat. After your birthday banquet concludes tomorrow, senior brother, junior sister, and I shall personally visit them and eradicate the Qingguang sect. The 3rd prince said with a faint smile. Excellent. 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 The emperor's face glowed with joy as he nodded repeatedly. His own 3rd son had reached the 5th layer of the spiritual transformation realm. Surely, his strength was no inferior to that of the Ning Wang. With the addition of a senior and junior brother and sister, this matter would be easily resolved. Especially that Pan Yun, whose piercing gaze instilled a sense of unfathomable depth, his strength must far exceed the 3rd prince's. Afterwards, the emperor swept his gaze across the assembly and proclaimed in a loud voice, My dear ministers, today my 3rd son returns. My spirits are high, and I shall drink heartily with all of you. With that, the emperor raised his wine cup. The 3rd prince's extraordinary talent is a blessing from your majesty and a boon to the Chu Kingdom. The civil and military officials hurriedly began to offer their flattery. In no time, the emperor was thoroughly pleased, and the atmosphere of the birthday banquet reached its zenith. Father Emperor, knowing of your birthday, this servant specially prepared a congratulatory gift for you. The 3rd prince said with a smile, reaching into his robes to retrieve the gift. Just at that moment, an abrupt voice rang out. Emperor of Chu, the Qingguang sect comes to extend congratulations. The indifferent voice, amplified by spiritual energy, became thunderously loud, echoing across the entire white jade square. Instantly, the previously noisy square fell into a pin-drop silence. Everyone looked up, gazing toward the source of the voice. They saw a tall, slender figure wearing a mask, standing poised atop a palace roof some 200 dong away. The next instant, with a series of lightning-quick leaps across several palace rooftops, the newcomer alighted upon the white jade square, coming to a halt 30 zhong from the emperor. An assassin? Guards! Protect your majesty! In an instant, chaos erupted across the white jade square. Swarms of imperial guards flooded in, positioning themselves behind the emperor to form a protective screen, while simultaneously surrounding the intruder. At the same time, several powerful auras surged from various corners of the imperial palace, darting swiftly toward the white jade square. The Ning Wang was among them. These were all the concealed experts of the imperial palace. Emperor of Chu, I have come. Lin Xiao gazed at the emperor with detached indifference, completely disregarding the fact that he was entirely surrounded. Are you the mysterious powerhouse from Qingguang sect? Emperor Chu's face instantly darkened, his icy gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiao, as if trying to see through the mask to the face beneath. Indeed. Lin Xiao nodded. You killed my 9th prince. You killed the prince of Shenang, treasonous and deserving of death. Emperor Chu's eyes gradually turned bloodshot, immense fury and murderous intent surging within his chest. And then? Lin Xiao asked indifferently. He acted only as he pleased. If he wanted to kill, he killed. Kill him. Emperor Chu waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of imperial guards and other experts in the palace prepared to act. Hold on. At this moment, the third prince suddenly spoke. He stood up and walked toward Lin Xiao. The imperial guards immediately made way for the third prince. Kneel and confess your crimes, or today you will find neither life nor death. The third prince said coldly. His expression was as if Lin Xiao was just a piece of meat on his chopping block, to be butchered at will. A powerful aura burst forth from the third prince, like an invisible gale sweeping toward Lin Xiao. The surrounding imperial guards felt this aura, their hearts pounding and breathing difficult. Fool! Lin Xiao, too lazy to waste words, stepped forward and appeared before the third prince. Then he threw a punch at the other's face. Boom! With that punch, the world seemed to echo with the sound of crashing waves, unceasing. You're asking for death? The third prince, enraged, raised his hand and met the punch with a palm, surging with thick yellow true essence. Crack! Lin Xiao's fist struck the third prince's palm, and the sound of bones shattering rang out. The palm shattered, flesh and blood flying. Ah! The third prince had just let out a scream, when Lin Xiao's fist landed on his head. Bam! In an instant, like a watermelon bursting, the third prince's head exploded. The third prince's corpse fell straight to the ground. Silence! The entire white jade square fell into a deathly stillness. Many had not yet reacted. With just one move, the third prince was killed, something no one had expected. Wasn't the mysterious expert from Qingguang sect only able to barely defeat Prince Ning by sneak attack? Shouldn't his strength be on par with Prince Ning's? Everyone was stunned. Even Prince Ning, who had just arrived, was greatly shocked. He felt that the power of Lin Xiao's punch just now was far greater than when they had fought half a month ago. My son! A mournful roar rang out as Emperor Chu cried out in grief. The many imperial guards exchanged glances, momentarily not daring to make a move. Sixth layer of spirit transformation realm, no wonder he can wreak havoc in Chu. At this moment, Pan Yun stood up, his face dark as he stared at Lin Xiao. Just now when Lin Xiao struck, his cultivation aura had been revealed. You dare kill an inner disciple of our Changfeng Martial Academy, you are doomed. There is no place for you in the world. Yan Yang pointed at Lin Xiao, shouting angrily. Then she quickly looked at Pan Yun and said, Senior brother Pan, this man killed senior brother Chu, we must not let him escape. Junior sister Yan, rest assured, he won't escape. Pan Yun nodded, and as he spoke, he put on a pair of black leather gloves. Swish! Pan Yun stomped the ground, his figure shooting toward Lin Xiao like lightning. The immense aura of a peak sixth-layer spirit transformation realm cultivator crashed down like a massive beast. The Imperial Guards hurriedly retreated. This was a battle at the sixth layer of spirit transformation realm. They dared not approach. Die! A sharp shout erupted from Pan Yang's mouth, like a thunderclap. He threw a punch, his fist flashing with blinding golden light. The punch was powerful and as fast as lightning, with strength no less than 200,000 jin, enough to easily collapse a house. You are the one who dies. Lin Xiao did not draw his blade. Instead, he met the punch with his own fist. His steel blade technique was only human-grade upper, while his raging sea fist was human-grade extreme, far more powerful than the blade technique. Rumble! As Lin Xiao threw his punch, the sound of waves crashing against the shore echoed incessantly. The raging sea fist, when cultivated to perfection, produces 9 wave sounds per punch, but Lin Xiao had reached the transformation stage, causing the wave sounds to be continuous. It was accompanied by boundless, surging fist momentum like the ocean. Boom! In an instant, their fists collided. Ah! A cry of pain escaped Pan Yang's mouth, and he stumbled back more than 10 steps, spitting a mouthful of blood. Everyone looked closely and saw that Pan Yang's right arm hung limply, the arm broken with bone fragments exposed. His hand, wrapped in the glove, was completely twisted and bleeding profusely. Strike while the iron is hot. Lin Xiao gave Pan Yun no time to breathe. He stepped close and threw another punch. Bam! Pan Yun followed the third prince's fate. His head exploded, shattered into pieces. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Emperor Chu's bloodshot eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The third prince was killed with 1 punch. Pan Yun was killed with 2 punches. This result was something Emperor Chu had not anticipated and could not accept. Yan Yang was also terrified, her delicate body trembling incessantly. She had thought that senior brother Pan's intervention would kill the masked man, but unexpectedly, he was killed instead. The scene was silent for a moment. Then Emperor Chu immediately roared, "Kill him! Surround and kill him!" Everyone attacked together. "Kill!" Prince Ning bellowed and charged forward first. Several other hidden experts in the palace also rushed forward. Some Imperial Guard commanders, stealing themselves, led a large number of guards to begin the encirclement. "You're asking for death." Lin Xiao's face turned cold. He instantly drew his blade, and a swift blade light tore through the air. Swish! With one stroke, he severed Prince Ning's head, then began a massacre. As his battle blade swung, shadows of the blade multiplied, and countless blade chi scattered through the air. There was no enemy who could withstand even a single exchange. No one could approach him. At this moment, blood splattered across the entire white jade square, with severed limbs and arms flying wildly. Some civil and military officials, terrified, fled in panic, covering their heads. Yan Yang, a disciple of Chongfeng Martial Academy, dared not stay any longer and fled outward at top speed. Emperor Chu, protected by a group of Imperial Guards, was quickly retreating. Ha! Trying to escape. Lin Xiao noticed Emperor Chu's attempt to flee and immediately leaped after him. His speed was incredible. With a single jump covering 60 or 70 zhang, he soared over the heads of countless Imperial Guards. "Emperor Chu, your life is mine." Lin Xiao quickly caught up and struck with his blade. Since he had come, he would directly deal with the Emperor. He did not believe that if he spared the other would let Qinguang sect go. "No! I don't want to die. Spare me!" Emperor Chu was terrified out of his wits. He was only at the second layer of spirit transformation realm. How could he resist? But just as he was about to beg for mercy, the blade chi swept across his neck. Instantly, a pillar of blood shot up, and a head rolled to the ground. "Your Majesty!" The moment the Chu Emperor fell, countless screams of shock erupted through the palace. Lin Xiao let out a light laugh, then, with a single leap, landed atop one of the palace rooftops. "The Chu Emperor is dead. Henceforth, no matter who ascends the throne, none shall dare to transgress against the Qinguang sect, on pain of death." Lin Xiao bellowed, his voice thundering like rumbling drums that echoed throughout the entire palace, beyond its walls, and reverberated across half the imperial city. With that, Lin Xiao's figure flickered, and within a few swift leaps, he vanished without a trace from the palace. "You murdered 2 inner disciples of Chongfeng Martial Prefecture, you're doomed." Yan Yang concealed herself in a corner, gazing up at the distant figure that had disappeared. Her teeth clenched tight. In the imperial city, within the southern district, stood a modest residence. Over a dozen individuals occupied this residence, all members of the Qinguang sect. Leading them was sect master Zhang Yumi. Besides Zhang Yumi, there were 5 or 6 elders, 7 or 8 disciples, all of them core disciples. Ping Yu and Yi Qiudio were among them. They had arrived in the imperial city several days prior, disguised as common folk, hiding within this residence. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in from outside. "Sect master, there's movement. That senior has attacked the palace." The disciple's face flushed with excitement as he blurted out. He had been lurking near the imperial palace and heard the declaration that echoed from within. "Qinguang sect comes to offer congratulations." Zhang Yumi sprang to his feet instantly, then issued his orders. Immediately notify the people from Star Sword sect, White Cloud Gate, and True Song sect. The 4 great sects had formed an alliance, and not only the Qinguang sect had members concealed in the imperial city, the other 3 major sects had also infiltrated many of their own. "Understood. Move out." With a sweep of his arm, Zhang Yumi led the experts of the Qinguang sect, bursting out of the residence and racing toward the palace at breakneck speed. Soon, Zhang Yumi and his group drew near the palace. In the distance, they could see countless soldiers flooding toward the palace gates. On the nearby streets, squads of soldiers were also rushing toward the palace. "Follow me into the palace and lend our strength to that senior." Zhang Yumi drew the long blade from his waist and shouted. "Yes!" All the elders and disciples of the Qinguang sect charged forward, ready to face death without hesitation. But just at that moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly rang out from within the palace. "The Chu Emperor is dead. Henceforth, no matter who ascends the throne, none shall dare to transgress against the Qinguang sect, on pain of death." The icy, domineering voice, amplified by true essence, rolled like thunder, shocking all directions. Zhang Yumi froze. Ping Yu, Yi Qiudio, and the others stood utterly stunned. Every member of the Qinguang sect halted instantly. their faces filled with shock. The true emperor was dead. The senior who had come to their aid actually assassinated the true emperor. Everyone drew a sharp breath, their hearts trembling with fear. They had truly torn open the heavens of Chu. Whoosh! At that moment, they witnessed a figure flying out from the palace nearby, streaking across the night sky, and vanishing in an instant. Retreat! Hurry! Retreat! Zhang Yunli snapped to his senses immediately. That senior had succeeded and departed the palace safely. Therefore, they had to withdraw immediately. Zhang Yunli was deeply moved that senior had slain the Chu emperor, which meant the Qinguang sect would now dominate all of Chu. From now on, who would dare oppose their Qinguang sect? Have the other three major sects withdraw as well? Zhang Yunli commanded again. Though stirred, he did not lose his composure. Several disciples immediately raced off to warn the other three sects. Soon, members of all four great sects withdrew to their respective strongholds, hiding themselves away. Meanwhile, with the Chu emperor slain, the entire palace and imperial city had descended into utter chaos. Lin Xiao returned to the inn. This operation had been extraordinarily smooth. Tomorrow, he would return to the Qinguang sect. With that, he did not continue cultivating and prepared to sleep. But soon, a flurry of knocking came at the door. Brother Xiao, something major has happened. Yang Lan's voice came from outside the door. Lin Xiao helplessly rose and opened the door, where Yang Lang and her brother stood. What major event? The mysterious expert from Qinguang sect has appeared. The Chu emperor is dead. The entire city is in chaos. Yang Lang said, her face etched with shock. Due to her agitation, her generous curves heaved violently, nearly blinding Lin Xiao. Yet Liang Qi wore a grimace of despair. Though he too was stunned, he had placed a bet wagering that the mysterious Qinguang expert would not emerge within 3 days. Now, he had lost everything. Is that so? Lin Xiao widened his eyes, feigning astonishment. The heavens of Chu are about to change. Qinguang sect will reign supreme from now on. Yang Lang sighed wistfully. You too, the Chu emperor is dead. The city will surely be in turmoil. Shall we depart tomorrow? Lin Xiao proposed. Leave so soon? Liang Qi exclaimed in surprise. What a pity we never got to witness that Qinguang senior's grand display. I wonder who that person really is. Yang Lang heaved a sigh. Their purpose in coming to the imperial city had been entirely unfulfilled. Since that senior has slain the Chu emperor, they surely won't linger in the city. Lin Xiao shook his head. Following this, Liang Lang and Liang Qi agreed to depart the imperial city together tomorrow. After chatting for a while longer, the siblings took their leave. This night, the imperial city was destined to be sleepless. The Chu emperor was dead, and since no crown prince had been appointed, the various princes of the royal family and other factions would now vie for power. Early next morning, Lin Xiao, along with Liang Lang and Liang Qi, departed the imperial city. At the city gates, the strict checkpoints had vanished. There was no defense at all. Everyone was free to come and go. Perhaps the court understood that the powerful Qinguang expert was far too formidable to be stopped. Rather than face slaughter, they preferred to see that expert depart quickly. A quarter hour after Lin Xiao and the others departed, the experts from Qinguang sect and the other 3 major sects also withdrew from the imperial city one after another, heading back toward Qinguang sect. Marvelous! From now on, no one will dare oppose our Qinguang sect. On the road, each Yudia's face beamed with joy. What a pity we still don't know who that senior truly is. Zhang Yunli sighed. He always felt something was amiss. When the Flame Legion besieged their mountain, that senior burst forth from Qinguang sect, defeating 100,000 soldiers. When Prince Ning attacked, that senior rushed to Tianyua city. And finally, they stormed the imperial palace. If that senior was once a member of Qinguang sect who had later left, why not reveal themselves? Why conceal their identity? But if that senior is still a member of Qinguang sect, no one in the entire sect fits the description. Truly bizarre. Master, last night everyone heard that senior's voice. Did any of you find it familiar? Yi Qiudiao asked. Zhang Yunli reflected for a moment, then shook his head. That voice, amplified by true essence, thundered like drums. The original timbre was completely lost. No, master. That voice. I must have heard it before. Yi Qiudiao shook her head. Though the true essence altered the sound, that senior's voice feels so familiar to me. Junior sister, do you mean that senior has always been within our Qinguang sect, and still is a member of the sect? Ping Yu asked. For his part, he could not detect any hint of familiarity. Yi Chudio nodded vigorously. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yumi pondered for a moment. Upon our return, we shall continue the investigation. If necessary, we will summon everyone in the sect, and I shall personally question each individual. While this might be somewhat presumptuous toward that senior, yet at this moment, Zhang Yumi's heart felt like it was being scratched by cats. He desperately wanted to know who this senior was. It wasn't just Zhang Yumi, everyone else felt the same way. Now, their Qingguang sect had essentially become the hegemon of Chu. Even the three allied sects now deferred to the Qingguang sect. Mysteriously and inexplicably, the Qingguang sect had become invincible within Chu. Yet they did not know who was responsible for all of this, as if they had stumbled into their current position in days. There was an inexplicable sense of oddity about it all. The vast land stretched endlessly. Lin Xiao and his two companions galloped across the world on horseback. Little Xiao, if you have nothing to do, you are welcome to visit our young family. Yang Long smiled. Indeed, Brother Xiao, Liang Qi chimed in. I sense that your martial arts cultivation is not weak. Come to our young residence as a guest, and we can have a good spar. Liang Qi echoed in agreement. During their days together, although they had never asked each other about their cultivation, the young siblings always felt that Lin Xiao was not simple. This person was too calm. He always wore an air of serene detachment. Little Xiao, you wouldn't be some reclusive genius from a certain faction, would you? Liang Long smiled with a teasing expression. Yesterday, she had deliberately draped her arm on his shoulder to sense his cultivation, but to her surprise, she hadn't been able to sense it at all. After all, she was at the 4th level of the Meridian Unblocking Realm, yet she couldn't sense it. This meant that the other party was either an ordinary person who had never cultivated, or his cultivation was far higher than hers. The former was certainly impossible. Your young family is in Jinyang City, quite a distance away. Lin Xiao's heart stirred. In truth, he also wanted to travel around and see the world. After coming to this world for so many years, he had been cooped up in the Qingguang sect. He also wanted to thoroughly explore this world. The key was, after several days of getting along, he found Liang Long and Liang Qi very kind and not the kind of people with ill intentions. It's not too far. Jinyang City is in the western part of Chu Kingdom, near the border of the Changfeng Empire. With fast horses all the way, we can get there in 6 days. Liang Qi shook his head as he said that. All right, then I'll go take a look. Lin Xiao agreed without much deliberation. Now that the Chu Emperor had been dealt with and Prince Ning had been dealt with as well, the imperial family was left leaderless, lacking both the ability and the courage to act against the Qingguang sect. Subsequently, Lin Xiao and the Liang siblings headed toward Jinyang City. 6 days later, the three arrived at the Liang residence in Jinyang City, travel-worn and weary. Jinyang City was a major city with a population of over 1 million, and the Liang family was its most powerful clan. The Liang residence occupied 1,000 mu of land, with pavilions, towers, carved beams, and painted rafters inside, magnificent beyond compare. The Liang siblings led Lin Xiao into the residence and went straight to the main hall. In the main hall, a middle-aged man in brocade robes with a short beard sat in the seat of honor. Below him sat a middle-aged man with a goatee and a young man with a narrow face. The three were discussing matters. Father, we're back. The young siblings glanced at the goateed man and the young man. Then their eyes fell on the seat of honor. Lanner, Cheer, where have you two been again? The brocade-robed man's face stiffened as he demanded. We just went to visit other cities. Yang Long said. Before they left, the siblings hadn't told their father where they were going. The brocade-robed man nodded slightly, then looked at Lin Xiao and asked, and this is? Then he introduced Lin Xiao, Brother Xiao, this is my father, the head of the Yang family. Greetings, Patriarch Yang. Lin Xiao clasped his fists in salute. You flatter me. Yang Hui nodded slightly. Although he disliked his children bringing a stranger home, he wouldn't say so in front of them. Your father is receiving guests, so you may leave now. Yang Hui waved his hand. Yes. Then the young siblings led Lin Xiao out of the main hall. In the main hall, the narrow-faced young man watched Liang Lan's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Liang Lan's full, tall figure, her round and put buttocks, and the alluring waist-hip curve outlined with each step stirred a strong desire in the young man's heart. Pavilion Master Jiang, my Liang family cannot accept your proposal. Liang Hui looked at the goatee middle-aged man and shook his head. Patriarch Liang, if you don't agree, then don't blame Baisheng Pavilion for being rude. How long can your Liang family's businesses last? The goatee middle-aged man sneered. You! Liang Hui's face turned cold, rage surging in his heart. This goatee middle-aged man was the pavilion master of Baisheng Pavilion, a major commercial guild in the Chu Kingdom. Now, Baisheng Pavilion had entered Jinyang City, opening shops everywhere and squeezing the Liang family's business. Because of their low costs, they deliberately kept prices extremely low to strike at the Liang family's industries. Now, Pavilion Master Zhang's intention was for the Liang family to give up the 3 businesses of weapons, medicinal herbs, and cloth shops, ceding them all to Baisheng Pavilion. In that way, Baisheng Pavilion would not interfere in other industries. But how could Liang Hui agree? Because weapons, medicinal herbs, and cloth shops were all the Liang family's most important businesses. If these 3 industries were conceded, the Liang family's income would decrease by more than half, and the entire clan would rapidly decline. Patriarch Liang, I have a way to spare your Liang family from having to give up your industries. At this point, the narrow-faced young man suddenly spoke. He was Pavilion Master Zhang's only son, Jiang He. What way? Liang Hui asked with a grim face. He certainly didn't think that Baisheng Pavilion would consider the Liang family's interests. I have long heard that the Liang family's young lady, Liang Long, is beautiful and enchanting, and today I see that her reputation is well-deserved. Jiang He smiled slightly and continued, I fell for Lady Liang Long at first sight. If Patriarch Liang is willing to betroth your beloved daughter to me, our Baisheng Pavilion can take a step back and refrain from entering the weapons and cloth shop industries. Hearing this, both Pavilion Master Jiang and Liang Hui were stunned. Pavilion Master Jiang hadn't expected his son to make such a suggestion, but he wouldn't say anything either. If his son married Liang Long, it might be even easier to swallow up the Liang family's businesses in the future. Impossible. Liang Hui immediately shook his head and said, Lana is the most talented junior of my Liang family. She will never marry out. Even if she marries, it will be with a son-in-law who comes into our family. He refused decisively. Liang Lan's talent was one reason. The second was that he had long heard that this young pavilion master of Baisheng Pavilion, Jiang He, was a womanizer who had ruined many decent women. In that case, there's nothing more to talk about. Your Liang family better prepare for all your businesses to shut down. Jiang He sneered, then looked at Pavilion Master Jiang and said, Father, since we can't reach an agreement, let's go. Patriarch Liang, a wise man knows how to adapt to circumstances. Don't wait until all the Liang family's businesses have collapsed and the clan has declined before you regret it. Pavilion Master Jiang sneered, and with that, he rose and left. Damn it! Watching the retreating figures of Jiang He and his father, Liang Hui clenched his fists tightly, knuckles cracking. Then he leaned back in his chair, somewhat helplessly. In business, the Liang family was simply no match for the mighty Baisheng Pavilion, a powerful outsider. In martial strength, they were equally outmatched. Although the Liang family did have an expert at the first level of the spirit transformation realm, that was his uncle, who was already over 100 years old. In recent years, his qi and blood had withered, and his strength was no longer at its peak. As for Pavilion Master Jiang himself, he was a peak first-level spirit transformation realm expert, extremely powerful, with many masters under his command. If a direct conflict were to occur, the Liang family would find it difficult to withstand Baisheng Pavilion. Moreover, with the Chu Emperor dead and many experts of the Chu Kingdom killed, the imperial family could no longer maintain control, and various forces were beginning to show signs of chaos. Someone, go call the young lady. After some deliberation, Liang Hui felt that he should still seek Liang Lan's opinion. Liang Long and Liang Qi settled Lin Xiao into a quiet, secluded courtyard. The room was luxuriously appointed, with maids and servants attending to him. Maids, the patriarch requests your presence. As the three were chatting in the courtyard, a servant came to summon Liang Long. Brother Xiao, rest for a while. Later I'll take you on a tour of Jinyang City. Liang Long winked, said with a smile, and hurried away. Brother Xiao, how about we spar a few moves? Liang Qi, however, had no intention of letting Lin Xiao rest and made the proposal. Well, what is your cultivation level? Lin Xiao asked. I am at the 3rd level of the Meridian Opening Realm. Liang Qi said with a hint of pride. At over 20 years of age, this level was considered quite impressive throughout the entire Chu Kingdom. Alright, we can exchange a few moves. Lin Xiao nodded. He had intended to decline, but the other party might not let it go, so he might as well offer some guidance. Brother Xiao, what is your level? Must be higher than mine, right? Liang Qi asked. Yes, a bit higher than you. Lin Xiao nodded. If he revealed his true cultivation level, he would probably frighten this fellow. Let's go to the training ground. Liang Qi immediately pulled Lin Xiao to the Liang family's training ground. Then, the two stood facing each other. Brother Xiao, since you are higher in cultivation, I won't hold back. Liang Qi said with a smile. All right, attack me with all your strength. Lin Xiao nodded. Good, watch my fist. Liang Qi shouted, darted forward in a single stride, and lashed out with his iron fist, aiming straight for Lin Xiao's chest. With a swift step, Lin Xiao dodged the punch. Liang Qi pressed forward again, throwing punches in rapid succession, while Lin Xiao kept evading. Liang Qi launched over 100 consecutive strikes, but never even touched Lin Xiao's sleeve. Liang Qi was inwardly frustrated. Was the gap really that wide? Then, Liang Qi took a long sword from the weapon rack at the edge of the training ground. Brother Xiao, watch the sword. He shouted, leaped into the air, and thrust the sword forward. In an instant, the sword light blazed, a sharp sword aura piercing the air. Oh! This sword strike is passable. Lin Xiao finally made a move. If he kept dodging, it would be pointless. However, he did not use his true essence. Relying solely on his physical strength, he casually shattered the sword aura with a single punch. Staggering back, Liang Qi was thrown 7 or 8 steps away by the powerful force. My God, Brother Xiao, you're even stronger than my sister. Could you be at the 6th level of the Meridian Opening Realm? Liang Qi asked in shock. Over the time they had spent together, both siblings had sensed that Lin Xiao might be no ordinary person. They guessed Lin Xiao was at the 4th or 5th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. As for the 6th level, it seemed unlikely. After all, even the senior disciples of the 4 great sects were only at the 6th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. Moreover, those people were already 27 or 28 years old, while Lin Xiao appeared to be just over 20. How about it? Want to continue sparring? Lin Xiao laughed heartily, without giving a direct answer. Let's go on. Liang Qi showed no sign of backing down, his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Then Liang Qi attacked again. Controlling his own power, Lin Xiao sparred with him continuously, occasionally offering a word of guidance. Given Lin Xiao's current cultivation, he could spot the flaws in Liang Qi's techniques at a glance. The two trained for a full hour until Liang Qi was utterly exhausted before they left the training ground. Lin Xiao returned to the courtyard. It was already dark, and a servant brought him dinner. After eating, another servant prepared his bathwater. After bathing and changing clothes, Lin Xiao lay on the bed, breathing in the sandalwood incense filling the room, and sighed inwardly. This decadent life is actually quite pleasant. Lin Xiao let out a bitter laugh. At the Qingguang sect, he lived worse than a cat and ate worse than a dog. It felt almost unworthy of his cultivation strength. Maybe I should indulge a little from now on, he thought to himself. That night, instead of cultivating, he drifted off into a drowsy sleep. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Xiao saw the door pushed open, and a graceful, alluring figure stepped inside. In an instant, with a warrior's alertness, he snapped his eyes open. Who? He called out softly, grabbing the saber by his bedside. Brother Xiao, it's me, came Liang Lan's voice. Ah! Miss Liang, what brings you here in the middle of the night? Lin Xiao asked in surprise. Nothing, I just wanted you to drink a few cups with me. Yang Lang shook her head. She was dressed in a light green gauze, her figure elegant, and she seemed to have just bathed. Her hair was still damp and loose on her shoulders. In her hand, she carried 2 jugs of wine. Sure, Lin Xiao agreed. He lit the oil lamp, and the two sat down at the table to drink. Brother Xiao, I'm going to get married, Liang Lang said in a low voice, her mood somber. Married? To whom? Lin Xiao was taken aback. To Jiang He, the young master of the Baixiong Pavilion. Yang Lang sighed. Her father had informed her of the situation the day before. She hadn't deliberated long before agreeing to marry the young master of the Baixiong Pavilion. It was a matter concerning the entire family. She had no other choice. At 26, she was no longer the naive girl of 17 or 18. She was willing to sacrifice her own happiness for the sake of her clan. What's going on? Is your family forcing you? Lin Xiao asked, sensing her distress. Sigh, my father didn't force me. is the Baisheng Pavilion. The Baisheng Pavilion has been steadily encroaching on our young family's businesses. They are too powerful for us to contend with. Only by my marrying the young Master Jiang, he can the young family's crisis be resolved. I detest Jiang He, but if I don't marry him, they will spread their enterprises across Jinyang City, and my family's foundation will be lost. Liang Long sighed again and recounted the details of the Baisheng Pavilion. Since you don't like him, then don't marry him, Lin Xiao said earnestly. What else can I do? Liang Long smiled bitterly. She had only told Lin Xiao because she needed someone to confide in. I'll help you solve it, Lin Xiao said. How, Brother Xiao, can you even persuade the young master of the Baisheng Pavilion? Liang Long covered her mouth and chuckled. Her face, flushed from the wine, was charmingly seductive. Of course I can, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Stop teasing me. By the way, do you have a sweetheart? Liang Long pouted, unconvinced. No, Lin Xiao shook his head. Brother Xiao, you are handsome and talented, surely many women like you. Liang Long asked with a coquettish laugh, her eyes already hazy with drink. Compared to the detestable Jiang He, she was very fond of Lin Xiao, not only for his excellent character but also for his outstanding strength. She had learned from Liang Qi that Lin Xiao was likely even stronger than she was. Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled wryly. Miss Liang, I am an ordinary man. No one likes me. I do like you. Just call me Lana, like my family does. Liang Long said, her eyes blurred with intoxication. All right, Lin Xiao nodded, then suddenly exclaimed, why did you kiss me? Ha ha, I like you. Can't I kiss you? Stingy. Liang Long rolled her eyes. Fine, fine. They chatted idly. After a long while, when the two jugs were empty, whether from drunkenness or fatigue, Liang Long fell asleep on the table. Lin Xiao was speechless. He carried her to his bed. He then sat cross-legged in the room to cultivate. At dawn, when Liang Long woke up, she merely greeted Lin Xiao and hurriedly left. Spending the night in a man's bedchamber left her embarrassed and shy. Lin Xiao didn't mind. He called for a maid, washed up, and then a servant led him to breakfast. Soon, he arrived at the courtyard. When Lin Xiao arrived, Liang Hui was having breakfast in the courtyard with Liang Qi, Liang Long, and a middle-aged woman. Greetings, Patriarch Liang. Lin Xiao stepped forward and gave a slight bow. Beside him, Liang Lan's expression was somewhat unnatural. Liang Qi, however, was his usual self and said cheerfully, Brother Xiao, sit down and eat with us. Young friend Xiao, did you sleep well last night? Liang Hui asked in a deep voice. Very well, Lin Xiao replied. That's good. Liang Hui nodded. Patriarch Liang, I have a question. Is Miss Liang Long going to marry the young master of the Baisheng Pavilion? Lin Xiao asked directly. Yes, Liang Hui nodded again. I oppose it. Lin Zhao's words startled everyone. Liang Hui was taken aback. Liang Qi was stunned. Liang Long lifted her head abruptly, staring at Lin Xiao in astonishment. What exactly do you oppose? Liang Hui's face darkened. That person bore no relation to them whatsoever. What right did they have to object? A trace of anger stirred within Liang Hui's heart. Where had this brother and sister encountered such a friend? Liang Long is my friend. I cannot bear to see her marry someone she despises. Lin Xiao repeated, his expression grave. His words left several present momentarily stunned. Young friend Xiao, this is a family matter of the Liang clan. You need not concern yourself with it. Liang Hui said with a somber countenance. Miss Liang Long does not wish to marry. I am aware that you, uncle, are bowing to the pressure of Baisheng Pavilion. I shall resolve this matter. Lin Xiao spoke in a deep voice. Liang Lan's beautiful face showed complex emotions as she said, Young Master Xiao, this is not something you can change. Please do not meddle. Lin Xiao shook his head, then turned and walked toward the exit, saying, I shall go to Baisheng Pavilion. Young Master Xiao, you cannot go. Liang Long hurriedly reached out to grab Lin Xiao. However, Lin Xiao quickened his pace, and within 3 or 2 strides, he had already left the courtyard. Young Master Xiao. Anxiety surged within Liang Lan's heart, and she was about to chase after him. If young Master Xiao went to Baisheng Pavilion to reason with them, he might very well be killed on the spot. Sit down. Liang Hui firmly pressed Liang Long back into her seat and said, Let him go. There is no need to concern ourselves with someone who lacks self-awareness. Liang Long regretted her actions. She should never have told Lin Xiao about this, never imagining he would be so impulsive. Father, We cannot let young Master Xiao go to Baisheng Pavilion. He may lose his life. Yang Lang hurriedly spoke. He won't die, but letting him suffer a bit and learn his place is not a bad thing. Yang Hui remained unmoved. Father, Brother Xiao possesses extraordinary talent. He is a prodigy from one of the great powers in Chu Kingdom. If he were to die because of our young family, it could invite calamity. Yang Qi reminded him. Oh, which specific power does he come from? Yang Hui asked with a frown. If that were truly the case, he would have to take it seriously. We are not clear either, he did not say. Yang Qi shook his head. Father, I beg you, young Master Xiao must not come to harm. Liang Lan's eyes reddened. Phew! This young man is extremely foolish. Liang Hui snorted coldly, then his tone softened as he said, however, since he has come to our young family as a guest, we cannot let anything happen to him either. With that, Liang Hui strolled away. Yang Lang and her brother Liang Qi hurriedly followed. The headquarters of Baisheng Pavilion was not in Jinyang City. However, due to Baisheng Pavilion's continuous business expansion in Jinyang City over the past few months, some of its top executives had been stationed there on a permanent basis. After leaving the Liang residence, Lin Xiao casually asked along the way and learned the location of Baisheng Pavilion in Jinyang City. Soon, he arrived at the Baisheng Pavilion trading house. This was a massive commercial establishment spanning 3 stories, with dozens of apprentices and clerks. Upon entering, rows of medicinal herbs came into view, along with quite a number of pills. Young sir, what do you require? An apprentice approached. Is your pavilion master here? Have him come out to see me. Lin Xiao said calmly. See the pavilion master? The apprentice was taken aback. Then he surveyed Lin Xiao from head to toe and said, state your name, and I shall notify him. Seeing that Lin Xiao, though dressed plainly, carried himself with composure and serenity, the apprentice could not fathom his origins. Just tell him you are Yang Lan's man. Your pavilion master will understand naturally. Lin Xiao spoke in a deep voice. Very well, young master, please wait a moment. I shall go inform him now. The apprentice nodded, then invited Lin Xiao to sit in the shop before ascending the stairs to make the announcement. After a brief moment, the apprentice descended accompanied by pavilion master Jiang and Jiang He. Lin Xiao turned to look at the two and realized they were the same individuals he had encountered in the Liang family's main hall the previous day. This is the pavilion master of Baisheng Pavilion. Pavilion Master Jiang is a powerhouse at the spirit transformation realm. Salutations to Pavilion Master Jiang. Within the shop, many patrons grew visibly excited upon seeing Pavilion Master Jiang, with several stepping forward to offer their respects. Pavilion Master, young Pavilion Master, it is him. The apprentice led the two to Lin Xiao's presence. You claim to be Yang Lan's man? Jiang he asked with a grim expression, his teeth sharp as blades. Indeed. Lin Xiao nodded, then turned to Pavilion Master Jiang and stated indifferently, Pavilion Master Jiang, I offer you 2 choices. First, Baisheng Pavilion voluntarily withdraws from Jinyang City. Second, I drive you out. Upon hearing these words, an eerie silence fell across the entire shop. Many stood frozen in astonishment, mouths agape, utterly disbelieving. This young man dared to threaten Pavilion Master Jiang to his face. Was he tired of living? Ha ha ha! Pavilion Master Jiang paused, then laughter erupted from fury. Why, are you seeking death? Jiang his face contorted with rage, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Why, who are you? Do you comprehend the consequences of threatening this old man? Pavilion Master Zhang's face darkened as he stepped forward, spiritual energy slowly gathering in his palm. As a seasoned veteran, he did not rush to strike but instead sought to learn more about his opponent's background. Hold on. At that very moment, Liang Hui arrived with the Liang siblings. Pavilion Master Jiang, please restrain your anger. Liang Hui urgently pleaded. How so? Is he a member of your Yang family? Pavilion Master Jiang asked with a frown. Pavilion Master Jiang, he is our Yang family's guest. Please forgive his behavior. Liang Hui clasped his fists in greeting. Meanwhile, he exchanged a glance with Liang Lang. Standing beside Lin Xiao, she grasped his arm and urged, Young Master Xiao, do not act recklessly. Come back with me first. However, Lin Xiao remained unmoved. Jiang his fury ignited upon seeing Liang Lan's tender gaze toward Lin Xiao as she held his arm. Boy, you dare threaten my Baisheng Heavenly Pavilion and still hope to leave? Kneel and apologize, sever your own limbs, and we shall let you go. Jiang he bellowed. Another fool. Lin Xiao raised his hand and delivered a swift slap. His speed was astonishingly swift. Jiang He lacked even the time to attempt an evasion. Slap! With a crisp sound, Jiang He was sent flying 2 zong away. He crashed to the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head, and his teeth scattered all over the floor. It must be known that although Lin Xiao did not use his true essence, his physical body possessed a strength of 140,000 jin. Even a casual, light slap was unbearable for an ordinary person. Everyone was stunned. Lord Jiang never expected that the other would dare to strike his son right in front of him. Sheer lawlessness. The 3 young father and sons all changed expression drastically. Ah! Kill him! Kill him! Jiang He wailed on the ground. You're asking for death! Lord Jiang was utterly enraged. He raised his palm and struck at Lin Xiao's head. This palm, delivered in fury, was heavy and powerful, with a howling wind. Lord Jiang! Yang Hui's heart trembled, but he dared not intervene. He was only at the 9th peak of the Meridian Opening Realm, far from a match for Lord Jiang, a spirit transformation realm expert. Xiao! Brother! Liang Long cried out, immediately rushing forward to block the strike for Lin Xiao. But her waist was instantly caught. Just as Lord Zhang's palm force was about to strike Lin Xiao, a large hand suddenly shot out and tightly grasped Lord Zhang's hand. Crack! Lin Xiao squeezed slightly, and instantly bones snapped and tendons tore. Lord Zhang's palm was twisted and deformed, with bone fragments protruding. Ah! You! Lord Jiang screamed in agony, staring at Lin Xiao with horror. How could this young man be so powerful? Anyone who wants to kill me, I will never show mercy. Lin Xiao said coldly. The next moment, he threw a punch, and a torrential fist force crashed into Lord Zhang's chest. Instantly, Lord Zhang's entire body shook violently. His sternum was shattered, and his internal organs were pulverized. Thud! Lord Jiang fell to the ground, dead. The shop fell silent once more. Even Jiang He, who had been wailing, quieted down. His agonized cries were choked in his throat. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. You can die too. Lin Xiao walked toward Jiang He. No! No! Don't kill me! Jiang He trembled all over, hastily kneeling and kowtowing, all his former arrogance gone. Thud! Lin Xiao paid no heed and kicked the man's head to pieces. Miss Liang, let's go. After dealing with Jiang He, Lin Xiao pulled Liang Long and strode out of Baisheng Pavilion. Only after the two left did Baisheng Pavilion erupt in uproar. Oh my god, Lord Jiang has been killed. That young man killed Lord Jiang as easily as crushing an ant too formidable. Who is that young man? Inside the shop, the customers were all astonished. The clerks and shopkeepers were pale with terror. Liang Hui and Liang Qi, father and son, stood bewildered, disoriented in the crowd. Cheer, did you know he was this strong? Liang Hui turned to look at Liang Qi, his gaze dazed. Thinking of his earlier words and actions, Liang Hui felt his old face burning. No! I didn't know. Liang Qi scratched his head and said foolishly. Half! Liang Hui took a deep breath and didn't dwell on it. He looked around and shouted, guests may leave, but anyone from Baisheng Pavilion is strictly forbidden to step out of Baisheng Pavilion. Then he said to Liang Qi, Cheer, hurry home, gather people, and take over all of Baisheng Pavilion's assets in Jinyang City. Lord Jiang was dead, so Baisheng Pavilion no longer posed any threat. All these assets in Jinyang City now belong to their Liang family. Yes, father. Liang Qi hurried off. You. Who exactly are you? Liang Long was pulled by Lin Xiao into the city, her expression dazed. Yes. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, looking at her. Are you from the Changfeng Empire? Liang Long ventured. Because Jinyang City was not far from the border of the Changfeng Empire, she guessed so. At this moment, she still couldn't believe its Xiao brother was too strong. Lin Xiao didn't answer immediately. He took Liang Long to a small lake in the city. Gazing at the azure lake, he was silent for a moment, then said, Lana, actually my name is Lin Xiao, not Shaolin. I come from Qingguang sect. Oh. Liang Long nodded lightly. The next moment, her beautiful eyes widened abruptly, staring at Lin Xiao in disbelief. You guessed it? Lin Xiao smiled calmly and nodded. You guessed right. I am the mysterious powerhouse of Qingguang sect you all speak of. Liang Long was stunned. Everyone's speculation was that the mysterious powerhouse of Qingguang sect was a senior. Even a senior of Qingguang sect with a higher seniority than Zhang Yumi, almost no one could have imagined that this so-called senior was actually a young man barely in his 20s. She and her brother had accompanied this senior to the imperial capital, hoping to meet him. Thinking about it was truly ridiculous. You really are a monster. After a long while, Liang Long sighed deeply. You said you liked me last night, didn't you? Now that you know my identity, do you still like me? Lin Xiao said with a teasing expression. Liang Long didn't answer. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Xiao's face, her heart pounding like a deer caught in headlights. Did I say I like you? Liang Long said nervously. In fact, when she said that last night, although she had drunk alcohol, as a meridian opening realm martial artist, her mind was naturally very clear. I heard it very clearly, and you even stole a kiss from me, Lin Xiao said with a smile. All right. Liang Long beamed. The two chatted and laughed by the lake for a while before returning to the Liang residence. As soon as they entered the Liang estate, Liang Hui came up to greet them. Young Master Xiao, Lana, you're just in time. I have something to tell you. Liang Hui was all smiles. Patriarch Liang, what is it? Lin Xiao asked. Inwardly, he reflected that this was truly an experience of the strong being revered when power is sufficient. No one dares to slight you in the slightest. Something important. Follow me to the main hall, Liang Hui said solemnly. Then the three entered the main hall. There, on the table, lay a square iron box about a foot across, along with several jade bottles. Young Master Xiao, look at this. Liang Hui handed the iron box to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao opened it and found a martial arts manual, with 6 large characters, Heavenly Firmament 6 Harmony Saber Technique. Upon flipping through, it turned out to be an Earth-grade lower-tier martial skill. Lin Xiao was delighted even Qinguang sect didn't have an Earth-grade martial skill, yet the Liang family had acquired one. And look at these pills. Liang Hui opened all the jade bottles. Each bottle contained 5 pills. What kind of pills are these? Lin Xiao asked. This world had pills. When Lin Xiao was at Qinguang sect, he had obtained human-grade mid-tier pills, but they were of little use. This is a top-grade human-level qi-gathering pill. Even among the 4 great sects, such items are not common, and here there are a full 30 of them. Liang Hui's face glowed with excitement as he explained, all of this was plundered from Baisheng Pavilion. In addition, we also seized many medicinal herbs, weapons, and 900,000 taels of silver. Lin Xiao nodded. He naturally knew what qi-gathering pills were only elders of Qinguang sect had the privilege to use them. Even direct disciples could only receive top-grade human-level qi-boosting pills, and merely one every 2 months. The inner disciples fared even worse, receiving only mid-grade human-level vitality-nourishing pills, 1 per quarter. Young Master Xiao, all of these are yours. Liang Hui pushed everything toward Lin Xiao. He understood that currying favor with him was 10 or even 100 times more valuable than any of these treasures. Lin Xiao nodded, accepting without refusal. These were his spoils, for he was the one who had eliminated the target. After a few more words, he bid farewell to Yang Hui and his daughter, returning to his courtyard. Lana, I can see young Master Xiao has taken a fancy to you. You must hold on to a man like him tightly. After Lin Xiao departed, Liang Hui earnestly advised his daughter. I know. Liang Lan's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded. Lana, do you know young Master Zhao's exact cultivation realm? Liang Hui asked curiously. Today at Baisheng Pavilion, Lin Xiao had moved so swiftly and hadn't released his true energy or primordial essence, making it impossible for him to determine Lin Xiao's exact cultivation. I'm not certain either, but it must be spirit transformation stage. Liang Long shook her head. She had not asked. Yet Lin Xiao's ability to slay the true emperor suggested at least 5th or 6th reclamation of spirit transformation, a realm that stood at the absolute pinnacle of Chu Kingdom. Spirit transformation. Young Master Xiao is truly a dragon among men. Envy and admiration shimmered in Liang Hui's eyes. He had cultivated for decades without breaking through to spirit transformation, while the other was merely in his early 20s and had already reached such heights. Comparing people could drive one to madness. Father, his surname is actually Lin Xiao. Liang Long paused before deciding to reveal this to her father. Earlier by the lake, Lin Xiao had told her that if her father or Liang Qi asked about his identity, she need not conceal it. Lin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Liang Hui's brows furrowed in confusion. I feel as though I've heard that name somewhere before. Father, think harder. Liang Long watched with a knowing smile, eager to see her father's reaction. Let me think. Liang Hui paced slowly, deeply in thought. Suddenly, his entire body stiffened in shock. He whipped around to stare at Lianglong and exclaimed, "Qingguang sect. Disciple of Zhang Yuanhong. Junior martial brother of Zhang Yumi." The memories finally surfaced. His heart pounded with astonishment. Rumors once claimed this junior brother of Zhang Yumi, Lin Xiao, was nothing but good for nothing. Yet the rumors were false. He's not only not useless, but an absolute genius. Liang Hui sighed in regret. Had the royal family known of such talent within Qingguang sect earlier, they would have dealt with them long ago. Trailing off, Liang Hui suddenly froze. His eyes widened in horror as a cold shiver ran down his spine. In the next instant, he grabbed his daughter's arms and asked hoarsely, "Lana, tell me, was it Lin Xiao, the mysterious powerhouse from Qingguang sect, who slew the true emperor?" His expression was agitated. His whole body trembled. This concerned the fate of his Liang family. If it truly was Lin Xiao, then allying with him would catapult the Liang family to become the most powerful clan in Chu Kingdom. It was Lin Xiao. Liang Long nodded. Fool! Upon receiving the confirmation, Liang Hui's blood boiled with excitement. The Yang family had struck it rich. Their own daughter had gone out for a casual stroll and returned with a dragon among men. What ridiculous fortune! Ha, Lana, I must say your judgment of character far surpasses mine by 1,000-fold. Liang Hui burst into hearty laughter. Inside the room, Lin Xiao was studying the heavenly vigor 6 harmonies blade technique. As a lower-grade Earth-class blade technique, it was more than 5 or 6 times stronger than the top-grade human-level Gale blade technique. This blade technique consisted of 6 ultimate moves, namely, Heavenly Vigor pierces the sky, Heavenly Vigor arrives from the east, Heavenly Vigor flowing clouds, Heavenly Vigor fissures, Heavenly Vigor dragon's breath, Heavenly Vigor 6 harmonies. Each form was more powerful than the last. Not bad. Lin Xiao nodded inwardly, though he had no rush to cultivate this blade technique now. It had been nearly a week since his last breakthrough, and during this time he had spent his days traveling, leaving little room for cultivation. Better to advance his cultivation first. Then, Lin Xiao entered the creation space, took out a qi gathering pill and swallowed it, then circulated the Wuji profound art and began his meditation. The medicinal power spread from his abdomen, flowing to all 4 limbs and 100 vessels, then transformed into true energy. The true energy swiftly combined with the spiritual qi Lin Xiao had absorbed, refining into pure primordial essence. Lin Zhao's cultivation rose rapidly. After a long while, the medicinal power was exhausted. Such impressive results! Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. This single qi gathering pill could save him 3 double hours of bitter cultivation. Remember, these 3 double hours were within the creation space, equivalent to many years of cultivation in the outside world. Taking pills in the outside world would absolutely not yield such effects. What did this prove? It proved that within the creation space, consuming pills could further greatly accelerate the pace of cultivation. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao resided at the Liang family estate, enjoying delicious meals daily and being attended by servants and maids, a quite comfortable existence. Most importantly, he also had the beautiful Yang Long to discuss martial arts with and exchange tales of worldly curiosities. Nevertheless, he still set aside time each day for cultivation. With the aid of pills, his cultivation quickly broke through to the 7th reclamation of spirit transformation, and within just a few days, he reached the peak of the 7th reclamation. His mastery of the Heavenly Vigor 6 harmonies blade technique also reached the transformation realm. Having stayed at the Liang residence for 8 days, Lin Xiao informed Liang Hui and Liang Long that he intended to return to Qingguang sect. Over the past few days, he had heard rumors that the Chu Kingdom's eldest prince had ascended to the throne and sent envoys to Qingguang sect for peace talks. Thus, Lin Xiao prepared to return and ensure nothing went awry. Liang Long felt reluctant but said nothing. Future son-in-law, take these 100,000 taels in banknotes for your journey expenses. Liang Hui pressed a stack of banknotes into Lin Xiao's hand, saying with a grin. Thank you, uncle. Lin Xiao smiled wryly, finding the address rather speechless. Ha, my future son-in-law is too polite. Liang Hui laughed heartily. Brother Xiao, when shall we meet again? Liang Long held onto Lin Xiao's arm, asking reluctantly. In a while, I shall come find you, and I'll check your cultivation to see if you've made progress. Lin Xiao flicked her delicate nose and said with a smile. During this period, their relationship had advanced rapidly, resembling a genuine couple. Liang Hui had already addressed Lin Xiao as future son-in-law. I shall wait for you. Liang Long pursed her red lips and nodded solemnly. Then, Lin Xiao left the Liang residence. He declined the swift horse Liang who offered. Once outside the city, he walked upon the grass, each step covering 70 to 80 zhang, flying toward Qinguang sect. At the same time, at another location, on the border of Chongfeng Empire, upon the vast wilderness, a massive demonic beast over 3 zhang long was sprinting between heaven and earth. It was a silver giant wolf, moving with extreme speed, as swift as a silver lightning bolt. Upon its back sat 2 people, a man and a woman. The woman was none other than Yan Yumei, an inner disciple of Chongfeng Martial Academy. Senior brother Zong, we have already entered Chu Kingdom territory. In no more than 3 days, we shall reach Qinguang sect. Yan Yumei said. The man nodded and said, Qinguang sect shall be destroyed for slaying 2 of our inner disciples. That instigator I will strip him of his cultivation, break his 4 limbs, and bring him back to Chongfeng Martial Academy for public execution. Senior brother Zong, you are one of the 10 greatest talents of Fengshou, renowned throughout the region, and naturally capable of destroying the modest Qinguang sect. However, the identity of the one who slew senior brothers Pan and Chu remains unknown. By then, he might just slip away. Yan Yumei said. After leaving the Chu capital last time, she had returned directly to Chongfeng Martial Academy and reported the matter to the academy elders. The elders were furious and dispatched senior brother Song Tianhou, a top inner disciple, to handle the matter personally. Senior brother Song Tianhou was a top genius of Chongfeng Empire and one of the 10 greatest talents across all of Fengshou. Yan Yumei believed that with senior brother Song Tianhou's intervention, no force in the modest Chu kingdom could resist. Yet that mysterious figure had never revealed his identity. If he refused to show himself and simply fled, he might escape. Rest assured, he cannot escape. Not a single person from all of Qinguang sect shall flee. Jing Tianhou said with a calm smile. Before him, those ant-like figures had no qualification to escape whatsoever. Lin Xiao made his way back to Qinguang sect along the road. That evening, he stopped at a city end, carrying a banknote for 100,000 taels of silver, checked into a luxurious in the finest celestial suite. After indulging in food and wine, Lin Xiao entered the creation space and began his cultivation. He retrieved a gathering chi pill and swallowed it whole. His true essence flowing throughout his body, he began his assault on the 8th level of the Huoying realm. The night passed swiftly, everything proceeding without a hitch. The following dawn, Lin Xiao set off once more. Qinguang sect. Of late, Qinguang sect had been experiencing an unprecedented surge of prosperity. Since King Chu's death, the sect had seemingly become the supreme leader of countless factions within the Chu kingdom. Each day, various large and small forces from the Chu kingdom came to pay their respects. The gifts presented by these factions could be piled into a small mountain. The majority of disciples who had fled had returned. However, the senior leadership of Qinguang sect ultimately decided to impose certain punishments on those disciples who had been among the first to flee. As for the elders who had abandoned the sect from the very beginning, they were permanently expelled from Qinguang sect. A few days prior, the first prince of Chu had ascended the throne as emperor and dispatched envoys to negotiate peace. They brought vast quantities of gifts, compensations for the losses inflicted upon Qinguang sect. The new Chu emperor took the initiative to make concessions, declaring that henceforth the kingdom would not encroach upon Qinguang sect. The two sides would each mind their own affairs. Zhang Yunli did not press the advantage. After all, Qinguang sect's current prestige rested entirely upon that mysterious senior, and they did not even know who this senior was. Without that senior, Qinguang sect would still be incapable of matching the imperial family. One particular day, at the summit of Qinguang sect, in the pavilion where Zhang Yumi resided, Yi Qiudia arrived carrying a list. Master, these are the results of my investigation. Yi Qiudia presented the list to Zhang Yumi. Zhang Yumi accepted it and examined it. The list bore the names of 30 to 40 individuals. So many? Zhang Yumi frowned. Master, this time, I employed an elimination method for the selection. Yi Qiudia smiled faintly and continued. First, all elders and disciples who fought side by side during the Flame Army's assault on the mountain were eliminated. Then, everyone who accompanied us to the imperial capital was also excluded. Finally, those who do not practice both the wind blade technique and the phantom steps were eliminated as well. In the end, only these 36 individuals remain. Qiudia, are you suggesting that one among these 36 individuals is that mysterious expert? Zhang Yumi studied the names on the list and spoke in a grave tone. Yes, Master. Yi Qiudia nodded solemnly. For the past several days, she had been replaying in her mind that thunderous shout she had heard outside the imperial palace. She had been envisioning what the original timbre of that voice would sound like without the amplification of true essence. The more she contemplated it, the more convinced she became that she had definitely heard that voice before. If she had heard it before, that meant this person was still a member of Qingguang sect. But none of them seemed to fit the profile. Zhang Yunli surveyed the group. There were 23 disciples among these 36, 8 officers, and 5 elders. Beyond the disciples, he was familiar with all the elders and officers. As for those disciples, they were young and lacked the profound cultivation required to possess such formidable strength. Zhang Yunli felt a headache coming on. After some contemplation, he said, "Forget it, Qiudia. Stop your investigation. Since we cannot determine who this senior is, and since they clearly do not wish to reveal themselves, let us simply leave it at that." "All right." Yi Qiudia lowered her head and nodded, feeling helpless in her heart as well. Just then, Zhang Ruolin hurried over in a fluster. "Father, the junior martial uncle has vanished," Zhang Ruolin said, her face edged with worry. "Vanished?" Zhang Yunli was stunned, then shook his head. "Perhaps he went to the small town at the foot of the mountain." "No, father, I have gone to the back mountain to look for the junior martial uncle for 3 consecutive days, but I have not seen any trace of him," Zhang Ruolin stated. Zhang Yunli pondered for a moment, then said, "He is not a child, after all. Being away for 3 days is perfectly normal. Very well, if he still has not returned in 2 more days, I shall send people to search for him." He did not take it too seriously. After all, going out for a few days was quite normal. Many outer disciples frequently ventured out to nearby cities. Zhang Ruolin nodded and prepared to take her leave. "Wait." Zhang Yunli suddenly recalled something and asked, "Ruolin, when did Lin Xiao depart from the sect? Was he present during the days I was away at the imperial capital?" Zhang Ruolin thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I am not certain. During that time, I did not go to visit the junior martial uncle either." "Very well, you may go now." Zhang Yunli waved his hand. It had just occurred to him that Lin Xiao's name did not appear on Yi Qiudia's list. Moreover, Lin Xiao also practiced the wind blade technique, and it seemed he had not been present when the flame army besieged the mountain either. However, upon further reflection, he had watched Lin Xiao grow up. The boy's cultivation talent was simply too abyssal back then. Even his own father had despaired of being able to teach him. Therefore, while that mysterious expert could be anyone, it most certainly could not be Lin Xiao. "Master, I shall take my leave as well." Yi Qiudia bowed slightly and departed with Zhang Ruolin from the mountain peak pavilion. As the 2 most beautiful women of Qingguang sect walked side by side along the mountain path, they drew countless sidelong glances from the disciples. One possessed an ethereal, otherworldly elegance, the other radiated dazzling sensuality. "Junior sister, do not worry about the junior martial uncle's matter. If he still has not returned in a couple of days, your senior sister will accompany you in the search." Yi Qiudia offered her consolation. "Thank you, senior sister." Zhang Ruolin pressed her ruby lips together and nodded gently. "But, senior sister must remind you of one thing: do not invest too much of your heart and mind in the junior martial uncle." Yi Qiudia warned. "What?" Zhang Ruolin's face showed confusion. Yi Qiudia sighed, speaking with earnest sincerity. "You and the junior martial uncle grew up together since childhood, practically childhood sweethearts. You care deeply for him, you hold him dear. Senior sister understands all of this. But after all, he is nominally your martial uncle, and your talent is exceptional. You are on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level of the Tongma realm, are you not? You must look forward, open your eyes wide to see the world. This world is vast and boundless, filled with countless treasures and innumerable geniuses. We shall one day venture beyond the true kingdom. Therefore, you cannot fixate your gaze upon an insignificant person every single day. Do you understand what I mean?" Yi Qiudia came to a halt, her gaze fixed upon Zhang Ruolin's face. "Senior sister, what are you saying?" Zhang Ruolin's beautiful face flushed crimson as she defended herself. "I care for him because he is my junior martial uncle, because he is my family. That is for the best." Yi Qiudia nodded. She merely felt that Zhang Ruolin's concern for the junior martial uncle had crossed a certain line. A woo-oh! At this very moment, a tremendous wolf howl suddenly reverberated through the distance, piercing through the clouds and sky. Yi Qiudia and Zhang Ruolin turned their heads to look. Beyond the gates of Qingguang sect, at an extremely distant place, a a streak of silver lightning came racing forward with lightning speed. What in the world is that? The two women were somewhat bewildered and suspicious. At that moment, a colossal howl shattered the silence of Azure Light Sect. Numerous disciples and elders streamed out of their dwellings. Could it be some beast causing chaos? Many harbored doubts in their hearts. 4 beasts were rare in the Chu Kingdom, usually lurking deep in the mountains and forests, and those that occasionally roamed outside were of the lowest tier. Soon, that streak of silver lightning hurtled to the very gates of Azure Light Sect. The 2 disciples guarding the entrance were startled. The 3-Zhanglong silver demon wolf exuded a terrifying aura of slaughter, its crimson eyes brimming with boundless ferocity. Azure Light Sect has arrived. Zhong Tianhou, straddling the wolf's back, lifted his head and let out a derisive snort. What a pitiful sect! It occupied but a single peak, and the number of buildings upon it could not even match a small corner of the outer division of Chongfeng Martial Academy. Little wolf, guard the mountain. Kill anyone who descends without mercy. Zhong Tianhou patted the wolf's neck, then leaped down with Yan Yong, striding straight into Azure Light Sect. What business do you have? The 2 gatekeeping disciples demanded loudly. All are but ants, unworthy of my hand. Zhong Tianhou, hands clasped behind his back, waved a hand. Junior sister Yan, kill them. Yes, senior brother Zhang. Yan Yong smiled coldly, drew her sword, and in 2 swift motions, slew all 4 guarding disciples. Then, with his hands behind his back, Zhong Tianhou led Yan Yong along the mountain path into Azure Light Sect. He was clad in a white robe, his very noble, like a refined young master. A rush of footsteps. Before they even reached the sect square, a flood of Azure Light Sect members poured down the mountain. At the forefront were Long Yunmi and the Grand Elder. Who are you, to kill my Azure Light Sect disciples? Zhang Yunmi's face was ashen. He bellowed in accusation. Zhong Tianhou raised his head, scanning the Azure Light Sect members swarming down the mountain. His gaze was cold, as if appraising a herd of cattle. Are you the sect master of Azure Light Sect? His eyes fell upon Zhang Yunmi. Indeed. Zhang Yunmi nodded, frowning. If you do not offer an explanation today, our Azure Light Sect will not rest. He did not act rashly, for he sensed an extremely dangerous aura from Zhong Tianhou. Very well. Zhong Tianhou chuckled lightly. Where is that mysterious expert of yours? Have him come forth and confess his crimes. Understanding dawned in the hearts of Long Yunmi and the others. This man had come to deal with that senior. Humph, listen well. Yan Yong gave a cold snort, speaking arrogantly. This is senior brother Zhong Tianhou, one of the 4 chief disciples of Chongfeng Martial Academy. If any of you dare utter a single falsehood, you will die without burial. Zhong Tianhou? Zhang Yunmi and some elders were stunned. It was none other than Zhong Tianhou. They occasionally visited the Chongfeng Empire and had long heard of his name. He was one of the 4 chief disciples of Chongfeng Martial Academy, one of the 4 prodigies of the Chongfeng Empire, one of the 10 geniuses of Fengxiu, and the son of the Marquis of Sword and Marshal of the Chongfeng Empire. Born into nobility, a favored son of heaven. It was said that at only 28 years of age, his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, with great hope of stepping into the divine sea realm before 30, becoming a martial grandmaster. A martial grandmaster represented the pinnacle of the martial world in Fengxiu, a rarity even across the 18 prefectures of the southern domain. In an instant, Zhang Yunmi and the Grand Elder's expressions grew heavy. They had not expected the Chongfeng Empire to dispatch a figure like Zhong Tianhou. The mysterious senior had merely killed the Chu Emperor, without annihilating the entire royal family, yet the empire took it so seriously. Did you not hear my words? Zhong Tianhou's face turned cold as he suddenly stepped forward. A 9th level spirit transformation realm expert's aura erupted, sweeping like a gale. Zhang Yunmi and the Grand Elder could not help but retreat several steps. Some weaker disciples even collapsed to the ground, pale with fear. Our Azure Light Sect has no mysterious expert. That senior is not a member of our sect, and we do not know where he is. Zhang Yunmi said, his face grim. At the same time, his mind raced for a countermeasure. He did not wish for that senior to appear now, for Zhong Tianhou was too strong. Even if the senior intervened, he would surely be no match. Moreover, no one knew where the senior was. So he could only try to stabilize the situation for the moment and think of another plan. You don't know? Very well. Zhong Tianhou sneered and commanded, Junior Sister Yan, from now on, every 10 breaths, kill 100 people. If that person does not appear, keep killing until the entire Azure Light sect is wiped out. Yes, Senior Brother Lin. Yan Yang nodded. They had intended to annihilate the entire sect anyway. All this talk was merely to force the hidden figure to reveal himself. Otherwise, with the entire mountain to hide in, finding him would be no easy task. Do not push us too far. An elder roared in anger. Insolent words deserve death. Jing Tianhou waved a hand. With that, Yan Yang struck, her sword lancing forward. In an instant, a sharp sword light burst forth free Zhong, piercing the elder's heart in a single blow, killing him on the spot. Yan Yuman's cultivation was at the 4th level of spirit transformation, making her invincible within the entire Azure Light sect. The Azure Light sect members were caught between fury and fear. The intruders were too overbearing. Yet their strength struck terror into their hearts. Sir, our Azure Light sect has no mysterious expert. If you doubt us, you are welcome to search the premises. Zhang Yumi tried to appeal for mercy. But Zhong Tianhou paid him no heed, merely standing with his hands behind his back, waiting in silence. Soon, 10 breaths passed. Yan Yang raised her sword once more, ready to begin the slaughter. Clang! 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 The sound of countless blades being drawn filled the air. Zhang Yumi and the elders and disciples unsheathed their weapons, preparing to fight. Even if outmatched, they would not go down without a struggle. A futile struggle. Yan Yang sneered. Though a woman, she felt little pity. Having spent many years at Changfeng Martial Academy, she had endured countless battles and killings, and was no longer a naive girl. She channeled her true essence, ready to strike. Howl! Just then, the agonized howl of the moon-howling silver wolf echoed through the air. Zhong Tianhou and Yan Yang turned sharply to see the wolf lying dead at the foot of the mountain, hundreds of long away, its body severed in two. Beside the wolf's corpse stood a figure, a wooden mask covering its face. With a single sword strike, Lin Xiao dispatched the moon-howling silver wolf and caught his breath. In truth, he had been chasing after it. When he was still 100 li away from Qingguang sect, he spotted a colossal demonic wolf sprinting along a side path, bearing 2 riders toward the sect. He immediately gave pursuit. However, the demonic wolf was extraordinarily swift despite his utmost effort in flight. He could not overtake it. As he neared Qingguang sect, he saw from afar the wolf pacing outside the mountain gate and the 2 guards who lay dead, and everything became clear at once. These were enemies of ill intent. Without hesitation, he sprang forward and cleaved the wolf with a single blade. Though this beast was formidable, comparable to a cultivator at the 6th layer of the spirit transformation realm, it stood no match against Lin Xiao's strike. Then, he looked up toward Qingguang sect upon the mountain. His eyes fell upon Yan Yang, and his brow furrowed. It was that very woman he had encountered in the Imperial Palace last time. People from Changfeng Martial Mansion. He had let her escape last time, yet she had returned with reinforcements for revenge. His gaze shifted, meeting Zhong Tianhou's eyes, both men revealing their murderous intent without concealment. Hey, you've finally shown yourself. Zhong Tianhou chuckled softly, then stamped his foot and shot forward like a streak of light, descending the mountain path of Qingguang sect. Senior Brother Zun, we must not let him escape. Yan Yang urgently called out. At that moment, everyone in Qingguang sect let out a long sigh of relief. This venerable figure had appeared again at the critical moment. Had he been residing in Qingguang sect all along? Could he truly be one of their own? All disciples and elders couldn't help but speculate. Yet they felt no joy, for the enemy was simply too formidable. Especially Zhang Yumi and those elders, who deeply understood Zhong Tianhou's fearsome reputation. They could only worry for the mysterious expert below. At this point, Yan Yang no longer attacked the others of Qingguang sect, for her primary target remained the enigmatic powerhouse below the mountain. Once that mysterious man was dealt with, the entire Qingguang sect would be insignificant and easily annihilated. Whoosh! Jing Tianhou moved with incredible speed, arriving before Lin Xiao in the blink of an eye. Spirit Transformation Realm, 8th layer. Not bad. Jing Tianhou examined Lin Xiao and sneered coldly. Having just slain the moon-howling silver wolf, Lin Xiao had made no effort to conceal his aura, so his cultivation level was immediately apparent. You have successfully angered me, Lin Xiao said calmly. This opponent could read his cultivation yet remained so confident his own realm must be higher. Yet Lin Xiao feared nothing. He had already reached the 8th layer of the spirit transformation realm, and his great tier Tiangan 6 harmony sword technique had long reached its pinnacle, making his sword intent far more powerful. What use is angering me, you ant-like creature? Zhong Tianhao's aura suddenly surged skyward, his spirit transformation realm, 9th layer pressure fully unleashed. He spoke nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I will not kill you today. I will cripple your cultivation and shatter your limbs." Enough talk. Before Zhong Tianhao could finish, Lin Xiao struck without warning. One slash of his blade. A razor-sharp edge of sword qi tore through the air like lightning, aimed straight at Zhong Tianhao's neck. The blade qi shot forth 5 zhong, and moments before reaching Zhong Tianhao, it split into 9. 9 strands of sword qi enveloped Zhong Tianhao's entire body, leaving him nowhere to dodge. The fourth form of Tiangan 6 Harmony's sword technique, Tiangan Fission. Lin Xiao had unleashed his ultimate move from the outset, with no intention of testing his opponent. Seeking death. Zhong Tianhao's gaze turned icy as he struck out with both hands. 2 palm strikes the size of wash basins, composed of true essence, shot forth and shattered all 9 strands of sword qi in an instant. Yet the overwhelming force sent him retreating 2 steps involuntarily. How is this possible? Zhong Tianhao was filled with utter shock. He had actually been pushed back 2 steps. Though he had only employed 70 to 80% of his strength, that alone should have easily crushed a cultivator at the 8th layer of the spirit transformation realm. Die! With just 1 strike, Lin Xiao had read his opponent's capabilities and held nothing back. His figure shot forward instantly. He leapt into the air and slashed his blade with full force. Tiangan 6 Harmonies. A blood-white sword qi, nearly 2 meters in length, descended from midair. Alongside it came an overwhelming sword intent, majestic as heaven's own wrath, covering all beneath its dominion. A minor achievement in sword intent. Zhong Tianhao's eyes widened in absolute horror. This person had mastered sword intent at the minor achievement level. How could this be? In the fleeting instant, Zhong Tianhao had no time to think. He struck out with a palm and retreated rapidly. But everything was in vain. The blood-white sword qi tore through the palm impression and sliced into Zhong Tianhao's body. In 1 stroke, he was bisected. Splat! Blood sprayed. A crimson line extended from Zhong Tianhao's shoulder to his abdomen. His eyes bulged in fury as he slowly fell to the ground, his body divided in 2. 2 strikes had slain one of the 10 great prodigies of Fengxiu. The spectacle stunned all of Qingguang sect. Their jaws hung open, frozen in disbelief. Especially Zhang Yunli and those elders. They knew well Zhong Tianhao's fearsome reputation, yet such a powerful prodigy had been killed in merely 2 moves. It was all like a dream. Whoosh! At that very moment, Yan Yong leaped into the air and fled toward the forest beside Qingguang sect. Terror-stricken, her soul nearly fled her body. Lin Xiao's gaze followed, and he vanished in a flash, giving chase. Soon, both disappeared into the mountain forest. Yan Yumen's speed paled in comparison to Lin Xiao's. In less than 10 breaths, Lin Xiao caught up and leapt ahead of her. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Yan Yumen's face turned deathly pale as she kept retreating. Those who bring forces to slaughter the people of Qingguang sect deserve only death. Lin Xiao raised his sword, preparing to strike. Thud! Yan Yong dropped to her knees, weeping bitterly. "I don't want to die. I'm very beautiful. Do whatever you wish. I'm skilled in martial arts and will surely satisfy you." Snake! A flash of blade light, and Yan Yumen's head rolled to the ground. Chaofeng Martial Mansion. Lin Xiao murmured softly. Having killed 2 more people this time, Chaofeng Martial Mansion would surely not let this go. Sighing, Lin Xiao slipped away. Soon he arrived at the rear mountain, removed his mask, and changed into another set of clothes. Outside the gates of Qingguang sect, Zhang Yunli, the elder, Yi Qiudia, and many others of Qingguang sect gathered around Zhong Tianhao's corpse. The once unstoppable Zhong Tianhao was now cold. The elder immediately examined the body and was thoroughly shaken. He raised his head abruptly, looking at Zhang Yunli. "Gate Master, it is Wuji Xiangang." What? Startled, Zhang Yunli also began inspecting at once. Both cultivated Wuji Xiangang and were therefore intimately familiar with its true essence. They could detect its distinctive aura immediately. The 2 exchanged a glance, unable to suppress their suspicion. For within Qingguang sect, Wuji Xiangang could only be cultivated by those who had reached the spirit transformation realm. Currently, only the 2 of them practiced this art within Qingguang sect. Even tracing back over 100 years since the sect's founding, fewer than 20 people had ever cultivated it. "Gate Master, Zhong Tianhao has died here. Chaofeng Martial Mansion will not drop this matter," an elder said with concern etched on his face. "Bury him." Zhang Yunli waved his hand. "What happened today must never be disclosed." Zhong Tianhao never came to Qingguang sect. The person was already dead. What else could be said? After returning, Lin Xiao rested for a moment before closing the door and entering the creation space. The Chaofeng Martial Academy had placed some pressure on him, and he could no longer afford to slack off. The next day, while still within the creation space, Lin Xiao sensed a knock on his door. It was Zhang Ruoling. Opening the door, he saw her dressed in a cyan long skirt, gentle and graceful, picturesque and poetic. "Little Uncle Master, where have you been lately?" Zhang Ruoling asked curiously. "Oh, I recently took a stroll around the outer cities." Lin Xiao replied. "Little Uncle Master, if you plan to go out in the future, you should tell me in advance. I've been unable to find you lately, and it's driving me crazy." "This is a cheery-finding pill." Lin Xiao recognized the pill. It was a human-grade mid-rank pill, which inner disciples could only obtain once every 3 months. Zhang Ruoling smiled radiantly, her limpid eyes curving into crescent moons. Extending her hand, she revealed a white pill in her palm. "Little Uncle Master, take this pill. It will speed up your qi condensation and help you break through to the 3rd level of qi condensation realm sooner," Zhang Ruoling said with a smile. "Really?" Actually, Lin Xiao was about to speak and tell her the truth, but she interrupted him. "Little Uncle Master, don't worry, I still have more cheery-finding pills. I'll be going into seclusion now, so I'll come see you when I come out." With that, Zhang Ruoling turned and drifted away, her steps light and lively. "This girl!" Lin Xiao gave a wry smile, warmth flowing through his heart. On the other side, Zhang Yunli and the Grand Elder arrived together at the scripture pavilion. "Uncle Ma." Zhang Yunli greeted Elder Ma courteously with a bow. The Grand Elder also bowed slightly. "What is it?" Elder Ma asked. "Uncle Ma, we'd like to inquire about the Limitless Mystic Art Manual." Zhang Yunli said. "What about the manual?" Elder Ma feigned ignorance. He was naturally aware of the major incident that had occurred in the sect yesterday. "In the past century, aside from myself and the Grand Elder, who else among the living in Qingguang sect has cultivated the limitless mystic art?" Zhang Yunli asked. "No one else," Elder Ma shook his head. "In the last 100 years, besides you two, all who practiced it have passed away." "No, wait, this old man is still alive." Zhang Yunli and the Grand Elder were speechless at this. Then the Grand Elder ventured cautiously, "Elder Ma, has the Limitless Mystic Art Manual been leaked?" Elder Ma's eyes widened, and he said with some indignation, "How could it be leaked? The manual is hidden in the secret chamber. Who could steal it?" "How strange." The Grand Elder exchanged a glance with Zhang Yunli. If the manual hadn't been leaked, then how could that expert have cultivated the limitless mystic art? Both were utterly baffled, burning with curiosity about who that mysterious expert truly was. He always appeared just in time to rescue Qingguang sect. How peculiar. Could it be that he actually lived within Qingguang sect? And each time he showed himself, his displayed strength was many times greater than before. Was his cultivation advancing at such a rapid pace, or had he never revealed his true power? "Sect leader, let's stop investigating." The Grand Elder shook his head and continued, "Since that senior protects our Qingguang sect, it's a good thing. Now that our sect is at its peak, we should focus on developing the sect and expanding our influence." Sigh. Zhang Yunli sighed, and then the two took their leave from Elder Ma, exiting the scripture pavilion. Watching their retreating figures, Elder Ma curled the corner of his mouth into a smile. "You two lads simply can't see what's right under your noses." Elder Ma chuckled inwardly. But still, that kid Lin Xiao's talent was terrifying. He could even slay a spirit transformation realm 9th layer expert. The trouble Zhong Tianhao had brought upon Qingguang sect was quickly quelled. The sect began to expand its influence vigorously, opening up industries across Chu State and gathering talented disciples. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Inside the creation space, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged, a vast aura radiating from his body. 9 days ago, he had already reached the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm, and now he was at the peak of that realm, attempting to break through to the next. The next realm was called the Divine Sea Realm, also known as the Martial Grandmaster. Martial Grandmasters were considered top-tier experts throughout Fengshou, and in Chu State, no one had ever reached this level. Perhaps there were some in history, but those with such talent would leave Chu State early. Regarding the cultivation of the Divine Sea Realm, Lin Xiao had once heard accounts from his master, Zhang Yuanhong. The divine sea, as the name suggests, encompasses two aspects, divine and sea. That is, the evolution of the soul into a divine soul, giving birth to divine sense, and the liquefaction of true essence, forming a sea of true essence within the dantian. Rumble, rumble. From within Lin Xiao's body came a series of muffled booming sounds. The true essence within him was rapidly condensing, compressing unceasingly. The vast true essence seemed to transform into a funnel, spinning at breakneck speed. Soon, at the bottom of the funnel, a single drop of pure liquefied true essence coalesced. Then that droplet of liquefied true essence continuously grew. An hour later, all the true essence in his dantian had liquefied, and Lin Xiao's aura surged. At this moment, he had reached the half-step Grandmaster level. Liquefied true essence at the half-step Grandmaster level could already support a martial artist in flying through the air. Lin Xiao did not intend to linger at the half-step Grandmaster stage. He prepared to push through in one go and become a Grandmaster. The next moment, the true essence within him flowed through his meridians and surged toward the sea of consciousness in his head. He tempered and nourished his soul with true essence, causing it to undergo a transformation. This process was somewhat painful, a piercing pain in the soul, and a single misstep could lead to the soul's annihilation. Some people's souls could never undergo this transformation, leaving them stuck at the half-step Grandmaster level. Lin Xiao's soul slowly expanded. This process was extremely lengthy, taking a full 3 days. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's soul began to emit a faint glow, establishing an ethereal, mysterious connection with the true essence within him. The divine sea realm was achieved. After a short while, the true essence returned to his dantian. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing like a sword. So powerful! Lin Xiao felt the power within him more than 10 times stronger than at the 9th layer of the spirit transformation realm. It was a leap in improvement. Moreover, his soul had evolved into a divine soul, not only greatly enhancing his 5 senses but also giving birth to divine sense. He immediately left the creation space and walked out of his wooden hut. With a thought, an invisible force radiated from his divine soul, enveloping a radius of 3 zhong around him. Even with his eyes closed, he could see every mosquito flying within that range, as well as the frequency of their wing beats, with perfect clarity. Though his divine sense only covered 3 zhong, his 5 senses had greatly increased. His eyesight could clearly see several li away, and his hearing could catch every sound throughout Qingguang sect. Senior brother is scolding Peng Yu. Lin Xiao's ears twitched, and he heard, from the other side of the back mountain, 1,000 dong away, the voice of Long Yumi reprimanding Peng Yu in the main hall. The next moment, Lin Xiao's figure shot upward, and in an instant, he soared hundreds of zhong into the air, hovering in midair. The divine sea realm liquefied true essence, soaring through the sky and diving into the earth. This was true flight, galloping across the high clouds and seas, not merely skimming low. Whoosh! In high spirits, Lin Xiao shot through the air into the distance at tremendous speed. In mere moments, he had flown several hundred li before returning to the back mountain. Meanwhile, near the border of Chu State, an old man in a brown robe with graying hair was speeding through the air at a height of several hundred dong. He was a steward of the Chongfeng Martial Academy, at the half-step Grandmaster level. Jing Tianhou had come to Chu State, saying he would return within 10 days, but over 20 days had passed with no sign of him. As one of the 4 principal disciples of the Chongfeng Martial Academy, he held a noble status. Thus, an elder of the academy had instructed this steward to come to Chu State in search of Song Tianhou. Could that boy Tianhou have wiped out Qingguang sect and then become a guest of the Chu royal family, indulging in the pleasures of the boudoir? The old man, unhurried, flew through the air toward the Chu royal capital. The development of Qingguang sect entered a rapid trajectory. With no more constraints from the royal family of Chu kingdom, the sect began to expand aggressively, laying out various industries across the major cities of Chu kingdom. Moreover, as Qingguang sect was now the foremost sect in Chu kingdom, its prestige shook the entire kingdom, and each day brought countless young aspirants to the sect's mountain to seek admission. Qingguang sect prepared to open its gates wide, welcoming disciples and even recruiting powerful wandering martial artists. However, the sect's domain was limited to a single mountain peak, constraining its scale. To address this, Zhang Yumi decided that the sect required expansion. The 6 mountain peaks surrounding Qingguang sect would all be renovated and constructed, becoming part of Qingguang sect. Thus, Qingguang sect embarked on a grand endeavor, constructing mountain paths, halls, and pavilions. One day, A piercing sound tore through the air as a figure halted above Qingguang sect. Immediately, an overwhelming aura burst forth. The majestic presence seemed like a divine being descending to earth, stirring a fierce wind that shocked the entire Qingguang sect. Qingguang sect members, get out here. The speaker was an elderly man with graying hair, his eyes gloomy as he swept his gaze across the sect below and shouted sternly. This is... He can actually fly? Good heavens, could this be a legendary martial grandmaster? How terrifying this aura is, as if we are facing a wild beast. Countless disciples of Qingguang sect gazed upward at the sky, their hearts filled with terror. Had someone else come to cause trouble for Qingguang sect? Zhang Yinli hastily flew out from the sect's main hall. Upon seeing the old man in the midair, his heart sank. Could this be a powerhouse from Chongfeng martial residence? Senior, I am Zhang Yinli, the sect master of Qingguang sect. May I inquire what brings you here? Zhang Yinli bowed respectfully and asked in a humble tone. I ask you, where is Xiong Tianhao? The old man inquired loudly. He had gone to the imperial palace earlier, but no one had seen Xiong Tianhao. Now he had come to Qingguang sect, yet the sect remained undestroyed. How could Zhong Tianhao have vanished like mist? He absolutely did not believe that Qingguang sect could have killed Zhong Tianhao. Such a weak sect simply had no capability to kill Zhong Tianhao. Xiong Tianhao? Zhang Yunli pretended confusion upon hearing this, playing the fool. Could that be Zhong Tianhao, one of the top 10 geniuses of Fengshou? Could he be coming to our Qingguang sect? The old man frowned upon hearing this. Could Zhong Tianhao truly not have come? He surveyed the surroundings, looking at the other members of Qingguang sect. Some disciples' eyes flickered nervously and quickly lowered their heads. Dare to deceive this old man. The old man's eyes blazed with sharp light like swords as he shouted. This old man will annihilate your Qingguang sect and see if you speak or not. With that, the old man raised his palm, and powerful true energy rapidly gathered within it. But at this very moment, a sharp and majestic pale white blade aura suddenly burst forth from within Qingguang sect. The blade light stretched over Zhu Zong, swift as lightning, terrifying beyond measure. The old man had no time to evade before being slain by a single blade strike. PFFF. The blade aura flashed past, and the old man's body was directly severed at the waist, blood and internal organs continuously falling from the heights. Ah! The old man let out a miserable scream as his fragmented body crashed onto the sect's plaza, life extinguished. The people of Qingguang sect were stunned. This old man, suspected to be a martial grandmaster, had been killed by a single blade aura. Wasn't it said that martial grandmasters were beings akin to earthly immortals? They were top-tier powerhouses across the vast lands of Fengshou. They looked at the old man's corpse, then at the direction from which the blade aura had come, the forest beside Qingguang sect's mountain peak. That mysterious expert within the sect had struck again. Drag him away and bury him. Zhang Yunli waved his hand, instructing disciples to handle the body. He had grown calm now. This expert of their Qingguang sect, with each strike, grew multiple times more powerful than before. He had become somewhat numb to it. Glancing at the nearby forest, he suppressed the urge to investigate. Since this expert chose not to reveal himself, he would not go seeking answers. It was enough to know that this senior resided within Qingguang sect. Too weak, merely a half-step grandmaster. Lin Xiao shook his head slightly. He had thought the opponent was a grandmaster, expecting a bitter battle today, yet it was resolved with a single blade. Chongfeng martial residence, you never learn. Lin Xiao contemplated. He could not keep waiting for the enemy's attacks. It was time to take the initiative. Shortly after, he returned to the back mountain, packed his belongings, and departed Qingguang sect once more. Lin Xiao's figure soared into the high sky, like a shooting star, flying toward the direction of Chongfeng Empire. Traveling through the air and gazing upon the vast mountains and rivers, the boundless earth, Lin Xiao's heart swelled with infinite pride. This was an immense world. With the aid of the creation space, his future potential would far exceed this. To reach Chongfeng Empire, one had to pass near Jinyang City. Lin Xiao first made a trip to the Liang family. It had been a long time since he saw Liang Long, and he missed her dearly. Son-in-law, you came at the perfect time. I was just preparing to go to Qingguang sect to find you. As soon as he entered the Liang family residence and saw Liang Hui, the man spoke with a worried expression. What's wrong? Lin Xiao asked. Lana has gotten into trouble. Liang Hui said. What? What's wrong with Lana? Lin Xiao urgently inquired. The matter is like this. Subsequently, Liang Hui recounted the entire story. Some time ago, because the master of Baisheng Pavilion had died, the Liang family not only obtained all the Baisheng Pavilion industries in Jinyang City, but also acquired the Baisheng Pavilion industries in 3 neighboring cities. The Liang family had become wealthy overnight. As Jinyang City was relatively close to Chongfeng Empire, Liang Long went together with Liang Qi, bringing a small escort, to Chongfeng Empire to purchase some rare elixirs not found in Chu Kingdom. Then, in Beifeng City of Chongfeng Empire, they encountered people from the Sword Marquis' residence. Liang Long was abducted, Liang Qi was severely beaten, and several guards were killed. Yesterday, Liang Qi was brought back by the remaining guards. His legs were broken, his chest bones were half shattered, and he would need several months of recovery before he could even move. After hearing Liang Hui's account, Lin Xiao's fury rose in an instant, his killing intent surging. The Sword Marquis' residence was courting death. Does the Sword Marquis have the surname Song? Lin Xiao asked in a deep voice. He recalled that Xiong Tianhou seemed to be the son of this Sword Marquis. Yes, the Sword Marquis is one of more than a dozen martial marquises in Chongfeng Empire. Beifeng City is his fief, and this person is a martial grandmaster. Liang Hui stated. Where is Beifeng City? Lin Xiao asked. About 3,000 li to the northwest. Uncle, I will rescue Lana. Rest assured. With that, Lin Xiao turned and prepared to leave. Son-in-law, you absolutely cannot provoke the Sword Marquis' residence. Shouldn't we prepare a batch of generous gifts and have them release? Before Liang Hui could finish speaking, he saw Lin Jiao's figure soar into the sky, like a rainbow piercing the heavens, vanishing without a trace. Ah! Liang Hui stared with wide eyes. After a long moment, he murmured to himself, a martial grandmaster. Liang Hui took a sharp breath. Lin Xiao had actually become a grandmaster. Even if he was merely a half-step grandmaster, that was extraordinary. Lin Xiao departed from Jinyang City, flying at full speed. By the dawn of the second day, he arrived at Beifeng City. A martial artist at the first level of the Sea of Spirit realm could soar through the sky, but the consumption was immense. Long-distance flights required intermittent rest to restore true essence. Beifeng City was a majestic metropolis, its city walls towering 20 zhang high, with a population of millions more imposing even than the royal capital of Chu. After entering Beifeng City, Lin Xiao did not recklessly charge into the Sword Marquis Manor. Instead, he first gathered information about the manor within the city. Soon, he learned that the Sword Marquis was a martial arts grandmaster at the second level of the Sea of Spirit realm. However, the Marquis was usually absent from Beifeng City. Because Beifeng City was merely the Marquis' fief, where his concubines and children resided, the daily affairs of the manor were managed by the Marquis' third son, Zhong Tianai. The Sword Marquis himself often stayed in the imperial capital of the Chongfeng Empire, where he also had a residence. Lin Xiao further learned that the Sword Marquis Manor in Beifeng City had a notorious reputation. Its young masters and ladies were deeply embroiled in evil deeds. Even some guards and maids, relying on the manor's backing, acted arrogantly, bullying the weak. Knowing this, Lin Xiao did not hesitate and headed straight for the Sword Marquis Manor. Sword Marquis Manor, no unauthorized persons shall approach. As Lin Xiao reached the manor's main gate, one of the guards stationed outside stepped forward to block him, shouting loudly. Crack! Lin Xiao seized the man's neck, his voice cold. Where is the girl your manor captured a few days ago? The guard's eyes bulged, and he struggled desperately. You're courting death. The other guards, seeing this, immediately drew their long blades and charged at Lin Xiao. Boom! 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 A surge of force erupted from Lin Zhao's body, sending the guards flying backward. They coughed up blood, their internal organs shattered, and died on the spot. Speak! Holding the guard in his hand, Lin Xiao questioned him as he strode into the Sword Marquis Manor. His divine sense spread out, sensing the commotion within the manor. Although his divine sense could only cover a radius of 3 or 4 zhang, it greatly expanded his 5 senses. In the backyard's Lake Heart courtyard, don't kill me. The guard in his hand uttered a terrified voice. Crack! Lin Xiao crushed the man's neck, tossed him aside carelessly, and flung him away. At this moment, perhaps alerted by the disturbance at the gate, a large number of guards rushed out from within the manor. However, Lin Xiao was too lazy to tangle with them. He stamped his foot and soared toward the depths of the manor. Soon, he spotted a small lake in the deeper part of the manor, with a pavilion built at its center. Swoosh! Lin Xiao moved like lightning, landing in the courtyard in an instant. When he saw everything in the courtyard, rage erupted within Lin Zhao's heart. An endless torrent of murderous intent surged wildly inside him. In the courtyard stood a large iron cage, about 1 zhang high and 2 zhang long and wide. Inside the cage were more than 20 women, dressed in rags. Among them were girls of 11 or 12, maidens of 17 or 18, and mature women over 30. Yang Lang was among them. Inside the cage, not only were there living women, but also 2 corpses of young girls, their bodies stiff and purple. Beside the cage stood a wide white jade table, where a young man in his 20s, dressed in luxurious robes, sat. Behind him were more than a dozen maids and guards. At that moment, the young man was enjoying fresh fruit from a plate. At his feet lay a ragged girl, a chain around her neck. The other end of the chain was held in the young man's hand. Lin Xiao's sudden arrival left everyone in the courtyard stunned. Xiao! Yang Lang, inside the cage, cried out urgently upon seeing Lin Xiao, her eyes reddening. Lena! Lin Xiao leaped to the front of the cage, crashed the heavy lock on it, and opened the cage. Yang Lang rushed out and threw herself into Lin Xiao's arms. The other women in the cage remained numb, not daring to flee even with the cage open. How dare you! The young man at the table suddenly roared, rising to his feet. Who dares to trespass in the Marquis's manor? Clatter! Over a dozen guards immediately surrounded them. Lanner, I'm going to kill now, Lin Xiao said, patting Liang Lan's back before turning to face the encircling guards. He struck without hesitation. Boom! He threw a lightning-fast punch, unleashing a ferocious force that instantly tore a guard apart, his body exploding into a shower of gore. Bam! 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 Lin Xiao unleashed a flurry of punches, swift as the wind. The dozen or so guards had no chance to counter. Explosions rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, all the guards lay dead, not a single intact corpse remaining. This! The young man was greatly alarmed. His personal guards were all experts, the weakest at the 8th level of the Meridian Unclouding Realm, and one even at the Spirit Transformation Realm, yet they were all slain in an instant. Are you Song Tianai, the 3rd son of the Sword Marquis? Lin Xiao approached step by step. Yes. The young man nodded, his voice harsh. Who are you? Breaking into my Sword Marquis manor and killing my guards, you have committed a heinous crime. Clang! A battle blade was drawn, a flash of icy light, and blood sprayed. A fine arm fell to the ground. Young master! The remaining maids shrieked. Ah! The young man screamed in agony, his face pale. You dare to wound me? Zhong Tianai retreated, shouting angrily. I am the 3rd son of the Sword Marquis. My father is a martial grandmaster and imperial marquis. My second brother is Song Tianhao. Squelch! Squelch! Before he could finish, the blade flashed again. Ah! Zhong Tianai collapsed to the ground, his screams heart-wrenching. His other arm and both legs were severed, leaving him almost a human stump. Clatter! At that moment, a large number of manor guards rushed into the courtyard, led by a captain whose aura was powerful, his cultivation no less than the 5th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Die all of you! Lin Xiao's figure flickered, charging like a phantom. Blade energy raged, light flashed, blood and carnage ensued, and screams made one's hair stand on end. In an instant, dozens of guards were all slain. Even the captain at the 5th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm could not withstand a single blow from Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao even killed the several maids of Song Tianai. Then, he approached the still wailing Song Tianai, his face utterly cold. I won't kill you immediately, that would be too merciful. Ah! You're damned, damned, my father will surely kill you. Zhong Tianai lay on the ground, roaring in agony. He himself was at the 1st level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Even with severed limbs, his vital energy remained strong, preventing an immediate death. I'll deal with you later. Lin Xiao shook his head, went to Yang Lang, and asked, Lanner, are you alright? I'm fine, but my meridians are sealed, and I can't use my true qi. Yang Lang shook her head, her face somewhat pale. Witnessing this bloody massacre made her slightly uncomfortable. That's easy. Lin Xiao placed his palm on Liang Lan's arm, channeling true essence into her body, quickly unsealing the blocked meridians. Lanner, we must root out this evil. I'll go now to destroy the entire manor. You deal with them here. Lin Xiao's expression was grave, pointing to the women imprisoned in the cage. Yang Lang nodded. She was no saint, and leaving loose ends at this point would only invite future troubles. Shortly after, Lin Xiao departed from the lakeside courtyard. His figure shot into the sky, soaring above the estate as he gazed down upon the entire mansion. Wish, wish, wish. Lin Xiao struck down from his elevated position, his blade flashing repeatedly, cutting down every guard who still attempted to charge toward the lakeside courtyard. Next, Lin Xiao began cleansing the entire marquis estate. Every young master and young lady, every concubine and consort, was slaughtered without exception. Some maids and servants fled the estate in terror. Lin Xiao did not obstruct them, allowing them to live freely. In a moment, the purge of the estate was complete within this grand mansion. Not a single soul remained alive. Soon after, Lin Xiao returned to the entrance of the lakeside courtyard, where Yang Long was waiting for him. All the imprisoned women have been released by me. Yang Long spoke. Lin Xiao nodded, then walked into the courtyard and hoisted Zhong Tianyi by the collar. At this moment, Zhong Tianyi's blood had drained profusely. His breath terribly faint, he had already stopped screaming. Xiao brother, what do you plan to do with him? Yang Long approached and asked. Come with me. A nonchalant smile crossed Lin Xiao's face as he casually picked up an iron chain and walked toward the exit. Soon, Lin Xiao brought Liang Long to the grand entrance of the Jianwu Marquis estate. Outside the gates of the Jianwu Marquis residence, a massive crowd had already gathered, all of them martial artists or common folk from Beifeng City. The guards at the estate's entrance had been slain, while wails continued to echo from within the mansion. Some servants and maids who had escaped had long since alarmed the people outside. Lin Xiao paid no attention to any of it, carrying Zhong Tianyi to the front gate. Then, he thrust the iron chain in his hand into Zhong Tianyi's shoulder. Infused with true essence, the chain pierced through like a blade, directly transfixing Zhong Tianyi's shoulder blade. Amidst Zhong Tianyi's weak wails, Lin Xiao hung him upon the gate of the estate. Not bad. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. He had already shattered Zhong Tianyi's dantian and severed all meridians throughout his body. Without the support of cultivation, this fellow wouldn't last even half a quarter of an hour. This is the third young master of the Jianwu Marquis. Good heavens! He actually crippled the third young master's limbs and hung him on the gate. Who is this person? What tremendous audacity! Witnessing all this, the onlookers outside the estate's gate erupted into an uproar. The Jianwu Marquis estate was a prestigious noble family of the Longfeng Empire, an overwhelming hegemon in the northwestern region of the Longfeng Empire. Normally, ordinary martial artists or forces wouldn't even dare offend the household servants or guards of the Jianwu Marquis estate. Yet today, someone had actually tortured the third young master of the estate in such a manner. The onlookers' eyeballs nearly popped out of their heads, their hearts churning with overwhelming waves of shock. They gazed toward the silent interior of the estate. Could it be that the entire estate has been annihilated? Is there truly no one left? Everyone was terrified beyond measure, yet not a single person dared approach the estate's gate. They only dared gather in the distance to watch. Let's go, Lana. Lin Xiao took Liang Lan's delicate hand and prepared to leave. We're leaving just like that? An expression of astonishment appeared on Liang Lan's face. What's wrong? Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. He'd already killed everyone in the estate, why would he linger? As for whether Zhong Tianyi lived or died, that was no longer important. Living would be far more agonizing. You really are hopeless. Liang Long stamped her foot and whispered, after committing such a momentous deed, you don't want the spoils. This is a marquis estate. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, when they had killed the master and son of Baisheng Pavilion last time, the Lin family had obtained quite a batch of valuable goods from Baisheng Pavilion. The Jianwu Marquis estate, at its worst, must be superior to Baisheng Pavilion. Let's go, into the estate. Lin Xiao pulled Liang Long back into the estate, and the two split up to thoroughly search the mansion. Indeed, the wealth of the estate exceeded Lin Xiao's imagination. After their thorough search, the two of them had found over 200 bottles of pills, 60-some martial arts manuals, and more than 100 fine divine weapons. Additionally, there were over 6 million taels in silver banknotes, 2 million taels in gold banknotes, and 16 large chests of gold. So much, how are we supposed to carry all this? While his heart raced with excitement, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel exasperated. There was simply too much more than they could carry. Abandoning any of it would be such a waste. Take those 100+ weapons, for instance, they were all of extremely high quality, with even the lowest grade crafted from cold iron, comparable to the battle blade in his hand. After some contemplation, Liang Long said, there are carriages in the estate. Let's pick a large one. That works. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. They soon found a spacious carriage within the estate, pulled by 2 tall blood spirit horses. All the plundered spoils were loaded onto the carriage. Then, the 2 drove the carriage and departed brazenly through the side gate of the Jianwu Marquis estate. The massive crowd gathered outside immediately parted, not a single person daring to obstruct their path. Some martial artists had even sneakily infiltrated the Jianwu Marquis estate from other directions, hoping to scavenge some bargains. Swoosh! Just as Lin Xiao and Liang Long had driven the carriage out of the estate, a large number of soldiers surged forth from the distance. Audacious thieves! Seize them! The leading general bellowed, pointing at Lin Xiao and the 2 of them. This general stood 8 feet tall, his aura powerful. When he saw Zong Tianai hang on the estate gate, his heart raced wildly with indignation. The city guard has arrived. The city guard are the estate's private soldiers. Can they really capture these 2? Commander Guo is a 7th level spirit transformation expert with formidable strength. The gathered crowd immediately erupted into heated discussion while quickly retreating. However, silence soon descended upon the scene. Lin Xiao sat composedly on the carriage without even dismounting. His blade in hand danced ceaselessly as wave after wave of blade energy sliced through the air. That general couldn't withstand a single strike before being cut down on the spot. Terrifying blade energy swept across the field, each strike capable of ripping an entire swath of lives. In the blink of an eye, thousands of city guards were annihilated. The blood spirit horses neighed and raced away, leaving behind a field of shattered corpses and a stunned, motionless crowd. Lin Xiao and Liang Long departed Beifeng City entirely, speeding furiously toward the direction of the kingdom of Chu. Longer, were you harmed in the estate? After leaving the city, Lin Xiao asked. I'm fine. Liang Long sighed and said, the 3rd young master of that estate is a psychologically twisted creature. He likes to capture women with decent appearances, then lock them in iron cages without any food, until their minds collapse. Only then do they willingly become his dogs, led around by him, wagging their tails and begging, eating the dog food he provides. How many days were you hungry? Lin Xiao gazed at Liang Lan's somewhat gaunt cheeks. Martial artists at the post-opening stage couldn't survive hunger for long. 4 martial artists at the spirit transformation stage, 3 days without eating wouldn't cause hunger, and they could survive 10 days without food or water. As for Divine Sea Grandmasters, half a month without eating wouldn't significantly affect them. 4 days without food. But while we were searching the estate earlier, I ate quite a lot of pastries. Liang Long said with a bitter smile. That's good then. By the way, Xiao brother. Liang Lan's expression turned serious as she asked, since you annihilated the Jianwu Marquis estate this time, will there be trouble in the future? It's fine. After I send you back, I'll go to the imperial capital of the Longfeng Empire, annihilate the Jianwu Marquis, and exterminate his entire clan. Lin Xiao declared with certainty. Exterminate his entire clan. Liang Long was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Is that really necessary? It is. If I don't kill them, they'll come to kill us instead. Lin Xiao shook his head. Alright then. Liang Long didn't argue further. Though Lin Xiao's killing intent might be somewhat heavy, it was all for her sake after all. Xiao brother, among the martial arts manuals we searched out earlier, several are earth-ranked techniques. Take a look. Liang Long selected a stack of manuals from inside the carriage. Let me see. Lin Xiao then scrutinized them carefully. There were 7 Earth-grade martial arts in total, among which 1 was Earth-grade mid-tier and 6 were Earth-grade low-tier. The Earth-grade mid-tier martial art was a palm technique, while among the 6 Earth-grade low-tier ones, there was 1 blade technique, 1 sword technique, and 2 fist techniques. The remaining 2 were a cultivation technique and a body tempering technique. All are excellent treasures. Lin Xiao felt immensely satisfied. Why was his Qingguang sect so weak? The lack of high-level martial arts was one of the greatest reasons. Let me show you another wonderful thing. Liang Long smiled gently, then pulled a thin book from her bosom. What is it? Lin Xiao opened it to find not martial arts secrets, but cultivation insights. Whoever recorded these insights had described them in great detail. From the Qi condensation realm to the meridian opening realm, then to the spirit transformation realm and the divine sea realm, everything was clearly written. There were even instructions on how a divine sea realm grandmaster could ascend to the more powerful sage realm. However, the description there was relatively brief, only a general introduction. Apart from that, the book also contains some applications of momentum and methods for cultivating it. Blade momentum, sword momentum, and fist momentum were collectively referred to as momentum. Momentum was divided into 4 levels: initial success, minor success, great success, and perfection. I should be at the minor success level of blade momentum, Lin Xiao thought to himself. Previously, when he had cultivated his swift wing blade technique to the highest realm, his blade momentum had reached initial success. Later, when he mastered the heavenly stance 6 harmonies blade technique, his blade momentum had been enhanced, its power soaring. Blade momentum could be comprehended independently to increase its power. However, mastering a new blade technique and comprehending a different blade momentum would also strengthen one's overall blade momentum. Lin Xiao and Liang Long drove the carriage and took 4 days to return to Jinyang City. Lana! In front of the Liang mansion, Liang Hui was overjoyed when he saw Liang Long returning. He immediately bowed to Lin Xiao and said, "Thank you, young Master Lin, for rescuing my daughter. I am deeply grateful." Previously, he had addressed Lin Xiao as worthy son-in-law. But now, he dared not, because Lin Xiao was suspected to have become a martial grandmaster, or at least a half-step grandmaster. Facing such a figure, Liang Hui felt uneasy. He was afraid that calling Lin Xiao worthy son-in-law would provoke his displeasure, and then how could the Liang family cling to his coattails? "Uncle, you're too kind." Afterward, the 3 entered the Liang mansion. Liang Long bid them farewell and went to bathe and change clothes. Lin Xiao and Liang Hui carried all the items from the carriage into the main hall of the Liang residence. "Young Master Lin, what are all these?" Looking at the large wooden chests and some bundles, Liang Hui asked curiously. "Uncle, open them and see." Liang Hui opened one wooden chest, and dazzling golden light met his eyes. It was filled with gold. He gasped sharply. He then opened 2 long, narrow wooden chests, revealing a large number of weapons inside. "These are..." Liang Hui's eyes widened, and he took out a long blade from the chest. "Young Master Lin, this is a low-tier treasure weapon, extremely rare and precious," Liang Hui said excitedly. "Treasure weapon?" Lin Xiao was startled. He had heard some rumors about treasure weapons, but he didn't know the specifics. "Young Master Lin, the weapons used by ordinary martial artists are merely common arms. Even those made of cold iron or profound iron are just superior mortal weapons." Liang Hui smiled lightly, showing off his knowledge, and continued, "But treasure weapons are different. For instance, this one is likely forged from millennium profound iron and special materials, extremely sturdy and sharp, worth no less than 8 million taels of silver." Lin Xiao was inwardly surprised. After all this, among these weapons, there was actually one treasure weapon. Treasure weapons are incredibly rare in Chu state, and even in the Chongfeng Empire, they are uncommon, found only in major powers. Liang Hui sighed with emotion. He coveted this treasure weapon as well, but he knew his own limits and that he was not worthy of possessing one. Lin Xiao took the treasure blade. It was 4 feet long, with a broad and thick blade, and 2 small characters engraved on the hilt: Ancient Mystery. Gripping the Ancient Mystery blade, Lin Xiao sensed carefully. A faint trace of spiritual energy resided within the blade, quite marvelous. "Not bad." Lin Xiao unfastened his own blade and replaced it with the Ancient Mystery blade at his waist. By now, Liang Hui had opened all the chests and bundles. Seeing the Earth-grade martial arts and even Earth-grade pills, his entire body trembled with excitement, as if in a dream. "Uncle, I'll leave half of these weapons, secret manuals, gold, silver, and pills to you, and the rest I'll give to the Qingguang sect," Lin Xiao said. He had already taken 2 manuals in advance, and Liang Long had selected 2 bottles of Earth-grade low-tier pills for enhancing cultivation. He didn't need the rest. As for the gold and silver, they were mere external possessions. He still had 100,000 taels of silver notes, so he didn't need them. "Ah, really? You're giving half to my Liang family?" Liang Hui couldn't believe it, for these items were far too precious. "Of course, would I deceive you, uncle?" Lin Xiao gave a wry smile and continued, "As for the rest, leave them here for now. I'll take them back to the Qingguang sect when I have time." Liang Hui took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Lin, the Qingguang sect is currently recruiting disciples and attracting powerful experts on a large scale. I intend to let Langer join the Qingguang sect, and my Liang family wishes to attach itself to the sect." Liang Hui knew in his heart that although his daughter and Lin Xiao had a romantic relationship, it was not a secure guarantee. After all, the world was vast, and beautiful women were plentiful. In the future, Lin Xiao might break off ties with Liang Long. Therefore, for the Liang family to firmly grasp this powerful connection, they could not rely solely on the bond between Liang and Lin Xiao. They also needed to bind themselves to the Qinguang sect. That's fine. As for Lana, it depends on her own wishes. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Shortly after, Lin Xiao took his leave from Liang Hui and returned to his own courtyard room. He took out a manual and studied it carefully. This manual was called the Crimson Serpent 9 Transformations, an Earth-grade low-tier body tempering technique. Cultivating the Crimson Serpent 9 transformations to the 9th transformation would grant the body a million jin of immense strength, incredibly powerful. Having obtained so many martial arts manuals this time, Lin Xiao intended to practice only this one. He would spend the remaining time on improving his cultivation, which was the most important. After a moment, Lin Xiao prepared to cultivate. Just then, the door was pushed open. Liang had finished bathing and entered, wearing a green gauze dress. Her graceful curves and voluptuous figure instantly made Lin Xiao abandon the thought of immediate cultivation. Xiao Di. Liang smiled meaningfully. Are you trying to disturb my dull heart? Lin Xiao chuckled. Not at all. Is it your mind that's impure? Liang refused to admit it. You dare say you're not? Lin Xiao couldn't help but embrace her, feeling her soft, warm body. He was no saint who could remain unmoved. If she was willing to give herself, he would not refuse. Xiao Di, I love you. Take me. Liang closed her eyes. She loved Lin Xiao, and after this incident, she was willing to give him her first time. All right. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, then carried her to the bed. 4 days later, Lin Xiao had cultivated the Crimson Serpent 9 transformations to the 5th layer, increasing his physical strength by about 120,000 jin, reaching approximately 260,000 jin. Meanwhile, thanks to the Earth-grade low-tier pills for enhancing cultivation, Lin Xiao's cultivation broke through to the 2nd level of the Divine Sea Realm, greatly increasing his power. It's time to leave. Lin Xiao walked out of the room. He couldn't stay at the Liang mansion forever. The threat of the Jianwu Marquis had to be eliminated. The threat of the Chongfeng Martial Academy also had to be dealt with. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would be for the Qinguang sect. Then, Lin Xiao bid farewell to Liang and flew toward the Chongfeng Empire once more. His cultivation breakthrough to the 2nd level of the Divine Sea Realm greatly increased Lin Xiao's flying speed. He had originally intended to go directly to the capital of the Chongfeng Empire, but considering that it had been 8 days since he destroyed the Jianwu Hou Manor, he feared that Jianwu Hou had already learned of it and had gone to Beifeng City. Therefore, Lin Xiao set out for Beifeng City once again. Soon, he arrived at Beifeng City and landed near the manor. At this moment, the Jianwu Hou Manor was surrounded by a large number of soldiers, completely encircling the entire residence. However, within the manor, Lin Xiao sensed no movement at all. It was utterly silent. The corpse of Song Tianai, which had been on the gate, was also gone. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao found an inn not far from the manor and rented a superior room. This entire manor was wiped out. Truly tragic. In my opinion, they deserved it. Every single person in the Jianwu Hou Manor was steeped in evil, weren't they? Hush! Do not speak rashly. If Jianwu Hou hears that, your head will fall to the ground. By the way, why hasn't Jianwu Hou returned yet? It's been so many days. He should have received the news, right? From the window of his room, he could see the Jianwu Hou Manor. With nothing else to do, Lin Xiao entered the creation space to cultivate, and even while inside the creation space, he could still hear the commotion outside. He continued cultivating the Crimson Flood Dragon 9 transformations. The next day, he made further progress, reaching the 6th layer, and his physical strength increased by another 100,000 jin. As he activated the Crimson Flood Dragon 9 transformations, a crimson glow spread over his body, and faint patterns resembling scales appeared. Boom! At that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly heard a loud explosion from outside. He immediately left the creation space and sensed a powerful aura emanating from within the Jianwu Hou Manor. Who is it? A furious roar pierced through the clouds. At that moment, on the training ground of the Jianwu Hou Manor, a middle-aged man dressed in brocade robes with a short beard stood in a towering rage. Before him, the training ground was covered with corpses. All the deceased from the manor were gathered there, including Song Tianai. My lord, we failed to protect the manor. Please punish us. Behind Jianwu Hou, several people knelt on one knee, not daring to breathe. These men were Jianwu Hou's followers, including the deputy commander of the Beifeng City garrison, the city lord of Beifeng City, the chief steward of the Beifeng City Merchant Guild, and others. Damn it! All of you deserve to die. Jian Wuhou suddenly turned and struck out repeatedly with his palm, sending terrifying palm prints crashing into the man with brutal force. My lord! You! The men were utterly horrified, but before Jian Wuhou, a martial grandmaster, they had no power to resist and were instantly slaughtered. After killing those men, Jian Wuhou's wrath still could not be quenched. Not long ago, his second son, Zhong Tianhou, had gone missing and had not been found by the Chongfeng Martial Academy. Now, the manor in his fiefdom had been wiped out entirely. At this moment, he wished he could slaughter the entire city of Beifeng. No matter who you are, I will grind your bones to dust and annihilate every one of your relatives and clansmen. Jian Wuhou's throat emitted a low growl. Hey! Jian Wuhou turned his head and saw a young man suddenly appear on the roof of the main hall. Do you know what the people of your manor have done? Do you know how many they have harmed? Lin Xiao looked at him coldly and asked. He had discovered that Jian Wuhou had returned, so he immediately left the inn and flew into the manor. He did not wear a mask, as there was no need. Moreover, having reached the Grandmaster level, he had developed divine sense, his perception was extremely sharp, and a mask could no longer conceal his features. They were merely insignificant ants, what does it matter? Jian Wuhou roared, then squinted and asked, was it you who destroyed my manor? Ha! Ridiculous! Others' lives are not lives, but your manor's people's lives are. His own family's lives are precious. Lin Xiao sneered and said coldly, yes, I destroyed it, and today I will destroy you as well. With that, Lin Xiao charged at Jian Wuhou like lightning, drawing his long blade and slashing through the air. Swish! In an instant, a sharp blade aura tore through the sky, striking straight at Jian Wuhou. Courting death! Courting death! Jian Wuhou was enraged, his figure flickering as he shot into the sky. Boom! The blade aura struck the training ground. Instantly, the blue stone floor of the training ground shattered, leaving a terrifying blade scar over Tu Zhanglong. Die! Jian Wuhou roared, high in the sky. He drew a soft sword from somewhere and, looking down, thrust it fiercely. Swish! 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 In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of sword chi burst forth from the soft sword like a rain of pear blossoms. Boom! 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 Lin Xiao swung his long blade, creating an impenetrable defense, and in an instant, he shredded all the sword chi. He also soared into the sky, brandishing his blade with wide, powerful strokes. The terrifying blade aura surged continuously, madly attacking Jian Wuhou. Jian Wuhou kept defending, but he found himself gradually unable to hold out. So, he defended while dodging. Who are you? Jian Wuhou roared. In the entire Chongfeng Empire, there were at most 20 or 30 blade grandmasters, but he had never seen such a young blade grandmaster as this one before him. Kill! Lin Xiao did not reply. He continued his attack. The heavenly Gen 6 harmony blade art was executed with grand, sweeping motions, each blade aura possessing the power to split mountains and crack rocks. The two fought in the sky, rising higher and higher until they were 100 dong above the ground, alarming the entire city of Beifeng. That's Jian Wuhou. Who is fighting him? Another grandmaster. Such terrifying blade aura, could it be the Cloud Heaven Blade sect or the Green Sun Blade sect? I can't see clearly, they are moving too fast. In Beifeng City, countless martial artists looked up, their hearts shaken. No, it's a young man, the same one who destroyed the Jian Wuhou manor a few days ago. A perceptive martial expert discerned some details. Those who heard this were greatly shocked. Destroying the manor a few days ago and now coming to kill Jian Wuhou, what kind of grudge was this? At this moment, Lin Xiao, in the midst of battle, was somewhat anxious. Although his strength could suppress Jian Wuhou and force him to retreat step by step. His opponent was extremely experienced in combat, had reached the minor accomplishment stage in his sword intent, and his soft sword was of extremely high quality, making its power formidable. It was not easy for him to kill his opponent. His own foundation was still too shallow. He could only close the distance. So, Lin Xiao frantically attacked while closing in. Soon, he closed to within 3 zhang of his opponent. The next moment, he pushed his speed to the limit, instantly appearing before his opponent and slashing out fiercely with his blade. With this strike, Lin Xiao unleashed the full power of his physical body, exploding with a force of 360,000 jin. His true energy surged, and the gleaming war blade emitted a blade glow over a zhang long, like a giant blade 2 zhang in length. Jian Wuhou was startled, but at this moment, it was too late to dodge. In a flash, he hurriedly raised his sword to block. The next moment, the long blade struck the soft sword with tremendous force. Boom! A thunderous explosion, the force bursting. The terrifying power cascaded down like the mighty river. Jian Wuho's entire body trembled violently. He was cleaved down from the sky by a single strike, crashing heavily into his marquee mansion, leaving a pit 5 feet deep. Cough! Cough! In the pit, Jian Wuho coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. But Lin Xiao gave him no chance to catch his breath, and from above, he slashed down with his blade. The fourth move of the Tiangdian Liuha blade art Tiangdian fission. The terrifying blade chi split into several streams, sealing off the surroundings of the pit, while Lin Xiao himself, like a falcon swooping on its prey, followed the blade chi and plummeted downward from the sky. Scram! Jian Wuho roared, immediately rising and thrusting his long sword at lightning speed. Boom! The long saber, carrying immense force, struck fiercely against the sword's edge. Instantly, the soft sword was sent flying away. A terrifying sword aura swept across Jian Wuho's body. Splash! Blood sprayed, and Jian Wuho was slashed dead, his body split into 2 halves. Phew! Lin Xiao let out a long breath. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. From now on, he must cultivate diligently, for whenever he faced enemies, he must crush them utterly. Then, Lin Xiao picked up Jian Wuho's soft sword and felt around his body. But on Jian Wuho's body, there was only a fist-sized cloth pouch and nothing else. Without inspecting it, Lin Xiao tucked it into his bosom and then shot into the sky. He looked around below. Countless people gathered near the mansion, and figures even stood atop distant buildings. After a moment's thought, Lin Xiao declared loudly, I am Du Xian. Over a month ago, I slew Zong Tianhou. A few days ago, I wiped out the Jian Wuho mansion. Today, I killed Jian Wuho. From now on, I return a clear and upright world to North Wind City. With that, Lin Xiao tore through the air and departed from North Wind City. He had left a false name for the Chongfeng Empire to investigate. By the way, he had also drawn attention to Song Tianhao's affair, so the Chongfeng Martial Academy would be unlikely to send anyone to the Chu Kingdom again. Lin Xiao did not return to Chu, but headed directly for the capital of the Chongfeng Empire. He had to stir the waters even murkier for the Qingguang sect to be completely safe. After Lin Xiao left, North Wind City was completely in an uproar. Jian Wuho had been slain. And the second young master of the Jian Wuho mansion, Zheng Tianhou, one of the 4 top disciples of the Chongfeng Martial Academy and one of the 10 prodigies of Fengshou, had actually been killed over a month ago. A great event is about to happen. Could this Du Xian, the Blade Master, be a master from 9 Mystery Sect, coming to hunt down the geniuses and experts of our Chongfeng Empire? It could also be someone from the Heavenly Fire Hall. Zheng Tianhou died tragically, and Jian Wuho died tragically. This is a monumental affair. They were the 9 Mystery Sect, the Heavenly Fire Hall, and the Chongfeng Empire. These 3 powers ruled the vast territories of Fengshou. Their words carried weight, and all lands submitted to them. As for small states like the Chu Kingdom, there were 18 in total, all vassal states of the Chongfeng Empire, falling within its sphere of influence. For most people, they dreaded war among the 3 powers. Every time, countless lives were lost, leaving devastation in its wake. High in the sky, Lin Xiao flew swiftly. He took out the small cloth pouch he had taken from Jian Wuho and examined it. The pouch still bore Jian Wuho's spiritual imprint. With true essence surging in his hand, Lin Xiao erased the spiritual imprint in an instant. Then he opened the pouch and saw a hazy expanse inside. When he probed it with his spiritual sense, he was startled. Inside the pouch was a space of 1 zhang square, about half the size of a small room. Inside the space, there were many items. Among legends, Fengshou has a treasure called the Qiankun pouch, which contains a universe within. Could this be it? Lin Xiao rejoiced inwardly. Then, he immediately inspected the items inside. There were several sets of clothing, 2 long swords, some gold and silver notes, 2 martial arts manuals, 3 bottles of pills, and 12 milky white crystals. With a thought, Lin Xiao took out the 2 manuals. Both were earth-grade mid-tier martial arts. One was a cultivation method, the other a sword technique. The sword technique was called Tianshan Falling Leaf Sword, extremely powerful. But evidently Jian Wuho had not mastered it. He had at most reached minor accomplishment, far from unleashing its full might. The cultivation method was called 9 Heavens True Song Art, far more powerful than the limitless mystic art. Then Lin Xiao examined the other items one by one. Both long swords were low-grade treasures, together with the soft sword used by Jian Wuhou, that made 3 treasures. There were silver notes worth 3 million taels and gold notes worth 500,000 taels. As for the 3 bottles of pills, Lin Xiao recognized none of them and dared not take them rashly. Finally, those 12 crystals contained spiritual energy, likely usable for cultivation. A man grows rich only by windfall, a horse grows fat only on night grass. Killing and seizing treasures is an eternal refrain. Putting away all the items, Lin Xiao left his soul imprint on the Qiankun pouch, sighing inwardly. The capital was quite far from North Wind City. Lin Xiao flew by day and cultivated by night. Even though his flying speed was much faster than when he was at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm, it still took him a full 4 days to reach the capital. Through 4 nights of cultivation, Lin Xiao's Crimson Flood Dragon 9 transformations reached the 7th layer. His physical strength increased by another 100,000 jin, reaching the level of 460,000 jin. At the same time, he switched to the 9 Heavens True Song art, making his true essence purer and more powerful, and his cultivation approached the peak of the 2nd level of the Spirit Sea realm. Entering the bustling capital, the streets were crowded and lively. Lin Xiao immediately found a large shop. His previous pills had been used up, and the pills obtained from slain Jian Wuhou were of unknown effect. He planned to have them appraised and also buy some pills to enhance his cultivation. Young master, what do you need? As soon as he entered the shop, a clerk came up. I have some earth-grade pills to be appraised, and I also need to purchase some items. Lin Xiao said. The pills in Jian Wuhou's Qiankun pouch contained extraordinary medicinal power. They were surely earth-grade. Earth-grade pills. The clerk was startled. Then his eyes lit up, saying, Please follow me, young master. Then he led Lin Xiao to the 3rd floor and into a small room. Please sit for a moment. A steward will come soon to appraise them for you, the clerk said. Thank you. Lin Xiao nodded and waited. A portly middle-aged man arrived shortly. A maidservant also served tea. Young master, I am Wang Kuang, the steward of Baishore shop. The middle-aged steward slightly cupped his hands, then sat down beside Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded, then reached into his bosom and, with a thought, took out the 3 bottles of pills. Please, Steward Wang. Lin Xiao placed the 3 bottles before Steward Wang. Wang examined them one by one, his expression slightly changing. Young master, these 3 bottles are Earth-grade low-grade poison expelling pill, Earth-grade mid-grade healing pill, and Earth-grade low-grade minor essence nourishing pill. The minor essence nourishing pill is the primary pill for Spirit Sea realm masters to enhance cultivation. Steward Wang introduced them one by one. He looked at Lin Xiao, a hint of surprise in his heart. Together, these pills amounted to over 20, of great value, difficult for martial artists below the master level to possess. Yet the young man before him, seemingly just over 20, actually possessed such valuable pills. I see. Lin Xiao nodded. After a moment's thought, he decided that the poison expelling pill and healing pill were essential, so he would keep them. Then he put the pills away and asked, Steward Wang, do you happen to have Flood Dragon blood? His Crimson Flood Dragon 9 transformations had reached the 7th layer, and to cultivate to the 9th layer, he would need Flood Dragon blood. Flood Dragon blood? Any specific requirements? For example, water, fire, or venom Flood Dragon? Blood from adult or juvenile? Asked Steward Wang. No requirements, but adult Flood Dragon blood would certainly be better, Lin Xiao said. Ha, young master, an adult Flood Dragon is at least comparable to a saint. The entire Fengshu likely has none. As for juvenile fire Flood Dragon blood, this shop does have it. Steward Wang said with a laugh. How much? Lin Xiao asked. Even juvenile fire Flood Dragon blood is quite precious. A half-catty bottle sells for 5 million taels of silver, or 500,000 taels of gold. Of course, spirit stones would be better only for low-grade spirit stones. Steward Wang said. Lin Xiao was astonished at the high price. Gold and silver in this world were truly not worth much. I need 1 catty, Lin Xiao said. Then how will you pay, young master? Asked Steward Wang with a smile. Spirit stones are these? Lin Xiao reached into his bosom and took out 8 milky white crystals. He had examined them before. They contained vibrant spiritual energy, likely spirit stones. Right, these are low-grade spirit stones. Steward Wang's eyes lit up. Then he immediately ordered someone to fetch 2 bottles of Flood Dragon blood and completed the transaction with Lin Xiao. Farewell. Lin Xiao did not linger and left. After Lin Xiao left, Steward Wang pondered for a moment, then lightly clapped his hands. Immediately, a middle-aged man in black entered. Follow him covertly and find out where he's staying. Steward Wang ordered coldly. The black-clad man nodded indifferently and turned to leave. Such a young man, carrying so many earth-grade pills and precious spirit stones. Steward Wang muttered to himself. Neither earth-grade pills nor spirit stones were things an ordinary martial artist could own. Only the most core genius disciples of major powers would possess a few. Especially spirit stones, which typically circulated only among masters. A strange young man possessing such things was certainly out of the ordinary. After leaving Baishuo's shop, Lin Xiao wandered through the imperial capital gathering information. As expected, news about Beifeng City had already reached the capital. Tea houses and restaurants throughout the city buzzed with discussion. It was said that the Chongfeng Empire had dispatched an inspector to Beifeng City to investigate. The Chongfeng Martial Academy had also sent elders to accompany the mission. As the Royal Academy of the Chongfeng Empire, the two were virtually one entity. Having gathered this information, Lin Xiao found an inn near the Sword Marquee Manor in the capital and settled in. He planned to visit the manor the next day and deal with everything once and for all. Rumor had it that the Sword Marquee also had an eldest son. To truly uproot danger, one must eradicate it completely. Night fell. Within the creation space, Lin Xiao had already consumed a small yuan tempering pill and was cultivating. The effects of the small yuan tempering pill were extraordinarily potent. A single pill could rival over a dozen qi gathering pills. That night, Lin Xiao prepared to break through to the third layer of the Divine Sea realm. Inside a room at Baishuo's shop, Manager Wang stood with his head bowed before a gaunt elderly man. Grand Manager, we have located that person's residence. Shall we proceed? Manager Wang asked in a low voice. The gaunt old man pondered for a moment before inquiring. 2 bottles of low-grade earth pills, 1 bottle of mid-grade earth pills, totaling over 20, plus 2 bottles of flood dragon blood, indeed invaluable. Even the gaunt old man felt tempted. Grand Manager, that youth certainly possesses more than 8 spirit stones. I suspect he may have encountered some fortune and acquired these items unexpectedly. Otherwise, how could someone so young possess such treasures? Manager Wang spoke gravely. In truth, they rarely robbed customers, as it was hardly worth the risk under normal circumstances. If exposed, it would ruin Baishuo's shop's reputation. But this time, it was absolutely worth it. Have you identified his identity? Old man does not want to complicate matters. The Grand Manager asked. Not yet, but this person is certainly not from any of the major powers in the capital. He likely comes from elsewhere in the empire, but it makes no difference, we left no traces. Manager Wang replied. After a moment, the Grand Manager nodded and waved his hand, then proceed. Have your people act swiftly and leave no clues behind. Understood. Manager Wang nodded and immediately left the room. Soon after, he summoned 4 experts and gave his instructions. The 4 experts donned black robes with hoods covering their faces and departed from Baishuo's shop. They quickly made their way to the inn and approached a room. Strange. No movement at all, not even breathing. The 4 experts exchanged wary glances and slowly approached the window. Indeed, the room was empty. What if he's not here? Go inside and wait for him to return. Hide within the room and strike when he comes back. After conferring in hushed tones, all 4 slipped through the window into the room, without making the slightest sound. Who are you? Before the 4 could steady themselves, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. The 4 were startled and turned to see a young man sitting calmly on the bed. Lin Xiao's eyes were cold. He had been cultivating, preparing to take another small yuan tempering pill to break through to the third layer of the Divine Sea realm, when he sensed movement outside and immediately ceased cultivation. You! The 4 widened their eyes in shock. They had clearly found no one moments before, so how had he suddenly appeared on the bed? However, all 4 were skilled fighters and attacked without hesitation. 2 of them extended their hands, transforming them into claws that targeted Lin Xiao's shoulders from both sides, while the 3rd struck directly at his chest. The 4th held back, flashing to the other side to provide cover and cut off Lin Xiao's escape route. All 4 possessed cultivation at least at the 6th layer of the spirit transformation realm, with the one leading the assault reaching the peak of the 8th layer. Their coordination was seamless. Fools! Lin Xiao sneered, drawing his long blade and executing a horizontal slash. Slash after slash. In an instant, all 3 heads were severed in a single strike. The three didn't even have time to scream. The remaining hooded figure, who had been holding the rear, was frozen in terror. By their earlier estimation, this person's cultivation should have been at most the second or third layer of the spirit transformation realm, certainly not exceeding the fourth or fifth layer. But now, what was he seeing? A Grand Master. The overwhelming aura of that strike clearly belonged to a Grand Master of the Divine Sea realm. Before the hooded man could process his shock, Lin Xiao had already closed the distance and seized him by the throat. "Who are you?" Lin Xiao asked coldly. The man refused to answer. Lin Xiao pulled back the man's hood, revealing an unfamiliar middle-aged face. "Won't you speak?" Lin Xiao grabbed the man's arm and applied slight pressure. Crack! The arm shattered, bones exposed. GHK! But because Lin Xiao's other hand was gripping his throat, the man could not scream. He could only glare with bulging eyes, producing faint gurgling sounds from his throat. The hooded figure continued making gurgling sounds, cold sweat pouring down his face, his eyes darting frantically. "Oh. Sorry, forgot you can't speak." Lin Xiao seemed to realize something and slightly loosened his grip on the man's neck. Whoosh! The hooded man suddenly gasped for air. What kind of monster was this? He had no intention of concealing anything. But the other party had been crushing his throat the entire time. How was he supposed to confess while suffocating? "It was Manager Wang from Baishore shop who sent us," the hooded man immediately said. "Oh." Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. He had already guessed as much. He had only just arrived in the capital and hadn't offended anyone. He had merely shown off his wealth at Baishore shop. "What is the highest cultivation among your Baishore shop?" Lin Xiao asked grimly. "The Grand Manager, a Grand Master at the first layer of the Divine Sea realm," the hooded man answered hastily. "A mere shop actually has a Grand Master." Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. "Baishore shop is quite large. We have 3 branches in the capital and over a dozen in the surrounding cities," the hooded man exclaimed. "I see." Lin Xiao understood. It appeared Baishore shop was also a major commercial force, certainly far stronger than Baisheng Pavilion, with far greater resources and treasures. "My lord, I have told you everything, with no concealment. Spare me." The hooded man attempted to beg for mercy, but Lin Xiao tightened his palm slightly and crushed the man's neck. "I never expected it to be such a den of thieves." Lin Xiao sighed. He then began searching their bodies, but unfortunately, the 4 hooded figures possessed no items on them. He then opened the door and left the inn under the cover of night. His principle was simple: whoever harms him, he will exterminate their entire clan. He would not wait a single moment. Before long, Lin Xiao soared to Baishore shop and landed directly on the shop's rooftop. Lin Xiao stood atop the shop building, his divine sense spreading outward. Having broken through to the second layer of the spiritual sea, his divine sense now covered a radius of approximately 10 long. Soon, he spotted Steward Wang, who was drinking tea with an elderly man in a room on the 3rd floor of the shop. "Steward Wang, it has been so long. Why has the person not returned yet?" the chief manager asked with a poker face. "Chief Manager, they should be back soon," Steward Wang replied. "I hope nothing goes wrong." The chief manager sighed. Engaging in murder and robbery of guests had become too frequent, and such deeds were bound to lead to trouble. These days, unless the profit was exceptionally great, he was unwilling to do such things. "Don't worry, Chief Manager. That young man's cultivation is not high. Nothing can go wrong," Steward Wang said with a smile. After a moment's thought, he added, "Chief Manager, now that Marquis Jianwu is dead, should we continue our cooperation with his eldest son, Xiong Tianbi?" The chief manager spoke gravely. "Of course we must continue. Xiong Tianbi is not someone to be underestimated. He will bring us great returns in the future. However, within the Chongfeng Empire, it is difficult to find virgins with cultivation at or above the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm. Most of them belong to major powerhouses, and we cannot afford to provoke them." Steward Wang frowned. Xiong Tianbi has already said that the requirement can be lowered to the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm. Any virgin above that level will suffice for their essence blood. The chief manager replied, "That does make it easier to find." Steward Wang nodded. "If they are hard to find in the Chongfeng Empire, then we will search in the territories of the 9 mystical Dao sect and the Heavenly Fire Temple. We just need to be cautious." The chief manager waved his hand. "Essence blood? What do you need essence blood for?" Just then, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the door. Both the chief manager and Steward Wang's expressions changed instantly as they rose from their seats. The door was pushed open, and a tall, upright figure walked in. "It's you!" Steward Wang's face contorted with shock upon seeing the newcomer. "Steward Wang, your Baishore shop is truly remarkable. I came to make purchases this afternoon, and tonight you sent someone to kill me." Lin Xiao looked at Steward Wang and sneered coldly. "You!" Steward Wang's face turned grim. His dispatched men had actually failed. "Attack!" The chief manager bellowed, vanishing in a flash to appear before Lin Xiao, his palm striking toward Lin Xiao's forehead. The wind howled, the strike heavy and mighty. This chief manager was a grandmaster at the first level of the Divine Sea realm. This palm strike was enough to shatter a 1,000-ton boulder. Pa! However, before the chief manager's palm could reach Lin Xiao's forehead, it was seized by a large hand. Ka-chow! Lin Xiao squeezed hard, and the chief manager's palm shattered instantly. Immediately after, Lin Xiao punched the chief manager in the chest. Boom! The chief manager's chest was blasted open, his heart completely reduced to a mist of blood. "You!" The chief manager's eyes bulged in fury, his life force draining rapidly, and he fell straight down. Steward Wang was paralyzed with terror. He stared blankly at the scene, his face pale. The chief manager was a grandmaster, yet he had been killed in a single exchange. How was this possible? This young man before him was also a grandmaster. How could there be a martial grandmaster so young? After eliminating the chief manager, Lin Xiao slowly advanced toward Steward Wang. Thud! Steward Wang was terrified to his core and immediately fell to his knees. "Young master, I was wrong. I was wrong." Tears streaming down his face, Steward Wang pleaded, "Spare my life. Young master, please spare my life. All the wealth in this Baishore shop is yours. I will give it all to you." Lin Xiao shook his head. "You are truly foolish. Even if I kill you, these riches will still be mine." Bam! As soon as he spoke, Lin Dao's palm struck the man's head. Steward Wang's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter spraying everywhere. Lin Xiao habitually searched their bodies. The two only had some gold and silver notes on them, totaling only a few 100,000 taels of silver. Then, Lin Xiao began to loot the Baishore shop. The Baishore shop had 3 floors and housed quite a few people, including numerous guards and clerks. Their cultivation was not weak. The weakest among them had reached the first level of the Meridian Opening realm. Execute them all. For a black shop like this, Lin Xiao felt no mercy. Lin Xiao then began searching the Baishore shop for its valuables. It had to be said that as a major shop, its various treasures and wealth were far greater than those in the Marquis Jianwu estate in Beifeng City. However, Lin Xiao could not carry it all. His Qiankun pouch had the space of only half a room, while the Baishore shop alone had over 1,000 weapons. In the end, Lin Xiao only took the most precious items and all the gold and silver notes. In Chu State, the Chongfeng Empire, and throughout the entire Fengshou region, the gold and silver notes in circulation all originated from a banking house backed by a superpower in the southern domain, so they could be used anywhere. As he was about to leave the Baishore shop, Lin Xiao drew his long blade and used its tip to write the 2 characters Duxian on the ground. He was not doing this to show off, rather, he wanted to confuse the Chongfeng Empire and the Chongfeng Martial Mansion, preventing them from immediately noticing the Qingguang sect. After leaving the Baishore shop, Lin Xiao went directly into the Marquis Jianwu estate in the imperial capital. Earlier, he had heard Steward Wang and the chief manager mention that Xiong Tianbi, the eldest son of Marquis Jianwu, needed the essence blood of virgins, which suggested he was up to no good. So, he planned to deal with him as well, eliminating the threat at its root. Then, early the next morning, he would leave the imperial capital. The Marquis Jianwu estate in the imperial capital was slightly smaller than the one in Beifeng City, but it was extremely luxurious inside, with carved beams and painted rafters. However, the defenses were not particularly strict. Lin Xiao spread his divine sense to its limit, utilizing his 5 senses to the utmost. Every movement within the mansion, even breathing and heartbeat, could be perceived by him. After wandering for a while, Lin Xiao suddenly furrowed his brows, for he detected a faint scent of blood in a courtyard ahead. He immediately entered that courtyard and approached a room from which the bloody scent was emanating. What is going on? Lin Xiao wondered in alarm. He extended his divine sense into the room and found no one inside. Then, he gently pushed open the door and entered. This was a study, simply furnished. The source is from here. Lin Xiao looked at the bookshelf in front of him and directly extended his divine sense into it. Behind the bookshelf was a hidden passage, its aura overwhelmingly bloody, filled with blood-killing intent. The bookshelf was a hidden door that required a mechanism to open. However, Lin Xiao possessed immense strength and forced it open directly, revealing the secret passage inside. The moment it opened, a thick wave of bloody stench surged from the passage, so foul it made one want to vomit. Bold and skilled, Lin Xiao walked straight in, descending deeper on the ground. Soon, he arrived in a stone chamber below and witnessed a scene that shocked him. In the stone chamber below, a dim oil lamp flickered. Under its glow, a massive pool of blood could be clearly seen at the center of the room. The pool was filled with crimson blood, bubbling and seething. Around it, several naked women were suspended, their blood continuously draining. These women had lost all vitality due to excessive blood loss. Their blood flowed steadily into the pool. At the very center of the blood pool sat a figure, appearing to be in his early 30s with a sinister expression. He cultivated by absorbing the blood's baleful essence. Shua! The moment Lin Xiao arrived, the figure in the pool snapped open his eyes. Who are you? Zhong Tianbi stared at Lin Xiao with bloodshot eyes, like a ferocious beast poised to devour. So you're Song Tianbi. You're even more depraved than your brother Song Tianai. Lin Xiao walked closer, his face cold and indifferent. Bold and confident in his skills, he felt no fear. Moreover, his divine sense detected that the opponent was merely at the 9th level of the spiritual transformation realm, utterly insignificant. You are the Guxian Blade Master? Zhong Tianbi narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. He was already well aware of the massacre at the Beifeng City estate and the death of his father, the Marquis of Sword Chivalry. He knew that the perpetrator was a handsome young man, a master named Guxian, hailed as the Guxian Blade Master. It's me. Lin Xiao nodded, then shook his head. After seeing what you've done, I think even exterminating your entire clan wouldn't be excessive. Heh, we martial artists naturally do whatever it takes to enhance our strength. The lives of these ants are insignificant, Zhong Tianbi said with a smile. As if Lin Xiao were an old friend, he showed no fear. They are ants, and so are you. Lin Xiao chuckled and prepared to strike. But Zhong Tianbi was ready. Pushing both palms forward, he sent the blood in the pool surging toward Lin Xiao like a tidal wave. At the same time, he lunged forward, attempting to bypass Lin Xiao and escape. Boom! Lin Xiao threw a punch, its formidable force like surging waves, instantly striking Zhong Tianbi. The man's body exploded into countless fragments. As for the blood rushing toward Lin Xiao, none could touch him. With a shake of his true essence, a blast of air sent all the blood rushing back. Then Lin Xiao turned and left. Upon returning to the mansion, he began a bloody massacre. Moving with ghostly speed, he slaughtered everyone in the estate within moments. And he did so without making much noise. Next, he plundered the treasures. Half an hour later, he left behind the large characters Guxian in the estate and swiftly departed. Lin Xiao didn't want to stay in the imperial capital any longer. He soared into the sky, flying 10,000 dong high, and directly left the city. Having destroyed the White Stone Shop and the Marquis estate, he expected the attention of the Chongfeng Martial Academy to be fully focused on the capital. Thus, they wouldn't discover Chu State for a while. He returned to the Qingguang sect to cultivate in peace. Traveling day and night, he quietly returned to the sect in less than 4 days. This trip to the imperial capital had yielded immense gains, pills, money, treasures, martial arts manuals, everything. The next day, Lin Xiao smoothly broke through to the 3rd level of the Divine Sea realm. His true essence within the Dantian became dense, and his strength increased once more. Standing at the door of the wooden hut on the back hill, he released his divine sense, which now covered an area of 30 zhang. His perception also became sharper. He could clearly overhear the conversations of many disciples within the sect, even from 2,000 dong away. The sect has so many people now. Lin Xiao was somewhat amazed. He found that the Qingguang sect had far more people than before. In just the few days he had been away, the changes were earth-shattering. On the 7 surrounding peaks, a large number of new buildings had been constructed, and he could see figures moving about on those peaks. Lin Xiao left the back hill and headed to the scripture pavilion. When Lin Xiao arrived, the drowsy elder monk immediately stood up excitedly. Greetings, senior uncle. Lin Xiao bowed respectfully. Ah, Lin Xiao, you're here. Since there were 4 disciples selecting martial arts in the pavilion, Elder Mao didn't say much. I'm free, so I came to chat with you. Lin Xiao smiled. Sit! Elder Mo brought out a wooden stool. Senior uncle, have we recruited many people recently? Lin Xiao asked. In the past 10+ days, the Qingguang sect has recruited 8,000 disciples, 10 elders, and over 60 stewards. Elder Ma chuckled, then continued, our sect is thriving now. We've renovated 7 peaks, naming 6 of them 1000C Peak, Literary Mountain Peak, Brocade Glory Peak, Flying Broad Peak, Golden Splendor Peak, and Prime Swan Peak. You should understand the meaning. Lin Xiao nodded. These 6 names corresponded to the 6 sect masters in the history of the Qingguang sect since its founding. And the 7th peak? Lin Xiao asked curiously. Elder Mao's lips curled into a teasing smile. It's reserved for you, of course. But since the sect master doesn't know your true identity, it hasn't been named yet. Lin Xiao was speechless, not expecting that a peak was reserved for him. Elder Mao, we've chosen our martial arts. At that moment, the 4 disciples came to register with Elder Mao. Soon, the 4 disciples left. After they had gone far, they began to murmur. Who was that person, chatting so casually with Elder Mao? He must be the little master, the sect master's junior brother. So that's the little master. Too bad we just joined and didn't recognize him, we didn't even bow. No matter. The little master's martial talent is mediocre. He's just a caretaker of the sect's graveyard now, an idle man. Lin Xiao overheard their conversation but paid it no mind. Now that Elder Mao saw no one else in the pavilion, his face immediately lit up with excitement. Lin Xiao, I heard that the Marquis of Sword Chivalry's estate in Beifeng City was wiped out, and the Marquis himself was killed. The culprit was a blade master named Gu Xian. Was that you? Elder Mao asked excitedly. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Hearing Lin Xiao's confirmation, Elder Mao took a deep breath. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Lin Xiao had reached the level of a master. This was terrifying. Such cultivation and strength, even in the Chongfeng Empire, would make him a regional overlord, let alone in true state. Senior Uncle Ma, I came to see you today for 2 main reasons. First, I believe I can heal the hidden injuries you've suffered, allowing you to restore your cultivation. Second, I want to contribute a batch of martial arts manuals to the scripture pavilion. Lin Xiao said solemnly. What? Elder Mao sprang to his feet. Restore his cultivation. He had been injured years ago, his meridians and dantian damaged, causing a severe drop in his strength. Coupled with advanced age and declining vitality, his current strength was barely above the meridian opening realm. He dreamed of recovering his cultivation. Can you truly heal my injuries? Elder Ma asked with mounting excitement. With my current cultivation, combined with some low-grade healing pills, I believe there should be no issue. Lin Xiao nodded. Excellent. 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 Elder Mao's heart swelled with uncontainable joy. Lin Xiao offered a faint smile, turned his palm, and a stack of martial arts manuals appeared in his hand. Uncle, take a look. Lin Xiao placed all the manuals before Elder Mao. Elder Mao's eyes went wide. He had noticed the manuals materializing out of thin air, which meant Lin Xiao possessed a spatial storage artifact. He quickly suppressed his excitement and began examining the manuals. But soon, Elder Mao was overcome once more, his entire body trembling. All 16 manuals were mid-grade martial arts techniques. So many mid-grade techniques. Elder Mao exclaimed, deeply moved. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, some time ago, Liang Hui, patriarch of the Liang family in Jinyang City, came to Qingguang sect and delivered a large batch of items, including several mid-grade techniques. He told the sect master they were sent by a certain powerful senior of our sect. Oh, he actually delivered everything. Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. He had not planned to take those items and intended to leave them all with the Liang family. Yes, he also brought over a dozen young members of the Liang family, all of whom joined Qingguang sect. Elder Mao confirmed. Lin Xiao understood Lana must have come as well. The sect master was overjoyed and drank with Liang Hui for 3 whole days, yet never managed to draw out your name. Elder Mao said with a grin. Lin Xiao chuckled wryly. His senior brother must have been tormenting himself like a cat scratching at his heart. Lin Xiao, when will you reveal your identity? Elder Mao asked curiously. We'll see, Lin Xiao replied, shaking his head. At first, he felt his sudden surge in power was difficult to explain, so he chose to remain hidden. As for now, he felt it was still better not to reveal himself. If he remained unknown, his senior brother would still be his senior brother, his junior niece would still be his junior niece, and he would remain the overlooked junior uncle. Once his identity was revealed, the nature of those relationships would inevitably change. Wherever he walked in Qinguang sect, he would likely become the center of everyone's attention, and he had no desire for that. It would be far too uncomfortable. This way was free and carefree, and he preferred it so. As you wish, Elder Ma sighed, then eagerly asked, when shall we begin the treatment? Tonight, come to the cabin on the rear mountain, Lin Xiao said. After a brief exchange with Elder Ma, he rose to depart. Lin Xiao, that peak over there was reserved specially for you, though it has yet to be named. Elder Ma pointed toward a distant mountain near the entrance of the library pavilion. He continued, a palace has been built exclusively for you atop it. Would you like to go and see it? Rest assured, it is completely private. The sect master has decreed that no one in the sect is to disturb you there. Very well, I will visit when I have the chance, Lin Xiao said with a smile. He then returned to the rear mountain and tended to his master Zhang Yuanhong's grave. No sooner had he finished sweeping when Liang Long approached. Disciple Yang Long greets my junior uncle, Liang Long said with a teasing smile, offering a slight bow to Lin Xiao. Save the formalities. How did you know I was back? Lin Xiao chuckled and tapped her forehead. I wasn't sure when you'd return, so I came to the rear mountain every day to check. Liang Long explained. Which peak do you reside on now? I am now a direct disciple, so I live on the main peak. They chatted casually about recent developments in Qinguang sect and Liang Lan's cultivation progress. Half an hour later, she finally departed. That night, Elder Ma arrived at Lin Xiao's cabin. Uncle, take this healing pill first, Lin Xiao said, handing him a mid-grade healing elixir. After Elder Ma swallowed it, Lin Xiao channeled his true energy into his body, working in concert with the pill to repair the damage to his dantian and meridians. Elder Ma's injuries were not severe, simply old afflictions that had gone unrepaired due to insufficient power, eventually becoming chronic. 2 hours later, the treatment concluded. Uncle, your injuries have begun to heal. If you come each night for the next half-month, you will make a full recovery, Lin Xiao said. Lin Xiao, I shall not waste words on gratitude. Your presence is my fortune and the fortune of Qinguang sect. The only regret is that Yuanhong cannot live to see this. Elder Ma spoke with deep emotion. Elder Ma, rest assured, I will protect Qinguang sect, Lin Xiao said solemnly. Excellent, excellent. Elder Ma nodded repeatedly before departing the rear mountain, deeply satisfied. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao lived an exceptionally leisurely life, spending his days cultivating and treating Elder Ma's injuries, or simply strolling through Qinguang sect. His Qigel 9 transformations soon reached the 8th layer. The final layer required consuming the essence blood of a fire gel to temper his flesh, skin, tendons, and bones with its power. Within just a few days, Lin Xiao's Qigel 9 transformations reached perfect completion. When he activated it, his entire body took on a reddish gold hue, adorned with patterns resembling dragon scales. His physical strength surged to a terrifying 1,200,000 jin. After more than half a month, Elder Ma was completely cured, his cultivation restored to the second stage of the spirit transformation realm. Lin Xiao's own cultivation had broken through 2 minor realms, reaching the 5th stage of the divine sea realm. Over this period, it was not only Lin Xiao's strength that improved. Many key members of Qinguang sect saw their cultivation advance rapidly as well. With the sect's newfound wealth, pill supplies had increased, and numerous mid-grade martial arts techniques had been acquired. Qinguang sect was transforming day by day, developing at a breathtaking pace. Whoosh! Inside the creation space, dazzling blade flashes erupted repeatedly, a terrifying killing intent enveloping a radius of 20 zhong, reminiscent of divine wrath. After a brief moment, Lin Xiao retracted his blade and stood still. It is nearing completion. A smile appeared on his face. During this period, he had also devoted time each day to comprehending the blade intent. Moreover, to accelerate his progress, he had refined a lower-grade mid-level blade technique to its pinnacle, significantly strengthening his blade intent. It had now reached the threshold of near perfection. Stepping out of his cabin, Lin Xiao took a deep breath of the fresh rear mountain air, feeling revitalized and clear-minded. With a mere thought, his divine sense spread across much of Qinguang sect's main peak. He observed Elder Ma entering the sect's main hall, where Zhang Yumi and the first elder were already waiting. Uncle, Zhang Yumi gestured for him to sit. I have summoned you today regarding the Liang Earth vein matter. I intend to lead a team there, and since you have been there before, I wish to learn from your experience. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Elder Mao's expression darkened immediately. Sect Master, Qingguang sect is flourishing, we have no need to risk going to Liang Earth Vein. Uncle, though Liang Earth Vein is dangerous, it is worth the risk, Zhang Yumi replied. Elder Mao sighed heavy. Sect Master, have you forgotten? Years ago, when your father and I led a team to Liang Earth Vein, every disciple and elder perished. Your father and I were both gravely injured, and your father passed away not long after his return. I am certainly aware of that, but we cannot let Qingguang sect abandon Liang Earth Vein forever. Zhang Yumi shook his head. Liang Earth Vein was an underground fault zone located within Yan Kingdom. Because it connected to the earth veins below, the underground world was exceptionally prone to producing rare heavenly treasures. Every 5 years, the earth veins entered a stabilization period of approximately 10 days, ideal for treasure hunting. At that time, warriors from small nations such as Yan and Chu would flock there, with even more coming from the Chongfeng Empire. Moreover, disciples from the two dominant forces of the Fengshou Region 9 Immortal Sect and Heavenly Fire Temple would also send members to gain experience. Elder Mao, rest assured, I do not intend to bring too many people, and we will proceed with caution, the first elder reassured. That's right, uncle. We will only explore the outer areas and will not venture too deeply, Zhang Yimi added. Elder Mao frowned in silence. After a long while, he sighed and said, very well. Let me tell you what I know about Liang Earth Vein. Thereafter, Elder Mao recounted the conditions within Liang Earth Vein, while Zhang Yumi and the first elder listened carefully. After a lengthy explanation, Elder Mao warned, Sect Master, if you go to Liang Earth Vein, you must be extremely careful around disciples of 9 Immortal Sect and Heavenly Fire Temple. It was precisely a disciple of Heavenly Fire Temple whom we encountered back then that led to our catastrophic defeat. Uncle, I understand, Zhang Yumi nodded. When do you plan to depart? In 2 days, Zhang Yumi said grimly. After speaking, he fixed Elder Mao with an eager gaze and asked, Uncle, those mid-grade martial arts manuals that appeared in the library pavilion, did they truly materialize out of nowhere? Were they not given to you by that senior? You have asked me this 7 or 8 times now. Do you think I would lie to you? Elder Mao's expression hardened, and he swept his sleeve before turning to leave. He had to leave if pressed further by the sect master. He feared he might accidentally reveal the truth. Should he disclose that his injuries had healed and his cultivation restored, the consequences would be dire. Zhang Yumi would undoubtedly force the truth about Lin Xiao's identity out of him no matter what. Zhang Yumi was beside himself with frustration, desperate to turn Qingguang sect upside down to discover who this senior truly was. Sect Master, remain calm, the first elder said with practiced composure. Some matters need not be probed to their root. We should simply remember the senior's kindness. Elder, you do not understand. Zhang Yumi sighed. I feel as though that senior is somewhere among us, as though everyone knows who he is except for us. It makes us feel like fools. The first elder pondered for a moment, then smiled faintly. Sect Master, lean in close, I have a plan for you. Oh! Zhang Yumi looked surprised, immediately leaning in to listen, and his eyes instantly lit up. Back then, it turns out Master was wounded by disciples from Tianhua Hall, which ultimately led to his death. In the rear mountain, Lin Xiao let out a long sigh. Previously, he had no idea who had injured Master Zhang Yuanhong. Seeing Elder Mao leave the main hall, Lin Xiao withdrew his divine sense and stopped eavesdropping. 2 more days passed. Elder Mao came to the rear mountain again and found Lin Xiao. Uncle! Lin Xiao courteously welcomed him into his wooden cabin. Lin Xiao, the sect leader, has already departed for the Yan Kingdom toward the Liang spiritual vein. Elder Mao said. I see, Lin Xiao nodded. You want me to provide covert protection? That is my intention. I worry they may encounter danger. But it largely depends on whether it's convenient for you. Elder Mao replied. Elder Mao said. Lin Xiao wore a thoughtful expression. Thinking of Chongfeng martial residence, he felt uneasy about leaving Qingguang sect. He worried that if he departed, what would happen if someone from Chongfeng martial residence came knocking? Are you concerned about the security of Qingguang sect back here in Chongfeng Empire? Elder Mao noticed Lin Xiao's hesitation and asked. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded, then shook his head. It's fine. I'll make arrangements. Please don't worry, uncle. That's good. Elder Mao nodded. After Elder Mao left, Lin Xiao swept his divine sense over the main peak of Qingguang sect. Liang Lang and Zhang Ruoling were both in secluded cultivation. Those two girls hadn't come to find him for quite some time. Soon after, Lin Xiao shot up into the sky and swiftly departed from Qingguang sect. Only half an hour later, Lin Xiao caught up with Zhang Yunmi and the others. Positioned high above the clouds at tens of thousands of zhong in the sky, Zhang Yunmi's group could not detect him whatsoever. Zhang Yunmi had only brought 2 elders and 2 disciples. One elder was a stout, short old man, and the other was a middle-aged woman. Lin Xiao naturally recognized both of them, the second elder and the 6th elder. The former had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the meridian opening realm, while the latter was at the 8th stage. The 2 disciples were senior brother Peng Yu and inner sect disciple Feng Yuan. At this point, both Peng Yu and Feng Yuan had made progress in cultivation. The former had reached the 7th stage of meridian opening, and the latter had attained the 4th stage. The group of 5 traveled on foot. Due to Feng Yuan's relatively low cultivation, their pace was slow. At this speed, it would take at least 10 days to reach the Yan Kingdom. Lin Xiao followed for a while, then changed direction and flew toward the Chongfeng Empire. Escorting Zhang Yunmi's group to the Liang spiritual vein and returning would take at least 20 days round trip. He still needed to make a trip to Chongfeng Empire. At the very least, he needed to neutralize potential threats that Chongfeng Empire might pose to Qingguang sect. When Lin Xiao arrived at Beifeng City, everything was as usual. Within Marquis Jianhou Manor, there was an eerie silence. Lin Xiao made some inquiries and learned that some time ago, inspectors from the Chongfeng Empire and members of Chongfeng Academy had come to Beifeng City to investigate. A few days later, it was said that the ancient mystic sword sect appeared in the imperial capital and carried out a massive slaughter. Only then did the inspectors and Chongfeng martial residents depart. Then, Lin Xiao headed to the imperial capital. Upon arrival, he discovered the capital was gripped by panic. After asking around, he learned that Tianhuo and the Chongfeng Empire were engaged in a standoff along the border. It seemed that recently, someone from the ancient mystic sword sect had been assassinating powerful figures across the Chongfeng Empire, with the death toll reaching over 30. Among them, nearly half belonged to Chongfeng martial residents. Finally, that person from the ancient mystic sword sect was killed by Chongfeng martial residents. It turned out he was actually an elder from Tianhuo. As a result, the Chongfeng Empire erupted in fury. Their army pressed forward and annexed 3 cities and 1 mine controlled by Tianhuo. The 2 sides fought several engagements. Currently, they had reached a stalemate. Someone is impersonating me. Upon learning this, Lin Xiao felt utterly speechless. He didn't know whether to be angry or amused. This Tianhuo expert impersonating him had, in fact, shielded him and Qingguang sect from trouble. However, someone using his name to carry out wanton killings across the Chongfeng Empire made Lin Xiao somewhat irked. Soon after, Lin Xiao decisively left the imperial capital. Under the current circumstances, neither Chongfeng martial residents nor the Chongfeng Empire would dare to provoke Qingguang sect anytime soon. Lin Xiao did not seek out Zhang Yunmi and the others. They only needed to cross a small nation to reach the Liang spiritual vein, posing no real danger. Instead, he flew directly to the Yan Kingdom and arrived at the Liang spiritual vein within 3 days. The so-called Liang spiritual vein was located within a mountain range, a massive earth fissure stretching over 5 li in length. At its widest point, it spanned fully 30 zhang. From above, it resembled a colossal mouth ready to devour anyone who ventured too close, with continuous rumbling sounds echoing from within. By now, countless people had gathered around the fissure, easily exceeding 30,000 at a rough glance. Lin Xiao's figure descended into the dense forest not far from the great fissure, where he concealed himself. He scanned the area and found that Zhang Yunmi and the others had not yet arrived. He then extended his divine sense to survey the martial artists present. His divine sense could now probe roughly 350 zhang, making it remarkably easy to ascertain others' cultivation levels. Soon, Lin Xiao discovered that half of the martial artists present were at the meridian opening realm, while the other half had reached the spirit transformation realm. As for Grandmaster level experts, he only detected 8, all of whom were at the 1st or 2nd stage of the divine sea realm. There was one person whose cultivation he could not detect at all, whether their power far exceeded his own, or whether they practiced a secret technique to conceal their cultivation, he could not say. Some individuals were too far away for Lin Xiao to bother investigating. Lin Xiao waited for 2 days before Zhang Yunmi and the other 4 finally arrived. They gathered together with more than 10 members of the two-stage Xinjiang sect. Everyone waited patiently for the Liang spiritual vein to stabilize before entering. On the 3rd day, a massive bird flew in from the distance, stirring fierce winds. The creature was covered in purple feathers, with a wingspan of 7 to 8 long. People from Chongfeng Martial residence have arrived. Someone exclaimed in surprise. On the great bird sat a group of no fewer than 20 individuals. Envy flashed in many eyes, not merely envy for these members of Chongfeng Martial residence, but also for their flying demon beast mount. After all, the most ordinary demon beasts possessed no spiritual intelligence and could never serve as mounts. Any beast with spiritual intelligence was at minimum comparable to the spirit transformation realm in cultivation. Whoosh! 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 Members of Chongfeng Martial residence leaped from the great bird, landing gracefully at the edge of the fissure. The crowd automatically parted for them. Many immediately bowed their heads in the presence of Chongfeng Martial residence, daring not to meet their gazes. Of the more than 20 members, almost all were young men and women, save for one bearded middle-aged man. Heh, there seem to be quite a few people this year. One handsome young man from Chongfeng Martial residence, dressed in silver trim with golden edges, surveyed the crowd and smiled carefully. Standing beside him, a youth in blue robe shrugged and sneered, "Senior brother Pan, well, there are many people here. Most of them are useless with no real strength." Upon hearing this, many around them frowned, yet dared not say anything. At that moment, the bearded middle-aged man inspected the fissure and instructed, "The Leon spiritual vein may open within the next 3 hours. Rest and conserve your energy here. Once we descend, do not let your guard down." "Yes, Elder He." All the disciples of Chongfeng Martial residence responded in unison. Elder He gave a slight nod and observed the surroundings, looking for anyone from Tianhua Hou or Jiushuang sect. However, even if members of those two factions had arrived, they would have disguised themselves and concealed their identities. On the surface, nothing could be discerned. Divine C4 stage, Lin Xiao secretly sensed Elder Pan's cultivation from his hiding place in the forest. It was only one stage below his own. Time passed quickly, and soon more than 3 hours had elapsed. At this point, the Leon spiritual vein below had completely calmed. "Let's go down. We are moving out." Instantly, everyone present began to move, leaping one after another into the great fissure. Zhang Yimei and the other 5 also jumped down with the crowd. Within moments, not a single martial artist remained on the ground around the fissure. The rare Grandmaster level experts had all descended as well. There were no heavenly materials or earthly treasures below the Leon spiritual vein that Grandmasters would need. They were primarily there as escorts. Swish! Lin Xiao was the last to leap down. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind howled past his ears as Lin Xiao plummeted continuously. This Li Yuan earth vein was extremely deep, said to be over 500 dong in depth. An ordinary meridian opening realm martial artist might be crushed to death upon falling. However, the earthen and rocky cliffs on both sides were irregular, with numerous protruding areas that allowed those of lower cultivation to continuously absorb the impact. Thus, even a meridian opening realm first level could barely make it down with caution. Whoosh whoosh! The distance of several hundred dong was covered in an instant. The underground world below was dim and murky, with visibility less than 2 long. But with Lin Xiao's cultivation, this posed no problem. He swept his divine sense and soon discovered Zhang Yimei and his party not far away. They had already separated from the members of the Xinjiang sect. Although the Xinjiang sect was an ally of the Qingguang sect in the Chu kingdom, even deferring to the Qingguang sect's lead, they still had to part ways for treasure hunting, otherwise, the distribution of treasures would be problematic. Lin Xiao silently followed them. Zhang Yimei and his group of 5, after descending into the Li Yuan earth vein, began to explore forward. After walking for a short while, they could no longer see anyone else. Sect leader, there seems to be a special force beneath this earth vein. Even when I circulate my true qi to my eyes, I can see no more than a dozen dong. Feng Yuan said in a low voice. Beneath the Li Yuan earth vein, there is a dense fire aura. This is only the fringe. The deeper we go, the stronger the fire aura becomes. Zhang Yimei nodded. Feng Yuan had great talent. Bringing him along this time was also to give him some experience. The group continued to delve deeper, and soon they had walked for half an hour. Suddenly, a faint fluorescence appeared before their eyes. They walked over and looked, their hearts filled with joy. There, in a crevice among the scattered rocks, grew a pale red grass emitting a subtle fragrance. This is the lying grass. Any martial artist below the meridian opening realm 7th level who consumes it can break through a realm. Zhang Yimei said with a smile. He then turned to the woman beside him and said, 6th elder, take it. Give it to Feng Yun when we return. Thank you, sect leader. The sixth elder immediately expressed her gratitude and picked the lying grass. Feng Yuan had already been accepted as her personal disciple, and this was the sect leader's gift to her disciple. Thank you, sect leader. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Following the sect leader to the Li Yuan earth vein had indeed been the right decision. Then, the group continued forward. Perhaps their luck was poor. For the next several hours, they found nothing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a group of over a dozen people emerged from the darkness nearby, blocking Zhang Yunyi and his companions. Zhang Yunyi, haven't seen you in years, you still look the same. A voice with a strange, sarcastic tone rang out. From the crowd stepped a middle-aged man in black tight-fitting clothes, his face covered in stubble. Li Cheng, are you looking for a fight? Zhang Yunyi asked in a deep voice, his expression grave. The opponent was a martial artist from the Qian Kingdom. The Qian Kingdom and the Chu Kingdom often had conflicts, sometimes even wars, which led to mutual hostility among the various factions and martial artists of the two nations. Ha ha, since we've met, naturally I can't let you leave. Li Cheng laughed loudly. Li Cheng, I'll give you some compensation. How about you let us go? Zhang Yunyi spoke to lull the other into complacency, while preparing to strike. Oh, what compensation? Li Cheng asked curiously. Look! Zhang Yunyi pretended to reach into his bosom, then suddenly grabbed a handful of something and flung it fiercely at Li Cheng and his men. It was a black powder that scattered all over their faces and bodies. Ah! Ah! Immediately, the man Li Cheng had brought let out cries of agony. Zhang Yunyi, you damn bastard, how could you be so treacherous? Li Cheng roared in fury and retreated in disarray. His clothes were corroded in patches, and his face was riddled with small holes from the erosion, blood streaming down. This was only because his cultivation was relatively high, and he quickly used true essence to protect his body, thus avoiding serious injury. The opponent had used a poison powder. Caught off guard, even a spirit transformation realm expert would suffer greatly. Feng Yuan, Peng Yu, and the two elders of the Qinguang sect were all stunned. They had never imagined that their usually upright sect leader would possess such a tactic. Especially Peng Yu, who was Zhang Yunyi's personal disciple. At this moment, the image of Zhang Yunyi in his mind was somewhat overturned. Kill! Zhang Yunyi bellowed, drawing his long blade and charging forward. His unexpected move had severely injured 6 of the opponents and lightly wounded 5. Now was the time to strike. Kill! Peng Yu and the others quickly snapped out of their shock and charged into battle. The fight ended swiftly. In less than half a quarter of an hour, Li Cheng and his dozen men were all slain. Li Chen's strength was originally inferior to Zhang Yunyi's. If he had relied on numbers, he might have had a chance to win. But having been tricked by Zhang Yunyi, he was utterly outmatched. Phew! Zhang Yunyi let out a long breath, then flicked the blood off his blade. Suddenly, he noticed that everyone else was staring at him. Zhang Yunyi's face flushed with embarrassment, but fortunately the underground world was dim, and others could not see clearly. Cough! Cough! Zhang Yunyi cleared his throat twice and said, Second elder, sixth elder, Peng Yu, and Feng Yuan, today this sect leader has given you a lesson. The 4 of them were full of question marks. We martial artists are supposed to be upright and righteous, that is true. But when facing a life and death crisis, we must use every means to kill the enemy. At the same time, we must also guard against the enemy's unscrupulous tactics. Zhang Yunyi said with a righteous expression, Do you understand? We understand. The 4 of them nodded in unison. The sect leader is right. Such underhanded tricks. No, such ingenious tactics can catch the enemy off guard and are an excellent way to defend oneself. The second elder chimed in with a serious demeanor. Yes. The second elder speaks sense. The other 3 also voiced their agreement. Afterward, the group collected a few spoils and continued on their way. Senior brother actually has this trick up his sleeve. After they left, Lin Xiao emerged from the darkness and looked at the corpses of Li Cheng and his dozen men. Some of their faces were corroded beyond recognition by the poison powder. Lin Xiao had been watching from the shadows and was also stunned by Zhang Yunyi's methods. Senior brother, would he not fall into the demonic path in the future? In the following journey, Zhang Yunyi and his group encountered no further danger. Over several hours, they discovered a strange flower and a peculiar fruit. Finally, rolling waves of heat came from ahead, with an extremely dense fire aura. Zhang Yunyi and his party approached and saw a lava pool, hundreds of zong in circumference, with boiling magma churning. Around the lava pool, dozens of people had gathered. This is... Zhang Yunli and his companions looked toward the center of the pool, and their eyes widened. At the center of the lava pool, a crimson-red fire lotus was floating and sinking with the churning magma. Crimson Flame Lotus. The name immediately sprang to Zhang Yunli's mind. He became instantly excited. This was a legendary treasure. It was thousands of times more precious than the lying grass. However, though Zhang Yunli was excited, he did not rush to pick it, because there were still over 20 people around, and not a single one had made a move. Something is wrong. There is danger. Master! The second elder and others clearly noticed something was amiss. They exchanged glances and decided to observe quietly. Everyone around gazed at the crimson flame lotus in the magma pool, their eyes revealing greed and desire. A single crimson flame lotus bore 9 seeds within its receptacle. A martial artist at the spirit transformation realm need only consume 1 seed to break through to the next level. More crucially, after consuming the crimson flame seed, the power it contained would cleanse the meridians throughout the body, improve physical constitution, and enhance innate talent. Although the improvement was modest, even a 10% enhancement made it an invaluable treasure. This demonstrated just how precious the crimson flame lotus before them truly was. Finally, someone could no longer resist. Their figure soared upward, darting toward the crimson flame lotus in the magma pool. This was a middle-aged man at the 9th layer of the meridian opening realm, his aura far from weak. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. As the middle-aged man's palm was about to touch the fire lotus, his entire body plummeted into the magma pool in an instant. Gurgle! The magma pool churned with a few bubbles before returning to stillness. Sigh, this is already the 4th. 4 expert martial artists, all on the verge of reaching the fire lotus, suddenly plunged into the magma pool without even having time to react. Someone gasped in amazement. Did any of you see what happened? Zhang Yunli asked the second elder and Peng Yu in a low voice. The others all shook their heads. They hadn't clearly seen how the person had fallen. In the shadows, Lin Xiao's face showed astonishment and suspicion. Others might not have seen it, but he had. Or rather, his divine sense had captured it. 2 rope-like objects had instantly wrapped around the middle-aged man and pulled him into the magma pool. Tentacles? No, it must be a tongue. There's a powerful demonic beast beneath. Lin Xiao pondered. He sensed that the beast was exceptionally strong. Even if he were to strike, he wasn't certain he could subdue it. At this moment, the 20+ people around the magma pool were deeply alarmed. They circled the pool, constantly scanning, but no one dared to pick the lotus anymore. At that moment, another person came flying from the distance. This was a young man of about 25 or 26, unremarkable in appearance, dressed in ordinary hemp clothing. When he spotted the crimson flame lotus in the magma pool, his eyes immediately sparkled with brilliance, his entire body trembling with excitement. However, after scanning the area, he quickly noticed the problem. His eyes darted around, and then he pointed at a woman in yellow robes not far away, ordering, "You, go fetch the fire lotus." The woman in yellow robes hesitated upon hearing this, then firmly shook her head and replied, "There's something strange in the magma pool. I cannot go." "You won't go?" The young man in hemp clothing's expression turned cold. In one strike he reached her, grabbed her throat in a firm grip, and declared, "If you refuse, then die." He spoke in a cold tone. I'll go." The killing intent radiating from him made the woman in yellow tremble, and she nodded immediately. She knew that refusing would mean instant death. "Go!" The young man in hemp released her. The woman in yellow nodded in terror. She wanted to flee, but his eyes were fixed on her, his aura locking onto her completely. There was no escape. She gritted her teeth. In a flash, she darted toward the center of the magma pool. Then, when she was close to the crimson flame lotus, she drew her sword and thrust it toward the lotus. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. She felt her entire body tighten, as if restrained by something. The next instant, she was yanked down into the magma pool. "Ah!" A scream escaped the woman in yellow's lips before she vanished completely. "Hiss!" Everyone sucked in a cold breath simultaneously. This time many had clearly seen it was a tongue, belonging to some unknown demonic beast. The woman in yellow had displayed the aura of a first-layer spirit transformation cultivator, yet she hadn't even managed more than a single cry before being consumed. The young man in hemp clothing was also secretly startled within. As a disciple of Tianhuo Hou, one of the three dominant powers in Fengshou, who cultivated fire tribute martial arts, he naturally understood that a demonic beast must be guarding the Crimson Flame Lotus near the magma pool. If the Crimson Flame Lotus matured, the beast would devour it. If it hadn't matured, the beast would continue guarding it. However, the stable period of the Liang Earth vein lasted less than 10 days. He couldn't possibly wait for the lotus to fully mature. His gaze shifted and settled on a middle-aged man in blue robes who appeared reasonably capable. "You, go try," the young man in hemp commanded. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the middle-aged man in blue robes turned and fled. His cultivation was merely at the peak of the first layer of spirit transformation. Since the woman in yellow had been subdued instantly, he didn't believe he could match the hemp-clad youth. Seeking death. Upon seeing the man attempt to flee, the hemp-clad youth struck with a palm immediately. A surge of true essence erupted through the air, and with one blow he shattered half of the blue-robed man's body, killing him on the spot. The crowd was utterly stunned. "Run! Quick, run!" None of those remaining dared to stay. They understood that treasures were useless without the means to enjoy them. Zhang Yunli and the others also immediately considered fleeing. "Whoever dares leave, I'll kill!" The hemp-clad youth roared, his formidable aura fully unleashed, surging like a tidal wave. He was clearly a powerful figure at the 7th layer of spirit transformation. Everyone was deeply alarmed and immediately halted their steps. "Sir, your actions are excessive. With so many of us here, do you intend to kill us all?" A burly young man asked with a cold expression. However, the hemp-clad youth ignored him entirely. His gaze swept through the crowd and soon landed on Wang Yumi and the other 4. "All 5 of you, go together to retrieve it. Whoever succeeds in obtaining the fire lotus, I'll spare their life," the hemp-clad youth said solemnly. The demonic beast in the magma pool was extremely powerful. Anyone going alone would certainly die, so he intended to use a coordinated strategy. As long as one of them succeeded, that would be enough. "Sir, please don't push us too far." Zhang Yunli's face turned ashen, ready to fight desperately. But at that moment, from the darkness nearby, a sudden force shot forth like an arrow piercing through the air, so fast it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. That force instantly struck the hemp-clad youth's head. Bam! Like a watermelon bursting, his head exploded on the spot, and before he could even cry out, he died instantly. The entire crowd fell silent. A powerhouse at the 7th layer of spirit transformation was killed in an instant. Who could have done this? Even a martial artist at the 9th layer of spirit transformation might not be this formidable, right? Could a grandmaster or half-step grandmaster have arrived? Everyone felt fear in their hearts, but the visibility here was too dim. They couldn't see anything in the distant darkness. Soon, many people left one after another. With such a powerful figure appearing, they couldn't possibly obtain the Crimson Flame Lotus, and staying would only risk their lives. "We should go too." Zhang Yunli felt relieved it was such a close call, then beckoned Peng Yu and the others, and the 5 of them hurried away. In the blink of an eye, no one remained near the magma pool. After a short while, Lin Xiao emerged from the darkness. Eliminating the hemp-clad youth with a mere flick of his finger required barely any effort. What kind of demonic beast? Lin Xiao stood beside the magma pool, pondered for a moment, then extended his hand and grasped directly at the Crimson Flame Lotus in midair. His profound true essence condensed into a phantom palm the size of a millstone, tearing through the air in an instant as it descended. Whoosh! Just as the true essence palm was about to seize the blazing fire lotus, the beast within the magma pool stirred once more. A colossal tail lashed out from the magma, slamming savagely against the true essence palm. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the true essence palm shattered. The entire magma pool erupted, sending waves of molten rock surging several jump into the air. What a beast! Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He retreated a few steps, then thrust out both hands, once again reaching for the blazing fire lotus. Perhaps sensing Lin Xiao's overwhelming power, the beast beneath the magma pool burst forth violently, revealing its gargantuan head. Roar! It let out a thunderous bellow, opening its blood-drenched maw wide and biting apart the 2 true essence palms Lin Xiao had conjured. Is this a flood dragon? A fire flood dragon? Shock rippled through Lin Xiao's heart. The beast's head was covered in crimson scales, resembling an enormous serpent's head large enough to fill a small room. 2 short horns crowned its skull, and a fiery red mane bristled around its neck. This was unmistakably the legendary flood dragon. Roar! The fire flood dragon thrust its massive head forward, its eyes, each as large as a watermelon, locked intently onto Lin Xiao. Within its gaze flickered a trace of human-like confusion, for it sensed a hint of kindred spirit upon Lin Xiao's person. A chill cracked down Lin Xiao's spine under the fire-flood dragon's unblinking stare. The creature was simply too enormous, its presence bearing down with an overwhelming psychological weight. Fool! Drawing a deep breath, Lin Xiao slowly unsheathed the ancient mystic treasure saber from his waist. He refused to abandon the blazing fire lotus, then let this be a battle against the fire-flood dragon. Whoosh! Lin Xiao made his move, unleashing a terrifying saber aura that hurtled straight for the flood dragon's neck. Roar! The fire-flood dragon bellowed in fury, its entire body surging out from the magma. A massive claw shot forth and caught the saber aura directly. Bam! The saber aura shattered, but the 30-zhang-long fire-flood dragon was also jolted by the impact, sent hurtling backward 2 zong. It should be roughly equivalent to the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm. Lin Xiao mused inwardly. This was a juvenile flood dragon, not yet fully mature. With that, he ceased his probing and flashed forward, charging straight at the fire-flood dragon. The long saber in his hand erupted with a 3-zhang blade radiance, the full force of his physical body 1,200,000 jin exploding outward as he slashed fiercely at the fire-flood dragon's head. Roar! The fire-flood dragon roared in fury, whipping its tail at him. Lin Xiao's saber trajectory remained unchanged, while his other hand drove a fist into the oncoming tail. Boom! Bam! 2 explosive impacts rang out almost simultaneously. The fist force slammed into the flood dragon's tail, blasting it aside. The blade radiance struck the fire flood dragon's forehead, sending sparks scattering in every direction. Whoosh! Lin Xiao was forced back several zhang by the tremendous recoil, while the fire flood dragon was sent flying over 100 zhang away, crashing heavily onto the ground. It felt as if the earth itself had quaked. The ground was gouged into a huge crater. The flood dragon's head was cracked open, scales shattered and blood streaming. Whoosh! Realizing the terror of Lin Xiao, the fire flood dragon immediately shot into the air, desperately trying to dive back into the magma pool to escape with its life. Where do you think you're running? How could Lin Xiao possibly let it escape? He struck again at once, his long saber sweeping out. Heavenly Thing 6 Harmony's saber art Heavenly Thing sundering. In an instant, dozens of terrifying saber auras swept across the sky, descending upon the fire flood dragon in a relentless barrage. Boom! 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 The fire flood dragon was utterly crushed by Lin Xiao. In the blink of an eye, its entire body was drenched in blood, and dozens of scales had been blasted to pieces. Submit, or die. Lin Xiao stood before the fire flood dragon, declaring with an air of unbridled arrogance. Recalling the silver wolf mount of Song Tianhou and the massive bird mount of Chongfeng Martial House, he too wished to take a mount for himself. Without a doubt, this flood dragon was perfectly suited to become his mount. Moreover, he had heard that once a flood dragon reached adulthood, it would be at minimum equivalent to a human saint. Lin Xiao had no idea how powerful a saint was, but it was certainly countless times stronger than a grandmaster. As he spoke, Lin Xiao's hand reached out, condensing true essence into a palm that seized the blazing fire lotus from the magma pool in one grasp. He then stored it within his cosmos pouch. As if understanding Lin Xiao's words, the fire flood dragon's eyes blazed with fury, and it abruptly opened its blood-drenched maw. In that instant, a massive ball of scorching flames shot toward Lin Xiao. The fire flood dragon, meanwhile, turned and fled not toward the magma pool, but deeper into the earth's veins. Shatter! The saber aura swept across, instantly cleaving through the flames, firelight surging across the sky. Whoosh! Lin Xiao immediately launched himself in pursuit, swinging his long saber without cease, sending wave after wave of frenzied saber auras sweeping outward. The flood dragon was swift in flight, but in such a short time, it could not escape the reach of Lin Xiao's attacks. Within moments, its wounds had multiplied. A horrifying saber wound across its waist had nearly cleft it in two. Do you submit? Seeing the fire flood dragon heavily wounded and collapsed upon the ground, Lin Xiao flew above it and asked with cold detachment. The fire flood dragon's colossal head nodded, its eyes filled with supplication. It did not wish to die. Since you submit, are you willing to become my mount? Lin Xiao asked in a deep voice. The fire flood dragon nodded once more. Joy surged within Lin Xiao. He pondered briefly. He knew nothing of beast-taming arts, but as long as he could firmly control the creature, there should be no issue. And so, he stirred his divine sense, probing into the fire flood dragon's mind. The beast instinctively wanted to resist, but upon seeing Lin Xiao's expression turn icy cold, it immediately ceased its resistance. Lin Xiao's divine sense smoothly penetrated the fire-flood dragon's sea of consciousness, the very seat of its soul. There, within the flood dragon's draconic soul, he left behind his own soul imprint. With but a single thought, the soul imprint could shatter the fire-flood dragon's soul to pieces. Go now, return to the magma pool. When I am ready to depart, I shall summon you. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Having left the imprint within the flood dragon's soul, he had established a connection between them even across 10,000 li. A single thought from him would be sensed by the beast. Roar! The fire flood dragon let out a low, rasping cry, then rose unsteadily into the air, slowly flying back to the magma pool before sinking beneath the molten surface, vanishing without a trace. Lin Xiao was thoroughly satisfied he had obtained the blazing fire lotus and a flood dragon to boot, quite a substantial harvest. Afterward, he flashed away, heading in the direction where Zhang Yumi and the others had fled. At this moment, Zhang Yumi and his 4 companions had not fled far. They were pressing deeper into the earth's veins in search of treasures. Faintly, they heard a low, guttural roar echoing from behind them. Is someone fighting the beast beneath the magma? Feng Yuan shrank his neck. Even hearing that roar made his very soul tremble. Perhaps it is the powerful figure who struck down the linen-robed youth earlier. Ping Yu speculated. Thanks to him, if that linen-robed youth had kept pressing us, we would have been in dire danger. The 6th elder sighed with lingering fear. Let's not meddle. We must leave at once. This kind of battle is not something we can involve ourselves in. Zhang Yumi waved his hand. Then, he quickened his pace in the search. The Leon Earth veins were vast in scope, nearly a third of the entire Yan Kingdom, and there might be many more fine treasures lying ahead. Another hour passed quickly. Zhang Yumi and his companions came upon an underground river. At the riverbed, the 5 of them discovered a piece of golden mystic stone. This was also a precious treasure. It was one of the special materials for forging weapons. Adding even a morsel of golden mystic stone to a weapon would produce a top-grade mortal weapon. And if this entire piece of golden mystic stone were used to forge a single weapon, it would be enough to create a low-grade treasure artifact. Excellent! Zhang Yumi was overjoyed and hastily tucked the golden mystic stone into his robes. Sect Master, it seems this journey was truly worthwhile. The 2nd elder said with a smile. With just this piece of golden mystic stone, they had already made a tremendous gain, a treasure they would not have dared to dream of before. While Zhang Yumi was claiming his treasure, on the other side, 2 young men arrived at the former magma pool. One was handsome and distinguished, clad in a silver robe trimmed with gold, the other wore blue. Senior brother Pan, the blazing fire lotus is already gone. The blue-clad youth surveyed the scene and frowned. Earlier, they had encountered a few people who claimed that a blazing fire lotus grew here, guarded by a beast beneath. In the end, we were a step too late. I wonder who obtained the blazing fire lotus. Senior brother Pan let out a sigh. Senior brother Pan, I have an idea that might allow us to recover the blazing fire lotus. A gleam flickered in the blue-clad youth's eyes. Treasures like the blazing fire lotus were exceedingly rare. Even within Chongfeng Martial House, they absolutely had to obtain it. As elites of the inner court of Chongfeng Martial House, only they were worthy of such a treasure. Those common rebels outside were not fit to possess it. Oh! What idea! Senior brother Pan wore a look of surprise. We'll do this. And then that. The blue-clad youth laid out his scheme. The 2 then discussed it back and forth. The plan was feasible. Zhang Yumi and his group of 5 continued their exploration within the Leon spiritual vein. The spatial realm of the spiritual vein was extremely complex, with hidden rivers flowing, magma churning, and barren mountains strewn with rocks, while demon beasts occasionally launched attacks. Fortunately, all 5 had good fortune and encountered no further major dangers. Over the course of 9 days, they discovered 7 or 8 rare spiritual treasures of varying worth. At this point, the spiritual vein grew increasingly unstable, with occasional tremors resonating beneath their feet. Master, the stable period of the spiritual vein is nearing its end. We should leave quickly. The 2nd elder suggested this course of action. Once the stable period passed, the spiritual vein would become fraught with strange phenomena, and even ordinary grandmasters would face danger here. Very well, we return by the same route. Zhang Yumi did not hesitate, and the 5 began their retreat. Though the distance remained unchanged, their speed increased more than tenfold. They needed only to travel swiftly. The 5 raced forward, reaching the exit of the Great Rift in just 4 hours. Then, everyone leapt upward, repeatedly pushing off the rock walls to ascend. Except for Feng Yun, who found it somewhat taxing. Everyone else moved with ease. At this time, not only Zhang Yunli and his companions, but many other martial artists around them were also returning, climbing toward the ground above the Great Rift. Before long, Zhang Yunli and his 5 successfully returned to the surface. At that moment, no fewer than 3,000 people were already present on the ground. What is going on? Zhang Yunli keenly sensed something amiss. Because the 3,000 who had emerged had not dispersed, many bore dark, troubled expressions. Scanning the area, Zhang Yunli discovered that the 20-plus disciples of the Chongfeng martial mansion had actually formed a surrounding ring, encircling everyone in the middle. Above, in the sky, a middle-aged elder of the Chongfeng martial mansion stood suspended in midair, his long beard flowing in the wind. No one is to leave. The youth in blue robes announced in a loud voice. Why won't you let us leave? A martial artist who had just emerged asked. Simply put, allow us to inspect your acquisitions, and once finished, you may depart. And not just plundering one person, but everyone. Your Chongfeng martial mansion is being far too domineering. Why must our acquisitions be inspected by you? Shameless conduct. Many people began shouting and cursing in fury. Yet they harbored no fear, for so many martial artists were present, and more continued to emerge from below. Could the Chongfeng martial mansion really slaughter tens of thousands of people? Elder He, you are a revered elder of the Chongfeng martial mansion. Would you truly condone your disciples' plundering? Someone familiar with the Chongfeng martial mansion looked upward and asked loudly. Sigh. Elder He sighed and looked down at everyone, saying, they do not intend to plunder all of you. It is simply that a crimson flame lotus has appeared beneath the spiritual vein. This treasure holds great significance for our Chongfeng martial mansion. Whoever obtains it need only hand over the crimson flame lotus. After speaking, Elder He added, of course, our Chongfeng martial mansion has always acted openly and honorably. As long as you surrender the crimson flame lotus, we will compensate you with 3 mid-grade earth-level pills. As he spoke, Elder He's powerful aura from the 5th level of the Divine Sea stage radiated outward, forming an oppressive pressure that shook the entire crowd. A Grand Master at the Divine Sea stage had evolved their soul into Divine Sense, connected with true energy, allowing their presence to generate an invisible pressure that seized people's hearts. Hearing this, the crowd fumed inwardly. A treasure such as the Crimson Flame Lotus was priceless. Even 100 mid-grade earth-level pills could not compare to a single Crimson Flame Lotus. Offering only 3 mid-grade earth-level pills as compensation was no different from outright robbery. However, although they thought this, feeling Elder He's terrifying pressure, no one dared to object. Everyone, do not worry. Senior Brother Pan stepped forward, wearing a gentle smile, and said, we only want the Crimson Flame Lotus. We will absolutely not take any other items. The crowd exchanged glances. They did not particularly believe these words. Especially since some had obtained treasures whose value rivaled the Crimson Flame Lotus. How could they dare let the Chongfeng martial mansion inspect them? Among the crowd, a few Divine Sea Grandmasters concealed murderous intent in their eyes and had already prepared to strike. They only waited for more people to emerge before launching a coordinated resistance. Zhang Yunli and the other 4 felt anxious. They had also obtained considerable treasures. Though their value paled in comparison to the Crimson Flame Lotus, they feared the Chongfeng martial mansion might seize them nonetheless. What should we do, Master? Pingyu looked at Zhang Yunli and asked in a low voice. Observe quietly. Do not be the first to act. Find an opportunity to escape. Zhang Yunli spoke softly and exchanged glances with the others. The Chongfeng martial mansion is truly deceitful. Lin Xiao sneered inwardly. At this moment, he had not returned to the surface above the rift. He remained within the great rift, hidden beneath an overhanging shadow. Previously, he had followed Zhang Yunli and the others upward, but sensing something amiss outside, he stayed behind in the great rift. After a brief pause for thought, Lin Xiao formed a plan. He did not act himself, but instead used his divine sense to contact his mount, the fire gel. He instructed it to quickly leave the Leon spiritual vein and ascend to the surface to attack the elders and disciples of the Chongfeng martial mansion. Deep beneath the endless earth, magma flowed everywhere. The fire gel was resting in a cave beneath the magma. Suddenly, it sensed its master's summons. Roar! It immediately let out a low growl, swiftly swam out of the cave, and rapidly burst from the magma pool. Then, the fire gel shot toward the great rift like a flash of crimson lightning. The magma pool was not far from the great rift. In merely a moment, the fire gel arrived. What is that? Good heavens! That's a gel dragon. Damn, what a massive gel dragon. Run! It's useless, we can't outrun a gel dragon. I don't need to outrun the gel dragon. I only need to outrun you. Below the Great Rift, some martial artists saw the 30-zhang-long crimson fire gel dragon soaring through the sky and were terrified out of their wits, fleeing in madness. However, the fire gel paid no attention to these people and entered the Great Rift directly, flying upward. Listen up, everyone. No one is to leave without permission. You must submit to inspection, or face execution. The youth in blue robes from the Changfeng martial mansion was still shouting loudly. Because more and more martial artists continued to emerge from the Great Rift, those who had come up later still had no idea what was happening. Everyone need not worry. We will absolutely not take any treasures beyond what is ours. We only want the Crimson Flame Lotus. Senior Brother Pan said with a smile. Everyone was furious, but no one dared to be the first to resist. They could only endure for now, waiting for a strong opponent to rise up so they could seize the opportunity to escape. What? Do you truly think this young master is afraid to kill? Seeing that no one had voluntarily submitted to inspection after all this time, the youth in blue robes immediately drew his long sword, preparing to make an example of someone. But at that very moment, roar! A fierce roar suddenly erupted. A gel dragon 30 zhang in length, its body covered in crimson red scales, suddenly surged upward from beneath the Great Rift. This is a gel dragon. Everyone's hearts trembled. Even Elder, he and the 20+ disciples of the Changfeng martial mansion froze in shock. They never expected that a demon beast from beneath the Leon spiritual vein would actually burst forth from the spiritual vein and that it would be a gel dragon. Roar! After bursting from the Great Rift, the fire gel's enormous eyes instantly locked onto Elder He, then charged straight toward him. Whoosh! The fire gel struck like crimson lightning, arriving in an instant. Its massive dragon claws slashed viciously toward Elder He. Demon beast, you seek death. Elder He was greatly alarmed and unleashed a mighty punch. Tiger Roaring Fist. In an instant, the formidable True Yuan Fist Force transformed into a colossal fierce tiger, hurtling toward the flawed dragon's sharp claws. Boom! With an explosive sound, the tiger fist force was shattered by the flawed dragon's single claw swipe. The enormous talons tore through the air, still lunging toward Elder He. Elder He's heart was filled with terror, and he hastily retreated. But the flawed dragon's thick tail, like a gigantic whip, ruthlessly lashed against his side. Bam! Elder He was instantly sent flying, his protective True Yuan exploding apart, and he crashed heavily into the ground in the distance, leaving a massive crater. Flee! Flee now! Let's get out of here! Retreat quickly! At that moment, the numerous martial artists gathered around the Great Rift finally snapped out of their shock and bolted for their lives. With the flawed dragon occupied by Elder He, this was their only chance to escape. We leave too! Senior Brother Pan shouted, rallying all the disciples of Changfeng Martial Academy as they charged into the nearby mountain forest. They could not afford to worry about Elder He. With his cultivation at the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm, even he was no match for the flawed dragon. Going to his aid would only mean certain death. In the blink of an eye, everyone at the scene scattered in every direction. Meanwhile, Elder He lay crashed on the ground, his bones broken and tendons snapped, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. But the flawed dragon showed no mercy, lunging at him once more. Before it even drew close, it opened its mouth and spewed a massive ball of flame. The flame burned with extreme heat, hot enough to easily melt steel, and it hurtled toward Elder He like a falling star. Flee! Not a trace of fighting spirit remained in Elder He's heart, for he was utterly no match for this flawed dragon. Whoosh! Elder He suddenly slammed his palm against the ground, enduring his injuries to dodge the flames, then shot into the sky and fled with all his might. Chirp! A bird cry rang out as a great bird flew over from afar. It was Elder He's mount, and he was about to leap onto it to escape when another sudden change occurred. Swish! A terrifying blade aura, 4 to 5 zhang long, shot up from below. In an instant, it struck the great bird, shredding it apart as a shower of blood rained down. What? Elder He's eyes bulged, his heart and liver chilled with terror. Turning his head, he saw not only the flawed dragon pursuing from behind, but also a young man flying in from the side. He dared not linger for even a moment, fleeing with all his might. Unfortunately, his severe injuries had slowed him down considerably. Within just a few breaths, he was caught up with. Die! Lin Xiao struck out once more with his blade, slashing at Elder He. Since he had already made his move, there was no reason to spare the man's life. Elder He's eyes blazed with fury as he thrust out both fists, unleashing two phantom tigers. But Lin Xiao's blade shred them apart with a single slash, and the powerful blade aura struck Elder He's body, breaking through his protective Truyuan again and nearly cleaving him in two. Roar! The fire-flood dragon let out a furious bellow and spewed a massive torrent of flame, blasting directly into the severely wounded Elder He. Ah! A piercing scream tore from Elder He's throat. His entire body burst into blazing flames, turning him into a human torch. You are Gu Xian. You are Gu Xian of the Blade Sect. Within the raging fire, Elder He roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Lin Xiao's expression shifted slightly. How had the man seen through his identity? Ah! Elder He's screams lasted only 3 breaths before fading into silence. His body burned to ashes. A gentle breeze swept past, and the ashes scattered in the wind, leaving not even bones behind. What a waste! Lin Xiao sighed inwardly, lamenting that he hadn't even gotten a chance to search the corpse. Shaking off his thoughts, he flew up to land atop the fire-flood dragon's head, commanding it to leave. The flood dragon let out a hissing roar, swung its tail, and shot straight up into the clouds, racing toward the direction of Qingguang sect. Countless martial artists fled frantically through the mountain forest, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the great rift of 000x vein. The flood dragon's roar still echoed in their ears, filling their hearts with dread. You are Gu Xian. You are Gu Xian of the Blade Sect. Soon, they heard Elder He's furious roar, followed by his agonizing screams. Gu Xian of the Blade Sect. Everyone was stunned. They had heard of a powerful figure known as Gu Xian of the Blade Sect. In truth, this person was a formidable expert of the Tianhua Hou, who had wrought great slaughter in the Chongfeng Empire and had already been slain by the martial artists of Chongfeng Martial Academy. How could Gu Xian of the Blade Sect have appeared again? Had he killed Elder He? All who heard Elder He's roar were shaken, yet none dared to go back and check. They only fled faster. Master, wasn't Gu Xian of the Blade Sect supposed to be dead? How has he appeared again? In the mountain forest, Peng Yu asked while fleeing. Who knows? Most of what we heard back at Qingguang sect was mere rumor. Zhang Yumi shook his head and continued, but Gu Xian, who destroyed the Jianwu Marquis Manor, slew the Jianwu Marquis, and clashed with Chongfeng Martial Academy, has in a way deflected disaster away from our Qingguang sect. The others nodded in agreement. That mysterious senior of their Qingguang sect, in order to protect them, had killed Zhong Tianhou and another powerful expert of Chongfeng Martial Academy. Such matters were hard to keep secret forever, yet Gu Xian of the Blade Sect had indirectly shouldered all of it for Qingguang sect. Sect Master, could it be that Gu Xian of the Blade Sect is actually that senior of our Qingguang sect? Feng Yuan asked uncertainly. At those words, everyone was taken aback and unconsciously halted their steps. On careful reflection, it truly was possible. Surely not. Gu Xian of the Blade Sect is far too powerful. Our Qingguang sect senior doesn't seem nearly that strong. The second elder shook his head. Feng Yuan speculated, but when that senior first appeared, he was only a bit stronger than the Prince of Shannon. Later, in his battle with Prince Ning, he only managed to injure him. After that, the senior slew Zhong Tianhou and also killed a Grand Master of Chongfeng Martial Academy, both with effortless one-shot kills. Now that so much time has passed, perhaps that senior really has become that strong. The group fell silent. They found it hard to believe that anyone could cultivate so quickly it defied all logic. Yet everything Feng Yuan said was undeniably true. Besides, we came to 000x vein, and Gu Xian of the Blade Sect also appeared here. Maybe he came to protect us, Feng Yuan continued. His heart stirred with excitement, for he had always believed that the senior of Qingguang sect was the masked figure who had defeated him with a single slash long ago. At that time, the Gale Blade technique, perfected or even reaching the transcendent realm, was something he would never forget. Zhang Yimi and the others exchanged uncertain glances. Sect Master, earlier at the magma pool, when the hemp-clothed youth forced us, someone struck from the darkness and annihilated him with a single blow. Perhaps. The sixth elder recalled the earlier incident and spoke with uneasy suspicion. Whoosh! The group took a deep breath. They understood what the sixth elder meant. Could Feng Yuan really be right that Du Xian of the Blade sect was their Qingguang sect's mysterious senior? It was possible. In fact, the possibility was far from small. The group's hearts burned with fervor. If this were truly the case, Qingguang sect would soar to the heavens. Not the heavens of Chu country, but the heavens of Fengshou itself. That. Keep this matter strictly confidential. No one is to speak of it, not even to members of the sect. After a moment, Zhang Yumi instructed. Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. In the forest on the other side, Senior Brother Pan and the blue-clad youth, along with over 20 disciples of the Chongfeng Martial Academy, were fleeing swiftly, their faces pale. They had also heard Elder He's roar and scream. Now, Elder He must be dead, right? Ancient Profound Blade Sect. Could it be that the Ancient Profound Blade Sect killed Elder He, not the Flood Dragon? What should we do? The group was filled with anxiety. Then, after fleeing for a while longer, they concealed themselves in a mountain hollow. After a long time passed with no further sounds, they returned to the vicinity of the large fissure to investigate. There was no one there anymore, only some traces of battle on the ground. Elder He's remains were not found, only some residual bloodstains. Du Yun, it's all because of your lousy idea that Elder He died. Senior Brother Pan looked at the blue-clad youth, his face iron blue. Senior Brother Pan, how can you blame me? You and Elder He both agreed to this. The blue-clad youth retorted. Senior Brother Pan shook his head, unwilling to argue, and said, quickly send a message to the academy, have them dispatch powerful experts. This matter involves the ancient Profound Blade sect and that powerful Flood Dragon. It cannot be left like this. The blue-clad youth Du Yun nodded, then took out a white paper crane from his bosom. After infusing it with true essence, the paper crane instantly ignited, then shot up like a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. Lin Xiao traveled on the Flood Dragon, not following Zhang Yumi and the others all the way. He went ahead and, in just 2 days, returned to Qingguang sect. Little Flame, how should I arrange for you? Above the clouds, Lin Xiao stood on the head of the Fire Flood Dragon, gazing down at the Qingguang sect. The mountain range where Qingguang sect was located was not large. Hiding the Fire Flood Dragon in the nearby forests would be difficult due to its enormous size. It would easily be discovered and cause panic. That's right. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lin Xiao. The creation space. The creation space was immensely vast, almost boundless. The Fire Flood Dragon could reside within it. Moreover, cultivation was extremely fast within the creation space, so the Fire Flood Dragon would surely grow rapidly there. This thing could even completely replace the Qianquan pouch. Little Flame, this is a space inside, go in and stay there. Lin Xiao took out the creation space stone and guided the Fire Flood Dragon into it. The massive Fire Flood Dragon vanished instantly from the high sky. Then, Lin Xiao was about to land on the back mountain. Suddenly, he halted his movement and looked toward the 8th peak of Qingguang sect. That was the peak among the 7 newly renovated peaks that had not yet been named. At this moment, he saw a figure sneaking along the mountain path. The figure had a seductive posture, fair skin, and wore a light red velvet dress. Holding a broom, she was sweeping the fallen leaves on the path. But her eyes were darting around, giving her a rather sneaky air. Didn't the sect leader order that no one is allowed to go to the 8th peak? Why is Yi Qiudiu still going there to clean? Lin Xiao was a bit speechless. Even if the peak needed cleaning, that should be a task for menial servants. You, Yi Qiudiu, a core disciple, why are you going to sweep? Lin Xiao instantly understood. This Yi Qiudiu was using the pretense of cleaning to try to uncover the identity of the mysterious senior, wasn't she? This probably wasn't Yi Qiudiu's own doing. Likely someone had arranged it. After a moment's deliberation, Lin Xiao flickered and landed in front of the palace on the 8th peak, then walked inside. Inside the palace, it was not extravagant but had everything needed. There was a hall, a bedroom, a study, and a meditation chamber, among others. Not bad. Lin Xiao nodded, thinking that if no one disturbed him, it would be nice to live here in the future. Then he sensed that Yi Qiudiu had already reached the mountainside. So he took out from his Qianquan pouch the spoils from the previous time at the White Stone Shop and the Marquis' mansion in the imperial capital. Weapons, pills, spirit herbs, and secret manuals piled up into a large heap. The Crimson Flame Fire Lotus was also among them. Hand it over to the sect leader. Lin Xiao left a note and then walked into the secret chamber, entering the creation space to cultivate. That senior has never even been here, right? At the mountainside, Yi Qiudiao let out a deep sigh. She had been following her master's instructions to come to the 8th peak to clean every 3 days. But after several times, there wasn't even a ghost of a person here. She decided to come at most 2 more times. If she still didn't find that senior, she would stop coming. Before long, Yi Qiudiao arrived at the mountaintop where the palace was located. Yi Qiudiao's autumn water-like eyes instantly widened. Because the palace gate, which was usually tightly shut, was now open. Whoosh! Yi Qiudiao became instantly excited, her heaving chest rising and falling. Then, she respectfully walked to the front of the palace, bowed, and said, "Senior, I am Yi Qiudiao, a core disciple. I have come to clean the 8th peak. May I ask if the interior needs cleaning?" Yi Qiudiao was nervous. However, the palace was silent. She waited a full quarter of an hour without any response. "Senior!" Yi Qiudiao called out again, then raised her head to carefully examine the interior. Then she saw the large pile of items in the center of the hall. This is... Yi Qiudiao's eyes went wide. Those weapons, pill bottles, secret manuals, and so on made her heart surge with excitement. As if by some mysterious force, she walked into the hall. She casually picked up a manual, opened it, and found it was an Earth-grade lower-rank sword technique. Then, she picked up a pill bottle, opened it and sniffed. It was definitely an Earth-grade pill as well. Yi Qiudiao felt her mind explode. How could so many precious items be casually piled up here? The entire Qinguang sect couldn't gather so many rare resources. These are for me to hand over to my master. Yi Qiudiao was overjoyed. She looked left and right but did not see the figure of that senior. But she knew that the senior was aware of her arrival, otherwise he wouldn't have left the resources and the note. Then, she immediately knelt down and respectfully kowtowed a few times. "On behalf of my master, I, Yi Qiudiao, thank the senior," Yi Qiudiao declared loudly. Then, she stood up and began to move these resources. In the end, Yi Qiudiao packed all the resources into several huge bundles and moved them all to the sect leader's pavilion on the main peak. Because the sect leader was not there, and Yi Qiudiao was worried about the safety of the resources, she kept guard outside the pavilion, waiting for the sect leader to return. Liang Earth Vein. Over 20 disciples of the Chongfeng Martial Academy stood respectfully. In front of them was a tall, elderly man dressed in a black gold python robe, with an extremely stern countenance. "Law enforcement elder, is that how it happened? We don't know whether elder he died at the hands of the flawed dragon or the ancient profound blade sect. Elder his body was not found." Senior brother Pan reported the situation to the other party in detail. The elder in the black and gold python robe nodded slightly. His face cold and impassive, he carefully examined the battle traces at the scene. He had long known that the ancient Xian blade sect had not died. That so-called ancient Xian blade sect who had been slain was merely an impostor. His martial arts path did not match the real ancient Xian blade sect, which naturally did not escape the notice of their Chongfeng Military Affairs Bureau. However, due to serious frictions with the Tianhua Palace in recent years, and since the fake ancient Xian blade sect had indeed made trouble for the Tianhua Palace people, they simply turned the spearhead toward the Tianhua Palace. But privately, they would continue investigating the whereabouts of the ancient Xian blade sect, just at a slower pace. Unexpectedly, the ancient Xian blade sect had appeared again, and had slain Elder He. If this person is not eliminated, the entire Chongfeng Empire will never know peace. After a moment, the law enforcement elder let out a long sigh. After 10 days of travel, Zhang Yunli and his 5 companions successfully returned to Qinguang sect. Walking along the mountain path, the 5 wore smiles on their faces. This journey to the Liang Vein had been extremely rewarding. Zhang Yunli first visited the Grand Elder to inquire about the sect situation, then returned alone to the pavilion on the mountaintop. "Coyote!" Seeing Yi Qiudiao sitting cross-legged before the pavilion, Zhang Yunli called out, "Greetings, master!" Yi Qiudiao hastily rose and bowed, saying, "Reporting to master, during this time, your disciple was ordered to clean the 8th peak, but has never seen that senior's figure. If you didn't see him, then so be it." Zhang Yunli waved his hand. This had been the Grand Elder's idea, and currently it seemed like a rather foolish one. "However, senior left something for you." Yi Qiudiao's voice shifted. "What?" "Please look, master." Yi Qiudiao pushed open the pavilion doors, and suddenly several large bundles appeared before Zhang Yunli's eyes. Each Xiudiu opened them one by one. This is the Crimson Songfire Lotus. When Zhang Yunli saw the Crimson Songfire Lotus revealed within one of the large bundles, his heart was shaken. It was exactly the same as the one from the Liang vein. Zhang Yunli's heart surged with tremendous waves. So Feng Yuan's speculation had been correct. That senior had also gone to the Liang vein, protecting them from the shadows the entire time, and had brought back the Crimson Songfire Lotus. Master, all these resources are excellent things. Look at these weapons, each one is a top-grade weapon. And these spirit herbs, all are medicinal herbs that can increase cultivation. Yi Qiudiu was also somewhat excited, continuing, your disciple went to clean the 8th peak, and that senior left these resources in the main hall, along with a message telling your disciple to deliver them to you. Saying this, Yi Qiudiu handed the note to Zhang Yunli. Zhang Yunli looked at it. The handwriting was sloppy. The script was not familiar. You didn't see that senior? No. From now on, reduce how often you go to clean. Once a month should be enough, Zhang Yunli said. The other party did not wish to reveal their identity. Going 100 times would be useless. Understood. Immediately, go notify all the elders. Assembly at the sect's main hall. Zhang Yunli instructed solemnly. With these resources, their Qinguang sect strength would surge dramatically. Especially that Crimson Songfire Lotus 9 lotus seeds, each one capable of causing a dramatic increase in cultivation. They needed to be carefully distributed. 1 hour later. After discussion, all 9 seeds of the Crimson Songfire Lotus were distributed. Some precious pills were also allocated. 5 days later. Lin Xiao walked out of the meditation chamber and came outside the palace. At this time, his true essence within was immensely abundant, and within his dantian was like a pond. His cultivation had already reached the 6th stage of the divine sea realm. Swish! In a flash, Lin Xiao's figure returned to the rear mountain of the main peak. His divine sense swept across the entire main peak, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Zhang Yunli had broken through to the 3rd stage of the transformation spirit realm. The Grand Elder had reached the 2nd stage of the transformation spirit realm. Peng Yu had actually reached the 9th stage of the post-opening realm, rising 2 whole stages. 4 more transformation spirit realm experts had emerged in the sect. Many others had made significant progress in their cultivation. Even little Ruolin had reached the peak of the 3rd stage of the post-opening realm. Excellent. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with Qinguang sect's development. He also needed to continue working hard. At the very least, he had to become invincible within the Chongfeng Empire. Otherwise, he would have little sense of security. Over the following period, Lin Xiao began secluding himself for cultivation in the wooden cabin at the rear mountain. Except for occasional visits from Liang Long, sharing tender moments, no one else came to disturb him. On this day, a group of powerful figures descended upon Jinyang City in Shu Kingdom, landing not far from the Liang family's estate. This group consisted of 4 people, all of them Grandmaster-level experts. There were 2 leaders among them. One was a gaunt middle-aged man, and the other was the law enforcement elder of the Chongfeng Military Affairs Bureau in his black and gold python robe. Swish! A black-robed figure flashed out from the side and came before the 4 Grandmasters. Greetings, Your Excellency the Inspector. The black-robed figure knelt on one knee. Have you investigated clearly? The gaunt middle-aged man asked. Reporting to Your Excellency, according to our investigation, that person known as the Ancient Xian Blade Sect has connections with the Liang family. The Ancient Xian Blade Sect used the Heavenly Stock 6 Harmony Sword technique when killing the Sword Marquis, and this technique had once been sold at Baisheng Pavilion. Baisheng Pavilion was destroyed by the Liang family, and the one who acted was suspected to be that very Ancient Xian Blade Sect. The black-robed figure reported in a low voice. Good. The inspector nodded slightly, then looked at the Chongfeng Military Affairs Bureau's law enforcement elder beside him and said, Elder Feng, let's go to the Liang family. The law enforcement elder nodded. Immediately, the black-robed figure led the way. In no time, they arrived at the Liang family estate. What business do you have? When the Liang family's guards saw that every arriving person possessed extraordinary bearing, they immediately questioned them. Puff! 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 Ah! Ah! The black-robed figure leading the way struck out with his blade in an instant, killing several Liang family guards in the blink of an eye. The 4 inspectors did not pause their steps at all, striding into the Liang family estate. Their divine sense had already covered the entire estate, but they had found no trace of the Ancient Xian Blade Sect. The commotion at the entrance immediately alarmed the Liang family. Liang Hui led a few men and rushed over swiftly. Who are you people? Liang Hui stepped in front of the inspectors, asking with uncertainty. Liang Hui, this is the inspector of the Changfeng Empire. Kneel immediately. The black-robed man coldly shouted. What? Liang Hui was stunned. The other Liang family experts who had come out with him were also dumbfounded. An inspector of the Changfeng Empire. Those were major figures in the Changfeng Empire, people of great power and influence. Why had they come to their Liang family? When the inspector saw Liang Hui standing frozen, he immediately released his own imposing aura. Liang Hui and the other Liang family members felt as if a terrifying might was pressing down upon them, causing their souls to tremble. Thud! Thud! Liang Hui and the others were merely at the pool's opening realm. How could they withstand the inspector's imposing aura? They all dropped to their knees one after another. Liang Hui's face turned ashen. He tried to hold on, but his legs shattered directly, causing him to collapse to the ground instantly. I ask, you answer. If there is any concealment, not a single chicken or dog of the Liang family will be spared. The inspector stood with hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Liang Hui from above. His gaze was ice cold, his voice indifferent. What? What do you wish to know? Facing the inspection envoy's overwhelming pressure, Liang Hui knelt upon the ground and struggled to raise his head. Guxuan. Who is Guxuan? Liang Hui asked subconsciously. How dare you, Liang Hui, still dare to deceive the inspection envoy? Guxuan is from the Guxuan sword sect, the one who aided your Liang family in annihilating the master of Baisheng Pavilion. The man in black barked sharply. What? Upon hearing this, Liang Hui's heart trembled violently. The Guxuan sword sect he naturally knew of it. Last time, when Liang Long was taken away by the Jianhu Marquis Manor, Lin Xiao had gone to rescue her, revealing the flight ability of a grandmaster. Not long after, rumors spread that the Jianhu Marquis Manor had been utterly destroyed. And then came the killing of the Jianhu Marquis himself. The Guxuan sword sect had risen to prominence across the Changfeng Empire, leaving behind a trail of massive bloodshed. Liang Hui had heard all of this. He had naturally suspected that Lin Xiao was the Guxuan sword sect. However, he dared not confirm it, nor did he attempt to verify, for it was rumored that the Guxuan sword sect was extraordinarily powerful. But now, hearing the words of the man in black, he instantly understood Lin Xiao truly was the Guxuan sword sect. Reveal the whereabouts of the Guxuan sword sect, and your Liang family may escape annihilation. The inspection envoy said coldly. I do not know. Liang Hui shook his head. He could never reveal Lin Zhao's identity. Still so stubborn. The man in black sneered, then turned to the inspection envoy and said, My lord, I have methods to make him speak. With that, he prepared to torture Liang Hui. Why the trouble? The execution elder beside them shook his head, then, with a single palm strike, a Liang family expert near Liang Hui's body erupted into pieces, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. Fourth brother! Liang Hui roared, his eyes nearly bursting from shock. Who dares cause chaos within my Liang family? At that moment, a furious shout rang out, and an elderly man with white hair rushed forward from the depths of the mansion. Die! The execution elder struck again, and a powerful palm of true energy instantly pulverized the old man, who was still dozens of zhang away. Eldest uncle! Liang Hui's eyes turned crimson red. This was the only expert in the spirit-transforming realm within the Liang family, yet he had been killed in an instant. Around them, a large number of Liang family members and guard servants had already gathered, their faces pale with terror, daring not to step forward. If you refuse to speak, every breath, we shall kill 10 people. The execution elder looked at Liang Hui and said indifferently. Then, he turned to the two powerful figures behind him and said, Elder Jia, Elder In, gather all the people within this Liang mansion. Spare not a single one. The two nodded, their figures flashing as they began to round up everyone across the entire estate. The whole Yang family mansion immediately erupted into chaos and panic. Those who attempted to flee were killed on the spot. Liang Hui's face turned deathly pale. He knew he could not keep this secret today. But once he revealed Lin Zhao's identity, not only would Lin Xiao die, the entire Qingguang sect might also be destroyed. Moreover, his daughter and over a dozen direct descendants of the Liang family were all at Qingguang sect, and they too might perish. In any case, whether he spoke or not, he could not escape his fate today. Liang Hui, the survival or destruction of your clan rests upon a single thought of yours. The inspection envoy's expression remained as cold as ever. Reporting to your excellency, I was unaware of his identity beforehand. My daughter happened to know him by chance, but knew nothing of his true background. He came to my Liang family once, and then vanished. Liang Hui hurriedly replied. Stubborn to the end. The inspection envoy shook his head. Seeing this, the man in black charged directly into the surrounding crowd and began a merciless slaughter. Ah! Screams of agony echoed continuously. This man in black possessed at least the 5th or 6th layer of the spirit-transforming realm, far beyond anything the Liang family members and their guards could withstand. In an instant, over 10 people were killed. Liang Hui was on the verge of collapse. My lord, I will send someone to bring my daughter back. She may know the identity of that Gushuang sword sect. Liang Hui shouted loudly. Oh, where is your daughter? The inspection envoy asked. My daughter is at Qingguang sect. I shall send someone to fetch her immediately. Liang Hui said. His plan was simple. Relay the situation through Yang Long to warn Lin Xiao, giving them time to prepare. With Lin Xiao's cultivation level, escaping would be effortless. He could even arrange for the entire Qingguang sect to flee in time, so that Liang Long and all the Liang family disciples at Qingguang sect could escape unharmed. Where is Qingguang sect? Qingguang sect is a martial sect in the state of Chu. The inspection envoy nodded upon hearing this, then turned to the man in black and asked, Are you familiar with Qingguang sect? Reporting to your excellency, Qingguang sect is one of the 4 great sects of Chu state, though it is merely an insignificant force, with perhaps 1 or 2 spirit-transforming realm warriors within its ranks. The man in black replied. Then you go to Qingguang sect and bring Liang Hui's daughter here. The inspection envoy ordered. He naturally would not let Liang Hui send his own people at that point. Word might leak out. Liang Hui lowered his head, but within his heart, he breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that they would not let him send someone was exactly as he had anticipated. As long as the person they sent was not a powerful grandmaster, he believed Lin Xiao should be able to handle the situation. Wait! At that moment, the execution elder suddenly raised his hand, stopping the man in black who was about to leave. Qingguang sect. The execution elder muttered softly, his eyes narrowing gradually. Old Mo, what is wrong with Qingguang sect? The inspection envoy asked in confusion. That Qingguang sect is suspicious. The execution elder's gaze turned piercing as he explained. When our Chongfeng martial manor had disciples stationed within the Chu State Imperial Palace, they were killed by someone from Qingguang sect. The chief disciple Song Tianhou went to Qingguang sect and never returned with any news. Later, the martial manor sent an elder to investigate within Chu State, and he too disappeared. And now, with the Gushuang sword sect connected to Qingguang sect, I must suspect that this Qingguang sect harbors something questionable. Hearing the execution elder's words, the inspection envoy's gaze tightened. Could it be that the Gushuang sword sect itself belongs to Qingguang sect? The execution elder shook his head and said, Qingguang sect is an insignificant clan, certainly not capable of nurturing a grandmaster. Perhaps the Gushuang sword sect has some connection with Qingguang sect, but the master himself is not a member of their sect. The inspection envoy fell silent. If that were the case, even if they marched upon Qingguang sect, they might not find the Gushuang sword sect, and would only alert them in advance. A powerful grandmaster of the sword indeed would not remain hidden within an insignificant sect of a minor nation. Old Mo, how do you suggest we find the Gushuang sword sect? The inspection envoy asked. After a moment of contemplation, the execution elder said solemnly, rather than searching, it would be better to draw him out. He then conveyed his plan to the inspection envoy. First, they would detain all members of the Yang family. Second, they would send someone to Qingguang sect. If the Gushuang sword sect was not found at Qingguang sect, they would capture the sect's senior members and lure the Gushuang sword sect to the Yang family. They would set a vast net beforehand. If the Gushuang sword sect was discovered at Qingguang sect, they would go there and ambush them instead. On the main peak of Qingguang sect, Zhang Yumi stood silently on a cliff, gazing into the distance at the 8th peak, shrouded in mist, and let out a long, deep sigh. This time, he had broken through to the 3rd layer of the spirit transformation realm. Many within the sect had advanced in cultivation, all thanks to the aid of that senior. The thought that the senior had secretly protected them during their expedition to the Liang Earth vein filled him with even greater gratitude. Master! Greetings, Master! At that moment, his 2 disciples, Peng Yu and Yi Qiudiu, arrived behind him. Peng Yu, your cultivation has advanced rapidly during this period, but you must still solidify your foundation. Only then will you have a greater chance to ascend to the spirit transformation realm. Zhang Yumi spoke. Yes, Master. Peng Yu nodded, his face glowing with health. Not long ago, he had broken through to the 7th layer of the Meridian Opening Realm, leaving the younger generation of Chu State far behind. This time, he had also obtained a Vermilion Flame Lotus Seed, a supreme treasure that could directly elevate cultivation even for a spirit transformation realm cultivator, allowing him to advance 2 consecutive layers. With such cultivation, he was unmatched among the younger generation not only in Chu State but also in the dozen or so surrounding small nations. Peng Yu, do not become complacent. Compared to the genius disciples of Chongfeng Martial Academy, you still have a long way to go. Zhang Yumi admonished. Then, he turned to Yi Qiudio and said, Qiudio, I have given you quite a few pills recently. You must also break through to the 6th layer of the Meridian Opening Realm as soon as possible. Yes, Master. Yi Qiudio replied respectfully. Zhang Yumi pondered for a moment and then added, Your little master uncle has been in the back mountain for quite some time now. Here are 2 human-grade supreme pills. One of you should deliver them to him. Zhang Yumi took out 2 pills from his bosom. The 2 disciples were taken aback. After exchanging a glance, Yi Qiudio said, Master, little master uncle's cultivation is too low. Giving him human-grade supreme pills might be overnourishing. It would be sufficient to give him human-grade superior pills. It's fine. His cultivation speed is too slow, and it won't be overnourishing. Zhang Yumi shook his head and continued, I have assigned him to the back mountain for so long. I wonder if he harbors resentment toward me. Giving him these pills is to let him know that I haven't completely given up on him, and to encourage him to work harder. Oh. Yi Qiudio nodded. Although she felt that given little master uncle's talent, no pill would make a difference, she refrained from saying anything. Master, let me deliver the pills to little master uncle. Peng Yu glanced at Yi Qiudio, aware that his junior sister might not wish to visit little master uncle. Thus, Peng Yu took the pills from Zhang Yumi, and together with Yi Qiudio, they took their leave. On the way, Peng Yu complained, Junior sister, giving pills to little master uncle is master's way of showing concern for his own junior brother. Why did you have to voice your opinion? I didn't have an opinion, I was just being practical. Yi Qiudio retorted. It wasn't that she disliked little master uncle. Little master uncle was always gentle with everyone and had never done anything wrong. In fact, she thought he was a very good person. However, 2 human-grade supreme pills were worth a fortune enough to elevate an inner disciple's cultivation by a whole layer. Using them on little master uncle would simply be a waste. You see, sometimes it's not all about the results. Peng Yu shook his head. If not results, then what? Mood. Yi Qiudio shrugged. Without waiting for Peng Yu's reply, she strolled away. Peng Yu, somewhat speechless, shook his head and headed toward the back mountain. Soon, Peng Yu arrived at the small wooden cabin in the cemetery on the back mountain and gently knocked on the door. Little master uncle. He called out. After a moment, the cabin door opened. Peng Yu, what brings you here? Lin Xiao asked. Little master uncle, I've brought you some pills. These 2 human-grade supreme pills are a gift from master. Peng Yu handed the pills to Lin Xiao. Oh, please thank senior brother for me. Lin Xiao said with a smile as he took them. At that moment, Peng Yu scrutinized Lin Xiao and asked with curiosity, Little master uncle, I feel like something is different about you. What's different? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. He had just been cultivating in the creation space, and his cultivation had broken through to the 7th layer of the Divine Sea realm. However, he had been comprehending saber intent, and having just achieved mastery, there might still be some residual aura on him. It's just a feeling, I can't quite put it into words. Peng Yu shook his head, then dismissed the thought and asked, Little master uncle, how is your cultivation progressing? When will you break through to the 3rd layer of qi condensation? There's some progress, but it might still take a while, Lin Xiao replied casually. Peng Yu nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, Little master uncle, don't rush. Just cultivate step by step. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. I'm not boasting, but there's nothing in Chu State that I cannot accomplish now. Oh, is that so? Lin Xiao was a bit speechless. This Peng Yu seemed to be getting a little carried away. Ha ha ha! Peng Yu laughed heartily, thumping his chest. Little master uncle, do you know what my current cultivation level is? I have no idea. I have reached the 9th layer of the Meridian Opening Realm. Throughout Chu State, even many old-timers are no match for me now. Peng Yu was brimming with confidence. Back at the sect exchange assembly, after becoming the top among the 4 sects, he had already begun to feel complacent. But he was soon crushed by the ninth prince, so he didn't get too inflated. But now, he was truly soaring. Congratulations, congratulations. Lin Xiao played along with his boasting. It's all thanks to the Gushuang saber. Ping Yu beamed with joy, about to continue, but remembering his master's instruction, he quickly changed the subject. Chu State is too small. In the future, I plan to train in the Chongfeng Empire, and I won't fall short of those geniuses from Chongfeng Martial Academy. Makes sense, Lin Xiao replied perfunctorily. After a while, Peng Yu finished his bragging and laughed contentedly. This kid is going to need a few hard knocks, Lin Xiao muttered with a helpless shake of his head, then returned to the cabin and entered the creation space to continue his cultivation. In the forests near the mountain gate of Qingguang sect, two figures stood. One was the black-clad man who had led the inspector to the Liang family, and the other was Elder Jia. He was one of the two Grandmaster-level experts who had accompanied the law enforcement elder and the inspector. Elder Jia, how should we proceed with the operation? The black-clad man asked. Elder Jia gazed at the several peaks of Qingguang sect and said, You hide nearby first. I will go and secretly investigate the strength of Qingguang sect. Isn't it dangerous? The black-clad man asked. No harm. If the Gushuang saber sect is truly hiding in Qingguang sect, I will immediately send a message to the law enforcement elder and the inspector. Elder Jiao shook his head. He was not worried about danger. He was at the fourth layer of the Divine Sea realm, several times more powerful than Saber Marquis Jianwu. He did not believe the Gushuang saber sect could be stronger than him. Elder, he had fallen to a flawed dragon, not to the Gushuang saber sect that was witnessed by countless people. The Gushuang saber sect's cultivation was at most the third layer of the Divine Sea realm. Yes, the black-clad man replied. If the Gushuang saber sect is not in Qingguang sect, we will kidnap a few important people to lure them to the Liang family, where we will lay a net that even the heavens cannot escape. Elder Jia added. With that, his figure flickered like a breeze as he vanished into the woods toward Qingguang sect. In moments, Elder Jia arrived near one of the peaks of Qingguang and began to release his divine sense cautiously, probing peak after peak. Half an hour later, Elder Jia had searched all 8 peaks of Qingguang sect and found nothing. This sect was pitifully weak. There wasn't even a Grand Master. The strongest was only at the third layer of the spirit transformation realm. Go ahead and make your move, Elder Jia said when he rejoined the black-clad man. Elder Jia, should I kill some members of Qingguang sect? The black-clad man asked. Elder Jia pondered for a moment and then shook his head. We don't know who in Qingguang sect has ties with the Gushuang saber sect. Our main goal is to lure them to the Yang family. Don't alert the enemy prematurely. Understood. The black-clad man's figure flashed as he quickly dashed toward Qingguang sect. Soon, he arrived before the mountain gate. I am from the Yang family of Jinyang City, here to see our young lady, Liang Lang. The black-clad man gave a slight bow to the disciple guarding the mountain and spoke politely. Looking for senior sister Liang. Please, follow me. A mountain-guarding disciple courteously led the black-clad figure into the Qingguang sect. Liang Lang was quite a renowned name within the sect. The Liang family wielded considerable influence in the Chu kingdom, and over a dozen of its younger members had joined the Qingguang sect, bringing no small amount of resources with them. Many disciples of the Qingguang sect were well aware of this. Moreover, Liang Lang was a true disciple with a delicate countenance and a voluptuous figure. Quite a few disciples harbored admiration for her. Before long, the mountain-guarding disciple led the black-clad figure to the sect's plaza and bade him wait while he went to notify Liang Lang. In a short while, he returned with her. You are of my Liang family. Liang Lang looked the black-clad man up and down. Clad in black close-fitting garments, he was a middle-aged man with a thoroughly unfamiliar face. She had never seen him before. I am no kinsman of the Liang family. The black-clad man sneered. Then why seek me out? Liang Lang furrowed her brow. Because your Liang family has offended me. The words had barely left his lips when his form flickered, and he was before Liang Lang in an instant, striking at once. Startled, she tried to recoil, but it was too late. She was subdued on the spot. With a casual lift of his hand, he seized Liang Lang and sealed several of her meridians. You! Who are you? She cried out in alarm. What is happening? Release senior sister Liang Lang. Many disciples remained on the plaza, and all were alarmed by the sudden upheaval, crowding around. Ha ha! Every last one of the Liang family deserves death. I will take Liang Lang back to the Liang family and make them all suffer and die in agony. The black-clad man laughed maniacally, his voice ringing out. His words were purposeful. He was making it clear that he intended to go to the Liang family, bringing Lianglong there. How dare you! At that very moment, an angry bellow resounded as Peng Yu strode forward. Peng Yu had just descended from the back mountain. He had been in fine spirits, but upon seeing someone stirring up trouble, his face immediately hardened. The senior brother is here. Senior brother, this man is not of our Qingguang sect. He even dared to lay his hands on senior sister Liang. At the sight of Peng Yu, everyone's confidence swelled. Senior brother Peng Yu? The black-clad man sneered inwardly. His original intention had been to seize Lianglong along with some high-ranking figure of the Qingguang sect. Whether the sect master or a core elder would have sufficed. Now that Peng Yu had appeared, he deemed capturing him equally suitable. He knew that senior brother Peng Yu was not only the foremost disciple in talent within the Qingguang sect but also the sect master's personal disciple, commanding an extremely high status. With Peng Yu in his grasp, the entire Qingguang sect would be thrown into panic. Add to that Lianglong, who shared some connection with Guxian, luring Guxian, the Blade Venerable, into the open would be all but assured. Raising a ruckus in my Qingguang sect, you court death. Peng Yu stepped forward and barked coldly. Release junior sister Lianglong at once, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. A mere ant like you, speaking of showing no mercy. The black-clad man burst out laughing, staring at him as if he were a fool. You're the one courting death. Peng Yu flew into a fury. His body shot forth like a hunting leopard, reaching the black-clad man in an instant. His 5 fingers curved into a claw, lunging at the man's throat. This was a claw technique. He had recently mastered an earth-grade martial art. You overestimate yourself. The black-clad man sneered, raising a hand to seize Peng Yu's arm and squeezing abruptly. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out. Ah! Peng Yu let out a miserable shriek and tried to withdraw his arm to retreat. But the black-clad man gave him no opportunity. His grip was like an iron vice, utterly immovable. A surge of mighty true essence flooded into Peng Yu's body, sealing his meridians, dantian, and qi. In a single moment, Peng Yu lost all ability to fight. How can this be? His face turned ashen. Not long ago, he had been showing off before his little senior uncle at the back mountain, brimming with pride and lofty ambition. And in such a short span, he had been crushed outright. The entire plaza was stunned, yet no one could stand idly by. They all moved to act. Release the senior brother. Release senior sister Liang. Fully 20 or 30 disciples of the Qingguang sect surged forward. But the next instant, an immense oppressive aura exploded from the black-clad man like a raging tempest. Boom! 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 A host of Qingguang sect disciples were hurled through the air like tattered sacks. Many spat blood, gravely wounded where they fell, their screams of agony filling the air. Whoosh! 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 Several figures flew over from the distance. Zhang Yunyi, the Grand Elder, and other high-level experts of the spirit transformation realm in the Qingguang sect had sensed the upheaval. Ha ha ha! The Liang family deserves death. You cannot protect them. Seeing this, the black-clad man laughed wildly. Then, gripping Lianglong and Peng Yu by the arms with both hands, he flickered and shot out of the Qingguang sect. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Yunyi thundered, his body soaring through the air like a great bird as he gave chase. The Grand Elder, Second Elder, and the others followed swiftly. But soon enough, they realized in despair that they could not catch up. The man was far too fast. In a few bounds he had flown beyond the Qingguang sect, and in a few more vanished into the wild mountain forests. Stop chasing. That man's cultivation is at the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm. We cannot catch him. Zhang Yunyi halted, raising a hand to stop the Grand Elder and the others behind him. Who is this man, and why did he abduct Lianglong and Peng Yu? The Grand Elder asked with a solemn face. He appears to be an enemy of the Liang family. Peng Yu suffered an undeserved calamity. Zhang Yunyi's face turned iron gray. He turned and made his way back to the Qingguang sect. Upon returning, he gathered the disciples on the plaza and asked for the specifics of what had happened. Afterward, they confirmed that the black-clad man had come specifically for Lianglong, intent on torturing every member of the Liang family to death. At this, Zhang Yunyi and the elders found themselves in a predicament. Whether it was Peng Yu, Lianglong, or the Liang family, they were duty-bound to rescue them. Yet the enemy's cultivation was at the 6th level of the spirit transformation realm. They were utterly outmatched. If they forced a rescue, they might very well all be slaughtered. Zhang Yunyi summoned the elders to deliberate in the main hall. Some advocated a full-scale rescue, others advocated abandoning the attempt. Zhang Yunyi could not make up his mind. Sect master, let us go seek an audience with that senior, shall we? The second elder proposed. Everyone's spirits lifted at the suggestion. They naturally understood that the second elder was referring to the senior on the 8th peak. Last time, that senior had Yiqiu to bring back an abundance of resources and treasures, yet still had not revealed himself. Zhang Yumi was silent for a time. After a brief pause, he nodded. Grand Elder, Second Elder, summon Qiudia. We shall go to the 8th peak together. The Grand Elder and Second Elder nodded. The reason for bringing Qiudia was, of course, that she had always been in charge of tidying the 8th peak, and last time the senior had passed the resources through her hands. Perhaps that senior held some fondness for the junior Qiudia. Before long, Zhang Yumi and the two elders, with Qiudia in tow, set off toward the 8th peak. On the main peak, many disciples were watching from afar. An incident of this magnitude had long since roused every disciple. The sect master and the others are heading to the 8th peak. Are they going to seek an audience with that senior? Feng Yuan stood in a pavilion, observing from a distance. Speaking of which, I wonder just who that mysterious senior truly is. A few days ago, when I passed by the 8th peak, I nearly couldn't resist sneaking up for a look. A true disciple stood beside Feng Yuan, sighing. Feng Yuan glanced left and right, then lowered his voice. Junior brother Lu, let me tell you a secret, but you must on no account repeat it. What secret? The true disciple Lu Song asked, puzzled. I've been bottling this secret up for a long time, and I simply must get it out. But you have to promise you won't leak a single word. Feng Yuan drew a deep breath, his expression turning solemn. Senior brother Feng, I, Lu Song, am famous for my tight lips. I've always been discreet, just say it. Lu Song had said it carelessly. Feng Yuan then leaned in, his voice low. I'll tell you, the senior of our Qingguang sect is named Gu Xian, known to the world as Gu Xian, the Blade Venerable. Feng Yuan had spoken in a hushed tone. What? Lu Song shot to his feet, his jaw dropping in shock. Gu Xian, the Blade Venerable, he had naturally heard of him. He was a blade grandmaster of tremendous renown, a man who had slain the Sword Marquis and numerous powerhouses of the Chongfeng Empire. Gu Xian, the Blade Venerable, was actually the mysterious senior of our Qingguang sect. Lu Song's heart churned like a stormy sea. He had only known that the Qingguang sect's mysterious senior had defeated the Crimson Flame army, slain the Chu Emperor, and killed Zhong Tianhou, the chief disciple of the Chongfeng martial hall, man many times more powerful than the sect master. But he had never connected that senior with the Gu Xian, the Blade Venerable, who had shaken the entire Chongfeng Empire. Nor had any other disciple ever linked the two. Is this really true? Lu Song stared at Feng Yuan in shock. Would I lie to you? Feng Yuan shook his head. Lu Song's heart surged with excitement. Then he slowly pressed down the turmoil within. Senior brother Feng, I still have cultivation to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Lu Song said. Go on. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Thereupon, Lu Song bade farewell and departed the pavilion. He did not go to cultivate. Instead, he went to the residence of a junior brother he was close to. Junior brother, let me tell you a secret, a monumental secret. The mysterious senior of our Qingguang sect is Gu Xian, the Blade Venerable. Yes, you heard it right, is the very Gu Xian, the Blade Venerable, who has shaken the Chongfeng Empire and all the surrounding nations in recent times. Then, under that junior brother's stunned gaze, Lu Song departed with a face full of smiles. Afterward, he went to the residence of a junior sister. Junior sister, your senior brother has a secret to tell you, one I've never told anyone before. You would never guess. Lu Song remained brimming with excitement. After saying his piece, he headed off to yet another place. The secret that the Qingguang sect's mysterious senior was Gu Xian, the Blade Venerable, spread like wildfire among the sect's disciples under Lu Song's discreet keeping of silence. It spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100. The man in black held Peng Yu and Liang Long captive, and soon reunited with Elder Jia. Who is this person? Elder Jia first cast a glance at Liang Long, then fixed his gaze upon Peng Yu. Peng Yu, the senior disciple of Qingguang sect and a direct disciple of sect master Zhang Yumi. His status within Qingguang sect is extremely high. The man in black explained. Excellent. Elder Jia nodded. Who exactly are you people? Liang Long demanded sharply. Gentlemen, let us discuss this peacefully. Have we not offended you in any way? Peng Yu likewise spoke anxiously. Yet neither Elder Jia nor the man in black paid them any heed. They immediately led the pair away from the mountain forest and returned to the Liang family estate in Jinyang City. The Liang family's killing array was nearly complete. All that remained was to lure their prey into the trap. Qinguang sect. 8th peak. Zhang Yuni, accompanied by the first elder, second elder, and Yi Qiudia, arrived at the palace gates atop the peak. The four of them felt somewhat uneasy. They exchanged glances, then bowed respectfully with cupped fists. Zhang Yuni spoke first. I am Zhang Yuni of Qinguang sect, paying my respects to the Venerable One. Gang Feng, head elder of Qinguang sect, pays his respects to the Venerable One. Shi Guangwen, second elder of Qinguang sect, pays his respects to the Venerable One. True disciple Yi Qiudia pays her respects to the Venerable One. Each spoke in turn, their respect evident. After a moment of waiting with no response from within the palace, Zhang Yumi called out, "Is the Venerable One present? We have encountered matters beyond our comprehension, and seek the Venerable One's aid." But the palace remained as silent as ever, offering no reply. After waiting a full quarter hour, Zhang Yumi and the other three could only sigh in frustration. They paid their respects once more before departing. "Master, do you believe that Venerable One still remains within Qinguang sect?" The second elder asked with concern. "I cannot say for certain. He may have departed long ago." Zhang Yumi nodded. All present shared this sentiment. The Venerable One's profound cultivation made his departure entirely natural. Should they reach such a level themselves, they too would surely seek the wider world beyond. Perhaps he had already left Wind Continent to join one of the legendary Holy Lands in the southern domain, pursuing the highest peaks of martial cultivation. Then what shall we do? How do we rescue Peng Yu and Liang Long? The first elder's brows furrowed deeply. Peng Yu was the hope of Qinguang sect's next generation, while Liang Long possessed extraordinary talent and was the legitimate daughter of the Liang family. Issue my order summon the spiritual transformation experts from Xinjiang sect, Baiyun sect, and Shenyang sect to proceed immediately to Jinyang city. Senior elder, we shall go as well. Zhang Yuni said solemnly. Elder Mo made his way along to the rear mountain and knocked on the small wooden cabin door. "Uncle, what brings you here?" The door opened, and Lin Xiao smiled. "Lin Xiao, there has been an incident. I have nowhere else to turn but you." Elder Mao's expression was grave. "What has happened?" "Just moments ago, a powerhouse reaching the 6th or 7th level of spiritual transformation came to Qinguang sect and abducted Peng Yu along with another true disciple." Elder Mao recounted. "Oh, is ruling unharmed?" Lin Xiao asked urgently. "The girl ruling is fine. She has been in seclusion for cultivation recently and has not come out." Elder Mao shook his head. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Who is this person?" As he spoke, Lin Jiao's divine sense swept across the main peak of Qinguang sect. He could see Zhang ruling in seclusion within her room, and also noticed Zhang Yumi and the first elder and others who had just returned to the main peak. The person is a middle-aged man in black robes. It appears he bears a grudge against the Liang family and specifically came to capture a junior member, Liang Long. Peng Yu was merely caught in the crossfire. Elder Mao sighed. Liang Long. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao's eyes suddenly flashed with sharp light, startling Elder Mao. "Yes, Liang Long. The man threatened to take her back to the Liang family and torture all the Liang clan members to death." Elder Mao confirmed. "Elder Mao, let me go check first." Lin Xiao left these words and in an instant vanished, shooting through the sky. "This kid is truly formidable," Elder Mao muttered with astonishment. Lin Jiao's speed was so swift that before he could even react, Lin Xiao had already disappeared from sight. Lin Xiao moved with incredible speed, like a meteor streaking through the heavens. At his current cultivation of the 7th level of Divine Sea, he could catch up to them soon without needing to rush to Jinyang city. True to his senses, Lin Xiao soon spotted a middle-aged man traversing the wilderness. However, the man wore not black robes but a green cloak, walking at a leisurely pace with an air of composure. Yet Lin Jiao's perception was razor sharp. He immediately sensed Liang Lan's aura on the man. Having shared intimate moments with Liang Long multiple times, he was far too familiar with her unique presence. Whoosh! Lin Xiao plummeted from the sky, instantly blocking the man's path. The man in green was startled by Lin Xiao descending from above, then cupped his fists. "Might I ask what business the distinguished one has with me? Why do you obstruct my path?" In a flash, Lin Xiao appeared before him and seized him by the throat. "Where are Yang Long and Peng Yu?" Lin Xiao asked coldly. What? Could you have mistaken me for someone else?" The man in green flushed crimson. He wanted to struggle but dared not. The grip of his opponent was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, capable of ending his life with mere pressure. Lin Xiao, devoid of emotion, seized the man's arm with his free hand and tore it violently. Rip! In an instant, the man's arm was ripped clean off, blood spraying everywhere. Ah! The man in green let out a piercing shriek. With his remaining hand, he gathered his strength and struck fiercely at Lin Xiao's chest. The force of his punch struck Lin Xiao but was immediately repelled. Not only did it fail to injure Lin Xiao, it didn't even tear his clothing. Rip! Lin Xiao yanked the other arm, tearing it off as well. The man in green screamed wildly, his face ashen with torment. If you do not speak, I will break every bone in your body, then feed you to dogs that will devour you alive. Lin Xiao continued coldly. Are you from Guxiandao sect? The man in green asked in terror. It is I, Lin Xiao confirmed. If I tell you, will you spare my life? The man in green pleaded desperately. Agreed, Lin Xiao nodded. Ping Yu and Liang Long were taken by Elder Jiao to the Liang family estate in Jinyang City. The man in green revealed. He was the same black-robed figure who had gone to Qingguang sect earlier, his true identity being the secret guard of the inspector. After abducting Liang Long and Peng Yu, the two had been taken by Elder Jiao, flying toward Jinyang City. Since he could not fly, he had changed his attire and traveled on foot at a measured pace, never expecting to be caught so quickly by Guxiandao sect, let alone have his identity recognized. Who is Elder Jiao? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, his mind beginning to understand. As expected, the man in green spoke. Elder Jiao is from Chongfeng Martial Manor. They captured Liang Long and Peng Yu to lure you to the Liang family estate, where a net has been spread for you. Desperate to survive, the secret guard spilled everything. What kind of net? Lin Xiao stopped and pressed on. Who will be there, and what are their cultivation levels? Including Elder Jiao, there are 4 in total. The inspector and the enforcement elder are both at the 6th level of Divine Sea. Elder Jiao is at the 4th level, and Elder Yin is at the 3rd level. They have set up a formation at the Liang residence. It is a powerful killing array, though I am unfamiliar with its specifics. The man in green laid bare all he knew. Excellent. Lin Xiao sneered. Clearly, this time they had come prepared. My lord, you promised to spare my life. The man in green pleaded. I shall spare you death, but whether you live or die is now in heaven's hands. Lin Xiao said coldly, then delivered a fist straight to the man's dantian. Instantly, the man's dantian shattered and his cultivation base was reduced to nothing. Bam bam! Lin Xiao kicked twice more, crippling both legs and shattering his knees to pieces. He then tossed the broken body carelessly into the nearby grass. Legs crippled, cultivation destroyed, both arms torn off. He would bleed out soon enough. If the man survived, it would be a miracle. Lin Xiao then shot into the sky, continuing his flight toward Jinyang City. Lin Xiao flew to Jinyang City. On the way, he did not catch up with Elder Jiao. When he arrived above the Liang family mansion, the entire residence appeared utterly silent, devoid of any human figure. His divine sense probed into the Liang mansion, but it vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, instantly losing its perception. What kind of formation is this? Lin Xiao, hovering high in the sky, wore a grave expression. He had no understanding of formations, so he dared not rashly descend. Moreover, the man he had crippled might have deceived him. What if the patrol envoy and enforcement elder were not at the Divine Sea Realm 6th level but at a higher cultivation? He might be in danger. He pondered for a moment. Lin Xiao slowly ascended, rising above the thick clouds. Then, with a thought, he released the Huijiao from the creation space. Having stayed in the creation space for some time, the Huijiao's strength had greatly increased, and its body had grown 2 zhang longer. Its current power was comparable to the Divine Sea Realm 7th level, not far behind Lin Xiao himself. Little fire, do you see that mansion below? After I go in, if I haven't emerged within 30 breaths, you attack. Lin Xiao instructed the Huijiao. The Huijiao's massive head affectionately rubbed against Lin Xiao's shoulder, then nodded. Now, it felt exceedingly fortunate to have followed Lin Xiao. Because in that space, its cultivation speed was incredibly fast, enhanced by several thousand times. That mansion is set with a formation. I mean, you attack the formation from the outside, and will coordinate from within. Lin Xiao continued to explain. With the Huijiao supporting from outside, he felt much reassured. The Huijiao nodded again. Then, Lin Xiao shot downward rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he landed inside the Liang family mansion. The moment he set foot inside, The scenery before him instantly transformed. His vision was shrouded in thick fog. The dense mist obscured his sight and blocked his spiritual sense. Lin Xiao heightened his vigilance, ready to search the mansion. Not far away, the patrol envoy, enforcement elder, Elder Jiao, and Elder In saw Lin Xiao land in the mansion, and their eyes lit up. They were not hindered by the dense fog at all. In fact, in their eyes, there was no fog at all. Finally, he's here. We've succeeded. Elder Jiao and Elder In revealed smiles. I wonder what cultivation this person has. We must not be careless. Enforcement Elder Feng Mo scrutinized Lin Xiao. So young, yet already a grandmaster, truly a peerless genius. Elder Mo, watch this patrolling envoy slay him. The patrolling envoy said coldly. With that, a small banner appeared in the patrolling envoy's hand, and he waved it lightly. Not far away, Lin Xiao had just taken 2 steps when suddenly the thick fog roiled and transformed into a massive tiger 10 zhang long, roaring as it pounced toward him. Destroy! Lin Xiao instantly threw a punch. Raging Sea Fist! The force of his fist was like a sea, its momentum like a raging tide, shattering the tiger into drifting mist. Divine Sea Realm 7th level. The 4 enforcement elder and the others drew in a sharp breath. These opponents' cultivation and strength were somewhat beyond their expectations. Fortunately, they had set up a killing formation, otherwise, even the 4 of them working together would have struggled to defeat him. He's actually this powerful. The patrolling envoy took a deep breath, then immediately produced 3 more formation banners and handed them to the enforcement elder and the other 2. Everyone, let's join forces, control the killing formation, and annihilate this beast, the patrolling envoy said promptly. The other 3 nodded, then scattered to their respective positions and began to jointly operate the killing formation. Roar! In an instant, before Lin Xiao's eyes, the wind and clouds surged, and beastly roars shook the heavens. One by one, giant beasts coagulated from the dense fog: tigers, wolves, serpents, apes, dozens of them in total. Each giant beast was enormous, with a body length of over 10 zhang. Lin Xiao halted, his expression unchanged, and slowly drew the ancient mysterious blade from his waist. Swish! Blade light flashed, sword chi crisscrossed, and in an instant, all the giant beasts were slain by Lin Xiao. The 4 hidden figures, the patrolling envoy and the others, were shaken. They drove the formation banners with even greater force, their true yuan pouring madly into the banners. The next moment, Lin Xiao faced a storm of attacks. From all around him, swords pierced the air, flames blazed, and giant beasts roared. A torrent of attacks came from every direction. Shatter! Lin Xiao unleashed his full power. The long blade in his hand was like a cascade of light, as countless blade chi slashed wildly. Boom! Boom! Rumble! All the surrounding attacks were shattered by him. The astonishing blade chi, 10 zhang long, cleaved through everything. The void trembled constantly. The entire mansion shook. How is this possible? Divine Sea Realm 7th level, Great Completion Blade Intent, Transcendent Martial Art. The patrolling envoy's face turned pale. With his keen perception, he had discerned Lin Xiao's true capabilities. This shocked him deeply. The 4 of them, working together and controlling the killing formation, could not subdue their opponent. From the other 3 directions, the enforcement elder and the other 2 were also horrified. Although the formation was now unstable from Lin Xiao's attacks, they could not give up at this moment. They continued to desperately drive the formation. All kinds of attacks surged like an overwhelming tide, their momentum fierce and mighty. Lin Xiao stood unmovable as a mountain, wielding his long blade with sweeping dominance. Blade light flashed wildly, blade chi scattered everywhere, and the void trembled violently. Shatter! 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 Lin Xiao cried out fiercely, and his long blade lashed out. A terrifying blade chi, over 10 zhang long, cleaved through the world, splitting the fog ahead completely. This strike intensified the fluctuations of the formation, causing much of the mist to boil and dissipate. Not good. The 4 of them, the patrolling envoy and the others, changed countenance dramatically. They could still hold on, but the formation was beginning to give way. This ancient mysterious blade was too powerful. The 4 gritted their teeth and continued to drive the formation. But just then, another change occurred. In the sky above, a massive fiery red flood dragon swooped down, its tail lashing fiercely. The Guochio's tail slammed toward the courtyard. The formation that enveloped the entire Yang family mansion directly took this blow. Already unstable from Lin Xiao's attacks, the formation now collapsed completely. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the formation exploded, shaking the ground. The endless thick fog vanished instantly without a trace. The patrolling envoy, enforcement elder, and the other two were instantly revealed within Lin Xiao's perception. Retreat! Quickly! The enforcement elder reacted fastest, bellowing as he shot upward. The other three were not slow either. They immediately fled at top speed. The four escaped in 4 different directions, scattering. Little fire, kill! Lin Xiao shouted, his phone like a shooting star as he chased after the patrolling envoy. Roar! The Weijio roared, swung its massive tail, and charged at Elder Jia. At this moment, the Weijio's tremendous roar alarmed the entire Jinyang city. Oh my god! A dragon in the sky! Countless citizens and martial artists stared up in shock, seeing a dragon in the sky. What a huge dragon! Lin Xiao pursued the inspector with great speed. With little time elapsed, the opponent failed to create significant distance, and Lin Xiao launched attacks while continuing the chase. A terrifying blade aura swept across the firmament, slashing toward the inspector's back. The inspector was greatly alarmed and hastily dodged. He narrowly avoided the strike. However, in the next instant, Lin Xiao slashed his blade, unleashing dozens of blade auras that sealed off all of the inspector's evasion routes. Break! Seeing that he could not evade, the inspector instantly turned and struck with both palms. 2 true essence palm imprints, each as large as a small house with clearly visible palm lines, slammed into the barrage of blade auras. The blade auras continuously shattered. The 2 palm imprints were also blasted apart by the relentless strikes, and the remaining 5 or 6 blade auras struck the inspector's body. AHH! The inspector's figure retreated rapidly, his protective true essence torn apart, his entire body drenched in blood. Gushuang sword sect, you cannot kill me. I am the inspector of the Chongfeng Empire. If you kill me, Qingguang sect will surely be annihilated. The inspector roared, his voice echoing across the land. By this point, they had already flown beyond Jinyang City, hovering in the high sky just outside the city walls. Half of Jinyang City heard the inspector's roar. Countless people were horrified. That person was, in fact, the inspector of the Chongfeng Empire and imperial envoy representing the emperor's majesty. Someone actually dared to hunt down the inspector of the Chongfeng Empire. And his pursuer was Gushuang sword sect, the legendary grandmaster of the Blade Path. For a moment, many spectators who had been watching the fire-flood dragon turned their gaze toward Lin Xiao and the inspector. Die! When Lin Xiao saw the opponent publicly mention Qingguang sect's name, killing intent erupted in his eyes. His long blade struck fiercely, delivering 13 consecutive slashes in an instant. The matured blade momentum descended like the wrath of heaven. The terrifying blade aura swept through the sky like a storm. When it dissipated, the inspector's body had become countless fragments, constantly raining down to the earth. Lin Xiao turned to look into the distance, but the other law enforcement elder at the 6th stage of the Divine Sea had already disappeared. As for the other 2 elders, one had already been swallowed by the fire-flood dragon. The fire-flood dragon was pursuing the remaining person, and with its strength, there was no cause for concern at all. Lin Xiao's figure shot through the air like lightning, instantly returning to the Liang residence. With a sweep of his divine sense, Lin Xiao took in everything at the Liang residence. All the Liang family members were gathered in one courtyard, lying on the ground, all unconscious. Liang Long and Peng Yu were among them. Lin Xiao sighed in relief. Those 4 had been in a panicked rush just now. If they had taken Liang Long hostage, he would certainly have been more cautious. Of course, whether they could have successfully taken a hostage was another matter entirely. Lin Xiao then came to the courtyard and checked on Liang Long, Peng Yu, Liang Hui and the others. There was no major harm. They had likely inhaled some kind of intoxicating smoke or poisonous powder. He took out 2 antidote pills and administered them to Liang Long and Liang Hui respectively. After a moment, the 2 slowly regained consciousness. Young Master Lin, Brother Xiao. Both were overjoyed to see Lin Xiao. Liang Long directly threw herself into his embrace. It's all right now. Lin Xiao patted Liang Lan's warm back and hurriedly said, Longer, uncle, I'll leave the others to you. 1 person escaped, and I must go pursue them. Very well, go. Liang Hui nodded immediately. Liang Long quickly left Lin Jiao's embrace. Lin Jiao's figure soared into the sky, pursuing in the direction the law enforcement elder had fled. If this person was not killed, the Chongfeng Empire would likely come to destroy Qingguang sect within a few days. By eliminating the opponent, he could probably buy a few more days. Lin Jiao's figure slashed through the vast sky, his divine sense and perception pushed to their maximum as he tracked the aura left by the law enforcement elder. This pursuit lasted for nearly half a day. The opponent constantly changed direction, and then the aura vanished. It seems I must quickly improve my strength. At the very least, I need power invincible throughout Fengshou. Standing in the vast sky, Lin Xiao sighed softly. Then he began his return. Soon, the fire flood dragon came to meet him. The fire flood dragon roared, flying around Lin Xiao with extreme excitement. It had consumed 2 grandmasters, equivalent to 2 powerful supplements. Good job, little fire. Lin Xiao stroked the scales on the fire flood dragon's head, then returned it to the creation space once more. Another half day passed. Lin Xiao returned to Jinyang City. However, he did not land at the residence, but remained above the clouds. At this moment, he could sense that the Liang family members and Peng Yu had all awakened. Moreover, some people had come to the Liang residence: Zhang Yunli, the eldest elder, as well as the masters of Xinjiang sect, Baiyun sect, Zhenyang sect, and others. Since someone was handling the aftermath, he did not enter the Liang residence again and instead turned back toward Qingguang sect. In the main hall of the Liang residence, Zhang Yunli sat on the principal seat, Liang Hui sat beside him, and the others occupied the lower positions. At this moment, Zhang Yunli and the experts from the other 3 major sects had eyes wide as copper bells, each filled with horror. When they entered the city, it was as if the entire city had boiled over with commotion. Countless people were discussing how Gushuang sword sect of Qingguang sect had slain the inspector of the Chongfeng Empire, and there was also a flood dragon and other matters. Master Liang, is that person really the inspector of the Chongfeng Empire? Zhang Yunli felt his mouth parched and couldn't help but ask again. This was a disaster. Everyone in Jinyang City now knew that Gushuang sword sect belonged to their Qingguang sect. The secret could no longer be kept. Indeed it is. Liang Hui sighed deeply and continued. The inspector of the Chongfeng Empire and the law enforcement elders from the Chongfeng Martial Mansion, a total of 4 grandmasters. Only 1 escaped. Senior Gushuang has already gone to pursue them. Zhang Yunli fell silent, his mind racing with countless thoughts. With the news leaked, the Chongfeng Empire would surely not let this go. And furthermore, what exactly was the relationship between Gushuang sword sect and the Liang family? Was it all for Peng Yu? Brother Zhang, you've kept us in the dark for far too long. A middle-aged man in purple robe spoke. This person was Hu Tong, the sect master of Xinjiang sect. Yes, Brother Zhang, we never imagined that Gushuang sword sect would be from Qingguang sect. He must be the mysterious powerhouse who previously protected Qingguang sect, right? Truly unbelievable. The sect masters of Baiyun sect and Zhenyang sect also expressed their astonishment. Gentlemen, at this point, our Qingguang sect has thoroughly offended the Chongfeng Empire and is in imminent danger. Please refrain from such remarks. Zhang Yunli sighed and continued. Everyone should focus on how our Qingguang sect can survive this calamity. However, Hu Tong dismissed the concern, saying, Brother Zhang, what is Gushuang sword sect's cultivation level? I do not know. Zhang Yunli shook his head. Since you are unsure, how do you know this senior Gushuang sword sect cannot withstand the Chongfeng Empire? Hu Tong asked. His words caught everyone off guard. Withstand the Chongfeng Empire. Was that even possible? The Chongfeng Empire was one of the 3 hegemonic powers in Fengshou, having ruled this region for thousands of years with countless strong experts. How could they possibly hold them off? As if reading their thoughts, Hu Tong smiled and said, this senior dares to publicly execute the Chongfeng Empire's inspector. They must have some backing, perhaps. Perhaps what? Everyone wondered curiously. Perhaps this senior Gushuang sword sect has connections to Tianhua Hou or Jiushuang sect. Otherwise, how could they have reached their current position? Hu Tong shrugged, voicing his speculation. To their surprise, Zhang Yunli and the eldest elder found some merit in these words. I only hope so. The darkness in Zhang Yunli's heart lifted slightly. At this point, he had no other choice but to place his hopes on that senior Gushuang. Master Liang, what is that senior Gushuang sword sect's real name? What do they look like? Hu Tong turned to Liang Hui again. I do not know, I never saw them. Liang Hui feigned ignorance. Since Lin Xiao had not revealed his identity, he would not dare to disclose it without permission. If Lin Xiao became angry, he could not bear the consequences. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. This person had saved their entire family, yet they had not even seen what they looked like. Naturally, no one believed it, but since Liang Hui refused to speak, they could do nothing about it. Afterward, the people from the 4 major sects did not stay long at the Liang residence. Within moments, they departed in haste. Liang Long remained at the Liang residence for now, given that many had perished. Meanwhile, the news about Gushuang sword sect belonging to Qinguang sect and slaughtering the inspector of the Chongfeng Empire had spread like a fierce gale across the Chongfeng Empire and numerous smaller states. The information traveled with incredible speed, as though it had grown wings. Within a single day, it had already reached the territories of Tianhuo and Jiushuang sect. In an instant, Fengshou was thrown into upheaval. Gu Xian, the Blade Dao Grandmaster of Qinguang sect. This title had utterly resounded across the Fengshou continent, spreading far and wide. Naturally, the news also reached Qinguang sect. Unsurprisingly, it once again caused a stir within Qinguang sect. Although some disciples had already known in advance that Gu Xian, the Blade Ancestor, was a member of Qinguang sect. Yet, the fact that Gu Xian, the Blade Ancestor, had slain the imperial inspector of the Chongfeng Empire still struck everyone with profound shock. Qinguang sect is about to rise completely. Under the leadership of Senior Gu Xian, we will become the fourth major power of Fengshou. That's too fanciful. If the Chongfeng Empire comes to suppress us, can Senior Gu Xian really hold them off? Haha, I've heard that Senior Gu Xian possesses a fire-flawed dragon comparable to a saint. Is it really that exaggerated? On the various peaks of Qinguang sect, numerous disciples were discussing at every moment. Moreover, many disciples bowed in the direction of the eighth peak, expressing their reverence. On this day, Hu Tong, the sect master of Star Sword sect, personally drove a carriage to the foot of Qinguang sect's mountain. Mioran, we are almost there. Hu Tong looked at the mountain gate not far ahead and called out to the carriage. The beaded curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, eyebrows like crescent moons, eyes like autumn waters, and remarkably delicate features. Father, do you really want me to enter a marriage alliance with Qinguang sect? Hu Mioran's face carried a tinge of melancholy, her eyes filled with helplessness. Qinguang sect is powerful, and now with a figure like Gu Xian, the Blade Ancestor, a marriage alliance between our Star Sword sect and Qinguang sect will open broader prospects for the future. Hu Tong said. But what if Qinguang sect is destroyed? The Chongfeng Empire won't let this go, will they? Hu Mioran frowned and asked. Whether Qinguang sect will be destroyed will likely have an answer in a few days. We are merely here to settle a verbal betrothal now. Hu Tong said with a smile. He wasn't foolish enough to send his daughter to her death. They were only here to make a verbal agreement. If Qinguang sect were destroyed, the engagement would naturally be forgotten. If Qinguang sect survived, and they eventually married, the bond between Star Sword sect and Qinguang sect would deepen further. Very well, everything is up to you, father. Hu Mioran sighed. Mioran, you were born with a frail constitution and cannot cultivate martial arts. It's unrealistic to hope for a marriage to a genius with formidable cultivation. Few people are suitable for you, and the sect master's junior brother is the most fitting. First, his talent is extremely poor. His cultivation level is very low, not much better than yours. Second, as the sect master's junior brother, his status and rank are high enough. Thus, you both lack martial arts talent and hold higher status. You are a perfect match. Hu Tong explained slowly, trying to ease his daughter's resistance. Don't worry, father, I have no objections. Perhaps this is my fate. Hu Mioran shook her head. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the foot of Qinguang sect's mountain. After announcing their arrival, they were led up the mountain by disciples. Before long, they met Dong Yunyi in the grand hall of the sect. Brother Hu, it's only been 3 days since we parted at the Liang residence. What brings you to see me? Dong Yunyi asked in a deep voice. As he spoke, he glanced at the woman beside Hu Tong. Brother Zhang, this is my daughter Mioran. Hu Tong introduced her, then instructed Hu Mioran. Mioran, greet Sect Master Zhang. Junior Hu Mioran pays respects to Sect Master Zhang. Hu Mioran rose and gave a slight bow, her demeanor delicate and graceful. No need for formalities. Zhang Yunyi nodded slightly. He had certainly heard of Hu Tong's daughter. She was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Chu kingdom, but was a mere decorative vase, unable to cultivate. Brother Zhang, my daughter Mioran is well-read and proficient in poetry, calligraphy, and chess. You must know that. I brought Mioran here today to propose a marriage alliance with you. Hu Tong said with a smile. Marriage alliance? Zhang Yunyi was taken aback, puzzled. I heard that you have a junior brother who, due to poor talent, cannot achieve much in martial arts. My daughter Mioran is the same. Since they are of similar age, why not arrange a match between them? Hu Tong said with a full smile. Eh? Zhang Yunli was speechless. He hadn't expected Hu Tong to want to marry his daughter to Lin Xiao. After a moment's thought, he understood Hu Tong's ulterior motives. However, even though there was an agenda, Hu Miurang was indeed a suitable match for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had virtually no hope in this lifetime, and marriage and children were a good end. Moreover, Hu Miurang was stunningly beautiful, and her father was the sect master of Star Sword sect. Suitable. Very suitable. Zhang Yunli pondered for a moment, then decisively nodded and said, this marriage, I, as sect master, agree to it. That's it? You agree? Hu Tong was somewhat surprised and said, don't you need to consult your junior brother? Ha ha, of course we must. The two parties should meet and see each other. Zhang Yunli laughed heartily, then called out to outside the hall, someone, go to the back mountain and bring Lin Xiao here. Soon, a disciple went to the back mountain to find Lin Xiao. After a while, Lin Xiao strolled into the grand hall. Greetings, senior brother. Lin Xiao slightly cupped his fists and asked, may I ask what matters you have with me? He had been diligently cultivating, having used up all his pills, and had just reached the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. He had no idea why Wang Yunli was looking for him. In the hall, Hu Miurang and Hu Tong both fixed their eyes on Lin Xiao. Hu Tong nodded inwardly, quite satisfied. This young man had a handsome appearance and decent bearing. Hu Miurang, however, showed no expression. They were both equally useless people. As long as the other party wasn't too ugly, it was acceptable. Junior brother, what do you think of this young lady? Zhang Yunli said with a smile, his gaze shifting to Hu Miurang. Lin Xiao looked her over and was indeed somewhat captivated at first sight. In terms of pure looks, she might even surpass Zhang Ruoling and Liang Lang by a notch. Moreover, she carried an air of scholarly refinement, appearing soft and delicate. However, when he probed with his divine sense, she had no cultivation at all. This young lady is very beautiful. Lin Xiao honestly complimented. Ha ha, as long as you fancy her. She is the daughter of the Star Sword sect master. Zhang Yunli laughed heartily and said, today, as your senior brother, I will betroth this lady Hu Miurang to you. Eh? Lin Xiao's mouth fell slightly open, utterly stunned. His mind went blank. What the heck? Junior brother, your talent is not high, so you should marry early and produce offspring. As the saying goes, the elder brother is like a father, so I'll decide for you. Today, I will set the engagement for you two. Zhang Yunli said with a smile. He didn't ask whether Hu Tong and his daughter agreed. After all, they were the ones seeking a connection. Qingguang sect's consent sufficed. No, senior brother, I don't want to marry so early. I still need to cultivate. Lin Xiao quickly said. What cultivation? What use is it? Zhang Yunli waved his hand, but immediately realized those words were too discouraging and hurtful to Lin Xiao. He quickly added, what I mean is, marriage won't hinder your cultivation. Senior brother, I have no intention of marrying now. Lin Xiao was about to retort. But Zhang Yunli waved his hand to interrupt, saying, Junior brother, listen to me. I won't harm you. Go back and think it over. Fine. Lin Xiao reluctantly nodded, then glanced at Hu Miurang once more before turning and leaving the hall. He felt utterly speechless. At a time like this, how could he still have the mood to arrange a marriage for him? Senior brother, you really have nerves of steel. Aren't you afraid of the Chongfeng Empire? I've been cultivating without rest to fend off the Chongfeng Empire's attack. Yet you're here wasting time. Can you even handle your position as sect master? If not, let senior uncle Ma take over. He's more reliable than you. After Lin Xiao left, Zhang Yunli smiled at Hu Tong and said, Brother Hu, the engagement is settled. The wedding date will be discussed later. Agreed. Hu Tong nodded. In that case, we'll take our leave now. Brother Hu, wait. Zhang Yunli raised his hand and said, you just saw that Lin Xiao doesn't seem too keen on marriage. How about this? Let Miurang stay in Qingguang sect for a while and let them develop feelings. This. Hu Tong hesitated. The coming period would be high risk for Qingguang sect. As for his guess at the Liang residence, that Du Xian might have ties to the Heavenly Fire Hall and the Jiushuang sect, it was purely speculation. Don't worry, no one will dare to bully Miurang while she stays in Qingguang sect. Zhang Yunli assured. Well, alright. Hu Tong nodded and eventually agreed. He thought that even if the Chongfeng Empire attacked, they would mainly target Du Xian, the Blade Ancestor, and wouldn't slaughter everyone. If the Chaofeng Empire showed any movement, he would come to pick up his daughter immediately. Miurang, stay in Qinguang sect and develop feelings with Lin Xiao. Hu Tong looked at his daughter with affectionate eyes. Hu Miurang obediently nodded. Shortly after, Hu Tong left. Zhang Yunli then ordered people to arrange a temporary residence for Hu Miurang on the main peak. Lin Xiao returned to the wooden hut at the back mountain and once again entered the child space. The fire-flood dragon wandered about while Lin Xiao sat cross-legged, circulating the 9 heavens true young art to consolidate his cultivation. It was only half an hour ago that he had broken through to the 8th stage of the divine sea realm, so his foundation was not yet stable. Here, his mind was clear, his comprehension greatly enhanced, and the circulation of his true essence was extraordinarily swift. The spiritual energy within this space was concentrated to an almost unbelievable degree. Countless wisps of purple mist drifted through the void, resembling a powerful, concentrated version of spiritual energy utterly wondrous. However, after cultivating for just over an hour, someone knocked on the wooden hut's door, forcing Lin Xiao to reluctantly leave the child space once again. Opening the door, Lin Xiao found himself momentarily stunned by the person standing outside. It was Hu Miurang. What brings you here? Lin Xiao asked. Su Miurang's gaze swept across the nearby cemetery, then fell upon the crude furnishings within the wooden hut. Her expression shifted slightly, betraying a subtle discomfort. Young Master Lin, I've come to speak with you. Hu Miurang said with a slight bow, forcing a faint smile onto her lovely face. After her accommodations were arranged, she inquired casually within the Qinguang sect and soon learned where Lin Xiao resided. Thus, she had come alone to find him. We don't have anything to discuss, do we? Lin Xiao replied with a bitter smile, shrugging his shoulders. We should at least get to know each other, shouldn't we? Hu Miurang furrowed her brow slightly and whispered, This? I don't think that's necessary. Lin Xiao shook his head awkwardly, then continued, As for the marriage arrangement, I'll clarify things with my senior brother. My apologies. Very well. Hu Miurang bowed slightly to Lin Xiao, then retreated 2 steps before turning to leave. Sigh. Gazing at Hu Miurang's departing figure, Lin Xiao let out a long sigh. This girl might be quite nice, but how could he possibly have the heart for such things now? Subsequently, he closed the door and continued his cultivation. Why? Is it because I am a useless woman? Is that why you all treat me this way? Hu Miurang's graceful figure slowly descended the mountain path, her tears no longer containable, flowing like a spring. Constantly, she murmured to herself. She was unable to cultivate. At the Star Sword sect, countless people whispered behind her back, calling her a fleeting flower, a gilded extern, a beautiful waste. She could endure all of this. She had grown accustomed to it. Even when her father, Hu Tong, betrothed her to Lin Xiao, she raised no objection. For she understood that she had no right to object. Anyone with even a hint of cultivation talent, anyone with even a modicum of strength, would look down upon her. Lin Xiao was barely someone similar to her. But now, this Lin Xiao, who was somewhat like her, had fallen so low in the Qinguang sect, living alone in a decrepit wooden hut beside the cemetery, yet even he looked down upon her soul. He was even reluctant to speak a single word with her. The imperial capital of the Chaofeng Empire. The imperial palace, the private study. The sovereign of the Chaofeng Empire, wearing a jade-white beaded crown and clad in a black dragon robe, sat regally behind a dark golden desk. Before him knelt a middle-aged man in dark crimson martial attire, one knee to the ground. Have you found out? The sovereign asked in a deep voice. Reporting to your majesty, this matter is most peculiar. The man in martial attire nodded, continuing, This Duxian Daozong seemed to have appeared out of thin air. His identity, background, even his true name, have yet to be uncovered. Worthless! The sovereign bellowed in fury, berating, You are the elite blood shadow guards of the empire, the sharpest blade in my hand. Yet you, the commander of the blood shadow guards, cannot even investigate a single person. Please calm your anger, your majesty. The time has simply been too short. Grant me another 10 days, and I shall uncover everything. The man in dark crimson martial attire hastily knelt on both knees, forehead touching the ground, utterly terrified. He quickly added, however, one thing is certain, that Duxian Daozong shares no connection whatsoever with the Tianhu Ho or even the 9 mysterious sect. Oh! The sovereign's face carried a contemplative expression. According to Feng Mo's account, this person's cultivation is at the 7th stage of the divine sea realm, yet his strength far surpasses the 7th stage, approaching the 8th. It seems that killing this person now would not be easy. The sovereign spoke with an icy expression. His Chongfeng Empire certainly had no shortage of experts at the 8th or even 9th stage of the Divine Sea realm, yet at this moment, they could not act. Currently, in the border regions, the conflicts between their Chongfeng Empire and the Tianhuo were intensifying. Both sides continued to reinforce their troops, and war could erupt at any moment. On another front, the 9 mysterious sect lurked with predatory intent. Of the Empire's 12 experts at the 8th stage of the Divine Sea realm, 11 had been dispatched to the borders to confront the Tianhuo. The Blood Shadow Guard commander before them was the final one. As for experts at the 9th stage of the Divine Sea realm, the Chongfeng Empire had only 4 under its banner, with 3 likewise stationed at the borders facing the Tianhuo. The last one guarded the other side, preventing the 9 mysterious sect from seizing the opportunity to strike. As for the family's trump card, the half-saint ancestor, he was obligated to guard the imperial capital. Once he left the imperial capital, the half-saints of the Tianhuo or 9 mysterious sect would likely raise the capital in an instant. The sovereign was furious, a mere 7th-stage Divine Sea Grand Master, and yet he could do nothing about this person for the time being. Your Majesty, Gu Xian Daozong slew the Empire's imperial inspector, a crime deserving of death. Yet for now, there is no urgency. As long as we keep the Qingguang sect under surveillance, as long as the Qingguang sect remains, Gu Xian Daozong cannot escape. After some time, once the borders are stabilized and our Empire's experts return, slaying Gu Xian Daozong and annihilating the Qingguang sect will be effortless. The Blood Shadow Guard commander proposed. Very well, keep a death grip on the Qingguang sect. The moment Gu Xian Daozong attempts to flee with the sect, strike immediately, slay Gu Xian Daozong and destroy the Qingguang sect. The sovereign commanded. The reason the Blood Shadow Guards had not yet acted was because Gu Xian Daozong possessed a spirit beast, the Fire Flood Dragon. That Fire Flood Dragon possessed formidable strength. Even combined with Gu Xian Daozong, the Blood Shadow Guard commander at the 8th stage of the Divine Sea held no certainty of slaying Gu Xian Daozong. Yes, Your Majesty, the Blood Shadow Guard commander acknowledged. The next day, early morning, Hu Miurong came to find Lin Xiao once more. Why have you come again? Lin Xiao stared at the girl outside his door, utterly exasperated. I know you despise me, I know you don't want to marry me, but this is my fate, and yours too. Hu Miurong spoke coldly. Lin Xiao was stunned. Does this girl have problems? Has she been traumatized? Miss Hu, are you perhaps laboring under some misunderstanding? Lin Xiao asked. There is no misunderstanding. Hu Miurong shook her head, continuing, for some time to come, I will be residing in the Qingguang sect. My cooking skills are excellent, and every day from now on, I will bring you meals. With these words, Hu Miurong gave a slight bow and turned to leave. Lin Xiao slapped his forehead. Come every day? How am I supposed to cultivate them? Shaking his head, he vanished and reappeared at the 8th peak. Here, silence reigned supreme, and virtually no one ever came. Better to seclude himself and cultivate here. Entering the palace's meditation chamber, Lin Xiao once again stepped into the child's space and continued his relentless efforts. He intended to break through to the 9th stage of the Divine Sea within days to contend with the Chongfeng Empire. There was simply no time for romantic entanglements with Hu Miurong. For 3 consecutive days thereafter, Hu Miurong arrived at the Back Mountain wooden hut at noon. Yet every time, she could not find Lin Xiao. Each time, she returned in disappointment. This drove her to complete despair. Lin Xiao, do you despise me so much? Hu Miurong's expression turned ice cold as she silently departed the Back Mountain. Another 4 days passed. Lin Xiao emerged from the palace on the 8th peak. His cultivation had reached the 9th stage of the Divine Sea, placing him at the very pinnacle throughout the entire Feng continent. The Feng continent harbored no saints. Legend held that only 3 half-saints existed, each guarding one of the 3 major powers and rarely emerging. Thus, with no half-saints in sight, he was essentially invincible. Phew! Drawing a long breath of fresh air, Lin Xiao felt refreshed and invigorated. Gazing upon the bustling Qingguang sect in the distance, he pondered deeply. He needed to become a saint, or at least a half-saint, as soon as possible for the Qingguang sect to be safe. Yet this was no easy feat. It wasn't merely a matter of diligent cultivation. A specific resource was required. According to the martial cultivation manual obtained from the Sword Martial Marquis Manor, to break through to the saint realm, one required the true saint peel. Such a thing simply did not exist on the Feng continent. Otherwise, the 3 major powers of the Feng continent would have produced saints long ago. And to break through to half-saint, one needed a heavenly treasure, the opening saint flower. This item was equally elusive, a treasure that could only be found, never sought. The Chongfeng Empire actually hasn't made a move for so long. Lin Xiao furrowed his brows. The longer this silence stretched, the more vigilant he became. I must find a way to install a sect protecting grand formation for the Qingguang sect. He mused privately. Only then could he leave the sect with peace of mind. After much contemplation, Lin Xiao prepared to depart the Qingguang sect. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed someone hurtling through the distant sky toward the sect. His speed was so great that it produced a deafening whoosh through the air. Looking up, Lin Xiao saw an elderly man soaring through the distant heavens. Soon, the elder arrived at the Qingguang sect and hovered above the main peak. I am the vice sect master of the Tianhu Hall. Is Du Xian Daozong present? The elder's voice rang out like a great bell, instantly spreading across the entire Qingguang sect. Countless disciples looked up at the sky. The sect leader Zhang Yumi, Grand Elder Dongfeng, and others emerged one after another. The deputy hall master of the Heavenly Fire Hall? To a sect like the Azure Light sect, this was a figure too lofty to even gaze upon. Such a magnate was a being they had only ever heard of in legends. Come here. Suddenly, a faint divine sense transmission reached the ears of the deputy hall master of the Heavenly Fire Hall. The deputy hall master turned his head and locked his gaze on the back of a figure on the 8th peak, who turned and walked into the palace. Immediately, the deputy hall master's figure flickered and descended, landing before the palace gate on the 8th peak. He has gone to the 8th peak. How did he know that Senior Gu Xian resides on the 8th peak? Could it be that Senior Gu Xian is currently on the 8th peak? Countless people of the Azure Light sect witnessed this scene. However, the summit of the 8th peak was shrouded in mist and cloud, and the distance was considerable, so they could not see clearly. Why has the deputy hall master of the Heavenly Fire Hall come to seek Senior Gu Xian? Zhang Yuni gazed at the 8th peak and asked the several elders beside him. Perhaps he has come to recruit Senior Gu Xian. Grand Elder speculated. That is possible. The Heavenly Fire Hall and the Eternal Wind Empire are still at a standoff, and battle could break out at any moment. Senior Gu Xian's reputation is now widespread, so naturally the Heavenly Fire Hall would want to recruit him. Second Elder concurred. Deep in the distant mountain forest, the leader of the Blood Shadow Guard stood on the branch of an ancient tree, gazing toward the Azure Light sect with a profound look. On the ground below stood more than a dozen Blood Shadow Guards clad in blood-red garments. Half of them were Grand Masters, and the lowest cultivation among them was at the 6th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. Quickly send a message to His Majesty the Emperor. The Deputy Hall Master of the Heavenly Fire Hall has entered the Azure Light sect, suspected of recruiting the ancient Profound Blade sect. Request His Majesty's decision. The Blood Shadow Guard commander called softly. The 8th peak. Inside the palace, Lin Xiao and the Deputy Hall Master of the Heavenly Fire Hall sat facing each other. Just now, during the Divine Sense transmission, he had already examined the other's cultivation. Peak of the 8th level of the Divine Sea Realm. I never expected the legendary ancient Profound Blade sect to be so young. The Deputy Hall Master studied Lin Xiao and spoke in a deep voice. He was secretly shocked. After all, when a martial artist cultivated to the Meridian Opening Realm, they only became physically robust without much increase in lifespan. Cultivating to the Spirit Transformation Realm could extend life by 30 to 40 years, and the Grand Master of the Divine Sea Realm could only live about 200 years. Yet the ancient Profound Blade sect before him appeared to be only in his early 20s. This indicated that when he broke through to the Divine Sea Realm, he must have been extremely young, and now he was no more than 50. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain such a youthful appearance. Why have you, the Heavenly Fire Hall, come to find me? Lin Xiao asked directly. Since you are so straightforward, I will not beat around the bush. We invite you to join our Heavenly Fire Hall to jointly resist the Eternal Wind Empire. The Deputy Hall Master said. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, I do not wish to join any other force. If you do not join our Heavenly Fire Hall, you will be killed by the Eternal Wind Empire at any time, and this Azure Light sect will also be destroyed at any moment. The Deputy Hall Master warned. Is that so? Lin Xiao shrugged noncommittally. If the Eternal Wind Empire had acted earlier, he might have had no power to resist. But now, unless a half-saint took action, killing him would not be so easy. However, cooperating with the Heavenly Fire Hall was certainly possible, as it would be safer. But the specific terms had to be negotiated. This is the only path you can take. The Deputy Hall Master chuckled and said, you know that our Heavenly Fire Hole is currently at a standoff with the Eternal Wind Empire at the border, pinning down the vast majority of their forces. This is also the reason why the Eternal Wind Empire has not yet made a move against you. But what if we withdraw our troops? The Deputy Hall Master's face was full of smugness, as if he had Lin Xiao cornered. Are you threatening me? Lin Xiao's face turned cold. He estimated that the Heavenly Fire Hole was not sincerely inviting him to join, but merely wanted to use him to serve the Hole in the future. It's not a threat. The Deputy Hall Master shook his head and continued. Joining our Heavenly Fire Hole is beneficial and harmless to you. If you disagree, you may be regarded as an enemy. Not joining makes me an enemy. Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. This was already a blatant threat. Logically, he was an enemy of the Eternal Wind Empire, with almost no possibility of reconciliation. His existence should be of great benefit to the Heavenly Fire Hole with no harm. Of course, we are not sure whether you will join the Nine Mysteries sect in the future. The Deputy Hall Master nodded. In fact, the most important part he did not say. Since meeting Lin Xiao, he felt that Lin Xiao's talent was absolutely formidable. He would likely become a half-saint, or even a saint in the future, which would overturn the balance of the three major powers in Wind Continent. Although the Saint Flower and True Saint Peel were extremely rare. But once Lin Xiao entered the site of the Holy Lands in the Southern Domain, these might not be problems. So, as long as I do not join the Heavenly Fire Hole, you will withdraw your troops from the border. And let the Eternal Wind Empire deal with me. Lin Xiao's expression was calm, but killing intent slowly rose in his heart. You can say that. The Deputy Hall Master nodded. No one can threaten me. Lin Xiao's face turned cold. Clang! The long blade instantly unsheathed, and a terrifying blade light slashed down toward the Deputy Hall Master's head. The two were extremely close, less than 2 zong apart. This strike was as fast as lightning and as swift as thunder, utterly terrifying. You! The Deputy Hall Master was greatly alarmed. He had not expected Lin Xiao to dare attack him. Having already offended the Eternal Wind Empire to the death, he still dared to offend the Heavenly Fire Hole. In the blink of an eye, the Deputy Hall Master had no time to dodge or draw his blade. In haste, he could only meet it with a punch. Bam! The blade light fell, shattering the Deputy Hall Master's fist force, tearing through his protective true essence, and cleaving straight down from his shoulder. Severed in two. How dare you! The Deputy Hall Master's eyes bulged as he spoke his last words in this life, then died completely. Lin Xiao, with a cold face, took the Deputy Hall Master's personal blade and then began to search the corpse. On the other's body, there was indeed a cosmos pouch. Wiping away the divine sense imprint on it, Lin Xiao examined the contents and felt a secret joy. Over 200 spirit stones, more than a dozen bottles of pills, 5 weapons, and 4 martial arts manuals. Lin Xiao inspected them one by one. All 5 weapons were low-grade spirit artifacts, and the Deputy Hall Master's personal blade was significantly stronger than low-grade, likely a mid-grade spirit artifact. Of the more than a dozen pill bottles, Lin Xiao identified 4 as cultivation-enhancing pills. The rest he did not recognize. As for the 4 manuals, they were all Earth-grade upper rank, 1 cultivation method and 3 martial techniques. Among them were 2 fist techniques and 1 blade technique. This blade technique was called Crimson Chain 13 Blaze, extremely powerful, several times stronger than the Heavenly Nether 6 Harmonies blade technique that Lin Xiao practiced. Not bad, I can practice this blade technique. Lin Xiao nodded inwardly. The cultivation method he practiced was the 9 Heavens True Young Art, which, though only Earth-grade middle rank, was barely passable. However, the Heavenly Nether 6 Harmonies blade technique he practiced was only Earth-grade lower rank. Although he had cultivated it to the transformation stage, its grade was low, and its power was now insufficient. The Deputy Hall Master's corpse could not be wasted either. Lin Xiao summoned the Fire Flood Dragon and had it swallow the corpse in one gulp. The Fire Flood Dragon, confined to the flame creation space every day without a trace of meat, was truly famished. It even licked up all the blood splattered on the ground. After handling everything, Lin Xiao temporarily put aside his plan to leave the Azure Light sect. He entered the creation space and began to practice the Crimson Chain 13 Blaze. The Crimson Chain 13 Blaze was an extremely young and fiery fire tribute blade technique, while the true essence cultivated by Lin Xiao's 9 Heavens True Young Art was supremely firm and young. The two were quite compatible. What happened inside the palace on the 8th peak was unknown to the others of the Azure Light sect. Even if any aura spread beyond the palace, the other peaks were too far away to sense it. Similarly, the blood shadow guards hidden in the mountains around the Azure Light sect did not perceive it. They waited and waited, but did not see the deputy hall master of the heavenly fire hall leave. Until the next day, they received a message from His Majesty the Emperor. The message contained only 8 simple words: Blood Shadow Guards, use all force to annihilate the ancient profound blade sect. Thus, the Blood Shadow Guard commander immediately gathered all the Blood Shadow Guards in the vicinity. A total of 48 men, 18 martial grandmasters and 30 experts at the spirit transformation realm. His Majesty the Emperor has ordered to kill the ancient profound blade sect. The Blood Shadow Guard commander looked around at all his subordinates and said in a low voice, "But commander, the deputy hall master of the heavenly fire hall is still at the Azure Light sect. What should we do?" The deputy commander said with a frown. His cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the divine sea realm, second only to the commander. Wait another day to see if he will leave today. The Blood Shadow Guard commander wore a thoughtful expression and continued, "If he still doesn't leave, we will kill them both. After all, anyone from the heavenly fire hall is an enemy of our eternal wind empire." The Blood Shadow Guard commander said. The presence of the heavenly fire hall's deputy hall master would certainly lower their success rate. But as long as they were well prepared, the success rate was still high. After all, that deputy hall master was only the 4th deputy hall master of the heavenly fire hall, not at the 9th level of the divine sea realm. Of course, it would be better if he left, as their success rate would greatly increase. Yes. The Blood Shadow Guards responded in low voices. As the blade in His Majesty's hand, they had never failed, and this time they would surely succeed. Thus, the Blood Shadow Guards waited another day. However, they still did not see the heavenly fire hall's deputy hall master leave. The Blood Shadow Guards decided not to wait any longer. That night, in the early hours, under the leadership of the Blood Shadow Guard commander, the 48 Blood Shadow Guards, like a group of phantoms, stealthily made their way toward the 8th peak of the Azure Light sect. The 8th peak was shrouded in pitch-black darkness at night. Not a single disciple was present, and an eerie stillness reigned. Dozens of Blood Shadow Guards, each concealing their aura, gathered at the foot of the 8th peak. First, set up the Blood Shadow Array. The Blood Shadow Guard commander ordered in a low voice. Immediately, over 40 Blood Shadow Guards dispersed to arrange the array around the mountain. The Blood Shadow Array was extremely complex yet immensely powerful. Countless strong warriors had fallen beneath its might. Even a Grandmaster at the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm had once perished within it, unable to escape. Of course, its drawback was the considerable time required to set it up. Under normal circumstances, there was no opportunity to deploy the Blood Shadow Array, as enemies would not wait for you to finish. A full 3 hours later, as dawn began to break, the 40+ Blood Shadow Guards finally completed the setup and regrouped. "Let's go, up the mountain." The Blood Shadow Guard commander waved his hand, leading the guards as they darted toward the mountain peak. They moved with extreme caution, not leaking a trace of their aura, unwilling to alert the enemy. Soon, they arrived outside the palace atop the peak. "Empty?" The commander frowned, his divine sense sweeping through every corner of the palace multiple times. But the palace held no one. The entire 8th peak was deserted. The other Grandmaster level Blood Shadow Guards also wore grim expressions. Their divine sense had failed to detect Guxian Saber Sect either. After all the effort setting up the array, the target was gone. "Search!" The commander boomed, waving his hand. Since they had come, they could not leave empty-handed. Perhaps the enemy had found a way to evade divine sense detection. The Blood Shadow Guards charged into the palace. They searched everywhere, but found not a single soul, not even a strand of hair. The commander led them out, all wearing grim faces. They looked at the other peaks of the Qingguang sect, reluctance etched on their faces. Clearly, Guxian had left the 8th peak at some unknown time and might be on one of the other peaks. But without the Blood Shadow Array on those peaks, they could not rashly attack. "Withdraw!" the commander said helplessly, waving his hand. "Are you looking for me?" The voice was utterly abrupt, causing every Blood Shadow Guard to pale. They spun around and saw a young man standing tall at the palace entrance. "You!" The commander was stunned. There had been no one there moments ago. How had this person appeared so suddenly? Where had he come from? Yet the commander reacted swiftly, realizing that the man before him was Guxian Saber Sect. Although the commander was taken aback by the man's youth, The fact that he could appear behind them silently marked him as a formidable grandmaster. Attack! He is Guxian Saber Sect! The commander roared. In an instant, over 40 blood shadow guards scattered in all directions, surrounding Lin Xiao from every angle. At the same time, each blood shadow guard erupted with dazzling blood light, which instantly activated the blood shadow array. Boom! 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 In an instant, dozens of blood-red pillars of light shot up from the 8th peak, piercing the heavens and emanating a vast, mighty aura. The entire sky was dyed a crimson red. The dozens of blood-red pillars formed a powerful array, enveloping the entire 8th peak. Bathed in the glow of the blood-red pillars, all the blood shadow guards felt their power surge. The commander, for instance, was at the 8th level of the Divine Sea Realm, but under the blood light, his aura swelled to rival that of a 9th level expert. Another array? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. He had been cultivating in the creation space when he sensed intruders in the palace, so he had emerged. Unexpectedly, the enemy had the aid of an array. Kill! The commander, hovering in mid-air, smacked his palm downward, and a massive blood-colored handprint slammed down fiercely. Other elite blood shadow guards also struck from different directions, their blood handprints like the hands of death, closing in on Lin Xiao. Impressive, Lin Xiao remarked with mild surprise, but only that. He drew his blade instantly, not his Guxian saber, but a pitch-black long saber. This was the saber of the Deputy Hall Master of the Heavenly Fire Hall, a mid-grade treasure, far superior to the Guxian saber. Swish! A blazing blade radiance swept across the area like a hurricane. The blood handprints were slashed to pieces one after another, erupting with violent explosions. The powerful blade force sent the blood shadow guards reeling backward. 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm. The commander's expression changed. He had been unable to gauge Lin Xiao's cultivation with his divine sense, suspecting the latter had concealed it. This cultivation level caught him off guard again. Die! Lin Xiao, not bothering to ask their identities, slashed at the strongest commander after blocking their combined assault. This was the Crimson Refining 13 Blades. A blazing blade aura, like roaring flames, swept upward with a vast wave of fire, reversing the sky. The overwhelming blade momentum felt like a volcanic eruption, its power surging for miles. Blood Shadow's power, merge into me. The commander bellowed, and the blood light on the other guards instantly dimmed. But his own blood light and aura surged dramatically, rivaling a peak 9th level Divine Sea Realm expert. He slammed his palm again, and a blood handprint the size of a house, emitting a monstrous bloodlust, met Lin Xiao's blade. Boom! The blade aura and blood hand collided fiercely. The razor-sharp blade aura tore through the blood handprint and struck the commander heavily. With a muffled crash, the blood light exploded. The commander's protective true essence shattered instantly, and his body was sent flying by the blade aura. If not for the blood handprint weakening the blade, the commander would not have been able to withstand the strike. Impossible! The commander was horrified. He could not even block a single blow from Guxian Saber Sect. Had he not used the blood shadow array to boost his strength to peak 9th level, with his palm technique reaching great mastery. With such power, even a peak 9th level grandmaster could not defeat him in one strike. Nothing is impossible. Die! Lin Xiao said coldly, standing motionless as he delivered the same slash again. Although he had only practiced the Crimson Refining 13 Blades for 2 days, he had already mastered the first 2 simplest stances to perfection. The power of these 2 stances was 3 to 4 times greater than the Heavenly Gen 6 Harmony Saber. His blade momentum was also improving rapidly, nearing perfection. Boom! Tui! The commander could not withstand the second blow and was killed on the spot. The blazing blade aura flashed, reducing his body to several charred pieces. All the blood shadow guards watched in shock as their commander was slain. Not that they didn't want to intervene. But the blood shadow array had channeled all its power into the commander, even draining a portion of their own strength. Thus, they only provided support while the commander fought alone. Now, he had been killed in 2 strikes. Flee! The vice commander roared, darting away like lightning. The remaining blood shadow guards all chose to escape immediately. Those who could fly took to the air, while others bolted into the surrounding forest. Stay! Lin Xiao soared into the air, his blade light flashing continuously. Unmatched blade auras, like countless fire serpents, swept across every direction. Screams filled the air. Thuds echoed. Bodies fell from the sky one after another, crashing onto the mountain peak. In almost an instant, over 40 blood shadow guards were completely annihilated. Lin Xiao's divine sense swept across most of the Qinguang sect, checking for any survivors. There were indeed no survivors. However, on every peak of the Qinguang sect, countless disciples and elders stretched their necks like giraffes, gazing toward the 8th peak. On the main peak of Qinguang sect, nearly everyone had come out. Zhang Yuni, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and others stood atop the peak, gazing into the distance. Elder Mao flew to the rooftop of the scripture library. Zhang Ruoling, Yi Qiudia, Peng Yu, Feng Yuan, and others stood upon a massive boulder. All of them had been roused by the tremendous commotion from the 8th peak. The towering pillar of blood-red light illuminated the heavens, its terrifying aura spreading in all directions, shocking everyone. This is the Blood Nether Formation, the Blood Nether Guards of the Chongfeng Empire. They are attacking Guxian on the 8th peak. Zhang Yuni's face was pale with horror as he trembled. Ji Grand Elder, what should we do? Should we go help? This. Perhaps we should not go. Grand Elder Gongfeng shook his head decisively. With our meager strength, going over would not only fail to help but would also hold Guxian back. Right. Right. The Grand Elder is right. Our strength is too low to be of any help. The Second Elder quickly nodded in agreement. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. He felt that the aura emanating from the blood light was so overwhelming that he couldn't even bear to approach it. Damn it! Zhang Yuni clenched his fists, a mix of anger and frustration burning in his heart. The Blood Nether Guards of the Chongfeng Empire had come to kill, and all they could do was watch helplessly. They could only hope that Guxian would be blessed by fortune. Yet in their hearts, they all sank into despair. The Blood Nether Formation of the Blood Nether Guards had intimidated the Wind Province for countless years, striking fear into everyone's hearts. Meanwhile, Hu Miurang was also watching the 8th peak. However, without any cultivation, her vision was severely limited. All she could feel was that the blinding blood light enveloped everything on the 8th peak, making it impossible for her to open her eyes or see anything at all. I once heard the elders of the Star Sword sect say that the Blood Nether Formation of the Chongfeng Empire is extremely powerful, capable of slaying a Grandmaster at the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm. It seems that this senior from Qinguang sect will be killed today. Hu Miurang murmured to herself. Although she had no cultivation, she had read extensively. She had a deep understanding of various martial arts knowledge and strange anecdotes. At this moment, Hu Miurang's heart suddenly became uneasy. If that mysterious senior from Qinguang sect died, then Qinguang sect might cease to exist in the future, let alone rise again. Then her marriage alliance with Qinguang sect would naturally no longer be possible. So Hu Miurang left, descending the mountain directly and running toward the sect's gate. Without cultivation, Hu Miurang moved slowly. Before she even reached the foot of the main peak, the blood light from the 8th peak had already vanished. Is it over? Hu Miurang turned to look in the direction of the 8th peak, taking a deep breath. She needed to leave Qinguang sect quickly, as it might be destroyed soon. Lin Xiao, you looked down on me, but I never looked up to you either. We'll never meet again. Hu Miurang glanced toward the back mountain, then quickened her pace down the mountain. At the sect's gate, several disciples stood guard. Miss Hu, where are you going? One disciple asked. Hu Miurang ignored him, and after leaving the gate, she trotted along the main road. The disciple on duty was puzzled but didn't bother to intervene. After all, with such a major event happening on the 8th peak, who had the mind to care about Hu Miurang from the Star Sword sect? On the 8th peak, Lin Xiao slowly descended. He then began to clean up the battlefield, looting the corpses and collecting the possessions of the Blood Nether Guards. After gathering everything, he obtained 12 Qianquan pouches. Then he summoned the Fire Flood Dragon again, letting it devour all the corpses of the Blood Nether Guards. This would also enhance the Fire Flood Dragon's strength. After a while, his divine sense detected that countless people on the various peaks of Qinguang sect were still watching, yet none dared to come and investigate. After a moment's deliberation, he raised his voice and declared, "The invaders have all been slain. All members of Qinguang sect, return to your duties." His voice, amplified by true essence, boomed like a great bell or thunder. Instantly, it spread throughout the entire Qinguang sect. Everyone was shaken. Is that Senior Guxian's voice? Even though the voice is amplified by true essence and its original timbre is unrecognizable, I feel that Senior Guxian's voice isn't very old. Perhaps he isn't that age. Haha, Senior Guxian is invincible. Although I don't know who the attackers were, the commotion was huge. They must have been formidable grandmasters, yet they still couldn't match Senior Guxian. Countless disciples and deacons buzzed with discussion, and the entire Qinguang sect was in an uproar. The stronger senior Guxian was, the stronger Qinguang sect would become, thriving and progressing. Phew! Zhang Yunli let out a long breath, his expression relaxing. He had won again. It seemed that senior Guxian would never be defeated. Sect Master, senior Guxian broke the blood nether formation. Could it be that he has already reached the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm, or even half-saint? The Grand Elder speculated. At these words, Zhang Yunli and the surrounding elders felt their hearts tremble violently. It seemed to make perfect sense. According to legend, once the blood nether formation was deployed, it could slay a Grand Master at the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm. Now that senior Guxian had won, didn't that mean he had at least reached the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm? A wave of trembling swept through the high-ranking members of Qinguang sect this time, trembling from excitement. Sect Master, Grand Elder, the 3 overlords of Wind Province, the Chongfeng Empire, the 9 Profound Sect, and the Heavenly Fire Hall. The reason these 3 overlords can dominate is because they each have a half-saint in command. If senior Guxian were to achieve half-saint, then wouldn't that mean our Qinguang sect would become the 4th overlord? The second elder speculated with wild joy. Everyone nodded, their faces filled with shock, anticipation, and delight. They knew little about half-saints. They didn't even fully understand Grand Masters of the Divine Sea Realm, but that didn't stop them from speculating. In that instant, the high-ranking members of Qinguang sect felt as if they had tasted honey, their hearts overflowing with sweetness. Qinguang sect was truly about to rise completely. After a moment, Zhang Yunli suppressed the turmoil in his heart and pondered for a while. He issued an order, by my command as sect master, from this day forth, senior Guxian shall be the supreme elder of Qinguang sect, with a status above mine. The 8th peak shall be renamed Supreme Peak, serving as the exclusive peak of the Supreme Elder. Yes! Everyone's heart burned with fervor. The commotion at Qinguang sect had a vast reach. The towering bloodlight had dyed the sky red for 100 li, visible from all parts of Chu. At the Chu Imperial Palace, Emperor Chusheng had been on the throne for over a month. Now, clad in a golden dragon robe, he stood on the steps before the palace hall, gazing toward Qinguang sect. Has the Chongfeng Empire made its move? Chusheng's heart raced with excitement. He had been waiting for this day for a month or two. Guxian of the Qinguang sect had slain the previous emperor, allowing him to ascend the throne. In a sense, he was even grateful to Guxian. But since then, Qinguang sect had been above the imperial family, a thorn in the side of the new emperor Chusheng. He had been waiting for the Chongfeng Empire to act, since Guxian had killed disciples of the Chongfeng martial house within the palace. But he waited and waited, yet the Chongfeng Empire never destroyed Qinguang sect. Recently, he heard that Guxian had killed an inspector of the Chongfeng Empire, filling him with both fear and excitement. Fear because Guxian's strength was too great, and excitement because this time the Chongfeng Empire would surely act. Indeed, this morning, he saw bloodlight soaring to the heavens from Qinguang sect's direction, dyeing the sky red. Ha ha ha! My Chu does not permit such a powerful sect to exist. Chusheng beamed with delight. At this moment, major powers across Chu noticed the disturbance in the direction of Qinguang sect. Their thoughts varied, but one thing was certain: every power immediately dispatched people to investigate Qinguang sect. Somewhere in the state of Chu, deep within a dense forest, an elderly man clad in coarse hemp robes, his hair a tangled nest, lay half asleep atop a massive stone. Suddenly, he sensed something and immediately rose to his feet, his gaze turning toward Qinguang sect. The blood Ming formation, how intriguing. Whom does the Chongfeng Empire seek to eradicate? The old man smiled faintly before his figure shot into the heavens. Standing atop the sky dome, his eyes blazed with divine radiance as though piercing through 1,000 li of air, settling upon the 8th peak of Qinguang sect. Impressive. This lad is formidable. Such a bird-forsaken corner of Chu state, and yet it has produced a figure like this. Guxian Dao sect, excellent. Quite excellent, worthy of making it onto the Southern Domain Grandmaster ranking. The old man retrieved a small notebook from his robes and began taking notes. After a short while, having finished recording, he continued his observation. This Qinguang sect was truly baffling. How could such a weak sect harbor a top-tier Grandmaster? Utterly inconceivable. Suddenly, the old man's gaze froze. he spotted a frail figure desperately sprinting outside the mountain gates of Qingguang sect. She was a young woman of about 21 or 22, beautiful in features, slender and delicate, her skin snow white. She possessed no cultivation whatsoever, her constitution far too weak, running at a sluggish pace. She even stumbled and fell. Her face streaked with tears, she kept murmuring to herself, I, Hu Miurang, will no longer rely on any man. Xinjiang sect is not my destiny, nor is Qingguang sect. By myself, I can live beautifully, the world is vast, surely there exists a place where I may belong. Though tears still flowed, Hu Miurang's heart was now filled with hope. She desired to find a secluded little mountain village and spend her remaining years in peaceful solitude. From the heights above, the hemp-robed elder watched Hu Miurang silently, his gaze piercing through 1,000 li. Gradually, the old man's frame began to tremble. Excitement. Exhilaration. Ha 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 ha! This old man has struck gold. The elder threw back his head and laughed heartily, dancing about with sheer ecstasy. The Tying divine physique. Among the vast lands of the southern domain, the Tying divine physique has not appeared in 100,000 years, and it is I who have encountered it. The elder laughed with unrestrained delight. A divine physique, and a top-tier one at that. Such a being, as long as life persisted, could easily attain sainthood, guaranteed to become a saint king, with immense opportunity to one day strive for a divine seat. Whoosh! The old man shot toward Hu Miurang's location at breathtaking speed, covering hundreds of li in an instant as though folding space itself, and in a brief moment arrived before her. Startled by the elder suddenly appearing before her, Hu Miurang stumbled backward 5 or 6 steps. Who are you? Hu Miurang asked in terror. Little maiden, I see your bones are extraordinary and your constitution is unparalleled. You must be a rare martial prodigy. Would you be willing to follow me to the ancient past sacred land? The elder asked with a smile. What? Hu Miurang was taken aback. You see, this old man hails from the most ancient sacred land in the southern domain, the ancient past sacred land. You likely cannot cultivate the martial Dao, correct? In truth, you are not incapable of cultivation, but rather your physique is peculiar, requiring the awakening of your special constitution and corresponding techniques and martial arts. This old man is willing to take you to the ancient past sacred land, where with your peerless talent, you will undoubtedly become a holy maiden and stand at the pinnacle of the southern domain in the years to come. The elder recounted slowly. Hu Miurang was utterly bewildered. She had always considered herself a complete waste, yet this man claimed her constitution was extraordinary and her talent peerless. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Hu Miurang said somewhat skeptically. This old man appeared somewhat shabby, and she had to remain vigilant. This old man is a sacred one. How could I possibly deceive you? Lu Xian, sacred one, have you never heard of my name? The elder's eyes narrowed sharply. Then his aged palm grasped upward toward the heavens, and in an instant, clouds from 10,000 dong above were seized and brought before Hu Miurang. This! Hu Miurang was dumbfounded. The next moment, the elder flicked his sleeve, and a force enveloped Hu Miurang as the two instantly soared into the sky dome. After circling overhead, the two descended back to the ground. Hu Miurang's face had drained of color from fear, yet within her heart surged extreme excitement, for this individual was undoubtedly a supreme powerhouse. Otherwise such techniques would be impossible. Disciple greets master. Hu Miurang hastily knelt and bowed. She knew this was her opportunity, one she could never afford to miss in her entire life. No! No! Lu Xian, sacred one, quickly helped Hu Miurang to her feet, saying, though this old man is a sacred one, I do not have the qualifications to take you as my personal disciple. You shall follow me back to the ancient past sacred land, where you may choose your own master. Thank you, senior. Hu Miurang nodded solemnly, saying, this humble one is willing to follow senior to the ancient past sacred land. Excellent! 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 Lu Xian's face was alight with joy as he kept nodding. He seemed to already envision the magnificent spectacle of years to come, when a peerless divine physique would roam freely across the southern domain, and even traverse the entirety of Cangyuan continent. Then let us depart. Lu Xian, sacred one, said with a smile, preparing to take Hu Miurang with him. Senior, please wait, could you take me to Qingguang sect for one last visit? Hu Miurang quickly spoke. She glanced back toward Qingguang sect, unsure of what conditions had unfolded there. Are you from this minor sect? Lu Xian, sacred one, asked in surprise. Within this humble sect, the emergence of a top-tier grandmaster was already a miracle. Now this divine physique was also from this same sect. No, I have someone I know there. Hu Miurang shook her head. Very well, this old man will take you. Lin Xiao's Sacred One nodded, swept his broad sleeve, and with a gust of spiritual energy enveloping Hu Miurang, they instantly flew above Qingguang sect. Within Qingguang sect, countless disciples and elders went about their affairs, completely without any indication of impending annihilation, which meant the blood mean formation had failed and the blood mean guards had not succeeded. Hu Miurang was astonished within. Was Guxian Dao sect this formidable? They could even withstand the blood mean formation. At this very moment, absolutely no one discovered Lin Xiao's Sacred One and Hu Miurang in the sky dome, as though the two had concealed themselves beyond the boundaries of space itself. Senior, over there. Hu Miurang pointed her hand toward the small wooden cabin on the back mountain of the main peak. The elder then guided Hu Miurang down, landing before the cabin door. Hu Miurang knocked on the door, receiving no response. Then she gently pushed open the wooden door, finding no one inside. Gazing at this cabin now, thinking of Lin Xiao, Hu Miurang's mindset had completely transformed. No longer grievance, resentment, or dread. Senior, do you have paper and ink? Hu Miurang asked. I do. Lin Xiao's Sacred One retrieved paper and pen from his spatial pouch and handed them to Hu Miurang. Hu Miurang took the paper and pen, pondered for a while, and began writing. Lin Xiao, the humiliation you inflicted upon me, I shall remember forever. I always believed that dragons do not dwell alongside snakes. Previously I thought myself a snake, unworthy of a true dragon, so I could only deign to be your match. But now, I have suddenly realized, I am the dragon, and you are the snake. You have consistently ignored me, unwilling to finalize our engagement, yet we are already bound by a betrothal contract. This contract I shall never cancel. It will forever motivate my progress, and you will never again be qualified to marry me. On some future day, when the weather is fair and the sky stretches clear and blue, I shall return once more. At that time, I shall be a presence you cannot hope to surpass, and I will ask you in person, do you regret it? Your betrothed. Hu Miurang leaves this message. Having finished writing, Hu Miurang placed the paper upon the wooden table. Senior, let us depart, to the ancient path's sacred land. Hu Miurang looked up at Lin Xiao's Sacred One. In this moment, her eyes sparkled with brilliance, her spirit radiant, emanating an unprecedented confidence from within. Very well. Lin Xiao's Sacred One nodded, flicked his sleeve, and enveloped Hu Miurang. The two figures vanished instantly, leaving not a trace behind. Supreme Peak. After handling everything, Lin Xiao sat upright in the grand hall, tallying the spoils of war. The items from the 12 spatial pouches amounted to a considerable quantity. Spirit stones, weapons, pills, and martial arts techniques, everything was abundant. Moreover, from the blood-clad men who lacked spatial pouches, varying amounts of pills, money, and their weapons were also retrieved. However, few items caught Lin Xiao's interest. These possessions held no allure for him anymore. After a short while, Lin Xiao put away a portion of the pills and around 100 spirit stones. Lin Xiao had long discovered that spirit stones were far more effective for cultivation than ordinary pills. Absorbing the power within them could enhance one's cultivation base. Of the remaining items, Lin Xiao kept only a body tempering manual and a movement technique manual. He left behind everything else, including the spatial pouches, inside the palace. Furthermore, he left a message for Yi Qiudiao to pass on to Zhang Yunmi. He had long noticed that no one else dared to come to the 8th peak except Yi Qiudiao. After completing all this, Lin Xiao fell into contemplation. He did not know what the blood shadow guards were, but it was not hard to guess that this assassination attempt was also the doing of the Changfeng Empire. I must continue to improve my strength, at least to the point where I can contend with a half-saint. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Now he dared not leave the Qingguang sect recklessly. If the Changfeng Empire attacked again, the Qingguang sect would be finished. Since he could not advance to saint or half-saint in the short term, he would push his strength to the pinnacle within the Divine Sea realm. Lin Xiao considered that the latter forms of his crimson refining 13 blades needed to be mastered to the pinnacle as soon as possible. His blade momentum must be perfected quickly. It would be best to further enhance his physical strength and durability. Then, he should cultivate a higher grade movement technique to increase his combat mobility. The movement technique and body tempering manual he had just kept were only earth grade mid-rank, not particularly however, but still quite useful. After making his plans, Lin Xiao walked out of the palace. His divine sense swept over the Qingguang sect, which was brimming with excitement. Countless disciples were still discussing Guxian Daozong and the matter of the sect master appointing Guxian Daozong as supreme elder. Senior brother appointed me as supreme elder, a position even above his own as sect master. Hearing the disciples' discussions, Lin Xiao was somewhat stunned. He shook his head, finding it amusing. If his senior brother later learned that the supreme elder was actually his unworthy junior brother, what would he think? With a flicker of his body, Lin Xiao returned to the back mountain of the main peak. Arriving at the cemetery, he waved his hand, and a surge of energy swept through, leaving the cemetery spotless. Master! The Qingguang sect will surely grow better and better. Gazing at his master's tombstone, Lin Xiao said solemnly. Then, he left the cemetery and went to the sutra library. Lin Xiao. Elder Ma, upon seeing Lin Xiao's arrival, sprang up from a reclining chair with a start. Noticing that the sutra library had no disciples, Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, Uncle Master, no need for that. Please sit down. You weren't injured? Elder Ma asked. No, Lin Xiao shook his head. The blood shadow array is said to be able to kill a Divine Sea Realm 9th layer Grandmaster, yet you managed to deal with it. Elder Ma studied Lin Xiao from head to toe, finding him increasingly unfathomable. The blood shadow array? Lin Xiao chuckled lightly and said, is indeed not weak, but that's all I killed all 40 plus of them. Then are you a half-saint or Divine Sea Realm 9th layer? Elder Ma asked with eager anticipation. Divine Sea 9th layer, Lin Xiao replied. Lin Xiao spoke. Upon hearing this, Elder Ma felt no disappointment. Instead, his heart shook. Just as he thought. Divine Sea 9th layer. This was a realm that the Qingguang sect had never dared to dream of. Uncle Master, I came to ask you to go on a journey. Lin Xiao said. A journey? Elder Ma was puzzled. To break through to half-saint, one needs a sage blooming flower. To break through to saint, one needs a true saint peel. I'm temporarily unable to leave the Qingguang sect, so I want you to go out and gather information on these two treasures. Lin Xiao said. Such supreme treasures I doubt even Feng Shou has them. Elder Ma's expression grew serious. Indeed, that's why I need you to go out. You are at the spirit transformation realm and have the ability to leave Feng Shou. Lin Xiao nodded. Then, he took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them to Elder Ma, saying, These 2 bottles of pills are excellent medicines for enhancing cultivation, effective even for grandmasters. They should help you improve your cultivation considerably. Elder Ma was overjoyed. He was old, his qi and blood were declining, making advancement difficult. If he could raise his cultivation realm, it would be a tremendous blessing. Alright, I'll go gather information for you. Elder Ma nodded heavily, then put away the pills. There's still one spatial pouch left, take it too. Lin Xiao took out the spatial pouch of the Vice Hall Master of the Heavenly Fire Hall. A spatial pouch. Elder Ma's heart shook, and he was overjoyed. This was a treasure he had never dared to dream of before. Having a junior to take care of things was truly wonderful. By the way, does senior brother know that your cultivation has recovered? Lin Xiao asked. No, I didn't tell them. Elder Ma shook his head, continuing, but if I leave for a while, the sect master won't object. I can find someone to take my place watching the sutra library. Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiao, if I find news of the sage blooming flower and the true saint peel, how do I contact you? Elder Ma asked. The southern domain was too vast, with over 100 prefectures. The journey would be long, and he couldn't possibly run back to inform Lin Xiao. Uncle Master, do you have any method to transmit messages? Lin Xiao asked. There is one, but if the distance is too great, it won't work well. Either it will be delayed for a long time, or it might fail to deliver. Elder Ma explained. In the Chu Kingdom and even Feng Shou, the best method for transmitting messages was through formation talismans. A flying talisman from the Qingguang sect to the capital of the Chongfeng Empire only took half a day. However, this thing was not only expensive but also had great limitations. If the distance was too far, it would fail to reach its destination, or even be intercepted midway. In that case, Uncle Master, I'll leave a spiritual imprint in your sea of consciousness. Once you find the information, you can communicate through the spiritual imprint, and I'll sense it. Lin Xiao said. It's acceptable. Elder Ma hesitated for a moment, then nodded. This method was usually used to enslave others or tame spiritual beasts. But he trusted that Lin Xiao would not harm him. Then, with a thought, Lin Xiao entered Elder Ma's sea of consciousness and left a trace of spiritual imprint. After instructing Elder Mao, Lin Xiao took his leave and returned to the wooden hut on the back mountain. As soon as he entered the hut, Lin Xiao noticed a piece of paper on the table. Picking it up and reading it, Lin Xiao was momentarily speechless. I am a snake, you are a dragon. No longer qualified to marry you. Forever unable to look up to you. What is this nonsense? Lin Xiao read it twice. He felt that Hu Miurang was somewhat neurotic. However, this girl had left the senior brother know. He needed to inform senior brother and have him annul the engagement. Subsequently, Lin Xiao left the back mountain, went to the sect's main hall, and found the sect master, Zhang Yunyi. Junior brother, what brings you here? Zhang Yunyi asked with a beaming smile, for his mood was excellent today. The Qingguang sect might become the fourth hegemon of Fengshou, and he, as sect master, had reaped the benefits without lifting a finger. Senior brother, did you know that Miss Hu has left? Lin Xiao asked. Hu Miurang has left. Zhang Yunyi was startled, but didn't pay much attention, waving his hand and saying, perhaps she didn't get used to staying at the Qingguang sect and returned to the Star Sword sect. Senior brother, did you finalize the engagement with sect leader Hu? Yes, it's settled, Zhang Yunyi nodded. You should annul this engagement with sect leader Hu. Lin Xiao shook his head. Junior brother, senior brother is doing this for your own good. Hu Miurang is beautiful enough, Zhang Yunyi said earnestly. I don't like her, and she doesn't like me, there's no need, Lin Xiao shook his head. Is that so? Zhang Yunyi frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, think it over again, don't rush to a decision. If you still feel the same way later, I'll go and annul the engagement for you. All right, Lin Xiao nodded, not insisting that he go immediately. At that moment, a graceful figure entered the hall. She wore a red dress, her figure slender and curvaceous. Disciple pays respects to master. Yi Qiudio bowed respectfully. Qiudio, I called you here to ask you to go to the Supreme Peak. Zhang Yunyi said. Master, is it to clean the Supreme Peak? Yi Qiudio's big eyes flickered as she understood instantly. Because the Supreme Peak was only accessible to her. Thus, recently, her status in the sect had risen greatly. She had already become the spokesperson for the Supreme Elder, Guxian Daozong. Just now, the second elder even sought her out, hoping she would visit the Supreme Peak often, and if she had a chance to meet the Supreme Elder, to put in a good word for him. Amen, Taishan Peak has just experienced a fierce battle. The damage must be severe, and there are still enemy corpses. You go handle these things. Zhang Yunyi instructed. Such cleanup matters naturally couldn't be left to Senior Guxian alone. It was a perfect opportunity to send Yi Qiudio. Besides, Zhang Yunyi was a clever man. He was mainly hoping to see whether Senior Guxian had left behind any resources, perhaps some battle spoils. Yes. Master. Yi Qiudio nodded, then glanced at Lin Xiao beside her. After a moment's thought, she said, Master, there might be many corpses on Taishan Peak. Why not have Junior Marshal Uncle accompany me to handle it? This. Might Senior Guxian take offense? Zhang Yunyi hesitated. Under normal circumstances, no disciples ever ascend Taishan Peak, only Yi Qiudio comes occasionally to clean. Bringing someone else up now could displease Senior Guxian of the Dao sect, which would be unfortunate. Master, we are merely going up to clean the battlefield. Senior Guxian couldn't possibly be so petty, could he? Yi Qiudio pursed her lips. That's true. Zhang Yunyi nodded, then turned to Lin Xiao and instructed, Junior brother, accompany Qiudio to Taishan Peak. Yes, senior brother. Lin Xiao nodded without refusal. There was nothing to clean on Taishan Peak anyway. The corpses had all been devoured by the fire salamander. The palace and its surroundings were undamaged. It was merely a formality. Go ahead. Zhang Yunyi waved his hand, and Lin Xiao and Yi Qiudio departed the main hall. The two left the main peak, following the mountain path all the way to Taishan Peak. Junior Marshal Uncle, when we meet the Supreme Elder, don't say anything, I'll handle the talking. Along the way, Yi Qiudio cautioned Lin Xiao. Oh. Lin Xiao nodded. Just focus on cleaning. If there are any treasures or resources left by the Supreme Elder on Taishan Peak, don't touch them, recklessly follow my instructions. Yi Qiudio continued her warnings. She worried that Lin Xiao might lose his composure upon seeing so many treasures. Lin Xiao nodded speechlessly. This Yi Qiudio was making too much of nothing. What was there to command? Soon, the two reached the foot of Taishan Peak, where Yi Qiudio retrieved the brooms and other tools she had stored, and made their way up to the palace on the mountain. Why are there so few signs of combat? As they climbed the mountain, each ordeal was filled with confusion. There were traces of battle, but they were minimal, almost requiring no cleanup at all. Perhaps the Supreme Elder has already handled it, Lin Xiao suggested. That's possible, each ordeal agreed, nodding. They arrived at the palace and found it largely intact, with only one wall showing signs of damage from a forceful impact. That's... Each ordeal's eyes widened in astonishment. The palace doors stood open, and inside lay a collection of items and several cloth bags scattered across the floor. Junior Marshal Uncle, don't touch anything. Each ordeal snapped back to reality and quickly warned Lin Xiao to prevent him from causing trouble. Then she approached the palace entrance and bowed deeply toward the interior. This humble one, each ordeal, pays respects to the Supreme Elder. The sect master mentioned that from now on, you shall be our Qingguang sect Supreme Elder. Each ordeal spoke with reverence. After a long silence from within the palace, she mustered her courage and stepped inside. Indeed, she spotted another note, hand over to the sect master. Phew! Each ordeal's heart raced with excitement, her full chest heaving dramatically. Watching from outside the palace, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think that hers was hardly smaller than Lana's. What bag is this? Could it be the legendary spatial bag? Each ordeal picked up one and examined it closely from top to bottom. Still, she dared not rummage through it recklessly. Instead, she wrapped all the items together in a bundle and stepped out of the palace. Junior Marshal Uncle, there's no need to clean Taishan Peak anymore, let's head back. Each ordeal called out. All right. Lin Xiao followed her as they left the peak and returned to the main mountain. Junior Marshal Uncle, you go back, I'll deliver these items to Master. Each ordeal said. Fine. Then I'll head back to the rear mountain. Lin Xiao nodded and departed without hesitation. Each ordeal smiled faintly, amused by how unfazed he seemed despite the abundance of treasures before him. He hadn't even bothered to glance at them. Carrying the bundle, she made her way to the sect's main hall. Inside, Zhang Yumi sat alongside the first elder, second elder, and over a dozen other core elders. Since Zhang Yumi had sent each ordeal to Taishan Peak, everyone was eager to see if any resources or treasures had been recovered. When they spotted her returning with a large bundle, their eyes lit up and they rose from their seats. Master, elders, all of these were brought back at the Supreme Elder's instruction. Each ordeal hurriedly set the bundle down and opened it, revealing a collection of pills, fist sleeves, swords, and other items. Those spatial bags, in particular, immediately captured everyone's attention. Cough cough, stay composed. Zhang Yumi admonished them, though he was barely concealing his own excitement. Hearing this, all the elders immediately restrained their fervor. Childia, did you meet with Senior Gu Xian? Zhang Yumi asked. I did. Each ordeal nodded without hesitation. What did Senior Gu Xian say? Zhang Yumi's expression grew serious as he eagerly pressed for details. At last, someone had finally laid eyes on Senior Gu Xian's true countenance. The senior stated that my talent was commendable and encouraged me to work diligently, offering guidance should the opportunity arise. Each ordeal replied with a radiant smile. What? Upon hearing these words, everyone was utterly astonished. Senior Gu Xian, the Supreme Elder. Such high regard for each ordeal. Both Zhang Yumi and all the elders felt a surge of envy toward her. Being valued by a powerful Grand Master was truly a remarkable blessing. Ha ha ha! Truly my disciple, even Senior Gu Xian holds you in such high esteem. Zhang Yumi laughed heartily. Zhang Yumi was overjoyed. Though Senior Gu Xian's favor wasn't directed at him personally, it still brought him great pride as their sect master. Congratulations, sect master. The second elder broke into flattery first. Others quickly joined in with their congratulations. Ha ha, the joy is shared by us all. Zhang Yumi's face glowed with triumph as he pressed on, asking, Childia, what did Senior Gu Xian look like? The moment the question was posed, an eerie silence fell over the entire assembly. Every gaze fixed upon each ordeal. None of them had ever witnessed Senior Gu Xian's true countenance, and curiosity about his identity burned fiercely among them. Did they know him? Under the weight of so many expectant stares, each ordeal grew uneasy. She had lied moments before, driven by selfishness. Now that the lie was told, she could only maintain it. Steadying herself, each ordeal spoke solemnly. The Supreme Elder bore an aura of profound dignity, and this disciple dared not gaze too closely, trembling with reverence. Her words were deliberately vague, revealing nothing of Senior Gu Xian's actual features. Indeed, you are correct, Zhang Yumi acknowledged. One must show utmost respect before Senior Gu Xian, bowing humble and listening attentively, never staring boldly at the elder. The elders all concurred. After a thoughtful pause, Zhang Yumi surveyed the assembly and declared, "Each Yudia has earned the recognition of Senior Gu Xian, a tremendous blessing and her own destiny. I hereby decree that each Yudia shall be named the chief disciple of Qinguang sect, ranking above all true transmission disciples and holding status equal to that of an elder. Do any of you elders have objections?" "Agreed. Permitted. Having the favor of Elder Gu Xian the Supreme, I have no objections." The elders nodded in unison. "In that case, Chiodia, from this day forward you are the chief disciple," Zhang Yimi said with a smile. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, esteemed elders." Each Chiodia took a deep breath and bowed gracefully, bearing herself with dignity. Perhaps she had spoken falsehoods, but the rewards stemming from that lie were so substantial that she felt it had been entirely worth it. Regardless, the deception would harm no one in Qinguang sect. It carried no consequences for the sect at all. Zhang Yumi then gathered the elders to begin inventorying the treasures bestowed by the Supreme Elder. "Ha ha! These are all special bags. This particular bag contains over 20 vials of pills. This long sword is an artifact of exceptionally high quality." Zhang Yumi and the assembled elders examined everything with feverish enthusiasm, their blood surging with excitement. By all accounts, every single item was a valuable treasure. Qinguang sect's foundation had grown considerably stronger. Their power was poised for another significant surge. The news that each Yudia had been appointed as the chief disciple, with a status equivalent to that of an elder, quickly spread throughout Qinguang sect. The entire sect was in an uproar, many feeling utterly bewildered. Although each Yudia was the sect master's personal disciple and one of the outstanding true disciples, surely her status should not compare to that of an elder. Especially Peng Yu, the eldest true disciple, who was completely stunned upon hearing this news. Nevertheless, the matter was already settled, and congratulations poured in endlessly. Zhang Ruoling and Peng Yu also made their way to each Yudia's residence, a separate small pavilion reserved for true disciples. "Senior sister, congratulations," Zhang Ruoling said with a smile. She and each Yudia shared a close bond, so her congratulations came from genuine warmth. "Congratulations, junior sister," Peng Yu said, though his expression carried an edge of awkwardness. He still did not understand how each Yudia had become the chief disciple, surpassing even his own position as the sect's eldest senior brother. He hesitated to ask the master about it directly, for fear of appearing jealous. He. Each Yudia smiled and said, "Senior brother, junior sister, it is merely because I benefited from the favor of Elder Gu Xian." "Benefited from the favor of the elder?" Peng Yu asked, confusion on his face. "Yes, I often go clean Taishan Peak, and the venerable Gu Xian has taken a liking to my talent, so the master appointed me as chief disciple." "I see." Peng Yu understood, and a hint of envy stirred within him. He, the eldest senior brother of Qinguang sect and the foremost genius of Chu state, had yet to earn an audience with the elders. At this moment, he pondered whether there might be some opportunity for him to approach the elder as well, perhaps to curry favor and bask in the elder's grace. If he could receive even a few words of guidance from them, his cultivation would skyrocket instantly. Each Yudia offered a wry smile and continued, "Senior brother, junior sister, what does it matter whether one is a true disciple or chief disciple? It truly means nothing, nor do I care. We must rely on our own strength. Senior sister speaks wisely. Regardless of identity, we must always depend on our own abilities." Zhang Ruoling nodded in agreement. "Indeed," Peng Yu agreed, feeling somewhat reassured. He only regretted not having gained the favor of the elder. However, he would soon advance to the spirit transformation realm, at which point he would seek an audience with the elder on Taishan Peak. His talent far surpassed each Yudia's, and if the elder had chosen each Yudia, there was every reason to believe they would not overlook him, Peng Yu. "Junior sister, your cultivation has also advanced remarkably lately. You are about to enter the 4th layer of the meridian opening realm. Senior sister congratulates you." Each Yudia looked at Zhang Ruoling. He, senior sister, it has not been just me. Because the sect now has more resources, many people's cultivation is advancing rapidly. Zhang Ruoling said happily. She had no hidden agenda and spoke her mind freely. "By the way, junior sister, Hu Miurang has left." Each Yudia suddenly changed the subject. "Left?" Zhang Ruoling was taken aback. She had long heard that her father had arranged a marriage for their junior uncle. Deep down, she should have been happy for her junior uncle, but she simply could not bring herself to feel joyful. That was why she had not visited the rear mountain much recently. Yet inside, she found it somewhat amusing that her junior uncle had fallen to such a state and still rejected a beauty like Humiran. Even without cultivation, she would have been a suitable match for him. Oh! Zhang Ruoling responded absent-mindedly. After chatting for a while, she took her leave. She made her way to the rear mountain and, within the wooden hut, found Lin Xiao. Junior uncle, how has your cultivation progressed recently? Zhang Ruoling stood before Lin Xiao in a white velvet dress, her face radiant with youthful brightness. She did not mention Humiran. Not bad, I have broken through to the third layer of qi condensation. Lin Xiao smiled and activated his breath-concealing technique, releasing the aura of the third layer. It could not be helped if he continued to stagnate. They would simply keep sending him pills, which would be improper. So he decided to break through. That is wonderful! Zhang Ruoling exclaimed with joy. I shall go find father right now and have him transfer you from the rear mountain to the outer sect. Even outer sect disciples now received considerable monthly resources, far surpassing what one could get in the desolate rear mountain. Wait! Ruoling, I like it here. I do not wish to join the outer sect. Lin Xiao quickly stopped her. Ha! Zhang Ruoling looked puzzled. I cherish the tranquility here and wish to remain. Lin Xiao shook his head and changed the subject. Recently, the sect seems quite different. What is going on? Junior uncle, have you not heard? Our Qingguang sect now has an elder, a grandmaster. Zhang Ruoling's expression grew excited as she began recounting the recent developments at Qingguang sect. The two chatted in the wooden hut for nearly an hour before Zhang Ruoling departed. She did not press the matter of Lin Xiao leaving the rear mountain again, but she left behind a pill for him. Afterward, Lin Xiao entered the creation space and continued cultivating the crimson refining 13 blades. While he began his cultivation, Elder Mao of the library pavilion had already departed the mountain gates alone. The sect master did not ask further questions and assigned another elder to temporarily oversee the library pavilion. It has been over a decade since I last descended the mountain. Gazing at the boundless land before him, Elder Mao felt a sense of renewal. He gathered his qi and sprinted forward, each stride covering 20 zhang, his destination being Lin Xiao. The southern domain comprised 108 continents, the four most powerful among them, with Lin Xiao being the closest to Fengshu. By crossing 5 continents, he would reach Lin Xiao. The matter of the blood underworld array had sent shockwaves throughout the entire Chu state and even reached factions within the Chongfeng Empire. Useless! The blood underworld guards are useless, and the Chongfeng Empire is equally worthless. They cannot even deal with a single Qingguang sect. Within the study of the Chu Imperial Palace, the new Emperor Chu Xiong sat alone upon the dragon throne, his face contorted with fury. The memorial documents on his desk lay torn to shreds around him. He was utterly speechless. The mighty Chongfeng Empire and its renowned blood underworld guards had failed against such a modest sect. The indignity was unbearable. As the new ruler of Chu, his standing paled in comparison to even a single true disciple of Qingguang sect. Should any such disciple arrive at the imperial capital, civil and military ministers would vie to curry favor. I can only wait until the Chongfeng Empire quells the border disputes. When the time comes, I shall devote all strength against Qingguang sect. How could the Guxian sword sect survive? Chu Xiong murmured to himself. After a moment, he called out, attendants. Prepare congratulatory gifts. Send an envoy to Qingguang sect in my name to congratulate Yi Qiude on becoming chief disciple. Tianhua sect. One of the 3 dominant powers on Fengshu, it ruled over numerous states. Its mountain gates were built upon a volcanic mountain range. Every peak radiated astonishing fire elemental power, the heat intense. Vermilion halls stretched for tens of li across the various mountaintops. Within a towering grand hall, Sect Master Wu Lai of Tianhua sect, clad in a fiery red robe with a short beard like steel needles, sat upon the sect master's throne, his expression grim. Below him, a middle-aged deacon knelt on one knee. How did the 4th vice sect master die? Wu Lai asked coldly. A few days prior, he had sent word to the 4th vice sect master, stationed at the border, to recruit the Guxian sword sect into Qingguang sect. But soon after, the soul lamp left behind by the fourth vice sect master at the sect had gone out. This meant his spiritual essence had dissipated and he was dead. Thus, he had dispatched this deacon to investigate discreetly within Chu state. Report, sect master recently, a major incident occurred within Qingguang sect. The blood on the world guard struck, storming into Qingguang sect, but it appears they failed and may have been completely wiped out. The middle-aged deacon reported. Oh! Wu Lai narrowed his eyes. The commander of the blood on the world guards possessed formidable strength, comparable to that of the fourth vice sect master. If the blood on the world guards had fully engaged, coordinated with the blood on the world array, they could slay a grand master at the ninth layer of the divine sea realm. Could such power truly fail? Based on the timing of the soul lamp's extinguishing, the fourth vice sect master was probably slain within Qingguang sect, the middle-aged deacon said. Wu Lai fell silent upon hearing this, a terrifying killing intent radiating from his body. He had ordered the fourth vice sect master to recruit the Guxian sword sect, yet they dared to strike showing no regard for Tianhua sect's dignity, utterly lawless. Having offended the Chongfeng Empire and now daring to provoke Tianhua sect, they are simply courting death. Wu Lai's voice was dreadfully cold, his icy killing intent suppressing the scorching fire elemental energy within the great hole. After a moment of silence, Wu Lai asked again, how are things at the border? We've had a few skirmishes with the Chongfeng Empire recently. Both sides have suffered losses, said the middle-aged steward. By my order, negotiate with the Chongfeng Empire and temporarily cease hostilities. We need to free our hands to deal with the Guxian sword sect. The Guxian sword sect's strength is likely no less than my own. Since we are now enemies, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. We cannot let them be recruited by the Jiuxian sect. Wu Lai said slowly. The three great hegemons of Fengzhou divided the realm into three, each keeping the others in check. A figure like Guxian sword sect, joining any faction, could tip the balance. Over the next few days, Tianhu Hou and the Chongfeng Empire began negotiations. After several days of talks, both sides agreed to cease hostilities, and their forces began a slow withdrawal. Chongfeng Imperial Capital. Bai Bei Tavern. Elder Mao sat by the window, sipping his drink. On his way to Lingzhou, he needed to pass near the Imperial Capital, so he decided to enter the city. Although Qingguang sect was at odds with the Chongfeng Empire, he was but an old man who had not left the mountains in over a decade, and he did not worry about his safety. The reason he came here was to see if he could buy a low-level spiritual beast suitable for the journey. Lin Xiao's Qiankun bag contained enough wealth to afford one with ease. Otherwise, at his pace, reaching Lingzhou would take nearly 3 months. They say the Chongfeng Empire has already begun withdrawing troops from the border, and Tianhu Hou has too. With the border conflict resolved, will His Majesty strike at Qingguang sect? That's inevitable. Guxian sword sect annihilated the blood nether guards. How could His Majesty let it go? Ah, it's all hearsay. Has anyone seen it with their own eyes? I sure don't believe Guxian sword sect wiped out the blood nether guards. The gossiping of nearby patrons reached Elder Mao's ears. This worried Elder Mao. If the Chongfeng Empire struck Qingguang sect, could Lin Xiao hold them off? But then he thought again Lin Xiao was no ordinary person, one who could not be judged by common standards. The Daoshou Merchant Guild has released the new master rank. Everyone come see. At that moment, cries rang out on the street outside. Nothing to see. The master rank has nothing to do with us in Fengzhou. Exactly. The Jiuxian sect's patriarch, Jiuxian Zi, is hailed as the strongest master in Fengzhou, yet he still hasn't made it onto the southern region master rank. Wait, there's a connection. The Daoshou Merchant Guild is throwing a huge celebration, saying someone from Fengzhou has appeared on the master rank. What? How is that possible? Let's go see. The streets erupted in chaos, with countless figures rushing about. A master was already considered a powerhouse throughout the entire southern region. In Fengzhou, they were at the very pinnacle. That a Fengzhou master had ascended to the southern region master rank was an unprecedented event, stirring everyone's curiosity. Elder Mao was equally curious. He quickly finished his wine and followed the crowd. Soon, he arrived outside a massive merchant guild in the city. The guild was called the Daoshou Merchant Guild, reportedly the largest in the southern region, without exception. Among all the territories of the Chongfeng Empire and its vassal states, only the imperial capital had a Daoshou Merchant Guild branch. Bam! 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 At the guild entrance, Employees were beating gongs and drums. Outside, a dense crowd had already gathered, heads pressed shoulder to shoulder. After a moment, the gongs fell silent, and a green-robed elder stepped out of the 000 merchant guild. Ladies and gentlemen, the Southern Region Master rank, released once every 3 years, is announced today. This time, our 000 merchant guild has made such a commotion because a master from Fengzhou has emerged and successfully entered the master rank. The green-robed elder himself was a master, and his voice, enhanced by true energy, rang out like great bells. Manager Wang, who has made the master rank? Is it Jiu Xianzi, the patriarch of Jiu Xian sect? Or perhaps the master of Tianhu Hou, or even our Chongfeng emperor? Someone impatiently asked. The green-robed elder smiled slightly. You will know shortly. Now, the latest edition of the master rank books are officially on sale at 10 taels each. He then waved his hand, signaling everyone to enter the shop. Whoosh! The crowd surged madly into the 000 merchant guild. They scrambled to buy master rank books. Though the price was not cheap, for martial artists it was but a trifle. Of course, the 000 merchant guild was not doing this for profit, it was to increase their reputation. Heaven! Guxian sword sect! It really is Guxian sword sect. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment rang out. Those who had already purchased the master rank book stared at it in disbelief. What? Guxian sword sect made the master rank? Impossible! How could this be? The crowd erupted. Those at the back pushed forward frantically, eager to see the master rank as soon as possible. With so many people buying master rank books, the already crowded shop descended into chaos. The green-robed shop manager immediately came out to maintain order. Books were sold rapidly, and everyone who saw the master rank contents was shaken. Heavens, it truly is Guxian sword sect. Even though they are only ranked number 1000 at last, it still means they made the master rank. The entire southern region is so vast, with masters numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Even masters at the 9th layer of the Divine Sea realm are not rare. To make the master rank means being among the supreme masters. Countless purchasers read the contents and discussed endlessly, their faces filled with shock. Elder Ma, standing at the back, heard these conversations and felt his heart race with excitement, his aged face flushing red. Lin Xiao, this young man, had made the master rank. This was too dreamlike. I watched him grow up, yet never suspected his potential. Before long, Elder Ma also bought a master rank book and flipped directly to the last page. Master rank number 1000. Title, Guxian sword sect. Real name, unknown. From Qingguang sect in Fengzhou, age unknown. Cultivation at the 9th layer of the Divine Sea realm. Master of the blade way, blade momentum nearing perfection. Body refinement aptitude is not low. His blood and chi surge like a dragon. His sinews, bones, flesh, and membranes far exceed ordinary humans. Battle record, within Qingguang sect, shattered the blood nether formation of the Chongfeng Empire's blood nether guards, easily slaying 48 blood nether guards and 1 commander. Combat power, 12 stars, preliminary evaluation. Assessment, immense potential. There is hope he will enter the top 200 of the master rank in the future. Magnificent. Magnificent indeed. Elder Ma, clutching the master rank book, left the 000 merchant guild with excitement. Meanwhile, news of Guxian sword sect entering the master rank began to spread rapidly outward from the imperial capital. In an instant, this matter swept like a tempest, rippling through countless cities and kingdoms. All who heard it were stunned. The southern domain comprises 108 continents. Among them, the ancient continent of Gu is the most powerful. Vast in territory and rich in resources, it has given rise to countless formidable cultivators. At the heart of the ancient continent lies a sacred mountain wreathed in immortal mist, floating 1,000 dong above the earth, concealed within boundless clouds. It resembles a fairyland, entirely separate from the mortal realm. Golden-tiled roofs gleam, white jade dragon pillars stand tall. Magnificent halls and ethereal palaces stretch before the eyes, 10,000 rays of golden light rolling with crimson halos, 1,000 streams of auspicious energy spraying purple mists. This is the sacred land of ancient Dao, the oldest and most powerful sanctuary across the southern domain. At this moment, on the cliffside of Shengshu Palace, within the sacred land of ancient Dao, a woman draped in purple silk stands alone. Her skin was fair as snow, her features exquisite, her beauty breathtaking. With a detached expression, she stood motionless, gazing blankly at the distant sea of clouds toward the direction of her homeland. Nearly 10 days had passed since she arrived at the sacred land of ancient Dao. It felt as though a lifetime had slipped by. With a swoosh, a figure flashed through the distance, a young woman clad in green. Saintess, what are you doing here? The green-clad maiden descended and asked with a smile. It's quite peaceful here, Hu Miurang replied softly. Saintess, the Southern Domain Grandmaster ranking has been released. Someone from Fengshou has also made the list, said the green-clad girl. Knowing the saintess hailed from Fengshou, she had come to share the news. Who? Someone affiliated with Duxian Dao sect from Qingguang sect. Upon hearing this, Hu Miurang paused slightly. She let out a sigh and shook her head. I never expected Duxian Dao sect to appear on the Grandmaster ranking. Qingguang sect truly has great fortune. Thinking of her father, who had forced her into a political marriage to curry favor with Qingguang sect, she felt only bitterness. Her father had misjudged her and he had also misjudged Lin Xiao. Yet now, upon hearing such news, Hu Miurang's heart remained utterly calm. Saintess, do you know someone from Duxian Dao sect? Not at all, Hu Miurang said, shaking her head before adding, but my arrival at the sacred land of ancient Dao is indirectly connected to this person. To have any connection to you, Saintess, is this person's good fortune. The green-clad maiden laughed, her eyes curving into crescents. Then she asked curiously, Saintess, many of us are wondering when you came to the sacred land of ancient Dao. You could have studied under either the ancestor or the Holy Lord. Why did you choose our Shenshe Palace instead? The sacred land of ancient Dao comprises 12 palaces, and although every palace master is a saint of incomparable strength, it is common knowledge that the Holy Lord and the ancestor remain the most formidable beings. Especially the ancestor, that legendary Saint King, a supreme powerhouse capable of dominating the southern domain without peer. Countless prodigies dreamed of receiving even a single word of guidance from him, yet the saintess had refused to enter his discipleship. This had left the entire sacred land of ancient Dao utterly bewildered. To become the ancestor's disciple was to hold a status nearly equal to the Holy Lord himself, a single title sufficient to overshadow countless powers across the southern domain. And yet, Hu Miurang had declined. Upon hearing the question, she offered a faint smile. She turned to the green-clad woman, her voice gentle yet resolute. Lu Jing, I have said before that in this lifetime, I will never rely on any man again. Hu Miurang's expression remained calm, serene yet confident. She continued, I, Hu Miurang, shall one day reach the pinnacle of the southern domain through my own talents. This world is vast, and I have never traveled beyond my homeland. In the future, my steps shall traverse every continent. I want the world to know that a woman born in a barren land dismissed as nothing more than a decorative vase can also dominate an entire era. I will make every man in this world understand, women must never be bullied. I also intend to stand before a particular man myself, let him tremble with fear, bow in submission, and regret his actions. I eagerly await. The sight of that man reduced to humility. Each word Hu Miurang spoke carried a chill akin to ice that had never thawed in 10,000 years. Lu Jing felt a strange pang, wondering which man had offended the saintess, and dreading his fate. Saintess, you have already awakened the Tying divine body, a talent unmatched across the ages. No man could ever match you. The sacred medicines, divine pills, and spirit pools of this land are at your disposal. Within a few years at most, you will surely attain sainthood. Lu Jing flattered sincerely. She truly envied the Tying divine body. On the very first day the saintess arrived at the sacred land, she had broken through 3 cultivation realms, a feat so extraordinary it bordered on miraculous. Now throughout the sacred land, countless genius disciples worshipped and adored her, all hoping to win the saintess's favor. Yet clearly wounded by men in the past, she regarded all of them with undisguised disdain. Qingguang sect was in an uproar not for any other reason, but because word had spread that someone from Qingguang sect had been listed on the Southern Domain Grandmaster ranking. Initially, ordinary disciples had no idea what the Southern Domain Grandmaster ranking entailed. But after hearing the explanation, they understood the magnitude of this honor. Ha ha ha! Our Supreme Elder is magnificent. Qingguang sect is about to soar to new heights. Indeed, it is said that among all of Fengshou, only our Supreme Elder has made the Southern Domain Grandmaster ranking. What does this prove? It proves that our Supreme Elder is the strongest Grandmaster in all of Fengshou. Look, senior brother Lu Song is heading to Mount Taishan again. 4 days now, he has been kowtowing at its foot, hoping to become the Supreme Elder's disciple. I used to think he was being excessive, but now I wish I could go too. Last time, senior brother Lu Song whispered to me that the mysterious elder from Guxian Dao sect is actually connected to our Qingguang sect. He has his fingers on the pulse of things. Could he know whether the supreme elder intends to take on disciples? Take on disciples? Then I'll go test my luck too. Countless disciples chattered excitedly. Along the mountain path leading to Mount Taishan, a steady stream of sect members flowed endlessly. They gathered at the foot of Mount Taishan, each one profoundly devout, kneeling in prayer toward the peak. Supreme Elder, I am Lu Hua, a core altar disciple. I cultivate harder than anyone else. I am only 19 and have already reached the 3rd level of the Meridian Opening Realm. If you would consider taking me as a disciple, I pray you do. I am most filial, and in the years to come I will serve you devotedly, seeing you through to your final days. A core altar disciple cried out while kneeling on the ground. He knew that Grandmaster level experts possessed divine sense. If the elder were present upon the mountain, he would certainly hear his plea. And me? I am a true transmission disciple. Please, Supreme Elder, accept me as your disciple. Countless disciples shouted out in unison, hoping to completely transform their fates. What do you think you are doing? A thunderous rebuke echoed through the air as Second Elder Shu Guangwen strode forward. His face dark with anger. What indecency is this? Even if the Supreme Elder wishes to accept disciples, he will choose them himself, not be coerced by such conduct here. Hearing this, the disciples dared not even breathe. The current Second Elder was a powerhouse at the spirit transformation realm. All of you, get out! He commanded, waving his hand in wrath. None dared to disobey. The disciples rose and scattered. In moments, the foot of Mount Taishan stood utterly empty. The Second Elder scanned the area carefully, ensuring no one remained nearby. Then he took 2 steps up the mountain and dropped to his knees with a thud. Supreme Elder, I am Shu Guangwen, Second Elder of this sect. Throughout my life, I have endured great hardships, dedicating myself diligently to Qingguang sect. Qingguang sect is my home, and I would give my life to protect it. If you could spare the time to offer occasional guidance, my strength would surely rival that of the First Elder. As for that girl Yiqiu, she is capable, but her cultivation is still somewhat lacking. Should you ever need someone to run errands, just say the word. With sincere expression and eyes fixed upon the mountaintop, the Second Elder spoke solemnly. In the past, he had climbed to his position by clinging to the sect master and the First Elder. From now on, he intended to attach himself to the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder's influence far surpassed that of the sect master and First Elder combined by more than 100-fold. He waited a while, but received no response from above. Though slightly disappointed, he did not lose heart. Good things take time, he reasoned. One day, his sincerity would surely move the Supreme Elder. Soon afterward, he sensed movement nearby and hastily rose to his feet. As expected, within moments someone arrived. Second Elder, what are you doing here? Ping Yu asked in confusion. Ahem. The Second Elder cleared his throat, his expression unchanged. Many disciples have been coming here. I feared they might disturb the Supreme Elder's meditation, so I stationed myself here to drive them away. Oh. Ping Yu nodded. Then what brings you here? The Second Elder narrowed his eyes warily. This youth had already reached the 9th level of the Meridian Opening Realm before 20, a remarkably high aptitude. Could he also be hoping to become a disciple of the Supreme Elder? Given his talent, there was a real chance the Supreme Elder might take notice of him. Haha, I also heard that many disciples had come to disturb the Supreme Elder, so I came to take a look. Ping Yu gave a slightly embarrassed smile. After exchanging a few casual words with the Second Elder, he departed in haste. Just as the Second Elder was prostrating himself before Taishan Peak, Lin Xiao was nestled together with Lianglong in a small wooden cabin nestled in the rear mountains of the main peak. Has everything at home been taken care of? Lin Xiao gently stroked Lianglong's lustrous black hair, his voice low as he inquired. Lianglong nodded softly. In the recent battle against the patrol inspector, her great-grandfather, the foremost expert of the Liang family, had been tragically slain, along with numerous other Liang clan members. This matter had dealt a severe blow to the Liang family. Fortunately, with the protection of Qingguang sect, no one dared to harbor designs against the Liang family. Xiao Didi, when I heard that Qingguang sect was attacked by the Blood Moon Guard, it frightened me to death. Fortunately, father told me that Qingguang sect was unharmed. Lianglong spoke with lingering fear in her heart. Then her eyes glistened with admiration as she said, I never expected that the moment I returned to Qinguang sect, I would learn of your rise to the master's rankings. What about you? Lin Xiao found her expression rather amusing. As for his placement on the master's rankings, Lin Xiao felt nothing special about it. He was merely curious who had managed to gather information about him. I truly cannot believe that I found such an extraordinary man as you. Tell me, how did I get so lucky? Leaning against Lin Xiao's chest, Liang tilted her head upward, gazing at his face. Her eyes were filled with nothing but adoration and joy. Perhaps you were a great benefactor in your previous life, and now your blessings have arrived. Lin Xiao joked with a laugh. The two chatted idly, the atmosphere warm and pleasant. After a long while, Liang finally took her leave. Lin Xiao stepped out of the cabin, his divine sense enveloping most of Qinguang sect, taking in everything within his perception. What is the second elder doing? Lin Xiao found it rather strange. He saw the second elder kneeling beneath Taishan Peak, constantly glancing around as if committing some misdeed. Nevertheless, the second elder's cultivation had improved quite rapidly. He was already at the peak of spiritual transformation stage, just a half step away from the second level. Lin Xiao contemplated briefly. He could certainly help the man break through. Immediately, his form flickered, arriving at Taishan Peak. With but a thought, he extracted a massive cloud of purple mist from within the creation space. After Peng Yu departed, he had knelt down once more. Benefits and advancement must be fought for by oneself. How much was dignity worth anyway? Taishan Elder, I, Sure Guangwen, am utterly loyal. When Qinguang sect was besieged by the Flame Army, many people fled. But I, Sure Guangwen, would rather die in battle than abandon the sect. I closely followed the sect master, fighting the enemies without taking a single step backward. The second elder murmured in a low voice, hoping his sincerity might move the Taishan elder. Suddenly, a howling sound came from above. The second elder looked up to see a violet lightning strike bearing down upon him, shocking his heart. But the lightning was far too swift, he could not possibly dodge in time. A humming sound filled the air. In an instant, the violet lightning directly surged into the second elder's body. This is... The second elder's eyes widened in shock. He sensed that the violet lightning entering his body was a vast torrent of spiritual energy, yet it was purer than spiritual energy by 1,000-fold or more. He hastily sat cross-legged and immediately began to absorb it. The purple mist flowed through the second elder's meridians, continuously gathering into his Dantian sea of qi. Half a quarter of an hour later, a powerful aura erupted violently from the second elder's body, forming a violent gust of wind that scattered the withered leaves all around. Ha ha ha! I've broken through! The second elder was ecstatic, his face flushed with triumph. Immediately, he knelt once more and respectfully said, I sincerely thank the Taishan elder for this generous bestowal. I, Sure Guangwen, shall certainly serve the Taishan elder with unwavering loyalty until my dying breath. The second elder was deeply moved, overwhelmed with joy. Whoosh! At that moment, figures flew swiftly toward him from the distance. It was Long Yuni, the Grand Elder, the Sixth Elder, and a dozen or so other elders. They had sensed the surge of spiritual transformation stage breakthrough energy here. Second Elder, what is this? The elders saw the second elder kneeling on the ground, all bewildered and astonished. Ah! My legs went numb. I lost my balance. The second elder's face flushed red as he hastily rose to his feet. Legs numb. The elders wore strange expressions. A master at the spiritual transformation stage would have numb legs. Second elder, you actually broke through in cultivation just now. Zhang Yun's face was filled with suspicion. The last time the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed had helped the second elder break through to spiritual transformation stage, how long had it been since then? And now he had reached the second level of spiritual transformation. Second elder, could it be that the Taishan elder bestowed some miraculous elixir upon you? The Grand Elder's expression grew solemn. He had always been the one with strength second only to the sect master within Qinguang sect. Now, he was nearly being overtaken by the second elder. This? No, nothing of the sort. The second elder shook his head. I was stationed here to prevent those disciples from disturbing the Taishan elder, and then I simply cultivated here. I just happened to break through smoothly. How could he possibly admit the truth? The Taishan elder hadn't even shown himself. If he admitted it, everyone would come seeking gifts. What would the Taishan elder do then? Should he grant the gifts or not? If the Taishan elder became angry with him, he would be done for. No matter what, he absolutely could not admit it. Nothing? Everyone was filled with suspicion and disbelief. Without the Taishan elder's bestowed elixir, how could he have broken through so quickly? Sect master, grand elder, everyone, I just broke through in cultivation and need to stabilize my realm. I'll take my leave now. The second elder cupped his hands and departed hastily. The crowd exchanged glances, none of them feeling at ease. The second elder must have undoubtedly received the Taishan elder's bestowed gift. Yet, were they really any worse than the second elder? Why was he the only one who received the gift? What had the second elder done? The crowd looked up at the peak of Taishan Peak above, each harboring different thoughts. Alright, nothing happened. Let's all return. Zhang Yuni waved his hand. Subsequently, everyone dispersed. The second elder is quite interesting. Lin Xiao perceived everything unfolding on the mountain and smiled faintly. It should be soon. Lin Xiao gazed toward the direction of the Lofeng Empire, estimating that it would not be long before the Lofeng Empire would inevitably make another move. With a thought, he summoned the Fire Flood Dragon from the creation space. Little Hua, for the next period of time, you shall guard the surroundings of Qingguang sect. If anyone dares to trespass upon Qingguang sect, devour them directly. Lin Xiao instructed. Having cultivated for so long within the creation space, the Fire Flood Dragon's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Its body had grown to over 30 zhang in length. Although its power was still no match for Lin Xiao, it could likely rival a master at the 9th level of the Sea of Spirit stage. Roar! The Fire Flood Dragon let out a gentle roar, then nudged Lin Xiao's shoulder affectionately with its enormous head before soaring into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the mountains surrounding Qingguang sect. What was that? Mom! It's a flood dragon. Is that the Taishan Elder's spirit beast? I heard that when the Taishan Elder slew the Lofeng Empire's patrol inspector, a flood dragon accompanied him. Within Qingguang sect, some keen-eyed individuals spotted the fleeting flood dragon, immediately setting off a wave of exclamations. Lin Xiao paid no attention, turning and walking into the palace. He then entered the creation space once more. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Sea of Spirit stage, and he could not advance further in the short term. The Crimson Refining 13 blades had all been mastered to perfection. The blade momentum had also thoroughly reached grand completion. Next, Lin Xiao prepared to cultivate the adamantine body and the flowing light step. These were secret manuals found within the Blood Moon Guard Commander's spatial storage bag, both being mid-grade Earth-level techniques. The adamantine body was even more powerful than the Crimson Flood Dragon transformation. When cultivated to perfection, the entire body would become as resilient as adamantine, able to withstand strikes from inferior treasure weapons, with physical strength reaching over 1,500,000 jin. Of course, Lin Xiao's physical body already possessed a strength of 1,200,000 jin. How much additional strength he could stack after cultivating the adamantine body remained uncertain. As for the flowing light step, after cultivation, movement through the high skies would be swift as flowing light. It was simply incomparable to the human-level phantom steps. Shortly after, Lin Xiao's eyes closed tightly as he circulated his true essence, beginning to cultivate the adamantine body. His physical body began to strengthen continuously once more. And at the same time, a crushing wave of murderous intent targeting Qingguang sect was brewing. The Lofeng Empire was deploying its troops. Numerous masters who had earned great renown throughout Winged Continent were being mobilized one after another. The news that the Supreme Elder of the Qingguang sect had ascended to the master ranking had spread far and wide across the entire Fengshu. However, the atmosphere in the Chu state and throughout the Chongfeng Empire had grown increasingly eerie and tense. All powers, large and small, had sensed the shifting tides and dared not make a move, choosing instead to observe in silence. The Qingguang sect had naturally taken note of this as well. Thus, Zhang Yunli immediately summoned all the elders of the Qingguang sect to convene in the grand hall of the sect. Within the hall, over 50 elders gathered in full assembly. Zhang Yunli, clad in a resplendent brocade robe, sat high upon the main seat. The grand elder and the second elder occupied the positions of honor on his left and right, respectively. Zhang Yunli swept his gaze across the assembled elders and spoke in a clear, resonant voice. Esteemed colleagues, our Supreme Elder has been listed on the master ranking. By all rights, every faction should come to offer their congratulations. Yet, as of now, Not a single force has paid us a visit. They are all waiting, hesitant to make contact with the Qinguang sect at this moment. According to the latest intelligence, the border disputes between the Chongfeng Empire and the Tianhua Hou have temporarily subsided. The Chongfeng Empire is now mobilizing its troops. Reports from our scouts indicate that the Chongfeng Empire's most formidable beast legion, the Howling Moon Silver Wolves, has left the border and is advancing toward our Chu state. Furthermore, the Chongfeng Martial Academy is gathering its elders and disciples. Moreover, many experts from across the Chongfeng Empire are converging on the imperial capital. Zhang Yunyi's expression was grave as he laid out the current external situation, word by word. The atmosphere in the hall was suffocatingly heavy. Everyone understood that the moment of life and death for the Qinguang sect was imminent. Clearly, the Chongfeng Empire is about to launch a full-scale assault on our Qinguang sect. If anyone wishes to leave, I, as the sect leader, will not stand in your way. Zhang Yunyi declared in a clear voice. Last time, when the Chu state's 100,000-strong army besieged the mountain, many disciples and elders had fled in panic at the first opportunity. Zhang Yunyi had not stopped them. This time, he would not stop them either. Last time, many of those who had deserted later returned to the Qinguang sect. Some were permanently expelled, some faced punishment, but most were reintegrated into the sect. But this time, anyone who fled would never be welcomed back. Sect leader, I, Shi Guangwen, swear to defend the Qinguang sect to the death, and I will never retreat. The second elder was the first to rise, his face etched with unwavering determination. I swear to defend the Qinguang sect. Fight to the death, never retreat. Whoever wishes to destroy our Qinguang sect must step over my corpse first. To arms! We will fight the Chongfeng Empire to the bitter end. All the elders rose to their feet, shouting with fervor and blazing passion. The Qinguang sect of today was no longer what it once was. In the past, the sect was weak, disunited, and lacked cohesion. Facing the encirclement of the Chu army, it had nearly collapsed. But now, the Qinguang sect had found its soul, its confidence, its hope, and its unity. All of this was because of one person. Because the Qinguang sect now had a supreme elder. His presence had transformed the sect entirely, granting it powerful cohesion and profound aspirations. Though outwardly, everyone believed that even the supreme elder could hardly withstand the entire Chongfeng Empire, they were still willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, even if it meant death. Unless the supreme elder himself ordered a retreat. Excellent. Zhang Yunyi nodded in satisfaction. For the first time, he truly felt that the Qinguang sect had changed. Come with me to the supreme peak. Together, we shall seek the guidance of the supreme elder. Zhang Yunyi declared, rising to his feet. He led the dozens of elders in a grand procession toward the supreme peak. What are the sect leader and the elders planning to do? Are they heading to the supreme peak? I have inside information the Chongfeng Empire might be moving against the Qinguang sect. What? Damn it! We'll fight the Chongfeng Empire to the death. Many disciples, witnessing this scene, began to murmur among themselves. Upon hearing that the Chongfeng Empire might attack the Qinguang sect, some hot-blooded young disciples were instantly enraged. Before long, Zhang Yunyi led the elders to the foot of the supreme peak. Reporting to the supreme elder, the Chongfeng Empire may soon launch an assault on our Qinguang sect. We humbly await your instructions. Zhang Yunyi clasped his fists and bowed deeply toward the peak. We await the supreme elder's instructions. We await the supreme elder's instructions. The elders spoke in unison, their voices resounding. At the summit of the supreme peak, within the palace. Inside the creation space, Lin Xiao's form darted like a meteor, flashing across the void. With each step, he traversed thousands of feet, swift as lightning. The meteor step has reached perfection. To attain the ethereal realm, I estimate at least another 20 hours of arduous training. Lin Xiao halted, musing to himself. Currently, his Vajra body and meteor step had not yet been pushed to their limits, but the effects were already evident. The perfected meteor step had more than doubled his speed and agility. The Vajra body comprised 10 levels. He had reached the 9th level, increasing his physical strength by another 800,000 jin, bringing it to a full 2 million jin. Moreover, his physical defense had surged dramatically. Even without using true essence to protect himself, his bare flesh could now withstand the attacks of a Spirit Sea Realm 8th-layer master. The Wild Bull body, the Crimson Flood Dragon 9 transformations, and the Vajra body, the combination of these 3 body tempering techniques was nothing short of heaven-defying. Lin Xiao estimated that if he could master the 10th layer of the Vajra body, his physique would be able to withstand attacks from Spirit Sea Realm 9th layer masters. If he also reinforced himself with true essence, no Spirit Sea Realm master would be able to breach his defenses. As for whether he could withstand a half-saint's assault, that remained unclear, for he knew not the extent of a half-saint's power. Lin Xiao's divine sense, which he had left outside the creation space, detected the presence of Long Yunyi and the others. He immediately exited the creation space. Has the Changfeng Empire arrived? Lin Xiao stood within the palace, his divine sense lingering on Long Yunyi and the elders at the foot of the supreme peak. After a brief pause, he transmitted his thoughts through divine sense. The Qingguang sect shall stand on full alert. The sect leader shall arrange the defense. I will live and die together with the Qingguang sect. The divine sense transmission, like the whisper of a celestial deity, suddenly resonated within the minds of Long Yunyi and the assembled elders. This sent a tremor through their hearts. The Supreme Elder had spoken to us. So this is the divine sense communication of a master. Truly marvelous. The crowd rejoiced, lifting their heads to gaze at the towering Supreme Peak, yet they saw no trace of the Supreme Elder. Everyone, the Supreme Elder has spoken. Long Yunyi turned to face the elders and declared, the Supreme Elder will fight alongside us. Let us return first and discuss the defense arrangements. Since the Supreme Elder did not wish to appear, there was no reason for them to linger. Yes, sect leader. The elders acknowledged and then returned to the main peak. What followed was the deliberation of defensive measures. At present, the Qingguang sect had nearly 20,000 members, disciples, stewards, and elders, all of whom needed to be consolidated. Then, manpower had to be allocated and defensive lines established. In the ensuing days, the Qingguang sect was bustling with activity, recalling all disciples stationed outside the sect. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, the Chu state and the entire Changfeng Empire were seething with undercurrents. The Tianhua Hall and the Jiushuan sect were closely monitoring the developments. The attention of the entire Fengshou was drawn to the Qingguang sect, the only sect in the region boasting a master listed on the master ranking. In the imperial capital, upon the square before the imperial palace, thousands of martial artists stood in formation. There were 3,000 members of the Changfeng Martial Academy, hundreds of elders, hundreds of stewards, and over 2,000 inner courtyard disciples. There were 5,000 imperial guards, all clad in purple armor, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. The imperial guard commander and all deputy commanders have gathered. There were also dozens of generals, each a renowned grand master, famed throughout the land. Here, too, were hundreds of experts from aristocratic families, all formidable in power. The emperor, clad in black gold battle armor, a sword hanging at his waist, stood on the steps ahead. My subjects. The emperor's gaze was like lightning, majestic and commanding, as he swept his eyes over the assembled crowd. He slowly drew the sword from his waist, pointing it toward the direction of the Azure Gate, and roared, within the borders of Chu State, the Qingguang sect and the Gushuan Blade sect have committed great treason, slaughtering important ministers of our Changfeng Empire, wantonly killing, steeped in evil, and plotting to overthrow the Changfeng Empire. Today, I shall personally lead the expedition. Are you willing to follow me and level the Qingguang sect, exterminating the Gushuan Blade sect? The emperor's voice, like a great bell, resounded across the square, shaking the hearts of all. Level the Qingguang sect, exterminate the Gushuan Blade sect. Level the Qingguang sect, exterminate the Gushuan Blade sect. Level the Qingguang sect, exterminate the Gushuan Blade sect. Thousands of martial artists roared in unison, their momentum like a rainbow, their voices piercing the heavens. Even the white clouds in the sky were scattered. The resounding shouts shook the entire imperial capital. Countless people were struck with how the emperor was finally moving against the Gushuan Blade sect. The Qingguang sect was finished. No matter that the Gushuan Blade sect ranked thousandth on the Grand Master list, it could not withstand the might of the vast Changfeng Empire. On the square, the emperor slowly raised his hand and pressed down, and everyone immediately fell silent. By now, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf Legion must have approached the borders of Chu State. Follow me, all of you. The emperor shouted clearly. Then he waved his hand, and a purple great bird with a wingspan of 15 zhang descended like lightning. The emperor flew onto the bird's back. The bird let out a sharp cry, soared into the sky with the emperor, and headed toward Chu State. At the same time, slightly smaller purple great birds descended upon the square. These were spirit beasts cultivated by the Changfeng Empire, known as purple lightning eagles, extremely fast and not weak in strength. Then, Hundreds of purple lightning eagles, carrying thousands of martial artists, followed the emperor, leaving the imperial capital in a formidable display, heading straight for the Qinguang sect. Along the way, their imposing might was like a raging storm, alarming countless factions. The emperor is making his move against the Qinguang sect. Let's go to Chu State and see for ourselves. The only Grandmaster level expert in Fengshui is finished today. Hundreds of purple lightning eagles surged forward like wind and lightning. After several hours, the emperor arrived at the border of Chu State, where he rendezvoused with the Howling Moon Silver Wolf Legion. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf Legion was the most formidable iron-blooded legion of the Chongfeng Empire, renowned throughout Fengshui for centuries. The legion's 10,000 soldiers had a minimum cultivation of the 7th layer of the Meridian Opening Realm, with most at the Spirit Transformation Realm. The lower, middle, and high-ranking officers were all Grandmasters. Each soldier rode a Howling Moon Silver Wolf, every wolf over 2 zhong in length, with a few reaching 4 zhong. The 10,000-strong Howling Moon Silver Wolf Legion was awe-inspiring, their ferocity overwhelming the world. Rumble! Chirp! 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 On the ground, 10,000 silver wolves galloped, the earth trembling incessantly. In the sky, hundreds of purple lightning eagles shrieked, stirring up a fierce gale. This breathtaking scene, witnessed by countless martial artists, left them utterly astounded. The emperor's scale of action surpassed everyone's expectations. This was not like attacking a third-rate minor sect, but rather a strike against a hegemon-level power like the Tianguo or the Jiushuang sect. News spread wildly. All of Fengshui was about to boil over. The army's advance was like mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, their momentum shaking the heavens. They drew closer and closer to the Qinguang sect. It's over, truly over this time. In Jinyang City, Liang Hui stood on the roof of his mansion, watching the swiftly departing army outside the city. Liang Hui was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. The emperor of the Chongfeng Empire was clearly giving the Qinguang sect no chance at all. The forces deployed were enough for a complete and thorough suppression. With such a massive formation, how could Lin Xiao possibly withstand it? Alas! Liang Hui sighed deeply. His own strength was far too weak to change anything. He could only hope that Lin Xiao would lead the main force of the Qinguang sect to escape. Shortly after, he hurried out of the city and rushed toward the Qinguang sect. His daughter Lianglong was still in the Qinguang sect. The worst outcome would be to collect her corpse. In Chu State, inside the palace hall. Ha 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 ha! Chu Sheng stood before the dragon throne, laughing heartily. He had finally waited for this day. Congratulations, Your Majesty. We offer our congratulations. The great thorn in your side, the Qinguang sect, is about to be destroyed. This is worthy of celebration. In the hall, a dozen of Chu Xing's trusted ministers bowed and offered their felicitations. My lords, the Chongfeng Empire has dispatched such a formidable force. The Qinguang sect is doomed. From now on, the mountain that has weighed upon Chu State will vanish completely. Pass my imperial decree, prepare a grand feast. Your wives, concubines, and children may all enter the palace. Today, I shall drink with you all until we are drunk. Chu Xing's face was flushed with excitement. At the same time, in various parts of Chu State, the reactions of different factions varied. The so-called allies of the Qinguang sect had long been caught into hiding, not daring to join forces and resist. So-called allies, when there is profit to be had, are allies. When there is no profit, they are nothing. Brother Zhang, it's not that I, Hu Tong, am unwilling to help you. Your Qinguang sect has lost my daughter, how can I still help you? The Star Sword sect master Hu Tong stood at the entrance of the main hall, gazing into the distance toward the Qinguang sect. Some time ago, the Qinguang sect had sent word that Hu Miurang had left the sect on her own. Hu Tong was furious. His daughter had no cultivation at all. Leaving the Qinguang sect alone was extremely dangerous. Hu Miurang was stunningly beautiful. If she encountered any bandits or villains, she would be done for. Then, his daughter Hu Miurang indeed vanished. Not only did she not return to the Star Sword sect, but she left no trace, and no investigation could find her. Neither alive nor dead was there any sign. Alas! Hu Tong let out a long sigh. He was merely making an excuse for himself. Even if his daughter were safe, he could not lead the Star Sword sect to resist the Chongfeng Empire. That would be nothing short of suicide. Rumble! The earth trembled, and the wind howled. The fierce howling moon silver wolf legion and the swift purple lightning eagles formed a torrent in the sky and on the ground, rapidly closing in on the Qingguang sect. Within the Qingguang sect, all elders, stewards, and disciples had been mobilized. At this moment, Zhang Yumi stood on the sect's main peak square, with a large number of Qingguang sect members behind him. He held a long blade, raised his eyes to the distance, where dust and smoke billowed and the earth rocked. They are coming. Everyone, hear my command, with me, fight to the death and never retreat. Zhang Yumi roared. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes were bloodshot, and fear and anger clashed within him. As the leader of a sect, he bore immense pressure. Behind him were tens of thousands of Qingguang sect members. Today, their fate was uncertain. Fight to the death and never retreat. Fight to the death and never retreat. Fight to the death and never retreat. Tens of thousands of Qingguang sect disciples shouted at the top of their lungs. As if only by doing so could they dispel the fear in their hearts. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Qingguang sect roared in unison, their voices shaking the wilderness. Though the disparity in strength between the two sides was immense, at this moment, the Qingguang sect stood united as one, their hearts beating as a single entity. Roar! Screech! The silver wolves howled fiercely, their might overwhelming the world. The eagles shrieked, their cries piercing the soul. Rumble! In an instant, the 10,000-strong moon howling silver wolf legion, like a raging tidal wave, reached the foot of Qingguang mountain. Each ferocious moon howling silver wolf exuded a terrifying aura that spread in all directions. Hundreds of purple lightning eagles also arrived simultaneously, hovering in the high sky before the mountain gate. For a moment, the overwhelming oppressive force swept across the land, causing all members of the Qingguang sect to turn pale. Even though they had no fear of death and were prepared for a desperate battle, the sheer pressure was immense. But now that the moment had truly arrived, facing the formidable might of the Chongfeng Empire, every member of the Qingguang sect trembled with fear. Even Zhang Yumi, the sect leader, who had reached the peak of the third level of the spirit transformation realm, could not help but tremble. It was a fear born from the depths of his soul, his very spirit quaking before such overwhelming presence. Where is the Gushuan Blade sect? The emperor stood on the back of the largest purple lightning eagle, his expression impassive as he gazed down, sweeping his eyes over the entire Qingguang sect. No one answered. All the members of the Qingguang sect suppressed their terror and glared back with fury. How dare the Gushuan Blade sect not appear before the emperor? On the back of another purple lightning eagle, a powerful figure roared. Clad in a purple python robe, he was Feng Mo, the enforcement elder of the Chongfeng Martial Academy, and also a clansman of the emperor. In the previous battle at the Liang family of Jinyang City, only he had escaped alive, all others had been slain. His hatred for the Gushuan Blade sect burned with an intense fervor. Hey! The emperor chuckled lightly, then said in a clear voice, since they refuse to show themselves, I shall first have the Qingguang sect annihilated. With that, he waved his hand lightly. In an instant, 10,000 wolves howled as one. The moon-howling silver wolf legion was about to charge into the Qingguang sect and begin a massacre. But at that moment, a fierce roar suddenly resounded through the air. A massive flood dragon burst forth from the forest behind the Qingguang sect. Its body was entirely crimson, its scales ablaze with fiery light, radiating an unmatched, domineering ferocity. Roar! The fire flood dragon circled above the Qingguang sect, its enormous eyes fixed intently on the people of the Chongfeng Empire. Roars and screeches filled the air. The 10,000 moon-howling silver wolves and the hundreds of purple lightning eagles grew restless at the sight of the dragon in the sky. Fear flickered in their eyes. This was the suppression of bloodline among beasts. All the members of the Qingguang sect looked up at the enormous dragon above, their hearts filled with awe. Is this the supreme elder spirit beast mount? How formidable! Emperor, this is the same beast that devoured 2 elders of the Chongfeng Martial Academy last time. Feng Mo, the enforcement elder of the Chongfeng Martial Academy, stared at the fire flood dragon in the sky, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He could tell that this flood dragon had grown even stronger than before, its body noticeably larger. The emperor nodded slightly and asked, Who will slay this beast? Your Majesty, I will kill this creature. An old man in yellow robes flew forward. This man was tall and imposing, his aura magnificent. He was a grandmaster at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Sea Realm. He was the great elder of the Chongfeng Martial Academy. Go! The Emperor waved his hand. The old man in yellow then flew toward the fire-flood dragon. Whoosh! He moved with incredible speed, and before even getting close, he punched at the dragon from a distance. In an instant, the temperature around them plummeted. The old man's powerful fist condensed into a massive ice fist the size of a house, which hurtled fiercely toward the fire-flood dragon. Roar! The fire-flood dragon erupted in fury, meeting the attack head-on. With a single claw, it crushed the ice fist, sending countless shards flying. Whoosh! The next moment, the dragon opened its maw wide, spewing a blazing torrent of flame at the old man. The old man's expression changed slightly. The flood dragon's strength exceeded his expectations. He dared not be careless, immediately striking out with both fists. His fist force, like a blizzard of ice, shattered the incoming flames. But a fierce gale rose beside his ear, and panic seized him. Before he could dodge, a thunderous impact struck. The dragon's massive tail slammed into him with brutal force. In an instant, the old man was sent flying like a broken kite, tumbling hundreds of feet before crashing heavily into the ground, carving out a deep crater. This scene left many on the Chongfeng Empire side astonished. The flood dragon was incredibly powerful. Even the emperor's expression darkened. Cough, cough. The old man in yellow climbed out of the crater, his face ashen. His robes were torn and tattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had sustained considerable injuries. Had he not hastily formed an ice armor with his cold true essence at the critical moment, that single strike would have ruptured his body. This beast possesses the strength of the 9th level of the Divine Sea Realm. All core elders of the Chongfeng Martial Academy, join me in encircling it. The old man in yellow roared, then flew once more toward the fire-flood dragon. At the same time, over 20 core elders of the Chongfeng Martial Academy surged toward the dragon. All of them were grandmasters, with the weakest at the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm, and 3 at the 8th level. Adding the old man in yellow, there were now 4 8th level grandmasters. Indeed, with the combined forces of over 20 elders and their coordinated techniques, they soon gained the upper hand, suppressing the fire-flood dragon. Rumble! The group besieged the fire-flood dragon, engaging in a fierce battle in the sky. However, the dragon's defenses were formidable, and the elders of the Chongfeng Martial Academy could not slay it quickly. A terrifying aura permeated the air, causing all members of the Qinguang sect to tremble. Yet the emperor did not dispatch stronger experts, for the fire-flood dragon was not his main concern. Their primary target was the Gushuang blade sect. Still not showing yourselves? The emperor swept his divine sense across the Qinguang sect, still finding no trace of the Gushuang blade sect. He sneered and commanded, Mu Haolin Silver Wolf Legion, hear my order. Raise the Qinguang sect to the ground, leave not a blade of grass. His domineering voice resounded throughout the area. With a thunderous roar, the Mu Haolin Silver Wolf Legion, driven by their 10,000 riders, surged forward like a silver tide, charging up the mountain of the Qinguang sect. All members of the Qinguang sect felt their hearts pound violently, every one of them prepared for the slaughter. Zhang Rolling stood in the midst of the crowd, with senior brother Peng Yu before her and senior sister Yi Qiudiu beside her. Her small face was pale, and she gripped her long sword tightly. Whoosh! At that moment, a terrifying blade aura descended from the Supreme Elder Peak. Like blazing fire, the blade aura stretched over 10 zhong, fast as thunder, and struck the very front of the Mu Haolin Silver Wolf Legion. Rumble! That single slash was overwhelmingly brutal, carving a deep trench into the earth. Dozens of Mu Haolin Silver Wolves and their riders were instantly torn to shreds, their limbs scattering. Boom! At the same time, a blazing golden light soared up from the Supreme Elder Peak. A silhouette appeared. Its entire body erupted with blazing golden light, so dazzling that it was almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. At this moment, all eyes were upon it. The ancient mystic blade sect had finally revealed itself. A chorus of howls erupted from the countless silver moon wolves. That fearsome blade stroke had cleaved through the foremost dozens of silver moon wolves, truly striking terror into the silver moon wolf pack. For a time, the entire silver moon wolf pack halted in their advance. They knew that this suddenly appearing ancient mystic blade sect possessed overwhelming power. Only after the sovereign and the numerous experts of the empire had annihilated the ancient mystic blade sect could they charge forward and trample the Azure Light sect. Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder has finally emerged. Countless members of the Azure Light sect were beside themselves with excitement, looking up toward the sky above the Supreme Peak. However, the Supreme Elder was enveloped in such intense golden light, like a miniature sun, that they could not make out his form at all. They could not even discern the Supreme Elder's height or build. You have finally shown yourself. The sovereign narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed intently on the ancient mystic blade sect. He was a 9th-level Divine Sea Realm expert, naturally able to see everything clearly. He was secretly astonished that this ancient mystic blade sect master was so young. If not eliminated today, in a few years he would surely become a major threat. You truly deserve to die. Lin Xiao looked at the besieged flame dragon not far away, then turned his gaze to the sovereign, and let out a sharp cry. His voice, amplified by true essence, resounded like a thunderclap, both majestic and clear. The reason he had not emerged earlier was that the final layer of the diamond body was at a critical point of cultivation, on the verge of complete mastery. Now, the 10th layer of his diamond body was complete. His physical strength had increased by another 400,000 jin, granting him a terrifying total of 2,400,000 jin of force. Moreover, he possessed a diamond-like physique, impervious to blades and spears. It is you who deserve to die. The sovereign's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He waved his hand and bellowed, "Eliminate him." As his words fell, whoosh whoosh whoosh, fully 30 experts charged toward Lin Xiao. Leading them were 3 figures: the head of the Longfeng Martial Academy, the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard, and the Divine Might General of the Chongfeng Empire. All 3 were 9th-level Divine Sea Realm experts, each a renowned Grandmaster whose name had shaken the Wind Prefecture for over a century. The 30-plus experts behind them were also all-powerful Grandmasters. They included the Deputy Head of the Chongfeng Martial Academy, the Duke Protector of the Chongfeng Empire, the Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, and various generals of the army. Every one of them possessed at least the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Sea Realm, and most were 8th-level Divine Sea experts. Kill! Ancient Mystic Blade Sect, today you will surely die. Even Grandmasters on the Grandmaster ranking must kneel in the Chongfeng Empire. Die! Over 30 formidable Grandmasters, under the gaze of the multitude, charged toward the sky above the supreme peak. At this moment, all eyes were upon them. Within the entire Azure Light sect, every disciple and elder held their breath, staring fixedly at the scene. They did not know whether the Supreme Elder could hold out. But one thing was certain: if the Supreme Elder failed, all of them would die today, and the Azure Light sect would cease to exist. Swish! Boom! Whoosh! The 30-plus experts, before even drawing near Lin Xiao, formed a formation and launched their attacks from several hundred dong away. In an instant, blade chi crisscrossed, sword chi howled, and palm prints flew. Like a surging torrent, they swept toward Lin Xiao. Well done! A cruel smile curled at the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. Then he moved. With a single step, he shot forward like a shooting star chasing the moon, directly colliding with a sword chi. Clang! The sword chi struck Lin Xiao's body, sending sparks flying. The powerful sword chi was shattered head-on by Lin Xiao. What? The expert who had launched the attack was stunned, his eyes wide. He was a Grandmaster of the 8th Divine Sea level, yet the opponent had used his physical body to withstand his sword chi. Bam! The expert's body burst like a balloon, scattering into a mist of blood and flying flesh. Whoosh! Without any pause, Lin Xiao flickered and appeared beside another, striking out with a fist. Not good! This expert was greatly alarmed, hurriedly raising his war blade to block. Boom! The fist smashed into the blade, and the blade shattered. The expert's body once again exploded into a ring of minced flesh. Retreat! The remaining experts, terrified, hastily pulled back. But Lin Xiao's speed was extreme, like a clean in bone ailment, and in an instant he reached a 9th-level Divine Sea Grandmaster. This Grandmaster was the head of the Longfeng Martial Academy, white-haired and already 190 years old. A Grandmaster's lifespan was generally around 200 years. Only by breaking through to the half-saint realm could one gain a few extra decades. To truly extend one's lifespan, one had to become a saint. A saint possessed a lifespan of over 500 years. Lin Xiao flickered and appeared before the academy head, raising his fist and striking straight at the man's chest. Get lost, you old fool! The academy head roared, channeling his full true essence, and slapped out with his palm. In an instant, fist and palm clashed violently. Boom! A thunderous explosion. A mist of blood appeared again. The palm of the Longfeng Martial Academy head was instantly blasted into a bloody mist. Then, His entire arm, along with half his shoulder, was directly shattered. Ah! A piercing scream tore from the academy head's throat as his figure wildly retreated. He was severely wounded. This scene stunned the entire crowd. Although the people of the Azure Light sect, due to their low cultivation, could not clearly see the specific battle, they could still see that the Supreme Elder, like a wild beast, left a trail of blood and flying flesh wherever he passed. There was no one who could withstand even a single exchange. He was sweeping everything before him. This greatly lifted the spirits of all Azure Light sect members. The Supreme Elder was truly fierce. At this moment, the Sovereign's face was ashen. 3 9th level Divine Sea Grandmasters, plus over 37th and 8th level Divine Sea Grandmasters, were completely no match for the ancient Mystic Blade sect. Were Grandmasters on the Grandmaster ranking truly so formidable? At this moment, everyone in the Chongfeng Empire wore expressions of extreme displeasure. The ancient Mystic Blade sect was too powerful, truly worthy of being a Grandmaster on the ranking fearsome indeed. Moreover, he was a Blade Grandmaster. And up to now, he had not even drawn his blade. His physical body is extremely strong to not let him get close. Among the Grandmasters encircling Lin Xiao, someone shouted. The group of Grandmasters hurriedly retreated, trying to put distance between themselves and Lin Xiao. At this point, Lin Xiao drew his blade. Clang! A clear metallic ring sounded as Lin Xiao gripped his long saber and unleashed a series of slashes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Terrifying blade chi, like rainbows spanning the heavens, formed a colossal storm of blade energy that surged toward the 30-plus Grandmasters, overwhelming them. The perfected blade momentum, like the might of heaven, enveloped the 8 directions. No! Sovereign, save me! Ah! In an instant, cries of alarm and screams arose continuously. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. All the members of the Azure Light sect were stunned, their mouths agape and eyes wide. They saw the 30-plus Grandmasters falling like rain, one after another. Thud, thud, thud. Mutilated corpses crashed onto the earth continuously, hardly a single one intact. More than 30 high-tier Grandmasters, including the Master of Chongfeng Martial Mansion and 2 other Grandmasters at the 9th layer of the Divine Sea Realm, they were all slain in an instant. This scene shocked everyone, especially those from the Chongfeng Empire side, for they all recognized who these people were. Each one was a towering figure who had shaken the region with their might in the Chongfeng Empire, each an expert with a long-standing reputation. But now, in an instant, all of them were killed. The psychological impact on them was tremendous. Even the Emperor Lord's face underwent a drastic change. Not far away, the enforcers who were surrounding the fire gel were so terrified that they immediately retreated and ceased their attack. Roar! The fire gel screamed, having been struck severely, but its formidable defense meant it suffered little injury. Seeing the enforcers retreat, the fire gel made no pursuit. It flew to Lin Xiao's side and circled and danced around him. At this moment, after slaying more than 30 Grandmasters, Lin Xiao turned his gaze toward the Emperor Lord. Fear stirred in the Emperor Lord's heart, but he could not retreat. Once he faltered, the entire scheme would be lost. Wu Lai, will you not show yourself? Do you truly wish to see a 4th hegemon rise in the Wind Continent? At that very moment, the Emperor Lord let out a thunderous shout. Then, from the distant heavens above, an overwhelming aura erupted. And then, from within a cluster of clouds, a crimson figure flashed forth. It was none other than Wu Lai, the master of Heavenly Fire Hall. In truth, the Emperor Lord was unaware that Wu Lai had been hiding within the distant cloud cover. It was merely that during previous negotiations with Heavenly Fire Hall, both sides had reached an understanding. If Chongfeng Empire attacked Xian Light sect, Heavenly Fire Hall would also lend its aid. Since Guxian Sword sect was a master ranked on the Grandmaster list, the only meaningful assistance Heavenly Fire Hall could offer was the sect master Wu Lai himself stepping into battle. Brother Feng, let us fight side by side. Wu Lai flew to the Emperor Lord's side. Originally, he had intended to reap the benefits of their conflict, letting Chongfeng Empire and Guxian Sword sect exhaust each other until both were broken. But now, witnessing how formidable Guxian Sword sect truly was, he abandoned that thought. If Guxian Sword sect were not eradicated, then in time, both Chongfeng Empire and Heavenly Fire Hall could be destroyed because of it. Excellent. The Emperor Lord gave a slight nod. They had been rivals only moments ago, yet now they immediately became allies. Everything came down to profit and interest. Lin Xiao sized up Wu Lai and the Emperor Lord. Both had cultivated to the 9th layer of the Divine Sea Realm, and at its peak no small feat indeed. Attack! The Emperor Lord roared, his terrifying aura surging upward. His entire body seemed enveloped by a raging hurricane. At the same time, he transmitted his thoughts telepathically, instructing those behind him to assault Cyan-like sect together, capturing its high-level leaders alive to use as leverage against Guxian sword sect. Kill! Murderous intent boiled within Wu Lai's eyes. With a thunderous cry, he charged toward Lin Xiao alongside the Emperor Lord. Flame Fist! Wu Lai struck first, launching a devastating punch from over 200 dong away. In an instant, a colossal flaming fist wreathed in raging fire crashed toward Lin Xiao. As the master of Heavenly Fire Hall, Wu Lai cultivated purely fire tribute martial arts, both in his cultivation method and his combat techniques. His true essence blazed like fire, releasing searing energy that caused the mountain forests below to visibly wither. Divine Wind Sword Art. The Emperor Lord also unleashed his ultimate technique directly, slashing with a single sword. The terrifying sword chi swept across the heavens like a hurricane, moving at ultimate speed. The Divine Wind Sword Art was the pure martial art of Chongfeng Empire, and the only grade-level supreme technique in the entire empire. The Emperor Lord had cultivated this sword art for 30 years, reaching a state nearly approaching perfection, making its power exceedingly devastating. Two grandmasters at the peak of the 9th layer of the Divine Sea Realm striking simultaneously produced formidable power. Lin Xiao stood firm, his battle saber flashing in rapid succession, shattering both their attacks. And at this moment, the Xiaoya Silver Wolf Legion numbering over 10,000, dozens of elders from Chongfeng Martial Mansion, and thousands of Imperial Guards along with other powerful figures from Chongfeng Empire began their assault on Cyan-like sect. The Silver Wolf Legion charged toward Cyan-like sect's mountain gates from the ground. Meanwhile, those Imperial Guards and elders from Chongfeng Martial Mansion rode purple lightning eagles, swooping down from the sky toward Cyan-like sect. Roar! The fire gel let out a furious bellow, flicking its jade-scaled tail, and immediately rushed to engage the enemy. All of Cyan-like sect, under the leadership of Long Yingyi, stood united in resolve and faced death without fear, prepared to fight to the last breath. Seeking death. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao's killing intent surged dramatically. Positioned above Taishan Peak, he slashed downward toward both the purple lightning eagles in the sky and the Silver Wolf Legion on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Terrifying blade chi streaked through the air, each one spanning over 20 zhong in length, sweeping across all before them like storms descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, as Lin Xiao came to rescue Cyan-like sect and attack the forces below, the Emperor Lord and Wu Lai seized the opportunity to launch ferocious assaults on him. Die! Both roared, secretly delighted within. Guxian's concern for Cyan-like sect had left a massive opening, and he would surely fall at their hands. Both unleashed their most devastating techniques, preparing to end Lin Xiao in a single strike. Boom! Boom! Enormous sword chi surged like colossal winged blades, cleaving through the vast sky. A massive flame fist imprint, carrying over a dozen phantom strikes, boiled like a sea of fire, radiating heaven-shaking power. Boom! Rumble! The next instant, a continuous series of explosive sounds detonated without cease. The Emperor Lord and Wu Lai's attacks struck Lin Xiao with devastating force, the sword chi and fist imprints colliding with his body in tremendous explosions. Lin Xiao's counterattack also tore into the Silver Wolf Legion and Purple Lightning Eagles, turning the battlefield into a whirlwind of blood and carnage. In a single moment, over 100 silver wolves and the soldiers riding them were slain. No less than a dozen massive Purple Lightning Eagles were torn to shreds by the blade chi. Along with them, hundreds of Imperial Guards riding the eagles were killed on the spot. These people and demonic beasts faced Lin Xiao's assault like a strike from a higher dimension, utterly powerless to resist. Ha ha ha! The Emperor Lord burst into loud laughter. Though many of his soldiers and spirit beasts had been slain, as long as Guxian died, then all was worth it. A hint of a smile also appeared on Wu Lai's face. But very quickly, the smiles on both their faces completely froze. After the explosion cleared, Guxian's figure still stood suspended in midair. He had only been pushed back 2 zhong, completely unharmed, still relentlessly swinging his blade. Terrifying blade chi rained down from above, slicing through 1,000 zhong of sky and cutting into the legions attempting to assault Cyan-like sect. AHH! 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 Blood-curdling screams shook heaven and earth. With each stroke of blade chi, an entire area was swept clean, flesh and blood flying in all directions. Those soldiers and spirit beasts of Chongfeng Empire let alone charging up to Cyan-like sect's mountain gates. Anyone who dared approach even one step was instantly slaughtered. How is this possible? The Emperor Lord and Wu Lai both stared at Lin Xiao, who continued to swing his blade without ceasing. Both were utterly stunned. What body-refining technique had Duxian sword sect cultivated that made his physical defense so terrifyingly formidable? To withstand their combined assault completely unharmed. Could this person have achieved physical sanctification? Absolutely impossible. Kill! Sovereign Emperor and Wu Lai were only momentarily stunned before resuming their assault on Lin Xiao. Sword energy crisscrossed, and fist seals tumbled through the air. The two attacked with full force. One powerful technique after another was unleashed continuously. A thunderous roar echoed as a barrage of strikes all landed on Lin Xiao. Yet Lin Xiao stood there, his entire body radiant with golden light, withstanding the combined assault with his physical form alone. Neither the sword energy nor the fist force could breach his defense. He stood high in the sky, continuously swinging his blade, slashing toward the mountain gate. There, the ground had become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The enforcement elder of Chongfeng Martial Academy was cleaved in two by his blade. The Howling Moon Silver Wolf Legion had been shattered and was retreating in a frenzy. Of the hundreds of purple lightning eagles, most were dead, while the survivors fled desperately to stay away from Qingguang sect. At this moment, the Fire Flood Dragon was also on a killing spree. Its gaping maw could crush a purple lightning eagle with a single bite. With a sweep of its massive tail, it pulverized Howling Moon Silver Wolves and soldiers, reducing them to a heap of mangled flesh. Roar! The Fire Flood Dragon was exhilarated, never having experienced such a thrilling slaughter. It killed and fed simultaneously. A low hum reverberated. Its blood-red maw opened wide, and the flames within were no longer mere fireballs but a serpentine blaze 100 dong long, incinerating all enemies. Massacre! Both Lin Xiao and the Fire Flood Dragon were engaged in a great slaughter. No man or beast could set foot within the mountain gate of Qingguang sect. At this moment, far away around Qingguang sect, many spies from various powers watched the scene with wide-eyed astonishment. The development of the battle had completely exceeded their expectations. No! It was the exact opposite. The Chongfeng Empire had not only failed to crush Qingguang sect but had been crushed by it. In the distant sky, atop the clouds, the figure of an old man appeared indistinctly. As expected of one who ranks on the Grand Master list, even just this defensive power leaves me far behind. The old man wore a white robe, his long beard fluttering in the wind. He was the strongest Grand Master of Fengshou, the sect leader of the 9 Profound Sect, 9 Profound Master. How is this possible? Sovereign Emperor and Wu Lai stared at Lin Xiao, who remained completely unharmed, their faces drastically changing. They had launched a continuous onslaught, yet they could not harm the ancient Profound Blade sect. How could they continue to fight? The opponent was already invincible from the start. Meanwhile, the Chongfeng Empire's legions, whether the Howling Moon Silver Wolf Legion, the Imperial Guard, or other elites, were all being routed. Everyone was fleeing in a frenzy, distancing themselves from the mountain gate of Qingguang sect. Defeated! A mad glint flickered in the Sovereign Emperor's eyes. He flickered and dashed toward the Qingguang sect members, planning to seize them and use them as hostages against the ancient Profound Blade sect since he could not overcome him. Whoosh! The Sovereign Emperor moved with incredible speed, like a gale. Wu Lai, on the contrary, turned and fled. Since the situation was hopeless, there was no need to risk his life. Your opponent is me. Lin Xiao flickered and intercepted the Sovereign Emperor, having already anticipated both him and Wu Lai. Get out of my way. The Sovereign Emperor bellowed, his speed unabated, and swung his sword at Lin Xiao's head. The sword light extended several zhong, like a giant divine sword. Lin Xiao advanced instead of retreating, closing in instantly and swinging his blade. Terrifying power erupted as blade and sword clashed. Clang! A thunderous noise, sparks flying, and the long sword in the Sovereign Emperor's hand was sent flying. The overwhelming force transmitted through his body, causing him to convulse violently. He spat a mouthful of blood. In a flash, Lin Xiao stepped forward and seized the Sovereign Emperor by the throat. Potent true essence, surging like a mighty river, flooded into the Sovereign Emperor's body, destroying his meridians and shattering his Dantian's energy sea. Sovereign Emperor! How can this be? Your Majesty! The retreating Chongfeng Empire troops, seeing their sovereign captured, were thrown into panic. Liu Xian, you cannot kill me. The Sovereign Emperor's face showed terror as he roared. If you kill me, you will surely die. My Chongfeng Empire has a demi-saint ancestor. Lin Xiao sneered at this. At this point, how could he spare him? Just then, a sigh emerged abruptly from nowhere. A gentle breeze swept from afar, carrying a gaunt figure. It was a withered old man, his skin shriveled, hair and beard all white, clearly with little life left. "Ancestor, save me!" the sovereign emperor cried out excitedly upon seeing the old man. The newcomer was the demi-saint ancestor of Changfeng Empire, Feng Yang. All the Changfeng Empire people were also roused, believing that with the demi-saint's appearance, they would be safe. Even the fire-flogged dragon sensed the old man's dreadfulness and stopped pursuing, quickly flying back above Qingguang sect. As for the Qingguang sect members, they were all stricken with horror. The hope that had just arisen in their hearts was instantly extinguished. Moments ago, they had witnessed the Supreme Elder's divine might and slaughter, their blood boiling with excitement. He had even subdued the sovereign emperor. But now, a demi-saint had appeared. A demi-saint. To the people of Qingguang sect, this was a legendary existence, a figure akin to a deity. Lin Xiao turned his head, his gaze fixed on the old man, his divine sense probing continuously. He could perceive that the old man was extremely powerful, harboring immense force within, far greater than the sovereign emperor. Nevertheless, he still did not believe the other could break his defense. Before he had mastered the 10th level of the diamond body, his expectations of its effects had been somewhat conservative. Now that he had achieved it, he clearly understood the terror of his own defensive power. It was primarily because his flesh had been tempered through 3 body forging techniques, the brute ox body, the crimson flood 9 transformations, and the diamond body. All 3 techniques had reached perfection, and their effects stacked, making his physical solidity utterly heaven-defying. "Young friend, do me a favor and spare him. How about it?" Feng Yang stared at Lin Xiao, his voice deep. "Don't you find your request laughable?" Lin Xiao sneered. When the sovereign emperor had led his troops to attack, why hadn't he asked him to spare Qingguang sect? Now that the sovereign emperor had lost, he was asked to show mercy utterly ridiculous. With that, Lin Xiao sheathed his blade, one hand gripping the sovereign emperor's neck, while the other moved instantly. With 2 wet tearing sounds, he ripped off both of the sovereign emperor's arms. "Ah!" The sovereign emperor screamed in agony, blood spurting from his shoulders. "You have offended my Qingguang sect. Even death will not bring you ease," Lin Xiao said coldly. "You seek death?" Feng Yan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he lunged at Lin Xiao. His speed was extreme, like a howling gale. In a flash, he was less than 3 zhong from Lin Xiao. He threw a punch aimed at Lin Xiao's head. He closed in instead of attacking from a distance, fearing that a single blow might also kill the sovereign emperor. This punch was simple and direct, without any flashy moves. But the fist force was extremely condensed, the power contained within terrifying. Lin Xiao also threw a punch, the power of his true essence and physical strength erupting simultaneously, colliding head-on with Feng Yan's fist. Lin Xiao's entire body radiated dazzling golden light, his golden fist clashing fiercely with the half-saint Feng Yang. Both retreated, locked in a stalemate. In an instant, the entire audience was stunned. The remaining soldiers and experts of the Changfeng Empire, along with the spies from various factions lurking in the distance, were utterly astounded. A half-saint. The invincible existence of Feng Shou, the foundation of the hegemonic power, could the Guxian Daozong truly withstand it? Even Wu Lai, who had fled far away, couldn't help but halt, turning back in shock. He can actually clash with a half-saint? Wu Lai gasped, his scalp tingling with disbelief. He was utterly shaken. He felt immense relief. Just now, thanks to the Changfeng Empire's army attacking the mountain gate of Qingguang sect. Thus, this Guxian Daozong had been busy slaughtering the Changfeng Empire's forces, not targeting him, merely passively enduring his attacks. Otherwise, if the Guxian Daozong had taken the initiative to attack him, wouldn't he have been obliterated with a single punch? At this thought, Wu Lai quickly retreated, concealed himself, and silently observed. Feng Shou is indeed about to undergo a transformation. Amidst the clouds on the other side, Zhou Shuangzi's gaze flickered, unable to suppress a long sigh in his heart. This Guxian Daozong, with strength comparable to a half-saint, had instantly overturned the tripartite equilibrium of Feng Shou. How can his physical body be so formidable? Feng Yan's expression also shifted slightly. He could perceive that the Guxian Daozong's true essence was far inferior to his own, not even on the same level. However, the opponent's physical body possessed overwhelming strength and extraordinary resilience, compensating for the disparity in true essence. After forcing Feng Yang back with a single blow, Lin Xiao felt his blood and qi surging, his arm slightly numb. Yet, he had now gained a rough understanding of a half-saint's power. No! Impossible! The Dijun, still held in Lin Xiao's grip, his eyes nearly bulging out. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. The Guxian Daozong could actually clash with the old ancestor, without losing. What kind of monstrous being was this? How could it be possible? Dijun, you trespassed against Qinguang sect. No one can save you. Lin Xiao's face turned icy as he struck again. He tore off the Dijun's legs with his bare hands. Shredded flesh and blood gushed out incessantly. Ah! The Dijun let out a piercing scream of agony, wrenching at the heart. But Lin Xiao found him too noisy. With a burst of true essence from the hand gripping the Dijun's neck, he directly crushed the man's throat. Ha! Ha! Instantly, the Dijun could no longer scream, only a faint rasping sound escaping his throat. Foul! Wind Demon Fist! Feng Yang, enraged, launched another attack. This time, he no longer cared about the Dijun's life and began to fight with full force. For the Dijun was utterly ruined, his limbs torn off, his meridians and dantian destroyed, beyond any hope of salvation. Boom! 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 As Feng Yang punched, a mighty gale howled, and within the wind emerged illusory demonic shadows. These shadows, seemingly formed of wind, were ethereal and translucent, yet exuded a terrifying aura. In an instant, the fierce wind coalesced into dozens of phantom demonic figures, charging at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao casually tossed the Dijun onto Taishan Peak. Then, drawing his long blade, he struck with great force. Boom! 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 Each swing was immensely powerful, enough to cleave mountain peaks, and one by one, the demonic shadows were shattered by Lin Xiao. Some shadows struck him fiercely, but aside from rattling his qi and blood, they caused no significant harm. Feng Yang attacked wildly, executing every powerful technique of the Wind Demon Fist. The two fought from midair up to the white clouds of the heavens, then down to the distant forests. The thunderous clashes were deafening. Countless ancient trees in the forest were destroyed, reduced to flying wood chips. Some mountain peaks were blasted apart, sending huge boulders tumbling as if an earthquake had struck. However, due to their incredible speed and overwhelming might, ordinary martial artists could not discern the details. Only Wu Lai, Zhou Shuangzi, and a few others could barely follow the battle. How is it? Has the Supreme Elder won? I'm not sure, but I have faith in the Supreme Elder. Me too, it's incredible. The Supreme Elder can actually fight a half-saint. He must be a half-saint too. What exactly is a half-saint? Within Qinguang sect, countless disciples were in an uproar, their clamorous discussions unceasing. But their cultivation was too low to see anything. Only Zhang Ruolin remained utterly calm. From the moment the Supreme Elder appeared, she had been in a daze, somewhat lost. Zhang Yuni, the Grand Elder, and other high-ranking members flew to the treetops to observe but could discern nothing. Grand Elder, can the Supreme Elder win? Zhang Yuni asked uncertainly. I have no idea. The Grand Elder shook his head. He was only at the peak of the second layer of the spirit transformation realm and couldn't even see the figures clearly. How would he know? Did you see the Supreme Elder's appearance earlier? Zhang Yuni inquired. No, the Supreme Elder was shrouded in dazzling golden light. Like a deity, I couldn't make out the face. The Grand Elder shook his head again. But then he added, however, the Supreme Elder's voice felt somewhat familiar. I feel that too. Zhang Yuni nodded. Although the Supreme Elder's figure, enhanced by true essence, had a changed timbre, there was still a hint of familiarity. Thus, he concluded that he must have met the Supreme Elder in person before. They've stopped. At that moment, the Grand Elder's gaze sharpened as he strained to look into the distance. Far away, dozens of li distant, Feng Yang and the Supreme Elder had ceased fighting, standing in midair, facing each other across the void. One was surrounded by howling winds, the other blazing with golden light. Gu Xian, you are quite impressive. Let us cease here. I shall return another day to seek further instruction. Feng Yang, the half-saint, his face ashen, spoke coldly and then turned to leave. Before departing, he bellowed to the remaining Changfeng Empire army, all retreat. Clatter! With the half-saint Feng Yan's departure, the remaining Changfeng Empire forces fled swiftly. In the blink of an eye, they had completely withdrawn from Qinguang sect. They left behind countless shattered corpses and a blood-soaked earth. Truly a half-saint. Lin Xiao let out a long breath as he watched Feng Yang retreat into the distance. The opponent's strength was indeed formidable. He could only resist, unable to defeat him. Of course, the opponent could not defeat him either. His defense was too strong, and no matter how Feng Yang struck, he could not inflict serious injury. But at this moment, Lin Xiao was not in good shape either. He had sustained some minor internal injuries. His clothes had been reduced to tattered strips. Then, with a flicker of his figure, Lin Xiao returned to Taishan Peak. Victory! The Supreme Elder has won. Long life the Supreme Elder! Long life Qingguang sect! In that moment, seeing Feng Yan's departure and the remnants of the Changfeng Empire fleeing, the entire Qingguang sect erupted in jubilation. Roar! The fire-flood dragon roared skyward, circled once in the high air, then plunged into the nearby forest. Everyone in the Qingguang sect was utterly immersed in excitement. Zhang Yunli, the great elder, and the others were all beaming with ecstatic expressions. The Changfeng Empire had retreated. From then on, the Qingguang sect had naturally become the fourth major hegemon power in Fengshou. However, amidst their frenzied joy, they couldn't help but feel that something seemed to be missing. In the end, it was the second elder who spoke a sentence, turning everyone's wild joy into bitter smiles. We didn't even make a single move, yet we've already won. This is somewhat unworthy of the Supreme Elder. The second elder's words made many nod in agreement. Indeed, today the Supreme Elder single-handedly fought against the Changfeng Empire, even battling a half-saint, and protected our Qingguang sect, while we did not exert an ounce of effort. It is truly shameful. The sixth elder, being a woman, could not help but sigh deeply. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunli felt an indescribable strangeness in his heart. For this battle, he had secretly prepared over 20 jin of high-quality poison powder, yet not a single handful was scattered. From now on, he must devote himself fully to improving his cultivation, otherwise, how could he be worthy of the position of Qingguang sect leader? Whoosh! At that moment, a sound of tearing air rang out, and everyone looked up. They saw an object flying over from the direction of Supreme Peak, then heavily crashing onto the edge of the main peak square. Everyone fixed their eyes and saw that it was not an object at all, but clearly the Imperial Lord of the Changfeng Empire. At this moment, the Imperial Lord was not yet dead. He was a Grandmaster at the 9th level peak of the Divine Sea Realm, with extremely tenacious vitality. Even if his meridians and dantian were destroyed and his limbs torn off, he would not die easily. Hang him at the mountain gate to intimidate all parties. A faint ethereal divine thought transmission sounded in the minds of Zhang Yunli and the elders. Everyone's heart shook instantly. Domineering! The Supreme Elder was truly domineering. This was an Imperial Lord. The Imperial Lord of the Changfeng Empire was to be hung at the mountain gate for public display. What unparalleled domineering spirit! Today, the prestige of the Qingguang sect would surely shake the entire Fengshou. Men, hang the Imperial Lord at the mountain gate, high up, to intimidate the petty villains. Zhang Yunli ordered. Yes. A few disciples immediately rushed over, dragging the Imperial Lord toward the mountain gate. Soon, several disciples used tree vines to hang the Imperial Lord high at the mountain gate. This scene was strikingly similar to that of Song Tianai of the Sword Marquee Manor in Beifeng City back then. The Imperial Lord's face was ashen, his eyes lifeless, like a withered tree. He, the Imperial Lord of the Changfeng Empire, the most powerful hegemon of Fengshou, a lofty existence ruling over vast territories. Yet today, he had become a wreck, hung at the mountain gate like a dead dog. This scene was clearly seen by the scouts of various forces watching from afar. It shook their hearts violently. They had never dreamed that the Imperial Lord would be defeated so miserably or end up in such a state. What a formidable Qingguang sect! They must never be offended in the future. This is a true genius. I'm afraid that in the future, Fengshou will not be a four-cornered standoff, but the Qingguang sect's sole dominance. Zhuxuanzi let out a long sigh. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, Guxian Daozong's strength was comparable to a half-saint, and thus the Qingguang sect would become another hegemon-level power, standing equally with the other three major forces. But Zhuxuanzi saw clearly that Guxian Daozong was quite young. In the future, becoming a half-saint or even a saint would not be a big problem. But whether Guxian Daozong became a half-saint or a saint, he would be unmatched in Fengshou. At that time, the entire Fengshou would usher in the era of the Qingguang sect. They then began to handle the subsequent aftermath. Zhang Yumi looked around and ordered, outer disciples and inner disciples, disperse. True disciples, hear my command. Clean the battlefield, collect all spoils, and handle them uniformly. Collect all the beast corpses as well. These are very important resources. Following Zhang Yumi's orders, everyone became busy and began to clean the battlefield. Beast corpses were extremely precious resources. After consumption, martial artists could enhance their cultivation. In particular, these howling moon silver wolves and purple lightning eagles were demon beasts comparable to transformation realm experts, and a few even comparable to grandmasters. Beast meat of this level was not only beneficial to the lower cultivation disciples of Qingguang sect, but even to Zhang Yumi and the Great Elder. It was extremely beneficial and could increase cultivation. Therefore, it naturally could not be discarded. Back then, when Zhong Tianhao's howling moon silver wolf was killed, Zhang Yumi ordered it to be buried quickly out of fear of leaking information, but now it naturally had to be kept. After half an hour of cleaning, the area in front of the mountain gate was cleared. The spoils were also counted. Zhang Yumi and the elders were utterly stunned. There were over 6,000 howling moon silver wolf corpses, 200 purple lightning eagle corpses, various weapons piled into a small mountain, countless pills, and several hundred universe pouches. Most importantly, each universe pouch contained many treasures, martial arts, pills, spirit stones, everything one could imagine. It could be said that with this haul, the Qingguang sect had become immensely wealthy. Insanely wealthy. The resources and treasures obtained were simply unimaginable. There is actually this much. The Great Elder trembled with excitement, his lips quivering as he spoke. I didn't expect there to be this much either. Zhang Yumi panted heavily. This time, the number of spirit stones obtained was estimated to be over tens of thousands. Spirit stones were something the Qingguang sect rarely possessed. In the past, they could only obtain 1 or 2 by chance. But this time, they had obtained tens of thousands of such treasures. They were simply dripping with wealth. Sect leader, Great Elder, there are too many resources. I think we should let the Supreme Elder decide how to distribute them, the second elder proposed. Zhang Yumi and the Great Elder nodded, deeply agreeing. This battle was fought by the Supreme Elder. If they silently divided the resources and treasures among themselves, what kind of behavior would that be? Let us go and seek an audience with the Supreme Elder now, Zhang Yumi said. With that, they prepared to go to Supreme Peak, but after only 2 steps, they stopped. Because they received a divine thought transmission from the Supreme Elder, all resources were for them to distribute on their own. Since the Supreme Elder has allowed us to handle it ourselves, let us first store all resources in the sect's treasury, Zhang Yumi ordered. Next, they began to settle these resources, especially the numerous beast corpses. In the palace on Supreme Peak, Lin Xiao had changed his clothes and was sitting cross-legged in the palace, inspecting the Imperial Lord's universe pouch. There were as many as 20,000 spirit stones, and a dazzling array of pills. There were over a dozen martial arts manuals. However, they were mostly Earth-grade mid-tier and low-tier martial arts, with only one Earth-grade upper-tier-like technique. Presumably, the most powerful techniques and martial skills of the Chongfeng Empire were not carried by the Imperial Lord. The resources in the Imperial Lord's universe pouch were more than enough for Lin Xiao to use for a while. Therefore, when he sensed earlier that Zhang Yumi and the others were coming to find him to ask him to distribute the spoils from the mountain, he simply let them handle it themselves. From now on, the Qingguang sect can be considered safe. Lin Xiao put away the universe pouch, took a deep breath, and felt relieved. Then, he sensed something and moved his mind. Eh? Lin Xiao looked surprised, because at this moment, he discovered that the 2 most important women beside him, Zhang Ruoling and Liang Long, both seemed somewhat off. Zhang Ruoling was walking toward Supreme Peak, while Liang Long had already reached the back mountain of the main peak. What's wrong with them? Lin Xiao wondered in his heart. Zhang Ruoling walked along the winding mountain path. In no time, she arrived at the foot of the Taishan Peak. She slightly lifted her gaze, peering toward the summit above. Junior uncle, can it truly be you? Zhang Ruoling murmured softly. Though the Grand Elder had manifested earlier, his entire being radiating blinding golden light with true essence swirling around him, the others could discern nothing. But she had seen through it. She simply found it utterly impossible to believe that the overwhelmingly powerful Grand Elder, resembling a deity, could be her junior uncle. After a moment's contemplation, she prepared to ascend the mountain. Just then, a figure flickered into view, and Lin Xiao appeared before Zhang Ruoling. Junior uncle. It's truly you. Zhang Ruoling's gemstone-like eyes instantly sparkled with radiance. It's me. Lin Xiao nodded gently, asking, Ruoling, how did you recognize me? He was somewhat puzzled. Everyone else couldn't see through it, yet Zhang Ruoling had identified him immediately. How shall I put it? It's simply intuition. Zhang Ruoling smiled sweetly and said, Junior uncle, we grew up together. In this world, no one knows you better than I do. That's true. Lin Xiao nodded with a wry smile. She was far too familiar with him, even how many moles he had on his rear. She probably knew inside out. Junior uncle, you're actually this powerful. Why have you been hiding your cultivation all along? Why didn't you tell us? Zhang Ruoling couldn't help but ask. She thought of the time when 100,000 troops of Chu Kingdom besieged the mountain. She thought of the time when they slew the emperor in Chu Kingdom's imperial palace. She thought of the time they slew Song Qianhou of Chongfeng Martial Academy and others. All of this, it turned out, was done by her junior uncle. It was simply unbelievable. I simply didn't want things to change. Staying as they were before was quite good. Lin Xiao said with a smile. If he were to reveal his identity now, everyone who saw him would treat him with utmost respect, bowing and prostrating themselves. He also wouldn't be able to move about freely within Qingguang sect as he once did. Zhang Ruoling considered this. She wasn't foolish and understood Lin Xiao's meaning. Junior uncle, since you don't wish to speak of it, then I won't tell father and the others. Zhang Ruoling said. With that, she smiled sweetly, her eyes curving like crescent moons. But junior uncle, since you're so powerful, do give me more guidance in the future. I also want to become a powerful cultivator like you, to protect Qingguang sect. Alright, you may come find me whenever you wish in the future. Lin Xiao nodded. Immediately, he turned his palm over, and a bottle of pills appeared in his hand. This bottle of pills is for you. Even grandmasters can enhance their cultivation with this. You're only at the post-opening realm. This bottle should allow you to reach post-opening stage 9th level, or even the transformation spirit realm. Junior uncle, in the past it was always I who gave you pills. I never imagined that now, it would be reversed. Zhang Ruoling sighed with emotion, but she didn't refuse and accepted the pills. Rest assured, whatever pills you need in the future, I'll provide them all. Lin Xiao affectionately ruffled her hair. That's a promise from you. Zhang Ruoling's eyes sparkled, her smile blooming like a flower. Of course, a gentleman's word is binding. Not even 10,000 horses could make me take it back. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly. Yes, yes. Zhang Ruoling nodded repeatedly, smiling and saying, Junior uncle, we collected a lot of spoils from this battle. Is there anything you need? I'll fetch it for you. No need, I've already told the senior brothers to handle the distribution themselves. Lin Xiao shook his head. You'd better go take a look. Tell the senior brothers to give you some good stuff. Alright, then I'll be off. Zhang Ruoling nodded, then departed with a bright smile. Gazing at her cheerful silhouette and light footsteps, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile either. Immediately, his phone flickered and he departed from Taishan Peak. Within moments, he arrived at the rear mountain of the main peak and entered a wooden hut. Inside the wooden hut, Liang Long was quietly waiting for Lin Xiao. Xiao brother, are you unharmed? Liang Long rose hastily upon his arrival, examining Lin Xiao up and down. No, look, I'm perfectly fine. Lin Xiao spun around with a smile. That's a relief. Liang Long exhaled, then sat back down on the wooden bed, her expression somewhat melancholy. Lanner, what's wrong? Lin Xiao found it strange. He sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her waist. Xiao brother, seeing that your strength is growing stronger by the day and that you're protecting Qingguang sect safely, I'm genuinely happy for you. Yang Long spoke in a low voice. Lin Xiao remained silent, listening quietly. It's just that, seeing you so exceptional, I can't help but feel inadequate about myself. I can't keep pace with your advancement. I can't help you with anything. I'm afraid. I'm afraid the distance between us will grow ever greater. Liang Lan's voice carried sorrow and helplessness, along with a nameless sense of inferiority. She felt that she simply wasn't worthy of Lin Xiao. What nonsensical thoughts are these? Lin Xiao was somewhat speechless, patting her well-rounded figure. Then just work harder at cultivation in the future. No matter how much I cultivate, I'll just be an ordinary person. Yang Long shook her head. Lin Xiao sighed deeply and continued, I've heard that large forces like Tianhuaho have spiritual veins beneath their sects. They've also arranged various grand formations, protective mountain formations, spiritual energy gathering formations, and so on. That's why those forces produce strong ones in abundance. That's true. Liang Long nodded in agreement. So you see, it's ultimately a matter of resources. Those major forces have abundant resources of all kinds, so naturally their disciples' cultivation progresses swiftly. At this point, Lin Xiao contemplated for a moment before continuing. In the future, I'll also acquire spiritual veins for Qingguang sect and arrange grand formations. Qingguang sect will develop rapidly, with abundant resources. Then what? Seeing Lin Xiao pause, Liang Long couldn't help but ask curiously. I believe that when resources are sufficient and powerful enough, even a pig can become a saint. Lin Xiao said with a grin. You? Fine, you're saying I'm a pig? Liang Lan's pretty face flushed with indignation. Ha ha, what pig is as beautiful as you? Lin Xiao burst into laughter. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Xiao also gave Liang Long a bottle of pills. He then guided her on her cultivation progress before Liang Long took her leave. Meanwhile, the events at Qingguang sect had already begun to spread like a storm across the entire Feng continent. In an instant, the entire Feng continent was shaken. As if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Ancient Xian Blade sect had repelled Chongfeng Empire's army. Ancient Xian Blade sect had captured the emperor alive and hung him at the sect's gate. Ancient Xian Blade sect had repelled Fengyang half saint. Each piece of news left countless forces shaken and countless martial cultivators terrified. Everyone who heard these earth-shaking revelations finally understood why Ancient Xian Blade sect showed no fear of Chongfeng Empire. It turned out they possessed such terrifying strength. At the same time, all forces and martial cultivators clearly understood that the Feng continent was about to undergo a dramatic transformation. The tripartite balance had collapsed. Some astute martial cultivators keenly sensed an opportunity. Qingguang sect was unlike Nanxian sect and Tianhuaho. It was a sect facing a talent shortage, entirely propped up by Nanxian Blade sect. So what did Qingguang sect lack? Strong experts. Mid-level powerhouses. If one joined Qingguang sect at this moment, the prospects would be limitless. For a time, whether in the territories of Chongfeng Empire or in the regions governed by Nanxian sect and Tianhuaho, large numbers of wandering martial cultivators began heading toward Qingguang sect. In the Chu kingdom, within the imperial palace, the new emperor Chu Sheng hosted a grand banquet, drinking with his trusted ministers. In the hall, a dozen beautiful dancers performed gracefully. Chu Sheng was in high spirits. The Chongfeng Empire had launched an attack on Qingguang sect, reportedly with the emperor himself leading the campaign. This was certain. After today, Qingguang sect would cease to exist. Your Majesty, although Qingguang sect will be destroyed, other sects like Star Sword sect still need to be dealt with, proposed a trusted minister. Oh, tell me more, my minister. Chu Sheng sat boldly on the dragon throne and downed a cup of fine wine. Ever since the previous emperor was killed, Qingguang sect has been lording over us. Now the authority of our Chu court has vanished completely. Thus, we must suppress the other three sects, including Star Sword sect, to restore the court's prestige. The minister finished speaking. My minister speaks wisely. Chu Sheng nodded. Dealing with those three great sects requires meticulous planning. We must not be as reckless as we were with Qingguang sect. I understand, Your Majesty. This time, we will eradicate all three sects and extend the court's authority everywhere. Ha ha, I look forward to that day. Chu Sheng burst into laughter. At that moment, a middle-aged eunuch, bent over, hurried into the hall. What's the news? Has Qingguang sect been destroyed? Has Guxian Dao sect perished? Chu Sheng rose immediately upon seeing the eunuch, asking impatiently. Your Majesty, the Chongfeng Empire has been defeated, and the emperor has been hung from the gates of Qingguang sect. The eunuch knelt, speaking with trembling fear. Instantly, Chu Sheng and all the ministers were stunned. What? What did you say? Say it again. Regaining his senses, Chu Sheng stepped forward and grabbed the eunuch by the collar, shouting angrily. The emperor's fury made the dancers halt, all trembling in fear. Your Majesty, what I say is true. The emperor was hanged, and the half-saint of Chongfeng Empire was repelled by Guxian Dao sect. The eunuch's eyes reddened, his voice filled with terror. With a thud, Chu Sheng collapsed to the ground, his spirit utterly drained. He felt it. So unreal. So absurd. Was heaven playing a joke on him? All the ministers exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts churning with shock. Was Guxian Dao sect now invincible? Qingguang sect would completely dominate. How could this be? Your Majesty, are you alright? The eunuch looked at the seated Chu Sheng with worry and sorrow. The Chu court was utterly finished. The Chu royal family had no hope left. Suddenly, Chu Sheng sprang up and tore off his crown. Quickly prepare a horse. I must go to Qingguang sect. Chu Sheng commanded. Your Majesty, why do you go to Qingguang sect? A puzzled minister asked. I will join Qingguang sect and become a disciple. Chu Sheng declared solemnly. Ah! All were astonished. My mind is made up. With that, Chu Sheng strode out of the hall. He was a decisive man. If he remained emperor, whether or not Qingguang sect would destroy him, even if not, his imperial power would be meaningless. If the entire kingdom obeyed Qingguang sect, what was the point of being emperor? His status would soon be inferior to even an ordinary inner disciple of Qingguang sect. A miscalculation. A grave miscalculation. Hu Tong, the sect master of Star Sword sect, gazed toward Qingguang sect with a complex expression. There was shock, regret, and unwillingness. This time, his sect had not aided Qingguang sect, not even daring to make contact. From now on, he might never be able to cling to Qingguang sect's mighty tree again. Yet he truly hadn't expected Guxian Dao sect's strength to reach such a level. Regret was useless now. As the news spread, Qingguang sect's prestige in Fengshou grew ever greater, or more precisely, Guxian Dao sect's fame soared. Countless forces came to pay homage at Qingguang sect, with endless congratulatory gifts. Numerous martial artists sought to join the sect and become part of it. Zhang Yunli handled this shrewdly. He didn't offend any visiting force and accepted all gifts. Those wishing to join were screened through identity verification and talent assessment, selecting the best. From then on, Qingguang sect's development entered a fast track, soaring like a rocket. Every day, many broke through in cultivation, greatly increasing their strength. Within just half a month, the sect's overall power doubled. Its sphere of influence expanded rapidly, with businesses even reaching the Chongfeng Empire. Many sects and families outside Chu offered resources and treasures to seek Qingguang sect's protection. Some small vassal states of the Chongfeng Empire, like Qian and Yan, secretly submitted to Qingguang sect. In short, Qingguang sect's development was meteoric, becoming the most dazzling force in Fengshou. Far away in Guzhou, the ancient Dao sacred land floated thousands of zhang above the ground, appearing eternal. Hu Miurang walked gracefully out of the saint's radiance hall. Her eyes sparkled, her features were delicate, her skin like snow, her figure tall and slender, her beauty peerless like a fairy stepping out of a painting. With a sigh, Hu Miurang gazed at the vast sky, exhaling a breath of white mist. After 2 days of seclusion, she had broken through to the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm, her cultivation advancing rapidly. Lin Xiao, you could never dream of my achievements now, she murmured softly. Then, with flowing robes, she walked into the distance. Greetings, holy maiden. Greetings, holy maiden. Greetings, holy maiden. Along the way, all who saw Hu Miurang bowed respectfully. The holy maiden looks even more beautiful. Of course, when she first arrived she had no cultivation, but now she's in the spirit transformation realm, her aura elevated, and her beauty has naturally increased. The holy maiden is so stunning, possessing the rare great in divine body seen once in 10,000 years. Who in this world could be worthy of her? After Hu Miurang walked away, several disciples whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with admiration. Though they were considered geniuses in the outside world, they seemed mediocre before the holy maiden, lacking the courage to pursue her. They could only secretly adore her from afar. At that moment, a woman in green robes flew swiftly and caught up to Hu Miurang. Holy maiden, you've finally come out of seclusion. Lu Jing, what's the matter? Hu Miurang smiled at the approaching woman. Lu Jing was her closest fellow disciple at the ancient Dao sacred land. He, holy maiden, I've recently heard some news about Fengshou, so I came to tell you. Lu Jing said with a smile. What about Fengshou? Hu Miurang was puzzled. It's about that Guxian Dao sect you mentioned before it defeated the Chongfeng Empire and even repelled a half-saint. Lu Jing's bright eyes showed a hint of admiration. I think that person's strength might rank in the top 100 of the master ranking. A master ranked 1,000th on the master ranking had repelled a half-saint. Clearly, the ranking's information on Guxian Dao sect was severely inaccurate. Such strength could only be achieved by those in the top 100 of the master ranking. Oh! Hu Miurang was slightly startled upon hearing this. She had not expected that the Guxian sword sect of Qingguang sect in Qingguang sect would have reached such a formidable level of strength. However, all of this had nothing to do with her, and she did not care much. Li Jing, how do you know about matters in Fengshou? Surely it hasn't spread all the way to Gushou by now. Hu Miurang asked in puzzlement. The two continents were so far apart, and Fengshou was a barren and modest realm generally. No one paid attention to events there. I heard it from Saint Lucian. Li Jing explained. Saintess, as you know, Saint Lucian is mainly responsible for the affairs of the Daosing Chamber of Commerce. Since he receives news from all regions across the southern domain, I specifically inquired about Fengshou, and unexpectedly, something significant has indeed occurred there. I see. Hu Miurang understood, but she shook her head and said, Li Jing, there is no need to report Fengshou matters to me in the future. I am not concerned. Is that so? Li Jing felt somewhat disappointed. She had hoped to draw closer to the saintess, which was why she had taken the initiative. To her surprise, the saintess did not care about such things. Matters in Fengshou have nothing to do with me. I am now solely dedicated to cultivation, ascending to the peak of martial arts. Hu Miurang said solemnly. Saintess, with such extraordinary talent and such tireless diligence, Li Jing truly admires you. Li Jing complimented. Li Jing, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. Hu Miurang finished speaking and quickened her pace. In the flash of her soaring figure, she gradually drifted into the distance. Shortly after, Li Jing prepared to return to her own residence. Just then, a figure descended from the skies and landed beside Li Jing. The newcomer wore white robes, his posture straight and noble, with sword-like eyebrows and starlit eyes, an extraordinarily handsome visage. Greetings, senior brother Oyan. Li Jing hurriedly bowed in respect. The man was the direct disciple of the palace master of Shengtian Palace, one of the 12 palaces of their ancient sacred land, Oyan Yun. He was also one of the most celebrated prodigies of the ancient sacred land. At barely 30 years of age, he had already attained the 8th realm of the Divine Sea, with great hope of achieving sainthood before 40. Yet that was not the most remarkable thing. The most astonishing fact was that Oyan Yun had entered the Grand Master ranking at below the 9th realm of the Divine Sea, placing at number 965. It was worth noting that the Grand Master ranking collected all Grand Masters across the southern domain. Those on the list were mostly seasoned veterans, all possessing cultivation at the peak of the 9th realm of the Divine Sea. One could only imagine how extraordinarily powerful such talent and strength must be to have ascended to the Grand Master ranking at under 30 years old and below the 9th realm of the Divine Sea. Li Jing, no need for such formalities. Oyan Yun waved his hand gently and asked with a smile, I saw you conversing with the saintess just now. Was there something on your mind? Senior brother Oyan, I was simply telling the saintess about recent events in Fengshou. Li Jing explained. Oh. Oyan Yun raised his eyebrows and said, the saintess hails from Fengshou, does she not? What is her background? This. Li Jing hesitated. She knew some of the saintess's background. However, revealing her secrets behind her back seemed rather improper. He, Li Jing, I am merely asking casually. Should the saintess ever require assistance, I, Oyan Yun, would be honored to help. Oyan Yun said with a smile. His countenance was warm and genial, like a spring breeze. It's all right, senior brother Oyan. This is hardly a secret. Li Jing shook her head and continued. The saintess originates from a place called Qingguang sect in Fengshou. That sect has a Grand Master ranked number 1000 on the Grand Master ranking. However, some time ago, this Grand Master repelled a half-saint. Repelled a half-saint? Oyan Yun was visibly surprised upon hearing this. Such strength was truly uncommon. Even within the ancient sacred land, Grand Masters capable of wielding the power of a half-saint would not exceed a handful. Of course, one had to consider which half-saint they referred to. Half-saints from Gushou possessed tremendously powerful strength, whereas those from smaller realms like Fengshou were undoubtedly far weaker. Does the saintess have any relatives in Qingguang sect? Do you know? Oyan Yun asked. I'm not entirely sure, but... Li Jing shook her head, then glanced around and spoke in a hushed tone. Senior brother Oyan, before the saintess arrived at the ancient sacred land, it seems she was hooked by a man. Therefore, she harbors a strong aversion toward men. If you wish to pursue the saintess, you must first help her overcome this emotional barrier. Oh! Upon hearing this, Oyan Yun's eyes flashed sharply. Do you know the specifics of this emotional block? I don't know. The scientist has never mentioned it. Li Jing shook her head and continued. Through our interactions over this period, I've noticed that the scientist harbors a powerful resistance and rejection toward men. This must be connected to some men, though the precise circumstances remain unclear to me. Excellent. Li Jing, thank you. Ouyang Yun smiled and nodded. Then, he turned his palm over and produced a fruit the size of a chicken egg, its entire body jade green and emitting an alluring fragrance. Li Jing, this is a spirit jade fruit, which has the effect of cleansing and purifying meridians, modestly enhancing one's innate talent. Ouyang Yun extended the spirit fruit toward Li Jing. This. Thank you, senior brother Ouyang. Li Jing was overjoyed and hastily accepted the spirit fruit. The spirit jade fruit was a top-grade earth-level spirit fruit, extremely rare and considered among the scarce treasures of heaven and earth. It could enhance a martial artist's talent, albeit by a small margin, yet it represented a fundamental improvement. Such spirit fruits were difficult to come by and could only be found by sheer fortune. Li Jing had not expected senior brother Ouyang to be so generous. You may go now. We shall chat again when you have free time. Ouyang Yun waved his hand. Li Jing took her leave and departed. Ouyang Yun stood where he was, his fingers stroking his chin as he pondered deeply. Thinking of the scientist, as ethereal as a fairy from a painting, and of her breathtakingly beautiful face, he found his emotions hard to restrain. As the saying went, knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. To win the scientist's heart, he needed to understand everything about her in order to fathom her innermost thoughts. Perhaps he ought to visit that remote Feng Shou sometime in the near future. Qingguang sect. Back mountain. Lin Xiao lay on a wooden plank bed, legs crossed, exuding an indescribable sense of ease and comfort. Qingguang sect was relatively safer now. Neither the Chongfeng Empire nor the Heavenly Fire Temple dared to provoke them lightly. Unless they could defeat Lin Xiao. Wonderful, senior brother has broken through again. Rolling isn't bad either. She's reached the 5th realm of meridian opening. The Grand Elder is somewhat lackluster in his cultivation. Soon the Second Elder will surpass him. With a sweep of his divine sense, Lin Xiao took in the entire situation of Qingguang sect at a glance. Seeing the sect thriving in full bloom, Lin Xiao felt deeply satisfied within his heart. It had been 20 days since the Emperor Lord's assault, and the entire Qingguang sect had undergone earth-shattering changes. The number of people had increased by 4,000, many new buildings had been constructed, and everyone's cultivation base was advancing at a rapid pace. I wonder when Master Mo will have any news. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. At his current cultivation level, progress was difficult to achieve. He was simply waiting for word from Master Mo. However, he could not leave Qingguang sect lightly. He planned to wait until Huijiu reached the strength of a half-saint before departing, leaving Huijiu to guard the sect. Huijiu had already been recontained within the creation space by him, where its growth was remarkably swift. Condensing the Saint Peel. 9 rich Saint Peel. The Great Tao Saintly Qi. Lin Xiao took out his martial cultivation manual and studied it carefully. He had obtained this at the Marquis Jian's mansion. He did not know where the mansion had acquired this cultivation manual. It was likely inherited from some ancient master. According to the records in the manual, there were 2 steps to breaking through to become a saint. The first step was to condense the Saint Peel. The Saint Peel came in many varieties, the ridgeless Saint Peel, the 1 rich Saint Peel, the 2 rich Saint Peel, continuing all the way to the 9 rich Saint Peel. The ridge referred to Dao patterns. The more ridges, the stronger the condensed Saint Peel. And according to the manual, beyond the 9 rich Saint Peel, there existed the emerald glazed Saint Peel. However, the manual provided little further detail on the emerald glazed Saint Peel. It was merely a legend. For since the end of the ancient era, over 100,000 years ago, no one had ever condensed such a peel. Not to mention the emerald glazed Saint Peel even across the southern domain, it seemed no one had ever condensed a 9 rich Saint Peel. After completing the first step of condensing the Saint Peel, one would proceed to the second step. The Saint Peel would generate the Qi of the Great Tao, which needed to be used to refine a saint body. Only after completing this step could one truly be considered a saint. But Lin Xiao had followed the manual's instructions to condense the Saint Peel, and 20 days had passed with absolutely no reaction. His cultivation had long since reached the peak of the 9th realm of the Divine Sea. The Truyang within his dantian had been continuously compressed and refined until it became a viscous liquid. Yet there was absolutely no sign of peel formation. Could it be that without opening the saint flower and true saint peel, a martial artist can never condense a saint peel? Lin Xiao murmured to himself. He felt that the cultivation manual's explanation was far too rough. There must be other methods that had not been recorded. However, he knew nothing about it. In fact, perhaps few even in Fengshu knew. His knowledge of cultivation was far too lacking. Never mind. I'll continue refining my body for now. When my physical form becomes stronger, I'll be able to shatter a saint with a single punch. Whether I achieve sainthood or not makes little difference. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Then, Lin Xiao left the rear mountain and arrived at the scripture pavilion. He browsed through body tempering techniques. It must be said that the number of martial arts manuals in the scripture pavilion now was twice as much as a few months ago. Even Earth-grade superior martial arts numbered 3. Lin Xiao selected for a while and finally chose 2 Earth-grade medium body tempering techniques. One was the Qin body tempering art, and the other was the Arhat golden body. Lin Xiao, these 2 body tempering techniques are extremely difficult to cultivate, and without the cultivation of the spiritual transformation realm, it is absolutely impossible to achieve success. The elder guarding the scripture pavilion reminded Lin Xiao. This elder had taken over from Elder Mao and was temporarily in charge of the scripture pavilion. Not long ago, he was at the first level of the spiritual transformation realm, but now he was already at the peak of the second level. It's fine, I'll study them and return them in a few days. Lin Xiao shook his head with a smile. After registering, he left directly. Ah! The elder did not stop him. After all, he was the sect leader's junior fellow apprentice. However, this junior fellow apprentice was considered useless. Lin Xiao walked along the mountain path, with many disciples coming and going. Hey! Lu Song, where are you going? Lin Xiao saw inner disciple Lu Song leading someone, hurrying down the mountain, and couldn't help asking. Greetings, little uncle. Lu Song slightly cupped his fists and explained, the Emperor Lord hung himself on the mountain gate for 20 days, and today he finally died. The sect leader ordered me to bury him. Though Lu Song secretly looked down on this little uncle before him, he dared not show disrespect in public, lest he incur trouble from Zhang ruling like senior brother Feng Yuan had. Oh! Lin Xiao nodded, marveling inwardly. This Emperor Lord was truly tenacious. Even with his cultivation crippled, he still managed to hold on for 20 days. Junior brother Chu Xing, this is little uncle. Why haven't you paid your respects? At this moment, Lu Song looked behind him at a dignified-looking disciple around 27 or 28. Greetings, little uncle. Chu Xing hastily bowed. Eh? Lin Xiao looked at Chu Xing, somewhat astonished. He had seen this man in the palace of the Chu kingdom, sitting below the Chu emperor. Moreover, wasn't Chu Xing the name of the new Chu emperor? Gosh! How did this guy sneak into Qinguang sect, and even wearing inner disciple robes? Little uncle, you don't know yet. The Chu court has been dissolved. Lu Song saw Lin Xiao's confusion and explained, from now on, all territories of Chu will be ruled by the Qinguang sect, and the city lords of each city will be appointed by the Qinguang sect. So that's it. Lin Xiao was surprised. He couldn't help but look at Chu Xing with new respect. This guy could take it and let it go. Could he be here to endure hardship for future revenge? Little uncle, we'll take our leave. Lu Song cupped his hands and quickly left with Chu Xing. Lin Xiao gave a bitter smile and then returned to his wooden cabin in the rear mountain. Soon after, he entered the creation space to cultivate the new body tempering techniques. Over the next 10 odd days, Lin Xiao trained continuously. The Qin body tempering art and the Arhat golden body were soon cultivated to perfection. However, because he had practiced too many body tempering techniques, and the great leap between them was not significant, the effects diminished drastically. The completion of these 2 techniques only slightly improved Lin Xiao's physical defense. Perhaps it increased by about 30%. However, his physical strength increased by a little over 1,000,000 jin. His total strength was roughly 3.5 million jin. Boom! 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 Inside the creation space, Lin Xiao was sparring with the Fire Flood Dragon, the 2 locked in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand. The Fire Flood Dragon had grown to nearly 40 zhong in length, enormous. Each strike carried overwhelming force. Of course, Lin Xiao did not use his true essence. He fought entirely with his physical body. Every blow landed solidly, extremely explosive. Boom! His fist, radiant with golden light, collided fiercely with the Fire Flood Dragon's sharp claws. Both man and Flood Dragon retreated simultaneously. Ha ha, little fire, your strength has greatly improved. You're probably infinitely close to half-saint. Lin Xiao laughed heartily. After the battle with the Chongfeng Empire, the fire-flood dragon had devoured many grandmasters and trained in the creation space for over a month. The improvement in strength was truly remarkable. Roar! The fire-flood dragon roared, extremely excited. Not bad, not bad. You can take my place and guard the Qingguang sect. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. He could not place all his expectations on Uncle Master Mao. After all, the latter's cultivation was not high. Therefore, he had to go out himself to learn more about achieving sainthood. After a moment, Lin Xiao left the creation space and walked out of the wooden cabin. He swapped his divine sense to check the situation at Qingguang sect. Yi Chudia was cleaning fallen leaves on his Taishan peak. Zhang Ruoling and Liang Long were both in cultivation. Zhang Yunli and some elders were discussing matters in the main hall. The topic was to appoint Peng Yu, who had reached the spiritual transformation realm, as the peak master of Qianhai Peak. Qianhai Peak was a peak outside the main peak, not far from Taishan Peak. Seeing that all was well at Qingguang sect, Lin Xiao flickered and appeared in the nearby forest. Then, he released the fire-flood dragon. Little fire, guard the Qingguang sect well. If any enemy dares to intrude, just eat them. Lin Xiao instructed. Roar, roar. The fire-flood dragon growled softly. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, shot into the sky, and disappeared into the clouds. He flew swiftly, heading toward the territory ruled by the Tianhua Hall. Last time, the Hall Master of Tianhua Hall had attacked him together with the Emperor Lord. He had not forgotten that grudge. This time, he would bite off a piece of flesh from Tianhua Hall. After a night of flight, the next morning, Lin Xiao arrived above the Tianhua Hall. What a good place! He saw the continuous mountain ranges below, surging with blazing fire-type energy. This Tianhua Hall truly occupied a splendid location. Hum! Standing atop the clouds, Lin Xiao released a powerful aura. Instantly, a red figure flew up from within the Tianhua Hall. It was the Hall Master, Wu Lai. Gu Xian. From afar, Wu Lai saw Lin Xiao and immediately stopped. Hall Master Wu, you attacked me so fiercely last time that you tore my clothes. Lin Xiao said with a cold laugh. You! Wu Lai's face darkened. The other party was clearly humiliating him after all that attack. Only a bit of clothing was torn. Gu Xian, our Tianhua Hall has a half-saint ancestor. Do you still intend to attack our hall? Wu Lai asked with a dark expression. Let your ancestor come out. I'll have a taste of his skills. Lin Xiao said casually. Arrogant! Wu Lai shouted sternly. However, he also knew that Lin Xiao's strength was too great. No one except the ancestor could deal with him. What? Unwilling to let your ancestor come out? Lin Xiao's face darkened, and he glanced at the mountain gate of Tianhua Hall below, saying, Your Tianhua Hall has a sect protecting formation, right? How about I try a few punches to see if I can break it? Gu Xian, you are too arrogant. Do you really think Tianhua Hall is afraid of you? Wu Lai bellowed. At this moment, another person flew out from the Tianhua Hall below. This was a short old man with dark skin and fiery red hair. Young friend wishes to test me. This old man Chao Dong naturally won't refuse to teach you. The old man said with a smile. Oh! Lin Xiao sized him up. Clearly, this was the half-saint of Tianhua Hall. How about we make a bet? Lin Xiao said. What bet? Half-saint Chao Dong asked in surprise. If I win, you give me 1 Earth-grade Supreme Martial Art and 10 Earth-grade Superior Martial Arts. Also, the sect protecting formation of your Tianhua Hall must be transferred to the Qingguang sect of course. You can also set up a new formation for the Qingguang sect. Furthermore, I want to dig up the spirit vein beneath the Tianhua Hall. Lin Xiao stated his demand slowly. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, half-saint Chao Dong and Hall Master Wu Lai were completely dumbfounded. The two stood petrified, like wooden chickens. After Wu Lai and Chao Dong, the half-saint, recovered from their shock, rage ignited within them. The fury in their hearts burst forth like an explosion. Gu Xian, you are truly insufferable. Wu Lai roared. Relocating the sect protecting formation, digging away the spirit vein, and handing over martial techniques, this was absolute nonsense. What difference did this make from destroying the Tianhua Palace? Gu Xian, do you think that because you can oppose Feng Yang, you can also oppress our Tianhua Palace? Chao Dong shouted coldly, his fury evident. This old man has lived for over 200 years and has never encountered someone so greedy insatiable. Well, today you have. Lin Xiao shrugged, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Wulai aided the Chaofeng Empire in attacking our Qingguang sect. Your Tianhua Palace must pay the price for this, don't you think? Price? Let me show you what price. Wulai was utterly incensed. With a furious roar, he threw a punch directly at Lin Xiao. Suddenly, the massive fist imprint, as large as a house, blazed with raging flames and emitted terrifying waves of heat. Blazing fire destruction claw. Seeing Wulai strike, Chao Dong immediately acted as well. He stretched out his great hand, true essence erupting as it transformed into enormous flaming claws, reaching toward Lin Xiao. Come at me. Lin Xiao was not alarmed but delighted. Brilliant golden light erupted from his body, its radiance so intense it resembled a small sun. The Vajra body cultivation technique naturally caused Lin Xiao's body to emanate dazzling golden light. This cultivation of two body refinement martial techniques, the Arhat golden body, made his entire body's golden radiance even more resplendent. Boom! Boom! Lin Xiao struck with both fists simultaneously, instantly shattering Wulai's fist force and Chao Dong's claw strikes. Deploying the meteor footwork, Lin Xiao moved like lightning, charging toward Wulai. Terror gripped Wulai's heart. He dared not face Lin Xiao in direct combat only because Chao Dong was present did he dare to strike. Seeing Lin Xiao charging toward him, he hastily retreated and evaded. However, Lin Xiao's speed far exceeded Wulai's. Within just a few steps, he closed the distance to Wulai. Get lost! Wulai frantically threw a punch. Chao Dong also rushed to rescue, launching another claw strike from a distance to force Lin Xiao to defend. But Lin Xiao paid no heed to Chao Dong's attack, his speed undiminished. A fist hurled forth. The powerful force instantly shattered Wulai's flaming fist imprint, the fist energy striking directly into Wulai's chest. Boom! Wulai's protective true essence exploded, bones and tendons shattered. Blood sprayed violently from Wulai's mouth as the entire man tumbled downward like a severed kite, plummeting into the Tianhua Palace below. Palace Master! Within the Tianhua Palace, countless disciples and elders had long noticed the situation above the firmament. Now, seeing their palace master struck and falling, they were all horrified. At this moment, Lin Xiao was also hit by Chao Dong's claw strike, his form merely staggering 2 steps utterly unharmed. Consider yourself fortunate. Lin Xiao glanced at Wulai plummeting downward. The other had merely been struck by his fist energy. If struck by the fist at close range, combining true essence with physical strength, it would not be a severe wound, it would be one punch and he would be obliterated. Despicable! Chao Dong's rage blazed. His entire body's true essence churned and burned fiercely, completely transforming him into a fire person. He withdrew a jet black treasure claw from his Qiankun pouch, donned it on his hand, then attacked madly. Boom! 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 In an instant, claw shadows filled the sky, flames scorched the heavens, sweeping across toward Lin Xiao in an overwhelming onslaught. Lin Xiao showed not a trace of fear, nor did he draw his blade. He fought Chao Dong using only his 2 fists. One force shatters 10,000 methods. Whatever attack you have, one fist shatters it. In a short while, Chao Dong had attacked hundreds of moves, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Looking carefully, Lin Xiao appeared completely fine, breathing steadily, under not the slightest pressure. You! Chao Dong's expression turned grim. This was unwinnable. This fellow was simply an indestructible cockroach. Even if he stood still, attacking for a day, he could not break through the defense. You've tired yourself out too, I see. Let me try now. Lin Xiao coldly smiled, then like a savage beast, he charged toward Chao Dong. Chao Dong's heart lurched, but he did not retreat, immediately continuing his assault. Boom boom boom. Lin Xiao advanced continuously, shattering Chao Dong's attacks one after another, like a road roller crushing everything in its path. Constantly closing in on Chao Dong. Finally, Chao Dong could not hold back any longer and retreated, continuously retreating. He knew Lin Xiao's physical body was extremely powerful. Once that man got close, he probably could not withstand it. And so, Chao Dong retreated continuously, dodged ceaselessly, not daring to let Lin Xiao get close. Lin Xiao pursued Chao Dong relentlessly, chasing him down. Pursuing to above the cloud layers, chasing into distant barren mountains, then pursuing all the way to the Tianhua Palace's mountain gate. In the end, Chao Dong ceased attacking altogether. He was simply running, constantly circling. Everyone in the entire Tianhua Palace who witnessed this scene wore expressions of utter astonishment. Was this their family's half-saint ancestor? The almost invincible existence of Feng Province, actually being chased like a stray dog, wet from nose to tail. Are you going to fight or not? Lin Xiao stopped, his face icy cold as he asked. Although your physical body is extremely powerful, after all, you are merely at the peak of the 9th stage of the Sea of Spirits. I am a half-saint, you cannot catch me. Qiao Dong shouted. Lin Xiao's ranged attacks could not harm him. As long as he prevented Lin Xiao from striking at close range, he would remain invincible. I cannot catch you, but I can catch them. Lin Xiao pointed downward at the Tianhua Palace. Your sect has a protective formation. Qiao Dong coldly smiled, completely unthreatened. Very well, let me test the power of your protective formation. Lin Xiao nodded, then tentatively threw a punch downward. Raging Sea Berserker Fist. The powerful fist energy, like rolling waves, layer upon layer, crashed down toward the Tianhua Palace below. When the fist energy struck 200 dong above the Tianhua Palace, suddenly, a crimson semi-transparent barrier appeared, blocking the fist energy. Rumble! The fist energy struck against the formation's light barrier, exploding apart. Yet the barrier merely vibrated gently a few times before calming. Seeing this, Qiao Dong wore a cold smile. Their Tianhua Palace's sect protecting formation was difficult for even half-saints to breach. Even if a true saint came, they could resist for a moment or two. He certainly did not believe Lin Xiao's battle prowess could reach the level of a saint. Not bad. Lin Xiao, seeing this, nodded slightly. Then his body slowly descended, landing at the edge of the formation's light barrier. Then, with a thought, he withdrew a jet black long blade from his Qianqun pouch. Lin Xiao gripped the blade and swung with tremendous force, the physical body's strength and true essence's power all erupting together. Boom! One slash struck the formation's light barrier, causing the barrier to shake violently. Qiao Dong's expression slightly changed. Boom boom boom. Next, Lin Xiao slashed continuously. The red refining 13 blades combined with physical strength each strike heavy with momentum, sufficient to cleave a small mountain peak. Rumble! The formation's light barrier shook continuously, growing more and more violent. After Lin Xiao had slashed fully several hundred times, some tiny cracks began appearing on the formation's light barrier. It was evident that if Lin Xiao continued his relentless assault, this sect protecting formation would not hold out much longer. Below, the wounded Wu Lai and the various experts of the Tianhua Palace all changed countenance dramatically. Stop! Qiao Dong also completely changed color, hastily flying over. With a grim expression, he said, Your conditions, we can discuss. He was afraid. If this protective formation were shattered by Lin Xiao, and that man slaughtered his way into the Tianhua Palace, truly no one could stop him. The conditions remain as before, Lin Xiao said in a grave tone. Absolutely not. The fire spiritual vein beneath our Tianhua hole cannot be uprooted, or Tianhua hole will be crippled. Qiao Dong resolutely shook his head and continued, as for the sect protecting formation, it is also anchored to this fire spiritual vein and cannot be relocated. We can only construct a new formation for your Qingguang sect and offer you certain martial arts manuals as compensation. That won't do. I still want the spiritual vein. Lin Xiao shook his head. A spiritual vein was the most valuable asset, as it would augment the spiritual energy of Qingguang sect and accelerate the cultivation speed of everyone within. Tianhua Hole possesses only one spiritual vein, and absolutely none of it will be given to you. Qiao Dong remained adamant, firmly refusing. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao adopted a contemplative expression. He reasoned that he could not push too hard, otherwise, Qiao Dong might plot some underhanded schemes against Qingguang sect. As long as Tianhua Hole remained here, it could always be used as leverage in the future. Then I shall take an additional 100,000 spirit stones. Lin Xiao relented slightly. Agreed, Qiao Dong replied without hesitation. This caught Lin Xiao slightly off guard. So readily. He had felt that demanding 100,000 spirit stones was already an audacious ask, yet he realized he had actually asked for too little. The previous sword Marquis Mansion and White Stone Shop had possessed pitifully meager reserves, and the spirit stones he had obtained from slaying those ancestor-level experts had been scarce as well. Thus, he had subconsciously assumed that 100,000 spirit stones would be a heavy burden for Tianhua Hole. He had underestimated them. But since the words had already left his mouth, it was imprudent to renege. Lin Xiao could only nod and say, then let it be settled thus. Hand over the spirit stones and martial arts manuals first, and we shall negotiate the deployment of the sect protecting formation for Qingguang sect afterward. Please, follow me, esteemed guest. Qiao Dong produced a jade talisman, dissolved the protective formation, and alighted outside a palace within Tianhua Hole. Witnessing this, Lin Xiao flashed forward and landed beside Qiao Dong, instantly concealing the golden radiance around him. Chao Dong then escorted Lin Xiao into the main hall and departed to prepare the spirit stones and martial arts texts. After a brief interval, Chao Dong returned with a supreme-grade martial art, 10 high-grade martial arts, and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiao inspected them and noted that all the manuals were merely copied editions. Among them, the supreme-grade martial art was the Blazing Flame Void Scorch Claw, the very technique Chao Dong had employed. The 10 high-grade manuals covered a comprehensive array of cultivation methods, combat techniques, and movement arts. Esteemed guest, regarding the sect protecting formation, Tianhua Hall only records 2 such arrays. The fire tribute formations currently in use are unsuitable for Qingguang sect. However, there is another known as the Radiant Brilliance formation, which we can construct for your sect. Chao Dong said helplessly. Circumstances were beyond his control. He was forced to bow his head now in exchange for the security of Tianhua Hall. Very well, let us proceed to Qingguang sect now, Lin Xiao nodded. Not so hastily, Chao Dong waved his hand and explained, since Qingguang sect lacks a spiritual vein, the formation's power source must rely entirely on spirit stones. The 100,000 low-grade spirit stones I just gave you will suffice precisely. Lin Xiao was rendered speechless upon hearing this. He had briefly imagined himself growing rich, only to have the funds siphoned back by a single formation. It seemed he still needed to seek out a spiritual vein. After all, spirit stones were consumables. Deployed in a grand formation, they could not withstand prolonged assaults before the spiritual energy was utterly depleted. Where in Fengshou are there other spiritual veins? Lin Xiao asked. Chao Dong shook his head and replied, Fengshou is barren, possessing no surplus spiritual veins. Currently, there are merely 3 across the entire region, each held by one of the 3 major factions. If you wish to acquire a vein, you would be better off exploring other continents. Elder, how many years has it been since you attained half-immortal status? Lin Xiao shifted the topic and asked with a smile. Chao Dong paused, casting a glance at him. The sudden politeness clearly caught him off guard. This old man attained half-immortal status 60 years ago, Chao Dong sighed. Why have you not yet progressed to full immortalhood? Lin Xiao asked, genuinely puzzled. Hearing this, Chao Dong regarded Lin Xiao as though he were mad. What manner of question was that? As if he lacked the desire to ascend. Nevertheless, knowing he could not afford to offend Lin Xiao at present, he merely sighed and said, ascending to true sanctity is no trivial feat. Without a genuine saint peel, the endeavor is akin to climbing to the heavens. Elder, is the genuine saint peel an absolute requirement for sanctification? Lin Xiao clasped his fists in respect and continued, I am quite ignorant of the matter and would greatly appreciate your guidance. Chao Dong's expression darkened, and he fixed Lin Xiao with an oddly perplexed gaze. Lin Xiao himself felt a twinge of awkwardness. They had just finished a fierce confrontation where he had squeezed considerable benefits from the other party, only to immediately pivot and request mentorship. Elder, today we have proven that conflict often breeds mutual respect. Henceforth, Qingguang sect and Tianhua Hall may stand as intertwined branches and steadfast allies. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Chao Dong nodded slightly. Although anger still simmered within him, he had since cooled down. He was willing to maintain a peaceful relationship with Lin Xiao as well. This youth was a freak. Youthful yet possessing a physique that defied heaven itself, his future prospects were boundless. It was best not to incur his enmity if avoidable. Moreover, the knowledge concerning sanctification was not a closely guarded secret. It could be acquired elsewhere. Sharing it would merely serve as a favor to grant. After a moment's reflection, Chao Dong spoke. The most crucial aspect of ascending to sanctity lies in comprehending artistic conception, specifically martial intent. Only upon grasping such an intent can one condense a martial saint core. Lin Xiao's heart trembled. Artistic conception. This was precisely the missing piece not recorded in the martial path manual. As expected, it had been far too incomplete. Lin Xiao refrained from interrupting, listening quietly as Chao Dong elaborated. The elder recounted everything regarding promotion to half-immortal status, the path to true sanctification, related knowledge, and all pertinent precautions. Where doubts remained, Lin Xiao posed further inquiries. After half an hour of discussion, a detailed understanding of the path to sanctification finally crystallized within his mind. Elder, according to your words, a patternless saint core is considered half-faulty. Comprehending a single artistic conception yields a one-pattern saint core, while 2 conceptions produce a 2-pattern core, and so forth. What, then, of the jade-glazed saint core? Lin Xiao inquired. The jade-glazed saint core is also known as the perfect saint core or the flawless saint core. Existing only within legends, Qiao Dong shook his head and chuckled. No one has ever successfully forged such a core. It may not even exist at all. Given your innate talent, even without awakening a saint blossom or possessing a genuine saint peel, you still harbor a tremendous prospect of achieving sanctification. The difficulty will merely be somewhat greater. With these two treasured items, your success would be virtually assured, and the quality of your saint core would be substantially elevated. Lin Xiao nodded. I understand. Immediately afterward, he asked, Elder, what grade of saint core do you possess? Through their earlier exchange, Lin Xiao had grasped that a half-immortal is one who has condensed a saint core but has yet to forge a saint physique. Qiao Dong's mouth twitched involuntarily upon hearing this before. He helplessly replied, a patternless saint core. I see, Lin Xiao nodded wordlessly. Indeed, it was quite underwhelming. At least earn one pattern, yet he possessed none. Sensing Lin Xiao's expression, Qiao Dong promptly clarified, I am not alone. All three half-immortals of Fengshou possess patternless saint cores. None holds an advantage over the other. Understood, Lin Xiao replied noncommittally. It wasn't just him. Everyone here was equally lacking. He then conversed with Qiao Dong for a short while longer, and having no further questions, took his leave. Meanwhile, Qiao Dong also agreed. 5 days later, after Wu Lai had fully recovered his injuries, he was dispatched to Qingguang sect to deploy the sect protecting formation. Only then did Lin Xiao return to Qingguang sect, thoroughly satisfied. Upon reaching the Supreme Elder Peak, he immediately entered seclusion to contemplate martial artistic conception. Such conception was essentially an advanced iteration of momentum. Lin Zhao's blade momentum had long since reached great perfection. His blade intent was exceedingly complex, as it incorporated the swift winged blade style, the heavenly dome 6 harmonies blade art, and the crimson forge 13 blades. Within Lin Zhao's blade intent resided 3 elemental components, wind, force, and fire. Each of these elements served as a seed for a distinct martial artistic conception. Consequently, Lin Xiao resolved to first comprehend the artistic conceptions of wind, strength, and fire. He entered the space of creation. Continuously unleashing his blade momentum, he delved into the essence of the wind coursing through it, savoring its profound mysteries. Deep within the space of creation, his comprehension flowed endlessly. There, his natural aptitude was amplified beyond measure. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. That day, Wu Lai arrived at Qingguang sect accompanied by 2 vice pillar masters from Tianhua Hall. By now, Wu Lai had long shed his former arrogance. He meekly descended before the sect gates, announced his name, and awaited notification. Upon seeing the pillar master of Tianhua Hall arrive in person, the disciples guarding the entrance were startled and swiftly rushed into the mountain to deliver the news. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yumi led a contingent of elders down the mountain personally to welcome him. I wonder what business brings Honorable Pillar Master Wu to our humble sect? Zhang Yumi asked, clasping his fists in greeting. In the past, he had been but an inconsequential nobody, never even granted the opportunity to stand before a dignitary like Wu Lai. Yet at this moment, Zhang Yumi radiated unshakable confidence, facing Wu Lai without a trace of fear. By the orders of the venerable ancestor, I have come to construct the sect protecting formation for Qingguang sect. Wu Lai bowed respectfully to Zhang Yumi. Though he secretly held the elder's low cultivation in utter contempt, Wu Lai dared not show any disrespect, treating him with polite courtesy. It could not be helped. On Qingguang sect's turf, he genuinely feared Lin Xiao might pulverize him with a single punch. The injuries from that blow several days prior had not even fully healed. Though furious inwardly, what choice did he have if the venerable ancestor himself had bowed? Constructing the sect protecting formation, Zhang Yumi and the assembled Qingguang elders were all taken aback by these words. Such a fortunate occurrence. You are unaware of this? Wu Lai expressed surprise and explained, several days ago, representatives from Gushuan Sword sect visited our Tianhua Hall. We conversed exceedingly well, and Tianhua Hall is willing to form an alliance with your Qingguang sect. We have also agreed to deploy the sect protecting formation for you. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Their supreme elder had actually forged an alliance with Tianhua Hall. And not only that, he had secured a protective formation. Ha ha, Honorable Pillar Master Wu, please, do come in. Zhang Yumi laughed boisterously and hastily invited Wu Lai and his companions into Qingguang sect. This was a momentous boon. A truly great fortune. Whether through the Tianhua Hall alliance or the newly acquired protective formation, Qinguang sect's overall strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Zhang Yunli led Wu Lai and his party into Qinguang sect. Wu Lai observed carefully along the way. Last time he had come to Qinguang sect, he hadn't even glanced at it, his attention entirely fixed on Gushuang blade sect. Now, however, he could not help but study his surroundings. How could such a weak, insignificant sect have produced someone like Guxian of the blade sect? Along the path, Wu Lai noticed that the disciples on the main peak were not particularly numerous. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered that most disciples had gathered at the foot of another mountain peak. At the foot of that mountain peak, there were many disciples gathered on all sides. Some sat cross-legged in meditation, others sparred with one another, and still others practiced martial techniques. After completing their cultivation or sparring, all disciples would bow reverently toward that mountain peak, their expressions filled with devotion. That very mountain peak was where Guxian of the blade sect had appeared last time. However, Wu Lai felt somewhat puzzled. What was Guxian of the blade sect doing? All these disciples behaved as if possessed, their faces bearing expressions of admiration, worship, and piety. Though Guxian of the blade sect had saved Qinguang sect and repelled the external enemy, surely these disciples wouldn't go to such extremes. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Wu Lai's mind. I understand. Wu Lai's heart trembled. He finally comprehended why Guxian of the blade sect, despite his youth, possessed such tremendous power. Legend had it that among the cultivation methods of the world, there existed a peculiar path, one that gathered faith power to strengthen oneself. However, this cultivation route almost invariably developed into a demonic and heterodox path. For instance, legend held that over 10,000 years ago, a sect called the Blood God cult had emerged in the southern domain. It began by gathering faith, but eventually turned to slaughtering all living beings, sweeping across the entire southern domain. In the end, it was annihilated through the joint efforts of numerous holy lands. Would Qinguang sect too eventually descend toward becoming a demonic sect? As Wu Lai pondered this, Zhang Yunli and the others had already escorted him into the sect's main hall. Wu sect master, since this is the arrangement made by our supreme elder, would you like to meet the supreme elder? Zhang Yunli asked. That won't be necessary. Wu Lai hastily declined. He simply wanted to complete his business and leave as soon as possible. If Guxian were to appear, he might cause all sorts of trouble again. The man might punch him twice for simply displeasing him. Oh, how shall we arrange this? Do you need our assistance? The Grand Elder inquired. That won't be necessary. This master will survey Qinguang sect's terrain, then proceed with the arrangement. The 100,000 spirit stones required are all prepared. Wu Lai waved his hand dismissively. The 100,000 spirit stones they had compensated Guxian of the blade sect last time the other party had left them at Tianhua Hall before departing, specifically for the purpose of arranging the sect's protective formation. Additionally, those martial arts manuals were stored together with the spirit stones, and this time they had come specifically to present them to Qinguang sect. Then, we are truly indebted to you. Zhang Yunli clasped his hands in a formal bow. Zhang sect master, these martial arts manuals represent the sincerity of Tianhua Hall. Please accept them. Wu Lai retrieved 11 martial arts manuals, and with a wave of his hand, his true essence carried the manuals floating before Zhang Yunli. Zhang Yunli and all the elders exchanged bewildered glances. First the protective sect formation, now martial arts manuals were the truly forming an alliance. It felt more like they were groveling. This was no different from those minor factions that had come to fawn over Qinguang sect. Earth-grade supreme martial technique. Zhang Yunli flipped open one of the manuals, and upon seeing its contents, was greatly astonished. He could not help but rise to his feet. Earth-grade supreme martial technique. All the elders were stunned, their eyes wide as they gazed at the manual in Zhang Yunli's hands. What kind of arrangement had the Supreme Elder reached with Tianhua Hall, such that they would gift an Earth-grade Supreme Martial Technique? 1 Earth-grade Supreme Martial Technique, 10 Earth-grade Superior Martial Techniques. Zhang Yunli briefly examined all the manuals, his heart surging with excitement. Hall Master Wu, isn't this too precious and valuable? Zhang Yunli looked at Wu Lai, asking somewhat nervously. The foundation assets of a major power had simply been given away like this. Zhang Yunli felt as though he were dreaming. It's nothing much. Tianhua is willing to coexist peacefully with Qinguang sect. Wu Lai's expression remained calm, but in his heart, he was writhing in pain. He certainly could not reveal that these had been extorted from Tianhua by Gu Xian of the Blade sect. Zhang sect master, this master shall now proceed to survey the terrain and arrange the formation. Wu Lai stated. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Zhang Yunyi, he led the two deputy hall masters to survey Qinguang sect's terrain. It took a full 2 days before the protective sect formation was fully arranged. Once activated, the formation protected all 8 peaks of Qinguang sect. From this point forward, Qinguang sect could be considered to have escaped the realm of unranked sects and become a powerful sect with a protective formation. The bright light array possessed considerable might and could withstand attacks from a half-saint without breaking. Of course, since only 100,000 spirit stones were used, if a half-saint were to attack, the spirit stones would likely be depleted within half an hour or so. However, the bright light array could also be reinforced with true essence, which somewhat compensated for the insufficient spirit stones. With the protective sect formation, everyone at Qinguang sect was immensely encouraged. This represented a form of foundational strength. At the very least, when the Supreme Elder and his flawed dragon spiritual beast were absent, Qinguang sect now had a means to resist external enemies. In the days that followed, Qinguang sect's development continued to advance by leaps and bounds. Its power expanded ceaselessly, resources grew increasingly abundant, and it continuously squeezed the sphere of influence of the Chongfeng Empire. The disciples, executive elders, and elders of Qinguang sect all made rapid progress in their cultivation. People broke through to the transformation spirit realm one after another, becoming martial arts experts. 2 months later, Zhang Yunyi's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the transformation spirit realm, and because he had cultivated higher-grade martial techniques, his combat strength had surged. On this day, a handsome and extraordinary young man with a sharp gaze and sword-like eyebrows arrived at the borders of the Chu kingdom. Clad in white robes, his demeanor was exceptional, seated gracefully upon the back of a golden eagle. Is this the Chu kingdom? The white-robed young man gazed at the vast, desolate land below and murmured to himself. The Feng continent was impoverished. This Chu kingdom was the poorest among the poor, its spiritual energy extremely scant. He was Ouyang Yun, a prodigy of the ancient the Holy Land. Since the saintess hails from Qinguang sect, I shall first visit Qinguang sect. The white-robed young man thought to himself. Upon entering the Feng continent, he had already inquired about the approximate location of Qinguang sect. Shortly after, Ouyang Yun rode the golden eagle, soaring through the air, and soon arrived at Qinguang sect. What a miserable sect! Ouyang Yun looked down at Qinguang sect, which occupied merely a few small mountain peaks with its meager spiritual energy, and couldn't help but shake his head in contempt. However, since this was the birthplace of the saintess, he would maintain a certain degree of respect on the surface. Immediately, Ouyang Yun descended gracefully from the heights and landed before the mountain gate of Qinguang sect. At the mountain gate, several gate-guarding disciples, upon seeing a handsome young man in white robes descend from the heavens, were all startled. One disciple stepped forward and asked respectfully, "May I inquire what brings this young master to our Qinguang sect?" "I am Ouyang Yun, a personal disciple of the palace master of the Shengqiang Palace, one of the 12 saintly palaces of the ancient the Holy Land. I have come specially to seek an audience with the sect master of Qinguang sect," Ouyang Yun stated calmly. The ancient the Holy Land's Shengqiang Palace. The gate-guarding disciple stared blankly. But he had heard of Holy Lands, so he dared not neglect this matter and immediately went to pass the message. Upon receiving word from his disciple that someone from the Holy Land sought an audience, Zhang Yunyi was at a loss for words. The Qinguang sect had no conceivable connection to the Holy Land, so why would someone from such a place request to see him? Baffled, Zhang Yunyi accompanied the Grand Elder to the mountain gate. Upon seeing Ouyang Yun, he first studied the man carefully. He asked uncertainly, "I am Zhang Yunyi, sect master of Qinguang sect. Are you truly from the Holy Land?" Without divine sense, he could neither discern the visitor's cultivation level nor perceive his true depth. "I am Ouyang Yun, a personal disciple of the palace master of Shengqiang Palace, but the Holy Land," Ouyang Yun replied, hands clasped behind his back, his voice grave. As he spoke, he sensed Zhang Yunyi's cultivation and barely managed to suppress a laugh. He could scarcely believe his senses. The sect master of Qinguang sect was merely at the 6th stage of the coin realm. How could someone so weak become a sect master? A backwater is truly a backwater. Unfathomable. "I see," Zhang Yunyi nodded. Though he could not ascertain the man's true identity, he decided to observe what Ouyang intended. He then cupped his hands in a formal bow, saying, "Please, honored guest, come in." With that, Zhang Yunli led Ouyang into the Qinguang sect. Truly insufferable to witness. Along the way, Ouyang observed the disciples of Qinguang sect. Their cultivation was woefully inadequate. Many were merely at the Ningqi realm. In his good Holy Land, apart from newly admitted disciples, even outer sect disciples universally possessed cultivation from the first to third stage of the Huayin realm. The two forces were simply not comparable by any measure. Soon, Zhang Yunli ushered Ouyang into the sect's grand hall, where host and guest took their respective seats. "Young Master Ouyang, might I inquire what brings you to our humble Qinguang sect?" Zhang Yunli asked with a smile. During the journey, he too had been secretly observing the visitor. He noticed that though Ouyang appeared affable, there was an unmistakable arrogance lurking in his eyes. He was certainly no ordinary person. "Sect Master Zhang, I have come this time primarily on behalf of the scientists of our good Holy Land." Ouyang inclined his head slightly, stating his purpose directly. He maintained proper courtesy, for he did not yet know what status or position the scientists held within Qinguang sect, and thus offered due respect. "The scientists of good Holy Land!" Zhang Yunli exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively exchanging glances with the Grand Elder. They had indeed heard of good Holy Land, reputed to be the most powerful Holy Land across the southern domain. Its lineage spanned over 100,000 years, passed down from ancient times to the present. However, they had only heard rumors. They could not understand what connection the scientists of good Holy Land could possibly have with their Qinguang sect. Does Sect Master Zhang truly not know? Ouyang frowned upon seeing the bewilderment on Zhang Yunli and the Grand Elder's faces. Zhang Yunli shook his head, genuinely puzzled. "The scientist of our good Holy Land is named Hu Miurang, and she hails from your Qinguang sect. There should be no mistake about this," Ouyang stated with a furrowed brow. Hu Miurang. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Yunli leaped to his feet with a start and asked in disbelief, "Are you saying the scientist of good Holy Land is called Hu Miurang?" The Grand Elder too wore an expression of profound astonishment. He knew Hu Miurang, a woman who could not cultivate, who had stayed at Qinguang sect for a time. How had she become the scientist of good Holy Land? Indeed, Ouyang nodded emphatically. He could now see clearly that Qinguang sect had no knowledge of the scientist's affairs, and that she had likely received no special treatment during her time here. Zhang Yunli was deeply shaken. He slowly sat back down, his heart a complex mixture of emotions. He could not tell if what Ouyang said was true or false. This revelation was simply too staggering. Ouyang studied Zhang Yunli's expression, then asked in a grave tone, "I wish to know everything about the scientist's time at Qinguang sect, and who are her parents and relatives." "This Hu Miurang is actually not from our Qinguang sect." Zhang Yunli shook his head and continued, "She is from the Star Sword sect. Her father is the sect master of Star Sword sect. Not from Qinguang sect." Upon hearing this, Ouyang's brow creased slightly. "Indeed, she was betrothed to our Qinguang sect and merely resided here for a few days." Zhang Yunli exclaimed. "What?" Ouyang's expression immediately chilled. An overwhelming pressure instantly swept through the entire hall. Cold, domineering, and merciless. Zhang Yunli and the Grand Elder felt their bodies shudder, as though a palace had been pressed upon them, making even breathing a struggle. "What do you think you are doing?" Zhang Yunli spoke, his face darkening. "Who was the scientist betrothed to? Bring that person to me." Ouyang's cold command was devoid of his earlier courtesy. He simply could not accept that the noble, pure, incomparably talented scientist had been betrothed to some insignificant wretch within Qinguang sect. She had stayed here for several days. Could the scientist's chastity have been compromised? The thought sent a murderous intent surging through Ouyang's heart. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Ouyang, Zhang Yunli and the Grand Elder felt a chill run through their entire bodies. This man's cultivation was terrifying a true Grand Master, and not an ordinary one at that. "Miserable wretch!" The Grand Elder spoke coldly. "Our Qinguang sect has the peak Grand Elder presiding over it, with strength comparable to a half-saint. Do not behave so recklessly within our sect." "An ant!" Ouyang swung his hand in a slap. A palm imprint of pure true essence instantly struck the Grand Elder's face. As for their ancient Guxian Blade sect, he held it in utter contempt. They were merely ranked 1000 on the Grand Master rankings, ranking even lower than his own. Though it was said that Guxian Blade sect had once repelled a half-saint, that was likely nothing more than exaggerated hearsay. Even if it were true, A half-saint from Wind Continent was nothing more than a peasant. Crash! The Grand Elder was sent flying several jump away, blood spurted from his mouth, and the chair beneath him was shattered to pieces. You! The Grand Elder was both shocked and furious. How dare you injure someone within our Qinguang sect? You are too arrogant. Zhang Yunyi rose to his feet, his face livid with rage. Arrogant? Ouyang Yun smiled nonchalantly. To be honest, if not for the saintess, not one of you ants would even qualify to speak with me. My visit to Qinguang sect is already the greatest fortune for your sect. Clatter! Upon hearing the commotion in the hall, numerous elders and disciples rushed into the grand hall. Seeing the injured Grand Elder, they were all shocked, instantly surrounding Ouyang Yun. Yet Ouyang Yun's expression remained unchanged. He had not even the slightest interest in even glancing at these disciples and elders. Tell me, who was the saintess betrothed to? I am taking them with me. Ouyang Yun said coldly. Now he understood why the saintess had been so cold and dismissive toward old man. It must have been because of this man. This man had deeply wounded the saintess's heart. A man not even worthy of being called an ant had dared to humiliate and defile the saintess. He deserved death. Deserved utter destruction. This Qinguang sect should be annihilated to pay the price for their sins. Impossible! Zhang Yunyi roared, the people of Qinguang sect are not to be taken by you so arbitrarily. He shouted deliberately, hoping to alert the Grand Elder Peak and bring the Peak Grand Elder to their rescue. Otherwise, they would stand no chance against this man. At this moment, Zhang Yunyi felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had become one of the most powerful figures in Wind Continent, yet his cultivation was far from adequate. Though his strength was improving by leaps and bounds, day by day, it was still nowhere near sufficient to protect his sect. What good does futile rage do? Ouyang Yun sneered, since you refuse to speak, let me see how strong your backbone truly is. With that, Ouyang Yun formed a claw with his hand and reached through the air toward Zhang Yunyi. As Ouyang Yun made his move, a massive pump of true energy surged forth, shaking the entire assembly. Zhang Yunyi's face drained of color in alarm, and he hastily attempted to evade. But at that precise moment, the roof of the palace shattered instantly. A colossal claw shadow wreathed in demonic power descended from above, striking directly at Ouyang Yun. A flicker of surprise crossed Ouyang Yun's mind as he quickly withdrew his palm strike and punched upward instead. Boom! His fist collided with the claw shadow, detonating on impact as howling wind swept through the entire great hall. Bam bam bam! Some of the elders and disciples surrounding Ouyang Yun, even while swiftly attempting to dodge, were still caught in the gale and grievously wounded on the spot. Roar! A deafening roar shook all directions. Through the gaping hole in the shattered roof, a crimson fire-scaled dragon was visible soaring above the palace, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It's the Supreme Elder's spiritual beast. Seeing the fire dragon, everyone's spirits lifted instantly. Ouyang Yun, even if you hail from a sacred land, you shall not run rampant within my Qinguang sect. Zhang Yunyi shouted furiously while waving his hand, signaling the disciples and elders to swiftly withdraw from the great hall to avoid collateral damage. What an impressive fire dragon! Ouyang Yun's gaze grew sharp and focused. He did not rush to attack, for he could discern this fire dragon's strength was likely comparable to his own. He then turned his gaze toward Zhang Yunyi and sneered, the person you are willing to offend the ancient Gudao sacred land over must indeed be someone very dear to you. Sir, Hu Miurang has departed of her own accord, and Qinguang sect no longer holds any connection to her. The so-called engagement was merely a verbal promise and holds no validity. Zhang Yunyi explained. The figure before him was so young yet possessed such formidable strength that he had already confirmed the other came from a sacred land. Thus, his only wish now was for the other party to voluntarily depart, unwilling to make an enemy of them. Very well, I will investigate everything. Ouyang Yun nodded expressionlessly. He had not anticipated that Qinguang sect possessed such a powerful fire dragon, nor had he accounted for the fact that Guxian sword sect had yet to intervene. Facing one opponent alone might prove difficult, so he prepared to retreat. With that, Ouyang Yun turned and walked out of the great hall. He cast one final glance at the dragon above before soaring into the sky and vanishing into the vast expanse. The dragon's enormous eyes watched the direction from which Ouyang Yun had departed but made no pursuit. Its duty was to guard Qinguang sect, and since this person was already strong yet had left, there was no need to follow. After residing within the creation space for so long, the fire dragon had not only significantly increased in power but also gained considerable intelligence. Roar! After letting out another roar, the fire dragon flew into the mountain forest and disappeared without a trace. Phew! Zhang Yunli breathed a sigh of relief. Ouyang Yun had exerted tremendous pressure upon him, as though facing an immense mountain. Moreover, the arrogance in that person's eyes and that deep-seated contempt made him extremely uncomfortable. It had been acceptable at first, but when the other party discovered that Hu Miurong was not from Qingguang sect, the sudden shift in attitude had come as a complete shock. Elder, how is your injury? Zhang Yunli hurried over to check on the senior elder's condition. It's nothing, just lost 2 teeth. The senior elder shook his head, his swollen cheek causing his words to slip slightly through the gaps. Then, he added, Sect Master, we now have the sect's protective formation. I suggest we keep it active at all times. Should enemies attack, we can repel them beyond our gaze, and any unidentified individuals should not be easily allowed inside the sect grounds. Zhang Yunli nodded. Maintaining the sect formation would not consume excessive spirit stones, nor would it be visibly apparent. It would only manifest its ultimate defensive capabilities when under actual attack. After leaving Qingguang sect, Ouyang Yun soon located Xinjiang sect and met with its sect master, Hu Tong. Young Master Ouyang, do you truly come from the ancient Gudao sacred land? Hu Tong inquired with a look of awe and uncertainty after welcoming Ouyang Yun into the sect. He, uncle, how could this be false? Ouyang Yun smiled gently, then retrieved a token from his garment. The token was entirely golden in hue, engraved with the characters Gudao upon its surface. Upon its reveal, an overwhelming sacred aura immediately emanated from it, with deistic rhythms encircling the entire token. Hu Tong's expression shifted. Although he had never seen a token from the Gudao sacred land, the mighty pressure radiating from this token was certainly nothing that could exist within Fengshou. Suppressing his astonishment, Hu Tong asked confusedly, might I inquire why young Master Ouyang addresses me as uncle? Ouyang Yun smiled and replied, since I share the same sect as your beloved daughter, it is only natural to call you uncle. You mean Miorong? Hu Tong was utterly stunned. He had only one daughter, so beloved daughter could refer to no other than Hu Miorong. Indeed, junior sister Miorong is now the saintess of the Gudao sacred land. Ouyang Yun nodded. The saintess of the Gudao sacred land. Hu Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. His own daughter, pretty to call a beautiful vase or harshly termed useless, how had she become a sacred land saintess? Uncle is unaware, but Saintess Miorong possesses the innate supreme in divine physique. After being discovered by the sacred land's elders, she was taken back and has since awakened her divine physique. Ouyang Yun explained. Divine physique? Hu Tong was dumbfounded, his face a mixture of shock and bewilderment. Indeed. Ouyang Yun nodded slightly and continued, among human martial artists, a very small minority are gifted with extraordinary talents and special physiques. In the ancient era, there existed the ancient heterogeneous physique ranking, which catalogued every special constitution that had appeared throughout the continent's long history. These special physiques include spirit physiques, holy physiques, Dao physiques, and divine physiques, each distinct from the others. The supreme in divine physique ranked within the top 10 even during the brilliant ancient martial era. And in the 100,000 years since the ancient era, no supreme in divine physique has ever appeared across the southern domain. Upon hearing Ouyang Yun's account, Hu Tong's blood boiled with excitement. Ouyang Yun, with a warm smile, continued, now, uncle should understand the extraordinariness of a saintess. Reaching sainthood is merely a question of time, and even becoming a saint king would pose no difficulty. I understand. Hu Tong nodded. His thoughts whirled constantly. If his daughter was so extraordinary, then Xinjiang sect could rise to prominence as well. For this period, Qingguang sect had oppressed Xinjiang sect to the point of suffocation. Although Qingguang sect had never deliberately targeted Xinjiang sect, its overwhelming dominance affected every faction within the region. The vast majority of resources flowed toward Qingguang sect, leaving a minor power like Xinjiang sect barely able to survive. Moreover, disciples left the sect every day. Many of those who departed joined Qingguang sect instead. Uncle, I brought no gift this time, but please accept this spatial bag. Ouyang Yun produced a spatial bag and handed it to Hu Tong. Upon opening it, Hu Tong was internally shocked. Within the bag were tens of thousands of spirit stones and several martial arts manuals. Nephew, is this not far too precious? Hu Tong said anxiously. Though he spoke thus, his hand gripped the spatial bag tightly. Uncle, this contains 40,000 low-grade spirit stones, 1 top-tier earth-grade martial art, and 3 upper-tier earth-grade martial arts. For me, this is nothing, please accept it. Ouyang Yun maintained his gentle smile. Xinjiang sect was so impoverished it could barely survive, 10 times worse than Qingguang sect. His generous gift of resources was indeed timely assistance. Excellent, excellent. I shall not decline them. Hu Tong beamed with joy. By the way, uncle, I heard the saintess was betrothed to someone from Qingguang sect. Might I ask why? Ouyang Yun began to address the core matter. Sigh. Hu Tong sighed and smiled bitterly. At that time, Qingguang sect was at the height of its power. Eager to forge a connection, I betrothed Murong to Lin Xiao of Qingguang sect. Who is this Lin Xiao? What is his talent like? Ouyang Yun continued to inquire. Lin Xiao is the junior martial brother of sect master Zhang Yingmi. He is merely 22 years old with no particular talent, currently at the 2nd level of qi condensation. Hu Tong replied. This. Uncle, you have been foolish. Ouyang Yun's aura wavered momentarily, nearly losing his composure. Such a beautiful and noble saintess, yet he had betrothed her to a qi condensation ant. Ouyang Yun was utterly speechless, unable to suppress his inner cursing. If not for the fact that this man was the saintess's father, he would have slain him with a single strike. How laughable. Absolutely laughable. Matching a supreme in divine physique with utter trash, only Hu Tong could have done such a thing. A person at the 2nd level of qi condensation was like an insignificant bot, unworthy even of serving as Ouyang Yun's servant. I truly was blind. Hu Tong shook his head and sighed. Uncle, the holy maiden appears to have been wounded by a man. It must be this Lin Xiao. Ouyang Yun's gaze shifted toward Qingguang sect, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Nephew, do you intend to kill Lin Xiao? Upon seeing Ouyang Yun's expression, Hu Tong's heart tightened with alarm. Of course. The holy maiden cannot be disgraced. Lin Xiao must die. Ouyang Yun nodded, his fists clenched tight, his entire body trembling slightly. Within his heart lay an overwhelming suppression and boundless fury. The mere thought that a purely beautiful holy maiden might have been sullied by a filthy creature like Lin Xiao ignited an uncontrollable killing intent within him. It was a deep revulsion rising from the very depths of his soul. Nephew, do not act recklessly. Hu Tong hurriedly cautioned. The Grand Elder of Qingguang sect possesses the power of a half-saint, and a powerful spiritual beast guards the sect as well. They will not be easily defeated. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Yun's expression grew contemplative. He was a Grand Master at the peak of the 8th layer of the spiritual sea realm, blessed with a heavenly spiritual physique and hailing from the ancient past sacred land. His treasures, martial arts, and overall foundation far surpassed those of the Wind Continent. His combat prowess could rival even some of the weaker half-saints. However, facing the ancient Xian Dao sect and that fire python, he would certainly not gain the upper hand. Still, he could send word to summon 2 fellow disciples for assistance. Nephew, we must consider this carefully. Hu Tong shook his head and warned, Murong may appear gentle and delicate, but her temperament is extraordinarily stubborn and proud. If Lin Xiao truly wounded her, she will undoubtedly handle this matter herself without allowing others to intervene. Your hasty interference would not be advisable. Is that so? Ouyang Yun fell into thought. He longed to strike personally and execute Lin Xiao, or perhaps bring him back to the ancient past sacred land to face judgment by the Holy Maiden herself. Yet if the Holy Maiden truly wished to resolve this on her own, his actions would only breed resentment. Lin Xiao himself was inconsequential. What mattered was winning the Holy Maiden's heart, and he could not afford even the slightest displeasure from her. Nephew, you should not interfere further in this matter. Since you have come to Xinjiang sect, remain here for some time. Hu Tong waved his hand dismissively. This Ouyang Yun had traveled thousands of miles, displaying such generosity in his gestures it was hardly unclear to him. Clearly, he harbored romantic feelings for his daughter. Far from displeased, Hu Tong was quite pleased. His daughter held exalted status within the sacred land, and having talented disciples like this won currying favor and pursuing her brought numerous advantages. Very well then, uncle. Ouyang Yun hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. In his eyes, Xinjiang sect was truly beneath contempt, and he harbored no desire to stay. Yet residing here would help him draw closer to Hu Tong and gather more information about the Holy Maiden's past. Thus, he consented. Over the following 3 days, Ouyang Yun resided at Xinjiang sect, engaging in idle conversation with Hu Tong each day. Through this, he came to understand nearly everything about Hu Miurong over the past 20 years, gaining a remarkably clear picture of her. 3 days later, Ouyang Yung requested to take his leave. "Nephew, if you have no pressing matters, why not stay a few more days?" Hu Tong asked with visible expectation. Through several days of conversation, he had learned that Ouyang Yung was a Grandmaster at the 8th layer of the spiritual sea realm, also a named presence on the Grandmaster rankings. Mere words of guidance from him had already benefited Hu Tong greatly. "I regret I cannot, uncle. In over half a month, an auction will be held in the spirit continent, and I intend to attend." Ouyang Yung shook his head. "In that case, I shall not detain you further." Hu Tong nodded and added, "Should you encounter Miurong in the future, please remind her to return to Xinjiang Sect soon." "I shall." Ouyang Yung nodded, then his figure shot forward like a streak of flowing light, piercing through the heavens. Ascending into the sky, he summoned his golden eagle spiritual beast and rode it toward the spirit continent. Within the creation space, Lin Xiao sat in meditation with his eyes closed. Around his body, fierce winds howled, flames blazed, and an immense force surged forth intermittently. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Xiao's eyes snapped open, wind and fire seeming to swirl within his gaze. Over 2 months, the wind intent, fire intent, and force intent have all finally reached their initial stages of formation. Lin Xiao exhaled a long breath. This was his longest period of seclusion yet, spanning well over 2 months. Recently, someone had clashed at the sect's main hall, and the divine sense he had left outside the creation space had sensed it. However, sensing that the person was merely a Grandmaster at the 8th layer of the spiritual sea realm, he chose not to emerge, instead sending little fire to handle the matter. "I could even directly attempt to break through to the half-saint realm now." Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement. He could sense that his chances of success in breaking through were quite high. However, he had no interest in a 3-stripe sacred peel. At the very least, he needed a 9-stripe sacred peel. Therefore, he intended to comprehend 9 martial intents and then condense a 9-stripe sacred peel. Just then, Lin Xiao's expression shifted. He had detected movement from the divine sense imprint he had left within Elder Mao's consciousness. This meant Elder Mao was notifying him through the imprint. It seems Elder Mao has news regarding the sacred flower of opening or the true saint peel. Lin Xiao rose to his feet. These 2 items were absolutely indispensable, as they would greatly enhance his chances of condensing a 9-stripe sacred peel. With a thought, Lin Xiao departed the creation space, his divine sense sweeping across Qingguang Sect. These 2 girls are actually sparring. Lin Xiao was surprised to discover Zhang Ruoling and Liang Long engaged in combat within a valley. They practiced the same sword technique, both at the 8th layer of the spiritual vein realm, and the fight was evenly matched. Many disciples and deacons gathered around, shouting encouragement. With a faint smile, Lin Xiao vanished in a flash, departing Qingguang Sect. He did not bring the fire python. This departure would likely be of considerable length, and the fire python needed to remain to guard the sect. Lin Xiao's speed was extraordinarily fast, streaking across the heavens like a meteor as he raced toward Elder Mao's location. Flying non-stop, he crossed 5 continents over 14 days before finally arriving at his destination. Lingzhou, Tailing City. He met with Elder Mao at an inn. "Elder Mao, it has been 2 or 3 months since we last met. I trust you are well?" Inside the room, Lin Xiao observed Elder Mao closely. At this moment, Elder Mao's cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd layer of the spirit transformation realm, and he appeared somewhat younger than before. "I am doing well, Lin Xiao." Elder Mao nodded with a smile. "I have not failed your expectations. I have obtained information on both the sacred flower of opening and the true saint peel." "And?" Lin Xiao asked. "In 3 days, the Han clan, a saint family of Tailing City, will hold their triennial auction. This auction features many precious treasures, including the sacred flower of opening and the true saint peel." Elder Mao stated. "Oh." Lin Xiao's eyes brightened, but a touch of helplessness soon followed. Auctions naturally attracted many formidable experts and powerful figures, with the highest bidder prevailing. His storage bag did not contain sufficient spirit stones for such an occasion. Should he resort to robbery? He should have extracted more resources from Tianhua Hou and Chongfeng Empire before coming. Where exactly will the auction be held? Lin Xiao continued to inquire about details. After gathering all the information, he began to consider how to acquire the necessary funds. After learning everything, Lin Xiao gave Elder Mao a small amount of spirit stones and money, along with a bottle of fine pills, and sent him back to Fengshu first. Then, Lin Xiao stayed in the inn, pondering ways to obtain money. Among low-level martial artists, gold and silver circulated. Among grandmasters and above, spirit stones were the currency. Currently, Lin Xiao had about 20,000 spirit stones, which were from the collection of the Dijun, but this was far from enough. According to Elder Mao, the Kaisheng flower cost about 900,000 low-grade spirit stones, while the Zhensheng peel required at least 2 million low-grade spirit stones. After a long deliberation, Lin Xiao finally came up with a method to obtain money. Since the Han family was going to hold an auction, he could also use treasures to have them auctioned. Then, as long as he could auction for enough spirit stones, he could bid on the Kaisheng flower and the Zhensheng peel. As for what to auction, Lin Xiao did not have any particularly valuable treasures on him. However, he could auction the purple mist from the 000x base. That purple mist could not only accelerate cultivation and improve cultivation base, but also clear the mind and greatly enhance comprehension. It was definitely a rare item, although Lin Xiao did not know exactly what the purple mist was. Acting on his thought, he went into the 000x base, extracted a small wisp of purple mist, and compressed it with his true essence. Perhaps it would be more suitable to place it within a peel. Lin Xiao's mind moved, and he took out an ordinary qi-gathering peel, then compressed the mist into the peel. Sure enough, the mist slowly seeped into the qi-gathering peel. As the mist permeated, the peel's color gradually changed, and its aura quickly transformed. Soon, the entire wisp of purple mist was infused into the qi-gathering peel. The peel turned purple, emitting a vast and mysterious aura. Lin Xiao extracted another wisp of mist and continued to infuse it into the qi-gathering peel. After the second wisp of purple mist was fully infused, the peel had become a dark purple throughout. The aura it emitted was extremely mysterious. Just one sniff made one's cultivation base within seem to stir restlessly. Not bad. Lin Xiao was secretly astonished, never expecting the purple mist to have such an effect. He observed for a moment. The mist did not escape, locked within the peel by its medicinal efficacy. A peel like this would tempt any grandmaster. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Then, he continued to repeat the process, producing a total of 10 identical peels. He placed them in a small jade bottle and then left the inn. Tailin City was extremely prosperous, with large shops and taverns everywhere. Martial arts masters and beautiful women flowed through the city in an endless stream. Lin Xiao easily found the sage family home, which was located in the center of Tailin City. Its mansion was even larger than the Chu Kingdom's imperial palace, magnificent beyond compare. Lin Xiao went straight to the front of the Han family mansion, which was built as huge as a city gate. "Young master, may I ask what business you have?" The guard asked politely. With keen eyesight, he could tell at a glance that Lin Xiao was not a low-level martial artist but at least a grandmaster. "I heard that the Han family will hold an auction in 3 days. I have a treasure here that needs to be auctioned," Lin Xiao said in a deep voice. "Young master, please follow me." The guard led Lin Xiao into the Han residence and brought him to a side hall to wait. Soon, a middle-aged man in brocade robes arrived at the side hall. "I am Han Song of the Han family. May I ask what item the young master wishes to auction?" The man had tea served and inquired. He did not ask Lin Xiao's name or background, because auctioning treasures sometimes involved secrets. Generally, they would not inquire about the seller's identity. "This item." Lin Xiao took out the medicine bottle and casually flicked it, sending the bottle flying into Han Song. Han Song picked up the bottle and poured out a pill. "Eh?" Upon seeing the pill, Han Song's expression instantly turned serious, his face growing solemn. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level of the Shanghai realm, a grandmaster, so his eyesight was naturally sharp. Within this pill, there was a mysterious power. Just one sniff caused a slight tremor in the true essence within his dantian. "What kind of pill is this?" Han Song asked in confusion. He was well-traveled and knowledgeable. He knew almost all pills below the heaven grade. Even the heaven grade pills used by sages, he was familiar with many. However, he had never seen this pill before. "I am not sure what this pill is either. I obtained it by chance, but I believe you can see its extraordinary nature," Lin Xiao said. "Indeed, this pill is truly extraordinary, perhaps worth as much as a heaven grade pill." Han Song nodded slightly. He couldn't help but carefully examine Lin Xiao. The other party did not deliberately conceal his cultivation. Even without using his divine sense, he could tell that Lin Xiao was a grandmaster. A grandmaster so young must come from a major power, perhaps even a holy land. There are 10 such pills in total. What price do you think they can fetch at auction? Lin Xiao asked. Han Song pondered for a moment and said, for 10 pills, the price might be no less than 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, which is 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Of course, it depends on the actual auction situation. Having said that, Han Song poured out all 10 pills, carefully examined them, and confirmed they were genuine. Lin Xiao was shocked inwardly. 10 million low-grade spirit stones. This was truly unexpected. Damn! Was it that valuable? In that case, I'll leave them to the Han family for auction. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged. Alright. According to the rules, if the auction proceeds are less than 5 million low-grade spirit stones, the Han family takes a 10% commission. If more than 5 million, only 5%. Agreed. This is the auction receipt, entry jade token, and I will reserve a private room for the young master. After a moment, everything was settled. Lin Xiao did not rush to leave and tentatively asked, I heard that this Han family auction has the kaisheng flower and the zhenshen pill. May I ask how many there are? Lin Xiao was worried that he might not be able to bid successfully, so he wanted to know in advance. Han Song heard this, pondered for a moment, and said, the items the young master is auctioning are very precious and command a huge price. You are a valued guest of our Han family. If you need the kaisheng flower and the zhenshen pill, we can sell them to you in advance. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. This auction has 4 kaisheng flowers and 3 zhenshen pills. We will sell 1 kaisheng flower and 1 zhenshen pill to you in advance. Han Song said solemnly. Thank you. Lin Xiao immediately cupped his hands in thanks. After a moment, Lin Xiao left the Han residence. The kaisheng flower and the zhenshen pill were already in hand, costing a total of 2.8 million low-grade spirit stones, which would be deducted from the auction proceeds. Lin Xiao returned to the inn and waited for the auction 3 days later. 3 days passed in a flash. In the early morning, Lin Xiao left the inn and arrived at the auction venue. The venue was inside a very large merchant guild, spacious enough to hold over 1,000 people. When Lin Xiao arrived, the auction hall was already crowded with people. This was a high-end auction, only martial artists with cultivation at grandmaster level or above, and some special guests, were allowed to enter. Lin Xiao entered the venue and, under the guidance of a maid, went to his private room. Inside the room, the floor was covered with luxurious carpets, and the tables and chairs were adorned with fine animal hides, decorated quite opulently. After waiting for about half an hour, the auction began. The auctioneer was an old man with graying hair, and the first item for auction was actually one of Lin Xiao's pills. So they are auctioned separately. Lin Xiao was a bit surprised, but this indeed maximized profit. Here is a miraculous pill. It contains extremely powerful and mysterious energy, even imbued with some dull rhyme. The starting bid is 500,000 low-grade spirit stones, and each bid must increase by at least 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. As the auctioneer announced, countless eyes focused, and various divine senses probed. 53万, 58万, 65万. All present were martial arts masters, and they could naturally see the pill's extraordinary nature, immediately starting to bid. In another private room, Ouyang Yun merely glanced at it and then drank his wine in a listless manner. Across from him sat a young man in splendid brocade robes, with a face as white as jade and an extraordinary demeanor. Brother Ouyang, this pill is not bad. Aren't you going to bid? Yu Fang asked with a smile. Not interested. Ouyang Yun shook his head lightly. His good Holy Land had abundant resources, and he lacked no pills. He had come today mainly for a special item useful to him. Brother Ouyang, still troubled by the matter of your good Holy Land's saints? Yu Fang asked. Yes, whenever I think that the saints might no longer be intact, defiled by someone who is less than a worm, I wish to massacre the Qingguang sect. Ouyang Yun sighed and continued, but I cannot act, for fear of the saints' wrath. With your cultivation, you can easily tell whether the saints is intact when you return. You, my friend, are mainly troubled by the pent-up resentment in your heart that cannot be vented. Yu Fang shook his head with a wry smile, then after a moment's thought, said, How about this, Brother Ouyang? After the auction ends, I'll take you to vent your resentment. Ouyang Yun nodded slightly and did not ask further, as he knew the other well. At this moment, the auction of the first pill had ended. The final transaction price was actually as high as 1.15 million low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiao was secretly delighted. This thing was so valuable. However, the first one was scarce. The next 9 pills would probably not fetch such a high price. The auction proceeded continuously, with various treasures dazzling Lin Xiao. His pills were also auctioned off one after another. Finally, after a full 2 hours, the auction ended. Then Lin Xiao waited for the settlement. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao left the auction venue with the auction proceeds, 7 million low-grade spirit stones. He strolled around Tailin City casually. After buying some resources suitable for long rolling and Lianglong, he left Tailin City and returned to Fengshou. Along the way, Lin Xiao felt refreshed. This trip had been too smooth. He raced along. However, before he had even left the Lin Xiao region, he suddenly sensed that Elder Mao was contacting him. The soul imprint he had left in Elder Mao's sea of consciousness was being frantically triggered by Elder Mao, as if calling for help. What's going on? Lin Xiao was puzzled. He sensed Elder Mao's location, which was several thousand li ahead, and immediately accelerated to rush over. Cloud Mountain Town. This was a place within the Lin continent, an utterly ordinary small town. The entire town boasted fewer than 4,000 inhabitants, yet its verdant waters and lush mountains rendered its scenery most delightful. However, on this day, the entire Cloud Mountain town was filled with terrified screams. Boom! A palm imprint of true essence descended from the high heavens, instantly shattering a house and crushing the several people within into paste. Whoosh! 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 People within the town constantly attempted to flee, but before they could escape the town's boundaries, they were torn apart by sword chi descending from the heavens. Screams echoed unceasingly. Blood flowed throughout every corner of the town. Above the town, 2 enormous birds circled, casting a massive shadow. They were a golden eagle and a white giant bird. Oh young brother, how do you like this little entertainment of mine? Yu Fang stood upon the white giant bird, sword chi scattering as he slaughtered over a dozen fleeing townsfolk, then asked Ouyang Yun with a smile. It was a man and woman leading 2 children. He swept his palm backward, instantly reducing all 4 to a mist of blood. Ha 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 ha! Yu Fang, witnessing this, burst into laughter, saying, "These people are like pigs and cattle. Their lives are worthless. Killing them casually has no impact whatsoever. Perfect for you to vent your emotions." Having spoken, Yu Fang brandished his sword once more, shattering several houses. The people inside immediately fled desperately. But what awaited them was razor-sharp sword chi. Puff puff puff. One after another, the townsfolk were constantly being cut down. My lord, spare our lives. My lord, we have never offended you. Please spare us. Spare me. Don't kill me. Some of the townsfolk knelt on the ground, desperately kowtowing, weeping copiously. But it was all in vain. Palm imprints descended, turning everything to dust. Oh! Suddenly, Yu Fang's eyes lit up. He spotted a young maiden hiding in the corner of a house he had shattered. This maiden was at the flowering age of her youth, with pleasing features. Ouyang brother, look at that woman. Yu Fang pointed her out to Ouyang Yun. Ouyang Yun turned to look, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected such a backwater town to have a woman of decent appearance. Hee, Ouyang brother, just pretend she's a saint of your ancient the Holy Land. Go ahead. Yu Fang said with a lecherous grin. Little brother understands. Yu Fang immediately nodded. They were both from Holy Lands. Ouyang Yun was a disciple of the Saint Heavenly Palace Master of ancient the Holy Land, while he, Yu Fang, was the son of a saint from Golden Radiance Holy Land of Lin Continent. They were all renowned geniuses with prestigious reputations. Naturally, they would not allow today's events to spread, affecting their reputation. Therefore, everyone in the town must die. Ouyang Yun nodded, his figure flickering as he descended into the town. Then, he dragged that young maiden into a house. Immediately, terrified screams came from within the house. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Ouyang Yun emerged from the house, thoroughly bored. His body shot into the sky, returning to the back of the golden eagle. That fast? Yu Fang was somewhat stunned. Because it involved such matters, he had not used his divine sense to inspect, nor had he sensed the situation inside the house. Too weak. Barely at the second stage of chi condensation. She died in no time. Ouyang's face was full of frustration. Hee, that's only to be expected. Their lives are too cheap. Yufeng dryly laughed. Kill them all. No more playing around. Ouyang said coolly. Having spoken, he waved his large hand, and countless palm shadows came crashing down. Boom boom boom. Dozens of houses instantly perished, dust filled the air, and large numbers of people died screaming. Run! Run quickly! Staying is waiting to die. Run! This time, the townsfolk completely broke apart, all desperately fleeing in all directions. These two beasts. Could it be that this old man must die here today? I wonder if Lin Xiao can make it in time. Elder Ma hid within a house, forcefully suppressing his aura. But he knew he couldn't hide for long. The two above were both masters, whose divine sense could easily locate him. At this moment, Elder Mao's heart was shattered. He was returning to Winged Continent, passing through this town, intending to rest for a night, never expecting to encounter such a thing. Lin Xiao was a master at the 9th stage of Divine Sea Realm. If he could come in time, he could see him. But he couldn't wait any longer. Hearing outside that everyone in the town was scattering and fleeing. Elder Mao gritted his teeth. Staying meant certain death, but running offered a chance. Whoosh! Elder Mao rushed out, charging toward the forest behind the town. He blended into the chaotic crowd, not running particularly fast. Because if he ran too fast, the two people above would notice him instantly, and he would be targeted first. Thus, he appeared just like an ordinary townsman, seemingly fleeing in panic. Above in the high skies, Ouyang and Yufeng continuously struck, cruelly killing the townsfolk scattering in all directions. Every time they struck, they inevitably took several, or even dozens, of lives. Boom! Ouyang slapped a dozen townsfolk into paste, sighing, Yufeng, I must say, this entertainment you thought of truly lifts one's spirits. Ha ha, Ouyang brother, these small towns are as common as cattle everywhere, whether in Lin Continent or Gu Continent. You can try more often in the future, enjoying this thrill of slaughter. Yufeng laughed heartily, then added, of course, if you worry about causing a bad reputation, you can go to those remote and weak continents. We'll discuss it later. Ouyang nodded, continuously striking with palms, blasting apart large crowds. In an instant, they had already killed over 3,000 people. The entire town had been reduced to ruins, not a single survivor. Only several hundred people in the distance remained, fleeing toward the forest. Those people trying to escape into the forest, how naive. Yufeng coldly smiled, immediately signaling his spirit beast to pursue. Ouyang also urged the golden eagle to give chase. Nearly in the blink of an eye. No more holding back. Elder Mao dared not hide any longer. He fiercely gritted his teeth, true essence surging. His foot stamped down, true essence exploding. The entire person shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Oh! There's actually a pig at the transformation spirit realm. Yufeng wore a surprised expression. When Ouyang saw this, his face instantly chilled. If this person escaped, his reputation would be ruined. He raised his hand, ready to crush Elder Mao to death. Ouyang brother, wait. Let me have some more fun with this person. Yufeng spoke to stop him, then urged his spirit beast to pursue. The spirit beast's shadow descended over Elder Mao's head, terrifying him to the core. Haha, let's see where you think you can run to. Yufeng laughed loudly, not in a hurry to strike. His speed was several times faster than his quarry's, so he had nothing to fear about escape. You wretched whelp. Elder Mao's rage flared. He struck back with a fist toward the sky. However, his fist force was far from sufficient to harm Yufeng, not even able to wound his spirit beast. Before his fist force could even approach the spirit beast's body, it was dispersed by the demonic power pervading around the beast. Old thing, you actually dare resist. Yufeng's expression turned cold. He was about to end Elder Mao with a single sword strike. At that moment, a rumbling sound of tearing air came from the distance. That was the sound of air exploding due to extreme speed. Yufeng turned his head. In the distant heavens, a streak of light arrived swift as lightning. Lin Xiao had come. He immediately saw that Elder Mao was being pursued. Die! Lin Xiao let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, he struck with his blade. One slash hacked forward. Whoosh! In that instant, a terrifying blade chi, like a rainbow spanning the heavens, furiously slashed toward Yufeng. Seeing the incoming saber aura, Yufeng's heart jolted. But sensing that the opponent's aura was merely at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, he calmed himself in an instant and swung his weapon to block. In an instant, a colossal sword shadow swept across the sky. Boom! The sword shadow collided with the saber aura, producing a violent explosion. The sword shadow was torn apart by the saber aura, and the formidable saber energy instantly closed in on Yufeng. Yufeng was greatly alarmed and instantly retreated more than 100 dong away. Squelch! The mighty saber aura struck the white flying spirit beast, sending a spray of blood through the air. Chirp! The spirit bird let out a mournful cry and was instantly cleaved in two. You bastard! Yufeng's eyes blazed as if they would split apart. His spirit beast was not particularly powerful, only equivalent to a martial artist at the 6th level of the spirit sea realm, but it had followed him for 10 years. And now, it had been slain right in front of him. Whoosh! In a flicker of movement, Lin Xiao appeared before Elder Ma. Martial uncle, are you alright? Lin Xiao asked. I'm fine. You arrived just in time. Elder Ma was full of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Why were they hunting you? Lin Xiao asked with a frown. Those two beasts revel in slaughter. They wiped out thousands of people in this town, and I got caught in the aftermath. Elder Ma said grimly. Lin Xiao nodded silently. He glanced at Yufeng, then at Ouyang Yun in the distance. By now, Ouyang Yun had already turned hundreds of the town's residents into meat paste within 2 or 3 moves. His cold, sinister gaze turned toward Lin Xiao, and their eyes met like two needles clashing. Why did the two of you annihilate this town? Lin Xiao asked, his face utterly cold. Do you know who you are facing? Ouyang Yun said coldly, sizing up Lin Xiao merely at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit sea realm, not a half-saint. Boy, who are you to dare meddle in our affairs? Yufeng snapped. His cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit sea realm, the same as Ouyang Yun. However, his strength was slightly weaker than Ouyang Yun's. Even so, his combat power was comparable to an ordinary peak 9th level spirit sea realm martial artist. Yet just now, he had been no match for a single blow. This naturally made him regard Lin Xiao with greater caution. I'm your father. Lin Xiao cried out and charged straight at Yufeng. You're courting death. Enraged, Yufeng swung the long sword in his hand. In an instant, countless sword shadows came slashing down at Lin Xiao from all directions. Elder Ma hurriedly retreated. A battle at this level was entirely beyond his ability to join. Kill! Ouyang Yun shouted, and in a flash he charged at Lin Xiao, striking out with a palm in midair. The countless sword shadows and the mighty palm print formed a pincer attack to kill Lin Xiao. Shatter! As the two attacks closed in, Lin Xiao waved the long saber in his hand. The power of his physical body, combined with his true essence, instantly destroyed both attacks. His figure broke through the sweeping force and appeared before Yufeng in an instant. One slash split Mount Hua. So strong. Yufeng's heart jolted in shock. It was too late to dodge, so he immediately raised his sword to block. Boom! The long saber slammed into the sword blade, and terrifying force poured down. Yufeng's arm burst apart, and the long sword was sent flying. His entire body was blasted out like a cannonball, slamming violently into the ground. What? Ouyang Yun was shocked as well. He knew Yufeng's strength well, at least 60% of his own, yet Yufeng had been severely wounded in a single strike. You're next. Lin Xiao turned to Ouyang Yun and swung 3 backhanded saber strikes. 3 razor-sharp saber auras tore through the air and howled across the sky. His body followed close behind the saber auras, charging at Ouyang Yun. Die! Ouyang Yun's face turned livid. True essence seeded throughout his body as he turned his palm into a fist and blasted out a punch. Heavy mountain fist. In an instant, the fist force transformed into a small mountain and smashed savagely toward Lin Xiao. It was a pinnacle earth-grade martial art, the heavy mountain fist. The fist force was massive and heavy, pressing down like a great mountain. Its power was incomparable, and even among pinnacle earth-grade martial arts, it was considered top tier. Ouyang Yun had cultivated this fist art to great mastery. Coupled with his earth spirit body, the fist art's power multiplied dramatically. Rumble! The mountain-like fist force and the saber aura collided, bursting apart again and again, whipping up a fierce gale. Whoosh! Lin Xiao's figure shot through the gale, rapidly closing in on Ouyang Yun. Ouyang Yun was startled. Yellow light flickered on his hands, and an ancient gauntlet appeared. Radiant light condensed as he once again executed the heavy mountain fist. An even stronger fist force blasted toward Lin Xiao. However, when the mountain-like fist force reached Lin Xiao, it was shattered by a single slash, utterly unable to threaten him. How is that possible? Ouyang-Yang's expression changed drastically. Although he was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm, he was, after all, ranked in the 900s on the Grandmaster ranking, yet he could not even wound this man. Could this man also be a Grandmaster ranking expert? While these thoughts raced through his mind, Ouyang-Yun retreated hastily, not daring to clash head-on with Lin Xiao's blade. But Lin Xiao was incredibly fast. With his meteor step flashing back and forth, he appeared before Ouyang-Yun in an instant and slashed at him. Get out of here! Ouyang-Yun roared, raising his fist to strike back. Boom! With a violent explosion, the long saber and the fist slammed into each other, and the void itself trembled. Then Ouyang-Yun was seen spewing blood from his mouth, his entire body like a falling meteor, crashing straight into the ruins of the small town behind. Whoosh! Just as Lin Xiao was about to step forward to finish off Ouyang-Yun, Yu Feng, on the other side, suddenly shot up from the huge pit in the ground and fled at top speed. Stay behind! Unwilling to let a single one escape, Lin Xiao turned and went after Yu Feng. Yu Feng had never been as fast as Lin Xiao, and on top of that, he was gravely wounded. One arm burst apart, and his internal organs were damaged. Thus, within a few breaths, Lin Xiao caught up to him. You can't kill me. I'm from the Jinyo Holy Land, and my father is a saint. Yu Feng shouted in terror. Die! Lin Xiao paid him no heed and slashed with his saber. Boom! The saber aura struck Yu Feng's body and was about to cleave it apart. But suddenly, a brilliant light burst from Yu Feng's body. The light transformed into a golden phantom, taking the form of a middle-aged man with a fair face and no beard. Who dares to slay my son? The middle-aged phantom let out a roar, and a saint's aura covered the sky and earth. Father! Yu Feng was overjoyed. Long ago, his father had left a safeguard in his body, intended to save his life at a critical moment. But it had never been used before. Just now, when Lin Xiao had wounded him, his father's safeguard had not appeared, and he had thought it had long since vanished. Unexpectedly, at this life or death moment, it had finally emerged. A saint has descended. Lin Xiao's heart jolted. He had never met a saint, nor did he know just how strong a saint was. Still, he took a closer look. This was merely a soul phantom, probably some kind of safeguard left behind with divine sense. It wasn't a real saint. There was nothing to fear. The saint phantom's gaze fell upon Lin Xiao, and he demanded with a face full of majesty, Who are you? Do you know that he is this saint's son? Even if he were your father, he would still die today. Lin Xiao sneered and slashed out viciously with his saber, as all his power erupted. Facing a saint, even if it was merely a phantom of his divine soul, Lin Xiao dared not be careless in the slightest. His entire body blazed with golden light, his power vast and savage, while wind and fire attributes swirled around him, augmenting his physical strength to an astonishing degree. This was the artistic conception, the nascent martial intent. The mere initial formation of the intent of strength had bolstered Lin Xiao's power by no less than 1,000,000 jin. Let alone the intent of wind and the intent of fire. Lin Xiao delivered a fierce slash toward the saint's phantom and the figure of Yu Feng enshrouded within it. His power erupted without reservation, completely unleashed. How dare you! Roared Jinyo Sword Saint. The phantom of Jinyo Sword Saint struck in fury. He brought his two fingers together, using them as a sword, and thrust forward. In an instant, a dazzling sword gleam illuminated the sky, and a terrifying sword intent surged forth like a torrent. Boom! A violent explosion rang out as the long blade in Lin Xiao's hand clashed fiercely with Jinyo Sword Saint's finger. Rumble! The thunderous noise continued, the air violently quaking. The powerful recoil sent Lin Xiao stumbling back several jumps. The precious great long blade in his hand, a mid-tier treasure, had a notch chipped into its edge. However, the illusory figure of Jinyo Sword Saint exploded directly, dissolving into scattered specks of light. If you dare kill my son, I will hunt you down across the heavens and earth. As the dispersing motes of light were about to vanish completely, the furious roar of Jinyo Sword Saint echoed. It was a severe threat. Though he was defeated, he hoped Lin Xiao would spare Yu Feng. However, before Jinyo Sword Saint could finish his words, he completely dissipated. A mere phantom left by a saint's divine soul is this powerful. Lin Xiao marveled inwardly. With his three artistic conceptions newly formed and his strength greatly increased, he was still knocked back several jumps by a saint's phantom. It seemed he had underestimated saints. No! Don't kill me! At this moment, Yufeng was utterly terrified, his face filled with horror. The means left by his father could contend even with a relatively powerful half-saint, yet it was destroyed in a single blow by this person. Was this man truly a grandmaster at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Divine Sea realm? Grandmasters of such caliber were not unheard of in the southern domain, but they were all long-established veterans, at least ranking within the top 30 of the grandmaster list, each well-known. Now you know fear. Did the townsfolk beg you for mercy? Why didn't you spare them? Lin Xiao said coldly. No. They were ants, swine-like people. Their lives were cheap. I am different. Yufeng explained desperately. Hey! Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh. In my eyes, you are also an ant, a thing like a pig or dog. Your life is worth less than a stink bug. With that, Lin Xiao said no more and slashed down with his blade. No! Amid Yufeng's terrified scream, his body was instantly torn apart by the blade light, showering into a rain of blood. Yufeng, the saint's son, was utterly dead. Whoosh! Lin Xiao reached out with a large hand and snatched the cosmos pouch that had fallen from Yufeng. Then, with a flicker of his figure, he flew toward the place where Ouyang Yun had crashed. He arrived in an instant. Ouyang Yun had crashed into the ruins of the small town earlier and had not emerged. Where is he? Lin Xiao hovered above the town, scanning with his gaze and probing with his divine sense. But he found no trace of Ouyang Yun. The golden eagle, Ouyang Yun's mount, had already fled to a great distance, circling high in the sky. Escaped? Lin Xiao frowned slightly, slowly descending into the ruins to examine carefully. His divine sense could penetrate more than 10 jump into the earth, and he scanned the entire ruins of the town, yet found no trace of the other. Swoosh! Lin Xiao flashed over to Elder Mao, who had been watching from behind a few scattered rocks. Uncle Master, did you see the one I just knocked into the town ruins escape? Lin Xiao asked. No, that fellow crashed into the ruins and never came out. Elder Mao quickly shook his head, surprised. Did he vanish? Lin Xiao nodded, then sighed. Forget it. He might have used some means to escape on the ground. Let's leave quickly. If we attract the attention of a saint, we're done for. With that, Lin Xiao picked up the longsword that Yufeng had dropped nearby. The sword's quality was extremely high, far surpassing his own long blade. It was a top-tier precious treasure. Unfortunately, it was not a long blade that Lin Xiao was accustomed to. He then grabbed Elder Mao's arm and shot into the sky, charging toward the golden eagle spirit beast. Squawk! The golden eagle spirit beast, seeing Lin Xiao rushing toward it, let out a terrified shriek and hastily fled far away. It had not expected Lin Xiao to target it as well. The golden eagle was extremely fast. Ordinary grandmasters at the 9th level of the Divine Sea realm could not catch up. However, Lin Xiao employed the intent of wind, greatly increasing his speed, and caught up to the eagle in less than half an hour. Then, with a single slash, he killed it. After Lin Xiao and Elder Mao left the town, it fell into utter silence, with only stretches of ruins and scattered corpses and blood. After about a quarter of an hour, bam! The ruins suddenly burst open, and a disheveled figure charged out from beneath the debris. His clothes were tattered, his chest covered in blood, and his face deathly pale. A great humiliation. A great humiliation. I, Ouyang Yun, will kill you in this life, whoever you are. Ouyang Yun's face twisted with rage as he roared. He had just suffered severe injuries. His internal organs were shattered to varying degrees by the tremendous force, his wounds grave. Therefore, he did not flee. He knew that if he ran, he would die if he emerged. So he had hidden beneath the ruins, deep within the earth. He was a spirit body, and an innate earth spirit body at that, naturally attuned to the earth and the power of the earth element. Thus, he used the power of earth to conceal himself. Under another's divine sense, he appeared as a lump of dirt. Of course, if his opponent's cultivation were far superior, this concealment could not be maintained. As soon as he finished roaring, Ouyang Yun spat out another mouthful of blood. His body swayed, his face ashen. He was not a saint. Shattered internal organs could be fatal. Fortunately, they were not completely shattered, and he had various high-quality healing medicines. Xiao Jin, take me back to the ancient Path Holy Land. Ouyang Yun looked around and sensed for his golden eagle. But soon, he trembled with rage. He could no longer perceive his golden eagle. This meant that even his spirit beast, the golden eagle, had been killed by that man. How infuriating! Ouyang Yun was beside himself with anger, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. He hastily took out a healing pill, swallowed it, and then quickly departed. About an hour later, outside the town, a violent sound of air bursting echoed from the sky. An overwhelming aura, like that of a primordial beast, arrived in an instant, enveloping the entire town. A tall figure descended abruptly above the town. This was a middle-aged man in a purple gold robe and a green jade crown, pale without a beard, sacred and imposing. He was the saint of Lin Xiao, the saint lord of the Jinyao Holy Land, Jinyao Sword Saint. Jinyao Sword Saint's gaze immediately fell upon the fragmented corpse on the ground. It was Yu Feng's body, broken into several parts, but the head was still intact, eyes wide open in fury, filled with terror and unwillingness. Jinyao Sword Saint's body trembled, his eyes nearly splitting. Fang! He let out a furious roar and, with a flicker, appeared before Yu Feng's corpse. Cradling his son's head and looking into his unwilling and terrified eyes, Jinyao Sword Saint was beside himself with fury. Ah! He roared suddenly, sweeping his hand, and a distant small peak instantly exploded, causing boulders to tumble and the earth to shake. Why? Why? Jinyao Sword Saint, like a madman, kept roaring in accusation. Why was the other so vicious? So cruel? Yu Feng was his only child, born after he became a saint at the age of 50. Now he was barely over 20, still a child. Even if he had done something wrong, it did not deserve death. Why kill him? Whoever you are, wherever you hide, across the heavens and earth, this saint will annihilate your entire clan. Jinyao Sword Saint roared loudly. After a moment, he tremblingly gathered Yu Feng's shattered remains, then shot into the sky like a sword, vanishing in an instant. More than 10 days later, Feng Continent, Lin Xiao, accompanied by Elder Mao, had been flying all the way and finally entered the territory of Feng Continent. Lin Xiao, do you think this old man has a chance to step into the Grandmaster realm in the future? Elder Mao asked with a face full of hope. Soaring through the sky and roaming between heaven and earth, such a feeling was simply magnificent. It left Elder Mao with endless aftertaste. Ha, senior uncle, you will definitely become a Grandmaster in the future. I can guarantee it, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Really? Elder Mao was startled, gazing at Lin Xiao uncertainly. Of course, if you cannot break through to Grandmaster within 1 year, then come find me. I'll take responsibility. Lin Xiao slapped his chest, making the promise. You said that yourself? Elder Mao's face lit up with delight. Lin Xiao smiled and said, not only you, senior uncle, but also senior brother, the Grand Elder, and the others. I plan to have the Qingguang sect produce a large number of Grandmasters within 1 year. At the very least, we shouldn't fall too far behind the 3 great powers of Feng Continent. Is that even possible? Elder Mao's face was filled with disbelief. Producing a large number of Grandmasters within a year. Grandmasters were not cabbages that could be produced at will. Even if resources were increased 10-fold or 100-fold, it would still be impossible to produce a large number of Grandmasters within a year. Take himself for example, he had only just reached the peak of the 2nd stage of spiritual transformation. He was still tens of thousands of miles away from becoming a Grandmaster. All things are possible. Lin Xiao shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. His creation space could not bring everyone inside to cultivate, but the purple mist had an extraordinary effect on martial cultivators. In the future, he would infuse the purple mist into various pills. Then the development of Qingguang sect would not be 1,000 miles a day, but 1,000,000 miles a day. Within the creation space, space was boundless and vast. The purple mist was truly inexhaustible and would never run out. With that, Lin Xiao took out another bottle of pills and handed it to Elder Mao. Senior uncle, take this bottle of pills. When you finish them, you should be able to advance to at least the 7th stage of spiritual transformation. That powerful? Elder Mao was stunned and immediately took the pills. Yes, these are great nutritive pills, top-grade earth-rank elixirs. Even Grandmasters at the 8th or 9th stage of Divine Sea realm would find them very effective. Lin Xiao nodded as he spoke. These great nutritive pills had been auctioned off at the Hong family's auction. However, Lin Xiao had not bid on them. He had obtained them from Yu Feng's storage bag. Within that storage bag, the space was enormous, over 1,000 dong in length, width, and height. There were far too many items inside. When Lin Xiao had examined them earlier, he had been shocked. There were more than 30 bottles of these great nutritive pills, each containing 10 pills. Over 5 million lower-grade spirit stones, and 40,000 middle-grade spirit stones as well. Various martial technique manuals, weapons, soft armor, talismans, and more everything one could imagine. The richness of the collection far exceeded that of the emperor of the Changfeng Empire. Indeed, being the son of a saint, the path of cultivation was far too privileged. The pills you gave me before, I still have plenty left. When I return this time, I should be able to break through to the third stage of spiritual transformation in just a few days. Elder Mao exclaimed once more. Leaning on the shoulders of juniors was truly delightful. Yes, then go back and enter seclusion. Also, don't bother with guarding the library anymore. Tell senior brother that your cultivation has recovered. Lin Xiao said with a smile. The journey passed in silence. Before long, the two of them had returned to Qingguang sect. However, before approaching Qingguang sect, Lin Xiao had set Elder Mao down in advance. He alone returned to the backyard of the main peak, arriving at the small wooden cabin. His divine sense spread outward. Everything at Qingguang sect was peaceful. Moreover, during his round trip spanning a month, many members of Qingguang sect had made significant progress in their cultivation. Zhang Rolling and Liang Lang had actually both broken through to the 9th stage of post-opening realm. Sect Master Zhang Yunmi had already reached the 7th stage of spiritual transformation. Such speed was remarkable. Then, Lin Xiao began to sort through the gains from this trip. If all his spirit stones were converted to lower-grade spirit stones, he had already exceeded 16 million. 12 martial technique manuals, 1 top-grade earth-rank sword technique. The others were middle and upper-grade earth-rank. 16 weapons of various kinds, most of them swords, with only 1 long blade and 1 spear. Lin Xiao took out that long blade. The blade was 4 qi long, entirely silver-white, containing powerful metal-natured sharp qi. Not bad. It should be an upper-grade treasure weapon. Perfect for me. Lin Xiao nodded silently. His middle-grade treasure weapon long blade had shattered a large notch after just one exchange with the Saint's Phantom. This treasure blade was just right for a replacement. Then, Lin Xiao organized the pills once more. There were over 100 bottles of various elixirs in total. Apart from keeping a dozen or so bottles of pills for himself, Lin Xiao packed all the other weapons, manuals, elixirs, and various odds and ends into a storage bag. Additionally, he also packed in 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. All of these were prepared for Qingguang sect. After finishing everything, Lin Xiao left the wooden cabin and walked into the cemetery. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept through, cleaning the cemetery thoroughly. Having done all this, Lin Xiao was just about to take a stroll around Qingguang sect, when he sensed footsteps approaching the backyard. Indeed, after a while, the figure of a woman appeared within his line of sight. She had long hair as black as ink, styled into a cloud bun with golden hairpins. Her brows were like distant mountains, neither thick nor thin. Dressed in a light red silk skirt, with a slender waist and ample hips, her posture swayed gently with each step. The visitor was not Zhang Rolling, but the chief disciple, Yi Qiudia. Little Shu, where have you been lately? I've come to find you several times. Yi Qiudia frowned and asked upon seeing Lin Xiao. Ni's disciple, is something the matter? Lin Xiao was confused. Taking a closer look at Yi Qiudia, she had cultivation at the peak of the 9th stage of post-opening realm, and had already begun drawing spiritual energy into her body. She was only half a step away from the spiritual transformation realm. It's nothing serious. It's about whom you're on the marriage contract has been annulled. Yi Qiudia shook her head and said, Oh, that's good then. Lin Xiao nodded. Little Shu, you truly live outside of worldly affairs. Yi Qiudia could not help but roll her eyes, speaking with a tone of disappointment. You probably don't know the marriage contract wasn't cancelled by Master. Instead, Hu Tong, the sect master of Star Sword sect, came personally to annul it. Lin Xiao was startled, but it made no difference to him. As long as it was cancelled, that was enough. Isn't there not much of a difference? Lin Xiao shrugged. How can there be no difference? Now it's not that you look down on her, it's that whom you're on has become a holy maiden of a holy land, and now she is the one who looks down on you. Yi Qiudia's words were sharp as she coldly rebuked. This has damaged the face of Qingguang sect. Can't you strive a little harder? With the sect's current foundation, it wouldn't be difficult for you to enter the post-opening realm in the future. Look at you now, nowhere to be seen day after day. I really don't know what you've been doing all day. Lin Xiao was somewhat dumbfounded. Even Yi Qiudia had started scolding him. I'm too lazy to even scold you. Seeing Lin Xiao's blank expression, Yiqiudia's heart was already speechless. If not for master's instructions, she would never have come here. With that, Yiqiudia turned and left. Just as she took a few steps, she looked back. Almost forgot master told me to inform you not to leave the sect unnecessarily from now on. Last time, people from the Holy Land came to the sect wanting to take you away. It seems it was all because of your relationship with Humiran. Fortunately, they were scared off by the Grand Elder's spirit beast. Otherwise, you would have been done for. Having said that, Yiqiudia said no more and walked away quickly. How did Humiran become a holy maiden of a holy land? Lin Xiao found it inconceivable. He had known that someone had come to make trouble at Qingguang sect last time. He had sensed it from within the creation space, so he had let the fire flood dragon take action. But he had not been clear about who they were or why they had come. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao could not be bothered to think more about it. He was not familiar with Humiran to begin with, and now there was absolutely no connection between them. Since she had become the holy maiden of some holy land, he would wish her well. Her destiny had completely changed, and she would soar to great heights. A moment later, Lin Xiao's figure flashed, and he departed from the backyard, arriving at the Grandmaster Peak. It was quiet here, with no one to disturb, perfect for cultivation and seclusion. His divine sense perceived that on the main peak, Zhang Yumi, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and Senior Uncle Mao were all in the sect's grand hall. He then took out the storage bag prepared with resources and tossed it casually. Then, the wind belt inside transformed into a gust of wind, carrying the storage bag as it tore through the sky, flying toward the sect's grand hall. Tossing out the cosmos pouch, Lin Xiao walked into the palace. Then, he entered the creation space to cultivate. Now that he had the saint bloom flower and the true saint peel, condensing a saint peel and becoming a saint were no longer problems. However, if he broke through now, he could only condense a 3-pattern saint peel. But he wanted to condense a 9-pattern saint peel. The gap between the 9-pattern saint peel and the 3-pattern saint peel was immense, and their respective strengths were simply incomparable. Therefore, since he had the ability and the conditions, Lin Xiao naturally could not just condense a saint peel as things stood. He had already comprehended 3 types of martial artistic conceptions. To condense the 9-pattern saint peel, he still needed to comprehend 6 more types of martial artistic conceptions. Next, he wanted to comprehend the water artistic conception. He had once cultivated a fist technique known as the Raging Sea Wild Fist. After training it to the pinnacle, the momentum within his fist technique embodied the momentum of water. The sea was boundless, with surging waves stretching on without end. Therefore, Lin Xiao would use the momentum of water as his foundation to comprehend the water artistic conception. Qingguang sect. In the great hall of the sect, Uncle Master Ma, has your cultivation truly recovered? Zhang Yuni looked at Elder Ma and asked with some surprise. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder were also quite astonished. Elder Ma had returned today and told them that his cultivation had recovered. Of course, could this old man deceive you? Elder Ma nodded, then immediately released his cultivation aura. Instantly, an aura belonging to the peak of the spirit transformation realm, second layer, spread out. Ha ha, Uncle Master Ma, not only have you recovered from your injuries, but your cultivation has even improved. Truly worthy of celebration. Zhang Yumi was overjoyed at the sight. Elder Ma had previously only possessed the cultivation of the first layer of the spirit transformation realm, yet now, he had actually reached the peak of the second layer. Congratulations, Elder Ma. Congratulations, Elder Ma. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder also smiled and offered their congratulations. Uncle Master Ma, your injuries could not recover for so many years. How did they recover after just one trip out? Zhang Yuni asked with some astonishment. I was lucky. This time out, I obtained a special spiritual herb, and that is how I managed to recover. Elder Ma said perfunctorily. I see. Zhang Yuni did not suspect anything. Sect Master, this old man will no longer oversee the scripture library. Please arrange another position for me. Elder Ma said. Hearing this, Zhang Yuni wore a thoughtful expression. Then, he said in a deep voice, after Pengyu broke through to the spirit transformation realm, he was appointed as the peak master of Qianhai Peak. But the other peaks still have no peak masters. Uncle Master Ma, how about you serve as the peak master of Wanshang Peak? All right. Elder Ma nodded without the slightest hesitation. This was far freer than overseeing the scripture library and would not delay his cultivation. Sect Master, our Qingguang sect currently has more and more experts of the spirit transformation realm. Do you have candidates for the peak master positions of the remaining peaks? The Grand Elder asked. Chiu Dai will also break through to the spirit transformation realm in a few days and can serve as a peak master. The 6th Elder can as well. There is no rush. Zhang Yunyi shook his head. He also had some selfish motives. He wanted his own disciple and daughter to serve as peak masters. After all, a peak master managed an entire peak and wielded immense real power. In the future, they could even independently recruit disciples, and their status would be higher than that of ordinary elders. The Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder exchanged a glance. They naturally understood the sect master's intentions as well. However, they had no objections. Although they also had their own trusted subordinates, they did not wish to contend against Zhang Yunyi. This sect, to put it plainly, was one where Zhang Yunyi's word carried the weight of 9 tripas. Moreover, who was Yi Qiudian? She was someone who had met the Supreme Elder and received his affirmation. She absolutely had the qualifications. Sect Master, in that case, this old man will pack up and head to Wanshang Peak. Elder Ma cupped his hands and said, Go ahead, Uncle Ma. Zhang Yunyi nodded, but before he could finish his words, he saw outside the whole cosmos pouch, carried by a gentle breeze, fly into the great hole and land at Zhang Yunyi's feet. Ah! Zhang Yunyi was stunned. The Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder were also startled. Only Elder Mao's gaze flickered, as if he had thought of something. Is this sent over by the Supreme Elder? Zhang Yunyi picked up the cosmos pouch and glanced outside the hole. It must be. Only the Supreme Elder has such means. The 2nd Elder stood up excitedly, staring eagerly. The Grand Elder's heart also began to stir inexplicably. Zhang Yunyi rose, bowed from a distance toward Taishan Peak, and only then opened the cosmos pouch. When he sensed the items within the cosmos pouch, his entire body trembled and his face was filled with shock. SP. Spirit stones, so many spirit stones. Zhang Yunyi's whole body began to tremble. How many spirit stones are there? The 2nd Elder hastily asked. I estimate no less than 1,000,000. Zhang Yunyi said excitedly. What? Both the Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder were shocked. The two hastily moved to Zhang Yunyi's side and examined it. When they saw the scale of the spirit stones within the cosmos pouch, their faces were filled with awe. 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even the other 3 overlord forces of Fengshou combined might not be able to produce 1,000,000 spirit stones. Elder Ma sighed inwardly, thinking, Lin Xiao is truly generous. It seemed that Lin Xiao's earlier words about building up the Qingguang sect within a year were not casual remarks. An Earth-grade top-quality sword technique. At this moment, Zhang Yunyi let out another exclamation. He took out a martial art manual from the cosmos pouch, one written on exquisite beast hide. Picking it up for a look, it turned out to be an Earth-grade top-quality sword technique. Excellent. The Grand Elder's aged face flushed with joy as he smiled and said, Last time, Hall Master Wu Lai sent the Earth-grade top-quality martial art blazing fire burning sky claw, and now another sword technique has arrived. Sect Master, there are also many pills. The 2nd Elder reminded excitedly. He was already at the 5th layer of the spirit transformation realm. With this batch of resources, his cultivation progress would continue to advance by leaps and bounds. Elder Ma saw the 3 people, Zhang Yunyi and the others, trembling with excitement. He smiled and turned to leave. He seemed to see the future of the Qingguang sect, flourishing and soaring straight into the clouds. Gao's Fu. High in the sky, within the clouds, the ancient past sacred land appeared like a celestial palace, faintly visible. The ancient past sacred land had 12 sacred mountains, representing the 12 sacred palaces. Each sacred mountain was incomparably vast, towering thousands of long high, and each palace had at least 10,000 disciples. Ouyang Yun returned to the ancient past sacred land. At this moment, his injuries had already recovered by a small half. He had also regained his usual gentle, elegant, and extraordinarily dashing demeanor. Greetings, Senior Brother Ouyang. Hello, Senior Brother Ouyang. Pay respects to Senior Brother Ouyang. Walking through the sacred land, every disciple who saw Ouyang Yun bowed respectfully. Ouyang Yun nodded with a smile to each one, without the slightest arrogance. He returned to his residence, a beautiful pavilion within the Saint Heaven Palace. After 2 days of quiet cultivation, his cultivation recovered a bit more. He left his residence, came to the Saint Xiao Palace, and found Lu Jing. Lu Jing, where is the Holy Maiden? Ouyang Yun asked. Senior brother Ouyang, the Holy Maiden is in the spirit transformation pool, breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Liu Jing said. What? So fast? Ouyang Yun was startled. It seemed that before he left the sacred land, the Holy Maiden was only at the 4th layer of the spirit transformation realm. In just over a month, she was already breaking into the Grandmaster realm. Hehe, senior brother Ouyang, do you think the unparalleled supreme in divine body is merely an empty reputation? Liu Jing said with a giggle. Alright, my vision was too narrow. Ouyang Yun said with a wry smile. Originally, in his view, the Holy Maiden would have needed at least another month to possibly advance to the Grandmaster realm. It seemed he had still underestimated the supreme in divine body. Actually, my vision was too narrow as well. I also did not expect the Holy Maiden to be this fast. Liu Jing sighed emotionally. The main reason is that the sacred land is nurturing her with full effort. The palace master prepared many rare resources for the Holy Maiden, and combined with her talent, that is how she could be this fast. Ouyang Yun nodded. Once she entered the Grandmaster realm, the Holy Maiden would henceforth have boundless prospects and enter the view of the entire southern domain. Ouyang Yun felt a sense of urgency in his heart. If the Holy Maiden stepped into the half-saint realm before him, or became a saint before him, then he would never have another chance. Therefore, he had to win over the Holy Maiden before she surpassed him. Liu Jing, contact me immediately when the Holy Maiden comes out of seclusion. Ouyang Yun said. Alright. Liu Jing nodded. Afterwards, Ouyang Yun left. He was going to find his master, the palace master of the Saint Heaven Palace, to ask for a holy healing pill, a heaven-grade healing elixir. Recover from his injuries as soon as possible, and then strive for the 9th layer of the Grandmaster realm. Ouyang Yun smoothly obtained a heavenly-grade healing elixir from the Lord of the Shengqiang Palace. Then, he returned to his residence and consumed it. In merely half a day, his injuries had fully recovered. This time, although I was wounded by that person, it actually loosened the bottleneck in my cultivation. It can be said that I broke through after being broken. This time I will advance to the 9th stage of the Divine Sea realm, the Grandmaster level, and I will surely rank among the top 100 on the Grandmaster list. In the pavilion, Ouyang Yun's eyes sparkled with vitality and confidence. Immediately afterward, he wondered about the person who had wounded him before, so young, yet so powerful. Who could this person possibly be? Could they be a hidden, top-tier prodigy from some sacred land or saintly noble family? He feared that this individual might expose what he had done, massacring innocent civilians in the Lin Xiao town. That would certainly damage his reputation. Fortunately, however, that fellow had Qiu Feng, and the Golden Radiance Sword Saint would never let such a thing slide. He would certainly find this person and slay them. After resting for a while, Ouyang Yun took out a supreme earth-grade elixir and consumed it. This was the pill he had long prepared for his breakthrough to the 9th stage of the Divine Sea realm. The elixir dissolved in his belly, immediately transforming into torrents of spiritual energy that flowed through all the meridians of his body. Ouyang Yun immediately stilled his breath and concentrated, immersing himself in cultivation. On this day, above the Gudo sacred land, lightning flashed and thunder roared, dark clouds rolled densely, stretching for thousands of miles. Boom! The tremendous thundering resounded through the vast heavens. Within the thick dark clouds, countless bolts of lightning flickered, forming one miraculous phenomenon after another. Various birds and beasts formed by lightning roared in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. A colossal divine warrior manifested from the lightning, bearing a sacred sword and treading upon the sun and moon, gazing down upon all living beings. There were even the roars of divine beings, emanating from within the thunderclouds, echoing throughout the 8 extremes of heaven and earth. This scene shocked not only the Gudo sacred land but the entire ancient continent. This is the direction of the Gudo sacred land. They say the Gudo sacred land has acquired a saint, whose talent is unmatched through the ages. This celestial phenomenon must be because this woman has broken through to the Grandmaster level. To have such a massive celestial phenomenon for merely breaking through to Grandmaster. What would happen when she becomes a saint? The tying divine body is truly extraordinary. This woman will undoubtedly suppress an entire era. Across the ancient continent, powerful forces and sacred lands observed this celestial phenomenon in the distance. Their emotions were complicated. The Gudo sacred land was already the most powerful sacred land in the southern domain, and now they had produced another invincible genius. In the future, for countless ages to come in the southern domain, the world would continue to be dominated by the Gudo sacred land. At this moment, within the Gudo sacred land, Countless disciples looked up at the phenomenon in the sky, utterly astounded. The center of this phenomenon was precisely the saintly mist palace. Many had already guessed that this must be the saint making a move. It is said that when a few particularly powerful special constitutions break through to the divine sea grandmaster level or the saint realm, they will manifest powerful celestial phenomena. It seems the saint has broken through to grandmaster. She is truly too strong. When the saint first entered the sect, I was already at the second stage of the transformation spirit realm. Now that she has become a grandmaster, I am still only at the third stage of transformation spirit. The gap between people is sometimes far greater than the gap between humans and dogs. Countless disciples discussed animatedly, admiration and reverence rippling through their hearts. Excellent, Miran truly has not disappointed this palace master. Outside a luxurious palace, Bai Lujun, the saintly mist palace master, stood tall and proud, gazing at the palace before her with a beaming smile. She wore a magnificent brocade gown, her sleeves billowing in the wind like clouds chasing the moon. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her skin fair and smooth as fine jade, her brows like distant mountains, and her lips a delicate, alluring red. Her jet black hair was elegantly coiled atop her head, adorned with colorful hairpins, radiating an air of supreme nobility as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Standing there, she seemed to be the center of the world, causing the heavens and earth to lose their luster. War! Space trembled, and a figure silently appeared before Bai Lujun. Greetings, sacred lord! Bai Lujun slightly bowed in acknowledgement. The visitor had a gaunt frame, dressed in white robes, with a flowing beard. Around him circulated boundless traces of the Tao, exuding infinite mystery and profundity. Saint Fairy, your disciple is truly extraordinary. The sacred lord glanced at Bai Lujun, sighing with emotion. Back when Humiran came to the Gudo sacred land, he had wished to take her as his personal disciple, but she had unexpectedly chosen Bai Lujun instead. Regardless of whose disciple she is, she belongs to the Gudo sacred land. Bai Lujun said with a gentle smile. She understood the sacred lord's lament. Indeed. The sacred lord slightly nodded, teasing with a smile. Back in the day, your talent was unrivaled among your peers, and because of your beauty like a fairy, you were called the Saint Fairy, causing countless talents and heroes of the southern domain to fall madly in love with you and causing quite a stir. I see your disciple will be even more so in the future. The sacred lord jested. Bai Lujun shook her head, saying, we martial cultivators should face the world with fearless grace, wielding conviction as our blade, pursuing the vast path of martial arts and exploring the way of immortality until death, with no time to spare for matters of love. Indeed. The sacred lord slightly nodded, saying, this seat has already prepared the finest realm comprehension diagrams for Humiran. She may go to the forbidden grounds to comprehend them whenever she wishes. This palace master thanks the sacred lord on Miran's behalf. Bai Lujun bowed deeply. The sacred lord waved his hand, cast one more glance at the phenomenon in the heavens, which had already begun to dissipate, and then vanished without a trace. A moment later, the grand palace doors opened, and Humiran walked out slowly with graceful steps. She wore a pure white snow-like gown, the hem fluttering gently. Her features were exquisite and transcendent, her eyes clear and lively, her figure graceful and supple. An aura of otherworldly transcendence emanated from her, as if she did not belong to this mortal realm but came from that misty, dreamlike fairyland. Miaorin! Bai Lujun called out with a smile, walking forward to meet her. Greetings, master! Humiran curtsied respectfully. How was it? Bai Lujun asked. Very smooth. Although I just broke through, my realm is very stable. Humiran pursed her delicate red lips and said softly. That's good. Bai Lujun nodded, smiling. You have now stepped into the Grandmaster realm. According to the rules of the Gudo sacred land, a saint or a sacred son, once they enter the Grandmaster realm, may leave the sect to travel the world and temper their body and mind. Master, I wish to return to the Wind Continent for a visit. Humiran said. To see your family. Very well, the sacred land will prepare a sacred carriage and guardians for you. Bai Lujun said casually. A saint traveling was no small matter and absolutely required guardians to accompany and protect her. The guardian's cultivation had to be at the saint level to ensure the saint's safety. Mainly, I wish to see someone. Humiran said in a heavy voice. Family, of course, she would visit. But her main purpose was to see a man. To ask him personally whether he regretted it. To see with her own eyes the look of regret and suffering on his face. All right, this master will arrange it for you. Bai Yuzhong nodded. The next day, at dawn, the crimson sun rose, its brilliant rays cascading over the ancient Dao sacred land, like a veil of divine gold. The glazed tiles of the palace shimmered with dazzling radiance. Hu Miurang, draped in a moon-white long robe with an otherworldly aura, gracefully emerged from her palace. Outside the palace stood a magnificent golden carriage, its pearl curtains woven from multicolored gemstones, radiant and resplendent. On either side of the golden carriage stood two maidens, each beautiful as a flower, with extraordinary bearing. They were disciples of the Shengshe Palace within the ancient Dao sacred land, each a Grand Master-level cultivator, responsible for attending to the Saint Maiden and following her orders. Before the carriage, 4 massive beasts lay prostrate. These were 4 flawed dragons, each entirely jet black, stretching 60 to 70 yards in length. These 4 black flawed dragons, each equivalent to a half-saint in cultivation, possessed formidable strength and terrifying aura that shook the heart. As Hu Miurang emerged, both the 4 maidens and the 4 flawed dragons could not help but lower their heads in reverence. Saint Maiden, from now on, this old man shall serve as your guardian. A figure flashed, and an elder appeared before Hu Miurang. This elder was precisely Lu Xian Saint. But the Lu Xian Saint of this moment had shed his usual slovenly appearance, clad in a dark cyan Taoist robe with his hair bound neatly arranged. Elder, why is it you? Weren't you in charge of the Dao Saint Trading Company? Hu Miurang asked, somewhat startled. When I heard the Saint Maiden needed a guardian, this old man volunteered. After all, I was the one who brought you to the sacred land, so the sacred lord agreed. Lu Xian Saint said with a chuckle. Then I shall trouble you, elder. Hu Miurang slightly bowed. Rest assured, with this old man here, the Saint Maiden need not worry. Lu Xian Saint waved his hand dismissively. Soon after, Hu Miurang boarded the golden carriage, and the 4 prostrate black flawed dragons rose immediately, ready to depart. However, at this very moment, a sound of tearing air came from the distance. A young figure arrived. Saint Maiden, please wait. Ouyang Yun clasped his hand slightly. Senior brother Ouyang, what brings you here? Hu Miurang asked with confusion. She was not familiar with Ouyang Yun, having only met him twice and knowing only his identity. Is the Saint Maiden returning to Feng Continent? Ouyang Yun inquired. Yes. Hu Miurang nodded indifferently. May I travel together? Ouyang Yun's face bore a hopeful expression. What would you be going for? Hu Miurang's brows slightly furrowed. It's like this. When I passed through Feng Continent some time ago, I learned that there was a powerful Grand Master listed on the Grand Master rankings there. I wanted to seek instruction from him. Later, I heard that the Saint Maiden was actually from the kingdom of Chu, so I visited the Star Sword sect as a guest and met the Saint Maiden's father. Now I have broken through to the 9th stage of the Divine Sea Realm. This time, I also wish to return to the Qingguang sect and have another sparring session with the ancient Dark Sword ancestor. Ouyang Yun smiled. A flicker of suspicion crossed Hu Miurang's eyes. She was no fool and naturally understood his purpose was to get closer to her. However, it was difficult to discern the truth in his words. Whether he had specifically investigated her situation in Feng Continent before, or truly passed by chance, remained unknown. Saint Maiden, your father misses you dearly. He had some words he wanted me to relay, but the Saint Maiden was in seclusion before, so it was delayed by a few days. Ouyang Yun said in a grave voice. Then, senior brother Ouyang, you may travel with me. Hu Miurang did not say much more and simply nodded. Although she felt some aversion toward Ouyang Yun in her heart, he was a personal disciple of the Holy Heaven Palace Lord, and his strength was extremely formidable. There was no need to offend such a person over a minor matter. Good. Ouyang Yun's heart filled with great joy. If the Saint Maiden personally dealt with Lin Xiao of the Qingguang sect this time, so much the better. But if she did not handle the matter, he would certainly slaughter his way into the Qingguang sect. With his current strength, neither the ancient Dark Sword ancestor of the Qingguang sect nor that fire-flawed dragon could withstand him. Shortly after, everyone began their journey. The 4 black-flawed dragons let out a skyward howl and soared into the clouds, pulling the massive golden carriage into the sea of clouds. The 4 maidens, the guardian Lu Xian Saint, and Ouyang Yun guarded the sides. Along the way, melodious and exquisite music resounded through heaven and earth. The four maidens each commanded a musical instrument, and as they passed, sacred sounds spread in all directions, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time without dissipating. It's the sacred convoy of the ancient sacred land. Only when the saint son, saint maiden, or the sacred lord of the ancient sacred land travels does the sacred convoy appear. 4 black flawed dragons. This must be the saint maiden of the ancient sacred land. Across the land of Gu continent, all cultivators who witnessed the sacred convoy passing through the heavens could not help but feel trembling in their hearts. This was true majesty. This was what it meant to stand above all others. Feng continent was utterly tranquil. Since the Dijun fell in battle and the Qinguang sect rose to prominence, the entire Feng continent had quieted down. The Chaofeng Empire no longer made any moves, its sphere of influence constantly contracting. The Qinguang sect shone in its ascendancy. On this day, Lin Xiao walked out of the palace on the Taishan peak and stood atop the mountain summit. After more than half a month of seclusion, he had already comprehended the water concept to the initial stage. Which one should I comprehend next? Lin Xiao pondered in his heart. According to his conversation with Chaodong half saint last time, the most common and mainstream concepts numbered more than a dozen, including yin-yang, 5 elements, wind, thunder, light, darkness, and others. There were also some peculiar concepts, such as life, death, blood, swiftness, slowness, and others. However, those peculiar concepts were dozens of times more difficult to comprehend than the common ones. Furthermore, it was said that yin-yang and the 5 elements formed the foundation of all things in heaven and earth, and other concepts also derived from this foundation. Therefore, Lin Xiao felt that he should not aim too high. It was better to start with the foundational concepts. He had already comprehended 4 concepts: wind, fire, water, and power. So next, he would comprehend these 5 concepts: metal, wood, earth, yin, and yang. As long as he successfully comprehended these 5 concepts, with 9 concepts within him, he could form the 9 pattern Saint-Pure. Let's start with the metal concept then. Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Then his figure flickered and arrived at the back mountain of the main peak. He then walked toward the pavilion of books. Comprehending these concepts from nothing still carried some difficulty. Lin Xiao planned to first practice a few martial techniques corresponding to the attributes. Then, he would successfully grasp the corresponding attributes' momentum, and use that as a springboard to successfully comprehend the corresponding concept. With his current level, an ordinary human-grade supreme martial technique or an earth-grade inferior martial technique could be mastered to perfection by him in a single day. After selecting a few martial techniques, Lin Xiao returned to Taishan Peak and continued his seclusion. During Lin Xiao's seclusion, the Qinguang sect underwent daily transformations, with an increasing number of spiritual transformation realm experts. Another half-month passed. On this day, the Qinguang sect held an investiture ceremony, inviting over 100 factions from Feng continent to attend. Even the 9 mysterious sect, the Tianhu Ho, and the Chaofeng Empire sent experts to observe the ceremony. The expanded sect plaza was now a sea of people. Temporary stands had been built on the east, west, and north sides. The observers from all factions numbered over 1,000. Around the plaza's perimeter, tens of thousands of Qinguang sect disciples had gathered. In the center of the plaza, a tall wooden platform had been erected. Upon it stood Zhang Yunyi, rising to his full height, brimming with valor and confidence. He surveyed his surroundings and declared in a resonant voice, "Today, the Qinguang sect shall officially appoint 4 peak masters. We are grateful to all who have come to witness this ceremony. As everyone knows, our Qinguang sect comprises 8 peaks. Beyond the main peak, the 7 other peaks include the Supreme Elders Peak, a place of seclusion for our elders. Among the remaining 6 peaks, Peng Yu serves as peak master of Qianhai Peak, and Mao Shiqi as peak master of Wanxiang Peak, leaving 4 peaks without masters." Zhang Yunyi's eyes gleamed like lightning as his voice thundered across the plaza. "Today, I, as sect master, officially announce the appointment of Yi Qiuliao as peak master of Jinhua Peak. Feng Yuan is hereby appointed as peak master of Figuang Peak. Liang Long is hereby appointed as peak master of Jinhua Peak. Zhang Ruoling is hereby appointed as peak master of Yuanhong Peak." The moment Zhang Yunyi's words faded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the plaza, with countless disciples cheering like a tidal wave. The guests from various factions were somewhat surprised by this. All 4 of the newly appointed peak masters were from the younger generation, with not a single veteran among them. In other words, among the 6 peak masters, only Mao Shiqi of Wanshan Peak was a veteran cultivator, once serving as an elder of the sect. Liang Hui, seated in the viewing area, beamed with excitement. His own daughter had become a peak master at the Qingguang sect, placing her among the sect's upper echelons. Originally, someone of Liang Hui's status would not have qualified to sit on the ceremonial platform. However, he happened to have a connection with the Supreme Elder, a fact well known to the higher-ups of Qingguang sect. Liang Hui suspected that Liang Lan's appointment as peak master was likely due to this very connection. At this moment, though Yi Qiude, Feng Yuan, Liang Long, and Wang Ruoling had known this day would come, they could not suppress the thrill in their hearts. The four of them stepped forward onto the wooden platform together. Sect Master Zhang Yumi personally presented each of the four with a jade token, the symbol of authority over their respective peaks. Each of you shall govern one peak, your status equivalent to that of a core elder. You must never be negligent in your duties. Zhang Yumi spoke with solemn authority. Yes, Sect Master. The four responded in unison, their voices ringing with determination. Excellent. Zhang Yumi nodded emphatically and continued. The Qingguang sect has reached its present glory, and so have all of you, solely through the cultivation and guidance of the Supreme Elder. Now, turn toward the direction of Supreme Elder's peak and kneel in gratitude. Thud! Thud! Yi Qiude and Feng Yun immediately dropped to their knees facing Supreme Elder's peak, without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Ruoling and Liang Long, however, froze with awkward expressions. Both of them knew the true identity of the Supreme Elder. Ruoling, kneel. When Yi Qiude saw Zhang Ruoling standing frozen, she gently tugged at her sleeve. Originally, the sect had intended to invite the Supreme Elder to attend today's ceremony. For this reason, Yi Qiude had gone to Supreme Elder's peak, yet she waited an entire day outside the Supreme Elder's palace. She neither saw the Supreme Elder nor received any reply. Oh! Zhang Ruoling snapped back to her senses and immediately knelt down. Kowtowing to one's junior uncle was perfectly normal, was it not? Seeing that everyone else had knelt, Liang Long sighed inwardly and quickly followed suit. Kowtowing to one's man was perfectly normal, was it not? Subsequently, under the witness of all present, the four individuals bowed their heads in gratitude towards Supreme Elder's peak. Shortly after, once the four had descended from the platform, Zhang Yumi announced several additional matters, primarily concerning the sect's willingness to maintain peaceful relations and cooperate with various external factions. Finally, half an hour later, the ceremony concluded. Zhang Yumi surveyed the crowd and declared loudly, "The Qingguang sect has prepared a banquet. All guests, please proceed to..." Before Zhang Yumi could finish his sentence, suddenly, enchanting music resonated through heaven and earth. This startled everyone present, and Zhang Yumi instinctively stopped speaking. All eyes scanned the surroundings, and soon everyone discovered the source of the music. The sounds descended from the 9 heavens above. The melody was ethereal, like music from the celestial realm. Its melody was not only dreamlike and poetic, but also imbued with boundless sanctity and ancient majesty. It compelled all who heard it to want to kneel in reverence and submit. What is that? At last, someone spotted something and cried out in alarm. In the far distance, above the celestial clouds, a massive object descended with earth-shaking might. As it drew closer, many could clearly see what it was. Flood dragons. 4 enormous flood dragons, pulling a golden carriage, traversing the sea of clouds and soaring through the heavens. Everyone widened their eyes in shock, their mouths hanging open in astonishment. This sight was profoundly awe-inspiring. It struck the hearts of all who witnessed it like a thunderbolt. They could scarcely fathom what manner of existence would use 4 such massive flood dragons as twin vehicles. Soon, the carriage drew near. Everyone could now see clearly 4 jet black, enormous flood dragons, pulling a golden carriage. 4 women as beautiful as fairies stood on either side of the carriage, and the heavenly music emanated from these 4 women. Additionally, an old man and a young person accompanied them. Good heavens! Many ordinary disciples of the Qingguang sect were struck dumb with shock. When had they ever witnessed such a breathtaking scene? Many of them had come from poor families, unable to even afford meals before joining the sect, let alone ever imagining such grandeur. Zhang Yumi, with his keen eyesight, immediately spotted Ouyang Yun beside the carriage. His heart lurched. In an instant, he understood the situation. This was undoubtedly a great figure from Gudo's sacred land. He thought about activating the sect's protective formation, but on second thought, he abandoned the idea. If Gudo's sacred land truly saw trouble, the protective formation would likely be useless. Soon, the 4 flood dragons pulling the golden carriage arrived above the Qinguang sect and slowly came to a halt. A majestic, immense, and domineering aura descended like a tidal wave, as if the wrath of heaven itself had arrived. The entire Qinguang sect fell into deathly silence. Everyone trembled both physically and mentally, gazing up in terror at this spectacle. The saintess of Gudo sacred land has arrived. All kneel to receive the saintess. A handmaiden overlooking the Qinguang sect below shouted in a clear voice. The saintess? The saintess of Gudo sacred land. Could it be from Gudo sacred land of Guzo? How is this possible? Everyone's heart was shaken violently. Even the most uninformed ordinary disciples of the Qinguang sect had heard of the so-called sacred lands of the outer territories. Some knowledgeable guests also knew that Gudo sacred land was the most powerful sacred land in the entire southern domain. No wonder such an extravagant display. So it was the saintess of Gudo sacred land who had arrived. Greetings, saintess. We pay our respects to the saintess. We bow before the saintess. Many people immediately knelt to welcome her. Faced with such might and such grandeur, no one dared to protest. However, Zhang Yuni, the grand elder, the second elder, and a few others wore grim expressions. For only they knew who this so-called saintess truly was. But even knowing her identity, there was nothing they could do. The current situation left them with no choice but to submit before the overwhelming power of Gudo sacred land. Any sign of disrespect could bring utter destruction to the Qinguang sect. Everyone, kneel to welcome the saintess. Zhang Yuni immediately commanded, signaling the elders and peak masters and all members of Qinguang sect. We pay our respects to the saintess. Thus, everyone in the Qinguang sect also began kneeling to receive the saintess. Above the heavens, within the golden carriage, Hu Miurang gazed down at the earth through the bead curtains. Seeing the countless people prostrating themselves on the ground of Qinguang sect, a sense of satisfaction and triumph welled up within her heart. There was a time when she had come here, as insignificant as an ant, utterly ignored. There was a time when she had come here, merely a chess piece in a marriage arrangement, valued by no one. But now, she was heaven itself. She was the sovereign, the one who decided the life and death of others. Hu Miurang simply watched, quietly observed. Only when everyone below, filled with uncertainty, could not help but lift their heads to look up did Hu Miurang raise her foot and step forward. Hu Miurang stepped forth from the imperial carriage, her white dress billowing in the wind. Her graceful figure stood poised upon the clouds, like a peerless azure lotus blossoming in the heavens, gazing down upon the mortal world below. The moment she appeared, heaven and earth seemed to pale in comparison, as if she were the very center of the world, as if she were the deity worshipped by all living beings. At this instant, all eyes were fixed upon her, and silence reigned supreme. How beautiful! Countless hearts harbored this single thought. They felt that this saintess was noble and elegant, pure and ethereal, like a celestial maiden from the ninth heaven, one who could only be admired from afar, never to be desecrated by mortal thoughts. How can it be her? Yet some disciples of the Qinguang sect who had seen Hu Miurang before felt a jolt in their hearts, their faces filled with astonishment. Though Hu Miurang had changed, becoming even more beautiful, her aura completely different from before, many still recognized her at a glance. After all, when Hu Miurang had resided at the Qinguang sect, she frequently traveled between the outer gate and the rear mountain, and many disciples had seen her. Zhang Yuni, Yi Qiudia, Long Rolling, and others all wore complicated expressions. Hu Miurang stood calmly, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, searching for that man. Yet she did not find him. Among the tens of thousands gathered in the square for the ceremony, there was no sign of Lin Xiao. Hu Miurang lifted her eyes, glancing toward the rear mountain, then slowly descended to the square. Her 4 maidservants, Ouyang Yun, and the Luxian saint also descended, landing behind Hu Miurang. Only the 4 black flood dragons remained suspended high in the sky, pulling the golden carriage. Rise! Hu Miurang waved her hand lightly. Thank you, saintess. Thank you, saintess. Many voices rang out, mostly from the visiting guests, who were completely unaware of the situation. Then everyone rose, gazing at Hu Miurang with restraint. Sect Master Dong, where is Lin Xiao? Hu Miurang's gaze fell upon Zhang Yuni as she spoke calmly. Junior brother is probably at the rear mountain, Zhang Yuni said with an unnatural smile. At the same time, his heart sank. Could Hu Miurang be here to deal with Lin Xiao? Go and bring him here. Tell him. Hu Miurang has returned. Hu Miurang commanded coldly. Very well, I'll go at once. Zhang Yumi dared not refuse, not only because of Hu Miuran's status, but also because of the people behind her. Especially that elder. A single glance from him had made his soul tremble, his true essence solidify, and his back drenched in cold sweat. Terrifying! And that was merely a single glance. This person was undoubtedly a saint, a true martial saint, far beyond the likes of Feng Yang, that half-saint of the Chongfeng Empire. Zhang Yumi quickly departed from the sect square and swiftly made his way to the cemetery on the rear mountain. In but a moment, he stood before the wooden cabin. Junior brother! Zhang Yumi called out, but no one answered from within. He then pushed open the door, which was only loosely shut, and stepped inside the cabin. The cabin was completely empty, not a trace of anyone inside. Even the wooden table and bed were covered in a layer of dust, clearly indicating no one had lived here for a long time. Where has he run off to now? Zhang Yumi frowned deeply. But as he turned around, he was suddenly startled, because Lin Xiao was standing right outside the cabin door. Senior brother, you were looking for me? Lin Xiao asked calmly. He had just emerged from the creation space. The reason he came out was naturally because he had sensed what was happening within the Qingguang sect. The overwhelming aura of those 4 colossal black flawed dragons was impossible to miss. So, when he noticed Zhang Yumi heading to the rear mountain to find him, he came from Taishan Peak to the rear mountain. Hu Miuran has returned, along with people from the Holy Land. She wants to see you, Zhang Yumi said with a grave expression. At this moment, he had no time to ponder how Lin Xiao had suddenly appeared at the doorway. Then I shall go meet her. Lin Xiao nodded and turned to leave. Junior brother. Zhang Yumi's expression was complicated as he hesitated. Hu Miuran is here with ill intentions. That girl has changed. She is no longer the gentle and meek person she once was. You might be in mortal danger if you go. Listen to your senior brother. Ram. Lin Xiao fell silent upon hearing this. Although his relationship with this senior brother wasn't particularly deep, he still stood up for him in times of crisis. This was also one of the reasons he remained loyal and never left the sect. Climb down from the rear mountain here. Below is a dense forest, hundreds of miles of woods. It won't be easy for Hu Miuran to find you. Zhang Yumi took a deep breath and continued. We have been brothers in this sect. I will do my best to buy you time. With that, Zhang Yumi turned and prepared to head back to the sect square. But at that moment, Lin Xiao suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhang Yumi's arm. Senior brother, what is meant to come will come eventually. There's nothing to fear. Lin Xiao said, shaking his head. Run? That was out of the question. He couldn't possibly abandon the entire Qingguang sect. Moreover, he was somewhat puzzled himself. He hadn't offended Hu Miuran, had he? She couldn't possibly be here to kill him, right? And even if she were, he had no fear of her. This? Zhang Yumi hesitated, then asked in confusion, how exactly did you offend Hu Miuran? Did you sleep with her and then abandon her? He was deeply puzzled. When Hu Miuran left back then, he hadn't thought much of it. He had simply assumed she found it uncomfortable living at the Qingguang sect and returned to the Star Sword sect. Not at all. I never offended her. Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly. He had no romantic feelings for her, barely knew her, and had only exchanged a few words with her. There was no way he had slept with her. Then it's strange. Could it be purely because of the engagement? Zhang Yumi found it baffling. Perhaps, Lin Xiao shrugged noncommittally. Very well. Today we shall settle this matter with her and see what she truly intends to do. Zhang Yumi nodded helplessly. Then, grasping Lin Xiao's arm, he soared into the air and sped toward the sect square. Whoosh! Zhang Yumi moved with incredible speed, bringing Lin Xiao to the sect square within a few breaths. The Lucian saint caught sight of Lin Xiao and was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected that the person the saintess was looking for would be this young man. It was he who had once discovered this young man's extraordinary potential, reported his information to the Dao Saint Chamber of Commerce, and had him placed on the Grand Master ranking. It's him. At the same time, Ouyang Yun, standing in the rear, also recognized Lin Xiao at a glance. Instantly, a fierce killing intent flashed within his eyes. This was the man who had severely wounded him last time and killed Yufeng. He never expected that fate would bring them together again, and that this man was Lin Xiao himself. At this moment, Ouyang Yun couldn't help but laugh inwardly. His vengeance was within reach. Today, he would definitely kill this man. However, he didn't act rashly. After all, this was the person the scientist sought, so he would first observe the situation. But upon reflection, he felt that something was amiss. Wasn't this Lin Xiao supposed to be a useless qi condensation cultivator? How had he become a saber dao grandmaster at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit sea realm? Ancient Mystery Saber Sect. Could this Lin Xiao be the Ancient Mystery Saber Sect on the grandmaster ranking? No one knew what was going through Ouyang Yang's mind at that moment. All eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao. As for the guests, they had no idea about the relationship between Lin Xiao and Hu Miurang. Thus, they couldn't help but wonder, why would the scientists of the prestigious ancient Dao Holy Land come looking for Zhang Yunyi's junior brother? Even the few Qinguang sect disciples who knew of the relationship between Hu Miurang and Lin Xiao were unclear about the specifics. Led by Zhang Yunyi, Lin Xiao arrived at the sect square and came directly before Hu Miurang. Their eyes met, gazes intertwining in an instant. Hu Miurang and Lin Xiao gazed at each other, locked in prolonged silence. Her eyes seemed to be looking down from above, carrying a hint of mockery and pride, as she observed the man who had once ignored her. Lin Xiao, however, showed no fear, meeting her gaze with equal defiance. Ahem. Zhang Yunyi sensed the tension and coughed lightly to break the heavy atmosphere. Lin Xiao nodded lightly. Did you ever foresee that one day I would become the holy maiden of the ancient Path Holy Land, exalted and noble, standing above countless beings? Indeed, I did not expect it. Lin Xiao nodded again. Upon hearing this, Hu Miurang's soft, rosy lips curved into a graceful smile, her eyes brimming with boundless pride. She let out a cold laugh and said indifferently, "Back then, we were betrothed, yet you treated me like dirt, casting me aside with disdain. And now, I have leaped over the dragon's gate, soaring to the heavens like a true dragon, while you remain a mere fish in this pond, pitiful and pathetic. Is that so?" Lin Xiao frowned, his expression indifferent. Now he understood it turned out that his ignoring her had fueled her resentment. But Lin Xiao's attitude now thoroughly infuriated Hu Miurang. Lin Xiao, even now, you still have this attitude. Do you regret your past actions? Do you regret losing me forever? Hu Miurang demanded, her voice filled with shame and anger. I have nothing to regret. Lin Xiao shook his head decisively and said coldly, each has their own path. We are not of the same kind. I wish you all the best in changing your fate. But if you think you can intimidate me with your status, you've got the wrong person. You! Hu Miurang was furious, her face reddening as she cried out, Lin Xiao, are you just comforting your pathetic self-esteem? Now I have become a grandmaster, a realm you can never hope to reach in your lifetime. What right do you have to contradict me? Hu Miurang's eyes were filled with endless coldness as she continued to rebuke, you are nothing but a lowly man. You don't even have the right to look up to me now. You should kneel and repent. With those words, the aura of a grandmaster burst forth from Hu Miurang. The overwhelming pressure surged like a tidal wave, bearing down upon Lin Xiao. She was enraged. Truly enraged. She had never imagined that someone as insignificant as Lin Xiao would still treat her with such coldness and indifference upon seeing her now. By now, everyone understood the situation. Their expressions varied, but most pitied Lin Xiao. Zhang Yunyi's face changed. How could his junior brother withstand the pressure of a grandmaster? He immediately moved to shield Lin Xiao. Zhang Ruoling, Liang Lang, Liang Hui, and Peak Master Ma, however, were not worried. They knew of Lin Xiao's strength. Senior brother, no need. Lin Xiao raised his hand to stop Zhang Yunyi. Bearing the pressure without flinching, he looked straight into Hu Miurang's eyes and said coldly, Hu Miurang, even if you become the holy maiden of the ancient Path Holy Land, even if you become a grandmaster, with such a fragile heart, you are still nothing in my eyes. With that, Lin Xiao released a portion of his own aura. Instantly, the presence of a peak ninefold spirit sea realm grandmaster swept across the entire sect square. The overwhelming pressure directly enveloped Hu Miurang. In an instant, the tens of thousands gathered in the sect square fell into dead silence. Everyone was petrified, frozen in place. Even Hu Miurang was completely stunned, her bright eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Lin Xiao. Suddenly, Hu Miurang's body trembled, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Holy Maiden! The four maidservants cried out in alarm and rushed to support her. Ouyang Yun and Saint Lucian also tensed, ready to move forward. The former was prepared to strike and kill Lin Xiao on the spot. Stop! Hu Miurang suddenly raised her hand, commanding the others to halt. Her face was pale, but she took a deep breath and stubbornly straightened herself. Hey! She laughed, a laugh tinged with shame, unwillingness, realization, and shock. Lin Xiao, no wonder you once looked down on me. No wonder you were so arrogant. You hid yourself so deeply, reaching the peak ninefold spirit sea realm. If I'm not mistaken, you are the legendary ancient mystic blade sect, silently guarding the Qingguang sect. Lin Xiao did not reply, only nodding coldly. But at that moment, the people of Qingguang sect in the square were nearly dumbfounded. Zhang Yun's mouth gaped wide enough to hold an egg. His mind was a mess. The mysterious and immensely powerful Supreme Elder was none other than his own junior brother, Lin Xiao. How could this be? The shock felt by the Grand Elder, Second Elder, Peng Yu, Yi Qiudia, Feng Yuan, and others was no less than Zhang Yun's. Waves of astonishment surged in their hearts. They could hardly believe what they had seen and heard today. Defeating the 100,000-strong army of Chu, slaying the Chu Emperor, vanquishing the Chongfeng Empire, and hanging the Emperor, all these earth-shattering feats had been done by Lin Xiao. This figure, who seemed so transparent within the sect, had been silently protecting Qingguang sect all along. While Yi Qiudia was in awe, fear and unease also crept into her heart. She had only recently scolded the young master. Would he hold a grudge against her? She often visited the Supreme Peak, dreaming of meeting the Supreme Elder. She had even lied to the sect, claiming she had met him and earned his favor, which led to her being named the chief disciple months ago. Little did she know that the Supreme Elder she yearned to see had always been by her side, and she had looked right past him. Suddenly, she recalled the words of Library Elder Mao, now Peak Master Mao, who had once told her to visit Lin Xiao often and build a closer bond. But she had dismissed it. In an instant, regret and unease filled her chest. The one most shocked, however, was Feng Yuan. Others now knew of Lin Xiao's strength, but they did not know how long it had taken him to reach this level. Feng Yuan, however, knew. He stared at Lin Xiao in astonishment. In his eyes, Lin Xiao's figure overlapped with the one who had defeated him with a single gale blade strike outside the sect. He was certain that the one who had defeated him was Lin Xiao. Back then, Lin Xiao was at the same field meridian opening stage as him, yet now he had reached the peak ninefold spirit sea realm, with strength comparable to a half-saint. And all this had happened in just a few months. Young master, your achievements deserve to be remembered by everyone in Qingguang sect. Long Rolling gazed at Lin Xiao with burning eyes, thinking to herself. She had never fully agreed with him hiding his cultivation. After all, with such strength and so many contributions to the sect, there was no need to remain anonymous. He should have let the entire Qingguang sect celebrate his deeds. On the sect square, Hu Miurang gently wiped the remnants of blood from the corner of her mouth. The injury to her heart meridian was caused by her momentary lapse in composure, when rage had overwhelmed her, and not by Lin Xiao's oppressive aura. Now, suppressing her turbulent emotions, she fixed her blazing gaze on him and said coldly, Lin Xiao, you are indeed stronger than me now. But temporary strength proves nothing. I possess the greater in divine body, destined to dominate an era. Surpassing you is merely a matter of time. 3 years. No, 2. I need only 2 years to trample you beneath my feet. Hu Miurang spoke each word with unwavering confidence. Lin Xiao had cultivated for countless years to reach his current level, while she had trained for merely a few months. Thus, Hu Miurang was utterly convinced that she would surpass him within 2 years. Why bother? You cannot surpass me, Lin Xiao said with a faint shake of his head. You still look down on me? Hu Miurang's full chest heaved violently with indignation. That's not what I meant. You're overthinking it. Lin Xiao shook his head again and waved his hand. You should leave. Farewell, Hu Miurang said coldly, then turned to depart. Having failed to suppress Lin Xiao today, she felt disgraced and had no desire to linger. Holy maiden, this man has insulted and defied you. He deserves death. Allow me to apprehend him. With that, Ouyang Yun suddenly shouted, stepping forward and unleashing a fierce punch. He had no intention of letting Lin Xiao off so easily. With his breakthrough in cultivation and greatly enhanced strength, he believed he could defeat Lin Xiao without needing Saint Liu Shuang's intervention. Boom! As Ouyang Yun struck, a fixed seal of earthy yellow materialized, transforming into a small mountain peak that hurtled toward Lin Xiao. Though the peak was the size of a house, its power was remarkably condensed and pure, containing the force of an avalanche. This mountain-crushing fist was nearly twice as formidable as when he had used it in that small town. Everyone's faces turned pale as they retreated in terror. Ouyang-yun! Hu Miurong cried out, but it was too late for her to stop him. You're asking for death. Lin Xiao's eyes turned icy. He shot forward in an instant and threw a punch of his own. Terrifying power erupted like a volcano, and the force of 5 distinct martial arts intents converged upon his fist. Rumble! Lin Xiao's fist shattered the mountain peak. But he did not stop. He charged through the exploding fist energy and drove his fist heavily into Ouyang-yun's chest. Bam! A deafening explosion, flesh and blood flying. No! Ouyang-yun roared in despair, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Then his body burst apart, limbs scattering, blood raining down. Only a shattered inner armor, wrapped around some residual flesh, tumbled down the distant mountain path. Everyone was stunned. Both the guests and the members of Qingguang sect stared in horror, their eyes wide. They had never imagined that Lin Xiao would dare to kill someone from the Holy Land in public. Hu Miurong's lips parted slightly, blood splattered all over her, causing her stomach to churn. She had never been in a fight, let alone killed anyone. How could she have witnessed such brutality? She was utterly terrified. Even Saint Lucian, who had remained silent, was shocked. Ouyang-yun's current strength could rank within the top 300, perhaps even top 200, of the master list. So he had never anticipated that Ouyang-yun would be killed with a single punch. Why, do you know who he was? By killing him, you've sealed your own fate. Saint Lucian said coldly. He did not intervene, for his duty was solely to protect the Holy Maiden. Today's matter was the Holy Maiden's affair, and she needed to decide. He was trying to kill me. If I didn't kill him, was I supposed to wait for death? Lin Xiao retorted. He had shown no mercy, as the two had long been bitter enemies. Moreover, even if he spared him today, tomorrow that man might bring the saint of Jinyao Holy Land to kill him. You! Saint Lucian was choked by those words. He turned to Hu Miurong and said, Holy Maiden, this matter originated with you. I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the Holy Heavenly Palace Master. His implication was clear. He wanted to take Lin Xiao back to the Holy Land and let the Holy Heavenly Palace Master handle it. Hearing this, Hu Miurong slowly suppressed her inner turmoil, her brows knitting together. Then she slowly turned and said, This matter did indeed stem from me, but I will give an account to the Holy Heavenly Palace Master regarding Ouyang-yun. With that, Hu Miurong soared into the air and landed on the sacred chariot. Clearly, she did not intend to vent her anger on Lin Xiao because of Ouyang-yun. This made Saint Lucian frown, pondering whether he should act. Senior Lucian, you are my guardian. Your duty is only to protect my safety. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will resolve it, Hu Miurong said calmly as she stood before the sacred chariot. Saint Lucian nodded slightly, then flickered to the side of the chariot. Hu Miurong turned to give Lin Xiao one last, deep look before stepping into the chariot. Then, under the protection of Saint Lucian and the 4 maidservants, the 4 black flood dragons roared, pulling the golden sacred chariot swiftly into the clouds. Just as the golden chariot was about to vanish from sight, Hu Miurong's voice rang out once more, ethereal and vast. Lin Xiao, your life belongs to me alone. Rest assured, the Holy Land will not come after you for this. 2 years. In 2 years, I will surely return to find you. By then, I will make you lower your proud head. Her cold, resolute voice echoed throughout Qingguang sect, lingering long after. Hu Miurong, you really are sick, and seriously so, Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. He had no idea how things had come to this. How could this girl be so fragile-hearted and hold such a grudge against him? He sighed, feeling the oppressive silence around him, and turned to look about. Countless eyes were fixed on him as if he were a priceless treasure. Ahem. Ahem. Dad, junior brother, are you injured? Zhang Yunli couldn't help breaking the tense silence, but he didn't know what to say. I'm fine, Lin Xiao nodded and said solemnly, Senior brother, I'm sorry for hiding this from you all for so long. No, it's nothing. Zhang Yunli quickly shook his head, feeling extremely constrained. He no longer had the peaceful attitude he once had when facing Lin Xiao. All hail the Supreme Elder. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. It was Second Elder Shu Guangwen. It meant Lin Xiao held him in high regard. As far as he knew, even Zhang Yunli and the Grand Elder had not received such exclusive favors from Lin Xiao. All hail the Supreme Elder! Feng Yuan followed closely. All hail the Supreme Elder! All hail the Supreme Elder! Tens of thousands of disciples and elders of Qinguang sect on the square shouted in unison. The roar shook the heavens, its momentum surging in all directions. The truth was revealed. Everyone was thrilled. The Supreme Elder, the pillar of Qinguang sect, was actually the unremarkable little uncle master of the sect. What's more, the little uncle master was so young, he would undoubtedly grow stronger, becoming a legendary saint with no difficulty. At that time, unifying Fengshou, or even contending for supremacy in the southern domain, would not be impossible. Gazing upon the sea of cheers erupting across the plaza, Lin Xiao felt his heart swell with exhilaration. After a moment, he raised his hand to silence the crowd. Instantly, a profound stillness descended upon them all. Friends, from this day forth, the Qinguang sect shall continue as before. Lin Xiao swept his gaze across the assembly, his voice ringing clear and powerful. I shall, from time to time, conduct lectures at Taishan Peak. Every member of the Qinguang sect, regardless of status or position, may attend. At these words, the crowd erupted once more into fervent excitement. This was an extraordinary blessing, perhaps even more valuable than receiving resources directly. Yet even the elders' cultivation insights were limited, leaving the disciples to forge their own path through trial and error. As for those venerable elders, there was no one qualified to instruct them. They could only exchange insights amongst themselves and continue fumbling forward alone. Thus, the opportunity to receive guidance from a Grand Master, and not just any Grand Master, but one of the supreme tier on the Grand Master rankings, this was simply too invaluable to pass up. Senior! Junior brother, this is magnificent! Zhang Yunyi was beside himself with excitement. His cultivation stood second only to Lin Xiao's within the entire Qinguang sect. Entirely self-taught, he had been wading through unknown waters all these years. From now on, with Lin Xiao's guidance, he would be able to avoid countless detours. Lin Xiao nodded, then turned his attention to Long Rolling, Liang Long, Yi Qiudia, and Feng Yuan. Congratulations to the four of you, on becoming Peak Lords. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Thank you, little uncle. Zhang Rolling's lovely face was bright with a sweet smile. Thank you, Grand Elder. Liang Long replied with an enchanting smile. Yi Qiudia and Feng Yuan, however, appeared somewhat overwhelmed, hastily bowing in deference. With a wave to the assembled crowd, Lin Xiao vanished in a flash, streaking across the sky like a shooting star toward Taishan Peak. He intended to continue his cultivation within the 000 space. His metal doll comprehension had reached its initial completion, and now he was delving into wood doll comprehension. Despite his rapid progress, Lin Xiao dared not relax. After all, he had made an enemy of the ancient Pack Sacred Land. He must become a saint with all haste. Congratulations, Sect Master Zhang. Sect Master Zhang, having a junior brother like yours truly makes others grin with envy. Heartiest congratulations. The guests rushed forward with flattery, their faces wearing sycophantic smiles. The prepared banquet proceeded without interruption. Throughout the entire Qinguang sect, peals of laughter and joyful voices filled the air. Innumerable disciples vied to discuss Grand Elder Lin Xiao, their excitement reaching fever pitch. Ha ha ha, who could have imagined? The Grand Elder is actually our little uncle. 3 years ago, I even went swimming with him in the mountain pool. When I first joined the Qinguang sect, I heard stories about the little uncle. Back then, everyone said his talent was terribly poor. I never believed it, though. Think about it, if he's the junior brother of the sect master and a disciple of the former sect master, how could his talent possibly be lacking? Same here. Honestly, I always thought the little uncle was a formidable expert hiding his true abilities. You guys are all just blowing hot air. As the banquet drew to a close, news of everything that had transpired at the Qinguang sect began to spread beyond its walls, carried by departing guests across the length and breadth of Feng continent. It was not long before word reached other continents. The ancient Path Blade Grandmaster on the Grandmaster rankings Lin Xiao was merely a young man in his early 20s. With a single punch, he had slain Ouyang Yun, a Grand Master of the 9th stage, from the ancient past sacred land. Furthermore, the sacred maiden of the ancient past sacred land shared a complicated history with Lin Xiao. The story grew more outlandish with each telling. By the end, rumors claimed the sacred maiden and Lin Xiao were originally a devoted couple. Lin Xiao had callously abandoned her after defiling her virtue, leading to their bitter enmity. In a very short time, the once regionally known Qingguang sect spread throughout the entire southern domain, becoming a renowned power. Lin Xiao's name resonated throughout the southern domain, spreading to every corner of the realm. The ancient past sacred land was the foremost holy land of the southern domain, making its sacred maiden one of the most significant figures in the entire region. Ouyang Yun also carried considerable fame within the southern domain. Lin Xiao's entanglement with the sacred maiden, combined with his slaying of Ouyang Yun, had catapulted him to sudden, immense renown. His prominence was unrivaled. Many supreme grandmasters and prodigious talents began journeying to Feng Continent, eager to witness the legendary ancient past blade grandmaster for themselves. At the ancient past sacred land, within a grand, majestic sacred hall, the atmosphere was unbearably oppressive. Upon the wide, imposing throne sat the sacred lord of the ancient past sacred land. Clad in flowing Taoist robes that day, he radiated an otherworldly, transcendental aura. Seated below on the left was a middle-aged man with a narrow face and aquiline nose, Qiu, one of the 12 palace masters of the ancient past sacred land, master of the Shengtian Palace. On the right sat 2 women, Bai Lujun, palace master of Shenxiu, and the sacred maiden, Hu Miurang. Sacred lord, my disciple was cruelly slain. I beg you to render justice for me. Palace master Qiu spoke with a dark, gloomy expression. Palace master Qiu, Lin Xiao's life belongs to me. No one else may lay a hand on him. Hu Miurang's expression was grave as she declared. She did not fear Qiu in the slightest. Within the ancient past sacred land, the positions of sacred son and sacred maiden held immense prestige, exceeding even that of the palace masters, second only to the sacred lord himself. Thus, despite Hu Miurang having chosen Bai Lujun as her master rather than the sacred lord or the ancestors, her status remained unchanged. In essence, her standing was even higher than that of her own master. This status was derived from her extraordinary talent and the recognition bestowed upon her by the sacred lord and the ancestors. Sacred maiden, this incident originated with you. Are you saying my disciple Ouyang Yun simply died for nothing? Qiu pressed further. Although the sacred maiden's status surpassed his, as a saint who had cultivated for over 200 years, how could he possibly be intimidated by an inferior junior? Senior brother Ouyang shall not have died in vain. I promise you, within 2 years, I will personally take Lin Xiao's life. Hu Miurang shook her head as she spoke. 2 more years. Qiu coldly laughed. I have heard the rumors circulating outside. The nature of your relationship with that Lin Xiao is rather ambiguous. Could it be you wish to exonerate him? Palace Master Qiu, I, Hu Miurang, speak with absolute integrity. If I fail to deliver Lin Xiao to you within 2 years' time, I am willing to voluntarily relinquish my position as sacred maiden. Hu Miurang declared solemnly. She was well aware she was not in the right, but she would never permit Palace Master Qiu to kill Lin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Qiu fell silent. With such a solemn guarantee given directly before the sacred lord, he could hardly continue to object. Palace Master Qiu, place your trust in Miurang. She will give you an answer. And if she cannot, then as her master, I shall give you one myself. Bai Lujun interjected from the side. I naturally trust the saint maiden. Qiu said deeply. The sacred lord surveyed the 3 individuals before him and gave a slight nod. Very well, Qiu, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Let the sacred maiden handle it. As you command, sacred lord. Qiu acknowledged. The sacred lord then turned his gaze to Hu Miurang. As the sacred maiden of the ancient past sacred land, your reputation must remain beyond reproach. Deal with this Lin Xiao swiftly. Rest assured, sacred lord. Within 2 years, I shall personally take Lin Xiao's life. Hu Miurang nodded. Excellent. The sacred lord was highly satisfied, then dismissed the 3. After Hu Miurang and Bai Lujun returned to Shenxiu Palace, they entered Hu Miurang's private chambers. Miurang, I've noticed a certain restlessness in you since your return. Tell me, what is this Lin Xiao like? Bai Lujun asked gently, her face wearing a kind smile. Hu Miurang sighed, her voice tinged with bitterness. Master, can you fathom it, a talent from an impoverished backwater, an insignificant sect not even possessing a grand master, relying solely on himself and at just over 20 years of age, cultivated to the 9th stage peak of Divine Sea and entered the Grandmaster rankings. Hu Miran's eyes grew moist. This journey to the Qingguang sect had taken her entirely by surprise, nearly shattering her composure. Oh! Bai Lujuan's expression filled with astonishment. Such talent was truly, extraordinarily remarkable. Could he possibly possess some supreme special physique? Lin Xiao and I have only known each other for a few months. At that time, Hu Miran proceeded to recount the tale of herself and Lin Xiao, one episode at a time. She placed great trust in her master, holding nothing back. After listening to Hu Miran's account, Bai Lujun remained silent. She could deeply empathize with Hu Miran's feelings. Once unable to cultivate, she had been ignored and looked down upon by others. Yet because of her beauty, she had been privately mocked as a useless ornament. Now, with her destiny changed, she had soared to great heights. But being ruthlessly struck down, this was indeed a tremendous blow to Hu Miran's state of mind. However, sometimes this could also be a blessing in disguise. First of all, Lin Xiao's existence could constantly inspire Hu Miran, giving her powerful motivation to move forward. Miran, everything you have done is not wrong. Bai Lujun gave a slight nod and said, Lin Xiao is a perfect stepping stone, and the stronger he becomes, the more it proves your worth. Master, do you truly feel this way? Hu Miran asked, pleasantly surprised that her master fully agreed with her. Of course. Bai Lujun smiled and said, we women are not appendages of men. We can control our own destiny, and this master will always support you. Your most important task right now is to stabilize your state of mind and not be affected by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao may be a genius, a top-tier genius, even a special constitution holder, but so what? No matter how talented he is, he cannot be compared to you. You must remember, you possess the tying divine body, a unique special constitution unseen for ages. Your future lies in the central domain, in the entire Zongyuan continent, in the Starry Sea. Bai Lujun spoke these words of counsel slowly and carefully. Yes, thank you, Master. Hu Miran nodded solemnly, then added, Master, please rest assured, this disciple will never disappoint you. Bai Lujun nodded in satisfaction. She only had this one disciple, who also possessed peerless talent. She looked forward to great achievements from this disciple in the future. Fenzhou, Qingguang sect. Ever since the Supreme Elder's Lin Xiao's identity had been revealed, the entire sect had been awaiting the Supreme Elder's lecture. Though they waited anxiously, no one dared to ascend to the Supreme Elder's peak to disturb his meditation. One day, several figures descended upon the skies above Qingguang sect. There were 3 visitors in total. The leader was a short and sturdy middle-aged man. The other 2 were respectively a beautiful woman and a tall young man. Each of them possessed formidable aura, all being top-tier grandmasters. I am Li Tai, known as the Thunderclap Sword Master, ranked 527th on the Grandmaster rankings. Today I have come specifically to pay respects to the Guxian Blade sect and seek your guidance. The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice, his words like the resonance of a great bell echoing through heaven and earth. All members of Qingguang sect raised their heads in astonishment, looking toward the 3 figures in the sky. They never expected a Grandmaster ranked within the top 500 on the Grandmaster rankings to come challenge the Supreme Elder. What, is the Guxian Blade sect not present? Seeing no response from within Qingguang sect, the middle-aged man couldn't help but call out loudly. Today, the 3 Grandmasters had come specifically to ride the fame of the Guxian Blade sect to elevate their own reputation. Therefore, if they could not meet the Guxian Blade sect, they would not leave easily. He was merely the weakest of the 3, the other 2 companions were even stronger than him. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying blade aura, spanning dozens of zhang, suddenly erupted from the Supreme Elder's peak and rocketed upward, striking directly at the middle-aged man. This single strike was exceedingly domineering, its aura incomparably terrifying. Excellent! The Thunderclap Sword Master laughed heartily upon seeing this, thrusting out his sword. Instantly, a thunderclap exploded. A brilliant sword aura burst forth from his sword peak like a sharp flash of lightning. In an instant, blade aura and sword aura collided. The sword aura shattered instantly. The blade aura pressed forward indomitably, slashing directly toward the Thunderclap Sword Master. What? The Thunderclap Sword Master was greatly startled, hastily raising his sword to block. Boom! The blade aura struck the Thunderclap Sword Master, causing an explosion. The Thunderclap Sword Master's body was directly knocked back dozens of zhang, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. So powerful! The thunderclap sword master was greatly shocked. The other two were equally shaken in their hearts. One blade had defeated the thunderclap sword master, they would certainly not be a match for the Guxian blade sect either. Ha ha! The Guxian blade sect is indeed well deserved of its reputation. Li Mao truly admires it. The thunderclap sword master laughed heartily. Clearly understanding the gap between himself and the Guxian blade sect, he naturally would not continue fighting. The gap in strength was far too great. Tomorrow morning at dawn, there will be a lecture at the plaza on the mountainside of the Supreme Elder's Peak. Everyone may attend. At this time, Lin Xiao's voice rang out again, calm yet resonant, echoing throughout every corner of Qingguang sect. In an instant, Qingguang sect erupted in excitement. From sect master Zhang Yumi down to ordinary altar disciples, even the servants, were overjoyed. After waiting a full half-month, the Supreme Elder was finally going to lecture. At the peak of the Supreme Elder's Peak, Lin Xiao stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing toward the distant heavens. Now, his wood principle and earth principle had also reached initial completion. He had comprehended a total of 7 principles. Now he only had the 2 principles of yin and yang remaining. When the time came for 9 martial principles to forge the 9-vein saint elixir, becoming a saint would be within reach. Therefore, he decided to take one day to lecture at Qingguang sect first. He himself didn't mind spending this single day. The next morning, just as dawn broke, numerous disciples from the various peaks of Qingguang sect began rushing toward the Supreme Elder's Peak, each trying to secure a good spot. At the mountainside of the Supreme Elder's Peak, there was also a blue stone plaza, though not as large as the main peak's plaza. The entire plaza was already packed with people. Zhang Yumi, the Grand Elder, Mao Peak Master, Long Rolling, Yi Qiudia, and others had all arrived. Because the plaza wasn't large enough to accommodate all 30,000 disciples of Qingguang sect, some ordinary disciples stood on large rocks outside the plaza. Some even climbed onto large trees. Whoosh! A tearing sound echoed through the air as Lin Xiao, dressed in green robes, flew into the sky above the plaza. Because the plaza was filled to capacity, he simply lectured in mid-air so everyone could see him. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. All the elders and disciples, upon seeing Lin Xiao's arrival, bowed respectfully one after another. Rise, everyone. Lin Xiao raised his hand in acknowledgement. After everyone stood up, he surveyed the gathered crowd below and spoke loudly. Today's lecture will begin with some insights on martial technique cultivation. Martial technique cultivation primarily involves 3 aspects. First, the application of true qi or true essence. Second, the comprehension of momentum. Third, the integration of mental states. Using our sect's common swift wind blade technique as an example, wind attribute martial techniques contain wind blade momentum. This technique emphasizes being swift as the wind, the blade technique forming wind momentum, merging into the wind lending the blade's force. As Lin Xiao spoke slowly and clearly, he simultaneously demonstrated the swift wind blade technique. His explanations were straightforward and easy to understand. Even those who had never practiced the swift wind blade technique could apply the insights to their own cultivation. While Lin Xiao was lecturing, at the same time, at the Golden Radiance Sacred Ground in Lin Xiu, within a magnificent golden hall, the Golden Radiance Sword Saint sat regally upon his throne. An elder quickly entered the hall. Reporting to the Sacred Lord, based on our investigation, the Guxian Blade Sect's Lin Xiao should be the murderer who killed the sacred heir. This is his portrait. The elder reported, taking out a somewhat rough portrait as he spoke. On the portrait was Lin Xiao's face. Upon seeing this, the Golden Radiance Sword Saint's eyes immediately burst forth with intense killing intent. Lin Xiao, you dared to kill my father. This saint shall tear you to pieces. The Golden Radiance Sword Saint roared violently, veins standing out on his forehead. Sacred Lord, that Lin Xiao is connected to the Saint Maiden of the Ancient Path Sacred Ground. We must plan carefully. The elder immediately warned. Their Golden Radiance Sacred Ground was incomparably inferior to the Ancient Path Sacred Ground. The Ancient Path Sacred Ground was situated in the largest ancient continent of the Southern Domain. It was the strongest sacred ground in the Southern Domain, with numerous saints. whereas their golden radiance sacred ground was merely a nascent sacred ground with only the golden radiance sword saint as their sole saint. In Lin Xiao, their golden radiance sacred ground couldn't even be considered a top-tier force, let alone compared to the ancient past sacred ground. The vengeance for Fang must be avenged. No one can stop this saint. Lin Xiao must die. The golden radiance sword saint's voice was cold and indifferent. Then, with a single step, he departed from the hall. The next moment, he vanished without a trace. When martial techniques are cultivated to their ultimate realm, they inevitably form a momentum. The so-called blade momentum, sword momentum, fist momentum, and the like. These are not confined to mere forms. The heavenly and earthly attributes they embody constitute the embryonic foundation of martial Dao realm. The key to mastering a martial technique to its pinnacle or ultimate realm lies not in the variations of movements, but in one's comprehension of the momentum it contains. Lin Xiao spoke eloquently without cease. Occasionally, he would demonstrate a move. At other times, he would analyze the transformations within that technique. The tens of thousands of disciples from Qinguang sect listened in utter enchantment. Particularly for the elders, Lin Xiao's teachings were akin to a sudden enlightenment, pouring clarity upon their understanding. He lectured from dawn until dusk, and only then did the day's martial Dao instruction conclude. Very well, let us end today's session here. We shall continue the instruction another day. Lin Xiao surveyed the entire assembly, announcing clearly. Thank you, Supreme Elder. Everyone bowed respectfully with hands clasped. Though some felt a lingering reluctance to part, the Supreme Elder had lectured for an entire day, which would be more than enough for them to digest over a considerable time. Yes, you may all disperse. Lin Xiao nodded. Immediately, the numerous disciples and elders began descending the mountain. Lin Xiao's figure descended before Zhang Yunyi, the Grand Elder, and the others. Supreme Elder. Zhang Yunyi and the others hastily bowed, each appearing restrained and tense. He, little junior uncle, you lectured all day. Are you tired? Zhang Ruoling was not the least bit restrained as she approached, asking cheerfully. Do you still think I'm at the qi condensation second stage? Lin Xiao said with a smile. That's true. Zhang Ruoling could not help but stick out her tongue. Lin Xiao turned to Zhang Yunyi and spoke earnestly. Senior brother, you need not be so respectful. I'm truly uncomfortable with it. Please just call me junior brother. This. Very well. Zhang Yunyi hesitated briefly, then nodded. In this world, martial power reigns supreme, and a top-tier grandmaster was for Zhang Yunyi only a being to gaze up at in reverence. In the past, he had not known Lin Gao's true strength, so he could face him calmly. But now that he knew, it was inevitable that his heart would feel somewhat constrained. Most others felt the same way. Yi Qiudio kept her head lowered, scarcely daring to meet Lin Xiao's gaze. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xiao took out 3 bottles of pills from his qiankun bag, saying, Senior brother, these are some cultivation pills that can enhance one's cultivation. Their effects are extraordinary. You shall be responsible for distributing them to everyone. These pills had all been imbued with the purple qi from the creation space, and each pill contained a substantial amount of that qi. They were even superior to the ones sold at the spirit cleanse place before, with immense value. That won't be necessary, will it? Zhang Yunyi immediately shook his head, saying, The last time you killed that person from the ancient Wei sacred land, we later picked up his qiankun bag. It contained many pills inside. Keep them. My pills have better effects. Lin Xiao pressed the pills into Zhang Yunyi's hand without allowing any argument. Moreover, if there is anything in the future, you may come find me at the Supreme Peak anytime. Lin Xiao added. Very well. Zhang Yunyi immediately agreed. Thank you, Supreme Elder. The Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the others also hastily expressed their gratitude. Lin Xiao turned to Yang Long behind them, saying, Peak Master Liang, would you trouble yourself to clean my palace for me? Of course, Supreme Elder. Yang Long immediately clasped her fist in a bow. In public settings, she was still very mindful of propriety. Lin Xiao nodded and flew toward the palace atop the mountain. But at this moment, everyone present could not help but change their expressions, all looking toward Yi Qiudio. In the past, it had always been Yi Qiudio who was responsible for cleaning the Supreme Peak. Now, however, the Supreme Elder had specifically designated Liang Long instead. What profound significance lay within this? Had the Supreme Elder grown weary of Yi Qiudio? Or had the Supreme Elder taken a fancy to Liang Long? Or perhaps the Supreme Elder wished to provide personal guidance to Liang Long? Yi Qiudio's face paled instantly. Her heart was filled with complicated emotions. Peak Master Liang, Congratulations, congratulations. The second elder was the first to offer congratulations. Peak Master Liang, to have earned the favor of the Supreme Elder, what wonderful fortune. Peak Master Liang, perhaps we could discuss martial arts together when you have time. Many of the elder figures pressed around her eagerly, which caused Liang to sigh within her heart. She was merely a junior, having only just broken through to the spirit transformation realm not long ago. Although the sect master had appointed her as a peak master, because she had joined Qingguang sect halfway through, she was not considered a core figure within the sect. However, with just one sentence from Lin Xiao, her circumstances had been completely transformed. Peak Master Liang, since the junior brother asked you to clean, you may go ahead. Zhang Yini said with a smile. The smile on his face carried a certain profound meaning. Clean what? With Lin Xiao's cultivation, a wave of his hand and the palace would be immaculately clean. Looking at it this way, this junior brother of mine and Liang must have an extremely close relationship. I had best get on good terms with Liang in the future as well. Yes, sect master. Liang smiled and swiftly headed toward the mountaintop. Phew! When Wang Ruoyin saw this, she felt somewhat displeased within her heart. Little junior uncle. Could he have been bewitched by Liang? Within the palace, Lin Xiao and Liang were chatting idly. He had called Liang over, naturally not to enjoy any sort of intimate pleasures. It was just that for the past 2 or 3 months, he had been in seclusion cultivating, and they had basically not met. So he had simply asked her to come over. Lin Xiao also gave Liang some pills and spirit stones. Moreover, he inquired about the problems she encountered during cultivation and offered her guidance one by one. Xiao brother, the sky has already darkened. Should I perhaps stay the night at the Supreme Peak? After a long while, Liang glanced at the sky and asked with a playful smile. That would be fine too. Lin Xiao smiled, then led her into the bedroom. The night passed in silence. The next morning at dawn, Liang departed. Lin Xiao came to the edge of a cliff, and with a thought, communicated with his spirit beast, the fire-flood dragon. During this period, the creature had not entered the creation space. Now he intended to let it in, to accelerate its growth into a saint-level spirit beast. Soon after, a scarlet light came darting out from the distant mountain forest and arrived before Lin Xiao. Go in. Patting the enormous head of Little Huo, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Just as he had put Little Huo into the creation space, Lin Xiao suddenly frowned. His perception was incomparably acute. He faintly sensed that at the distant horizon, a terrifying might came sweeping forth, clothed in boundless killing intent. The party was still very far away, but their speed was extremely fast. They could arrive in merely a few breaths of time. Is this saintly might? Lin Xiao immediately furrowed his brow. He sensed a saint's might. The visitor bore ill intentions and was very likely here for their Qingguang sect. With this thought, Lin Xiao immediately soared into the sky, ascending to the firmament. Just as he flew out of Qingguang sect, he saw a golden rainbow light racing toward him at extreme speed. The rainbow light, due to its excessive velocity, created enormous sonic booms, like continuous rumbling thunder, truly astonishing. It is him. When Lin Xiao clearly saw the figure within the rainbow light, his eyes narrowed. Golden Radiance Sword Saint. The original body of that saint's shadow from back at the Spirit Continent town. He had finally come. As Golden Radiance Sword Saint raced over at great speed, he naturally spotted Lin Xiao hovering above immediately and came to an abrupt halt. Lin Xiao of the Ancient Mystery Blade Sect, today marks your death. Lin Xiao of the Ancient Profound Blade Sect, today marks the end of your life. The Golden Radiance Sword Saint descended upon him, wreathed in magnificent holy might that swept across the heavens like a tidal wave. He halted at a distance of 100 dong from Lin Xiao. A chilling, domineering voice resounded through the world, reverberating like thunder splitting the sky. The entire Qingguang sect was stirred into commotion, countless disciples and elders emerging from their dwellings in utter astonishment. Is that so? Lin Xiao sneered, standing ready for battle. You don't even attempt to flee? Do you truly believe you can stand against this saint? The Golden Radiance Sword Saint bellowed. Golden Radiance Sword Saint, if my understanding is correct, you belong to that most inferior tier of saints across the southern domain. Why would I run? Lin Xiao stated calmly and composedly. In truth, after destroying his divine sense phantom and slaying his son back then, he had already anticipated that one day the man would come seeking revenge to his door. However, after learning more about the saint of the Jinyao Holy Land, he had not given it much thought. The Golden Radiance Sword Saint had condensed a one-line saint core over 20 years ago and thereby achieved the status of a saint. He subsequently founded the Jin Yao Holy Land. Currently, he remained only an early-stage saint. Thus, although Lin Xiao acknowledged he posed some threat, there was absolutely no need to fear him. Arrogant. Upon hearing this, the Golden Radiance Sword Saint's expression darkened instantly. How dare a mere Grandmaster look down upon him, a true saint? The murderous intent within his heart surged to its peak in an instant. Lin Xiao, let me make this clear to you today. Even the weakest saint is far beyond what a lowly Grandmaster such as yourself could possibly withstand, even if you are listed on the Grandmaster ranking. The Golden Radiance Sword Saint unleashed a furious roar, and a flash of golden light appeared in his hand, a massive golden greatsword. Today, both you and your Qinguang sect will be buried alongside my son. The pressure radiating from the Golden Radiance Sword Saint suddenly skyrocketed, his terrifying holy might surging forth in endless waves. Whoosh! He swung his long sword in arc, striking directly toward Lin Xiao. In an instant, a monstrous sword chi tore across the sky, hurtling toward Lin Xiao like lightning. This single strike was extraordinarily terrifying, its sword intent vast, its aura boundless, and its speed swifter than any bolt of thunder. Zip! Lin Xiao reacted with incredible speed, instantly dodging upward into the 9 heavens while darting away. His primary concern was that a fierce battle between them here would drag the Qinguang sect into the crossfire. Rumble! That monstrous sword chi struck deep into a mountain forest 40 li away, causing the earth to tremble and split apart. A small peak was severed in half in the blink of an eye. Where do you think you are fleeing to? The Golden Radiance Sword Saint let out a shrill cry, his entire body shooting forward like a streak of sword light in pursuit of Lin Xiao. Quick! Activate the sect protection formation. Within the Qinguang sect, Zhang Yunli immediately shouted. The eldest elder swiftly activated the protective formation, and instantly a colossal transparent barrier rose above the sect, guarding the entire mountain gate. Elder Zhang, an enemy saint has arrived. Can the Supreme Elder handle him? A certain elder asked with trembling voice. None of them had ever laid eyes on a saint before, nor did they truly understand just how terrifyingly strong a saint could be. All they had ever known were legends of saints. Their hearts trembled with unease at every moment. How would I know? Zhang Yunli replied with a grim expression, his mind consumed by dread. Panic spread throughout the entire Qinguang sect. They knew their supreme elder was unfathomably powerful, but this opponent was a saint, a genuine saint. Lin Xiao, there is no escape. The Golden Radiance Sword Saint's speed was extraordinary. Within merely a few breaths, he had already closed the distance and caught up with Lin Xiao. From his vantage point high above, he swung his sword once more. In a fleeting moment, hundreds of sword chi erupted from the golden blade, transforming into countless golden sword shadows that swooped down upon Lin Xiao. The barrage of sword shadows sealed off every direction above, below, left, and right, leaving Lin Xiao with no room to evade. Instantly, Lin Xiao halted in midair, his long blade in hand, continuously sweeping in all directions to form a wall of blade light. Boom! 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 One after another, the incoming sword shadows were shattered by his blade, sending shards of sword chi scattering in every direction across the sky. The monstrous sword energy tore through the white clouds in the firmament and crashed upon the earth, carving enormous trenches into the land. The Golden Radiance Sword Saint's eyes narrowed slightly. The opponent had blocked his attack so effortlessly. How was this possible? Although this strike had not been delivered at full power, it could have effortlessly slain a half-saint. Today, I shall see for myself just what level the most inferior saint truly operates at. Lin Xiao's expression remained calm, his long blade in hand, radiating supreme domineering presence. You seek death? Enraged beyond control, the Golden Radiance Sword Saint's temper erupted. Every moment the fell mentioned the phrase most inferior saint was a blatant act of contempt and humiliation. A saint could not be insulted. Those who insulted a saint deserved to die. A blazing sword aura erupted from the Golden Radiance Sword Saint's body, his immensely powerful golden intent power swirling about him with peerless sharpness and brilliance. His speed was blistering as he charged toward Lin Xiao like lightning. One sword thrust pierced the heavens, the dazzling sword chi sharp, cold, and terrifyingly lethal. Shatter! Lin Xiao faced him without a hint of fear. Golden light blazed around his body as the 5 elemental intent powers gold, wood, water, fire, and earth surrounded him, and with a single devastating slash, his blade struck directly against the sword light. Boom! The incomparably domineering blade light instantly shattered the sword chi, and the overwhelming force directly sent the golden radiance sword saint reeling backward several zhang. How is this possible? 5 martial intent realms. The golden radiance sword saint's expression shifted in an instant, unable to believe what his own eyes were witnessing. This young master of the ancient profound blade sect, so young in years, had comprehended 5 martial intent realms. How could such a thing be possible? There is nothing in this world that is impossible. Your son was trash, and as his father, your death is entirely justified. Lin Xiao spoke with a cold, merciless expression. Having observed the opponent's earlier 2 attacks, he had already formed a rough understanding of his power level. He had been waiting for an opportunity, the chance to deliver a single decisive killing blow. After all, the opponent was a saint with extraordinary speed. If he truly wished to flee, Lin Xiao would not be able to catch him. Although he had already begun forming 7 martial intent realms, he had only employed 5 so far, deliberately concealing his true strength to lull his enemy into underestimating him, and then seized the opportunity to strike a killing blow. The martial intent realms granted him a tremendous power amplification, each one boosting his combat effectiveness by 3 to 4 parts in 10. Truly a magnificent statement from the ancient profound blade sect. With your current strength, you rightfully deserve a spot among the top 3 on the Grandmaster ranking. That alone makes you impossible to spare. The golden radiance sword saint's face darkened. If he failed to kill Lin Xiao today, the Jinyao Holy Land would face annihilation. Whoosh! The golden radiance sword saint ascended directly above Lin Xiao. Gripping his sword with both hands, he raised it high above his head. At the same moment, a colossal phantom of a sword deity rose from his body, mimicking the same posture, sword raised high. Die! The golden radiance sword saint brought his sword down in a furious strike, and the sword deity phantom behind him moved in perfect synchronization with him. Fu-um! In the next instant, a terrifying sword radiance erupted as though tearing open heaven and earth itself, descending upon Lin Xiao with catastrophic force. Lin Xiao dared not let his guard slip for even a moment. He unleashed the full force of his physical body and activated the 5 elements intent, unleashing his trial of 13 blade technique, a single reverse strike sweeping upward. Boom! Lin Xiao cleaved through the sword radiance, but the overwhelming recoil force sent him plummeting downward dozens of zhang. That terrifying sword beam struck a 1,000 zhang tall mountain and split it cleanly in 2. Swish! 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 Countless devastating swords of qi continued raining down upon him. The golden radiance sword saint kept striking relentlessly, attempting to finish Lin Xiao in one continuous assault. Yet Lin Xiao proved incredibly resilient, constantly evading and blocking. Their figures danced through the high sky, endlessly shifting and pursuing one another. Countless clouds above were torn asunder, while the earth below was carved with endless trenches by wayward sword qi. The terrifying explosive sounds shook the firmament, resonating across all 8 directions of the world. The 2 warriors fought from within the borders of the Chu kingdom straight into the territory of the Chongfeng Empire, with the golden radiance sword saint completely suppressing Lin Xiao on the defensive. Good heavens! A saint? It's a saint battle. That's the ancient profound blade sect from Qingguang sect. They're fighting against a saint. The ancient profound blade sect can now contend with a saint? How is that possible? Within the Chongfeng Empire, several Grandmaster level experts with relatively profound cultivation gazed up at the battle raging in the sky, utterly stunned and unable to believe their own eyes. Boom! 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 The sky resounded with continuous explosions, with sword qi raging everywhere. The face of the golden radiance sword saint had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He had nearly exhausted all his techniques. No matter what powerful moves he unleashed, he could only suppress Lin Xiao to a disadvantage but could not completely defeat him. I have no choice but to use this move. The golden radiance sword saint gritted his teeth. Although this technique was not yet fully mastered, its power was still considerable. Man and sword as one. The golden radiance sword saint held his longsword, his entire being seemingly fused with the blade. Becoming one with the sword, his whole body turned into a beam of sword light, speeding toward Lin Xiao. The opportunity had come. Lin Zhao's eyes instantly brightened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, charging straight at the golden radiance sword saint. Then, the power of his physical body, the power of his cultivation, and the power of 7 martial arts concepts erupted to their utmost limits. Slash! Lin Xiao bellowed, bringing his long blade down fiercely. Boom! A resounding explosion that shook heaven and earth blasted across the sky. The terrifying force of the long blade, carrying boundless might, tore through the golden radiance sword saint's sword light and struck him brutally. No! The golden radiance sword saint roared in shock and terror. He had charged too fast, there was no time to dodge. The long blade instantly shredded his protective true essence, and then tore through his saintly body. The great saint, the golden radiant sword saint, was directly cleaved into by a single slash. Blood splattered across the sky. The two halves of the golden radiant sword saint's body flew past both sides of Lin Xiao, hurtling for over 100 dong before plummeting downward. Saints are truly hard to kill. Lin Xiao caught his breath slightly, then flew toward the corpse of the golden radiant sword saint. Afterward, he retrieved the golden radiant sword saint's chancren pouch and picked up his long sword, a contemplative expression on his face. With the golden radiant sword saint dead, the golden radiant's holy land had no saint left. Presumably, before long, the golden radiant's holy land would either disband or be annexed by other powers. As a holy land, even the most worthless one, the resources within the golden radiant's holy land were still enormous. They were absolutely incomparable to the three major powers of Fengshou. If he didn't take them, someone else would. With this thought, Lin Xiao's figure shot into the sky, heading toward Lin Xiao. At the scene, only the two halves of the golden radiant sword saint's body remained, lying in the grass on the ground, with his eyes open in death. A moment later, several martial artists of the Grandmaster level flew over from afar and landed beside the golden radiant sword saint's corpse. These Grandmasters stared at the body with faces full of shock. Who is this saint? Someone asked in astonishment, his heart churning with turmoil. A dignified saint had actually been slain by Lin Xiao of the ancient mystic blade sect. It was simply unbelievable. A Grandmaster killing a saint was unheard of, unseen. Even the one ranked first on the Grandmaster list, who had held the top spot for over a century, had only defeated saints, with no record of killing one. This is the Holy Lord of the Golden Radiant's Holy Land in Lin Xiao, the Golden Radiant Sword Saint. Someone recognized his identity and exclaimed. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Absolutely certain. I had the fortune to see him 5 years ago in Lin Xiao. The Golden Radiant's Holy Land is finished. The ancient mystic blade sect can be called the #1 Grandmaster in the Southern Domain. Everyone was astounded. They could foresee how great a shock this news would cause once it spread across the Southern Domain. After a short while, the several Grandmasters departed. A moment later, another group of martial artists at the spirit transformation stage flew over to investigate. High above in the sky's dome. As Lin Xiao flew, he examined the golden radiant sword saint's chancren pouch. The wealth inside shocked him greatly. Low-grade spirit stones were not many, only about 1 million or so, but the higher-quality medium-grade spirit stones amounted to a full 900,000. 900,000 medium-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 90 million low-grade spirit stones, a truly enormous fortune. As for his other treasures, such as pills and martial arts techniques, there were not many, but they were all of the heaven grade. Heaven grade, also known as saint grade, refers to pills and martial arts that only saints can use. This sword is also good. It should be a low-grade heaven grade. Lin Xiao examined the long sword in his hand, then put it away, planning to give it to Zhang Ruoying once he returned. As Lin Xiao rushed toward the Golden Radiant's Holy Land, news of his killing of the Golden Radiant Sword Saint spread rapidly among the major powers, and it would likely reach the entire Southern Domain within a few days. Countless powers were shaken. The three dominant forces of Fengshou learned of it immediately. Within the Changfeng Empire, deep in the Imperial Palace, the demi-saint Fengyang wore a bitter expression. Before him knelt his great-grandson, the new emperor of the Changfeng Empire. Ancestor, what should we do? That ancient mystic blade sect is invincible. If he comes for us, won't we be doomed? Ancestor, think of a way. The new emperor's face was full of fear and anxiety. Alas! After a long while, the demi-saint Fengyang heaved a heavy sigh. He seemed to have aged even more, and said helplessly, open the national treasury, prepare resources and treasures. I will go to the Azure Light sect to offer a humble apology. Ah! The new emperor was terrified. Ancestor, if we go there, what if he kills us? Why don't we flee to another continent? With our strength, rebuilding an empire wouldn't be hard. Fengyang shook his head upon hearing this. The Feng imperial clan has a population of over 5 million. Where can we flee? If he wants to kill us, we have no escape. But the new emperor wanted to say more, but the demi-saint Fengyang waved his hand to cut him off. Fengyang sighed. Rest assured, if he wanted to kill us, he wouldn't have waited until now. As long as we submit to the Azure Light sect, the Changfeng Empire might still be preserved. Even if he wants to kill, at most he will kill these old bones of mine. he should not touch you. Go prepare. The demi-saint Fengyang waved his hand. Yes, ancestor. The new emperor nodded helplessly. Since the ancestor had decided, there was nothing he could change. At the same time, Heaven Fire Hall. When Hall Master Wu Lai and demi-saint Chao Dong heard this news, both were dumbfounded. This. How did he become so strong? Chao Dong muttered to himself. The last time Lin Xiao came here, he could still exchange blows with him, though it was mostly him running while Lin Xiao pursued. But it had only been a few months, and now the other party could kill a saint. Ancestor, Lin Xiao is invincible in Fengshou. Could he be thinking of unifying Fengshou? Wu Lai frowned. Fortunately, they had mended relations with Lin Xiao last time, and even set up a protective sect formation for the Azure Light sect. Otherwise, they would probably be fleeing now. Who can tell? Chao Dong shook his head and sighed. How about I go to the Azure Light sect and meet with sect master Zhang Yunmi? Wu Lai suggested. What's the use of seeing him? Chao Dong shook his head. Within the entire Azure Light sect, besides Lin Xiao, everyone else was too weak to know anything. Ancestor, that Zhang Yunmi is Lin Xiao's senior brother, deeply favored by Lin Xiao. Moreover, this man is a bit foolish. He didn't even know that the ancient mystic blade sect was his junior brother. Let me go probe his intentions. Wu Lai said. That's fine. Take more spirit stones with you. Also, bring those 2 earth-grade ultimate spiritual herbs from the medicine garden. Chao Dong said. All right. Wu Lai nodded, though he felt a pang of reluctance in his heart, but there was no other choice now. His supposed other powers were also very panicked. He must hurry to the Azure Light sect to show his sincerity. In the northwest of Lingzhou lay the Great Dale Mountain Range, home to one of the region's most renowned sacred lands, the Jinyu Sacred Land. It occupied over a dozen of the finest peaks within the Dale Mountains. The entire sacred land stretched for 100 li in circumference, adorned with magnificent palaces and exquisite pavilions that shimmered brilliantly. Veils of mist permeated the air, while exotic flowers and rare herbs painted the landscape in a riot of colors. Truly worthy of a sacred land. From the sky at the mountain's edge, Lin Xiao gazed upon the Jinyu Sacred Land, marveling at its splendor. Compared to this, the Qingguang sect was nothing but a rustic village, utterly incomparable. For a moment, Lin Xiao entertained the idea of relocating the Qingguang sect to the Jinyu Sacred Land. Even at the mountain's edge outside the Sacred Land, the density of spiritual energy was several times greater than that of Qingguang sect. However, after a moment's thought, he abandoned the notion. He was a sentimental man. Having resided in Qingguang sect for so many years, he was reluctant to move. Moreover, the Qingguang sect had tens of thousands of members, making relocation a colossal undertaking. As for spiritual energy, the Jinyu Sacred Land undoubtedly possessed spirit veins. He could simply excavate them and transplant them to Qingguang sect. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Then, with a flicker of his form, he flew toward the Jinyu Sacred Land. Like a streak of light, he smoothly entered the Sacred Land and landed before the grandest palace at its center. Oh! The protective sect formation isn't activated. Lin Xiao rejoiced inwardly. This saved him a great deal of trouble. As he landed, a swarm of Jinyu Sacred Land's experts, both male and female, converged from all directions. Who are you, daring to trespass into the Jinyu Sacred Land? An elder demanded sharply. Simultaneously, a formidable half-saint pressure surged toward Lin Xiao like a crashing wave. My name is Lin Xiao. I declare that from this day forth, the Jinyu Sacred Land is dissolved. Unfazed, Lin Xiao spoke calmly. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then their faces darkened. So you're Lin Xiao of the ancient Xian Saber sect. The half-saint elder sneered. Your trespass alone is a capital offense, and now you want to dissolve our sacred land. Are you insane? The other experts of the Jinyu Sacred Land looked at Lin Xiao as if he were a fool. A mere grandmaster demanding the dissolution of their sacred land, was this a joke? Only one elder seemed to grasp the implications, his face turning ashen. Sure enough, Lin Xiao smiled faintly and said, the sword saint of Jinyu has already been slain by me. A sacred land without a saint, do you think it can still exist? What did you say? Everyone's expression changed. Then they saw Lin Xiao flip his palm, revealing the golden sword of the sword saint, entirely golden, gleaming brilliantly. This was the sword used by the sword saint of Jinyu. He would never gift it to anyone unless he was truly dead. But the sword saint was a revered saint. How could he be slain by a Grandmaster? It was inconceivable. Take me to the treasure vault of the Jinyu sacred land, and I'll spare your lives, Lin Xiao said indifferently. Dream on. Coming to our sacred land means you stay here. The half-saint elder bellowed, striking out with a palm. A black handprint, carrying overwhelming momentum, lunged at Lin Xiao like a ferocious beast. The other elders quickly dispersed to encircle him. Seeking death, Lin Xiao drew his saber in an instant. A deathly pale blade light shot into the sky, tearing through space, landing the palm print, and directly striking the half-saint elder. A wet thud echoed. The mighty half-saint was slain in an instant. The violent saber chi shredded his body into fragments. This? The Grand Elder. How is this possible? The other elders froze, staring in disbelief at the half-saint's remains. This was the Grand Elder of the Jinyu sacred land, a step away from sainthood, yet he was cut down with a single strike. Terror gripped every heart. The ancient Xian saber sect's strength was absurdly overwhelming. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two elders flashed into the sky, attempting to flee. But two pale saber chi surged skyward, striking them. Ear-piercing screams followed as these two elders met the Grand Elder's fate. This time, all the elders were thoroughly chilled. Lead me to the sect's treasure vault, or die, Lin Xiao said coldly. This? Over a dozen elders exchanged helpless glances. The vault held all the resources of the Jinyu sacred land. If Lin Xiao plundered it, what would become of their sacred land? Seeing them remain motionless, Lin Xiao's face hardened as he raised his saber again. Please, spare us, Great One. We'll take you there. Trembling, the elders led Lin Xiao to the vault. Located underground, it was guarded not only by elders but also protected by formations. Once the elders opened the formation, Lin Xiao's heart leapt with joy. The vault's resources were astronomical pills, spirit stones, spiritual fruits and herbs, magical treasures, qianquan pouches, all in countless abundance. The spirit stones, if converted to low-grade ones, would easily exceed 100 million. Lin Xiao swept everything into 3 qianquan pouches. Then he ordered the elders to take him to the scripture pavilion. The 7-story pavilion housed nearly 2,000 martial arts manuals, all of which Lin Xiao collected. Witnessing this, the elders' faces twitched in agony, almost fainting from fury. Yet none dared to object. You all come with me to excavate the spirit veins. Lin Xiao waved his hand grandly at the elders. He had already probed underground with his divine sense and discovered 2 spirit veins. But given the vastness of the Jinyu sacred land, there were definitely more than 2 underground. Judging by the density of spiritual energy, there were at least 7 or 8. Great One, you cannot dig up the spirit veins. The elders wore grimaces more pained than mourning their own parents. They could reluctantly accept the loss of resources and manuals. But if the spirit veins were excavated, the Jinyu sacred land would be utterly ruined. Oh! Are you trying to stop me? Lin Xiao asked coldly. Great One, even if you dig them out, you wouldn't be able to take them away. A middle-aged elder with a massive head and round, fat face cautioned. Why not? Lin Xiao asked. Beneath the Jinyu sacred land lie 10 spirit veins. Even the smallest stretches over 10 li, vaster than a mountain. Can you carry that away? The big-headed elder explained. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Spirit veins were that massive. The spirit vein under the Tianhua hole was only a few hundred dong long. Such a colossal thing would never fit in a qianquan pouch. Even if excavated, he likely couldn't carry it. Lin Xiao felt troubled in his heart. Could he really move the Qinguang sect here? What if I simply sever the spirit vein? Lin Xiao inquired. My lord, this spirit vein was naturally formed by the qi of the earth's veins, containing immense power. It can continuously emit spiritual energy and even birth spirit stones. However, once severed, the internal destruction would be catastrophic. It would essentially be half ruined. The elder with the large head explained. As long as it's useful, all of you go dig it out for me. Lin Xiao directly issued the order. Half ruined still means there's another half. Bringing all 10 spirit veins back would be equivalent to having at least 3 or 4 intact ones, right? Ah! The elders of the Golden Radiance Holy Land looked at each other in bewilderment. Would he really be willing to destroy such precious earth veins? Hurry up and dig, otherwise I will start killing. Lin Xiao said coldly, threatening the crowd. Yes, yes. The elders quickly nodded and led Lin Xiao to begin digging the spirit veins. The spirit veins lay deep underground, the shallowest being dozens of long beneath the surface. Therefore, digging them out was extremely difficult. First, one had to split the earth open, even cleaving mountains apart. Then forcefully tear apart massive fissures before finally extracting the spirit veins. Even with this group of elders from the Golden Radiance Holy Land, each being half-saints and ninth realm masters of the Divine Sea Stage, extracting spirit veins was no easy feat. Rumble! The deafening sounds continued ceaselessly, and the entire Golden Radiance Holy Land was shaking. Some mountains had begun to collapse. At this moment, the Golden Radiance Holy Land had completely descended into chaos. Most disciples had no idea what was happening, plunging into panic. Those who knew the truth immediately began packing their belongings, preparing to leave the Golden Radiance Holy Land. Some stewards and higher-ranked disciples went to question the elders who were digging the spirit veins. However, they were driven away by the elders, who told them the Golden Radiance Holy Land was hereby dissolved. All the disciples were stunned. How could the Holy Land just dissolve like that? How could they even dig out the spirit veins? With over 20 elders working together, the efficiency was quite remarkable. After an entire day, all 10 spirit veins had been dug out, and the Golden Radiance Holy Land was nearly reduced to ruins. 5 mountains had collapsed, and several enormous fissures had appeared across the land, each stretching over a dozen li. More than half of the structures had become rubble. All the disciples had fled. The 20-odd elders of the Golden Radiance Holy Land were each drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Gazing upon the ruined Holy Land, each of them felt like crying, yet no tears would come. Well done. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. Looking at the 10 spirit veins that had been unearthed, his heart swelled with contentment. Each spirit vein resembled a long dragon, emanating a verdant green glow, encased within layers of mountain rocks. He tested whether he could store them in the chill space, but they would not fit. He wondered what the reason could be. My lord, may we leave now? An elder asked. Go! Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. He had never intended to kill any of them anyway. Thank you, my lord. The group of elders cupped their fists in gratitude, then swiftly fled. In the blink of an eye, only one remained. Why aren't you leaving? Lin Xiao gazed at the elder before him. It was the elder with the head as large as a bucket. My lord, my name is Luo Jian. I am the 3rd elder of the Golden Radiance Holy Land, a 9th realm peak master of the Divine Sea Stage. I am called the Big-Headed Sword Master, ranked 633rd on the master's list. The middle-aged elder with the large head cupped his fists and bowed, speaking. Your title is quite fitting. Lin Xiao laughed upon hearing this. My lord, I wish to join your Qinguang sect. The big-headed sword master wore an expression of hopeful anticipation. Oh! Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked, why do you wish to join the Qinguang sect? I only joined the Golden Radiance Holy Land 10 years ago. Now that the Holy Land has dissolved and the spirit veins have been dug out, it is impossible to rebuild. The big-headed elder sighed, speaking sincerely. My lord, your talent is unparalleled and your strength is supreme. Once you achieve sainthood, you will surely shake the entire southern domain. I am willing to follow you. Lin Xiao pondered briefly, then nodded and said, very well. Let us first deal with these spirit veins. Then you shall accompany me back to the Qinguang sect. Currently, the Qinguang sect lacked experts to guard it. Besides himself, they could only rely on the Fire Flood Dragon to maintain order. Recruiting a master from the master's list would certainly prove useful. Of course, Lin Xiao would also have someone investigate this person once he returned. If this person harbored any ulterior motives or had any other connections to the Golden Radiance Sword Saint, he would be executed on the spot. Thank you, my lord. The big-headed sword master was overjoyed. He felt he had found a powerful patron. Lin Xiao was far more promising than the Golden Radiance Sword Saint. Subsequently, the big-headed sword master immediately began working with Lin Xiao to process the 10 spirit veins. That is, to sever the spirit veins and cut them into sections. The process itself was simple, but it did indeed cause tremendous waste. Each time they cut a section, vast amounts of spiritual energy escaped into the air. In the end, the 10 spirit veins were cut into several hundred segments and stored in several hundred qiankun bags. Fortunately, the treasury of the Golden Radiance Holy Land had enough qiankun bags, otherwise, they would not have had enough. Afterward, Lin Xiao brought the big-headed sword master and left the Golden Radiance Holy Land, returning to the Qinguang sect. At the Qinguang sect, as the saint had attacked, the Grand Elder had departed to engage him in fierce combat, leaving the sect grounds. All the elders and disciples of the Qinguang sect were in anxious anticipation. However, they did not have to wait long before the second elder rushed back into the sect from outside. Sect Master! Sect Master! The second elder was so agitated that his entire body trembled, his face flushed crimson. What happened? Zhang Yunli urgently inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the second elder, as were everyone else's. Previously, when the Grand Elder had engaged that saint in battle and departed, he had sent the second elder to follow and observe the situation. Second elder, please tell us quickly, how is junior uncle Lin? Zhang Ruoling wore a worried expression. Liang Lang was pale-faced, her heart filled with anxiety. Though they knew of Lin Xiao's formidable strength, facing a true saint now, they had absolutely no confidence. The Grand Elder was victorious. That golden radiance sword saint was slain by the Grand Elder. The second elder said excitedly. What? Everyone who heard these words was utterly stunned, their mouths hanging open in shock. Before this, their greatest hope had simply been that the Grand Elder could withstand that saint. As long as he could hold his own and drive the enemy back, that would have been enough. Even this hope had seemed like a wild fantasy to them. Never did they imagine such an earth-shattering result. A saint had been slain. A master had slain a saint. For a moment, everyone felt as if something was exploding within their chests, their minds ringing with thunderous echoes. You're sure you didn't see wrong? The Grand Elder's voice quivered as he asked, the wrinkles on his aged face trembling. No mistake. I even saw that saint's corpse. The people from the Chongfeng Empire said he was the Golden Radiance Sword Saint from the Golden Radiance Holy Land of Lin Xiao. The second elder was beside himself with excitement, panting heavily. He had traveled at almost the fastest speed possible, without any rest, rushing back from within the Chongfeng Empire. Phew! Everyone exhaled a long, drawn-out breath, releasing the tension and shock from their hearts. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Mao Peak Master burst into laughter. The last time, Lin Xiao had shattered the Golden Radiance Sword Saint's spiritual shadow. This time, he had directly slain the saint's true body. Upon learning that the Supreme Elder had triumphed and slain Golden Brilliance Sword Saint, the people of Qinguang sect were filled with excitement and awe. Elders, I have heard that on major continents such as Lin Xiao and Shuezhou, once a sect produces a saint, it can be elevated to the status of a sacred land. Zhang Yunli surveyed the crowd, his eyes burning with intensity as he continued. Now our Supreme Elder's power is capable of slaying saints. Does this not mean that our Qinguang sect itself has become a sacred land? Upon hearing these words, the crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into even greater excitement. A sacred land. Some were so overwhelmed they seemed nearly trance-like. In the past, they could only listen to legends about such places. To them, a sacred land had always been impossibly distant. Yet now, their own Qinguang sect was on the verge of achieving that very status. At this thought, the senior figures of Qinguang sect all broke into foolish grins, their eyes brimming with anticipation. A sacred land. Our Qinguang sect is going to become a sacred land. Ha ha! Has a sacred land ever appeared in Fengshou before? Our Qinguang sect will dominate Fengshou. The crowd erupted in loud laughter, utterly thrilled. Master, Lord Wu Lai of Tianhua Hall requests an audience. Just then, a disciple hurried in to report. Oh! Zhang Yunli raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, let him in. Yes. The disciple responded. But before he could leave, another disciple came running over in a hurry. Master, Feng Yang, head saint of Chongfeng Empire, requests an audience. Also, several representatives from Fengshou factions have arrived, including family head Wei, sect master of Tianyuan sect, and gate master of Fuyuan sect. The disciple reported. These people really came fast. Zhang Yunli chuckled slightly, pondered for a moment, and asked, has Jiushuang sect not sent anyone? No. The disciple shook his head. Zhang Yunli furrowed his brow slightly. In the Fengshou region, only Tianhua Hou, the Chongfeng Empire Imperial Clan, and Jiushuang sect were worthy of his attention, the rest were merely minor factions. But now, both Tianhua Hou and Chongfeng Empire had sent representatives, yet Jiushuang sect surprisingly hadn't come. Could it be that Jiushuang sect hadn't received the news? Speaking of which, since the rise of his Qinguang sect, there had been no dealings with Jiushuang sect. Jiushuang sect had never sought to contact Qinguang sect either. The two had maintained a relationship of non-interference. Bring them all to the main hall. Zhang Yunli waved his hand grandly, then smiled at the crowd and said, all core elders and peak masters, accompany this sect master to the main hall. Let us see what these factions have brought as tribute. By core elders, it referred to the 10 senior elders of Qinguang sect's current council, all of them veterans of the sect. Due to Qinguang sect's rapid expansion, the total number of elders had already exceeded 100. Therefore, a council of elders was established with 10 core elders appointed. These core elders were all staunchly loyal veterans who had served Qinguang sect for many years. Masters who joined later, even if they became elders, could never enter the elder council. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. It wasn't long after the Supreme Elder had slain a saint that representatives from various factions, hall masters, sect masters, and the like had all arrived. There was no need to guess. They were all here to curry favor and build connections. Soon, Long Yunli and the Council of Elders and Peak Masters received Wu Lai, Feng Yang, and the others in the sect's main hall. Zhang Yunli sat upright on the principal seat, commanding and dignified. All elders and peak masters of Qinguang sect took their positions on the lower left, while Wu Lai and his companions sat on the lower right. What business brings you all to our Qinguang sect? Zhang Yunli scanned the gathering and spoke in a clear, resonant voice. His gaze finally rested on half-saint Feng Yang, seated at the forefront on the right side. In the past, encountering a half-saint would have terrified Zhang Yunli into bending double. But now, he remained remarkably composed, showing no fear whatsoever. He felt that a half-saint was nothing particularly extraordinary. Cough! Cough! When half-saint Feng Yang noticed Zhang Yunli's gaze falling upon him, he coughed twice lightly, a trace of awkwardness flickering across his aged features. His original intention had been to come to Qinguang sect at the earliest opportunity to offer a private apology. But that was meant to be done in private. Yet now, so many eyes were fixed upon him, including representatives from numerous other factions. Even Wu Lai, the Hall Master of Tianguo Hall and their Chongfeng Empire's long-standing rival, was present. This made it difficult for him to see face. He had built his reputation in Fengzhou over nearly 2 centuries, striking fear into the region for more than 100 years. Now, in his twilight years, if he were to offer public apology before so many witnesses, his lifetime of honor would be shattered in an instant. However, since he had come, he could not leave empty-handed. Compared to the survival of millions within his Feng imperial clan, his personal dignity was of little consequence. Sect Master Zhang, might I inquire whether your Supreme Elder is present? Half-Saint Feng Yang managed a strange smile on his weathered face as he asked. Oh, the Supreme Elder is away and has not yet returned. What matters do you bring? Zhang Yunli replied with a shake of his head. Upon hearing this, Feng Yang gritted his teeth, then rose directly and walked to the center of the main hall. Facing Zhang Yunli, he knelt down without hesitation. Thud! As Feng Yang knelt, everyone in the main hall felt a shiver run through them. A half-saint. This was truly a half-saint. Once an invincible powerhouse of Fengzhou, the very foundation upon which a regional faction depended. And now, he was kneeling right here. Nevertheless, no one present was particularly surprised. Most had anticipated this outcome. After all, Chongfeng Empire and Qinguang sect had previously been locked in a significant conflict, harboring considerable mutual hostility. In the past, Qinguang sect had not targeted Chongfeng Empire. But now, with ancient mystic blade sect having achieved dominance over Fengzhou, Chongfeng Empire was nothing more than fish on the chopping block. If they did not beg for mercy now, it would be a path leading straight to death. Wu Lai sighed inwardly, recalling how Tianguo Hall and Chongfeng Empire had clashed for many years. Yet seeing Feng Yang kneel now stirred a sense of melancholy within him as well. At that time, he had personally aided the emperor in the conflict. Fortunately, Lin Xiao later visited their Tianguo Hall. Since Lin Xiao was not yet as powerful then, they successfully mended relations with him. Otherwise, it might have been Wu Lai himself and the ancestral elder Chao Dong kneeling here now. Sect Master Dong, our Feng clan of Chongfeng Empire has committed numerous offenses in the past, for which we deserve death 10,000 times over. We now acknowledge our errors and are willing to surrender half of our national treasuries, resources and wealth, begging for Qinguang sect's forgiveness. Half-Saint Feng Yang spoke with his head bowed, his voice incomprehensibly low. His entire body trembled slightly, as though he had aged a dozen years in an instant. A half-saint kneeling before a group of spirit-transforming realm martial artists from Qinguang sect, what humiliation. Zhang Yunli's expression grew grave. Even with a half-saint kneeling before him, he still felt somewhat uneasy. Half-Saint Feng Yang, I cannot accept this homage. Please rise first. Zhang Yunli gestured with his hand. Although his status had become exceedingly lofty thanks to Lin Xiao's might, he still felt unworthy of a half-saint's counsel, recognizing his own weakness. Sect Master Zhang, If you refuse to forgive this old man and the Feng Imperial clan, I shall remain kneeling indefinitely. Half-Saint Feng Yang declared with unwavering resolve. Seeing Feng Yan's resolute expression and unwavering tone, Zhang Yunyi felt a pang of hesitation. Forgive? That was not a decision he could make. Only Lin Xiao could determine whether to forgive the other party. Exchanging a glance with the Grand Elder, Zhang Yunyi formed an idea in his mind. He looked at Feng Yang and said, Feng Yang, half-saint, whether you can be forgiven depends on the opinion of the Supreme Elder. Please rise first. We will discuss this when the Supreme Elder returns. Feng Yang sighed inwardly. In truth, he had been playing a subtle trick. The other party was the sect master of Qinguang sect and Lin Xiao's senior brother. If he forgave him, Lin Xiao would likely have no further objections. But the other party had deflected the matter. Feng Yang rose, then took out 2-dimensional pouches from his bosom. Sect Master Zhang, these are some treasures from my Chongfeng Empire. Please accept them. With these words, Feng Yang tossed the pouches, and they flew toward Zhang Yunyi. Zhang Yunyi caught the dimensional pouches. Though overjoyed inside, his expression remained calm as he silently tucked them away. I accept these gifts. Feng Yang, half-saint, please take a seat. Zhang Yunyi gestured. After Feng Yang, the half-saint, was seated again, Wu Lai stood up. A broad smile spread across his face. I heard that Lord Lin Xiao of the Guxian Dao sect slew a saint. This not only sets an unprecedented precedent in Fengshou but is also unheard of even in the southern domain. In my humble opinion, Lord Lin Xiao is already comparable to a saint, and Qinguang sect is worthy of becoming a sacred land. Today, I have come precisely to congratulate Qinguang sect on becoming the first sacred land in Fengshou. Hearing Wu Lai's words, the other sect masters and clan leaders also clasped their hands in congratulations. Congratulations to Qinguang sect. No. It is congratulations to the Qinguang sacred land. Yes. Yes. Congratulations to the Qinguang sacred land for becoming a sacred land overnight and leading all of Fengshou. I think, from now on, all of Fengshou will look to Qinguang sect as the leader. Sect Master Zhang, I also have several treasures to offer to Qinguang sect as a token of celebration. The flattery resounded loudly. Then came the offerings of gifts and treasures. Zhang Yunyi and the elders and peak masters were all beaming with joy. Though they knew these people were flattering and clinging to power, they could not resist the pleasure of such flattery. You are all too kind. Today, I shall host a feast. Let us drink to our heart's content. This is actually a top-grade earth-level spiritual fruit. Zhang Yunyi's eyes widened as he suddenly noticed the spiritual fruit presented by a certain clan leader. The entire hall was filled with a joyous atmosphere. Finally, Zhang Yunyi ordered a banquet to be set up in the hall. He, the Grand Elder, and the second elder chatted and drank with the guests. The other elders and peak masters departed. After several rounds of wine and dishes, the revelry continued until midnight, for Zhang Yunyi was far too elated. The others had no choice but to keep him company with smiles. Even Feng Yang, the half-saint, dared not object. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just then, 2 figures landed like lightning at the entrance of the hall. They were Lin Xiao and Luo Jian of the Big Head Sword sect. Everyone turned to look and immediately rose to their feet. Greetings, Lord Lin Xiao. Greetings, Lord of the Guxian Dao sect. We pay our respects, Lord. All bowed hastily, and Feng Yang also lowered his head in deference. Junior brother, you have finally returned. Zhang Yunyi's face flushed with excitement. Then he looked at Luo Jian of the Big Head Sword sect and asked curiously, Junior brother, who is this? This is Luo Jian, a Grandmaster on the Grandmaster ranking. He will serve as our Qinguang sect's transmission elder. With that, Lin Xiao introduced Luo Jian further. Elder Luo, this is my senior brother, Zhang Yunyi, the sect master of Qinguang sect. The transmission elder, as the name implies, was responsible for teaching disciples and imparting martial arts. For a Grandmaster ranked powerhouse, Lin Xiao would not let him remain idle in Qinguang sect. He would have him take over the teaching duties. Zhang Yunyi was momentarily stunned but quickly understood. He immediately clasped his hands to Luo Jian and said, Welcome, Elder Luo, to Qinguang sect. Even as a sect master, he dared not act presumptuously toward a Grandmaster ranked powerhouse. Luo Jian promptly returned the gesture, showing no arrogance despite Zhang Yunyi's relative weakness. At this moment, Lin Xiao surveyed the people in the hall. Zhang Yunyi said, Junior brother, they heard that you defeated a saint, so they have all come to offer their congratulations. Lin Xiao nodded, not paying much attention. Also, Feng Yang, the head saint, he... Before Zhang Yunli could finish, Feng Yang walked over and knelt before Lin Xiao. Ah! Lin Xiao was taken aback. Feng Yang begs for your forgiveness, Lord, for the crimes of the Feng clan of the Changfeng Empire. Feng Yang said earnestly. Lin Xiao remained silent. In truth, he bore no deep hatred toward the Changfeng Empire. The enmity between them was not that profound. Otherwise, he would have long since annihilated them instead of letting them survive. Seeing Lin Xiao's silence, Zhang Yunli reminded him, junior brother, Feng Yang, the head saint, has offered a great many treasures and resources, an enormous amount. He was unsure whether Lin Xiao would spare Feng Yang and the Feng clan, but since the other party had shown sincerity, he felt obliged to inform Lin Xiao. Since Feng Yang, the head saint, has come to me thus, I will not pursue the matter further. But let me make this clear. If your Changfeng Empire ever again acts to harm Qingguang sect, I will utterly destroy you. Lin Xiao said in a grave tone. Thank you, Lord. Feng Yang, the head saint, was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. Rise. Lin Xiao waved his hand and then dismissed the crowd. One by one, they took their leave and departed from Qingguang sect. Afterward, only Lin Xiao, Zhang Yunli, and Luo Jian of the Big Head Sword sect remained in the hall. The three of them sat down in the hall. Senior brother, I made a trip to Linzhou and emptied their sect's treasure vault. From now on, Qingguang sect will never lack resources. Lin Xiao said with a smile. EMP. Emptied a sacred land's treasure vault. Zhang Yunli's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The resources are vast. Even if you were to eat earth-grade pills as your daily meals, they would last for many years. Lin Xiao said. Hearing this, Zhang Yunli's face twitched involuntarily. Then he broke into a blissful smile. He had never imagined that Qingguang sect could become so wealthy. Also, I excavated 10 spirit veins. Now we need to discuss how to store them. Lin Xiao said. Spirit veins. Zhang Yunli's heart trembled. Such legendary treasures, essential for major powers, and he had excavated 10 of them. Qingguang sect was truly becoming comparable to a sacred land. Zhang Yunli felt somewhat dizzy. One joyous event after another came without pause. Supreme Elder, I have observed our Qingguang sect. The territory is quite large. The 10 spirit veins should be buried in this way. And then we should set up a grand spirit gathering array to lock the spiritual energy in place. Luo Jian of the Big Head Sword sect offered his suggestion. The three discussed for half an hour before finally deciding to bury the spirit veins tomorrow morning. Then they parted ways, and Zhang Yunli personally arranged a residence for Luo Jian of the Big Head Sword sect. The next morning, the entire Qingguang sect was in an uproar. Today, Lin Xiao and Luo Jian of the Big Head Sword sect would personally excavate and bury the spirit veins. Tens of thousands of disciples gathered around to watch, brimming with excitement. Lin Xiao and Luo Jian of the Big Head Sword sect used their weapons to unleash immense power, splitting the earth within Qingguang sect. They tore the ground apart continuously. In just over an hour, they reassembled the 10 separated spirit veins and buried them in 3 locations beneath Qingguang sect. Qingguang sect was too small. If they buried them separately, the spirit veins would extend beyond the sect's boundaries. After the spirit veins were laid, Luo Jian of the Big Head Sword sect personally set up a spirit gathering array. The formation was not difficult. Many elders of the Jinyu sacred land knew it. Detailed instructions for such formations were also recorded in the martial arts classics of the Jinyu sacred land. When everything was complete, within just half an hour, even ordinary elders at the spirit transformation realm could sense the change in spiritual energy. It was already more than twice as dense as before. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy continued to increase. A few hours later, the density of spiritual energy within Qingguang sect stabilized and stopped growing. At that point, the density of spiritual energy had reached more than half of that of the Jinyu sacred land. Although the spirit veins had suffered some damage, Qingguang sect's territory was small. With the spirit gathering array locking the energy, Qingguang sect's spiritual energy was not far behind that of the Jinyu sacred land. Ordinary disciples all felt the change. Their cultivation progressed as if guided by divine aid, and their speed surged dramatically. Voices of excitement filled every corner of Qingguang sect. Next, Zhang Yunli announced the reconstruction of the scripture pavilion. Because the martial arts manuals had become too numerous to hold, inner disciples could now freely choose earth-level martial arts. This sent another wave of excitement through all Qingguang sect disciples. while Qinguang sect was buzzing with excitement. Elsewhere, in the distant Guzhou, within the ancient Dao sacred land that resembled the heavenly court, the news of Lin Xiao slaying the Jinyao sword saint had also spread to the Shenshu palace. In the ancient Dao Holy Land stood the Shenshu palace. Palace master Bai Lujun was quietly studying an ancient tome within the palace chambers when Hu Miurang suddenly arrived. Disciple greets the master. Hu Miurang bowed slightly in greeting. Miurang, your cultivation progress lately has been remarkable. You're already approaching the second stage peak of the Divine Sea realm, aren't you? Yes. Hu Miurang nodded, then came directly to the point. Master, I have come today to request permission to enter the pure ink cold pool within the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Bai Lujun's brow furrowed slightly. Miurang, I have told you before, wait until you have reached the fourth stage of the Divine Sea realm before entering the pure ink cold pool for training. Entering now is far too premature. Master, I cannot wait that long. Hu Miurang's expression was resolute. What has happened? Bai Lujun asked, puzzled by this unusual behavior from a usually obedient disciple. What? Where did this news come from? Bai Lujun asked, utterly astonished. How could Lin Xiao, a mere grandmaster, not even a half-saint, possibly slay a true saint? Moreover, Lin Xiao could not possibly have broken through to the saint realm at such a young age, could he? The news comes from the Dao Saint Merchant Guild. Many within the Holy Land have already heard of it. The saint in question was known as the Golden Radiance Sword Saint. So, you felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, which is why you want to enter the pure ink cold pool ahead of schedule? Bai Lujun asked. Yes. Hu Miurang nodded. This matter had indeed burdened her with immense pressure. 2 years would pass quickly, and she had to improve herself as soon as possible. Miurang, your heart is in disarray. Bai Lujun shook her head, warning, first of all, while entering the pure ink cold pool to absorb the extreme ink force can indeed cause your cultivation to surge rapidly in a short time. That extreme ink force is far too powerful. With your current cultivation level, you may not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, while Lin Xiao killing the Golden Radiance Sword Saint may be true, whether there are other hidden circumstances remains uncertain. For instance, was the Golden Radiance Sword Saint perhaps already injured, his strength no longer at its peak? Or did Lin Xiao employ some ambush tactics, catching the Golden Radiance Sword Saint off guard, and only succeeded with help from others? Bai Lujun analyzed calmly. In her view, a grandmaster from Fengshou could absolutely not defeat a half-saint in direct combat. Even Mu Cheng, the sole direct disciple of the Holy Sovereign, and the former #1 prodigy of the Southern Domain, could only barely defeat a half-saint, while at the grandmaster level, he could not actually kill one. Of course, Mu Cheng was no longer the top prodigy, he had been replaced by Hu Miurang. Without question, Hu Miurang, possessing the Tying divine physique, was now the #1 prodigy of the Southern Domain. This. Hu Miurang found herself at a loss for words. She acknowledged the validity in her master's reasoning. Miurang, I also know of that Golden Radiance Sword Saint. He was merely a one-formation saint, pure refiner, the weakest existence among saints. You absolutely must not let his defeat by Lin Xiao disturb your spiritual equilibrium. Bai Lujun warned. Yes, master. Hu Miurang nodded. Furthermore, several elders of the Holy Land will soon refine the Yin Moon Pill for you. This elixir is exceptionally suited to your constitution and will enhance your cultivation and strength severalfold. We shall discuss the pure ink cold pool matter later. Thank you, master, and all the elders of the Holy Land. Hu Miurang expressed. She took a deep breath. She truly could not allow herself to be affected by Lin Xiao. She was the most talented person in the Southern Domain. She would certainly catch up to Lin Xiao. He had simply cultivated for a few more years than her. Go now. Bai Lujun waved her hand. After Hu Miurang departed, Bai Lujun's gaze turned contemplative. This palace lord shall see for herself what makes this Lin Xiao so exceptional. She murmured softly before her form vanished like a gentle breeze. At Qinguang sect, having completed the arrangement of the spirit vein, Lin Xiao returned to Taishan Peak. His divine sense observed that the entire Qinguang sect was buzzing with excitement, which pleased him greatly. It was like a nurturing game from his past life gradually developing a small sect into a great power. He felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Excellent. Excellent. Lin Xiao was highly satisfied. He murmured, in a few more years, the Qinguang sect should produce an abundance of grandmasters. Suddenly, Lin Zhao's brow knit slightly. He had detected someone arriving at Qingguang sect who turned out to be Yi Qiudian. Her expression was somewhat troubled as she walked along the mountain path toward the palace on the summit. Lin Xiao materialized before her in an instant. Lin Xiao asked. Supreme Elder, Yi Qiudian faltered, unable to speak for a moment. Just call me little junior uncle as before. What is it? If you can't speak properly, I'm leaving. Lin Xiao said helplessly. Little junior uncle, I'm sorry. Yi Qiudian clenched her teeth and whispered softly. Her head bowed low, her hands clutching the hem of her robe, she appeared extremely anxious. Why are you apologizing to me? Lin Xiao was somewhat puzzled. Although Yi Qiudian had sometimes spoken to him in an inappropriate tone before, Lin Xiao could tell she did not truly respect him in her heart. But Lin Xiao did not mind. He never paid it much attention, since she had never shown any overt disrespect on the surface. Moreover, his previous performances outside had been such that others not respecting him was entirely normal. Little junior uncle, a few months ago I lied. I told Master and the others that. Yi Qiudian confessed how she had lied to Zhang Yunli and the others, claiming she had been valued by the Supreme Elder. After hearing this, Lin Xiao was somewhat speechless. This girl had a bit of a two-faced nature. He had not noticed it before. Sighing, Lin Xiao said, I'll let it go this time, but there won't be a next time. Diligent cultivation is the true path. Those petty schemes change nothing. Yes, little junior uncle. Yi Qiudian bowed in acknowledgement. She had long regretted it. Although the lie had earned her the title of chief disciple at the time, in reality, she had not gained any significant benefits. Now that she had become a peak lord, even without that lie, she would still have attained her current status. After all, she was the disciple of the sect master, enjoying various resources. Without resorting to any schemes, everything would have come naturally. So, for some time now, she had been extremely anxious. She feared that Zhang Yunli and the elders might learn from Lin Xiao that she, Yi Qiudian, had lied. In that case, Zhang Yunli's punishment could have been extremely severe. Go now. Lin Xiao waved his hand, not overly concerned. It was not as if she had murdered or committed treason against the sect. This was merely a trivial matter. Immediately, Lin Xiao vanished and returned to the mountain summit. Upon entering the palace, he stepped into the 000x space and began to comprehend the dual martial arts concepts of yin and yang. This time, Lin Xiao comprehended both yin and yang concepts simultaneously. After comprehending so many concepts, he had discovered that all concepts shared common connections. Yin and yang, however, were a pair of opposing yet mutually dependent forces. Yin represents concealment and gentleness. Yang represents manifestation and strength. Yin and yang are like the sun and moon, alternating to bring illumination. Pure yin cannot generate life. Pure yang cannot nurture growth. Yin transforms into yang at its extreme. Yang transforms into yin at its extreme. Yin and yang circulate endlessly. As Lin Xiao comprehended, epiphany after epiphany blossomed in his mind. Around him, yin force would sometimes pervade the air with chilling cold, while at other times, yang force surged with intense heat. However, after less than 2 days of cultivation, he suddenly halted his training. He had detected someone arriving at Qingguang sect, who had already landed on Taishan Peak. Immediately, he departed the 000x space and emerged from the training chamber. Stepping outside the palace, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. For standing before the palace was a celestial maiden. This celestial maiden, draped in a moon-white gown adorned with star patterns at the hem, her sleeves fluttering like a fairy descending from the moon palace. Her skin was as white as snow, crystalline and translucent. Her brows were like distant mountain hues, and her eyes shimmered like stars, deep and enigmatic, captivating any who gazed upon them. Her jet black hair, cascading like a waterfall, was casually tied back, the corners of her lips slightly upturned with a faint, elusive smile. Above all, her aura was poetic and picturesque, dreamlike and ethereal, as if she did not belong to this mortal world. A single word instantly sprang into Lin Xiao's mind: peerless elegance. In terms of appearance, perhaps Hu Miurang was not inferior to this woman, but when it came to temperament, Hu Miurang fell short. Miss, who are you? Lin Xiao asked in astonishment. He sensed her aura, unfathomably deep, which filled him with surprise. You call me Miss? Bai Luzhong leisurely scrutinized the young man in his early 20s before her. She knew that this person was the Lin Xiao whom her disciple could not forget. She had just arrived at the Qingguang sect and did not see Lin Xiao. Noticing that this peak was uninhabited yet boasted a luxurious palace, she surmised that this must be Lin Xiao's residence. But she hadn't expected that Lin Xiao was actually inside the palace. Her divine sense had failed to detect him earlier. If not miss, then what should I call you? Lin Xiao was puzzled, not knowing the woman's background. My age is 200 years greater than yours, so what do you think? A faint trace of mockery curled at the corner of Bai Lujuan's mouth. Lin Xiao was stunned. Could this woman, so beautiful, really be that old? You are Lin Xiao, right? I, the palace master, have come today to see what makes you exceptional. As she spoke, Bai Lujuan paced around Lin Xiao, scrutinizing him. Her divine sense probed continuously. Strange, your bone structure is extremely ordinary, even worthless, and you are not of a special physique. The more she observed, the more puzzled Bai Lujuan became, her brows deeply furrowed. According to her assessment, someone like Lin Xiao was utterly mediocre. Even if placed in the ancient Tao sacred ground and given focused cultivation, it would be difficult for him to reach the Grandmaster realm. Yet, such a person, in this barren land, had actually cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of Grandmaster. Strange. Lin Xiao frowned deeply. The woman was scrutinizing him as if he were a pet, so brazenly that it made him extremely uncomfortable. However, he could not discern her cultivation level, feeling it was unfathomable, so he did not act rashly. You trespass into my Qingguang sect and behave so rudely. Is this befitting of a senior? Lin Xiao said coldly. Sharp-tongued. Bai Lujuan sneered, then extended her jade hand, and a vast, overwhelming force instantly enveloped Lin Xiao. A saint? Lin Xiao was startled and immediately began to resist. But soon he was shocked to find that he could not resist at all. This woman's strength was more than 10 times that of the Golden Radiant Sword Saint. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Bai Lujuan waved her sleeve, and with a surge of power, she swept Lin Xiao through the air, far away from the Qingguang sect. Where are you taking me? Lin Xiao asked with a grim expression. Bai Lujuan did not reply. Soon, she brought Lin Xiao to a barren mountain over 1,000 li away. Make your move. Let me see what abilities this young man possesses. Bai Lujuan released Lin Xiao from the restraint and commanded haughtily. Today, she had primarily come to probe Lin Xiao's capabilities, so that she could later arrange Hu Miuran's cultivation progress. In the future, it would be easier for Hu Miuran to defeat Lin Xiao. As long as Hu Miuran defeated Lin Xiao, the obsession in her heart would completely dissipate. This would have a tremendous impact on Hu Miuran's future achievements. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Lin Xiao was utterly speechless. This woman had captured him and then demanded he fight. It was completely absurd. This woman must be insane, right? You don't need to know. Bai Lujuan shook her head. Seeing that Lin Xiao would not attack, she struck first. Fearing that one move might kill Lin Xiao, she restrained her power and lightly struck out with a palm. In an instant, a vast saintly aura spread, and a terrifying palm print, like a delicate hand magnified 1,000 times, crashed down toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's heart tightened. This was a powerful saint, far beyond the Golden Radiant Sword Saint. He dared not be careless and immediately gathered all his strength, unleashing a punch. Boom! With overwhelming force combined with the power of 7 martial intents, he directly shattered the palm print. 7 martial intents. Bai Lujuan's brow shot up in surprise. Even she had only comprehended 6 intents, and 2 of those were comprehended after becoming a saint. Thus, before becoming a saint, she had only grasped 4 intents, forming a 4-patterned saint peel. Yet this young man before her had comprehended 7 before becoming a saint. Then she struck again, increasing her power by 30%. Rumble! An even more formidable palm print crashed toward Lin Xiao, its overwhelming might spreading everywhere. I have no enmity with you. What are you trying to do? Lin Xiao roared in anger. Facing the immense palm print, he had no way to dodge and could only block head-on. His long blade slid from its sheath, and he slashed fiercely. Boom! This time, although the palm print was shattered again, the immense force sent Lin Xiao flying backward. Rumble! He crashed into a distant mountain peak, smashing it to pieces. Although Lin Xiao was not injured, he was covered in dust and looked quite disheveled. Whoosh! Bai Lujuan flickered and appeared above Lin Xiao. Your body refinement is profound, and with 7 martial intents, no wonder you could slay the Golden Radiant Sword Saint. Bai Lujuan's eyes glittered like stars. I understand now. You are one of those with extraordinary comprehension. Although your physical talent is utterly mediocre, you possess unparalleled insight, which is why you have achieved what you have. Damn it! Lin Xiao was furious. He had never suffered such a loss, beaten without any chance to fight back. However, despite his anger, he did not lose his composure. This woman was terrifying. She was far beyond his ability to contend with. I'll remember you. Lin Xiao stood amidst the rubble, staring up at Bai Lujun with eyes full of fury. Bai Lujun, however, was indifferent to his gaze. She said calmly, actually, I am Hu Miurang's master. I came today only to verify your strength. Lin Xiao, you are quite good, but unfortunately you have offended Miurang. You can only be her stepping stone. Cultivate well and become a qualified stepping stone. Do not disappoint me. Bai Lujun looked down at Lin Xiao from above, like an exalted empress regarding an ant below. With that, she drifted away. Hu Miurang's master. Lin Xiao instantly understood. No wonder this woman was insane. The master and disciple were birds of a feather. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Lin Xiao let out a cold, sharp laugh. Wasn't Hu Miurang coming to fight him in a little over a year? Fine. When the time came, he would not only crush Hu Miurang but also beat that old woman into submission. Damn it! Clearly over 200 years old, yet she acted like a celestial maiden. He had thought she was some young lady. Lin Xiao was filled with rage. Being beaten up for no reason, the mood was easy to imagine. After resting for a moment, Lin Xiao returned to Qingguang sect. Following this incident, he harbored deep resentment toward Bai Lujun as well, determined to find an opportunity to settle the score the next time they met. The fire-flood dragon coiled its massive body nearby, inhaling the purple mist with its mouth wide open. Little Hua's strength had also progressed rapidly, no longer inferior to Lin Xiao. It was estimated that within half a year, it would ascend to become a saint-level spirit beast. Time flew by swiftly. Qingguang sect's development grew ever more rapid. The resources from Golden Radiant's Holy Land transformed Qingguang sect into a cultivation environment comparable to that of Holy Land. Whether martial techniques, spirit stones, or spiritual medicines, everything was available. Moreover, since Qingguang sect's scale was far smaller than Golden Radiant's Holy Lands, with far fewer members, both disciples and elders could enjoy substantially more resources. Furthermore, Lin Xiao appointed Luo Jian from Big Head Sword sect as the transmission elder, delivering lectures once every 3 days to impart cultivation experience. As Luo Jian had just arrived, he dared not show any negligence and taught diligently every 3 days. Although it was not Lin Xiao personally teaching, many elders and disciples felt somewhat disappointed. However, upon learning that Luo Jian was also a Grandmaster rankings expert, they became thrilled instead. Thus, Qingguang sect's development was extraordinarily rapid. Masters of the transformation spirit realm had grown to over 150 individuals. Sect Master Zhang Yunyi's cultivation also surged rapidly, reaching the 8th level of transformation spirit, not far from becoming a Divine Sea Realm Grandmaster. One day, Lin Xiao departed from the creation space and walked out of the palace. He stood upon Supreme Peak, gazing at the distant mountains and forests, lost in contemplation. He had achieved initial completion of the 9 martial arts insights. In theory, he should already be able to begin condensing a Saint Peel. And not just any Saint Peel, but a powerful 9-pattern Saint Peel. However, he discovered a problem. During this period of contemplating yin-yang insights, he found that these 2 types of insight powers were mutually complementary yet also mutually conflicting. Similarly, the 5 elements insights he had contemplated operated on the same principle. Therefore, following his speculation, both yin-yang and the 5 elements could merge into one. In fact, all 7 insights of yin-yang and 5 elements could potentially merge entirely. The other 2, wind insight and power insight, also seemed to be encompassed within yin-yang and 5 elements. Thus, he speculated that his 9 martial arts insights should be able to undergo a 9-to-1 convergence, merging 9 martial arts insights into a single, incomparably powerful insight. It was precisely within the creation space, where his comprehension was extraordinarily heightened, that he could discover such profound mysteries. However, he was uncertain whether this was correct and dared not attempt it lightly. I wonder if Luo Jian understands this. With a thought, Lin Xiao located Luo Jian from Big Head Sword Sect and flew toward his location. At that moment, Luo Jian was at the sect's plaza, instructing some privileged disciples in martial techniques, with several elders also present. Greetings, Supreme Elder. We pay respects to the junior master uncle. Greetings, Supreme Elder. When the disciples saw Lin Xiao arrive, they immediately cupped their hands and bowed respectfully. I'm looking for Elder Luo. Everyone, continue practicing on your own. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Supreme Elder, do you have any orders? I shall execute them immediately. Luo Jian asked respectfully. This place is not convenient for conversation. Shall we go to my Supreme Peak instead? Lin Xiao suggested. Very well. The two then traveled to Supreme Peak and entered the palace to take their seats. Elder Luo, you have spent many years at Golden Radiance Holy Land. Do you know whether martial insights can be merged? Specifically, can they be merged before achieving sainthood? Lin Xiao asked directly. Of course they can be merged. Luo Jian nodded without hesitation. Oh! Lin Xiao's heart trembled within him. As expected, his speculation was correct. Elder Luo, how much do you know about the merging of martial insights? Do you have any experience in this area? Lin Xiao asked with an expression of anticipation. Supreme Elder, although I lack personal experience, I do indeed know something about this matter. Luo Jian smiled faintly and said, I once befriended a grandmaster who had completely merged wood insight and fire insight together, resulting in a tremendous increase in power. These two merged insights possessed power comparable to free insights, making them extraordinarily formidable. I once inquired about insight merging with him, and it came about through a fortunate coincidence. As the saying goes, wood begets fire. These two insights have an inherent, profound connection. That grandmaster contemplated these two insights for decades. Since he never obtained the saint opening flower and true saint peel, he continued his contemplation. Eventually, by sheer chance, he merged the two insights into one. Luo Jian spoke at a measured pace. Is merging extremely difficult? Lin Xiao asked. Extremely difficult. Luo Jian nodded and said, in my 90 years of life, I have only encountered this one person who merged insights. I doubt there are even a few individuals throughout the entire southern domain with the time to achieve such merging. They would instead spend that time contemplating an additional martial insight. What specific mysteries are involved in the merging process? Lin Xiao continued to inquire. It was not until more than half an hour later that Luo Jian finally departed. Lin Xiao let out a long breath. From Luo Jian's words, he had confirmed many aspects. However, regarding the specific merging process and key points, Luo Jian was entirely ignorant. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao did not particularly concern himself with this. As long as it was confirmed that merging was possible, that was enough. Within the creation space, his comprehension was extraordinary. He would simply continue his own contemplation. Without further delay, Lin Xiao entered the creation space once more. Sitting cross-legged, with a mere thought, the might of 9 insights manifested around his body. Wind insight power transformed into a gentle breeze swirling around him. Fire insight power caused the surroundings to grow scorching hot. Metal insight power made the very air seem to contain a cutting edge. Then let us begin with wood and fire insights. Lin Xiao thought within his heart. Immediately, he attempted to merge wood and fire insight powers together. Indeed, the difficulty was considerable. Although the two powers did not conflict with each other, they remained distinctly separate. Wood begets fire. Using wood's power to nourish fire's power. Lin Xiao attempted ceaselessly, constantly searching for their point of balance. He failed repeatedly, then repeatedly adjusted. Finally, after 4 full days, he finally discovered that balance point. Wood insight power and fire insight power began to merge slowly, ultimately becoming one. The merged wood-fire insight power immediately surged dramatically, its might increasing greatly. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. Next, he would integrate water power. Water begets wood, which in turn begets fire, mutually reinforcing each other. This time, with the previous experience, Lin Xiao required only 3 days to integrate water insight power into the wood-fire fusion. The power of 3 merged insights directly doubled. Time passed. Days came and went. Lin Xiao had no idea how much time had elapsed. Yin-yang, 5 elements, wind, and power, the 9 insight powers all merged successfully. Particularly the final 2 were extremely easy, merging effortlessly into the yin-yang 5 elements. Hum! Within the creation space, Lin Xiao channeled the merged inside power. Instantly, a grayish-white radiance emanated from his body. This radiance exuded an aura of primordial vastness and antiquity, as if he were not a human being at all, but a terrifying existence from the cosmic epic of chaos itself. Ancient, majestic, terrifying, mysterious. What kind of power is this? Even Lin Xiao was alarmed. Although he still had not condensed a same pure, he sensed that his strength had increased at least 2 or 3 times over. Yin-yang and 5 elements encompass all things in the universe. It is said that before the heavens and earth were separated, the universe was a state of chaos, and within that chaos, Yin-yang and 5 elements powers evolved. Then could this insight be the chaos inside? Could this power be the power of chaos? Lin Xiao speculated wildly in his heart. Immediately afterward, he named this insight Chaos Insight. Ha! I can finally condense a same pure now. Lin Xiao let out a long, relieved breath. He would finally achieve sainthood. After achieving sainthood, he would go and crush that old woman's face. Within the creation space, Lin Xiao rested for a moment, adjusting his state to its peak. Little fire, go out and guard me. Do not let anyone disturb me. If any outsider dares to trespass into Qingguang sect, devour them directly. Lin Xiao gave this order to Fire Jiao. The next step of condensing the same pure was paramount. He could not be interrupted. After sending Fire Jiao out, Lin Xiao took out a flower, the saint opening flower. He directly stuffed the small blossom into his mouth and swallowed it down. Once the saint opening flower entered his stomach, it quickly transformed into a strange power that surged into his dantian. Then, he began to compress his true essence, compressing it continuously. Simultaneously, he invoked the power of chaos intent, infusing it into his true essence. This intent force was meant to resonate with heaven and earth, stirring the cosmos to form the patterns within the same pure. This process was extremely slow. After a full 3 days, the true essence finally condensed into the embryonic form of a same pure, which then continued to solidify. Within Lin Zhao's dantian's qi, an irregular, oval-shaped gray pure emerged, radiating the might of chaos, growing stronger and stronger. Time slowly passed. Within the same pure's hues, gray appeared, then orange, then black, then blue, and so on. After another 2 days, a sudden tremor shook his dantian. The originally white Saint Pure had transformed into a glazed hue, containing 9 dazzling lusters, like a piece of fine jade. Around the Saint Pure, vast, mystical halo swirled, radiating sacred light. Done! Half-saint! At this moment, Lin Xiao's heart surged with excitement. He had successfully condensed the pure and stepped into the half-saint realm. Moreover, the Saint Pure he had condensed was none other than the legendary jade-colored glazed Saint Pure, which surpassed the 9-pattern Saint Pure. It was said that this kind of Saint Pure, after the ancient era, no one in the southern domain had ever succeeded in condensing it. It existed only in legends passed down from antiquity. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao directly took out a pure, the true Saint Pure. The Saint opening flower was used to aid in condensing the Saint Pure, while the true Saint Pure was used to refine the Saint body. Only by forming the Saint Pure and tempering the Saint body could one become a true saint. Once the true Saint Pure entered his stomach, its potent medicinal power instantly dissolved and surged torrentially toward his dantian. Immediately, the Saint Pure within his dantian shone with dazzling radiance, its brilliance incomparably magnificent. The mystical halos transformed into a vast current that began to scour Lin Zhao's physical body, his meridians, bones, flesh, and blood. This force continuously scoured and strengthened Lin Xiao's body as well as his soul. Lin Xiao could clearly feel his physical body growing stronger, and his soul strengthening as well. This process took a considerable amount of time. A full 2 days passed. The medicinal power of the pure faded, and the airflow formed by the Saint Pure's halos gradually weakened, until it completely vanished. Saint, achieved. Is this the Saint body? So powerful. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, feeling that the strength and durability of his physical body had surged dramatically. Before, his physical strength was about 2.4 million jin. Now, he felt it had at least tripled. Even if it wasn't quite 10 million jin, it couldn't be far off. This was an ultra-strong Saint body refined using the pure qi of the jade-colored glazed Saint Pure. It was absolutely incomparable to ordinary 1-pattern or 2-pattern Saint Pures. Take the Golden Radiant Sword Saint, for instance. That fellow Saint body was probably not even as strong as Lin Zhao's previous physical body. Then there was the power of cultivation. Within the Saint Pure lay a vast power, the power of even purer true essence, and the power of the patterns. Dao patterns were the mystical force brought about by fusing intent power and communicating with heaven and earth. Of course, Lin Xiao's jade-colored glazed pill had no external Dao patterns. They were fully contained within the same pill itself. Lin Xiao felt that his overall strength had increased by at least tenfold. This time, when I faced that fairy. No, that old hag, I'm going to smash her face. Lin Xiao was full of confidence. After stabilizing his cultivation for a moment, Lin Xiao left the creation space. Standing atop Taishan Peak, he felt refreshed and swept his divine sense outward. Not only was the entire Qingguang sect within the range of his divine sense, but also the area 10 li outside the mountain gate was fully visible. Fire Jiao was hiding in a secret cave in the forest, sound asleep. This guy is actually slacking off. Lin Xiao was speechless. However, he was in a good mood now, so he didn't bother. Senior brother, from today onward, Qingguang sect is officially promoted to a holy land. Lin Xiao's divine sense located Zhang Yunyi, and he transmitted a message. At that moment, Zhang Yunyi was in his pavilion, pondering a blade technique. He had already consulted the transmission elder Luo Jian twice, but there were still some points of confusion in his mind. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's voice reached his ears. Holy Land. Zhang Yunyi was first taken aback. Then, his eyes widened and he immediately jumped up. Junior brother, have you become a saint? Zhang Yunyi asked excitedly. His whole body trembled with excitement, his eyes wide as a frog's. Lin Xiao's calm voice came again. Ha ha! Congratulations, junior brother. My congratulations. Zhang Yunyi first let out a loud laugh, then quickly bowed deeply toward the direction of Taishan Peak. After a moment, seeing that Lin Xiao had no further message, Zhang Yunyi hurried out of his residence and flew toward the sect's main hall. Quick! Gather the 10 elders of the Elder Council, the 6 peak masters, and the transmission elder to the main hall for a meeting. Zhang Yunyi arrived at the hall and loudly instructed the 2 disciples outside the door. The 2 disciples dared not delay and immediately went to relay the message. Soon, the elders and peak masters arrived one after another. Father, what good news is there? Zhang Ruoling asked first, seeing her father's face flushed with excitement. The others also stared at Zhang Yunyi in surprise. Ahem! Ahem! Everyone, the sect master now announces a piece of news, an immensely significant piece of news. Zhang Yunyi sat upright on the sect master's throne, cleared his throat, looked around at everyone, and said solemnly, the Supreme Elder has become a saint. Our Qingguang sect has officially become a holy land. Upon these words, the entire hall fell so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Then, a stir erupted. Ha ha, the Supreme Elder has finally become a saint. A holy land. Finally become a holy land. Congratulations to the Supreme Elder. Ha ha, our Qingguang sect has become the first holy land in Fengxiu. The elders were simply overjoyed. There was no helping it. The stronger Lin Xiao was, the stronger Qingguang sect became, and the stronger they could become, with all sorts of benefits. Brother Xiao, congratulations. I hope one day I can catch up to your footsteps. Lianglong looked toward Taishan Peak and thought to herself. In these past few months, she had rarely seen Lin Xiao, and had not even actively sought him out, because she knew he was preparing to become a saint and could not be disturbed. And she, too, had to work hard in order to follow Lin Xiao's footsteps, otherwise, she would only be left further and further behind, until she could no longer even see the hem of his robe. Little Uncle Master, you're incredible. Zhang Ruoling cheered, her heart brimming with joy and genuine happiness. It seems my choice was indeed correct. Chuangdong elder of the Datu Sword sect, Luo Jian, thought silently. Joining the Qingguang sect was a step he had taken correctly. Seeing everyone so excited, Zhang Yunyi raised his hand and pressed down. Immediately, everyone fell silent. Everyone, there are several matters to attend to first. Zhang Yunyi looked around and said, first, change the sect's name to the Qingguang Holy Land. Second, since we have become a holy land, we must naturally hold an ascension ceremony. Let us set it for half a month from now, and immediately send out invitations to all friendly forces in Fengxiu. Third, all disciples of the Qingguang Holy Land shall have their resource supply doubled this month to celebrate. Yes! Everyone responded in unison. Does anyone have anything to add? Zhang Yunyi asked. Second Elder Shi Guangwen pondered for a moment and proposed, Sect Master, the Supreme Elder has become a saint, leading our Qingguang Holy Land to rise with his own strength. I suggest we cast a tall golden statue on the main peak for all disciples to worship. Second elder's proposal is excellent, I agree, said Peak Master Peng Yu. I also agree. Agreed. This is wonderful. Everyone agreed. In that case, I'll leave this matter to second elder. Zhang Yunli waved his hand and reminded, the statue cannot be too small. Its height must not be less than 5 long. Rest assured, sect master, I have it under control. Second elder nodded. Afterwards, Zhang Yunli gave further detailed instructions and then dismissed everyone. Soon, news of Lin Xiao becoming a saint, the Qinguang sect officially becoming a holy land, and the doubling of resources for all disciples this month, spread throughout the entire Qinguang Holy Land. Instantly, the entire Qinguang Holy Land erupted once again. A holy land? My heavens! Ha ha! I've become a disciple of a holy land. Resources doubled this month. Excellent! The current resource supply is already 5 times what it was half a year ago. The Supreme Elder is mighty. All the Qinguang sect disciples were ecstatic, incredibly excited. The entire sect, on every peak, was in a frenzy. Because this concerned everyone's interests. Each person, due to Lin Xiao becoming a saint, had gained honor, status, and resources. As disciples of a holy land, they would have much more confidence when traveling outside, and their status would be vastly different. Previously, everyone was unfamiliar with holy lands, and many had never even left the former Chu Kingdom territory. But as the Qinguang sect grew stronger, with powerful experts rapidly increasing, more and more people ventured out of Fengshui and witnessed the world beyond. These ordinary disciples of the Qinguang sect gradually gained some understanding of holy lands. The Supreme Elder is invincible. A handsome disciple exclaimed, his face full of excitement. The disciple beside him looked at the handsome disciple with a strange expression and teased, Chu Xing, your father was killed by the Supreme Elder, and your Chu Kingdom fell because of him. How can you still be so happy? This handsome disciple was none other than the last emperor of the former Chu Kingdom, who had reigned for only about a month. Why shouldn't I be happy? The Supreme Elder has become a saint, and the Qinguang sect has become a holy land. I can also become stronger. Chu Xiong said nonchalantly. He had once felt resentment, but now those thoughts were long gone. Revenge? Don't be ridiculous. He didn't have the ability. It was simply unrealistic. Besides, in an imperial family, the bond between father and son was never deep. There were too many princes and princesses. And although he was once the eldest prince, his talent was not outstanding, and he was not highly valued. Under normal circumstances, reaching the first level of the spirit transformation realm in his lifetime would have been considered remarkable. A Grand Master, capable of flying through the sky and burrowing into the earth. In the countless years of the Chu clan, they had never produced a Grand Master. Chu Sheng felt delighted. His decision back then was absolutely correct. However, the Qinguang sect was now too powerful. Upon reaching the spirit transformation realm, he could no longer become an elder. He could only become a core disciple. But even so, he was now a core disciple of a holy land, far better than being a puppet emperor in the past. At the supreme peak, within the palace, Lin Xiao sat at the table, on which lay 4 thin, ancient books. These were all heaven-grade martial arts obtained from the cosmos pouch of the Jinyao Holy Land and from the Jinyao Holy Land itself. Jinyao Sword Art, heaven-grade lower-tier martial skill, metal attribute sword art. Jin Wang Saint Scripture, heaven-grade lower-tier cultivation method. Bion Dark Gold Palm, heaven-grade lower-tier martial skill. Lin Xiao flipped through the 4 manuals one by one, and couldn't help but frown slightly. All 4 martial arts were heaven-grade lower tier. Their level was too low. It should be noted that heaven-grade martial arts are saint-level martial arts, only cultivatable by saints. In other words, these martial arts were the lowest level among those that saints could practice. Moreover, these martial arts were all of the metal attribute. They suited Jinyao Sword Saint, but did not suit him at all. Although he could still practice them, their power was estimated to be not very high. After all, I have condensed the unparalleled Bisai Liu Saint Peel, which is unique in the ages. I am not an ordinary saint. These martial arts are unworthy of my level. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. It seemed he would have to go out and find some martial arts suitable for himself in order to unleash his full strength. As for the ceremony of the sect's promotion to a holy land that Zhang Yunli was going to hold, he did not intend to attend. Let others enjoy themselves. With that thought, Lin Xiao left the supreme peak and flew into the forest. He arrived outside a cave. The fire gel was sound asleep inside the cave, but its perception was extremely keen. As soon as Lin Xiao approached, it instantly woke up. It came to Lin Xiao, rubbing its enormous head against his arm. "All right, I'm going out for a while. Take good care of the sect." Lin Xiao smiled and patted the fire gel's huge head. At this moment, the fire gel had grown to about 40 zhong in length, just half a step away from becoming a saint-level beast. However, outside the creation space, its growth rate was as slow as a snail. Roar! The fire gel immediately let out a low roar, indicating submission. "Your strength is not enough. I will leave a divine sense imprint inside your body." Lin Xiao moved his mind, and his divine sense, carrying a stream of his true essence, entered the fire gel's body. Although it was only a strand of his divine sense and a stream of true essence, its power was extremely formidable. It was far beyond what Jinyo Sword Saint had left in his son's body back then. It was estimated that even if Foyang Half Saint and Chaodong Half Saint joined forces, they would be instantly slain by this divine sense. Having done this, Lin Xiao immediately flashed away and headed toward the nearest major continent, Lin Xiu. Lin Xiao was not unfamiliar with the other continents of the southern domain beyond Fengxiu. He was completely ignorant. Therefore, he still planned to go to the Han family in Lin Xiu to see if he could purchase suitable heaven-grade martial arts. If not, he would search elsewhere. Having become a saint, Lin Zhao's speed had increased several times compared to before. Flying through the sky, he was like wind and lightning, creating a roaring sound of breaking air. At noon the next day, Lin Xiao arrived once again at Taoyin City in Lin Xiu. The city was still bustling with people and prosperity. He again stood before the magnificent Han family mansion. There must be a spirit vein beneath this Han family mansion. Lin Xiao thought to himself. It was obvious that the area where the Han family mansion was located had far denser spiritual energy, comparable to the Qingguang sect. After all, it was a saint family. Even at its worst, how bad could it be? "Young master, what business do you have?" The Han family guard, seeing Lin Zhao's extraordinary bearing, stepped forward to inquire. "I'm looking for Han Song. I entrusted him with auctioning 10 pills last time. He should remember." Lin Xiao said. "Young master, please wait a moment. I'll go announce you." The guard cupped his hands and then entered the Han residence. Before long, a middle-aged man in brocade robes emerged. It was Han Song. "Ha, a distinguished guest visits. I'm sorry for not greeting you from afar." Han Song walked over with a beaming smile. As soon as he heard the guard say it was the young man who had auctioned 10 pills last time, he immediately knew who it was. Last time, the 10 pills had earned the Han family a substantial profit. Lin Xiao gave a slight bow. "Please, young master." Han Song invited Lin Xiao into the Han residence, and they once again arrived at the side hall. "Young master, the Han family's shops are spread throughout Lin Xiu. May I ask what you require?" After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, Han Song asked with a smile. "I want to buy a heaven-grade supreme martial art. Do you have any?" Lin Xiao said directly. Han Song was stunned, mouth agape. He had never encountered someone who asked to buy a heaven-grade martial art outright. "No." Han Song shook his head involuntarily. "What about heaven-grade upper tier?" Han Song shook his head again. "Heaven-grade mid-tier." Han Song still shook his head. Lin Xiao was speechless. They didn't even have a heaven-grade mid-tier martial art. Han Song smiled awkwardly and said, "Young master, among all the shops of the Han family, we currently only have a heaven-grade lower-tier fist technique for sale. When the auction comes, there might be a heaven-grade mid-tier martial art." Lin Xiao thought for a moment. The last auction didn't seem to have any heaven-grade mid-tier martial arts. Where can I buy a heaven-grade supreme or upper-tier martial art? Lin Xiao asked with a frown. "It's hard to buy." Han Song shook his head and said, "Heaven-grade martial arts are generally only held by Holy Lands and saint families, and they are rarely circulated outside. Even if someone sells them, they are usually only heaven-grade lower tier, at most heaven-grade mid-tier." Lin Zhao's frown deepened. Didn't this mean that those Holy Lands and saint families essentially controlled the advanced cultivation methods? They blocked the path of advancement. Would he have to resort to robbery? Seeing Lin Zhao's brow deeply furrowed, Han Song pondered for a moment before saying, "Young master, if you wish to obtain a high-grade heaven-tier martial art, I do have a suggestion." "Oh, what suggestion?" Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. "Do you know of the Guyu ruins in Snow Continent?" Han Song asked. Finding heaven-tier martial arts in the ruins. That won't be easy, will it? Lin Xiao was surprised. Wasn't that just relying on luck? And it might be dangerous. After all, he had the creation space. He could grow stronger without taking any risks. There was no need to court danger. Han Song smiled and explained, young master, most of the heaven-tier martial arts possessed by the sacred lands and saintly families of the southern domain were obtained from the various ancient ruins scattered across the region. Among them, the Guyu ruins in Snow Continent are one of the largest. They open once every 10 years. Although countless treasures and martial arts have been plundered over the eons, each opening still yields heaven-tier martial arts for many. Last time, not only did a few obtain high-grade heaven-tier martial arts, but one even acquired a supreme-grade heaven-tier technique. Of course, the Guyu ruins only allow entry to those below the Saint realm. After hearing this, Lin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. If it's only for those below the Saint realm, then I can't enter. Young master, are you a half-saint? Han Song asked with some surprise. He was at the 9th level of the Divine Sea realm, yet he couldn't discern Lin Xiao's cultivation level. That meant either Lin Xiao was stronger than him, or he cultivated a technique to conceal his cultivation. Lin Xiao nodded non-committally, without revealing that he was a saint. Young master, my Han family will dispatch over a dozen top-tier grandmasters to the Guyu ruins, but we lack a protector. If you are willing, should the Han family obtain any heaven-tier martial arts, we will copy them as your reward. Han Song spoke with fervent gaze. These days, the family had been troubled by the matter of the Guyu ruins. Because the Han family's business was vast and resources abundant, the patriarch had to stay behind to guard the territory and could not leave for long. His family only had 2 half-saints, one of whom had been severely injured recently, leaving only one capable of protector duties. But one half-saint was insufficient. If the Han family obtained anything from the ruins, they would likely be robbed before they could bring it back. So recently, the family had been discussing hiring a half-saint as a co-protector. Oh! When do the ruins open, and how long will I need to protect? Lin Xiao asked. If it was just protection without entering the ruins, it might be worth considering. The ruins will open in 10 days and remain open for half a month. After that, you just need to escort the Han family members back to Tailin City, Han Song explained. Lin Xiao and Han Chong also stepped out from the wooden cabin. Soon, the spatial rift tore open again, and someone burst through, first a grandmaster at the peak of the Divine Sea realm, 8th layer. Still, there would be many other forces present, leaving room for maneuvering. Seeing Lin Xiao deep in thought, Han Song added, not long ago, the Golden Radiance Sword Saint was slain by the ancient Profound Sword sect, the Golden Radiance Sacred Land was destroyed, and its resources plundered. You must have heard of that, right? Not only that, but recently, in several continents, heretical sects have been causing chaos. The southern domain is far from peaceful. So, it's extremely difficult to buy a high-grade heaven-tier martial art unless you have special connections with the powerful sacred lands or saintly families. Otherwise, you can only rely on luck everywhere. Han Song shook his head with a sigh. After hearing his account, Lin Xiao nodded. In that case, I'll make the trip. Han Song was overjoyed and said with a smile, then I'll take you to meet the family head. He then led Lin Xiao out of the side hall and deeper into the Han residence. May I know your name, young master? Han Song asked with a smile on the way. Last time, when Lin Xiao came to auction treasures, Han Song had refrained from asking out of principle. But now that they were cooperating, it was natural to ask. At the same time, Han Song wanted to probe Lin Xiao's identity. My surname is Xiao, Lin Xiao said. He had intended to reveal his full name, but then remembered that the name Lin Xiao of the ancient Profound Sword sect was likely known to many forces, given that he had destroyed the Golden Radiance Sacred Land. He feared that if the other party knew his true identity, they might be intimidated. This could negatively affect their cooperation. After all, if you had plundered the Golden Radiance Sacred Land, wouldn't you do the same to the Han family? So he withheld his name. So it's young Master Xiao. The two chatted idly and soon arrived at a grand hall in the Han residence, where they waited. Han Song ordered a servant to notify the family head. Before long, a tall, imposing man in a green robe with a square face entered the hall. The man, around 50 years old, walked with a tiger's stride and exuded authority. Fifth elder, who is this? The man sat in the main seat, glanced at Lin Xiao, then turned his gaze to Han Song. Family head, this is young Master Xiao, a half-saint. He is willing to serve as a protector for our family during the trip to the Guyu ruins. Young Master Xiao, this is our family head, Han Chang. Han Song introduced the two and then explained the compensation for the protection. Greetings, family head Han. Lin Xiao gave a slight bow. Oh, may I ask where young Master Xiao comes from? Han Chang was inwardly surprised a half-saint this young. Only the top secret lands and saintly families could produce such a young half-saint. Yet he had never seen this person before. Family head Han, it doesn't matter where I come from. I will protect your family. If you obtain any heaven-tier martial arts, I want all of them. If not, you only need to pay 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiao stated. He naturally wouldn't go for nothing. If the Han family didn't obtain any heaven-tier martial arts, he still needed compensation. Han Chang looked thoughtful. Giving martial arts was fine. They could be copied. As for 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones, it wasn't excessive, considering the hire of a half-saint for nearly a month. Young Master Xiao, I can accept your terms. Han Chang nodded, then added, but I must test your strength to see if you are capable of protection. He also couldn't discern Lin Xiao's cultivation, and it would be rude to probe him with divine sense. So he had doubts about Lin Xiao's abilities. With that, Han Chan's aura surged, forming a terrifying pressure that swept toward Lin Xiao. Yet under this overwhelming pressure, Lin Xiao remained calm, not even using his cultivation to resist. He leisurely picked up his tea and took a sip. He didn't mind the test, since after concealing his aura, others couldn't see his cultivation, so they naturally needed to confirm his strength. Both Han Chang and Han Song narrowed their eyes. Han Chang was a half-saint, and a relatively powerful one at that. His pressure would make even a peak grandmaster at the 9th level struggle to maintain composure. Haha, young Master Xiao is truly impressive. Han Chang withdrew his pressure, smiling heartily, but inwardly he was shocked. This young man's strength was likely no less than his own. Family head Han, when do we depart? Lin Xiao asked. We leave in 3 days. You can stay at the Han residence for the time being, Han Chang replied with a smile. So Lin Xiao stayed at the Han residence for 3 days. During that time, he went nowhere, remaining in the creation space to continue comprehending his artistic conception. His artistic conception was only at the initial stage, with minor, major, and perfect stages to come. 3 days passed in a flash. On the designated day, a servant led Lin Xiao to the grand hall once more. In the hall, Han Chang and Han Song were present, along with 12 others, men and women, old and young, all distinguished and richly dressed. All of them were grandmasters, with the lowest cultivation level being the 7th level of the Divine Sea realm. Lin Xiao's arrival drew everyone's attention. Everyone, this is young Master Xiao. He will protect you alongside me, Han Chang introduced. All eyes studied Lin Xiao. But they could detect no trace of cultivation aura from him. Unfathomable. Young Master Xiao, let's set off now, Han Chang said. Lin Xiao nodded. Then, a white giant eagle, over 10 zhong in length and with a wingspan of 20 zhong, landed in the courtyard, stirring up a fierce gale. Let's go. Han Chang waved his hand, leading over a dozen Han family grandmasters onto the eagle's back. After Lin Xiao boarded, the eagle shot into the sky, heading north. The eagle was incredibly fast, like wind and lightning, far surpassing an ordinary half-saint. Young Master Xiao, I am Han Mu. Thank you for protecting our family. A young woman from the Han family approached Lin Xiao on the journey, smiling. She appeared to be around 23 or 24, with a cultivation level of the 8th level of the Divine Sea realm. She wore a light red velvet dress, had delicate features, bright eyes, white teeth, and skin like snow, quite beautiful. You're welcome, Lin Xiao shook his head lightly. Young master, reaching the half-saint realm at such a young age is truly remarkable. Han Mu bit her red lips, her eyes showing admiration. At the same time, she was thinking about how to draw closer to Lin Xiao. Before departure, the family head had said that this young Master Xiao was not from any powerful sacred lands or saintly families. Young, powerful, and exceptionally talented, the family head had instructed her to befriend him, and if possible, recruit him into the Han family. That would be ideal. How to recruit him? Resources and treasures were essential, but beauty was also a key factor. Initially, Han Mu was disdainful. She was a direct descendant of a saintly family, the most beautiful woman in Tailin City, with countless suitors. How could she stoop to using her beauty to seduce someone? But after seeing Lin Xiao, her mind changed. This young Master Xiao was younger than she had imagined, handsome, and possessed a unique aura. A man like this, if he could become her husband, would be immensely beneficial to both her and the Han family. In the face of Han Mu's admiring gaze, Lin Xiao smiled silently. This woman was indeed a rare beauty, outshining even Liang Long and Zhang Ruoling by a considerable margin. Yet Lin Xiao was not one to be swayed by mere physical allure. Seeing him remain silent, Han Mu's eyes flickered as she spoke with determination. Mr. Xiao, this time when we enter the Guo ruins, I will strive to find a heaven-grade martial art for you. Then I thank you in advance, Miss Han. Lin Xiao gave a slight bow. Since she was so keen on locating the heaven-grade martial art, he was naturally pleased even if her motives were not entirely for his sake. You are too kind, Mr. Xiao. Should the opportunity arise, I hope you might offer me some guidance. Han Mu said with a charming laugh. The two engaged in idle conversation, exchanging pleasantries. Han Chang and Han Song exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. If Han Mu could successfully win over this Mr. Xiao, it would be ideal. Even if she failed, there would be nothing lost. In truth, they were both quite curious about Lin Xiao's identity. He was so young that they had even wondered if this Mr. Xiao might be from the recently renowned ancient mystic blade sect in the southern domain. But due to time constraints, they had not investigated. Moreover, the southern domain spanned over 100 provinces, with countless hidden powers, so it was hardly surprising that such a genius could emerge from some remote place. The journey passed in silence. Riding a giant eagle spirit beast, the group took 5 full days to reach Shuezhou. As they entered, a vast expanse of white greeted their eyes. The entire world was draped in silver, stretching endlessly. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, creating a dreamlike, ethereal scene. Shuezhou was the northernmost province of the southern domain, a vast land in its own right. The weather here was bitterly cold, and most areas were perpetually covered in ice and snow. Half a day later, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a valley surrounded by towering snow-capped mountains that reached thousands of zong into the sky, standing as if pillars of heaven and earth. The valley was thronged with people. A quick glance revealed no fewer than 5,000 individuals. They gathered in groups of various sizes, but the largest group did not exceed 30 people. Let's descend, Han Chang ordered. Lin Xiao then followed the entire Han family, leaving the eagles back and flying down. As they landed in the valley, they drew the attention of many. Patriarch Han, I thought you might not make it this time. Brother Han. Numerous people greeted Han Chang. As the patriarch of a saint family, a half-saint himself, Han Chang had many acquaintances throughout the southern domain. How, Patriarch Song, Elder Wei, you have arrived quite early. Han Chang naturally did not put on airs, returning each greeting with a cupped fist. However, he exchanged only brief pleasantries before falling silent. Lin Xiao surveyed the crowd, noting that the lowest cultivation among them was at the 5th level of the Divine Sea Realm, the Grand Master stage. As for saints, there were over 20 in number. Those saints did not conceal their cultivation auras, so he could identify them at a glance. As for those who might hide their cultivation, anyone below the saint realm, even if they concealed it, Lin Xiao could see through them as a saint. If he could not discern their level, then they were undoubtedly saints. Patriarch Han, will all the major holy lands of the southern domain send representatives? Lin Xiao asked via telepathic voice transmission. He wondered if Hu Miuran and her master would come. If they did, he would smash those two women's faces into the snow. Only a portion will come. Han Chang shook his head, replying telepathically. The Guo ruins have appeared for thousands of years and have been explored too many times, so the top-tier holy lands and saint families usually do not send anyone. Oh, Lin Xiao nodded, feeling a hint of disappointment. His expectations for the harvest also diminished considerably. Since the major holy lands were not coming, it was clear that the Guo ruins had a low chance of shielding treasures, and the probability of finding a high-grade heaven-class martial art was even lower. Still, it was fine. He did not need to risk entering himself, and it would only consume about half a month of his time. In the valley, people continued to arrive from time to time, including not only those from holy lands and saint families, but also some independent cultivators who came along. Han Mu was quite talkative, taking the initiative to introduce some notable figures to Lin Xiao, for instance, a powerhouse ranked in the top 50 of the Grand Master list, and the sacred lord of a certain holy land. By the second day, the number of people in the valley had swelled to nearly 7,000. Only about half a day remained before the Guo ruins would open. Just then, the snowflakes drifting in the sky suddenly froze. It was as if the entire world had become still, the falling snowflakes suspended in midair. Then everyone saw, far off in the heavens, a huge flying boat speeding toward them. The boat was dozens of zong long, resplendent, and entirely forged from ice. The people from the flowing snow Holy Land have arrived. Someone exclaimed. Lin Xiao turned to look as well. The massive ice boat was dazzling, parting the falling snowflakes wherever it passed. On the deck stood dozens of figures, each exuding an overwhelming aura. Mr. Xiao, these are from the flowing snow Holy Land, Hongmu said, standing beside him. The flowing snow Holy Land is the most powerful Holy Land in Shuezhou, and even in the ancient province, it holds a respectable rank. How does it compare to the ancient Path Holy Land? Lin Xiao asked casually. After chatting with Hongmu for several days, he had learned quite a bit about the various Holy Lands. Across the southern domain, there were hundreds of Holy Lands and saint families, large and small. But naturally, there were distinctions in strength. And the gap was enormous. For instance, the Han family and the Golden Radiance Holy Land were among the weakest saint-level powers, each possessing only a single saint. But the powerful Holy Lands had dozens of saints, and even beings beyond the saint realm. In short, Holy Lands and saint families were also stratified into different classes. If the ancient Path Holy Land was a top-tier Holy Land, then the Golden Radiance Holy Land was a ninth-rate one. The ancient Path Holy Land is the foremost Holy Land in the southern domain, so it's incomparable. But the flowing snow Holy Land is a first-rate Holy Land, boasting over 60 saints, Hongmu said. Lin Xiao was inwardly astonished. Over 60 saints? Shuezhou was formidable indeed. Compared to it, Fengzhou was utterly insignificant. Soon, the ice boat arrived above the valley, and members of the flowing snow Holy Land descended one after another. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of flowing snow Holy Land have both come. Flowing snow Holy Land has sent over 40 people. This has never happened before. Could it be that the Guo ruins hold some great treasure this time? Being in Shuezhou, they might know something. In the valley, representatives of various powers murmured among themselves upon seeing the flowing snow Holy Land dispatch over 40 people. In previous years, they had sent at most 20. This time, with the Holy Son and Holy Daughter also present, it was clearly unusual. Saint Miao Shuang. Greetings, Elder Miao. Elder Miao, with so many people from flowing snow Holy Land, has something unusual happened in the Guo ruins. The guardian of the flowing snow Holy Land was named Miao Shuang, a middle-aged woman with an ordinary appearance but an extremely terrifying aura, radiating a chilling frost. People from various powers greeted her, and some even directly inquired. There have indeed been some disturbances in the Guo ruins recently, Miao Shuang said coldly. Then she ignored the crowd and turned to instruct the disciples of the flowing snow Holy Land. People from various power factions were left trembling with awe and suspicion upon hearing Elder Miao's words. The Pyoshua Sacred Land is located in Snow Continent, not far from the Gai ruins, so it was only natural they could detect the disturbance emanating from the ruins. However, they only now realized that even if they wished to take action, it was already too late. The ruins would open very soon. After you enter this time, you must be cautious and strive for advancement. Han Cheng also began giving instructions to the members of the Han family. This time, nearly half of their elite forces had been deployed. If the losses were too severe, the ancestor would surely flay him alive. The crowd waited for another 2 hours or so. Suddenly, the void trembled abruptly. Before long, Lin Xiao shockingly witnessed the deepest part of the valley where the void cracked open in mid-air, revealing a colossal spatial rift spanning 7 or 8 zong in length. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Masters from each faction instantly took flight, surging toward the spatial rift. In just moments, thousands of people all entered through the rift. After a brief interval, the spatial rift sealed shut. Those remaining in the valley numbered fewer than 500, all guardians assigned by their respective factions. Master Xiao, we'll wait half a month, and they'll emerge. Han Cheng smiled at Lin Xiao. Then, with a sweep of his wide sleeve, he actually produced a wooden cabin from his divine storage bag. Let's go inside. I brought several jars of fine wine this time. Han Cheng chuckled. Very well. Lin Xiao nodded and entered the wooden cabin. Others in the valley didn't simply wait idly. Some, like Han Cheng, conjured wooden or stone dwellings, while others located caves carved by their predecessors, cleared away the snow with a wave of their hand, and waited inside. Meanwhile, Elder Miao of the Pure Sacred Land flew back to the ice and snow giant boat and entered its cabin. The massive vessel hovered above the valley, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Master Xiao, the spiritual energy in Snow Continent rivals that of Spirit Continent. Moreover, since Snow Continent has a smaller population, its resources are actually richer than Spirit Continent's. Inside the wooden cabin, Hong Chang poured wine while chatting with Lin Xiao. Indeed, Lin Xiao agreed, though he noted that Snow Continent only suited cultivation of ice-cold martial arts. Practicing other elemental techniques would yield diminished results. The two conversed intermittently, and after a long while, both entered meditation. Day after day passed, and before long, half a month elapsed. That day, the void deep within the valley quivered once more as the ruins entrance prepared to reopen. Everyone emerged from their temporary shelters, and Elder Miao climbed onto the deck of the ice and snow vessel. Blood stained his body, and without acknowledging anyone, he departed immediately. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Grandmasters continued emerging from the ruins. Soon, Hong Mu and Hong Song and other Hong family members also came out. However, 13 had entered, yet only 8 emerged, their faces pale. Master of the house, flee. Hong Song and the others flew to Hong Chong and Lin Xiao's side, urgently urging them on. Hong Mu's face was deathly pale, with a bloody wound on his shoulder. Nearly every member of the Hong family bore fresh blood, clearly having endured fierce battles. What happened? Hong Chan's expression darkened. Lin Xiao was equally taken aback what had transpired. At that moment, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed, shaking the surroundings. None of you are leaving. Elder Miao, though unaware of the specifics, knew her young master wouldn't speak thus unless grave matters had arisen. A vast saintly pressure erupted from the ice and snow vessel, enveloping the entire area. None shall depart, or face execution. Elder Miao's voice was icy, her saintly aura rolling outward to overwhelm all present. Those preparing to leave froze in terror, unable to move. Even those dozen or so who had already flown beyond the valley were not spared. Her hands swept repeatedly, and countless icicles condensed from heaven and earth into massive hands of ice and snow, capturing everyone and hurling them back into the valley. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. The Pure Sacred Land Saint indeed possessed formidable power. Though also a low-stage saint, this person far surpassed Jin Yao the Sword Saint in strength. Tianshuang, what happened? Only after completing these actions did Elder Miao turn to Wang Tianshuang, the Pure Sacred Land's young master, and inquire. Yet upon seeing him, her expression turned cold. Her sacred land had dispatched over 40 disciples, yet only 30 returned, a third had fallen. Wang Tianshuang first glanced at the massive spatial rift behind him, from which more people continued emerging. In a flash, he appeared before Elder Miao and said gravely, Elder Miao, the Gai ruins this time yielded numerous treasures, heaven-grade heaven-rank treasure artifacts, heaven-grade peak martial arts, and heaven-grade peak spiritual herbs. His words sent shockwaves through the gathering, everyone's faces contorting in astonishment. The Gai ruins had actually produced so many treasures at once. Impossible! Meanwhile, representatives from various factions exchanged grim looks, their eyes glinting with calculation. Oh! What have you obtained? Elder Miao's eyes brightened as she fixed her gaze on Wang Tianshuang. Wang Tianshuang shook his head with a troubled expression, then looked down at the crowd below and pointed. The people of Lai Feng sect obtained a heaven-grade peak sword. The Han family acquired a heaven-grade peak martial art and a heaven-grade supreme treasure artifact. The people of Hualei Sacred Land not only secured a heaven-grade peak spiritual herb but also obtained 2 heaven-grade supreme treasure artifacts. And this person the one who obtained a heaven-grade supreme spear technique. Wang Tianshuang identified each person or faction that had obtained treasures, causing countless faces to darken with resentment. Lin Xiao, however, was stunned, his eyes widening in shock. Could it be? The Han family had obtained a heaven-grade peak martial art that was too convenient. His fortune was unmatched. Upon hearing Wang Tianshuang's account, Elder Miao immediately understood. The Gai ruins this time were indeed different from past encounters, producing a large number of treasures. Yet despite their larger numbers and greater strength, the Pure Sacred Land had failed to secure any. It must be that these factions below had banded together to besiege the Pushua Sacred Land's disciples. Esteemed guests, the Gai ruins lie within our Pushua Sacred Land's territory. Since treasures have appeared, they rightfully belong to us. Elder Miao spoke with icy coldness. Simultaneously, she signaled to the other Pushua Sacred Land disciples, instructing them to send immediate messages to the Sacred Land. She alone could hardly suppress these factions. Fortunately, the Pushua Sacred Land was not far. Her saintly speed could reach them in half an hour at most. Hearing Elder Miao's words, many people's expressions darkened. The ruins were left behind from ancient times. What does it have to do with your Pushua Sacred Land? For all these years, whoever obtained the treasures kept them. And now that a few precious treasures have appeared, you claim all the artifacts within the ruins belong to your Pushua Sacred Land. This is sheer nonsense. However, given the formidable power of Pushua Sacred Land, no one dared openly oppose them. Elder Miao, your words are misguided. A middle-aged powerhouse shook his head and continued, the treasures of the Gumu ruins have always gone to those worthy of them, never belonging to your Pushua Sacred Land. The speaker was none other than the sect master of Lin Xiao sect. His disciples had obtained a heaven-grade supreme treasure artifact, and as sect master, how could he willingly hand it over? Indeed, Elder Miao, does your Pushua Sacred Land intend to openly plunder our treasures? Han Chang quickly chimed in support. His heart raced with both excitement and anger. After all, the Han family's strength was no match for Pushua Sacred Land. Indeed, Elder Miao, you are being far too domineering. How can you openly snatch everyone's possessions? Many other powerful figures also joined in, their faces grim. Several of them weren't even recognized by Wang Tianshuang, yet they'd claimed other valuable treasures themselves. Fearing the same seizure, they naturally rallied behind Lin Xiao sect and the Han family. Humph, across tens of thousands of miles, this territory has always been under Pushua Sacred Land's jurisdiction. Naturally, the treasures belong to us. In the past, we allowed various factions to take treasures simply because we didn't care, Elder Miao sneered. As she spoke, her sacred aura intensified, spreading a terrifying coldness in all directions that enveloped the entire valley. Snowflakes falling from the sky turned to ice, the temperature plummeting dozens of degrees as if the very air froze. Many wore grim expressions. Pushua Sacred Land was truly this ruthless. They glanced at each other but dared not act, none wanting to be the first to strike. This was Pushua Sacred Land's territory, and offending them was unthinkable. Of course, many saints were present here. Though Elder Miao was powerful, the other saints were no pushovers. Either just one or two stepping forward could hold her back. Yet these saints had no intention of intervening. Their factions hadn't claimed any treasures, so why would they risk it? Pushua Sacred Land only sought to seize treasures from the ruins, not plunder everyone. So they merely watched coldly. They didn't want to offend Pushua Sacred Land either. Among those marked by Wang Tianshuang, who had obtained heavy treasures, only the Han family and Huai's Sacred Land qualified as saint-level factions. Moreover, their guardians were merely head saints. At that moment, Wang Tianshuang, the sacred son of Pushua Sacred Land, flew toward a middle-aged man. This was the man he'd just pointed out, the one who obtained a heaven-grade supreme spear technique. A peak stage 8 divine seed cultivator, but seemingly a rogue cultivator without a guardian, alone. Hand over that spear technique you obtained, Wang Tianshuang commanded. He started with the weakest. I risked my life to obtain that spear technique. Your Pushua Sacred Land is nothing but bandits. The middle-aged man's face twisted with fury. Yet he dared not flee, he was only a stage 8 grandmaster. Preposterous. Wang Tianshuang's eyes flashed with menace as he poised to strike. Elder Miao intervened. You retrieved treasures from the Gumu ruins for our Pushua Sacred Land, and we will not wrong you. Simply surrender these artifacts, and you may claim your reward at our Sacred Land. She addressed the middle-aged grandmaster. For a heaven-grade supreme spear technique, I offer 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. She understood that without some compensation, forcing everyone to surrender would breed resentment. It would also tarnish Pushua Sacred Land's reputation. So offering appropriate compensation served two purposes, dampening resistance and leaving outsiders with nothing to criticize. The middle-aged man hesitated. But soon, he nodded and took out a piece of beast skin from his spatial bag. He had no choice. Resisting Pushua Sacred Land was futile, and everyone already knew he'd obtained the martial art. Even if they let him go, he couldn't leave safely. Fortunately, he'd memorized everything before exiting the ruins. Better to hand it over and gain spirit stones. Those who adapt survive. Wang Tianshuang smiled faintly, accepted the beast scheme, and moved toward the Laifeng sect members. Sect Master of Laifeng, order your people to hand them over, Wang Tianshuang said sternly. The sect master and his disciples turned ashen. They'd obtained a heaven-grade supreme treasure artifact. Unlike martial arts, it couldn't be memorized. How could they surrender it willingly? Refuse, and you die. Wang Tianshuang's shout echoed. Meanwhile, other Pure Sacred Land disciples flew over, surrounding the Laifeng sect members completely. Sect Master of Laifeng, for a heaven-grade supreme treasure artifact, our Pure Sacred Land will offer 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones as compensation. Elder Miao stated. The Laifeng sect master sighed heavily, reluctantly ordering his disciples to surrender the treasures. He didn't trust Elder Miao's words. How could anyone guarantee post-facto compensation? But being in someone else's territory left him no choice. On the other side, Han Chang communicated telepathically with the elder of Huai's sacred land. Both factions had obtained multiple heavy treasures and were saint-level forces. Though their saints were absent and they were only half-saints, they still had more confidence facing Pure sacred land than Laifeng sect. What do we do? Han Chang transmitted. What can we do? You think you can resist? Should we split up and flee? No, escape. Even if we could flee, what then? How would we withstand Pure sacred land's wrath? I refuse to accept this. They exchanged thoughts but were powerless to change the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's expression darkened at their brazen extortion disguised as propriety. His gaze swept over the Han family members, settling on Han Mu, the most severely injured. A heaven-grade supreme martial art, did you truly obtain it? Lin Xiao asked in surprise. Young Master Xiao, yes, I obtained it. For this martial art, I nearly lost my life. Han Mu's bitter smile concealed her acceptance. She traded her life for nothing, and young Master Xiao would miss out on the heaven-grade supreme art too. Let me see it. Lin Xiao extended his palm. Han Mu didn't refuse. Though unclear of his background, under the circumstances, she didn't fear he'd flee with the martial art. With a thought, a snow-white jade slate materialized in his hand. Lin Xiao immediately seized it, and though unfamiliar with such artifacts, his divine sense instantly penetrated its contents. Taishu True Scripture, a heaven-grade supreme martial art, containing cultivation methods, combat techniques, and body movements that captured heaven and earth's essence. Lin Xiao's excitement surged as he absorbed every detail. Finally, a true masterpiece. Those arts from Golden Shine Sword Saint were trashed by comparison. Han Mu proved to be his lucky star. By then, Wang Tianshuang had already collected the treasures from Laifeng sect. Just as he turned toward Huai's sacred land, he spotted Han Mu handing a jade slate to Lin Xiao. His eyes narrowed sharply. Wang Tianshuang vanished and reappeared before Lin Xiao. Hand over the treasures your Han family obtained. With a mocking smile, Wang Tianshuang reached for the jade slate, but Lin Xiao backhanded him fiercely. Get lost. The strike came too fast for a peak grandmaster to evade. With a resounding crack, Lin Xiao's palm slammed onto Wang Tianshuang's head. Instantly, his skull burst apart like a ruptured watermelon. Crimson and white matter splattered everywhere. Wang Tianshuang's body collapsed limply onto the snow-covered ground, not even a single scream escaping his lips before he was utterly and irrevocably dead. The entire valley fell into a dead silence, thousands of people staring in disbelief. Who was this man? How dare he kill the sacred son of the drifting snow sacred land, and with a single slap at that? Wang Tianshuang, the sacred son of the drifting snow sacred land, was a peak 9th level divine sea realm grandmaster, his strength rivaling that of a half-saint, ranked 63rd on the grandmaster list. And yet he was so utterly powerless? Han Chang, Han Mu, and the rest of the Han family were initially stunned, then a wave of terror washed over them. Young Master Xiao, you. Han Chan's face turned ashen. Killing the sacred son of the drifting snow sacred land, and right in front of the elder of that same sacred land, this matter could not be resolved peacefully. His heart sank to the depths. It seemed that the Han family was doomed to catastrophe this time. Many of the saints present turned their gazes toward Lin Xiao, their expressions varying. They did not know Lin Xiao, but since he was with the Han family, he must be connected to them. Seeking death. High above, Elder Miao, standing on the frigid ice arc, her face instantly turned livid, murderous intent radiating from her. She raised her hand and pointed at Lin Xiao from afar. In an instant, a powerful force shot toward him through the air. The temperature between heaven and earth plummeted further. The endless wind and snow were absorbed by the force, instantly coalescing into a colossal ice sword several meters long. Countless onlookers were horrified, especially the Han family members near Lin Xiao, their eyes filled with terror. Their blood nearly froze, a thick layer of ice forming instantly on their bodies, sealing them in place with no chance to escape. The one who dies is you. Lin Xiao, without any hesitation, raised his fist and struck. As he channeled his cultivation power, a terrifying saintly might surged forth, overwhelming the heavens. The immense force of his punch shattered the ice sword without slowing, striking Elder Miao directly. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Elder Miao's saintly body, along with the ice arc beneath her feet, exploded into countless fragments of ice. Ah! Saint blood splattered across the sky, and a piercing scream echoed through the entire valley, shaking heaven and earth. So weak, and yet you dare to rob others. Lin Xiao scoffed disdainfully. Though Elder Miao was far stronger than the Golden Radiant Sword Saint, she still couldn't withstand a single casual punch from him. Others might fear the drifting snow sacred land, but he did not. Not only was his current strength sufficient to crush a multitude of ordinary saints, but after acquiring the heaven-grade top-tier martial art, his power would skyrocket. What was the drifting snow sacred land? By the time they came looking for him, his strength would have surged several times over. Why would he fear them? Then, with solemnity, he placed the jade slip into his storage pouch. This time, everyone present was utterly stunned. He had killed Elder Miao with a single strike. After all, Elder Miao Frost was a veteran saint, having achieved sainthood over 200 years ago. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the early saint stage, and her combat prowess was formidable. Yet such a saint had been obliterated with one punch. Everyone stared at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Who was this man? How could he be so powerful, daring to kill both a saint and a sacred son of the drifting snow sacred land? The remaining disciples of the drifting snow pavilion turned pale with fear, involuntarily stepping back. How could they dare to seize the treasure now? The Han family members shook off the ice covering them, staring at Lin Xiao in stunned amazement. Young Master Xiao was not a half-saint, but a saint and extremely powerful saint, no less. Han Mu's eyes nearly popped out. The man she had tried to seduce was actually a mighty saint. Among the crowd in the valley, a few figures had a fleeting glint of blood-red light in their eyes. They lowered their heads, unnoticed by others. At that moment, Lin Xiao searched Wang Tianshuang's body, retrieved his storage pouch, and stowed it away. Earlier, Wang Tianshuang had forced the Lai Feng sect and others to hand over the treasures obtained from the ruins, so Lin Xiao had no intention of leaving them behind. Then, Lin Xiao blurred and appeared mid-air. He swept his gaze over the crowd, finally fixing his eyes on Hong Chong, and declared loudly, "Hong Chong, I followed your Han family here precisely for this heaven-grade top-tier martial art. Did you never suspect? Ha ha ha, your Han family is not worthy of possessing such a martial art." With a few hearty laughs, Lin Xiao turned and departed. He said this deliberately to publicly sever any ties between the Han family and himself. Otherwise, the drifting snow sacred land would surely blame the Han family for this incident and annihilate them. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jiao's figure vanished without a trace. Hong Chong and the Han family members were all livid, trembling with rage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the people of the Kuei sacred land also swiftly departed. They had obtained a great treasure, and with Elder Miao dead, they naturally had to flee quickly. Alas, let us leave as well, Hong Chong said reluctantly, beckoning the Han family and departing immediately. The various factions in the valley began to disperse in all directions. Quick! Send word to the sacred land that Elder Miao has been slain. We must avenge Elder Miao. How dare they steal the treasures of our drifting snow sacred land? The remaining disciples of the drifting snow sacred land, their faces ashen, took out specially crafted transmission jade slips under the command of the sacred maiden and began contacting their sacred land. Hong Chong led the 8 members of the Han family. They rode a giant eagle spirit beast, speeding through the vast sky. Before long, they had left the snow province and entered the neighboring star province. Our Han family has suffered a grievous loss this time, Hong Chong lamented inwardly. Not only had they lost 5 blades in the ruins, but the heaven-grade top-tier martial art they had obtained had been stolen. Patriarch, it is all my fault. I should not have given the jade slip to young Master Xiao, Han Mu said dejectedly. Though she had taken healing pills, her injuries were severe, and she remained pale. Do not blame yourself, Hong Chong shook his head. He is a saint, a powerful one at that. If he wanted the heaven-grade top-tier martial art, how could we have resisted? Besides, even without that young Master Xiao, we could not have kept the heaven-grade top-tier martial art. It would have been taken by the drifting snow sacred land anyway. Now, at least we still have one heaven-grade top-tier magical artifact left. Hong Chang sighed with mixed feelings. That young Master Xiao, though somewhat detestable, had indirectly helped them. Otherwise, not only would the heaven-grade top-tier martial art have been lost, but the heaven-grade top-tier magical artifact would have been taken as well. Han Song, you have rendered great service this time. Han Chang said. That heaven-grade top-tier magical artifact was obtained by Han Song. Patriarch, my failure to recognize a true person counts as an offsetting merit, Han Song said with a bitter smile. He had never imagined that young Master Xiao was actually a saint. He. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Between heaven and earth, a sinister, eerie laughter echoed. In the next moment, a terrifying blood-red beam shot down from the sky. Not good. Han Chang was greatly alarmed. He erupted with all his true essence, enveloping the 8 Han family members beside him, instantly moving away from the giant eagle's back. Boom! The blood-red beam struck the giant eagle heavily, and the massive bird exploded into a mist of blood. Who goes there? Han Chang shouted. At that moment, several figures descended from the clouds above. There were 6 of them, all dressed plainly, with blood-red eyes and a terrifying aura of blood and slaughter emanating from their bodies. You are members of the Blood God sect. Han Chan's face changed drastically. The Blood God sect, a demonic sect from 10,000 years ago, had once swept across the entire southern domain, powerful beyond measure. It had nearly dominated the entire southern domain. Later, the ancient past sacred land, in alliance with many other sacred lands, finally eradicated the Blood God sect, leaving only a few remnants to flee. In recent times, there had been suspected attacks by remnants of the Blood God sect in several provinces. Han Chang had never expected that the Blood God sect would now ambush them. The 6 men were murderous and did not respond to Han Chan's words. The leader, a short, gaunt old man, sneered, Han clan leader, hand over the treasure, and I will grant you a swift death. Treasure? What treasure? Han Chan's face darkened. What do you think? The old man narrowed his eyes, sneering. Everyone from the Thunder Transformation Sacred Land is already dead. Han Chang and his companions were shocked. He quickly regained his composure. Some of the men looked familiar, having appeared in the valley at the entrance to the ancient moon ruins before. But at that time, no one had paid them any attention. Unexpectedly, they were members of the Blood God sect. Clearly, these men had ambushed and killed the people from the Thunder Transformation Sacred Land, and now they were here to ambush the Han family. Prepare to flee in separate directions. Han Chang transmitted his thoughts to the Han family members via divine sense. All of them wore grim expressions. Nearly all were injured, putting them at a severe disadvantage. What? Still thinking of resisting? The short, stout old man stepped forward, his formidable saintly might spreading, ready to attack. The other 5 scattered, forming an encirclement. Their auras surged, blood energy permeating the air, and an overwhelming pressure filled the sky. Their eyes swept over the Han family, burning with eagerness. Half-saints and masters at the 8th and 9th levels of the Divine Sea Realm, such powerful blood was a true tonic. Having just annihilated the Thunder Transformation Sacred Lands group, they still craved more. Han Chan's face showed terror, for among the 6, the leader was a saint, 2 were half-saints, and the other 3 were all masters at the 9th level. They were utterly outmatched, and escape was impossible. Hand over your treasures as well. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Not far away, a figure had appeared without anyone noticing. It was Lin Xiao. He was a man of his word. Since he had agreed to protect the Han family, he would escort them back to Taoyuan City. But he hadn't expected the Han family to be ambushed en route. Young Master Lin. Han Chang and Han Mu, seeing Lin Xiao's sudden appearance, were overjoyed. Regardless of Lin Xiao's intentions, his arrival meant he was here to save them. This lifted the spirits of all the Han family. It's you! The 6 Blood God sect members fixed their eyes on Lin Xiao, their gazes sharpening. They had been in the valley at the entrance to the ruins and had witnessed Lin Xiao kill Elder Miao with a single punch. Thus, they knew Lin Xiao was a saint, and a formidable one at that. The leader of the Blood God sect group, an old man, wore a dark expression, his eyes grave. I'll handle this brat. You deal with the Han family. He waved his hand and strode toward Lin Xiao. He walked through the void, and with each step, terrifying bloodlight radiated outward, and an immense saintly pressure rolled toward Lin Xiao. The vast bloodlight was filled with the aura of slaughter and bloodshed, sinister and fierce. What nonsense, die. Without another word, Lin Xiao threw a punch. Instantly, a terrifying fist force surged like a raging wave, overwhelmingly domineering. This punch was twice as powerful as the one that had killed Eldemil. What? The blood god sect saint widened his bloodshot eyes in shock. This punch was too terrifying. Its overwhelming force made him feel as if he were facing a primordial beast. He could not defend against it. There was no way to block it. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he turned to flee. But his speed was no match for Lin Xiao's fist. The overwhelming fist force swept through, and the blood god sect saint's body was blasted into pieces. Moreover, the 5 other blood god sect members behind him had no time to dodge and were instantly annihilated, leaving no trace. Han Chang and the other Han family members stood dumbfounded, utterly terrified. A saint, 2 half-saints, and 3 9th-level masters all killed with a single punch. Young Master Lin, are you a mid-stage saint? Or a late-stage saint? Did I use too much force? Did I destroy the interspatial pouches? Lin Xiao frowned. He had heard that these people had stolen the treasures from the Thunder Transformation Secret Land. He scanned the area, then stepped forward, reaching out to grab 2 interspatial pouches. The saint's pouch was intact, and only one of the other 5 remained. Lin Xiao immediately destroyed the spiritual imprints on the pouches and examined their contents. Upon seeing them, he was overjoyed. Inside the saint's pouch were a heaven-grade top-tier spirit herb and 2 heaven-grade high-grade treasures. Most importantly, one of them was a long blade, which he favored. Besides these, the 2 pouches contained many resources and various miscellaneous items. Stowing the 2 pouches, Lin Xiao finally turned to Han Chang and the others. Young Master Lin, thank you. Thank you for saving us. Han Mu spoke first. Her pretty face was anxious, her gaze complicated. I am your protector. There's no need for thanks. Lin Xiao waved dismissively. Nonetheless, you saved our lives. Han Mu said solemnly. Young Master Lin, you didn't leave? Han Chang asked cautiously. He wondered why Lin Xiao had returned, since he had already obtained the heaven-grade martial art he needed. Clan leader Han, I am a man of my word. My protection mission isn't over yet. Earlier, I was also concerned that the Drifting Snow Sacred Land would take out their anger on you. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Han Chang and the others were stunned. They had never expected Lin Xiao to say this. After all, Lin Xiao had no connection to the Han family and was a lofty saint. Ordinarily, a saint with no ties wouldn't care about their lives. Han Mu's eyes sparkled. She hadn't expected Lin Xiao to be so honorable, and she was deeply moved. Let's go, lest the Drifting Snow Sacred Land's people catch up. Lin Xiao gestured. Then the group resumed their journey, flying toward Lin Xiao. Young Master Lin, you may keep the heaven-grade top-tier martial art. There's no need to copy it for us. Consider it repayment for saving our lives. On the road, Han Chang said respectfully. Before, when he didn't know how powerful Lin Xiao was, he could still negotiate. But now, he knew Lin Xiao was far stronger than their Han family ancestor, so he dared not demand the heaven-grade martial art. The heaven-grade top-tier martial art, the Taishu True Scripture, was invaluable, but the Han family no longer had the standing to negotiate with Lin Xiao. All right. Lin Xiao nodded. He naturally didn't want others to obtain the Taishu True Scripture. Since Han Chang had offered, he didn't refuse. Along the way, there was little conversation. Mainly, the Han family members had become extremely reserved after learning of Lin Xiao's strength. Even Han Mu dared not disturb Lin Xiao. 10 days later, they returned to the Han family estate. Clan leader Han, I take my leave. In the courtyard, Lin Xiao directly bid farewell. Young Master Lin, if you ever need anything from the Han family, please feel free to visit us anytime. Han Chang said respectfully, not pressing Lin Xiao to stay. I will. Lin Xiao nodded and turned to leave. Young Master Lin, will we meet again? Han Mu asked softly, biting her red lips. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes revealing admiration and reluctance. She was enchanting. Yes, we will. Lin Xiao smiled and said no more, then soared into the sky. In an instant, he vanished. Stop staring. A prodigy like him is beyond your reach. Han Song approached, seeing Han Mu gazing at the direction Lin Xiao had disappeared, lost in thought. Elder Fifth, am I that inferior? Han Mu retorted irritably, shooting a glare at Han Song. You are not inferior, in Lin Xiao, you are a first-rate talent in terms of aptitude and a first-rate beauty. But this young Master Lin cannot be described merely as a prodigy. Perhaps. Han Song did not finish, only shook his head. Perhaps what? Han Mu frowned. Perhaps only the legendary scientists of the ancient past sacred land could match him, but... Han Song trailed off, then gave a bitter laugh. Han Mu fell silent. She had heard that the scientists of the ancient past sacred land possessed the in extreme divine body and unparalleled talent. Her beauty was said to be so stunning that it could overshadow all women in the world. But those were only rumors. Few had actually seen her. But what? Elder Fifth, can you stop being so cryptic? Han Mu said in exasperation. But I suspect that this young Master Lin might be Lin Xiao of the ancient mysterious sword sect. Han Song's eyes gleamed, and he continued, if that's the case, then he has a grudge with the scientists of the ancient past sacred land. What grudge? Han Mu asked, not well versed in many rumors. I've only heard some rumors, not sure if they're true. It's said that Lin Xiao of the ancient mysterious sword sect offended the scientists of the ancient past sacred land, and the two harbor a deep enmity, with a future battle awaiting them. Han Mu frowned, puzzled. I know the ancient mysterious sword sect. He was a master at the 9th level of the divine sea realm, right? Though he had the combat power to kill the golden radiant sword saint, it's impossible for him to have become a saint so quickly, isn't it? Who can say? Han Song shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. If you're free, you might go to Fengshou to have a look. Who knows, it might indeed be him. If it really is him, then Han Mu's connection with young Master Lin could give the Han family a powerful patron. Given his youth and talent, he would likely become a top-tier saint within a few years. By then, he would be a major power in the entire southern domain. After leaving Tailing City, Lin Xiao journeyed back towards Fengshou. This time out, his luck was truly exceptional. He had acquired not only a supreme-grade heaven-tier martial art but also a supreme-grade heaven-tier spiritual herb and 2 top-grade heaven-tier treasures. Most crucially, that supreme-grade heaven-tier martial art, the Tai Su True Scripture, was not merely a cultivation technique but a complete cultivation system encompassing martial skills and movement techniques. This contented Lin Xiao. Traveling hastily, he entered Yuzhou territory the following morning. Yuzhou, neighboring Fengshou, was also a small prefecture. At Lin Zhao's current saint-level speed, he could traverse it in 3 hours. Suddenly, when he was only half an hour away from the border of Fengshou, Lin Xiao halted. Then, hovering high in the sky, he looked down at the city below. This was a small city, less than 10 li in circumference, built against a mountain. But at this moment, the city was strewn with corpses, cries of agony ringing out incessantly, and a thick stench of blood filled the air. Lin Xiao could clearly see corpses everywhere in the city, all dried up like withered logs. He swept his divine sense and immediately, his expression darkened. He saw that the city gates had been sealed shut. Inside the city, about 100 martial artists clad in blood-red robes were slaughtering wildly everywhere. No! It wasn't slaughter, they were drinking blood. Wherever they passed, every single citizen had their blood completely drained, becoming dried corpses. These blood-robed figures were like bloodthirsty demons, their mouths smeared with blood, laughing heartily. Many martial artists in the city tried to resist, but none could withstand even a single exchange. Blood God sect. Lin Xiao instantly identified these people. Because the aura they emitted was very similar to that of the blood God sect expert he had killed yesterday. Whoosh! He instantly flew into the city, landing before a blood god sect member in the blink of an eye. This blood god sect member was at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. He appeared to be a blood-robed youth around 27 or 28, crazily killing and drinking blood in a mansion. When the blood-robed youth saw Lin Xiao descending from the sky, he immediately dropped the corpse in his hands. Who are you? The blood-robed youth barked coldly. Boom! Lin Xiao, not bothering to waste words, threw a punch, and the opponent was instantly blasted into a mist of blood. Next, Lin Zhao's figure darted through the city, killing blood god sect members one after another. Boom! 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 Thump! Thump! Speak, Where is the mountain gate of your blood god sect? How many saints are there? Lin Xiao grabbed the last man's neck and asked coldly. He had killed blood god sect saint and 5 other experts yesterday, so it was hard to guarantee they wouldn't retaliate. Thus, it was best to find out the details of the blood god sect now. A cruel and bloodthirsty demonic sect, far more terrifying than the Pure Holy Land. If possible, he would immediately go and annihilate the blood god sect, root and branch. Lord Blood God will not let you off. This blood god sect member, a middle-aged man, now flushed red, eyes wide with fury, stared fixedly at Lin Xiao. Still daring to glare at me? Lin Xiao's face turned cold. His other hand shot out like lightning, crushing the bones of the man's arms, shoulders, and legs. Crack, crack, crack. The teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. The middle-aged man's veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bulging, in extreme pain. Yet, Lin Xiao had crushed his throat, preventing him from making a sound. Thump! Lin Xiao threw him to the ground and barked coldly. If you don't speak, I will crush every single bone in your body, one by one, and then throw you into a cesspit. I won't let you die. I'll make you eat 10 pounds of feces every day for a full 100 years. You! The middle-aged man was terrified, his whole body trembling involuntarily. There was actually such a torture. Speak or not? Lin Xiao shouted sternly. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Then he said, I'm just a member of the usual branch. I don't even know where the usual branch is, let alone the main sect. Usual branch? Is there a branch in Fengshu? Lin Xiao asked in a deep voice. Not yet, but I've heard they are preparing to set up a Fengshu branch. What is the cultivation level of the strongest person in your branch? The branch master is a saint. The branch master is a saint? How many branches does the blood god sect have? Lin Xiao's heart sank. It seemed this blood god sect was truly not to be underestimated. Many, nearly half of the prefectures have branches. The middle-aged man said. Lin Xiao was astonished upon hearing this. The southern domain had 108 prefectures. If nearly half had branches, that was extraordinary. Doesn't that mean the blood god sect has at least 40 or 50 saints? How is that possible? Is the blood god sect truly so powerful? You don't know where the branch is, then where do you usually live? Lin Xiao continued. Not sure. Our branch has a formation, the entrance and exit are not fixed, but the range is probably somewhere in the Duanyong Mountains. The middle-aged man told everything he knew. Seeing that there was nothing more to extract, Lin Xiao stomped and crushed the man's head. However, the key now was time. He needed to hurry back and cultivate the supreme grade heaven-tier martial art. Once he cultivated it, his strength would rapidly increase, doubling or even several times. He swept his divine sense and found that only over 10,000 people remained in this small city. He didn't bother further and flickered away. Several hours later, Lin Xiao returned to Qingguang sect. Heaving a sigh, he couldn't rashly go searching now without knowing the blood god sect situation. If the blood god sect truly spread to Fengshu and threatened Qingguang sect, then he would have to eradicate the blood god sect. The statue was that of a young man with starry brows and sharp eyes, extraordinary bearing, his hands behind his back gazing up at the sky. Its face was exactly Lin Xiao's likeness. Carved really well. Lin Xiao immediately smiled. And he noticed that Qingguang sect had changed, become different somehow. The mountain gate had been rebuilt, a huge stone gate 2 zhang high and 3 zhang wide. On the gate were inscribed 4 large characters, Qingguang Holy Land, bold and vigorous, with soaring momentum. Moreover, everyone in Qingguang sect, from top to bottom, had changed. It was their spirit. Everyone's spirit was different from before. For example, Lin Xiao saw a disciple practicing boxing on a hillside. This person seemed to be called Lu Song. Lu Song's spirit was clearly different. His whole being exuded strong confidence. Everyone else was similar, even the outer disciples with low cultivation. A holy land is indeed different. Lin Xiao nodded approvingly. After a moment's thought, he flew toward the main peak's great hall. Inside the great hall, Zhang Yingli and the 6 peak masters were discussing matters. The elders were not present. Whoosh! The sound of air tearing, Lin Xiao landed before the hall's entrance. Supreme Elder! Supreme Elder has returned. Everyone was startled and rose from their seats. Sit down, no need for formalities. Lin Xiao waved his hand. There were no outsiders. Long Yumi was his senior brother, Liang Long was his woman, Long Ruoling, Yi Qiudia, and Peng Yu were his junior nieces and nephew. Only Feng Yuan was a bit more distant. Junior brother, have you been away recently? Zhang Yumi asked. Because for nearly a month, Lin Xiao hadn't appeared. Long Yumi and Long Ruoling had come to seek an audience several times but didn't see him. I went to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded, then sat down in an empty seat beside Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan immediately became a bit nervous and bowed slightly. You've returned just in time. There are some matters to report to you. Zhang Yumi said. Senior brother, please speak. Lin Xiao replied. He noticed that the other used the word report, making them seem a bit distant. But Lin Xiao also understood that when the gap in cultivation was too great, status would be worlds apart. Even with the relationship of senior and junior brothers, the other could no longer be as casual as before. There are two matters. First, I plan to allow each of the 6 peaks to recruit disciples independently, so that each peak can operate on its own. Then, we will open up a few more peaks nearby, dedicated to cultivating spiritual herbs, refining pills, forging weapons, etc. Now that the sect's spiritual energy is rich, these tasks will be twice as effective with half the effort. As for the main peak, it will no longer recruit any disciples, only retain the library and the residences of the various elders. Zhang Yumi explained one by one. Agreed. Lin Xiao agreed without hesitation. The second matter is that half a month ago, we held the promotion ceremony to elevate the sect to a holy land. Since you were not here, you couldn't attend. On the day of the ceremony, within Fengshou, from small forces with only spirit transformation realm martial artists to large ones like Tianhua Hou and Chongfeng Empire that have half-saints, almost all came. But the only one that didn't come was the 9 Profound sect. As one of the 3 former overlords of Fengshou, the 9 Profound sect sent no one to attend. I wonder if this is hostility towards our Qingguang Holy Land or if there is some reason. Zhang Yumi narrated, his expression puzzled. Lin Xiao pondered. Now their Qingguang Holy Land was the strongest in Fengshou. Logically, no matter how you looked at it, the 9 Profound sect would not dare to offend Qingguang Holy Land and would surely come to build good relations. Yet they didn't even send anyone to the most important promotion ceremony. This matter was indeed rather strange. Send someone to the 9 Profound sect and see what their attitude is, Lin Xiao said casually. He didn't particularly care. A mere 9 Profound sect posed no threat to the Qingguang Holy Land. Although he had no ambition to unify Feng Continent, since the Qingguang Holy Land had developed to such an extent, the other major forces of Feng Continent must either submit to the Qingguang Holy Land, become affiliated allies, or at the very least demonstrate a friendly attitude. Supreme Elder, I'll go to the 9 Profound sect to take a look. Feng Yuan volunteered. He understood that among those present, only he and the Supreme Elder had no particular connections, so this was his chance to make a good impression. All right. Lin Xiao nodded. Then Zhang Yumi reported to Lin Xiao once more about the recent developments of the Qingguang Holy Land. He mentioned plans to recruit some talents such as alchemists and weapon refiners from Feng Continent and the neighboring continents. Lin Xiao didn't bother with these matters, leaving Zhang Yumi to handle them as he saw fit. Then he took out some resources and handed them to Zhang Yumi, causing Zhang Yumi to be overjoyed. After the official business was concluded, Long Ruoling came to Lin Xiao's side. Little Shurshu, what did you go to Lin Continent for? Zhang Ruoling asked curiously. I went to find martial arts, heaven-grade martial arts suitable for saint cultivation. Lin Xiao rubbed Long Ruoling's head, smiling as he spoke. Did you find it? I did. Ruoling, your cultivation progress lately has been quite good. You're already at spirit transformation stage, 2nd level. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Ruoling's cultivation had already surpassed Feng Yuan and Liang Long, who were still at the 1st level pinnacle of spirit transformation stage. Yes, the technique transmission elder taught me well and often gives me guidance. Zhang Ruoling nodded cheerfully. Luo Jian has done an excellent job. Lin Xiao praised. Having recruited Luo Jian of the Datu Sword sect had greatly accelerated the development of the Qingguang Holy Land. Resources were one thing, but cultivation experience was equally important. Ruoling, Shurshu will give you a gift. Lin Xiao smiled faintly, taking out a precious sword from his qiankun bag, its golden light radiant and blade extraordinarily sharp. What is this? Zhang Ruoling's eyes lit up. The others also turned their gazes, eyes firmly fixed on the sword in Lin Xiao's hand. This is a heaven-grade lower-grade holy sword. Lin Xiao introduced. This sword had belonged to the Golden Radiance Sword Saint. Even at its lowest grade, it was still a heaven-grade lower-grade treasure, extraordinarily precious. Holy sword. Zhang Ruoling was stunned. She hadn't even reached Grandmaster level cultivation, yet her little Shu was giving her a heaven-grade holy sword. The others were also shocked. This was a heaven-grade holy sword, and the Qingguang Holy Land currently had no such treasures. Although Lin Xiao had already handed over all the treasures from the Golden Radiance Holy Land's vault to Zhang Yunyi, there had been no heaven-grade treasures among them. Yi Qiudia, Feng Yuan, Peng Yu, and the others all gazed at Zhang Ruoling with envy. But they understood that the relationship between Zhang Ruoling and Lin Xiao was something they couldn't compare to. Even Zhang Yunyi couldn't help but envy his own daughter a little. Yang Lang was also envious. As Lin Xiao's woman, she hadn't been personally given such a precious gift. Take it. Keep up the good work. Lin Xiao placed the Golden Radiance Holy Sword into Zhang Ruoling's hand. Zhang Ruoling was overjoyed, playing with the holy sword and unable to put it down. She had always cultivated sword techniques, and with a heaven-grade holy sword, her strength would increase significantly. Lin Xiao observed the envious gazes around him and Liang Lan's somewhat resentful glance, smiling to himself. I have other holy artifacts in my possession, some even more powerful than Ruoling's holy sword, as well as other treasures. In the future, if any of you break through to Grandmaster level, there will be rewards. Lin Xiao surveyed the crowd, smiling as he spoke. He needed to give them some motivation, to make them cultivate even harder. Although everyone was progressing quite quickly now, some still fell short of Lin Xiao's requirements. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately brightened. To receive a personal reward from the Supreme Elder upon reaching Grandmaster level, this instantly ignited a fire in everyone's hearts. Especially Zhang Yunyi. As the Holy Lord of the Qingguang Holy Land, he had already reached the pinnacle of spirit transformation stage, 8th level, and was not far from Grandmaster. Supreme Elder, rest assured we will cultivate diligently and reach Grandmaster level as soon as possible. Everyone spoke in unison. All right. Lin Xiao nodded, then rose and said, I'll be taking my leave now. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xiao departed from the sect's main hall and returned to the Supreme Elder's peak. In truth, he still possessed many treasures. For instance, within the Golden Radiance Sword Saint's Qiankun bag, there were numerous pills, heaven-grade martial arts, and more. Additionally, there were pills, holy artifacts, and martial arts from the Blood God Cult Saint he had plundered. However, many of these were heaven-grade treasures, artifacts suitable for saints. There were also many treasures usable by Grandmasters. But the Qingguang Holy Land was simply too weak now. Besides Luo Jian of the Datu Sword sect, no one else had even reached Grandmaster level. Therefore, he hadn't taken them out. The Qingguang Holy Land wasn't lacking in ordinary resources. There were many earth-grade pills. Once the Qingguang Holy Land developed further and had many Grandmasters, he would then distribute them for the sect's use. Returning to the palace, Lin Xiao sat down, waved his arm, and with a flash of light, 2 heaven-grade treasures and a heaven-grade spiritual herb appeared before him. These 2 treasures and the spiritual herb had been obtained by the Lightning Tribulation Holy Land from a ruin, then snatched by the Blood God Cult, and then acquired by Lin Xiao. The spiritual herb was only the size of a palm, entirely purple, with 9 slender leaves, emanating a hazy radiance. A heaven-grade supreme spiritual herb. However, he didn't know what effects this spiritual herb possessed, so Lin Xiao wouldn't rush to consume it. He turned his attention to the 2 treasures, a long blade and a long spear, both heaven-grade supreme treasures. He had originally intended to give this heaven-grade supreme long spear to Zhang Yunyi to serve as the sect's foundational treasure. But he also considered that the Qingguang Holy Land was too weak. If word spread that they possessed a heaven-grade supreme treasure as their foundational artifact, it might invite covetous glances from other holy lands and cause unnecessary trouble, so he hadn't taken it out. Lin Xiao picked up the long blade and waved it casually. The blade was entirely snow-white, gleaming with cold light, containing spiritual energy within. It was dozens of times more powerful than the earth-grade long blade he had previously used. Heaven's Abyss Blade. On the hilt were carved the characters Heaven's Abyss, which must be the blade's name. After admiring it for a moment, Lin Xiao put away the treasures and spiritual herb, then took out the jade slate containing the Taishu True Scripture for careful examination. As a heaven-grade supreme martial art, the Taishu True Scripture's cultivation technique consisted of 9 levels. Cultivating to the 9th level could apparently break through Saint King Realm and reach Divine Realm. Following that were the combat techniques, called the 9 styles of Taishu, each style incomparably powerful, capable of destroying worlds. Finally, there was the movement technique, called the Taishu 8 Desolation Steps. When cultivated to mastery, one could traverse thousands of miles in a single thought, roaming freely across heaven and earth. How magnificent! Lin Xiao was exhilarated, examining it carefully. Within the jade slip were also some mystical images of vague silhouettes demonstrating the profound mysteries of the Taishu true scripture. This Taishu true scripture wasn't a martial art of a single attribute, but an attributeless martial art. Or rather, it contained all attributes, making it exceptionally suited for Lin Xiao's comprehension of the chaos concept. Shortly after, Lin Xiao immediately entered the creation space to begin cultivating. Meanwhile, at the ancient Wei Holy Land in Gu Continent, on a plaza shrouded in immortal mist, 2 figures were engaged in battle. The fight was intense, their forms constantly shifting, sometimes appearing in the skies above, sometimes on the plaza below, with explosive sounds ringing unceasingly. These were a man and a woman. The woman wore a moon-white silk dress, her graceful figure elegant and poised, her face stunningly beautiful. The man opposite her was tall and muscularly built. Additionally, 7 or 8 young men and women stood at the plaza's edge. The scientist's combat experience is growing rapidly. Yes, 2 days ago the scientists couldn't match Sure Hing, but now they're evenly matched. The scientist only entered Grandmaster level 5th stage 3 days ago, yet she can fight on par with Sure Hong at Grandmaster 7th stage. This combat strength is unmatched in the southern domain. The scientist's tying divine body is unparalleled throughout history. Her combat strength is far greater than what she's showing. The main issue is her lack of combat experience, so the palace master had us take turns sparring with the scientist to help her gain experience. The crowd watched the 2 battle, whispering amongst themselves. They were all disciples of the sacred Crimson Palace, their cultivations ranging from Grandmaster 5th stage to Grandmaster 8th stage. Their main task during this period was to serve as the scientist's sparring partners, helping her accumulate combat experience. Bam! 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 In midair, Hu Miurang and Sure Hong continuously clashed. Her snow-white jade hands seemed to harbor boundless power, and every strike she launched could repel Sure Hong's attacks. Rumble! Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. Hu Miurang's palm strike manifested as a blue lotus, radiating dazzling brilliance. The blue lotus carried earth-shattering power, instantly sending her opponent crashing down from midair. The sacred maiden's prowess is truly astonishing. Senior brother is no match for her. Sure Hong landed on the plaza, breathing heavily as he bowed with his fists clasped. A trace of infatuation and admiration gleamed in his eyes. His leering gaze betrayed no dignity or gentlemanly conduct whatsoever. Were it not for her master assigning him to her, she would have avoided any male disciple entirely. Sure Hong's face flushed with embarrassment. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure clad in green swiftly approached from afar. Sacred Maiden. Green brocade arrived at the plaza and bowed slightly to Hu Miurang. What is it? Hu Miurang, her white robes fluttering, descended before Green brocade and asked nonchalantly. Green brocade glanced at the others but remained silent for a moment. Speak freely, Hu Miurang said carelessly. I just received news that Lin Xiao of the ancient profound blade sect has already reached the Saint Realm. Green brocade stated gravely. Previously, the sacred maiden had instructed him to monitor developments in Fengshou, so she took it particularly seriously and reported immediately upon receiving the news. Reached the Saint Realm. Hu Miurang's expression froze momentarily. She then took a deep breath, steadying her mind. Though she had anticipated this day, it still arrived far too swiftly. Hu Miurang couldn't fathom how Lin Xiao, seemingly an ordinary man, could cultivate at such a remarkable pace. How could one so effortlessly ascend to sainthood? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. They had naturally caught whispers about the sacred maiden and Lin Xiao of the ancient profound blade sect, yet they hadn't placed much weight on such rumors. Sacred maiden, given your cultivation speed and the combat prowess granted by your divine physique, merely reaching the 9th stage of Grandmaster would be sufficient to defeat that Lin Xiao. Sure Hong immediately offered this with eager flattery. He didn't speak merely to curry favor, he genuinely believed it. As a disciple of the ancient past sacred ground, he had attained the 7th stage of Grandmaster and ranked among the more formidable fighters at his level. Even so, defeating Hu Miurang at the 5th stage of Grandmaster remained nearly impossible for him. At that moment, several others at the plaza's edge approached. Sacred Maiden, with your cultivation pace, you'll attain sainthood within a year, or at most a year and a half. This Lin Xiao is indeed extraordinary first-rate even among our Sacred Grounds disciples. Yet he merely cultivated a few years longer than you. Your surpassing him is only a matter of time. Sacred Maiden, his existence proves advantageous as well. Once you defeat him, your renown shall shake the southern domain and resonate throughout the realm. The assembly chuckled in agreement. They felt no apprehension whatsoever. The Sacred Maiden, blessed with the tying divine physique and backed by the southern domain's foremost sacred ground, stood invincible by nature. All who spoke were male disciples, their expressions marked by reverence and thinly veiled flattery. The female disciples, however, remained silent. Hu Miurang's expression remained composed as she surveyed these self-proclaimed senior brothers, silently shaking her head. These male disciples, aside from empty praise, were utterly useless. These supposed prodigies of the sacred ground were merely sycophants flattering the powerful, coveting beauty, and groveling before their superiors. Compared to such men, Lin Xiao stood as a refreshing contrast. At the very least, though Lin Xiao was detestable, he never lusted after beauty nor groveled before others. Subsequently, Hu Miurang turned to green brocade and asked, "Do you know how many marks his sacred peel bears?" "I'm uncertain," green brocade shook his head. "However, judging from Lin Xiao's feat of slaying the golden brilliance sword saint before attaining sainthood, his sacred peel likely bears no fewer than 6 marks. Hu Miurang nodded silently. For Lin Xiao to cultivate a 6-mark sacred peel while based in such a remote location was already quite remarkable. Naturally, she aspired to condense the most powerful 9-mark sacred peel. Now, the 9 martial intent paintings hung within her palace, each rendered by accomplished saints, allowing her to comprehend their profound meanings at the fastest pace. Esteemed friends, our training concludes here for today. I shall take my leave. Hu Miurang left these words and glided away like a drifting cloud. Watching Hu Miurang's retreating figure, someone remarked, "Have you noticed how the Sacred Maiden grows unsettled whenever Lin Xiao's name comes up? A mental block, perhaps. Lin Xiao has become the Sacred Maiden's inner demon. That seems exaggerated. No matter how formidable Lin Xiao may be, he remains an insignificant ant compared to our ancient past sacred ground." They said helplessly. After departing from the plaza, Hu Miurang made her way toward her master by Lu Jun's palace, only to find no one there. She then flew toward the sacred palace of the ancient past sacred ground. Within the magnificent hall, the Holy Lord sat upon his throne. Below, on the left, several palace lords were seated, including Holy Cloud Palace's master by Lu Jun and Holy Sky Palace's master Qiu Chu. On the right sat a young man. He wore a jade crown and silver robes embroidered with golden dragon patterns, adorned with a white jade belt around his waist. His features were striking, his posture upright and commanding, radiating nobility and refinement in every gesture as though he were born with an unapproachable dignity. "Mu Cheng, what did you gain from your journey to the central region?" the Holy Lord asked with a smile. The young man was named Mu Cheng, his direct disciple and the sacred son of the ancient past sacred ground. While other sacred grounds might have multiple sacred sons and daughters, the ancient past sacred ground maintained only one of each. "Holy son, when you departed over 2 years ago, you had barely reached half-saint cultivation. Now you have ascended to sainthood. Congratulations," Qiu Chu said with a smile. "Congratulations. Congratulations to the Holy Lord. This is a day worth celebrating." The palace lords chimed in. Holy Son Mu Cheng chuckled lightly and surveyed the assembly. "You're too kind, esteemed palace lords. I've only just reached the peak of the early saint stage far below your accomplishments." Then turning to the Holy Lord, he added, "Master, the central region has been producing remarkable talents in recent years, a trend of great prosperity." "Oh, to tell?" the Holy Lord asked. Mu Cheng pondered briefly, saying, "Though my talents have surpassed all my peers in the southern region with no rival, in the central region, those whose aptitude is not inferior to mine exceed 2 handfuls." The gathered listeners were taken aback. After all, many years had passed since any of them visited the central region. Traveling from the southern region to the central region required crossing the entire barbarian wilderness mountain range, taking at least half a year. Moreover, the wilderness mountains teemed with demonic beasts that posed genuine danger even to ordinary saints. In the central region, prodigies with special physiques emerged constantly. Some even possessed the Taigu divine demon body, ranked second on the ancient heterogeneous physique list, and the indestructible divine body, ranked fifth. At this point, Mu Cheng sighed and continued, during my recent visit to the central region, I challenged various prodigies. My record stood at 6 victories, 1 draw, and 3 defeats. The assembly was deeply astonished. Knowing that Mu Cheng had never suffered defeat among his peers in the southern region, let alone conquering opponents beyond his cultivation level, 3 losses in 10 battles was staggering. The central region remains what it always was, the heart of 000x continent, the place where martial arts thrive most fiercely. The Holy Lord murmured with emotion. At that moment, Qiu, Holy Sky Palace Master, offered a faint smile. Holy Son, do you know you are no longer the most gifted in the southern region? Oh, what do you mean, Holy Sky Palace Master? Mu Cheng asked with mild surprise. Because our ancient path sacred ground has produced a sacred maiden, a possessor of the tying divine physique. Qiu said with hidden meaning. Tying divine physique, ranking 8th on the ancient heterogeneous physique list. Mu Cheng showed mild astonishment. Such peerless talent emerging from their sacred ground. Indeed, the sacred maiden is... the sacred maiden is arriving. Just as Qiu was about to continue, he saw Hu Miurang gracefully entering from outside the hall. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her figure graceful and lithe. She wore a moon-white velvet gown adorned with gleaming stars. Her clear, lovely face resembled a blooming snow lotus, evoking an irresistible urge to steal a kiss. So this is the Holy Maiden. Miurang pays respects to the Holy Lord, my master, and all the palace masters. Hu Miurang stepped into the hall, slightly bowed in salute, her voice soft and melodious. Holy Maiden, you have arrived at an opportune moment. Allow me to introduce you. This is the holy son of our ancient path sacred land, Mu Cheng. The Holy Lord gestured with a wave toward Mu Cheng. Greetings, senior brother Mu Cheng. Hu Miurang's expression remained calm as she glanced at Mu Cheng and gave a slight bow. You are too courteous, junior sister, Mu Cheng replied with a smile and a nod. Holy Maiden, what brings you here? The Holy Lord inquired. I wish to enter the pure ink cold pool. I request the permission of the Holy Lord and my master. Hu Miurang said in a solemn tone. Some time ago, she had already desired to enter the pure ink cold pool, but her master Bai Lujun had refused on the grounds that her cultivation was too low. Now, however, her cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm, and she was fully capable of entering. Hearing this, the Holy Lord glanced at Bai Lujun and asked, Saint Immortal, what do you think? After all, she was the disciple of Saint Immortal Bai Lujun, and matters regarding her training required Bai Lujun's decision. Miurang, you are indeed capable of entering the pure ink cold pool now, but I hope you will wait until you reach the 7th level of Grandmaster. That would be best for you. Bai Lujun admonished. Master, I truly cannot wait any longer. Hu Miurang's face showed bitterness. Lin Xiao had already become a sacred dragon, while she was only at Grandmaster level 5. Several months had already passed in the 2-year period. What have you heard now? Bai Lujun asked with a frown. Hu Miurang took a deep breath, glanced around at the others, and then said solemnly, Lin Xiao has become a saint. So fast? Bai Lujun was speechless. Last time she had visited the Qingguang sect, Lin Xiao was only at the peak of Grandmaster 9th level. In just 2 or 3 months, he had actually become a saint. The others exchanged glances, their hearts also filled with shock. How had that Lin Xiao cultivated? His cultivation speed was simply so astonishing. Such talent was even comparable to Mu Cheng, wasn't it? Saint Immortal, I said long ago that you should have sent someone to kill him. Yet you allowed him to grow. Now that he has become a saint, he is not easy to kill. Shintian Palace Master Qiu sneered. He would never forget the grudge concerning his disciple Ouyang Yun. But these 2 women had not only refrained from killing him, but had even arranged a 2-year duel. Utterly foolish. He had already become a saint. If he simply left the southern domain, where would you find him? Palace Master Qiu, there is no need for your concern. You should focus on managing the disciples of your Shintian Palace, and not let them continue to run rampant and bully the weak outside. Bai Lujun said coldly. Bitch! Qiu gazed at Bai Lujun's peerlessly elegant countenance, hatred burning in his heart. This sanctimonious woman, he truly wanted to rip her clothes apart, make her wail beneath him, and ruthlessly ravage her, to see if she could still remain so haughty then. Saint Immortal, since the Holy Maiden is anxious, let her have her wish. Take her to the pure ink cold pool. The Holy Lord said in a deep voice. Lin Xiao had already become a saint. The Holy Maiden indeed needed to hurry. After all, news of the duel between the Holy Maiden and Lin Xiao had already spread throughout the southern domain. If the Holy Maiden failed to defeat Lin Xiao, the ancient past sacred land would lose all face. The in extreme divine body cannot be defeated. It must not be defeated either. Very well. Bai Zhuzhong sighed and said, Miurang, after entering the pure ink cold pool, your cultivation will skyrocket, and your in extreme divine body will undergo a transformation due to the extreme ink cold force. Therefore, for the sake of a stable foundation, you must strive to suppress your cultivation, not advance it. Understood. Hu Miurang nodded. Let's go. Bai Zhuzhong rose and led Hu Miurang away. Shantian Palace. Within the resplendent palace, Qiu Qiu and Mu Cheng sat facing each other. Before them, the finest spiritual tea of the southern domain was brewed, its vapors faintly swirling. Holy Son, what do you think of the Holy Maiden? Qiu Qiu took a light sip of tea and asked solemnly. The in extreme divine body is, after all, among the top 10 physiques on the ancient anomalous physique ranking. Her talent should surpass even mine. Mu Cheng wore a warm smile, as if he was always so approachable. Her emergence poses a considerable threat to your position. Qiu Qiu chuckled. In each generation, the Holy Lord was chosen from among the Holy Sons or Holy Maidens. Previously, the ancient past sacred land had only one Holy Son, Mu Cheng, so he was obviously the next Holy Lord. But now that a Holy Maiden had appeared, it was no longer certain. Palace Master Qiu, you are mistaken. Her emergence will only make the ancient past sacred land stronger. As for the title of Holy Lord, that is not my aspiration. Mu Cheng shook his head as he spoke, as if utterly indifferent to the position of Holy Lord. Qiu Qiu nodded, then pondered for a moment and said, I once read an ancient text that has been passed down. The in extreme divine body is not only immensely powerful in itself, but also possesses one most important characteristic. What characteristic? Mu Cheng asked casually, as he was not familiar with the in extreme divine body. The in extreme divine body is reputed to be one of the 3 great dual cultivation divine bodies of ancient times, and the finest dual cultivation cauldron throughout the ages. Qiu Qiu's gaze locked onto Mu Chen's eyes as he spoke slowly. Oh! Mu Chen's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. Holy Son, you possess the blazing sun sacred body, a special constitution of ultimate yang. If you can dual cultivate with the in extreme divine body, then through the union of yin and yang, your talent and strength will be unimaginable, perhaps even comparable to the legendary primordial divine demon body. Qiu Qiu said with a smile. Mu Cheng remained silent upon hearing this. He took a light sip of tea before saying, Palace Master Qiu, you jest. Matters between men and women are not one-sided. He, with the Holy Son's strength, as long as you are willing, there is no problem. Qiu Qiu shook his head and laughed. Mu Cheng stared directly at Qiu Qiu, trying to discern his intentions, but the other man merely smiled knowingly. Qiu Qiu declared solemnly. He was not worried about rejection. Perhaps the Holy Lord's position was not highly valued by the other. But the in extreme divine body, this supreme cauldron, was absolutely irresistible. And what is your objective? Mu Cheng asked indifferently. I want the Saint Immortal. Qiu Qiu said each word deliberately. Mu Cheng, however, shook his head and said, the Saint Immortal's cultivation is at the late Saint realm. You are not a match for her, and neither am I. In the Saint realm, the gap between each minor stage is very large. Qiu Qiu, at the peak of mid-saint, was no match for the Saint Immortal, and Mu Cheng, only at early saint, was naturally no match either. There will always be a chance to wait for. Qiu Qiu sighed. Mu Cheng chuckled and teased, rumor has it that 200 years ago, Palace Master Qiu once pursued the Saint Immortal. Up to now, haven't you given up yet? Humph, that woman is hateful. Qiu Qiu snorted coldly, saying no more. In his youth, he had indeed been infatuated with the Saint Immortal and had pursued her. But that woman was extremely cold and proud, never once giving him a second glance. So he had given up later. Now, however, infatuation and admiration had turned into hatred. We'll see. Mu Cheng narrowed his eyes and sighed, not directly agreeing. Indeed, It was very tempting. The holy maiden's beauty and talent were truly worthy of him. If the in-extreme divine body could be used for his benefit, dominating the southern domain would be a breeze in the future, and sweeping through the prodigies of the central domain would not be impossible. However, whether his blazing sun sacred body could be greatly enhanced by using the in-extreme divine body as a cauldron was still uncertain. He needed to investigate further. He would naturally not do anything detrimental to the ancient past sacred land based on a single word from Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu smiled silently. He knew that Mu Chong was absolutely tempted. No one could resist the allure of a supreme cauldron. Fan Zhou, the Jiushuan sect. Feng Yuan, accompanied by 2 true disciples, arrived near the Jiushuan sect. Feng Yuan was at the first level of the spirit transformation realm, while the 2 true disciples were only at the 8th level of the meridian unblocking realm. Thus, it took them 4 full days to reach the Jiushuan sect. Peak Master, I feel something strange about the Jiushuan sect, said one disciple. What's strange? Feng Yuan asked, looking at the distant mountain gate of the Jiushuan sect with confusion. After thinking for a moment, the disciple added, it is said that the Jiushuan sect has 50,000 disciples, more than our Qingguang Holy Land. Yet at our Qingguang Holy Land's mountain gate, people come and go every day. Why is the Jiushuan sect so quiet? Not a single disciple enters or exits the mountain gate. Hearing this, Feng Yuan also found it odd. However, he thought that now they were all from the Holy Land, the Jiushuan sect would not dare to do anything to them. This is a task assigned by the Grand Elder. We must complete it. With that, Feng Yuan led the 2 true disciples toward the Jiushuan sect. Before long, the 3 arrived at the mountain gate. After being announced, Feng Yuan and his companions were led into the main hall of the Jiushuan sect. In the hall, only Jiushuan sat on the main seat, clad in a white robe with green temples. Greetings, Senior Jiushuan. Feng Yuan and the other 2 bowed respectfully. The other party was a top-tier grandmaster who had been renowned in Fengshou for over 100 years, and since they were all juniors, they maintained a respectful attitude. Peak Master Feng, what brings you to my Jiushuan sect? Jiushuan asked bluntly. Feng Yuan was startled, not expecting the other to be so direct, skipping even the greetings and offers of seats. After a brief pause, Feng Yuan said, our Qingguang Holy Land has become the first Holy Land in Fengshou, and all forces in Fengshou have submitted to it. What is the intention of the Jiushuan sect? Jiushuan squinted and asked, oh, so Peak Master Feng has come to demand the submission of the Jiushuan sect. Submission is not the word. Feng Yuan immediately shook his head and said, our Grand Elder has no intention of unifying Fengshou. Thus, as long as the medium and large forces of Fengshou follow the lead of our Qingguang Holy Land, that will suffice. Agreed. Jiushuan nodded without a second thought. This left Feng Yuan bewildered. So easily agreed? What had the Jiushuan sect been doing all this time? Furthermore, if the Jiushuan sect submits to the Qingguang Holy Land, the various cities under its rule will be jointly managed by the Qingguang Holy Land. Feng Yuan felt he needed to make it clear, lest the other think there were no costs. No problem. Jiushuan nodded and said, another day, I will send someone to report to the Qingguang Holy Land the details of the cities under the Jiushuan sect's jurisdiction and the various resources. Senior is straightforward, Feng Yuan said with a smile. He had not expected this to go so smoothly. Next, Feng Yuan and Jiushuan discussed the specific management rules for various places in Fengshou in the future. Soon after, the 3 left the Jiushuan sect. After Feng Yuan and his companions departed, Jiushuan also left the main hall and came to a secluded valley within the sect. Inside the valley, there was a cave dwelling that extended hundreds of zong underground. On the ground, there was a stone door. Opening it revealed a quiet chamber. In the quiet chamber sat an old man, dressed in coarse linen clothes, with blood-red hair hanging loose. Additionally, there were over a dozen corpses in the chamber, already turned into dried remains. Ancestor, the Qingguang Holy Land just sent someone. Jiushuan said with a sigh. Hearing this, the old man opened his eyes, and a flash of blood-red light passed through them. This was inevitable. Are you still hesitating? The ancestor said coldly. Seeing Jiushuan grave expression, the ancestor reminded, only by joining the Blood God sect can we have the strength to oppose the Qingguang Holy Land, and even dominate the southern domain in the future. With normal cultivation, you will never become a saint in this life, not even a half-saint. Only by joining the Blood God sect can you have the chance to become a saint like me. This is your only chance. Listening to the ancestor's words, 000z sighed once more and said, Ancestor, this disciple will follow you. After saying this, the strength seemed to drain from 000z's body. He had no choice. Within the 000 sect, over 500 people had already joined the Blood God sect. 70% of the sect's disciples had been devoured. The 000 sect was no longer what it used to be. Coupled with the pressure from the Qinguang Holy Land outside, there was no longer any reason for him to persist. Excellent, the ancestor said with a grim smile. Fengdou will soon be ours. It won't be long before the divine sect sweeps across the entire southern domain again. Meanwhile, on the supreme peak, Lin Xiao walked out of the palace. After 7 or 8 days of cultivation, he had not only successfully cultivated the first layer of the Taishu true scripture, converting all his true essence, but also practiced the first form of the 9 martial techniques to the beginner level. Let's find a place to test. Lin Xiao felt that his strength had increased many times, and he needed to test it to know exactly how powerful he had become. Whoosh! He flew out of the Qinguang Holy Land and soon arrived at a barren mountain over 1,000 li away. It was the same barren mountain where he was captured by Wu Zhong last time. Standing thousands of long high in the sky, Lin Xiao looked down at the barren mountain. It was a mountain range with over 20 peaks of various sizes, stretching over 200 li. Void giant handprint. Lin Xiao mobilized the holy dam within his body and fiercely slapped downward. Instantly, an illusory giant handprint appeared out of thin air. This giant handprint was immensely huge, far larger than a 10,000 zhang peak. It descended from the sky and slammed heavily into the barren mountain range. Boom! A tremendous earthquake shook the land, cracking the earth for dozens of li. 5 or 6 peaks were reduced to dust. On the ground, a massive handprint appeared, 20 li long and dozens of zhang deep, resembling a small basin. Holy crap! Lin Xiao was shocked by his own strength. This void giant handprint was only at the beginner level. If he could master it to perfection, the power could be increased several times over. The bicolor glazed holy dam, combined with a top-tier heavenly grade cultivation method and its matching top-tier heavenly grade martial technique, was terrifying beyond belief. This could no longer be called a mere martial technique. It was akin to a divine Taoist art. My current power is at least 60 or 70 times that of the Golden Radiance Sword Saint. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Both at the early Saint stage, the gap was indescribable. He was too strong. Soon he could stop striving, almost ready to coast. Cultivation was too tedious and utterly boring. Once he became invincible, he could take Lianglong and rolling on a tour of the world. How wonderful that would be. Now, my strength should be enough to beat that old woman to a pulp, right? Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, pondering. Should he pay a visit to the good Holy Land? On second thought, it seemed inappropriate. That was the foremost Holy Land in the southern domain, likely with beings beyond the saint level. If he rushed over now and capsized in a ditch, that would be embarrassing. Of course, Lin Xiao was a very vengeful person. If he said he would tie up that woman and beat her, he would definitely do it. I'll just develop a bit more. Lin Xiao thought to himself, and then he returned to the Qinguang Holy Land. At the same time, several powerful figures arrived at Taoying City in Lin Xiao. They landed in front of the Hong family mansion. 5 people arrived at the entrance of the Hong residence. Leading them was a gaunt middle-aged man in a green robe, with a cold and sinister countenance. Flanking him were a middle-aged man and woman. Behind them were 2 young disciples, both of whom were high-level grandmasters. After the 5 arrived, the leading green-robed middle-aged man suddenly emanated a vast saintly might, rolling outwards, and the 7 or 8 guards at the mansion gate burst apart with a loud bang. The terrifying saintly might struck the Hong residence, immediately activating its protective formation. However, even the protective formation trembled incessantly before this force. Swoosh! The next moment, a large group flew out from the Hong residence. Leading them was a white-haired old man, followed by Hong Chong, Hong Song, Hong Mu, and others. Upon seeing this group, the Hong family members all changed color, for these were people from the Drifting Snow Holy Land. Moreover, 3 Saint Realm experts had come at once, each renowned throughout the southern domain. Snowpine Saint, may I ask what brings you to our Hong residence? The old man cupped his hands toward the leading green-robed middle-aged man and inquired in confusion. This old man was the Hong family's ancestor, Hong Ziyuan. Hong Ziyuan, you must be aware that the holy son of our Drifting Snow Holy Land and Millfrost Saint were killed. The Alpine Saint asked coldly. I heard about it from Hong Chang. Han Xiao nodded slightly. Tell me, who was the one who struck, and what is his relationship with your Han family? Snow Pine Saint said coldly. Han Xiao turned to look at Han Chang. Seeing this, Han Chang stepped forward and bowed, saying, reporting to Snow Pine Saint, we do not know the identity of that young man. Because our Han family was going to the Guyu ruins and lacked powerful protectors, we recruited this person. Never did we expect that he harbored ill intentions. He not only seized the heaven-grade supreme martial art we obtained but also killed the drifting snow Holy Land. Our Han family has recently been investigating his identity, determined to recover our heaven-grade supreme martial art. Han Chan's face was filled with anger and reluctance. Swish! Snow Pine Saint stretched out his hand, channeling his true essence, and instantly seized Han Chang, grabbing him by the neck. Han Chang, do you dare deceive this saint? Snow Pine Saint shouted coldly. He tightened his grip, causing the bones in Han Chan's neck to crackle. This made all the Han family members look extremely grim, but even Han Xiong, the ancestor, dared not act. For this Snow Pine Saint was a mid-stage saint, and had reached that level 100 years ago. It was likely that he was now at the peak of the mid-stage. He was simply not someone the ancestor could contend with. Snow Pine Saint. What I say is absolutely true. Our Han family met that young man for the first time. If we had known he would attack the drifting snow Holy Land's people, how would we have dared to cooperate with him? Han Chang said tremblingly. Snow Pine Saint narrowed his eyes, then lightly flung Han Chang back. Han Xiong, Han Chang, if in the future I discover that this person has any connection to your Han family, your clan will be annihilated. Snow Pine Saint warned coldly. Yes, yes. Han Chang and Han Xiong nodded repeatedly. Faced with Snow Pine Saint's oppression, they could only comply, utterly afraid to resist. Let's go! Snow Pine Saint waved his hand and, along with the drifting snow Holy Land people, soared into the sky and quickly left Taoying City. Seeing this, the Han family members breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had no connection with that young Master Xiao. Snow Pine Elder, why not just annihilate the Han family? After flying out of Taoying City, another female saint asked. The Han family has been rooted in Lin Xiao for over 1,000 years, with deep ties to several powerful Holy Lands there. It would be unwise to rashly destroy them. Snow Pine Saint shook his head. Then shall we go directly to Fengshou? The female saint continued. Go, destroy the Qingguang sect, and bring Lin Xiao back to the drifting snow Holy Land. Snow Pine Saint nodded indifferently, as if destroying a sect was a trivial matter. They had already investigated and found that the one who killed Milfrost Saint was Lin Xiao of the Qingguang sect. Coming to the Han family was just a stop along the way. What about the ancient path Holy Land? The female saint expressed some concern. After all, they had heard that Lin Xiao had some connection with the ancient path Holy Land, and that the Holy Maiden of the ancient path Holy Land had a scheduled duel with Lin Xiao. It's fine. Lin Xiao has no real connection with the ancient path Holy Land, just a feud with its Holy Maiden. Snow Pine Saint waved his hand dismissively. Then, the group sped up and headed for Fengshou. After testing his own strength, Lin Xiao returned to the Qingguang Holy Land and no longer wished to cultivate. His figure descended upon Lianglan's Jinhua Peak. In the square, Lianglong was instructing some disciples in sword practice. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Paying respects to the Supreme Elder. The disciples, upon seeing Lin Xiao, all stopped and bowed respectfully. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, looked at Lianglong, and smiled. As a peak master, you still have to guide so many people in cultivation. Of course, unlike you who are so free and unrestrained. Lianglong shrugged. The disciples widened their eyes. The peak master actually dared to speak to the Supreme Elder like that. It had long been rumored that the Supreme Elder and the peak master had a special relationship. It seemed the rumors were true. Then, Lianglong let the disciples cultivate on their own and led Lin Xiao toward the residence on the mountain peak. The two chatted as they walked. How many disciples does Jinhua Peak have? Lin Xiao asked. Nearly 2,000. Do you have to guide all of them? Yes, although the transmission elders give regular lessons, they are for all disciples and elders. The daily cultivation of each peak's disciples is handled by the peak itself. Then do you still have time to cultivate? Lin Xiao was a bit speechless. This was too detrimental to the development of the Qingguang sect's high-end combat power. It's okay. Jinhua Peak still has a few elders. Lianglong laughed. As they spoke, the two entered the pavilion on the peak. Lin Xiao pulled Lianglong into his embrace. Feeling the warm, voluptuous body in his arms, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel distracted. Brother Xiao, you gave Ruolin a holy sword, but you haven't given me a gift. Liang pouted her beautiful red lips, feigning anger. Ha ha, that's quite a sour tone. Lin Xiao laughed, then turned his palm over to reveal a bottle of pills. Upon hearing this, Liang Lan's eyes lit up. What kind of pill is this? This is a good thing. One pill can raise your cultivation by 1 realm, and here are 10 of them. Lin Xiao smiled. So exaggerated. Liang was shocked. Wouldn't this bottle of pills allow her to directly advance to Grandmaster? Not exaggerated at all. Lin Xiao shook his head with a faint smile. However, you can't take this every day. It's best to take one at intervals, otherwise your cultivation will be unstable. In fact, these pills were just ordinary earth-grade pills. However, Lin Xiao had infused each pill with a dozen strands of purple mist. Therefore, each one was extremely valuable. Lin Xiao even considered mass-producing these pills to supply the Qinguang Holy Land. He had no need to force growth like that. After all, given enough time, the Qinguang Holy Land would surely become strong. I see. Liang excitedly put away the pill, realizing that Lin Xiao still valued her. Over the next few days, Lin Xiao stayed in Liang Lan's attic on Jinhua Peak. Each day, he reveled in the warmth and fragrance of her company, feeling utterly at ease. Occasionally, he would offer guidance to the disciples of Jinhua Peak or to Liang herself, while his own cultivation occupied only 2 hours daily. Now that his strength had grown, Lin Xiao's motivation to cultivate had waned considerably. Yet even so, his 2 hours of daily practice rivaled the progress others would make in 4 or 5 years. Brother Xiao, the sect leader, plans to open the mountain gates wide in a while to recruit new disciples. In the attic, Liang and Lin Xiao sat facing each other, with a pot of spirit tea between them on the table. It's a rare treasure sent from the Hall of Heavenly Fire, said to have been purchased from distant Yanxiu. Then let them recruit. The Qinguang Holy Land is indeed too small now. Lin Xiao took a sip of the spirit tea, its fragrance filling his mouth. The spiritual energy contained in this single cup was equivalent to about 1/5 of an earth-grade mid-tier pill. Other holy lands boasted tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of disciples. The Qinguang Holy Land, with only 30,000, was indeed far too few. Moreover, due to the need to manage various regions of Fengshou and some business ventures, half of its members were stationed outside. The sect leader intends to recruit another 20,000 disciples. The sect can accommodate them now. Said Liang. So, are you planning to stay on Jinhua Peak from now on? Aren't you afraid of gossip? A meaningful smile curled at the corner of her lips. Who would dare to gossip? Lin Xiao shrugged, indifferent. That niece of yours, perhaps. Liang teased, sensing that Zhang Ruolin's gaze toward him had changed recently. Really? Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, his expression suddenly shifted. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal beast hurtled across the distant sky, crashing violently toward the Qinguang Holy Land. It was a massive python, formed entirely of frozen ice, over 40 zhang long, immense and swift beyond measure. The onslaught of the ice python triggered the protective formation of the Qinguang Holy Land. This formation had been laid by the Hall of Heavenly Fire and later reinforced by the Elder of Teachings, Luo Jian. Its defensive power was formidable. Yet even so, the formation could not withstand the colossal ice python. The protective barrier shattered directly, and the ice python slammed into the peaks of the Qinguang Holy Land. Lin Xiao's expression changed, and he shot into the air. However, the fire flood dragon that had been silently guarding the Holy Land had detected the threat even earlier, and its reaction was naturally faster than Lin Xiao's. It burst forth from the forest, its massive claws striking fiercely at the ice python. With a thunderous explosion, heaven and earth trembled. Within the fire flood dragon, a strand of Lin Xiao's soul imprint left earlier was awakened. The ice python shattered into countless ice shards. But the immense force obliterated that soul imprint and sent the fire flood dragon crashing down onto Jinhua Peak. The mountain shook. 2 small courtyards were reduced to rubble by the flood dragon, and an outer disciple who had been in the yard was crushed into pulp. This cataclysmic event shook the entire Qinguang Holy Land. Lin Xiao's face darkened. He looked up to see 5 figures flying toward him from the distant sky. Snowflake emblems were embroidered on their chests. Such a sect dares to call itself a Holy Land. One of the disciples from the Pushua Holy Land sneered contemptuously, surveying the Qinguang Gate. Lin Xiao shot out from the Qinguang Holy Land, blocking the path of the five. Xu Esong Saint, it's him. He killed the sacred son and elder Miu Shuang. The two pure Holy Land disciples behind recognized Lin Xiao immediately, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. They had been at the Guyu ruins and now identified him at once. You killed a disciple of my Qinguang Holy Land. Lin Xiao appraised the five coldly. An insignificant, and do you even care? Xu Esong Saint's face was icy. Lin Xiao, today everyone in the Qinguang Gate will die. You are the one who doomed them all. Is that so? Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed. When you raised your hand against those of my pure Holy Land, it was already destined. Xu Esong Saint looked down at Lin Xiao, but before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed. Destined, my ass. Lin Xiao struck directly, raising his hand to unleash a void hand seal. Instantly, a terrifying palm print swept forward, as if it could annihilate the entire world. The sky trembled, and the air for 100 li exploded. The colossal palm print smashed fiercely toward Xu Esong Saint and his companions. You seek death! Xu Esong Saint roared in fury, his face twisting. He quickly conjured a massive ice shield before him, while the other two saints, one male and one female, also hurriedly erected two thick ice walls. As for the two Grandmaster-level disciples, they had no time to resist. Their entire bodies trembled under the dreadful might of the void hand seal. With thunderous booms, the terrifying void hand seal crashed into the ice shield and walls, which shattered one after another. Then, Xu Esong Saint and the other two saints were sent flying backward like free cannonballs, crashing into the ground dozens of li away. As for the two Grandmaster-level pure Holy Land disciples, they were instantly blasted into a mist of blood. Lin Xiao flew over and descended. The three had created three huge craters. Xu Esong Saint lay in his pit, blood gushing from his mouth, his internal organs shattered. However, the body of a saint was resilient. Even with all organs crushed, he would not die quickly. The female saint had both arms blown off, lying half dead in her pit. The male saint had lost his left shoulder and arm, his breath weak. These two were only at the early saint stage, roughly on par with elder Miu Shuang. If not for the mid-stage Xu Esong Saint bearing the brunt of the attack, absorbing 70 to 80% of its force, they would have been instantly annihilated. At this moment, terror filled their eyes. How was this possible? How could Lin Xiao be so powerful? Had he not just become a saint? You three wastes thought yourselves exalted as saints, considering everyone else ants. Then I'll make you dogs to those ants. Lin Xiao sneered, approached Xu Esong Saint, and punched him in the lower abdomen. His dantian and the saint peel within were shattered completely. With a crack, Lin Xiao then ripped out Xu Esong Saint's kneecaps. Agonized screams tore from the saint's throat. Lin Xiao repeated the process, crippling the other two saints. Their cries of pain echoed. Then, grabbing the three, he returned to the Qinguang Holy Land and arrived before the mountain gate. Zhang Yuni, Liang Long, the Grand Elder, and other high-ranking members of the Qinguang Holy Land swiftly gathered. Junior brother, what is this? Who are they? Nothing, just three small fry. Lin Xiao dropped them on the ground and waved dismissively. Find 3 iron chains and chain them to the mountain gate. They'll guard the entrance. This. Everyone was speechless. 2 of the 3 were barely breathing. How could they guard the mountain gate? Lin Xiao. How dare you? My pure Holy Land will never forgive you. Xu Esong Saint bellowed, his eyes bloodshot and bulging. They were saints, yet they were to be chained like dogs to guard the mountain gate, a supreme humiliation. He did not beg Lin Xiao for release, for his saint peel and dantian were destroyed, rendering him a useless cripple. But Lin Xiao's refusal to kill them, opting instead to humiliate them, was utterly unbearable. The crowd was shocked to learn that these 3 were from another Holy Land. You killed an altered disciple of my Qinguang Holy Land. Now, atone for it here. Lin Xiao said calmly, then stepped through the mountain gate. The people of his Qinguang Holy Land were not to be killed by anyone. Even the life of an altered disciple was more precious than those saints outside. You are doomed. Xu Esong Saint roared in fury. Were 3 saints to atone for the life of a mere chi condensation ant? Ping Yu, find some iron chains and tie them up. Zhang Yuni instructed Peng Yu, then hurried after Lin Xiao. Opportunities to interact with Lin Xiao were rare. Junior brother, 2 of them are about to die. Zhang Yuni cautioned. Then treat them, don't let them die too quickly, Lin Xiao said. Zhang Yuni's face twitched. He then asked, is the pure Holy Land strong? He had known little about other Holy Lands, but as the Qingguang gate grew stronger, he had learned more. Yet he had no idea how formidable Pure Holy Land truly was. It shouldn't be weak, but I'll go and destroy them in a while. Lin Xiao smiled. Hidden dangers must be nipped in the bud. He was protective of his own and would never allow any threat to the Qingguang Holy Land to exist. Jiang Shao walked along the mountain path, with Zhang Yumi following behind. Supreme Elder, Master. At this moment, Peng Yu caught up, carrying 3 Qiankun pouches in his hand. These are the Qiankun pouches from those 3 people. Peng Yu said. Oh! Zhang Yumi was overjoyed. Those 3 were so powerful, they must all be saints, and surely had many precious resources hoarded away. He immediately took them, wanting to examine them right away. But quickly, a hint of awkwardness crossed his face, because he couldn't open them. The 3 saints' Qiankun pouches all bore the same spiritual soul marks, and he simply could not erase them. Zhang Yumi couldn't help but glare at Peng Yu. Peng Yu forced a bitter smile. He had tried to open them before but found he couldn't, which is why he had chased after them. Junior brother, these Qiankun pouches. Zhang Yumi awkwardly handed the pouches to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao took them indifferently, erased the spiritual soul marks on the 3 Qiankun pouches, and casually glanced through them. There were plenty of items inside. Spirit stones and pills were abundant. However, he didn't really need them. Let's store them in the Holy Land's treasury for now, distributing according to needs. Jiang Shao tossed the Qiankun pouches back to Zhang Yumi. Good. Zhang Yumi nodded. Suddenly, Jiang Shao stopped and turned to look at Zhang Yumi, saying, Senior brother, there's something I need you to arrange. What's the matter? Zhang Yumi asked, bewildered. Send a few elders out to investigate if there are any traces of the Blood God sect's activities within the Feng continent. Recalling that last time near Feng continent's border they had encountered members of the Blood God sect, and from one of them learned that the Blood God sect planned to establish a branch in Feng continent. This was absolutely unacceptable to Jiang Shao. If discovered, they must be immediately annihilated without mercy. Understood. Zhang Yumi nodded promptly. He had previously heard that this Blood God sect had caused quite a stir in other continents. The current Zhang Yumi was no longer the master of a small sect from before, but now led a prestigious Holy Land. Of course, a Holy Land's leader could technically be called a Saint Lord, but Zhang Yumi's cultivation was so far from that of a saint that he felt embarrassed to use such a title. But regardless, Zhang Yumi was now an overlord of an entire continent, so his perspective and knowledge had greatly expanded. Beyond Feng continent, he could now learn about many things happening in other continents as well. If any elder discovers any suspicious signs, do not act independently, inform me immediately. Jiang Shao instructed. The elders of Qingguang Holy Land were only at the transformation spirit realm. If they encountered members of the Blood God sect, they would almost certainly be killed. Understood. Zhang Yumi nodded. Roar. At this moment, the fire flood dragon flew over, coming before Jiang Shao, rubbing its massive head against him. Jiang Shao examined it and saw the fire flood dragon wasn't seriously injured, just a few scales had cracked. Hard work, go rest inside. After stroking the fire flood dragon's head, Jiang Shao stored it in his summoning space. Fortunately, he had left a thread of divine sense within the fire flood dragon's head earlier. Otherwise, the fire flood dragon wouldn't have been able to withstand that strike just now and might have been instantly killed. This was even after the sect's protective formation had already drained some of the ice python's power. Zhang Yumi watched the fire flood dragon disappear instantly and was secretly astonished. Could it be that his junior brother possessed some special protective space for storing spirit beasts? His junior brother was becoming increasingly unfathomable, with strength that was almost unimaginable. Jiang Shao returned alone to the Supreme Peak. Sitting alone in the palace contemplating, he had originally thought he could finally rest easy, as his current strength should be a match for that old fairy from the ancient The Holy Land. But then he reconsidered there was still the floating Snow Holy Land as an enemy, and the Blood God sect that could sweep through Feng continent at any moment. He couldn't afford to relax for now. He still needed to continue cultivating for some time. At the very least, I must become invincible among saints before the Qingguang Holy Land can truly be safe. Jiang Shao thought to himself. After a long while, he entered the creation space and began to cultivate assiduously. As the great void scripture operated, powerful energy surged through all his meridians. Opening his mouth to inhale, wisps of purple mist from the creation space entered his mouth, further accelerating his cultivation speed. After continuously cultivating for over 10 hours, he paused his cultivation advancement and began practicing martial techniques. The 9 forms of martial techniques from the Great Void scripture were over 10 times more difficult than Earth-grade techniques. He had only mastered one form, the Void Great Hand Seal, and wasn't in a rush to learn the other 8. As the saying goes, master one technique and dominate all. As long as he could perfect this single technique to its ultimate level, it would be enough to overwhelm everything. Floating Snow Holy Land. Saint Lord. A young figure rushed into the main hall in a panic, face full of alarm. Why such panic? The Saint Lord of the Floating Snow Holy Land's expression darkened. This Saint Lord was a woman named Gupilin, appearing to be only in her early 30s. She had a slender figure, stunning beauty, with black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Altogether, she presented an aura of cold magnificence and dominance. Reporting to the Saint Lord, just now Wang Su senior brother and Lu Hong senior brother's soul lamp suddenly extinguished. Elder Ding Qiang and Elder Cui Yang's soul lamps are on the verge of going out, completely dimmed. Elder Shuesong's soul lamp is also extremely dim. The young disciple recounted everything in one breath. He was the disciple responsible for guarding the soul hall, where soul lamps of all elders, executive disciples, and true disciples were kept. What? Upon hearing this, Gupilin immediately furrowed her delicate brows. She knew where Elder Shuesong and his group had gone, but never imagined they would encounter such danger. 4 other elders were present in the hall, and upon hearing this, their expressions all changed. Saint Lord, Elder Shuesong and the others went to the Qingguang sect in Feng Continent. Could it be that besides Jiang Shao, there are other powerful saints there? An elder in purple robe spoke. He was the Grand Elder of the Floating Snow Holy Land, at the late stage of saint cultivation. Not only in Shua Continent, but in the entire southern domain, he was a top-tier powerhouse. Qingguang sect is merely a weak sect in an impoverished land. Having produced a Jiang Shao was already extremely rare. There couldn't possibly be other powerful saints. Gupilin slightly shook her head. Nian. Could it be Jiang Shao? The Grand Elder's expression grew solemn. After saying this, he couldn't help but shake his head himself. Although Jiang Shao was a genius who had slain the Golden Radiance Sword Saint at the Grand Master realm and had now become a saint, he absolutely couldn't match the combined might of Elder Shuesong and the other 2. After all 3 of Elder Shuesong's group were saints with 4 patterned saint pills far beyond someone like the Golden Radiance Sword Saint. Let alone that Elder Shuesong was at the middle stage of saint cultivation. No matter how powerful Jiang Shao might be, he had only just become a saint not long ago. He probably hadn't even finished converting to heavenly grade cultivation techniques, and certainly hadn't yet entered the threshold of heavenly grade martial techniques. It was absolutely impossible for him to contend against all 3 by himself. Perhaps it was the Blood God sect. They captured the 3 saints, and for Blood God sect members, the blood of 3 saints is comparable to many heavenly grade spirit fruits. Qingguang Sacred Land. 6 disciples stood before the mountain gate, all clad in green robes, their spirit high. The rapid development of Qingguang Sacred Land filled each of them with immense pride. As gate-guarding disciples, they rotated every half-month. Besides the 4 of them, 3 men were tied at the mountain gate, lying there like dogs. Senior brothers, these 3 look like they're on their last legs. A disciple glanced at the 3 lying figures Shuesong Saint and his companions and saw that they were barely breathing. Probably soon. It's impressive they've lasted 12 days. It's mainly because Peak Master Peng Yu gave each of them a healing pill. All 3 have lost their cultivation. The healing pills are of little effect. Then what should we do? Should we treat them a bit? The Supreme Elder didn't say to let them die. The disciples discussed among themselves, uncertain. The Supreme Elder had ordered these 3 saints to guard the mountain gate. If they died in 2 days, would the Supreme Elder blame them? Just then, Feng Yuan returned with 2 disciples. Greetings, Peak Master Feng. The disciples bowed. What's going on here? Feng Yuan saw Shuesong and the other 2 tied like dead dogs at the gate and was greatly astonished. Peak Master Feng, these 3 are saints from other continents. The Supreme Elder crippled their cultivation and tied them here to repent. A gate-guarding disciple said. 3 saints. Feng Yuan and his companions were shocked upon hearing this and stepped forward for a closer look. They're nearly dead. How can they repent? Feng Yuan wondered. These 3 fellows were emaciated, at the extreme of frailty, and could die at any moment. Probably it's 2 severe injuries, a disciple said. Or maybe they're starving? Feng Yuan frowned. The others were stunned and exchanged glances. Can saints get hungry? At the meridian opening stage, they wouldn't feel hungry after 3 days without food. But indeed, all three had lost their cultivation and had no true essence in their bodies. It seemed they might really be starving. Yet these three would rather starve to death than ask for food. Go to the outer sect, fetch a bucket of swill, and force-feed them. Feng Yuan ordered. Outer disciples had lower cultivation and ate 3 meals a day, so there was plenty of swill. Yes. A disciple accepted the order and immediately ran to the outer sect. Feng Yuan didn't linger. He entered the mountain gate to report to the sect leader. This trip to 9 Mysteries sect had been too smooth. After a while, the swill arrived a full bucket. Then, several gate-guarding disciples began to force-feed the 3 saints. The scene was pitiful. Holding their heads and opening their mouths, they poured it down. The 3 showed no reaction, like dead dogs. Strangely enough, after being force-fed the swill, all 3 soon revived and opened their eyes. They retched and gagged. Then they dry-heaved for a while, reeking of filth. After retching, they lay on the ground with utter despair in their eyes, not even having the strength to struggle. Xuezong Saint felt that his end was near at most 3 days and he would die. His internal organs had been shattered by Lin Xiao's strike, and only the strength of his saintly body had allowed him to hold on until now. In the distance, 10 li away, a thin middle-aged man hid atop a large tree, his figure concealed by the foliage. He stared at the scene in disbelief, utterly petrified. Upon arriving, he had immediately seen Xuezong Saint and the other 2 tied up like dogs. Then a disciple brought a bucket of swill, and several disciples fed it to them. How could this be? The man trembled all over, and then anger surged in his heart. He was a steward of Pure Sacred Land, a peak 7th level Grandmaster. He never imagined that the 3 revered elders of his sacred land would be treated like this. How despicable! Qingguang sect truly deserves to die. The man cursed inwardly, then quietly left. This matter must be reported to the Grand Elder immediately. He did not return to Pure Sacred Land. Instead, after moving far from Qingguang Sacred Land, he began to send a message. He took out a special ice communication talisman from Pure Sacred Land, inscribed with various array patterns, and infused his spiritual sense into it to transmit the message. This communication talisman had almost no delay. The Grand Elder would receive the message instantly. Pure Sacred Land. Covered in snow all year round, it was a range of snowy mountains. Grand Elder Luo Huaigu sat cross-legged on the thick snow, on a sheet of ice, absorbing the icy cold energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, he took out the communication talisman, probed it with his spiritual sense, and perceived its contents. What? Luo Huaigu was stunned. Qingguang sect actually dared to treat Xuezong Saint and the other 2 like this. But soon, he calmed down. Qingguang sect had captured the 3 and audaciously humiliated them, tying them in front of the mountain gate. They were completely fearless. It seemed Qingguang sect was not afraid of Pure Sacred Land at all. What was the reason? Where did they get such confidence? Qingguang sect had only just advanced to a sacred land. With only Lin Xiao as a saint, could there be other, stronger saints? Or perhaps Qingguang sect was backed by the Blood God sect? No! It shouldn't be related to the Blood God sect. The Blood God sect was still in hiding, only occasionally causing trouble and then quickly disappearing. They wouldn't tie a saint of a powerful sacred land at the gate like this. Of course, he couldn't completely rule out that possibility. Luo Huaigu thought deeply. He felt that Qingguang sect was not simple and might hold a great secret. For instance, how could a barren land produce a prodigy like Lin Xiao, who became a saint at such a young age? What lay behind Qingguang sect? I must investigate thoroughly. Luo Huaigu thought to himself. He couldn't act rashly now. Even though his cultivation was at the late saint stage, with strength several times greater than Xuezong Saint, charging over directly with his men would still be risky. Moreover, recently the major sacred lands and saint families of the southern domain were gathering to discuss the eradication of the Blood God sect. At this time, it was unwise to stir up other troubles. If Qingguang sect was indeed connected to the Blood God sect, attacking now would be like beating the grass and startling the snake. Xiaoxian, do not return to Pure Sacred Land for now. Investigate Qingguang sect secretly, and find out where their confidence comes from. If you can infiltrate Qingguang sect, that would be best. After a moment's thought, Luo Huaigu sent a message to that steward. Soon, the middle-aged steward Xiaoxian received the Grand Elder's message. He put away the communication talisman and immediately flashed away. After a moment, he arrived at a nearby city. This city was the Tianyuan city where the Ning king of Chu had once stationed troops. Qiao Xian planned to first learn about Qingguang's sacred land in Tianyuan city before making other plans. Moreover, Tianyuan city was already overcrowded, as it was close to Qingguang's sacred land and had gathered a large number of young people eager to join Qingguang's sect. They had gathered from all directions, waiting to participate in the entrance examination of Qingguang's sacred land. This time, Qingguang's sacred land is opening its doors wide. It said they will recruit tens of thousands. I came from Yan Kingdom. I must join Qingguang's sacred land this time and become a disciple to bring glory to my ancestors. I'm from Baiyun city of the Changfeng Empire. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. It's not easy to join Qingguang's sacred land. The Feng Shou is vast, with countless martial artists. Even if they recruit tens of thousands, it's still 1 in 10,000. It's always worth a try. Maybe we can even see the great Duxian Blade Saint. Qiao Xian sat in the tea house, listening to the surrounding conversations, sneering inwardly. He was lucky. This was a perfect opportunity to infiltrate Qingguang's sacred land. Once he uncovered the secrets of Qingguang sect, this sacred land would no longer need to exist. He heard that there was a recruitment notice from Qingguang's sacred land in the square outside the city lord's mansion. Shortly after, Qiao Xian arrived at the square. Indeed, the notice was posted there. The entrance examination for Qingguang sect would be in 3 days. It seemed they recruited anyone. Qi condensation and meridian opening stages as disciples. Spirit transformation and divine sea grandmasters as elders. Even saints were recruited. As long as one had decent talent and passed the examination, they could become a member of Qingguang's sacred land. Qiao Xian stroked his chin. With his peak 7th level grandmaster cultivation, becoming an elder of Qingguang's sacred land was no problem. Now, he only needed to wait 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the mountain gate of the Qingguang sacred land, a vast sea of people stretched endlessly, their clamor rising like a boiling tide. The crowd gathered outside the gate numbered in the hundreds of thousands. This was only because the Qingguang sacred land had already conducted preliminary selections in distant cities. Otherwise, the number would have reached millions. Qiao Xian mingled in the crowd, without disguising himself, for fear of being detected by Lin Xiao or the hidden experts of the sacred land. After all, he was merely a minor steward of the Pushua sacred land, rarely seen in public, and of no renown. Qiao Xian glanced at the mountain gate. The 3 Snowpine Saints were no longer there, whether taken elsewhere or slain. He could not tell. Around him, hundreds of Qingguang disciples maintained order. Suddenly, the sound of tearing air rang out as several figures swooped down from the main peak. They were elders of the Qingguang sacred land, led by the transmission elder Luo Jian. The Grand Elder Gangfeng and the Second Elder Shu Guangwen had also come. Because this was a large-scale recruitment, Zhang Yumi had ordered the highest cultivation transmission elder Luo Jian to preside over the assessment, to display the sect's strength. Silence! Luo Jian's roar rolled like thunder, instantly quieting the crowd. Today, the Qingguang sacred land opens its gates wide to recruit disciples and elders. I shall preside over the assessment. Anyone who dares disrupt the order shall be slain without mercy. With that, Luo Jian waved his hand. The Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and 3 other elders each produced a half-man-tall black stone tablet and placed it before them. Each tablet was encrusted with 9 brilliant crystals. These were testing tablets recently purchased from the Daoxing Merchant Guild, capable of detecting both cultivation level and talent. The elders then directed the crowd to form 5 lines for testing. Bone age 17, cultivation Qi condensation 6th level, talent 4 stars qualified. Bone age 22, cultivation Qi condensation 7th level, talent 3 stars unqualified. Bone age 32, cultivation meridian opening 5th level, talent 4 stars qualified. Warriors of all ages and genders were tested one after another. Then Luo Jian retrieved a larger testing tablet from his Qiankun pouch and placed it before himself. Those at the Spirit Sea Realm Grandmaster or above, come here for testing. Luo Jian called out loudly. Grandmasters and above were experts everywhere, so they were tested separately. Indeed, many grandmasters appeared. Over 200 stepped out from the crowd. Qiao Xian, seeing this, also walked over and lined up for testing. After 3 days of entrance assessment, the Qingguang sect had recruited a total of 56,000 people. Among them, over 48,000 were qi condensation disciples, and over 5,000 were meridian opening disciples. Finally, there were over 200 grandmasters. Except for 3 who were too old and 2 who were disabled, almost all the grandmasters who came for the assessment were accepted. Unless there were major issues, they would become elders of the Qinguang sacred land. A knock resounded at the palace door on the supreme peak. Zhang Yumi stood solemnly outside. The door creaked open. Lin Xiao emerged from within. "Senior brother, what is it?" he asked with a smile. After more than half a month of arduous training, his void great hand seal had reached minor completion and was nearing major completion, greatly boosting his strength. As for his cultivation realm, progress was also good. He was not far from the mid-saint stage. Indeed, saint-level cultivation was more than 10 times harder than grandmaster level. The gap between each realm was enormous. Moreover, to advance cultivation, one's martial intent must continually improve. "Junior brother, the recruitment assessment for the Qinguang sacred land has concluded," Zhang Yumi said with a beaming face. "This time, we recruited 204 grandmasters, ranging from 1st to 9th level. You need to appear and assert your authority. No one else in the sacred land can suppress them." "That's simple. Let's go." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Recruiting so many grandmasters greatly expanded the sacred land's strength. He was not worried about them causing chaos. As long as he was here, no one could rebel. In a few years, Zhang Yumi, the Grand Elder, Peng Yu, and other old-timers would grow powerful, and authority would remain in their hands. "There is another matter," Zhang Yumi hurriedly added. "A disciple with a very strange talent, only 17 years old, qi condensation 6th level, average, but her talent level cannot be measured." "Cannot be measured?" Lin Xiao paused. "The transmission elder suspects she might be a 1 in 10,000 spirit body, but the testing tablet is not advanced enough to detect it," Zhang Yumi said excitedly. Spirit bodies were legends he had only heard of, never seen, only in the ancient sacred lands. Spirit bodies were immensely powerful, but if the body's attribute was unknown and one cultivated incompatible martial arts, the talent would not manifest. "Let me take a look first." Lin Xiao was also curious. Soon, he and Zhang Yumi flew to the mountain gate. The place was still packed with people. Although those who failed the assessment had left, the tens of thousands of successful disciples were still gathered, awaiting proper arrangements. Some disciples were eating dry rations. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." "Greetings, Supreme Elder." As Lin Xiao arrived, the hundreds of Qinguang disciples maintaining order immediately bowed, their shouts shaking the sky. In an instant, all eyes fell on Lin Xiao's surprise, curiosity, worship. Was this the only saint of Fengxiu, the ancient profound blade saint? So young, so handsome. Qiaoxian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Xiao. But as a mere grandmaster, he could detect nothing special about him. Lin Xiao swept his gaze around, then fixed it on the group of grandmasters. He strode before them. In an instant, his mighty saintly pressure surged like a raging sea, enveloping all the grandmasters. In that moment, the 200-plus grandmasters felt terror as if a mountain pressed down on them, unable even to straighten their backs. Under Lin Xiao's piercing gaze, which felt like a blade stabbing into their hearts convulsed. Sweat poured from many foreheads. Lin Xiao's divine sense swept over them without restraint, finding nothing amiss. "Everyone, welcome to the Qinguang sacred land. If you are loyal, your future holds vast room for growth. But if anyone dares betray the sacred land, once I discover it, you will not only die horribly but your entire clan will be exterminated," Lin Xiao said coldly. "Yes," the grandmasters quickly responded. They knew that as outsiders joining the sacred land, they would not be easily trusted or promoted. Still, having the protection of a sacred land offered many benefits. Qiaoxian wore a respectful expression, but inwardly he was contemptuous. Vast room for growth. Compared to his Piushua sacred land, this Qinguang sacred land was like a dog's kennel, utterly incomparable. How could it match the vastness of his home? Qiaoxian only wished to quickly uncover the secrets of the Qinguang sacred land and return to Piushua. "Grand Elder, arrange lodging for them." Lin Xiao waved his hand, giving the order, then looked at Zhang Yumi. Zhang Yumi understood and led Lin Xiao to a young girl. The girl appeared 16 or 17, petite and frail, dressed in a simple green dress. Her features were pretty, with big eyes like sparkling gems. Lin Xiao examined her carefully, probing into her body with his divine sense. Under his scrutiny, the girl trembled, lowering her head, not daring to meet his eyes. After a moment, Lin Xiao frowned slightly. This girl was unusual even with his saint-level divine sense. He would miss the anomaly without careful inspection. But upon careful examination, he found her physique extremely peculiar, containing both ice and fire attributes, deeply hidden within her bloodline. Ice spirit body. Fire spirit body. Neither this was a spirit body with both ice and fire. What is your name? Lin Xiao asked. I am Zhongning, the girl said softly. She did not know why this saint of the Qinguang sacred land was singling her out. Could it be because her talent could not be measured? Would you be willing to become my disciple? Lin Xiao asked. He was 80% certain she was a spirit body. This struck Lin Xiao as extraordinary. No one else in the Qinguang sacred land could teach such a physique, so he decided to take her as a personal disciple. Then, he would study her physique and nurture her specially. Ah! Zhongning was stunned speechless. The tens of thousands at the mountain gate were also astonished, all showing disbelief. The supreme elder of the Qinguang sacred land, the exalted saint, wanted to take this little girl as his personal disciple. In an instant, countless people envied Zhongning. Even the Qinguang disciples were stunned the supreme elder was finally taking a disciple. This girl was incredibly lucky. It seems she is indeed a spirit body, Zhang Yinli and Luo Jian thought to themselves. What? Are you unwilling? Lin Xiao asked with a smile. I am willing. Zhongning knew this was her greatest fortune and would not refuse. Without hesitation, she knelt on the ground. Disciple pays respects to master. She then kowtowed heavily 3 times. Good. Come with me. From now on, you will live on the supreme peak. Lin Xiao nodded, then waved his sleeve, sending a surge of air lifting Zhongning. Amid the envy of countless onlookers, he flew toward the supreme peak. Zhongning, what martial arts do you practice? In the palace of Taishan Peak, Lin Xiao asked Zhongning. Reporting to master, the technique I practice is the green wood art from our Zhong family, and I also practice a sword technique called the evergreen sword technique. Zhongning appeared somewhat nervous, sitting in the chair with her body rigid and her head bowed. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, realizing that wood attribute techniques and martial arts were entirely incompatible with her constitution, which explained why her cultivation level was not particularly high. You should stop practicing these 2 martial arts. I will select new ones for you. Lin Xiao stated. Thank you, master. Zhongning hastily rose and bowed gratefully. This time she had come to the Qinguang Holy Land merely hoping to try her luck and see if she could be accepted into the Holy Land. Never did she expect to be accepted as a personal disciple by a saint, making her feel as though she were dreaming. You need not be so nervous. Simply reside here from now on. There are many rooms in the palace, choose whichever you like. As for meals, Taishan Peak has none, but you may go to any of the other peaks. Lin Xiao waved his hand, then vanished in a flash and soon arrived at the scripture repository. The current scripture repository housed an extremely abundant collection of martial arts techniques, far surpassing what it had been before. There were hundreds of earth-grade martial arts techniques alone. No need for formalities. Lin Xiao waved his hand and began selecting martial arts at his own pace. Water tribute or ice tribute martial arts were available here, as were many fire tribute techniques. However, martial arts containing both ice and fire attributes, which were opposites, numbered none at all. This gave Lin Xiao quite a dilemma. He had accepted a disciple, yet found himself unable to teach her. This would surely become a laughingstock. Lin Xiao walked to another bookshelf, where miscellaneous books recording all manner of disparate topics were kept. In the past, the repository's miscellaneous section had only contained a few dozen books, but now it had expanded to several hundred. Ancient Physique Rankings. Lin Xiao picked up a book, its title written in flamboyant calligraphy. Upon opening it, he discovered it recorded the rankings of special physiques in the world as arranged during ancient times. First place, Eternal Chaos Physique. Second place, Ancient Divine Demon Physique. Third place, Supreme Tao Physique. Fourth place, Heaven-defying Demon Physique. Fifth place, Immortal Physique. Each special physique was followed by an introduction of varying length. Soon, Lin Xiao flipped to the 16th page. 16th place, Ice Fire Dual Origin Sacred Physique. This special physique contains the power of ice and fire origin. It is exceedingly rare across the ages, and its specific details are unknown. During ancient times, only one person possessing the Ice Fire Dual Origin Sacred Physique ever appeared. This individual was a peerless genius who dominated their generation. Legend has it they ultimately perished at the hands of an alien race. Ice Fire Dual Origin Sacred Physique. Lin Xiao inwardly gasped with astonishment. Could Zhong Ning possibly possess the Ice Fire Dual Origin Sacred Physique? To rank 16th on the physique rankings even in ancient times, such a talented individual had actually appeared at the Qingguang Holy Land. However, what martial arts should she practice? Lin Xiao contemplated for a while. Since there were no suitable martial arts, he would simply create one specifically suited to her. Zhong Ning was merely at the qi condensation stage. Given his own level as a saint, combined with his extraordinary comprehension within the creation space, creating a suitable martial art for her should not be too difficult. Afterward, Lin Xiao casually selected a few ice attribute and fire attribute martial arts, then left the scripture repository and returned to Taishan Peak. After briefly instructing Zhong Ning, he entered the meditation chamber and stepped into the creation space. Lin Xiao did not intend to create something from nothing. Instead, he planned to fuse and transform an ice attribute martial art with a fire attribute one, thereby producing a brand new technique. Lin Xiao had assumed there might be some difficulty, so he prepared to use two peak human-grade martial arts for the fusion and transformation. Unexpectedly, it proved to be extremely easy. It took merely 3 days to succeed in the fusion. Moreover, the newly fused martial art possessed immense power, not inferior to an ordinary upper-tier earth-grade technique. Excellent. Let us call it the Ice Flame art. Lin Xiao was extremely satisfied. The true qi cultivated by this martial art assumed a flame-like form, capable of incinerating all things. Yet it carried no heat of fire whatsoever. This was a flame that froze one to the bone. Let me create a few more combat techniques. Following this, Lin Xiao began creating techniques. Since Zhong Ning had originally learned sword arts, he would create sword moves for her. This was even easier. Based on the red refinement blade technique he had practiced in the past, Lin Xiao simply modified it, transforming it into 5 sword moves. It was completed in just 1 day. He then named it the Red Ice Sword Technique. Perfect! Lin Xiao stepped out of the meditation chamber and did not find Zhong Ning. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered she was sitting alone in a daze at the edge of a cliff on Taishan Peak. Zhong Ning! Lin Xiao came up behind her and called out softly. Master! Zhong Ning's heart startled, and she hastily rose to offer a respectful bow. Return to the palace. I shall impart the martial arts to you. Having spoken, Lin Xiao left on his own. Zhong Ning was overjoyed at the news. During the 4 days she had been at the Qingguang Holy Land, she had never been granted any martial arts, and she had long been secretly anxious about this. Soon, Zhong Ning returned to the palace and saw Lin Xiao writing. A moment later, Lin Xiao handed the created technique and martial skill to Zhong Ning. This is the Ice Flame art and the Red Ice Sword technique. I have written them all down. Practice them on your own. If you encounter any confusion, feel free to ask me at any time. Lin Xiao said with a smile. He then began explaining to her the various points requiring attention and all the essential aspects. Zhong Ning carefully committed everything to memory. Just as he finished explaining, Lin Xiao was about to let Zhong Ning go practice, when footsteps sounded outside the hall. Zhang Yumi had arrived with an elder, standing just outside the hall. Junior brother. Taishan elder. The two of them, upon seeing Lin Xiao inside the hall, were about to bow. No need. What is the matter? Lin Xiao asked directly. Junior brother, this is Elder One, whom we sent out earlier to investigate the blood god cult's traces. He has discovered some information. Zhang Yumi quickly explained. Lin Zhao's gaze turned to that elder. Reporting to the Taishan elder, during this past half-month, I searched everywhere in Feng province but found no trace of the blood god cult. However, I discovered that many people have disappeared for no apparent reason. The elder's expression was grave as he said, in just the past half-month, over 30 towns and hundreds of villages have had all their residents vanish without a trace. Moreover, in many cities, people have also been disappearing one after another. Oh! Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. It appeared the blood god cult might indeed have established a presence in Feng province. However, their strength in Feng province was likely not yet strong, so they acted with considerable subtlety. 20 towns and hundreds of villages set against the vast expanse of Feng province. This was merely a drop in the ocean. Under normal circumstances, it would not cause any significant impact. Taishan Elder, I have made a simple analysis of the locations with large-scale population disappearances and discovered an issue. The Elder's expression was grave. Glancing at Lin Xiao's expression, he continued, approximately 80% of the locations are within the territory formerly ruled by the 9 profound sect. The remaining 20% are distributed across the former Tianhua and Chongfeng Empire territories. All these locations are quite far from our Qinguang Holy Land. So you suspect the 9 profound sect is involved? Lin Xiao asked. Yes. So much has happened within the 9 profound sect's domain, yet they have shown no reaction whatsoever and have not notified the Qinguang Holy Land. The elder nodded and stated. Alright, I understand. Lin Xiao nodded, then Zhang Yumi and that elder departed together. Lin Xiao mused privately. The blood god cult had come to Feng province, and it was imperative to eradicate them as soon as possible. Additionally, there was the blood god cult's branch in Yu province, with its entrance and exit located in Duangyong mountain range. However, that mountain range seemed to have an extremely vast area, making it difficult to locate the branch's entrance. Zhong Ning, practice on your own. This master shall take a trip. After leaving these instructions, Lin Xiao's form soared into the sky, heading in the direction of the 9 profound sect. Only Taishan Peak remained uninvestigated, for Lin Xiao was there, making Qiaoxian dare not use his divine sense to probe. Now that Lin Xiao had departed, Qiaoxian immediately unleashed his divine sense to scout Taishan Peak. A moment later, Qiaoxian frowned. Upon Taishan Peak stood but a solitary palace. Within resided Zhong Ning, Lin Zhao's recently accepted disciple, with nothing else of note. So deeply concealed. Qiaoxian sighed inwardly. It appeared unraveling the secrets of Qinguang sacred land would prove far from easy. How exactly had Lin Xiao cultivated to the realm of a sage? Talent? Hardly. Absolutely impossible. Even possessing a divine body or saint physique, without the nurture of a mighty sacred land, one could never ascend to sagehood so swiftly. What individuals, what factions, lay hidden behind Qinguang sacred land? Could there truly be a connection to the blood god sect? Qiaoxian knew nothing for certain, yet he resolved to maintain his cover. He sensed that a grand secret awaited discovery within Qinguang sacred land. Elder Qiao, proceed shortly to instruct the inner sect disciples upon Wanshan Peak. At that moment, an elderly man approached from behind Qiaoxian, speaking with a smile. The visitor was none other than Mao Shiqi, master of Wanshan Peak. In former days, Mao Shiqi's hair had been entirely white, bearing the marked weight of age. Now, with his cultivation reaching the 6th layer of the spirit transformation realm, he appeared some 20 to 30 years younger than before. He now resembled a man in his 50s or 60s. Very well, Master Mao, Qiaoxian replied, nodding with a smile. This cohort of Grandmaster level experts who had joined Qinguang sacred land were assigned to various peaks as elders, their primary duty being the instruction of disciples. Qiaoxian's current title was Internal Sect Transmission Elder of Wanshan Peak. Each peak had now acquired its own transmission elder. The previous transmission elder of Qinguang sacred land, Luo Jian of the Dato Sword sect, now served as the enforcement elder. By the way, Master Mao, I heard several individuals were bound before the mountain gates these past few days. Did they betray the sacred land? Qiaoxian feigned curiosity as he asked. No, those were sages from the Pyushua sacred land of the outer continent. They are all dead now. Mao Shiqi waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Qiaoxian's face involuntarily twitched. They had chained the sages of Pyushua sacred land like common dogs before the mountain gates and tortured them to death. And yet Mao Shiqi spoke of it so casually, as though entirely unmoved and unafraid. Just where did they find such courage? Master Mao, I have also roamed across several continents. Pyushua sacred land is a formidable power. It is said their holy lord, Gu Piuling, can freeze 10,000 miles with a single thought, her strength terrifying beyond measure, her demeanor cold, glamorous, and domineering. Are we not concerned that Pushua sacred land will hold this against us? Qiao Xian voiced the doubts resting in his heart. Fear not, it is but a trivial Pushua sacred land. No need for worry. Ma Shiqi waved his hand and said, you should proceed to your lessons now. The disciples are already waiting. With that, Ma Shiqi departed with unhurried grace. Worried. He harbored no fears whatsoever. Lin Xiao's cultivation advancement was so rapid that Ma Shiqi could scarcely fathom its limits. Lin Xiao had dealt with those 3 Pushua sages with a mere flick of his wrist. Moreover, given how much time had passed, Lin Xiao's strength had likely ascended several more realms. If Lin Xiao himself felt no apprehension, what right did he have to worry? Qiao Xian was utterly confounded. Even a mere peak master at the spirit transformation realm held no fear of Pushua sacred land, which necessarily implied an overwhelmingly powerful backing. Qiao Xian felt he might truly be on the verge of uncovering a monumental secret. Nevertheless, he did not rush to send a message to Luo Huaigu, the senior elder of Pushua sacred land, for he had yet to ascertain anything concrete. Jiushuang sect. Lin Xiao stood upon the firmament, gazing down upon Jiushuang sect. The sect sprawled across more territory than Qingguang sacred land, encompassing over a dozen peaks, yet it appeared rather desolate. Swish! His figure flashed like a streak of light, alighting before the mountain gates of Jiushuang sect. Who are you? Several mountain guarding disciples, startled by Lin Xiao's sudden appearance, asked nervously. Lin Xiao of Qingguang sacred land. Lin Xiao stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the disciples' expressions shifted drastically, and they hastily bowed in greeting. We salute you, venerable ancient mystic blade saint. Lin Xiao paused briefly at the address. A faint smile touched his lips. Previously, when using the alias Guxian, others had styled him venerable ancient mystic blade ancestor. Now that he had attained sagehood, the title had naturally elevated to venerable ancient mystic blade saint. Lead the way. I wish to speak with Jiu Shuangzi. Lin Xiao waved his hand and proceeded inside the mountain gates. He could have simply descended directly into the sect's grounds. However, since Jiushuang sect had formally pledged allegiance to Qingguang sacred land and stood as its overt subordinate force, he felt it proper to afford them a measure of respect. Please follow me, Lord. The lead disciple immediately guided the way. Within moments, they arrived at the sect's main hall. Please take a seat, Lord. I shall fetch the sect master. The disciple hurried away. Seated within the main hall, Lin Zhao's brows knit slightly. There was indeed something amiss with Jiu Shuangzi. Why was it so deserted? He swept his divine sense across the premises, his frown deepening. In such a vast Jiushuang sect, there were fewer than 4,000 disciples. Where had they all gone? Soon after, Jiu Shuangzi arrived in haste. Jiu Shuangzi paid his respects to the venerable sage. Clad in Taoist robes, with ruddy cheeks and white teeth, he bowed deeply upon entering the hall. Jiu Shuangzi, what precisely is your Jiushuang sect up to? Lin Xiao stated his inquiry directly. Jiu Shuangzi's expression faltered. Looking up, he replied, what does your lordship mean? Where are all the people of Jiushuang sect? Lin Xiao pressed. Reporting to your lordship, because our Jiushuang sect surrendered the majority of its profits to Qingguang sacred land, resources within the sect have grown scarce. Thus, most disciples have ventured out for tempering trials, while some have even abandoned Jiushuang sect. Jiu Shuangzi spoke with an anxious countenance. Hey, do you take me for a fool? Lin Xiao offered a chilling smile, his gaze piercing directly into Jiu Shuangzi's eyes. Though you practice arts to conceal your aura, you cannot deceive me. Blood qi surges within you like a tide, and you have already ascended to the half-sage realm. Jiu Shuangzi sighed bitterly upon hearing this. Your venerable sage possesses eyes of profound discernment. Some time ago, I obtained an ancient cultivation manual capable of greatly enhancing blood qi, which enabled my successful breakthrough to the half-sage stage. Fabricate. Continue fabricating. Lin Xiao chuckled leisurely. Jiu Shuangzi fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, letting out a heavy sigh. Lin Xiao, why must you press so relentlessly? Jiu Shuangzi remarked, straightening his posture. You have joined the Blood God sect. Or perhaps, Jiushuang sect serves merely as the newly established Feng Continent branch of the Blood God sect. Lin Xiao countered. Lin Xiao, you should be quite familiar with the Blood Nether formation of the Blood Nether Guards of Chongfeng Empire, correct? Jiu Shuangzi offered no direct answer, instead drifting onto a tangential subject. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded. The Blood Nether formation was actually acquired many years ago by Chongfeng Empire from members of the Blood God sect. However, its rank is rather low. The Blood God sect possesses a far more formidable Blood Fiend formation. Jiu Shuangzi's expression darkened as he continued. So, Jiu Shuang sect set up the Blood Fiend formation specifically to await me. Lin Xiao remained entirely unperturbed. If formations could truly defy the heavens, everyone would devote themselves to array cultivation. Originally, I intended to let you live another half-month. But since you have come, there is no need for you to depart alive. Upon finishing his words, Jiu Shuangzi retreated hastily, instantly clearing the main hall. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures flickered into existence at his side. They were 2 elderly men, both radiating overwhelmingly powerful auras, clearly sages. One of them was none other than the ancestor of Jiu Shuang sect. The other, without needing speculation, was undoubtedly a sage of the Blood God sect. Lin Xiao, today marks your death. The divine sect shall rule the entire Feng continent. The Jiu Shuang sect ancestors sneered coldly. Just because of the 3 of you scum. Lin Xiao burst into laughter, rising slowly. We are aware of your strength, having defeated the 3 sages of Pyoshua sacred land with a single strike. Therefore, we prepared the Blood Fiend formation for you. The Jiu Shuang sect ancestor smiled. With those words spoken, the Blood Fiend formation ignited. As the Blood Fiend formation activated, thick crimson mist suddenly filled the main hall, spreading throughout in an instant. But it was not only the hall, the entire Jiu Shuang sect was plunged into an ocean of blood-colored fog within a single moment. Yet above the Jiu Shuang sect, a massive protective barrier encased the area, ensuring not a single wisp of the crimson mist escaped. Within the hall, Lin Xiao's body was immediately enveloped by the blood-colored fog. He could feel the crimson fog burrowing into his body like a stubborn parasite. This mist contained a lethal poison known as the Blood Fiend toxin. However, Lin Xiao's physical body was remarkably formidable. The various body-refining martial techniques he had practiced earlier had already brought his physique close to that of weaker sacred bodies. After ascending to become a saint, he had endured the spiritual purification of the emerald-glazed sacred peel, making his sacred body nearly immune to all poisons. Ha ha, Lin Xiao, you shall not escape today. The chilling laughter of the Jiu Shuang sect ancestor echoed around him, his figure shifting unpredictably, impossible to locate. The crimson fog completely obscured Lin Xiao's divine sense and vision. Yet he remained utterly calm. Before absolute power, all such flashy tricks were worthless. With a flip of his palm, a heaven-rank high-grade saint artifact, the Heaven Abyss blade, materialized in his grasp, and he lightly swept it upward. Whoosh! In an instant, terrifying blade chi tore through the great hole, shooting straight into the heavens, instantly fracturing the protective barrier covering the entire Jiu Shuang sect with a 10-li-long rift. Zip! Lin Xiao's figure soared skyward, directly piercing through the breached barrier and ascending into the high atmosphere. What? All 3 Jiu were stunned with shock. Lin Xiao had broken through the formation with such ease. How could he possibly be this powerful? Before the trio could ponder further, a colossal void hand seal descended from the heavens like an ancient sacred mountain, crashing down with devastating force. Rumble! The massive void hand seal nearly covered the entire Jiu Shuang sect. One palm strike brought about heaven-shattering devastation. No! The Jiu Shuang sect ancestor and Jiu Shuanzi gazed in terror at this invincible, irresistible palm strike, their minds reeling with horror. How could Lin Xiao's strength possibly reach such levels? Even the Blood Fiend formation proved useless. Having joined the Blood God sect and broken through to higher cultivation realms, they were meant to rule the entire Feng continent in the future. They refused to accept such an ignominious end. Rumble! Amidst thunderous explosions, the entire Jiu Shuang sect was instantly annihilated, reduced to nothingness. All members of the Jiu Shuang sect perished in that single strike, their bodies dissolving into crimson mist, vanishing without a trace. Lin Xiao hovered high above, realizing he may have overdone it with that palm strike. He had intended to spare one of the 3 Jiu to interrogate about the Blood God sect's other branch offices and headquarters. Now, with that palm strike, they were all likely dead. Scanning the ruins with his divine sense, Lin Xiao confirmed it all dead. The entire site of the former Jiu Shuang sect resembled a colossal crater, with not even a single mosquito or gnat remaining. All life had been utterly extinguished. Lin Xiao grimaced slightly and sighed softly before preparing to depart. Suddenly, something caught his attention, but he made no move, simply turning to leave. Half an hour later, at the site of the ruined Jiu Shuang sect, within the massive crater, crimson energy suddenly began bubbling up. Then, with a bang, the earth exploded, and a figure burst forth from beneath the ground. It was an elderly man, not Zhuxuanzi, nor the 000x sect ancestor, but the third person. His clothes were tattered, blood flowing freely, his hair disheveled, appearing like a vengeful ghost. Damn it, everything is destroyed. The old man's face was extremely grim. The foundation upon which the holy sect had built its presence in the Feng continent had been completely obliterated in one blow. This Lin Xiao's strength. Estimates rival top-tier mid-stage saints, perhaps even comparable to ordinary late-stage saints. The old man muttered to himself, then extracted a pill and swallowed it before turning to leave. Suffering from extremely severe injuries, after traveling over 1,000 li from the 000x sect ruins, he dug into a forest to heal. 2 days later, his condition improved somewhat, and the old man set out once more. Before long, he left the Feng continent and entered the territory of the Yu continent. After winding his way through countless paths, he finally arrived at the Broken Cloud mountain range. The range was enormous, stretching approximately 4,000 li east to west and 3,000 li north to south. Unlike ordinary forests, this area teemed with demonic beasts. In the southern region, martial artists favored hunting demonic beasts, consuming their flesh and blood to enhance their cultivation, so typical forests had been stripped bare of such creatures. Only massive, ancient forests like the Broken Cloud mountain range harbored substantial demonic beast populations, including powerful great demonic beasts. Upon entering the range, perhaps fearing he would attract excessive attention, the old man ceased flying. He moved through the dense forest, his figure flashing as he constantly weaved between the thick trees. Half an hour later, he slipped into a valley and disappeared without a trace. After another period equivalent to consuming a cup of tea, the old man emerged from the valley, surveyed his surroundings, and continued traversing through the forest. A moment later, he vanished once more. This time, he never reappeared. Over an hour later, Lin Xiao dropped down from a large tree. Truly cautious indeed, Lin Xiao murmured inwardly. He had trailed the old man all the way to this location. Earlier, when the old man had entered the valley and disappeared, Lin Xiao had nearly revealed himself to investigate. However, considering the opponent's extreme caution and the covert nature of the Blood God sect's branch offices, he had held back, choosing to wait a while longer. As expected, the old dog soon emerged from the valley once more. Arriving at the spot where the old man had vanished, there was no visible entrance, only a few ancient trees stood nearby. It must be concealed by a formation. Lin Xiao paced around the ancient trees, and quickly noticed something amiss. On the upper trunk of one tree, there was a slight spatial fluctuation, one that even divine sense might have missed had he not been so meticulous. Jade! Lin Xiao shot directly upward. In an instant, the world around him twisted and turned, and he found himself in a dark, enclosed space. This was an underground cave, its walls illuminated by dim oil lamps. Who goes there? 2 blood-clothed guards stationed within the cave cried out loudly upon seeing Lin Xiao appear, swiftly drawing their long blades. Phew! Phew! Lin Xiao flicked his fingers, sending 2 blasts of spiritual energy streaking forward like lightning, shattering both of their skulls. Then, he charged rapidly deeper into the cave. Along the way, he eliminated several more opponents, all mere low-level cultivators at the spirit transformation realm. This must be the Yu continent branch. Lin Xiao's divine sense had already extended outward. Ahead lay a vast underground hall spanning 100 dong in radius, densely populated with blood-clothed guards. 2 additional passages branched off from the hall, each lined with countless small stone chambers. No fewer than 3,000 people were housed here at minimum. And that old man stood within the main hall. Zip! Within a single breath, Lin Xiao appeared in the underground hall. Upon seeing Lin Xiao appear, the old man's face immediately contorted with alarm. Yet he did not attempt to flee, for his injuries remained unhealed, and he understood that with his current strength, escape was impossible. Lin Xiao's power was truly terrifying. Razzle! The numerous blood-clothed guards gathered in the hall, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Lin Xiao, immediately surrounded him. Is this the usual branch? Are you the branch leader? Lin Xiao, paying no heed to the numerous Blood God sect cultivators surrounding him, fixed his gaze directly on the old man. Indeed, I am Shua Chang, the branch leader of Yuzhou. The old man nodded. As they spoke, more and more blood-robed figures surged out from the corridors on both sides of the hall. All of these were elites, most with the cultivation of Grandmaster level, and even 2 half-saints. Lin Xiao, you are exceptionally talented, but in the southern domain, you can only submit to those powerful holy lands. You have obtained the Pure Holy Land, and the Qinguang Holy Land is in danger. How about joining our blood god sect? Shuaichang, calming his emotions, said slowly. Oh, what benefits are there in joining the blood god sect? Lin Xiao curled his lips into a brilliant smile. Seeing that Lin Xiao seemed interested, Shuaichang felt a surge of hope and said, the benefits are numerous. Allow me to enumerate them one by one. Shuaichang pondered briefly, organizing his words, then said, after you become a saint, you should have discovered that the resources needed by saints, whether elixirs, martial arts, saint artifacts, etc., are basically in the hands of those powerful holy lands and saint families. Others can only get some trash of lower grade heaven tier at most, and even if they become saints, they are still suppressed by those powerful forces. But why should those powerful holy lands and saint families always rule the southern domain, always remain aloof? They have the power of life and death, enjoying resources and privileges that ordinary martial artists like us cannot access. Only the divine sect can overthrow them, destroy them, and reshape the southern domain. Lin Xiao, with your strength and talent, once you join our divine sect, you can hold the position of guardian in the headquarters, with a status even above my own as branch leader. In the future, when our divine sect sweeps across the entire southern domain and destroys those lofty holy lands and saint families, we can reshape the southern domain, and you will become one of the rulers above billions. Shuaichang stared directly into Lin Xiao's eyes, narrating the grand picture of the future. Lin Xiao remained unmoved, but the other blood god sect members in the hall were all burning with fervor. I see. Lin Xiao nodded and laughed. What you mean is that your divine sect wants to overthrow those rulers who are high above and oppress the lower classes, then become the rulers yourselves, standing high above. You. Shuaichang was speechless. That was essentially what he meant. Actually, you don't hate those major powers for being aloof, nor do you hate them for enjoying top resources, having the power of life and death, and possessing various privileges. What you hate is that it's not yourselves who are aloof and enjoying those privileges. Lin Xiao smiled, but the killing intent in his eyes had already begun to surface. Don't you want to replace those powerful holy lands? Shuaichang's face darkened. No, I don't. Lin Xiao shook his head. If the blood god sect ruled the southern domain, ordinary people would suffer 100 times worse. With that, he once again drew the Tianyuan blade. Swish! The blade light flickered, beginning to rip lives. With one stroke, endless blood sprayed, and countless blood god sect members were instantly shattered. Kill him! Shuaichang roared. But his figure swiftly retreated to a blood-colored throne behind him. Behind the blood-colored throne stood a 10-foot-tall blood-colored statue, its features carved so indistinctly that even gender was unclear. The statue's eyes suddenly burst forth dazzling bloodlight, which surged wildly into Shuaichang's body. At that moment, his aura surged wildly, climbing higher and higher. Puff puff! Boom boom boom! Thousands of blood god sect members desperately encircled Lin Xiao, buying time for Shuaichang, each like moths flying into a flame. Lin Xiao slaughtered freely, continuously swinging his long blade. The terrifying saintly might, vast and overwhelming, enveloped every corner of this underground world. Those with cultivation below Grandmaster had their bodies directly explode under the terrifying saintly might. In just a few moments, all the blood god sect members in this underground space, except for Shuaichang, were killed. As for Shuaichang, Lin Xiao deliberately held back, leaving him for last to interrogate him for some information. Otherwise, with one strike of the Void Great Hand Seal, everyone, including this underground space, would have been utterly annihilated. You're the only one left, Lin Xiao said indifferently, looking at Shuaichang on the blood-colored throne. Lin Xiao, not killing me first just now was your greatest mistake. A sinister smile appeared on Shuaichang's face. His eyes were completely bloodshot, crimson like blood, and his aura was immense, as if he were an ancient ferocious beast, bloodthirsty and cruel. The blood-colored statue behind him had its eyes dim, but those eyes seemed to contain a hint of vitality. Oh! You think you can turn the tables? Lin Xiao looked at him with some amusement. The other's aura had indeed greatly increased, barely approaching the level of a mid-stage saint. But he was still much weaker than that Xuesong saint of the Pure Holy Land. Die! Shuaichang's face twisted, and a blood spear appeared in his hand, which he thrust fiercely through the air. Instantly, a blood-colored light surged like monstrous waves, thrusting fiercely toward Lin Xiao. The immense power caused this underground space to collapse rapidly. Lin Xiao casually swung his long blade. The terrifying blade aura instantly slashed horizontally, directly shattering the blood light and cutting into Shuo Chen's lower body. Boom! His protective true essence was as fragile as tofu. Shuo Chen's legs were severed cleanly at the upper thighs. The blood-colored statue behind him was also struck by the blade aura and instantly shattered. Ah! A piercing scream made one's scalp tingle. Shuo Chen collapsed onto the blood-colored throne, his face pale. Not only were his legs severed, blood gushing, but the blade aura also burrowed into his body, wreaking havoc. Tap! 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 Lin Xiao walked step by step to Shuo Chen's side, his expression cold. Tell me where the headquarters of the Blood God sect is. Lin Xiao asked calmly. How. Shuo Chen laughed bitterly. Lin Xiao, the 9 Xian sect underestimated you, and I underestimated you. No wonder even the Holy Maiden of the Good Holy Land wants to do you. Not talking. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Lin Xiao, the divine sect will not let you go. The Blood God will not let you go. Shuo Chen roared madly, his body suddenly radiating a destructive aura, intending to detonate his saint pill. Bam! Lin Xiao raised his hand instantly and, before the other could self-destruct, smashed his head with a slap. Thus, this usual branch of the Blood God sect was completely devoid of anyone. Then, Lin Xiao began to clean up the battlefield, i.e., loot the spoils. Soon, he collected over 100 Qianquan pouches and various precious artifacts. Entering the adjacent corridor, there were countless stone chambers. In one of them was a huge blood pool containing at least tens of thousands of jin of blood. He shook his head helplessly. Lin Xiao was not a saint, but if the Blood God sect truly ruled the southern domain, it would likely lead to untold suffering. Then, Lin Xiao arrived before the deepest stone chamber. This chamber was protected by a powerful formation, and even his divine sense could not penetrate it. It should be the treasure vault of this usual branch. Boom! He shattered the stone door with a palm and walked in. It was indeed a resource treasury, but the contents were not abundant. The collection was probably less than a tenth of the Jinyo Holy Lands. Picking up a conspicuous blood-colored jade slip, Lin Xiao activated his divine sense and examined it. Soul Search Art, a heaven-grade mid-tier soul secret technique, can forcibly search the soul memories of others. Lin Xiao was stunned. Such a secret technique existed. It could view others' memories. He couldn't help but sigh. If he had obtained this technique earlier, he could have performed a soul search on that branch leader. Unfortunately, the other was already dead, his soul annihilated. Then, Lin Xiao collected all the items in the treasure vault and shot straight upward. The earth and rocks were as fragile as tofu before him, all shattered by his protective true essence. Soon, he burst out of the ground and returned to the Zhuangyu Mountains. Identifying the direction, Lin Xiao headed back to the Qingguang Holy Land. At the same time, in the distant Guzhou, the Good Holy Land also launched an attack on the Blood God sect. In the ancient continent, a colossal flying vessel streaked across the heavens, swift as the wind and lightning. This was the most powerful flying cloud ship of the ancient past sacred land, its speed rivaling that of an average late-stage saint, far surpassing the ice giant ship of the floating snow sacred land. On the deck of the flying cloud ship stood hundreds of figures. At the forefront were 4, Bai Lujun, the palace master of the saintly cloud palace, Qiu, the palace master of the saintly heaven palace, the sacred son, Mu Cheng, and the sacred maiden, Hu Miurang. Though there is no news of the Blood God sect's main altar yet, the chaotic Star Island is undoubtedly one of its most important branches. I hope everything goes smoothly this time. Bai Lujun, dressed in palace attire, her robes fluttering, gazed at the distant sea of clouds and spoke softly. Over the past half-month, more than a dozen powerful sacred lands and saintly families, including the ancient path, floating snow, blazing cloud, and the Shanguang clan, had begun to strike against the Blood God sect. In just 2 weeks, they had destroyed 3 branches and over a dozen small outposts of the Blood God sect. However, all these were the work of other sacred lands. Today marked the first offensive by the ancient path sacred land. The Blood God sect had hidden too deeply. It had taken the ancient path sacred land this long to locate one of its branches. Sacred Maiden, with so many saints acting together, a mere branch of the Blood God sect can be wiped out with a flick of a finger. Qiu said with a faint smile. Palace Master Qiu, do not underestimate them. This chaotic Star Island branch should not be weak. Bai Yujun cautioned. Qiu shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Their ancient past sacred land had dispatched a total of 8 saints, including Qiu, who was at the peak of the mid-stage saint realm, and Bai Lujun, who was a late-stage saint. Bai Lujun paid no further heed and turned to Hu Miurang. Miurang, your cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th level of the Grand Master realm, but you have never experienced true bloodshed. I brought you along this time to undergo your first trial. Understood. Hu Miurang nodded lightly, her expression cool. But you must also be careful. When the battle begins, I may not be able to watch over you, Bai Lujun added. Sacred Maiden, rest assured. I will protect junior sister Miurang, said the sacred son, Mu Cheng, with a smile. Of course, junior sister Miurang's strength is already comparable to an ordinary 9th level Grandmaster. Ordinary people cannot harm her. Thank you, senior brother Mu Cheng. Hu Miurang expressed her gratitude softly, but inwardly she was unimpressed. She needed no protection, least of all from a man. No need for thanks, junior sister. Mu Cheng waved his hand. The chaotic Star Island was not on the ancient continent but overseas. Near the edge of the ancient continent, in the vast sea, lay numerous islands of varying sizes. Chaotic Star Island was one of them, its area comparable to a small nation, a mere 1,000 li from the ancient continent. The flying cloud ship took 2 days to leave the continent and enter the vast ocean, soon approaching the island. The Blood God Sect's branch on Chaotic Star Island was known as the Heavenly Sword Manor. It had once been a force close to a sacred land, with several half-saints, and had dominated the entire island. According to the ancient past sacred lands investigation, the Heavenly Sword Manor had long been infiltrated by the Blood God Sect, and its core members had already joined the sect. The manor was now one of the most important branches, with at least 4 saints. With a resounding hum, the flying cloud ship cut through the air and descended above the Heavenly Sword Manor, its imposing aura overwhelming. Hundreds of experts from the ancient past sacred land, led by the 2 palace masters, the Sacred Son, and the Sacred Maiden, flew down from the ship. The entire Heavenly Sword Manor was silent, appearing sparsely populated. Among the sprawling buildings, there might only be a few hundred people. Blades of chi and sword beams flashed, palm prints and fist shadows flew like a heavenly torrent, smashing down upon the Heavenly Sword Manor. A series of earth-shattering explosions echoed. In an instant, a dazzling spear light, like a divine beam piercing from the firmament, struck the protective formation. The spear light was incredibly sharp, shattering the formation, and its residual force struck a mountain peak, causing it to explode. Boom! 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 In an instant, from various buildings and the earth beneath the Heavenly Sword Manor, figures in blood-red robes surged out. These blood-robed individuals numbered no fewer than 5,000. Among them, 5 figures exuded extremely powerful auras, their blood energy vast as an ocean. They were unmistakably 5 saints. Heh, a bunch of shadows hiding from the light today is your death day. Chiu sneered and charged directly at the Blood God Sect Saint with the most powerful aura. Kill! The hundreds of ancient past sacred land experts followed Chiu in the assault. Kill them all! Roared the blood-robed man, unafraid of the sacred land's forces. In an instant, a chaotic melee erupted. Hu Miurang charged forward without hesitation. Though she had never experienced slaughter, her combat prowess was formidable. With a swift motion, she drew a gleaming longsword and thrust it forward. The sharp sword she pierced through the chest of a blood-robed man. Die! 3 nearby blood-robed men attacked Hu Miurang together, their blood-colored sword chi enveloping her. However, none of them had a cultivation exceeding the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm, and they were no match for her. Hu Miurang swung her sword, and the in-sword chi shredded their attacks, slaying the 3 in one stroke. She exhaled a breath of turbid air. This first kill did not frighten her. In fact, she felt a faint thrill. The sensation of controlling life and death made her blood boil. She continued attacking other blood-robed men, a fairy walking amidst blood and gore, utterly detached from this world. Mu Cheng stayed close to Hu Miurang, ready to rescue her if danger arose. But judging by the situation, this Blood God Sect branch was nothing formidable and posed no real threat. High in the sky, Bai Lujun stood in midair, observing the battle. She did not intervene, because this branch had only 5 saints, with only one at the mid-stage. Her intervention was unnecessary. Her role was to command the overall situation and to detect any hidden blood god sect experts. Her divine sense continuously scanned the surroundings. Everything was normal. She even examined the ground 1,000 dawn deep. Is this going so smoothly? Bai Wuzhong frowned inwardly, sensing something amiss. It was almost too easy. Given the recent intense pursuit and suppression of the blood god sect by the various sacred lands, the defenses of such an important branch seemed far too simple. Bai Wuzhong remained highly vigilant. Therefore, she did not strike but instead stood by to oversee the situation, prepared to face any eventuality. Thousands of blood god sect experts clashed with hundreds of ancient past sacred land experts, both sides completely consumed by bloodlust. The sounds of screams, shouts, and explosions filled the air unabated. Hu Miran's strength was indeed formidable. Despite being only at the 7th level of Grandmaster, she had already slain over 100 blood god sect experts. Until she was intercepted by a top-tier Grandmaster of the blood god sect, and the two became locked in a fierce battle, neither able to gain the upper hand for the time being. Bai Wuzhong swept her gaze across the battlefield. The ancient past sacred land held a clear advantage. Though the blood god sect had greater numbers, their individual strength could not compare to that of the ancient past sacred land warriors. In less than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, over 3,000 blood god sect members were nearly annihilated. The strongest among them, a mid-stage saint who appeared as a tall middle-aged man, was completely suppressed by Qiu and could barely hold his ground. Everything seemed to be settled. Boom! Rumble! Qiu's strength was immense. Wielding a golden spear, each thrust was like a dragon soaring forth. Every spear strike unleashed 100 zonlong dragon of spear energy, tearing through the air and forcing the leading middle-aged saint of the blood god sect to retreat step by step. Seeing that his side was about to be completely defeated, the middle-aged saint of the blood god sect curled a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Howl! He let out a long howl like a wolf's cry, then launched a desperate counterattack against Qiu. After a few frenzied strikes, he forced Qiu back momentarily. Blood god, descend! The middle-aged saint roared to the heavens. At the same time, the other 3 blood god sect saints did the same, desperately repelling their opponents and then howling to the sky. In an instant, the void trembled. A blood-colored demonic shadow several zhang tall appeared on each of the 4 saints. Countless streams of blood converged toward the 4 blood god sect saints, as if all rivers flowed into the sea. The blood of the dead blood god sect members and the fallen ancient past sacred land warriors surged from their corpses, turning them into desiccated husks in an instant. Even the blood that had already spilled onto the ground erupted from the earth, all of it converging toward the 4 blood god sect saints. Endless blood, like countless blood-colored dragons, enveloped the 4 blood god sect saints. Their entire bodies turned crimson. Their hair and eyebrows became blood red. What's happening? Qiu and the others were alarmed. They could sense that the auras of these 4 blood god sect saints were skyrocketing, doubling in power in the blink of an eye. Quick, kill them! Bai Wuzhong's lovely face changed, and she lunged toward the strongest middle-aged blood god sect saint. Too late! The 4 blood god sect saints sneered coldly. Their bodies bathed in blood as they rapidly absorbed it, yet they did not hesitate to strike. Die! The leading middle-aged saint clawed at Qiu. In an instant, a vast expanse of blood-colored claw shadows swept forth, their terrifying might nearly approaching that of a late-stage saint. What? Qiu's expression shifted drastically. This strike made him feel a crisis of death. Holy Maiden, save me! He immediately struck at Hu Miran. He had already discerned that Hu Miran's strength far exceeded her cultivation level, and she was accompanied by a saint for protection, clearly of extraordinary status. Blood God Finger. 2 powerful blood-colored finger beams, like bolts of blood-red lightning, shot toward Hu Miran and Mu Chong respectively. Master! Hu Miran cried out in alarm. This finger strike was far too powerful for her to withstand. Even an ordinary early-stage saint would likely be unable to block it. Bai Wuzhong's face filled with shock. She had been charging toward Qiu but abruptly halted, veering toward Hu Miran instead, casting a sword aura through the air. Mu Cheng also acted. He struck out with both fists, his fist force blazing like a scorching sun. One fist shattered the blood-colored finger beam aimed at him, while the other crushed the one targeting Hu Miurang. Boom! Boom! The finger beam aimed at Mu Chong was shattered by his fist. The one aimed at Hu Miurang was destroyed by both Bai Lujun's sword aura and Mu Chen's fist force. Hu Miurang remained unharmed. But Chiu Chu was not so fortunate. He could not withstand the overwhelming blood-colored claw shadows. The rain of claws crashed down, gravely wounding him and sending him flying over 10 li, crashing into the earth. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Die! The middle-aged saint sought to finish Chiu Chu off in one go. But Bai Lujun did not give him the chance. Seeing that Mu Chong could protect Hu Miurang, she immediately intercepted the middle-aged saint. Protect Miurang. Bai Lujun left this command, then moved like lightning to block the middle-aged saint, unleashing a rain of sword strikes. Boom! 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 The middle-aged saint, now having absorbed vast amounts of blood, had reached the late saint stage and immediately engaged Bai Lujun in a fierce battle. Earlier, he had been relatively casual, but now that circumstances had changed, he had to take matters seriously. Although he was only at the early saint stage, his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary early saint. Even against an ordinary mid-stage saint, he was more than a match. Thank you, senior brother. Hu Miurang's expression was grim. She hadn't expected to need his protection after all. Her own strength was still far too weak. Soon, Mu Chong was locked in combat with the Blood God Sect Saint. As for the other two Blood God Sect Saints, they were jointly engaged by the 5 remaining ancient past sacred land saints. Despite outnumbering them 5-2, they were still losing ground. Damn it! Chiu Chu rose from the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. That bitch, she deserves to die. Chiu Chu glared at Bai Lujun, seething with rage. Originally, Bai Lujun could have blocked that strike for him, but she chose to save Hu Miurang instead. Hu Miurang was already under Mu Chen's protection, and with Mu Chen's strength, he could fight a mid-stage saint without losing. So Hu Miurang was in no real danger. Chiu Chu was furious. Bai Lujun knew full well that Mu Chong could protect Hu Miurang, yet she still chose to save Hu Miurang rather than him. This made Chiu Chu's resentment toward Bai Lujun even deeper. Huff! He took a deep breath to suppress his anger. He was severely wounded, with damaged meridians and varying degrees of rupture in his internal organs. His strength had plummeted, and it would take at least a month to recover to his peak. The 4 saints of the Blood God Sect had all experienced a tremendous surge in power. The middle-aged saint leading them had reached the late stage of sainthood, while the other 3 saints had all attained the mid-stage of sainthood. Faced with such overwhelming power, the cultivators of the ancient past sacred ground quickly fell into disadvantage. Bai Lujun and Mu Chong could each only hold off 1 saint of the Blood God Sect. However, the remaining 2 saints of the Blood God Sect were simply unstoppable. Within moments, 2 saints of the ancient past sacred ground and dozens of Grandmaster-level experts had fallen in battle. The situation had begun to collapse. No one could withstand the assault of the Blood God Sect saints. Retreat! Bai Lujun barked an order and began covering the others' escape. Junior sister, let's go. Mu Chong knocked back his opponent and immediately fled with Hu Miurang. In an instant, the remaining cultivators of the ancient past sacred ground scattered into the sky, racing toward the distant flying cloud vessel. The flying cloud vessel possessed formidable defensive capabilities and flew at incredible speed, far safer than fleeing alone. Kill! Kill! The cultivators of the Blood God Sect would never let such an opportunity slip. They pursued relentlessly, attacking furiously. Those of the ancient past sacred ground who fell behind were continuously shattered, dissolving into a skyfall of blood rain. At this moment, the grievously injured Chiu Chu had already returned to the flying cloud vessel ahead of everyone else. Once the majority had boarded, Chiu Chu immediately activated the vessel, speeding away. Palace Master Chiu, my master hasn't come yet. Hu Miurang exclaimed anxiously. Rest assured, Sacred Fairy is at the late stage of sainthood. The Blood God Sect cannot hold her. Chiu Chu waved dismissively. Previously, Bai Lujun had tricked him, so now he wanted to get back at her. It would be best if she got beaten half to death by the Blood God Sect. But Hu Miurang furrowed her brows. There's no but about it. The Sacred Fairy will be fine. If we're caught, we might all die. Qiu cut off Hu Miurang directly. Junior sister, rest assured. The sacred fairy is powerful. She can leave whenever she wants. Mu Cheng comforted her. Hu Miurang sighed inwardly, having no choice but to pray for her master's safety. Senior brother Mu Cheng, thank you for saving my life this time. Hu Miurang took a deep breath and expressed her gratitude. Although she did not want to rely on men, she had to admit that her strength was still far from sufficient. Junior sister is too polite. Mu Cheng shook his head, saying, Junior sister, your strength is already quite remarkable. However, your cultivation is still low, and this was your first real encounter with combat. But given your speed of improvement, in less than half a year, you should be able to effortlessly slaughter someone like Lin Xiao from Feng Continent. Hu Miurang nodded silently. Kill Lin Xiao? Her heart felt complicated. This was the source of her efforts, and she would definitely achieve it. The flying cloud vessel blazed through the sky, quickly leaving Chaos Star Island behind. We were too careless this time. When other sacred grounds annihilated the Blood God Sect's branch, it was so easy that it made us drop our guard. This time the losses were severe. When we return, the Sacred Lord will surely be furious. Every member of the ancient past sacred ground wore grim expressions. Looking back, they realized they knew far too little about the Blood God Sect. Although 10,000 years ago, the Blood God Sect had also run amok and was destroyed by the ancient past sacred ground together with other sacred grounds. But that was 10,000 years ago. These people had absolutely no knowledge of the Blood God Sect. After Hu Miurang and the others retreated. Indeed, as Mu Cheng had said, after everyone from the ancient past sacred ground fled, Bai Lujun was immediately besieged by multiple saints of the Blood God Sect. But Bai Lujun's strength was truly formidable. Her sword techniques could cleave heaven and rend earth. In a short time, she would not be defeated. Boom boom boom. With a wave of her hand, she slashed out thousands of brilliant sword chi, forming a tempest of blades that swept hundreds of miles across the sky. After driving back the several Blood God Sect saints, Bai Lujun soared away through the void. No need to pursue. The middle-aged saint of the Blood God Sect raised his hand. Hall Master, this time we killed 2 saints of the ancient past sacred ground and over 300 Grand Masters. However, our losses were also significant. One of the Blood God Sect saints said. More than half of their 3,000 disciples had been lost. It matters not. They were all newly absorbed disciples anyway. This time, killing so many people from the ancient past sacred ground serves as a lesson to those sacred grounds. The middle-aged saint waved his hand dismissively. Recently, the various sacred grounds had been continuously attacking their Blood God Sect, causing considerable losses. If the sect master were not currently in seclusion, they would have long wanted to counterattack. So this time, it was merely a small counteroffensive. The ancient past sacred ground has been too comfortable for too long, abusing their power. This will surely be a considerable blow to them. The others laughed. Evacuate Chaos Star Island. The middle-aged saint waved his hand. At the Qingguang sacred ground in Feng Continent, after returning from Yu Continent, Lin Xiao saw that his disciple Shong Ning was cultivating, so he did not disturb him. He was alone, studying the soul-searching art, a demonic and sinister technique that was extremely tyrannical yet also incredibly practical. Excellent. With this soul-searching art, the next time I encounter a saint of the Blood God Sect, I can directly search their memories and locate the headquarters. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Then Lin Xiao sorted through and organized the resources and Chen bags he had obtained from the Yu Continent branch. There were quite a lot of resources. Although the Blood God Sect cultivators preferred to directly absorb blood, there were still plenty of pills and spirit stones. He had no use for them and planned to hand them over to Wang Yumi. After some contemplation, Lin Xiao felt he needed to accelerate the development of the Qingguang sacred ground. After all, with the Blood God Sect raging now, the future was filled with uncertainty, and the Qingguang sect must develop quickly. Then he entered the creation space and took out vast quantities of pills. Tens of thousands of pills floated before him. With a wave of his hand, countless purple mist from within the creation space seeped into the pills. After a short while, over 10,000 pills infused with purple mist were collected by Lin Xiao. Soon, Lin Xiao summoned Zhang Yumi. Senior brother. Zhang Yumi entered the great hall of the Taishan Peak and slightly cupped his hands in salute. His eyes contained a hint of fear and astonishment. No need for formalities, senior brother. Lin Xiao waved his hand, then took out several Chen bags. In the first Chen bag are special pills. Take them and distribute them to the various elders, executive disciples, and core disciples of the sacred ground. In the other Qiankun bags are various resources. Distribute them according to need. All right. Zhang Yunli nodded without further words. He had already guessed where these resources came from. Because yesterday, he had received news that the 9 mysterious sect was no more. Also, I've destroyed the 9 mysterious sect, but I'm sure they still have some shops and such outside. Arrange for people to take them over. Lin Xiao added. Oh, okay. Zhang Yunli nodded again, his heart still unable to contain the shock. That was the 9 mysterious sect, one of the 3 former hegemon powers of Feng continent. He had grown up listening to all sorts of legendary stories about the 9 mysterious sect, once believing that sect was untouchable. But when he thought that this junior brother was a powerful saint who could annihilate entire sects without hesitation, he could not help but feel terrified. Go! Lin Xiao waved his hand. Yes! Zhang Yunli retreated from the hall and let out a long, relieved breath. Unconsciously, the back of his robes had become damp. Although Lin Xiao had not released even a trace of aura, that intangible psychological pressure existed at every moment. Lately, this feeling had not been very strong, but today it was particularly distinct. He hastily left Taishan Peak. Zhang Yunli immediately summoned the 10 senior elders of the Elder Council and the peak masters of each peak, then distributed the purple mist-infused pills. Before long, the vast majority of elders, executive disciples, and core disciples had all received varying quantities of pills. At Wanxiang Peak, Qiaoxian left the main hall of Wanxiang Peak and returned to his residence in a pavilion. What kind of pills are these? Qiaoxian examined the 2 pills in his hand. They were entirely purple and contained some inexplicable power. He had never seen such pills before, even with his broad experience in the Purshua sacred ground. However, Peak Master Ma had said these were excellent spiritual medicines that enhanced cultivation. But having no rank was indeed unusual. Qiaoxian opened his mouth and swallowed a purple pill. He harbored no concerns about potential harm, for all elders, deacons, and true disciples were equally endowed with such pills. Qingguang Sacred Land would hardly conspire to sabotage its own elites. After the pill entered his stomach, Qiaoxian immediately sensed an extraordinary power spreading through his abdomen and coursing through his entire body. His cultivation bottleneck unexpectedly began to loosen. This is... Qiaoxian's eyes widened, and without a moment's hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged to cultivate. Merely a quarter hour later, his entire being's aura surged wildly. The bottleneck at the peak of the 7th stage of Grandmaster shattered in an instant, and he broke through into the 8th stage. I've broken through. Qiaoxian stood stunned, his face etched with sheer astonishment. He had been trapped at the peak of the 7th stage of Grandmaster for 8 years, having consumed numerous Earth-grade pills at Purshua Sacred Land, yet none had enabled a breakthrough. Yet now, merely by swallowing one nameless pill, he had achieved what seemed so effortless. The striking thing was that in Qingguang Sacred Land, such pills were as common as cabbages. On Wanxiang Peak alone, Peak Master Mao Shiqi had distributed over 1,000 pills earlier. As the newly appointed elder with neither seniority nor contributions, Qiaoxian had received only 2. However, those true disciples whose cultivation merely reached the 8th or 9th stage of the Tongmai realm had each been given 7 or 8 pills. Could I have discovered the secret of Qingguang Sacred Land? Or perhaps, Lin Xiao's secret? Qiaoxian was instantly thrilled, his eyes gleaming. No wonder Lin Xiao's cultivation had advanced so rapidly. It must be because of these pills. Now, they were being mass supplied to the elites of Qingguang Sacred Land. As for where these pills originated and whether some powerful figure or organization lay behind them, that required further investigation. I must notify the Grand Elder at once. Qiaoxian retrieved a transmission talisman, preparing to send a message to Luo Huaigu, the Grand Elder of Purshua Sacred Land, to reveal this astonishing secret. But the moment he took it out, he stopped. His expression darkened considerably. If he informed Purshua Sacred Land and they came to destroy Qingguang Sacred Land, would he, Qiaoxian, still receive these pills? No! He would never receive them again, that was certain. Not to mention whether, after destroying Qingguang Sacred Land, Purshua could even obtain the refinement method for these pills. Even if they acquired the refinement method and could produce these miraculous pills themselves, Qiaoxian would not be among those granted access. Within Purshua Sacred Land, those truly precious resources were beyond the reach of ordinary deacons like him. The numerous elders and their personal disciples, along with the exceptionally gifted true disciples, would monopolize everything. Xiao pondered for a moment. Passing this news to the Grand Elder might earn him a reward, but it would be a one-time gesture, and the reward would scarcely be substantial. But if he kept silent and remained in Qingguang Sacred Land, could he not regularly obtain such pills? Those who do not look out for themselves deserve neither heaven nor earth's mercy. Rather than securing benefits for others in Pushua Sacred Land, it was far wiser to secure them for himself. Thus, Xiao silently transmitted a message. Grand Elder, Qingguang Sacred Land is extraordinary. It appears entangled with numerous powerful factions, making its background exceedingly complex. Attacking it is ill-advised. I will continue investigating. Having sent the message, Xiao put away the transmission talisman. He had initially considered not sending anything at all and pretending no incident had occurred, but he feared Pushua Sacred Land might impulsively launch an attack on Qingguang Sacred Land. After all, Lin Xiao had killed 3 saints of Pushua Sacred Land, and they would certainly not let the matter rest. Therefore, he sent the message to buy time and stabilize the situation with Pushua Sacred Land. A short while later, Xiao promptly swallowed the remaining purple pill. When the medicinal power of the second pill had been completely refined, his cultivation stabilized firmly at the 8th stage of Grand Master. If I had stayed in Pushua Sacred Land, becoming a saint in this lifetime would be hopeless at best, a half-saint would be unattainable. But in Qingguang Sacred Land, if I can obtain dozens more of these pills, there is hope of becoming a half-saint. Should such pills continue to be supplied, achieving sainthood would not be difficult. Xiao took a deep breath and gradually subdued the excitement surging within him. He resolved to perform diligently in Qingguang Sacred Land henceforth, hoping to be allocated more of these pills next time. At that same time, the 200+ newly arrived Grandmasters who had joined Qingguang Sacred Land had all received purple pills. Many shared Xiao thoughts. Their original purpose in joining Qingguang Sacred Land had been nothing more than finding a patron or savoring the privileges of being a Sacred Land elder enjoying power, authority, and the like. But now, discovering these miraculous pills within Qingguang Sacred Land, they realized their future prospects were limitless. Their hearts immediately quickened with ambition. A sense of belonging arose in an instant. After Zhang Yumi departed, Lin Xiao entered the creation space. The moment he stepped inside, his expression shifted to surprise. Not far away, the fire python radiated earth-shaking flames of intense heat. Its body had grown to over 50 zhang in length. It's about to break through. Lin Xiao was astonished. The scene before him clearly indicated the fire python was on the verge of attaining sainthood. Indeed, its aura grew progressively stronger. Its colossal form flashed and surged through the void of the creation space, its overwhelming pressure blanketing all around. Boom! In the next instant, the fire python's aura reached its zenith before shattering through its shackles into an entirely new realm. Roar! The fire python let out a deafening cry that shook the cosmos. The next moment, to Lin Xiao's shocked gaze, the python's body began to twist and shrink. What on earth? Is it evolving into a dragon? Lin Xiao was utterly astonished. Witnessing a python transform into a dragon, a legendary phenomenon, filled him with tremendous excitement. But the outcome defied Lin Xiao's expectations. Before his stunned gaze, the fire python's body continuously contracted and twisted, eventually taking human form. Soon, before Lin Xiao's incredulous eyes, the fire python had fully transformed into a person. To his surprise, it was a woman. Completely unclothed, with fiery red hair, pale red skin, and a voluptuous, curvaceous figure. Yet at her rear protruded a tail nearly an arm's length long. Lin Xiao's mouth hung open in utter amazement. He had expected a dragon's transformation, only to find a human form and a woman at that. Soon, the woman's aura settled. She spread her hands to examine them, then looked down at her legs. Suddenly, she turned toward Lin Xiao and tilted her head as if pondering. In a flash, she moved, charging toward Lin Xiao and extending a clawed hand to strike. Instantly, a phantom demon-powered giant claw hurtled toward him. Oh! Still trying to kill your master? Lin Xiao chuckled at the sight. However, he knew the fire python harbored no intent to kill him. Her eyes held no killing intent. Moreover, he often practiced the void giant palm in the creation space, whose power far surpassed this strike by countless times, and she had witnessed it clearly. Lin Xiao immediately mobilized his strength and casually struck out with merely 2/10 of his power. With a thunderous boom, The colossal void giant palm crushed the demon claw instantaneously, striking the woman and sending her flying over 10 li. Then the woman slowly flew back. As a flawed dragon, her defense was extraordinarily potent, far surpassing martial artists of the same realm, so she suffered no injury. Arriving before Lin Xiao, the woman knelt and nuzzled her head against his leg. You should put on some clothes first. Lin Xiao hastily stepped back 2 paces. He felt profoundly awkward. When she was a beast, such behavior seemed perfectly natural. Now that she had taken human form, this action was altogether uncomfortable. He quickly retrieved several garments from his spatial pouch and tossed them to the woman. What made Lin Xiao embarrassed was that Hu Jiao, on her first day as a human, did not even know how to wear clothes. Left with no choice, Lin Xiao had to personally dress her, first putting on the inner garment and then the outer robe. Thank you, master. Hu Jiao stammered, speaking for the first time and struggling to articulate clearly. Xiao Huo, congratulations on becoming a saint. Once you attain sainthood, a hidden dragon soars from the depths. Lin Xiao said with a smile. A smile also appeared on Xiao Huo's face. She understood that Lin Xiao was congratulating her, but she had no words in her mind and remained silent. Alright, you stay here and continue cultivating to improve your strength. I'll let you out after some time. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said. Although Xiao Hu had become a saint, her strength was still insufficient. She needed to continue improving. Afterwards, Lin Xiao also began to cultivate, comprehending the chaos intent, elevating his cultivation realm, and practicing the void braid hand seal. None of these could be neglected. Time passed swiftly. Another half a month quickly went by. Each day, Lin Xiao spent most of his time cultivating, occasionally taking a stroll in the sacred land and offering guidance to Lianglong, Long Rolling, and others. Lin Xiao also heard from Lianglong that the major sacred lands of the southern domain had begun to encircle and suppress the blood god sect, destroying many of its branches and strongholds. At the same time, he also heard about the setback of the Gudo sacred land, which had suffered heavy losses. How did you come to know this news? In the pavilion, Lin Xiao asked Lianglong, who stood before him, as he sipped tea. These news are common knowledge across those continents. Lianglong smiled and added, now our Qingguang sacred land is at least the overlord of one continent, with its influence extending to other continents. Naturally, we have many information channels. There are people from our sacred land in the nearby continents as well as Lin continent. Lin Xiao nodded. Indeed, the Qingguang sacred land was no longer a small force confined to a corner. Its tentacles would naturally extend gradually across the entire southern domain. Brother Shao, for our Qingguang sacred land to become a powerful sacred land, there is still one most important matter. Liang Lan's expression turned serious. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, you mean the Saint Blooming Flower and the True Saint Peel? Although it is possible to break through to the Saint realm without the Saint Blooming Flower and the True Saint Peel, the chance is extremely low. As far as I know, the powerful sacred lands cultivate their own Saint Blooming Flowers and refine True Saint Peels, but in the short term, we cannot cultivate them, nor do we have the method to refine the True Saint Peel. Lianglong crossed her arms and sighed. Elder Luo Jian, the enforcement elder, has long been at the peak of the 9th level of Grand Master, and his martial intent is sufficient. There are also 2 elders recruited some time ago who have also reached the 9th level of Grand Master. But without the Saint Blooming Flower and the True Saint Peel, they may never become saints. They are not urgent. Lin Xiao waved his hand. These were people who had joined midway, lacking loyalty. Although they still needed to be improved, it was not urgent. The more important thing was the advancement of the core members from the former Qingguang sect. Zhang Yunli had already broken through 10 days ago and become a Grand Master of the Divine Sea Realm, now at the peak of the 1st level of Grand Master. Within 2 months, nearly half of the former elders of Qingguang sect will be promoted to Grand Master. Have you heard anything recently about the Purshua sacred land? Lin Xiao asked. Yes. Lianglong nodded and said, the Purshua sacred land is one of the main forces in the recent encirclement of the Blood God sect. The Blood God sect has retaliated against the Purshua sacred land. It is said that just a few days ago, a shop and a spirit stone mine belonging to the Purshua sacred land were attacked by the Blood God sect. Hundreds of Purshua sacred land members were killed, and a large amount of resources were plundered. It seems the southern domain has fallen into complete chaos. The Purshua sacred land will hardly come looking for trouble with us in the short term. Lin Xiao burst into laughter. Probably so. Lianglong nodded. In a few days, shall I take you out for a stroll? Lin Xiao said with a smile. He had been cultivating every day, utterly bored, it was time to go out and have some fun. He was not the type of person who liked to work hard. Moreover, after more than half a month of cultivation, his strength had once again greatly increased. His chaos intent was nearly at minor accomplishment, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the early Saint realm, only a step away from the middle Saint realm. Most importantly, his void great hand seal had reached perfection, greatly increasing its power. After attaining perfection in the void great hand seal, Lin Xiao stopped cultivating it further, because reaching the transcendent realm would require much more time. Therefore, in the past few days, he had been practicing the second technique of the Tai Su 9 techniques, the Yuan Void Finger, which he had already mastered at the beginner level. The attack of the Yuan Void Finger was not as massive or imposing as the Void Great Hand Seal. However, its attack power was considerably stronger than the Void Great Hand Seal. Really? Where are we going? Liang Lan's eyes immediately lit up. Since arriving at the Qingguang Sacred Land, Lin Xiao had never taken her out. Let's go to Lin Continent, and I'll see if we can get our hands on the Saint Blooming Flower and the true Saint Pill. Lin Xiao said after thinking for a moment. He would wait a few days until his cultivation breakthrough to the Middle Saint realm before going. By the way, I also heard something. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of Liang Lan's lips. What is it? Lin Xiao was curious. It's about that fiancée of yours. Liang Lan's face beamed with amusement. I don't care. Lin Xiao shook his head and added, and what fiancée? She has nothing to do with me. But she once challenged you to a duel, vowing to defeat you within 2 years. You wouldn't refuse to accept the challenge, would you? Liang Lang asked with faint surprise. That woman is crazy. I'm not going to bother with her. Lin Xiao gave a wry smile. However, she has a master whom I will eventually confront. The saintess Bai Zujun. Liang Lang looked surprised, wondering what grudge Lin Xiao had with Bai Zujun. Oh, you actually know her? Lin Xiao was astonished. Of course. Recently, it was the saintess Bai Zujun who led the people of the Budo Sacred Land to attack the Blood God Sect's branch on Wanxing Island, resulting in heavy losses. In that battle, it is said that Hu Miurong made her debut, slaying dozens of experts from the Blood God Sect, displaying extremely formidable strength. Since that battle, over the past 10 odd days, Hu Miurong and the Holy Song Muchong have led some disciples of the Budo Sacred Land to destroy many strongholds of the Blood God Sect and the forces infiltrated by the sect, killing countless people. Now, Hu Miurong has become thoroughly famous in the southern domain. Many say that within half a year, she will become a saint, and within 10 years, she will stand at the peak of the southern domain. Liang Lang spoke slowly, a look of emotion on her face. An ordinary girl from the Star Sword sect of the Chu Kingdom had become so powerful in such a short time. So impressive. What is her cultivation level? Lin Xiao asked curiously. I think she's already at the 8th level of Grand Master. Liang Lang thought for a moment and said uncertainly. What is her master's cultivation level? The palace master of the Saint Xiao Palace, Bai Lujun, is said to be at the late Saint realm. No wonder. Lin Xiao nodded. That woman was indeed powerful, but he believed that with his current strength, he was not far behind Bai Lujun. Once his cultivation broke through to the Middle Saint realm in a few days, he would be able to thrash that woman. You need to speed up too. Try to become a Grand Master within these few days. Lin Xiao urged. During this period, he had given Liang Lang special training, and her cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Spirit Transformation realm, catching up with the other peak masters, Mao Shiqi and Peng Yu. Mao Shiqi, perhaps due to his advanced age, had previously been far ahead of Liang Lang and Peng Yu, but his potential was still inferior to that of the younger generation. Alright, once I break through, we'll go to Lin Continent. Liang Lang nodded immediately. Within the creation space, Lin Xiao sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His aura surged and billowed continuously, as massive amounts of purple mist madly poured into his body. The terrifying saintly might spread majestically, flooding the surroundings. Not far away, the woman transformed from the fire-flood dragon stared at this scene in shock. Facing such saintly might, even she, a sacred beast, felt her soul tremble. Master, so powerful! A hum echoed. After a long while, a terrifying aura emanated from Lin Zhao's body, forming a massive gale that swept across dozens of miles. Shortly after, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes, a chaotic light flickering within them like a wisp of starlight. Then, it gradually faded away. Finally, the mid-saint stage. Lin Xiao let out a long sigh. The cultivation speed at the Saint realm was 10 times slower than at the Grandmaster realm. This was why it had taken him so long to break through. Before the Saint realm, he could break through in a few days with effort, but after reaching Saint, it took 1 or 2 months to break through. In the future, it would likely be even slower. However, thinking about other saints, who might take decades or centuries to break through once, his progress was already like riding a rocket. Xiaohuo, in a couple of days I'm going on a long trip. When that time comes, I'll release you to guard the Qingguang Holy Land. Lin Xiao looked at the woman in the distance. Yes, master. Xiaohuo nodded hastily. It had been about 20 days since Xiaohuo became a saint, and she could already speak some simple words fluently. Moreover, Xiaohuo's strength had greatly improved since she first became a saint. As a flawed dragon, her innate power surpassed martial artists of the same rank. Her current strength was several times greater than that of the Golden Radiant Sword Saint. By then, Lin Xiao would also leave a soul imprint within her body, making her capable of contending with an ordinary mid-saint. Afterward, Lin Xiao stabilized his newly advanced cultivation and left the creation space. He swept his divine sense toward Jinhua Peak and saw Yanglong in seclusion, attempting to break through to the Divine Sea Grandmaster stage. Lin Xiao did not disturb her. He pondered, since he was about to leave, whether the sect's protective formation could be further reinforced. Then, he went to the main peak to find law enforcement elder Luo Jian. On the main peak, Luo Jian was in a forested area, guiding Zhang Ruoling, Yi Qiudia, and Mao Shiqi in martial arts practice. The 3 of them had all reached the 8th level of the spirit transformation stage. However, because their cultivation had advanced too quickly, their combat abilities lagged behind, which was why they sought Luo Jian's guidance. Although each of their respective peaks had Grandmaster level elders, as peak masters, they felt embarrassed to ask the subordinate elders for guidance. So they usually came to consult Luo Jian. Although Luo Jian's position had shifted from teaching elder to law enforcement elder, he was still very willing to guide Zhang Ruoling and others. Clang! 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 Boom! 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 At this moment, Zhang Ruoling was sparring with Mao Shiqi, her figure constantly flickering. Holding the Golden Radiance Sacred Sword, she displayed formidable strength, yet she was still suppressed by Mao Shiqi. Mao Shiqi wielded a broad, heavy long-handled war blade. Each strike was ferocious and powerful, his techniques seasoned and experienced completely beyond what the youthful Zhang Ruoling could match. After a moment, the two stopped, and Zhang Ruoling was drenched in sweat. Ha ha, Ruoling girl, your strength has grown quite well. In a while, this old man might no longer be able to beat you. Mao Shiqi stroked his beard and said with a smile. Grandmaster, your blade technique is formidable. I still have a long way to go before I can surpass you. Zhang Ruoling said modestly. Not bad, not bad. Lin Xiao walked out from behind a large tree, his face beaming with a smile. He could tell that both Mao Shiqi's and Zhang Ruoling's martial skills had reached the minor completion stage, which was quite an achievement for ordinary people. Supreme Elder. Mao Shiqi, Yi Qiudia, Luo Jian and the others immediately bowed respectfully upon seeing Lin Xiao. Little martial uncle, why are you here? Zhang Ruoling hurried forward and asked in surprise. Lin Xiao often went into seclusion, so she rarely got to see him. I'm here to see Elder Luo. Lin Xiao smiled. Oh. Zhang Ruoling's face fell slightly upon hearing this. She had thought Lin Xiao had come to see her. He hadn't come to visit her for a long time. What's wrong? Lin Xiao patted her head and asked with confusion. Nothing. Zhang Ruoling gently shook her head. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and asked, I'm going to Lin Xiao in a couple of days. Ruoling, do you want to come? To Lin O? Zhang Ruoling's eyes lit up at once, and she nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. Little martial uncle, take me with you. All right. Lin Xiao nodded, then turned to Luo Jian and asked, Elder Luo, can the Holy Land's mountain protecting grand formation be strengthened? Luo Jian was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Supreme Elder, the mountain protecting formation was already reinforced a few days ago. Oh. Lin Xiao was taken aback, for he hadn't known about it. Well, the 9 mystic sect was destroyed, but the 2 spirit veins beneath it were not. I led a group of elders to move those spirit veins back. Luo Jian's face showed delight as he continued. With the help of several elders skilled in formations, I placed the spirit veins within the Holy Land and connected them to the mountain protecting formation. Now the formation's power has increased 2 or 3 times over. Ordinary saints will find it hard to break through. Excellent. Excellent. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. Everything he had thought of, the other had already taken care of. He carefully sensed the spiritual energy of the Qingguang Holy Land and found it had only increased slightly, indicating that the spirit veins were mainly used for the mountain protecting formation. Elder Luo, I will find the saint opening flower and true saint peel for you, to help you become a saint. Lin Xiao patted Luo Jian's shoulder. Ah, really? Luo Jian's eyes widened, and his body trembled with excitement. He had spent many years at the Golden Radiance Holy Land without obtaining the saint opening flower and true saint peel. He never expected that within a few months of coming to the Qingguang Holy Land, such a benefit would come his way. Don't worry. As long as you remain loyal to the Qingguang Holy Land, everything will come. Lin Xiao said. He still had a heaven-grade top-quality spear on him, a top-grade divine artifact far more powerful than Zhang Ruoling's Golden Radiance Sacred Sword. At present, among the Qingguang Holy Land, only Luo Jian was suitable to wield it. If the other became a saint, he would give the spear to him. Thank you, Supreme Elder. Luo Jian bowed emotionally. Since the Supreme Elder had said so, there was little doubt. With the Supreme Elder's strength, obtaining such things wouldn't be difficult. Continue on, I'll take my leave. Lin Xiao waved his hand, not bothering them further, and vanished in a flash. 2 days later. On Supreme Peak, Lin Xiao looked at the 3 people before him, Liang Long, Long Rolling, and Yi Qiudian. Liang Long had arrived early in the morning. Then Lin Xiao sent a divine message to Long Rolling, and soon she arrived with Yi Qiudian. Little martial uncle, I asked my junior sister to bring me along. Can I come too? Yi Qiudian lowered her head and spoke softly. All right, since you're here, come along then. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Taking 2 or 3 was the same. The 3 women had all dressed up specially today. One was dashing and spirited, one pure and lovely, one sexy and alluring, each with her own charm, a pleasing sight. However, Liang Long felt a bit gloomy. She had thought it would be a private trip for herself and Lin Xiao, but unexpectedly, 2 tagalongs had come along. Thank you, little martial uncle. Yi Qiudian was overjoyed. Since the last time she had admitted her mistake to Lin Xiao, although he hadn't blamed her, she had remained uneasy. This time, she could use the trip as an opportunity to build a better relationship with Lin Xiao. Let's go. Lin Xiao nodded, then waved his sleeve. A surge of air swept up the 3 women, and they shot into the sky, heading toward Lin Xiao. Zhang Ruoling and Yi Qiudian were not yet Grandmasters and couldn't fly on their own. Liang Long was only at the first level of Grandmaster, and her flight speed was too slow, so Lin Xiao had to carry all 3. Little martial uncle, Lin Xiao is vast. Where in Lin Xiao are we going? Zhang Ruoling asked. Let's go to Tailing City in Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao said after thinking. He wasn't familiar with the other provinces at all, having only visited Tailing City. On this trip, he would also ask the Han family if they had any saint opening flowers and true saint peels left. Then, he would see if he could obtain the cultivation method for the flower and the refining method for the peel. The journey was silent. With the 3 women, Lin Gao's speed was greatly reduced, and it took 3 days to reach Tailing City. Tailing City was enormous and bustling, far surpassing any city in Fengshou. Lin Xiao led the 3 women strolling through the city, visiting various shops and spotting many good items. He wasn't stingy, buying quite a few things for the women. For instance, he bought Liang Long Earth-grade top-quality soft armor, Yi Qiudian an Earth-grade top-quality longsword, and Zhang Ruoling a jade talisman. The jade talisman contained formation power. When activated, it could form a protective shield capable of withstanding several attacks from a 9th-level Grandmaster. These items were all treasures with extremely high prices, but Lin Xiao was never short on spirit stones. Although he had given most of his spirit stones to the Qingguang Holy Land, the number he kept on him was still astonishing, and all were mid-grade spirit stones. After wandering through Tailing City for half a day, Lin Xiao brought the 3 women to the most luxurious restaurant in the city, where the spirit cuisine was renowned throughout Lin Xiao. The so-called delicacies were all cooked from demon beast meat, not only delicious but also imbued with powerful energy that aided cultivation. I never thought the ancient past saintess's strength would grow so fast, that she could actually defeat Shen Guangshao. Shen Guangshao is at the 9th level of Grandmaster, ranked 10th on the Grandmaster list, with formidable combat power. The ancient past saintess is only at the peak of the 8th level, yet she still won. The lunar in divine body is truly extraordinary. The ancient path Holy Land's Holy Song Mucheng and Saintess Hu Miurang are the unrivaled twin prodigies of the southern domain, beyond anyone's reach. It's just that the scientist hasn't fully grown yet. I heard that in the next 2 months, the ancient path scientists who mill around will defeat all the top 10 on the Grandmaster list one by one, claim the first place, and only then attempt the Saint realm. In the restaurant, the chatter of many patrons reached the ears of Lin Xiao and the 3 women, leaving them exchanging bewildered looks. Little martial uncle, who mill around can already defeat the 10th on the Grandmaster list. That's too fast. Zhang Ruoling was utterly shocked, completely stunned by Hu Miuran's strength. Indeed, quite formidable. Lin Xiao nodded, inwardly marveling. It was thanks to his creation space that he could cultivate so swiftly. But Hu Miuran relied entirely on talent, and her cultivation speed was nearly as fast as his. No matter how formidable, she is no match for little Uncle Master. Yi Qiudiu murmured. That's true. Zhang Ruoling chuckled again. Little Uncle Master had already reached the mid-stage Saint realm. Hu Miuran could never catch up. They laughed lightly, paying no further heed, and continued to savor the spirit delicacies while listening to the patrons' chatter. I reckon the ancient pet saintess will become a saint within a few months, and she'll condense the finest 9-thread saint peel. Absolutely. Once she becomes a saint, the ancient pet saintess will truly soar to the heavens, and no one will be able to rival her. Once the ancient pet saintess attains sainthood, she'll likely seek revenge on that ancient mystic blade sect. No, it's ancient mystic blade saint. I reckon that ancient mystic blade saint is in for it. He'll be defeated in a single move and slain. Not necessarily. That ancient mystic blade saint once ranked on the master list and defeated the golden radiance sword saint in a reverse kill. Though the golden radiance sword saint was the weakest of saints, it still shows the ancient mystic blade saint's extraordinary skill. Since he became a saint earlier, he might exchange a few moves with the ancient pet saintess. Speaking of which, I looked into this matter. They say the ancient mystic blade saint was once the ancient pet saintess's fiancé, but he was lascivious and wicked, repeatedly humiliating her, which led to their rift. Ha ha! He must be regretting it now. What a fool! If it were me, with such a talented and stunning ancient pet saintess, I'd worship her like an ancestor. Laughter rippled through the tavern's main hall. These were ordinary martial artists, mostly at the spirit transformation stage, discussing anecdotes from the southern domain as a pastime. Lin Xiao stroked his chin. Lascivious? Wicked. Zhang Ruoling and the other 2 women were indignant someone was slandering Lin Xiao's reputation. Supreme Elder, could it be the ancient pet sacred land's doing? Deliberately spreading rumors to ruin your name. Yang Lang whispered. When not alone with him, she always addressed Lin Xiao as Supreme Elder. Never mind. It won't cost me a pound of flesh. Lin Xiao shook his head, unconcerned. What bothered him was why everyone was discussing Hu Miuran instead of the Blood God sect. Had the Blood God sect gone to ground? If so, the Pushua sacred land would have its hands free to deal with the Qingguang sacred land. The 4 of them ate in silence, savoring the spirit wine and delicacies. Lin Xiao, even at the mid-stage saint realm, could feel a slight increase in his spiritual energy. It was equivalent to consuming a low-grade earth-tier pill. After a while, Lin Xiao led the 3 women out of the tavern. Little Uncle Master, where are we going now? Zhang Ruoling asked. To the Han family. Lin Xiao replied. The Han family? The same family of Taoyuan City? Zhang Ruoling asked in surprise. Yes. Lin Xiao nodded. He wanted to learn about the current situation and the Pushua sacred land status. The Han family in Taoyuan City, Lin Xiao, would have more reliable information than the remote Fengshu. He couldn't leave the Pushua sacred land as a latent threat. He might have to visit it soon. Soon, the 4 arrived at the Han family mansion. After the guards announced his arrival, the patriarch Han Chang personally came out to welcome him. Young Master Lin's presence is a great honor. I failed to welcome you from afar. Please, come in. Han Chang said, his face beaming with joy and utmost respect. Patriarch Han, you're too kind. Lin Xiao waved his hand and followed Han Chang into the living room, where they took their seats. Serve tea. Han Chang glanced at the 3 women beside Lin Xiao and immediately ordered the servants to bring the finest spirit tea. Patriarch Han, I've come to discuss some matters. Lin Xiao got straight to the point. Please speak freely, young Master Lin. Han Chang smiled. He dared not neglect a saint. Moreover, he had secretly sent people to investigate the Qingguang sacred land. Ever since the 3 saints, including Xu Esong, had visited the Han family, he knew the Pushua sacred land would target the Qingguang sacred land. Sure enough, he later learned that the 3 saints, including Xu Esong, had attacked the Qingguang sacred land but were defeated by Lin Xiao. What is the current situation in the various provinces? Any news about the sacred lands and the blood god sect? Lin Xiao asked. As a saint family in a major province like Lin Xiao, they would surely be well informed. 4 days ago, a major incident occurred in Lin Xiao. Han Chan's expression turned serious. The Shenguan family, the Pushua sacred land, and the ancient past sacred land joined forces to kill a blood god sect protector and eliminate over 1,000 elite members. Hence, the blood god sect has gone into hiding in recent days. Oh! What cultivation was that blood god sect protector at? Lin Xiao asked, surprised. Late-stage Saint Realm. Han Chang replied. Lin Xiao was astonished. The protector's cultivation was as high as the late-stage Saint Realm. The blood god sect was indeed terrifying. Now that it had gone to ground, the Pushua sacred land would have its hands free. Lin Xiao pondered. He would have to visit the Pushua sacred land without delay. By the way, the Pushua sacred land hasn't troubled your Han family, has it? Lin Xiao asked. No, no. Han Chan's expression was slightly unnatural. When Saint Xuesong had visited the Han family last time, he had indeed done nothing. But a few days ago, when the Pushua sacred land's leader Gu Puling passed through Taoyin City, she had taken the Han family's high-grade heaven-tier artifact. It was the high-grade heaven-tier artifact obtained from the ancient moon ruins. Back then, the Han family had obtained 2 treasures. One was a top-grade heaven-tier martial art, which they later gave to Lin Xiao. The other was the high-grade heaven-tier artifact, which Lin Xiao didn't vie for, so it naturally belonged to the Han family. But before they could even warm it, Gu Puling had forcefully taken it. However, Han Chang didn't mention this. He couldn't expect Lin Xiao to retrieve it for them, and Lin Xiao didn't have the power to do so. Lin Xiao noticed Han Chan's uneasy expression but didn't press further. You must be well aware of the Pushua sacred land's strength, right? Lin Xiao continued to inquire. Han Chang nodded. The Pushua sacred land has 2 late-stage saints, the leader Gu Puling and the Grand Elder Luo Huaigu. There is also an ancestor, rumored to be at the peak Saint Realm, but he hasn't appeared for centuries. Whether he still exists is unknown. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. The Qingguang sacred land had also investigated the Pushua sacred land and knew of the 2 late-stage saints. One last thing. I need a large quantity of saint opening flowers and true saint pills. Does Patriarch Han know where to get them? Does your Han family have any? Lin Xiao asked. Well. Han Chang looked troubled and shook his head. My family doesn't have the ability to refine true saint pills. As for saint opening flowers, we cultivated 2, but they are far from mature. Perhaps at the next auction, other experts will offer saint opening flowers and true saint pills for sale. Where can I find large quantities of saint opening flowers and true saint pills? Of course, the powerful sacred lands or saint families, such as the Shenguan family in Linzhou, the Pushua sacred land in Xuezhou, the Fire Cloud sacred land in Yanzhou, and so on. I see. Lin Xiao nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, Patriarch Han, these 3 companions of mine will stay in your Han family for a few days. Please arrange accommodations. Of course, rest assured, young Master Lin. Han Chang nodded, then asked with a puzzled expression, Young Master Lin, where are you going? To the Pushua sacred land. What? Han Chang shot up in surprise. Young Master Lin, going to the Pushua sacred land would be walking right into a trap. He knew Lin Xiao was very powerful. He had single-handedly defeated 3 saints, including Xuesong, but even so, he was far from being able to contend with the Pushua sacred land. After all, it was a first-rate sacred land in the southern domain, the overlord of Xuezhou. Little Uncle Master, you can't go. Little Uncle Master, going alone to the Pushua sacred land is far too dangerous. Supreme Elder, we must deliberate on this. Better to return early. Zhang Ruoling, Yi Qiudia, and Liang Long all spoke up. Going alone to the Pushua sacred land was extremely perilous. This matter must be resolved. If I don't go to the Pushua sacred land, they will come to me. Lin Xiao waved his hand. He was quite confident in his strength. Back when he was at the early stage Saint Realm, he could slap the mid-stage Saint Xuesong half to death with one blow. Now he was at the mid-stage Saint Realm. Moreover, his Void Hand Seal had reached perfection, its power surging. He was not worried about facing late-stage saints. The only thing that gave him pause was the possible peak saint ancestor of the Pushua sacred land. Young Master Lin, I think the best course now is to return to Fengshou, temporarily disband the Qingguang sacred land, and go into hiding. It's unwise to confront the 000x sacred land. Han Chang advised. To oppose the 000x sacred land with one man's strength was impossible unless one possessed peak saint realm cultivation. Lin Xiao glanced at him. So, Han Chang had known his identity all along, but he didn't mind. I have my own plans. Lin Xiao shook his head. On this trip to the 000x sacred land, he also wanted to acquire some saint opening flowers and true saint pills. Then, he pointed at the 3 women. Patriarch Han, they will stay here temporarily. Take good care of them. With that, Lin Xiao strode out of the hall, soared into the sky, and departed. Han Chang was dumbfounded. He was going to the 000x sacred land just like that. How reckless. Young people were so impulsive, utterly disregarding the consequences. Han Chang sighed inwardly. Lin Xiao might never return from this journey. Zhang Ruoling, Yi Chudia, and Liang Long exchanged glances but said nothing. Though worried, they had a blind faith in Lin Xiao. Since Lin Xiao was unafraid, he must have some confidence. The drifting snow sacred land stood proudly amidst a realm of ice and snow. Towering snow-capped mountains stretched endlessly, their pristine white snow remaining perpetually frozen throughout the year. As the undisputed ruler of the snow continent and a premier sacred land of the southern domain, the drifting snow sacred land boasted an immense following of 800,000 disciples. Its overwhelming strength made it the ultimate martial arts destination coveted by every cultivator across the snow continent. Moreover, thanks to its recent vigorous participation in eradicating the blood god cult, the drifting snow sacred land's prestige had soared even higher. After traveling with great haste, Lin Xiao arrived at the drifting snow sacred land late at night 2 days later. Standing high in the sky, gazing down at the sprawling architecture nestled within the majestic snow mountains, Lin Xiao fell into deep contemplation. Facing a colossal entity like the drifting snow sacred land, he naturally could not simply barge in as he had with the golden radiance sacred land. Although Lin Xiao had confidence in his own strength, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could single-handedly withstand a full-scale assault from the entire drifting snow sacred land. After pondering for a moment, he streaked across the sky and flew to the airspace above the sacred land. Then, he released a subtle trace of his aura. Instantly, this disturbance alerted the powerful experts within the drifting snow sacred land. Who goes there? Who dares approach our drifting snow sacred land? Who is it? In an instant, cries of alarm erupted from all directions as numerous figures shot forth from within the sacred land. However, Lin Xiao had already vanished like a phantom, leaving behind only a blurry silhouette for the assembled experts of the drifting snow sacred land. Sacred Lord, who dares trespass upon our drifting snow sacred land at night? Could it be a saint from the blood god cult? Grand Elder Luo Huaigu frowned, gazing towards the distant figure that was already fleeing. The aura doesn't quite match. He won't escape. Gu Piuling, clad in a striking red dress, exuded an air of cold, stunning beauty. With a flicker of movement, she gave chase. An unknown expert brazenly trespassing on the drifting snow sacred land in the middle of the night, skulking around, she naturally wouldn't let him live unhindered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 5 more elders of the drifting snow sacred land followed closely behind Gu Piuling in pursuit. Luo Huaigu remained stationary, waving his hand to signal the others to return. They naturally wouldn't all chase after him, lest they fall into a trap of being lured away from their stronghold. As long as Grand Elder Luo Huaigu remained, combined with the protective mountain formation, even a peak saint would be unable to cause any real damage to the drifting snow sacred land. Swoosh! Lin Xiao raced across the heavens at breakneck speed, with Gu Piuling leading 5 elders in hot pursuit. However, these 5 elders lacked sufficient cultivation. Only one, a mid-stage saint, could barely keep up. The other 4, being early-stage saints, quickly fell far behind. You won't escape! Gu Piuling's sharp cry resounded for hundreds of miles as she continued her relentless pursuit. Gradually, Lin Xiao led Gu Piuling over tens of thousands of miles, nearly flying out of the snow continent's territory entirely. It was at this moment that Gu Piuling finally caught up to Lin Xiao. It wasn't that Lin Xiao had deliberately slowed down, but rather her speed was indeed slightly superior to his. As for the 5 elders, they had long since been left behind, completely out of sight. Boom! Gu Piuling struck out directly. With a wave of her hand, the icy power of heaven and earth converged, condensing into a massive ice spear that shot straight towards Lin Xiao's back. Lin Xiao was forced to stop. With a powerful slap of his palm, overwhelming force surged out like a crushing tide, shattering the ice spear into pieces. Who are you? What is your purpose in coming to my drifting snow sacred land? Gu Piling demanded coldly. Lin Xiao didn't rush to answer, instead carefully appraising her. Even under the cover of deep night, even from several miles away, he could see her with perfect clarity. She was clad in a flowing red dress, her figure striking and voluptuous. Her face was cold and alluring, her eyes as icy as glacial ice. Lin Xiao hadn't expected the person chasing him to be such a stunningly cold beauty. Her facial features and temperament were far superior to those of Lianglong, Yiqudi, and the others. Who are you? Lin Xiao countered instead of answering. I am Gu Piling, Sacred Lord of the Drifting Snow Sacred Land. Unless you provide a satisfactory explanation today, you will remain here forever. Gu Piling spoke with icy finality. Meanwhile, she was also speculating internally about who this person before her might be. From his earlier strike, she could tell he was a mid-stage saint. Yet, among the younger generation in the southern domain, mid-stage saints were few and far between. My name is Lin Xiao, known as the ancient profound blade saint. Lin Xiao said with a smile. It's you. Gu Piling's eyes instantly shot forth two beams of chilling light, so cold they froze the moisture in the air before her into tiny shards of ice. She was, of course, aware of Lin Xiao. He was the one who had slain several saints of her drifting snow sacred land. It was just that she had been busy dealing with the snow god cult recently and hadn't had the time to bother with him. This was because the Grand Elder had noted that the Azure Radiance sacred land was behaving strangely, and had sent people to infiltrate it for a covert investigation. They were waiting for the results of that probe. She hadn't expected Lin Xiao to show up at the Drifting Snow Sacred Land now. Indeed, it's me. I've come to the Drifting Snow Sacred Land today for only one purpose. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, then continued, to request from Sacred Lord Gu 5 Saint Blossoms and 5 true Saint Pills. Hey! Gu Piling was momentarily taken aback, then let out a derisive laugh, as if she couldn't believe his audacity. You killed the Holy Sun and several elders of my Drifting Snow Sacred Land, a crime deserving of death, and you still dare to come asking for Saint Blossoms and true Saint Pills. That Elder Mill and the Holy Sun attempted to steal my treasures, so their deaths were well deserved. As for the 3 saints who came later, they dared to kill outer disciples of my Azure Radiance sacred land, so they naturally had to pay with their lives. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, Outer disciples? Gu Piling's face turned icy cold as she roared in anger. What sort of cultivation could mere outer disciples possibly have? They are like ants. How can they be compared to the saints of my Drifting Snow sacred land? That's not how one should put it. In my eyes, any single disciple of the Azure Radiance sacred land is more precious than all of you. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Whoosh! Gu Piling had no desire to exchange another word. The fury within her heart was reaching a boiling point. However, she didn't strike immediately. Instead, she first surveyed her surroundings, extending her divine sense to probe for any anomalies. Finding none, she frowned. Let any ambush you've arranged come out now. Today, I, Gu Piling, will see just what tricks you have up your sleeve. What ambush? There's no one else here. It's just me. Lin Xiao blinked innocently. Just you alone. Gu Piling was skeptical. He had lured her out, there had to be a trap. Otherwise, how could a mere mid-stage saint like him be acting with such reckless arrogance? That's right, just me. Lin Xiao nodded, grinning. You are now completely surrounded by me. Either surrender without a fight, or be thoroughly beaten. Hey, you're courting death. Gu Piling was utterly enraged. She waved her hands, and in an instant, it seemed as if a violent hurricane had erupted between heaven and earth. The accumulated snow on the surrounding ground and the falling snowflakes in the air rapidly converged before her. In the blink of an eye, the boundless snow condensed into a magnificent ice dragon over 1,000 feet long, looking incredibly lifelike. Roar! With a thunderous bellow, the ice dragon lunged at Lin Xiao. Its terrifying aura was overwhelming, its vast holy might built forth, and the temperature in the area seemed to plummet by hundreds of degrees in an instant. Before the dragon even got close, a thick layer of frost had already formed on Lin Xiao's body. A mere parlor trick. Lin Xiao showed no fear whatsoever. He gave his body a slight shudder, shattering the ice clinging to him, and casually raised his hand to strike. Void Giant Hand Seal. Instantly, an immensely huge, illusory handprint materialized, as imposing as an ancient divine mountain, surging forward to crush everything in its path. Boom! With an explosive crack, the void giant hand seal directly shattered the ice dragon and sped onwards to suppress Gupiling. How is this possible? Gupiling was startled internally. That last strike of hers, while not her full power, had utilized 70 to 80% of her strength. She never expected a mid-stage thing to shatter it with a single palm strike. Without time to think, Gupiling waved her hand, conjuring a thick wall of ice in front of her to block the void giant hand seal. Boom! The void giant hand seal slammed into the ice wall, instantly blasting it apart. The residual force slammed into Gupiling's body. Rumble! A violent explosion echoed as Gupiling was sent flying back 1,000 feet, her protective true essence shattered and scattered. Why are you so strong? Wait, isn't this a heaven-tier supreme martial art? Gupiling stared at Lin Xiao in shock. She could tell that the martial art he was using was extremely profound and should be of the heaven-tier supreme grade. She was well aware of the incident outside the ancient moon ruins, where Lin Xiao had obtained the heaven-tier supreme martial art from the Han family. This was also one of the reasons she wouldn't let Lin Xiao off. That heaven-tier supreme martial art belonged to the drifting snow sacred land. In truth, many other factions were also aware of the existence of this heaven-tier supreme martial art, as there had been a large crowd at the ruins that day. However, those factions also knew that the drifting snow sacred land would not let the matter rest and would definitely reclaim the martial art. Therefore, no other force dared to investigate Lin Xiao's whereabouts or attempt to seize the art from the Azure Radiant sacred land. They didn't dare to compete with the drifting snow sacred land for it. What truly shocked Gupiling was the fact that Lin Xiao had only possessed the heaven-tier supreme martial art for a few months at most. How could he have already cultivated it to such a profound level? With her discerning eye, she could see that the void giant hand seal Lin Xiao had executed was flawless and natural, definitely surpassing the mere mastery stage. The martial art Gupiling cultivated was of the heaven-tier high grade, one rank lower than the supreme grade, and its cultivation difficulty was correspondingly lower. Yet, even so, she had spent over 60 years cultivating it and had only reached the minor accomplishment stage. Quite perceptive. Lin Xiao let out a light chuckle and struck again. He wanted to subdue this woman before the others could catch up. Lin Xiao struck again, his vast void great hand seal crashing down from the sky toward Gupiling. Her face changed drastically. Lin Xiao's attacks covered such an enormous range that there was no way to dodge. She immediately shifted her focus, ice-cold armor instantly forming over her body as a delicate cry escaped her lips. Extreme cold storm. Instantly, an earth-shattering cold aura erupted from Gupiling's body. This freezing energy radiated outward from her center, sweeping across the heavens and earth as it rapidly spread. In a split second, hundreds of li radius was encased in ice. Lin Xiao's void great hand seal, being the closest, was frozen in midair at that very moment. But before Gupiling could rejoice, the ice encasing the void great hand seal exploded instantly. The massive handprint crashed violently into her body. Her ice armor shattered, and Gupiling was sent flying like a severed kite, a torrent of blood erupting from her lips. Holy Maiden! Far in the distance, an elder from the drifting snow sacred ground hastened after them. Spotting Gupiling spitting blood and sent flying, he let out a startled cry. 4 more elders from the drifting snow sacred ground were pursuing rapidly from further back. Lin Xiao would not wait for them to regroup. With a flicker of movement, he surged forward immediately. At the same time, his massive hand reached out, spiritual energy condensing into a claw-like formation that shot toward Gupiling. She attempted to counterattack, a silver spear materializing in her grasp as she thrust it forward. This spear was a heaven-grade supreme treasure acquired from the Han family. However, Gupiling had never practiced spear techniques and was naturally unaccustomed to wielding one, which is why she had not used it earlier. Now, she pinned her hopes on the spear's peerless sharpness to shatter Lin Xiao's spiritual energy hand. But unfortunately, the previous strike had already severely wounded her. When the spear met the spiritual energy palm, the weapon trembled violently and was deflected away. The spiritual energy claw closed around Gupiling in the next instant. Lin Xiao then pulled her toward him, his massive hand gripping her throat. Stop! Stop immediately! Who are you? You cannot kill the Holy Maiden. The elders who had arrived were shocked to the point of losing their composure. They had never imagined their Holy Maiden would fall, let alone so swiftly and completely. Lin Xiao paid them no mind, his grip tight on Gupiling's pale neck, keeping the 5 drifting snow elders frozen in place. Lin Xiao asked coldly, "Do you have the saint opening flower and the true saint pill?" Lin Xiao, release me at once, or my drifting snow sacred ground will not let you go. Your azure light sacred ground will be destroyed because of this. Despite her pale face, Gu Piaoling remained defiant and cold. Lin Xiao delivered a brutal backhand across her face. Instantly, her beautiful yet chilling visage swelled from the impact. Even a sacred body could not withstand Lin Xiao's strike. Gu Piaoling was utterly stunned. Her cold, stunning eyes widened in disbelief. In all her life, she had never endured such humiliation, being slapped publicly in the face by a man barely in his 20s. The 5 elders of the drifting snow sacred ground were equally dumbfounded. Their holy maiden, Gu Piaoling, stood at the pinnacle of the southern domain and was known as the cold beauty queen, yet she was being humiliated like this. If you won't give it to me, I'll search for it myself. Lin Xiao seized Gu Piaoling with one hand while searching her with the other. He quickly discovered a spatial pouch concealed on her person. As he searched, his hand unavoidably brushed against her curves. When he retrieved the spatial pouch, her breasts heaved with each tremor. You! Gu Piaoling's face flushed crimson, her teeth clenched in fury. Lin Xiao ignored her completely, instead focusing on destroying the divine sense seal embedded in the pouch before extending his own spiritual awareness into it. As expected of the holy maiden of the drifting snow sacred ground, her collection was astonishing. The pouch appeared to be custom-made with immense capacity, able to hold over a dozen mountains, filled with countless spirit stones. Moreover, there were no low-grade spirit stones, only mid-grade ones stacked into a small mountain. Pills, spiritual herbs, and various other items were far too numerous to count. He also noticed several peculiar items he didn't recognize. Most importantly, there were indeed saint opening flowers and true saint pills, 3 flowers and 2 pills. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao claimed the pouch for himself. You've already taken what you wanted, release me now. Gu Piaoling screamed. The murderous intent in her heart was nearly boiling over, but she could only suppress it, for only by escaping would she have the chance to take revenge. You dare to shout at me? Lin Xiao's expression turned ice cold. How dare a captive act so arrogantly? He delivered several rapid strikes, and Gu Piaoling immediately fell silent. Lin Xiao showed no mercy. All 5 of you, hand over the spatial pouch. His gaze locked onto the remaining 5 elders of the drifting snow sacred ground. Lin Xiao, do you understand the consequences of what you're doing? The leader, a middle-stage holy being, a middle-aged scholar with a short beard, spoke with a grim expression. What consequences? Lin Xiao countered. Your actions will bring about the destruction of your azure light sacred ground, and you yourself will perish along with your Dao. The middle-aged scholar said sternly. Do you think I would spare you if I refrained from acting? Lin Xiao sneered. This. The scholar fell momentarily speechless, for yesterday the sacred ground had indeed debated whether to launch an attack on the azure light sacred ground. It was only the Grand Elder who had temporarily suppressed the matter, waiting to see what secrets lay within the azure light sacred ground. After consideration, Lin Xiao decided none of them could leave today. Releasing them would only lead to an immediate retaliation against the azure light sacred ground. Yet killing them all was also problematic. The drifting snow sacred ground likely housed beings at the peak of the saint realm. Such peak-stage entities, Lin Xiao had no certainty of how powerful they were. If he eliminated these individuals, a peak saint from the drifting snow sacred ground, accompanied by numerous saints, might overwhelm him. His solution was to subdue them all and bring them back to the azure light sacred ground. Since Gu Piaoling was the holy maiden of the drifting snow sacred ground, they would likely hesitate to act recklessly. Raising his head, Lin Xiao addressed the 5 holy beings. Are you unwilling to hand over the spatial pouch yourselves? As long as you release our holy maiden, the drifting snow sacred ground will overlook this. Otherwise, our sacred grounds ancestor. The middle-aged scholar began, attempting to persuade Lin Xiao. Before he could finish, Lin Xiao raised his hand to silence him. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Xiao smirked disdainfully, and the spiritual energy in his arm gripping Gu Piaoling's neck surged forth instantly. Powerful spiritual energy surged into Gu Piaoling's body, shattering several of her primary meridians in an instant. Gu Piaoling's beautiful face contorted in agony as she let out a piercing scream. With her meridians destroyed, she would retain her cultivation but be unable to harness it. Lin Xiao deliberately spared her saint core and dantian intact. Destroying them would have rendered her cultivation completely useless, eliminating any leverage over the drifting snow sacred ground. A ruined Gu Piaoling would mean nothing to them. Fortunately, her meridians could be repaired. Holy Maiden! The elders of the drifting snow sacred ground cried out in anguish, their eyes bloodshot with fury. Lin Xiao crippled Gupuling's meridians, leaving both Gupuling herself and the 5 elders of Pushua sacred land utterly unprepared. They had never imagined that Lin Xiao would dare to strike so ruthlessly. After all, the Pushua sacred land was a first-rate sacred land. Even other first-rate sacred lands or sage clans would not dare to act against Gupuling lightly, lest it trigger a sacred land war with dire consequences. You! How dare you! The 5 elders roared. Yet for a moment, they still dared not strike, fearing that Lin Xiao might actually kill Gupuling. What do I have to fear? Lin Xiao sneered, and directly struck at the 5 elders of Pushua sacred land, unleashing the void great handprint once more. Boom! The colossal handprint, like a massive canopy, descended from above with overwhelming might. What? The 5 elders of Pushua sacred land were greatly alarmed. This strike was too terrifying. No wonder even the sacred lord could not withstand it. However, faced with such a wide area attack, they had no time to dodge. Attack together! The middle-aged scholar at the lead roared, and then the 5 struck in unison. The martial arts they cultivated were all of the ice-cold type, complementing each other well. The middle-aged scholar waved his hand, freezing the heavens and earth, solidifying the sky. The other 4 each unleashed powerful techniques, forming a giant ice beast, a colossal ice sword, or sweeping icy sword chi. Boom! A earth-shattering explosion resounded as their attacks heavily collided with the void great handprint. Yet, it had little effect. All their attacks were crushed by the void great handprint. The mighty void great handprint suppressed everything, shattered the icy power, and slammed heavily onto the heads of the 5. The 5 were horrified and raised their hands to block. Bam! 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 The elders of Pushua sacred land fell one after another from midair, each creating a large pit in the frozen ground. Ah! The 5 screamed in agony, all severely wounded. The middle-aged scholar, who was the strongest among them, bore the brunt of the attack and was the worst injured, his eyes rolling back as he continuously vomited blood, completely losing his ability to move. The other 4 were slightly better off, but they too were heavily injured and incapacitated. Gupuling watched all of this with a pale face. Today, they had completely fallen. No one had imagined that Lin Xiao's strength was so formidable, his methods so ruthless, and he acted without any restraint. Lin Xiao landed, tossed Gupuling aside, and walked toward the elders, beginning to search their cosmos pouches. Gupuling's expression shifted. Though she could still move freely, she dared not run, for several of her main meridians had been crippled. She couldn't even fly anymore, utterly unable to escape Lin Xiao's clutches. Lin Xiao, what exactly do you want? Gupuling asked coldly. Lin Xiao said nothing, groping the bodies of the several Pushua sacred land elders and found all their cosmos pouches. After a brief inspection, he tucked them all into his bosom. Obviously, I'm taking you back to Qingguang sacred land. Only then did Lin Xiao answer Gupuling's question. Upon hearing this, Gupuling felt a slight relief. If Lin Xiao wasn't killing them for now, there might still be a chance later. Then, Lin Xiao took out 2 garments from the middle-aged scholar's cosmos pouch. The garments, made of some unknown material, were extremely tough, likely unbreakable even by an ordinary grandmaster. Then, Lin Xiao tore the clothes into strips, tied them together, and bundled Gupuling and the 5 elders all together. We can't escape anyway, why must you do this? Gupuling shouted coldly. Slap! A slap landed, and Gupuling immediately became docile, not daring to speak anymore. Gupuling's cold, beautiful eyes turned slightly red. All the humiliation she had suffered in her life combined could not compare to a fraction of today's disgrace. If not for her resilient nature and long-standing high position, her mental state would have collapsed by now. This spear is not bad. Lin Xiao picked up Gupuling's spear and examined it carefully. It turned out to be a heaven-grade top-quality treasure, a supreme artifact. Now, he already had 3 heaven-grade top-quality treasures in his hands, a Tianyuan saber, a spear, and a lance. Then, Lin Xiao stored the spear into his cosmos pouch, lifted the bound Gupuling and the others with one hand, and soared into the air, heading toward Lin Xiao. After Lin Xiao left, about 2 hours later, a group of 4 arrived at the site of the battle. They looked at the land, sensed the aura, and all their expressions changed. There was much blood on the ground, along with several large pits filled with blood. This is Elder Quang's aura. This is the Sacred Lord's aura. This is Elder Wu's aura. The group examined the blood and their faces turned pale. All this blood was left by their own people from Pushua sacred land. Who is so powerful as to have injured the sacred lord and the other 5? The group was utterly shocked. They were all elders of Pushua sacred land. Because the sacred lord had not returned for a long time, they came to check, only to find that the sacred lord and the others had been injured. Yet, there was no sign of the sacred lord and the others anywhere. Their aura seems to have gone in that direction. After a moment, one elder pointed toward the direction Lin Xiao had left. Send a message to the grand elder, and we'll give chase. The 4 hesitated not and immediately pursued. However, after several hours of pursuit, they had to stop. Because the aura had dissipated. Perhaps it was deliberately erased, or the opponent was too fast, and the lingering aura was already faint. With the passage of time, it naturally faded away. What should we do? Wait for the Grand Elder. The Sacred Lord and the others won't be in danger, will they? They were all worried, but could do nothing. Lingzhou, Tailin City. Lin Xiao, carrying Gupiling and the 5 others, returned to Tailin City in less than 3 days. He flew directly above the Han residence and descended. However, when he was still 50 zhang above the ground, the Han residence's protective formation automatically activated. Lin Xiao frowned. He hadn't taken the main entrance, intending to avoid being seen by too many, and had forgotten about the protective formation. But only for a moment, Han Chang inside the residence sensed Lin Xiao with his divine sense and immediately retracted the protective formation. Whoosh! Lin Zhao's figure landed in a secluded courtyard. Thud! He casually tossed Gupiling and the 6 others to the ground, where they rolled into a heap. Swoosh! 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 Han Chang, Han Song, and several core experts of the Han family quickly arrived. Young Master Xiao, why have you returned so soon? Han Chang was the first to ask. Tailin City was far from Pushua sacred land. Lin Xiao's quick return meant he had hardly stayed at the sacred land at all. I finished the business, so of course I came back. Lin Xiao waved his hand. Finished? Han Chang was stunned. How could it be finished in such a short time? Had he convinced Pushua sacred land? Had they reached some agreement? Or perhaps he hadn't gone to Pushua sacred land at all and was just saving face by saying it was resolved. Then, his gaze shifted, and he saw the bound, blood-stained, disheveled group on the ground, and asked in confusion, who are these people? Lock them up. Don't let them escape, and don't let them die. Lin Xiao instructed. All right. Han Chang naturally dared not refuse. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the Han family members, throw them into the 4th level of the dungeon. The Han family, being a sage clan with vast influence, had numerous branches of direct and collateral lines totaling over 100,000 members, so they naturally had their own prison. The 4th level was the deepest part of the Han prison, heavily guarded with various formations. Even a sage would need several hours to break out. Han Song and the others nodded and stepped forward to lift Gupiling and the others. However, as Han Song lowered his head, he saw a cold and beautiful face. Suddenly, he felt as if electrocuted and couldn't help but stagger back several steps. His face instantly turned pale. What's wrong? The crowd was puzzled. She's the supreme master of the Pushua Holy Land, Gupiling. Han Song trembled all over, pointing at the disheveled Gupiling, his face filled with utter terror. He was the 5th elder of the Han family, so naturally he was no stranger to the supreme master of Pushua Holy Land. Not long ago, the supreme master had come to their Han family and forcibly taken a top-grade heavenly ranked spirit treasure. He had even met her then. Yet back then, she had been proud, cold and resplendent, domineering and imperious, like a reigning empress, looking down upon all from on high. The person before him now was completely different. What? Upon hearing this, Han Chang and the rest of the Han family widened their eyes in disbelief. Previously, they hadn't paid any attention to the bundle of people tied up together, assuming someone had offended Lin Xiao and been casually captured by him. Immediately, everyone examined closely. Upon seeing, all members of the Han family were utterly stunned. Horror! Shock! Disbelief! Han Chan's aged face froze solid. He was completely dazed. He turned his stiff neck, staring at Lin Xiao in bewilderment, his heart churning like a tempest within. Oh my ancestors! You went out for a brief moment and actually captured the supreme master of Pushua Holy Land, Gupiling. Are you trying to tear through the heavens? Everyone looked at Lin Xiao. Imprisoning the supreme master of Pushua Holy Land was truly unthinkable. Indeed, This is the Supreme Master of Pure Holy Land, along with 5 elders from the Pure Holy Land. Rest assured, some are injured, some crippled. They cannot escape. Lin Xiao nodded. This. Han Chang and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Damn! They couldn't escape, but neither could their Han family. If Pure Holy Land came to attack, wouldn't the Han family be utterly destroyed? What are you standing there for? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and asked. Han Chan's expression flickered rapidly. Then gritting his teeth, he waved his hand and shouted, "Lock them up." He dared not defy Lin Xiao now. Moreover, since Lin Xiao was so powerful that he could defeat weakling, he should cling firmly to Lin Xiao's coattails. In any case, things had already come to this. Even if Lin Xiao took weakling and the others away, in their eyes, the Han family was already Lin Xiao's faction. Then Han Zong and the others took a deep breath, suppressing their trembling hearts, dragged weakling and the others up, and escorted them all away. Weakling and the others didn't utter a single word, because along the way, the 6 of them had been slapped at least 10 times. They were truly terrified. Each slap felt like being struck by a colossal mountain 10,000 dong high. They had been psychologically traumatized by the beating. Fortunately, weakling and the others were saints with powerful saintly bodies, so their recovery was swift. Otherwise, their faces would have been swollen into pig heads, completely unrecognizable. Where are the 3 girls who came with me? Lin Xiao asked, looking at Han Chang. They went to Lingguan City with Han Mu. Han Chang replied. Lingguan City? Where is that? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Why were these 3 girls running around? However, considering that Han Mu had cultivation at the 8th level of Grandmaster, he wasn't too worried with Han Mu accompanying them. Lingguan City is a major city near the Shanguang family, not far from here, just 3,000 li away. Since there will be a Grandmaster Martial Arts Assembly held there, the 4 of them went together. Han Chang explained. What exactly happens at this Grandmaster Martial Arts Assembly? Lin Xiao continued asking. It's like this. Han Chang deliberated briefly and said, not long ago, the ancient past saintess Hu Miurang defeated Shen Guanshao from the Shanguang family, ranked 10th on the Grandmaster rankings, gaining great fame. So these past few days, many people have been challenging Shen Guanshao daily. Therefore, Shen Guanshao announced that in 5 days, he will host a Grandmaster Martial Arts Assembly in Lingguan City, where he will accept challenges from all sides, hoping that the powerful Grandmasters on the rankings will attend for mutual exchange. It is said that several top-ranking Grandmasters on the Grandmaster rankings will attend this time, creating quite a stir. Oh! Lin Xiao nodded. He had no interest in these children's squabbles. However, since Zhang Ruling and the other 2 girls had gone, he naturally had to go watch over them. In any case, with the Supreme Master of Pure Holy Land missing, the Pure Holy Land would no longer have the energy to deal with his small Qingguang Holy Land. How could they possibly bother with a minor Holy Land like Qingguang? Then Lin Xiao inquired about the exact location of Lingguan City, and departed from the Han family, heading toward Lingguan City. He wasn't worried about weakling and the others escaping from the Han family, nor was he worried that the Han family might pay lip service while secretly betraying him. Because he had left a means of control within weakling and the others' bodies. After Lin Xiao left, Han Chang immediately summoned all the elders of the Han family to the forbidden depths of the Han family, where their ancestor was in seclusion. In a secret stone chamber, the ancestor Han Ziyuan, with silver-white hair, sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. Han Chang, Han Zong, and other core powerhouses of the Han family all stood before him. Ancestor, this is the situation. If Pure Holy Land finds out, our Han family will surely be destroyed. Han Chang said with a grave expression. Upon hearing this, Han Ziyuan remained silent, his brow furrowed and relaxed alternately. After a long silence, he asked, is this Lin Xiao really only in his 20s? Absolutely true. I've investigated thoroughly. Previously, Qingguang Holy Land was just a minor sect of the lowest caliber. Because of this person, Qingguang sect rose to prominence and became a Holy Land within a single year. Han Chang nodded with absolute certainty. How has your interaction been with him? Is his personality eccentric? For instance, is he cruel and murderous? Unscrupulous? Treacherous and sinister? Han Ziyuan asked further. No, this person's personality is quite easygoing, very easy to get along with. Han Chang shook his head. Upon hearing this, Han Ziyuan let out a long breath and said, now our Han family has offended Pure Holy Land. Given Pure Holy Land's dominance and weakling's domineering nature, there is absolutely no room for reconciliation. Therefore, we can only follow this ancient mystery blade Saint Lin Xiao until the very end. This person is extraordinarily gifted, a once-in-a-million-years genius. Perhaps our Hong family can become a top-tier power in the southern realm because of him. Of course, we must also be on guard against the Pure Holy Land. First, secretly relocate some core family members away from the Hong family for now. Second, no one is to spread word of today's events, on pain of death. Third, regarding the family guards and disciples who saw Gupiling and the others today, use secret techniques to erase their memories of today. Even if it damages their spiritual souls, it cannot be avoided. Han Ziyang was rather decisive and immediately issued a series of orders. Yes, ancestor. Han Chong and the others nodded, then one by one they departed. In their hearts, some felt uneasy, some anxious, some excited. With Lin Xiao being so powerful, in just a few years he might overwhelm the entire southern realm. If they maintained good relations with Lin Xiao, the Han family's rise would be imminent. Of course, the prerequisite was surviving the crisis posed by Pure Holy Land first. Lingguan City was also in Ling'ou, not far from Taoyin City. It took Lin Xiao less than half an hour to reach Lingguan City. The majestic ancient city had towering city walls, and the guarding soldiers were sharp with their blades. This was the territory of the Shanguang clan. As a first-rate sage-level power in the southern domain, the strength of the Shanguang clan was in no way inferior to the Pure sacred land. Therefore, when arriving at such a city, Lin Xiao had to be a bit more cautious. He entered the city on foot through the city gate. After entering Lingguan City, he released his divine sense to perceive it, and found that there were quite a few sages in the city. There are actually over a dozen sages. Lin Xiao was somewhat startled. This Lingguan City was merely a city adjacent to the Shanguang clan, yet it had so many sages stationed here. It seemed that this Shanguang clan was indeed extraordinary. However, since a Grandmaster martial arts tournament was to be held here, presumably some of them were also guardian sages from other major powers. To avoid unnecessary attention, Lin Xiao did not use his divine sense to carefully probe these sages. He perceived their auras from a distance and then quietly withdrew his divine sense. Before long, Lin Xiao entered a high-end inn and knocked on the door. Along the way, he had already sent a message to Zhang Ruoling, who had informed him of the place where the girls were staying. Now, the Qingguang sacred land was no longer the small sect it had been. Some time ago, they had purchased many expensive communication jade talismans from Lin Xiao. The peak masters and members of the Elder Council were basically all equipped. Zhang Yingli had also personally given Lin Xiao a communication talisman to facilitate future contact. Little Uncle Master, you came so quickly. Zhang Ruoling opened the door and was overjoyed to see Lin Xiao's arrival. Lin Xiao nodded. Then, you weren't injured. Zhang Ruoling looked Lin Xiao over. He had gone to the Pure sacred land, so she couldn't help but worry. No, everything went smoothly. Lin Xiao shook his head, walked into the room, and sat down. Then, he asked Zhang Ruoling about the situation over the past few days. In the room, there was only Long Ruoling herself. Yang Long, Yi Qiudia, and Hong Mu each had their own separate rooms. Little Uncle Master, after you left, we stayed in Taoyin City for 2 days, and then Sister Hong Mu brought us to Lingguan City, Long Ruoling said with a joyful smile. In Lingguan City, we saw many long-established figures. Yesterday, we even saw Yan Changjun, who ranks second on the Grandmaster list, and Gao Sanghing, who ranks fourth. It is said that Yi Yan, who ranks first on the Grandmaster list, will also come to Lingguan City. Zhang Ruoling seemed a bit excited. It was her first time leaving Fengshou, and she felt that the world outside Fengshou was truly vast, with many powerful experts and countless prodigies. Oh, where exactly is that Grandmaster martial arts tournament held in the city? Can non-Grandmasters participate? Lin Xiao asked. Zhang Ruoling was not a Grandmaster. Since she had come and was so enthusiastic, if she couldn't participate in the end, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? It's at West Xiao Lake, 10 li west of the city. Non-Grandmasters naturally cannot participate, but they can watch from afar. Zhang Ruoling shook her head. Then, she sighed and said, however, after I go back, I also need to work hard in seclusion. Peak Master Lian's cultivation was not as good as mine before, but now she is a Grandmaster. I have to catch up quickly. Lin Xiao smiled wryly at this. He had given Liang Lang some special guidance to allow her to surpass Zhang Ruoling. In fact, although Zhang Ruoling was Zhang Yunli's daughter, she had not received any special treatment in terms of resources. However, Zhang Ruoling's talent was absolutely fine, at least 100 times stronger than Lin Xiao's. Here! Take these 2 bottles of pills. Catching up with senior brother within a few months is no problem. Lin Xiao turned his palm over, and 2 bottles of pills appeared in his hand. What kind of pills are these? Zhang Ruoling asked curiously. These are all Earth-grade supreme pills. One is the spirit replenishing pill for increasing cultivation, and the other is the dawn-breaking pill specifically for breaking through realms. With your current cultivation, taking these pills will make your cultivation soar. Lin Xiao said with a smile. This level of pills was usually used by high-level grandmasters. Zhang Ruoling was not yet a grandmaster, so the effect would certainly be very good. Additionally, he had added a little something extra. Lin Xiao wondered if Zhang Ruoling's cultivation would directly skyrocket after taking these pills. Excellent! Zhang Ruoling was overjoyed and excitedly hugged Lin Xiao. Don't get excited. And you must remember, your cultivation is still low. You cannot take the spirit replenishing pill every day, at most 1 pill in 10 days. The dawn-breaking pill can only be taken when you have reached the peak of a realm and need to break through. Lin Xiao cautioned her. This was to avoid the cultivation increasing too rapidly, causing the foundation to become weak and unstable. If that happened, it would be difficult to become a sage in the future. It was precisely because of this concern that he dared not give her too many pills. He had plundered the Qiankun bags of good pilling and several elders of the Pure Sacred Land, which contained countless pills, all of high grade. At this moment, Lin Xiao couldn't help but think that when he cultivated in the creation space, no matter how fast he improved, he never seemed to have an unstable foundation. This saved a lot of trouble, allowing him to improve without any worries. Good! Zhang Ruoling let go of Lin Xiao, and there was no awkwardness. They had grown up together, and such intimate behavior had long become habitual. Lin Xiao chatted with Zhang Ruoling for a while longer. Just as he was about to leave, the door was knocked, and Hong Mu came with Yang Long and Yi Qiudian. Young Master Xiao. A hint of surprise appeared on Hong Mu's pretty face, her eyes sparkling. Yang Long and Yi Qiudian also showed joy. Zhang Ruoling had already told them that Lin Xiao was coming, but they hadn't expected him so soon. Miss Hong, you've worked hard taking care of the 3 of them these past few days. Lin Xiao said with a smile. It's nothing. We've just been traveling and sightseeing. Hong Mu immediately waved her hand and said, Young Master Xiao, a friend has invited me to appeal appraisal. I plan to go with Miss Yang, Miss Liang, and Miss Yi. Would you like to join us? I'll pass. You go ahead. Lin Xiao waved his hand. He had no interest in the appeal appraisal. Moreover, they were not leaving Lingguan City, so there would be no danger. Alright. Hong Mu was a bit disappointed. She had hoped to spend more time with Lin Xiao to deepen their understanding. Although Lin Xiao was accompanied by 3 beautiful women, Hong Mu was still quite confident in herself. First, her figure and appearance were in no way inferior to Zhang Ruoling and the others. However, her cultivation and strength were much higher than those 3 girls. Therefore, even if she guessed that the 3 girls had a close relationship with Lin Xiao, Hong Mu did not want to give up. After a moment, Hong Mu left with Zhang Ruoling and the others. Lin Xiao booked another room for himself and then entered the creation space to cultivate. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao took out a small spiritual herb from his Qiankun bag. The herb was only the length of a palm, much thinner than a little finger, with 9 sapphire blue leaves. This was precisely a heaven-grade supreme spiritual medicine, obtained from the last trip to the Guyu ruins. At that time, this spiritual medicine was obtained by the Huoye Sacred Land, then snatched by the Blood God sect. Lin Xiao killed the Blood God sect members, and the medicine fell into Lin Jiao's hands. He had not used it until now. Now he was certain that the effect of this spiritual medicine was to increase cultivation. Thinking that he might soon have to face the Pure Sacred Land head-on, as well as that peak-level sage of the Pure Sacred Land. Lin Xiao was not very confident, so he now prepared to use this spiritual medicine. Opening his mouth, he swallowed the medicine, held his breath, and concentrated, entering a state of cultivation. A heaven-grade supreme spiritual herb, the most exalted holy medicine. Even within the Gudo Sacred Land, a top-tier sacred ground, it would be counted as a supremely precious treasure. Its efficacy was extraordinary and overwhelmingly powerful. The vast medicinal force spread through Lin Jiao's lower abdomen like a surging, furious sea. Lin Xiao immediately absorbed it with all his might. Instantly, His cultivation surged upward. A few days earlier, he had just broken through to the mid-stage stage, but now his cultivation kept rising steeply. Mid-stage early stage, mid-stage middle stage, mid-stage late stage, mid-stage peak. In just 4 hours, Lin Xiao's cultivation reached the absolute peak of the mid-stage stage. He was only half a step away from the late-stage stage. As long as he broke through the realm's bottleneck, he could step into the late-stage stage. However, by this time, the spiritual herb's medicinal power was almost exhausted, no longer enough to support him in one continuous push to the late-stage stage. Although Lin Xiao still had many spirit stones and cultivation-enhancing pills on him, even a pile of heaven-grade pills, he did not continue taking them. He planned to first consolidate his foundation. This cultivation had been gained through a spiritual herb, not naturally cultivated in the creation space. If raised too quickly, it would easily become unsteady. Even without a breakthrough, his cultivation had risen to the limit of the mid-stage stage, and his strength had grown substantially. He felt that killing a few gupiaolings with a wave of his hand would be no problem. After that, Lin Xiao stopped trying to raise his cultivation and focused on practicing the second technique of the Taishu True Scripture, the Yuanshu finger. 5 days passed quietly. During those 5 days, Lin Xiao spent most of his time cultivating, but he also went out twice, mainly to accompany Zhang Ruoling and the other 3 women on strolls around Linguang City. That day, early in the morning, Lin Xiao and the 4 women left the inn. Because today was the day of the Grand Master Martial Arts Assembly. The 4 women were all excited, and Lin Xiao naturally had to accompany them. Over the past few days, more than 1 million martial artists from everywhere had poured into Linguang City, all for the Grand Master Martial Arts Assembly. The group left the city together, and along the way, an endless stream of people were heading toward Shishio Lake outside the city. They did not fly, but walked leisurely, each step covering several zhang, and after a short while they arrived at Shishio Lake. The lake was not large, only 20 li in circumference, with clear water and sparkling ripples. Good heavens! Seeing the scene at Shishio Lake, Lin Xiao was somewhat stunned. Was this Grand Master Martial Arts Assembly really so attractive? Around the 20 li circumference of Shishio Lake, people were packed like a dense sea, their voices incredibly noisy. Lin Xiao took a rough glance. There were at least 500,000 or 600,000 people gathered here, and people were still arriving without end. What was more, quite a few people had set up stalls, selling food, weapons, pills, and so on. Wow, little martial uncle, there are so many people here. Zhang Ruoling was astonished, her beautiful eyes sweeping around. Let's go over there. Han Mu raised her hand and pointed into the distance. There was a small earthen slope with a good view, although it was a bit farther away, and not many people had gathered there. Let's go. Lin Xiao nodded, and the group soon arrived at the small earthen slope. Lin Xiao carefully observed the crowd. Grandmasters were everywhere. Apart from grandmasters, there were martial artists of the spirit transformation realm. Little martial uncle, look, that one is Shanguan Xiao, ranked 10th on the grandmaster ranking. However, he has now been defeated by Hu Miurang and has dropped to 11th. Zhang Ruoling suddenly pointed at a pavilion not far away and said to Lin Xiao. By the side of Shishio Lake stood a pavilion, and inside it stood a dozen or so martial artists, surrounding a young man. The young man had a tall, straight figure, starry brows and piercing eyes, and wore a purple robe, radiating elegance. Lin Xiao nodded. This man was rather impressive. With his keen eyesight, even without using divine sense to probe, he could tell that this person's internal qi was deep and powerful, with a faint martial intent surging. I heard that this time, a large portion of the top 30 grandmasters on the grandmaster ranking have come. Haha, the grandmaster ranking is compiled by the Daogu Merchant Guild. This time, we can verify whether the rankings are reliable. I heard that the Gudo Sacred Maiden has also come. Really? Not sure, just hearsay. Interesting. If the Gudo Sacred Maiden Hu Miurang comes, will she challenge everyone in the top 10 in succession? Very likely. The Taiyin divine body is said to be one of the strongest physiques of ancient times. Today, we will see whether it truly lives up to its name. The surrounding discussions reached Lin Xiao's ears, making him somewhat surprised. Hu Miurang was coming too. If she saw him, wouldn't she come looking for trouble again? However, Lin Xiao did not care much. With his current strength, even Hu Miurang's master was someone he could hang up and beat. He was not afraid even of the old one, let alone the young. A mere Hu Miurang was not worth mentioning. Miss Han, so you're all here. At that moment, A pleasantly surprised voice sounded from behind Lin Xiao and the others. Lin Xiao turned around and saw a slightly stout young man with a round face, dressed in brocade robes with a long saber at his waist, carrying a certain imposing air. Lin Xiao gave him a glance. The man was at the 9th level of the Grandmaster realm. However, when Hongmu and the other 3 women saw him, their faces all darkened. Jade, why aren't you with your family? What are you doing here? Hongmu said coldly. The other party was from a sage clan in Lin Xiao and had come to Linguan City with more than a dozen clansmen this time. They had run into him in the city yesterday, and he had been clinging to them like a sticky plaster ever since. Yang Long, Long Rolling, and Yi Qiudia also disliked him. If not for his background and powerful cultivation, they would have driven him away long ago. Ha ha, since you are all here, I naturally had to come over. Jade was all smiles, then waved his hand, and 4 chairs appeared before him. 4 young ladies, please sit. The Grandmaster Martial Arts Assembly will not end anytime soon. Here, there are also spirit fruits. These are all spirit fruits cultivated by my Ji family, rarely seen outside. Jade then took out several plates of fruit and a table, carefully placing the fruit on it. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. What kind of move was this? Miss Yi, try this. It is called a Qingxiao fruit. Eating one is equivalent to a low-grade earth-rank pill. Jade picked up a fruit and handed it to Yi Qiudia. Yi Qiudia frowned slightly. She glanced at Lin Xiao and, seeing that he did not mind, she accepted it. Seeing Yi Qiudia eating the spirit fruit, Jade was overjoyed. He looked around at the 4 women before him, his heart burning with desire. He had known Hongmu for a long time and had long been pursuing her, but Hongmu was rather cold to him. Yesterday in Linguan City, he had seen Hongmu and had not expected her to be accompanied by 3 beautiful women. Each of the 3 had her own charm. No, each of the 4 had her own charm. Jade's heart stirred fiercely, and for a moment he did not know which one to pursue. After thinking it over, as a prodigy ranked in the 400s on the Grandmaster ranking, he did not need to choose at all. He wanted all of them. Of course, after yesterday's understanding, he preferred Yi Qiudia. Yang Long had too much heroic spirit. He felt he could not control her. Zhang Ruling was a bit too young and her figure was not full enough. Yi Qiudia was just right. Her figure was somewhat full, her skin fair, and her face carried a coquettish charm. You should all try some too. Jade then looked at Hongmu and the other 3 women. Lin Xiao was speechless. This man had the potential to be a sycophant, and he was trying to suck up to several women at once. Young Master Xiao, would you like to try some too? Hongmu looked at Lin Xiao. Since the man had offered spirit fruits, there was no harm in eating them. Even their Hong family did not have many such spirit fruits. Only then did Jade notice Lin Xiao beside him. He had assumed Lin Xiao was a passerby, but unexpectedly he was with them. He immediately became somewhat wary. Young Master Xiao. Jade carefully studied Lin Xiao but could not discern his cultivation, and he seemed very ordinary. Thank you. Lin Xiao smiled at Jade, picked up a spirit fruit, and started munching on it. Jade felt a pang of heartache. His spirit fruits were extremely precious. How could he have wanted an unrelated person to eat them? May I ask which faction young Master Xiao comes from, or who his master is? Jade asked. Oh, I come from a small faction, and my master passed away many years ago. Lin Xiao said casually. Jade raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. A small faction, and his master had died many years ago. Then this young Master Xiao seemed very ordinary. I see that young Master Xiao has an extraordinary bearing. Could it be that you are also a powerful Grandmaster? Jade asked with a smile, trying to probe Lin Xiao's cultivation. No, I am not a Grandmaster. Lin Xiao shook his head. Hearing this, Jade sneered inwardly. If Lin Xiao was not even a Grandmaster, he had no way to compete with him. Afterward, Jade stopped paying attention to Lin Xiao and chatted eagerly with Hongmu and the other women, especially fawning over Yi Qiudia. Lin Xiao found it amusing, but he was not angry. As time passed, more and more people gathered by Shisha Lake. Soon the crowd exceeded 1 million, covering the mountains and fields in dense clusters. The top 10 Grandmasters on the Grandmaster ranking arrived one after another, and each one's arrival stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Especially Yi Yan, ranked first among Grandmasters, and Yan Changjun, ranked second. Their arrival completely ignited Shisha Lake. Seeing the scorching sun hanging high, Shen Guanshao, who was in the pavilion, prepared to step out and open the Grandmaster Martial Arts Assembly. But just then, from the far end of the sky came a tremendous roar, and a colossal flying ship sped toward them. It's the flying cloud ship. The flying cloud ship of the good old sacred land. Could it be that the good old sacred maiden Humiorang has come? All at once, the million-strong crowd around Shishio Lake erupted in clamor. Everyone looked up, gazing at the flying cloud ship that represented the most powerful sacred land of the southern domain. The colossal flying cloud ship tore through the sky, hurtling forward with overwhelming momentum. Standing upon its deck were a dozen youthful figures, each exuding an air of extraordinary distinction. At the forefront stood a man and a woman, one exceptionally handsome, the other heavenly beautiful. The man was the ancient path holy son, Mu Cheng, once renowned as the strongest prodigy of the southern domain. Clad in azure robes, he possessed the elegance of a refined noble. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, drifting as lightly as a cloud. Her brows curved like crescent moons, slightly arched, and her eyes sparkled like limpid lake water, glistening with a radiant sheen. Mu Cheng and Humiorang almost effortlessly captured the attention of everyone at West Xiao Lake. Indeed, these two stood at the pinnacle of the southern domain in terms of status, talent, and appearance. Soon, the flying cloud ship arrived above West Xiao Lake and gradually came to a halt. Under the gaze of all, Humiorang stepped down from the ship, her feet treading on clouds, each step seemingly blooming with lotuses, and alighted gracefully upon the central waters of the lake. So beautiful! At that moment, countless hearts swelled with this admiration. Men were entranced with fervent gazes, while women felt inferior, consumed by jealousy and envy. Even Lin Xiao, who detested Humiorang, had to admit she grew more beautiful with each passing day. Apart from her less than sharp intellect, this woman's appearance was truly flawless. With a whoosh, a piercing sound broke the air as Shenguan Shao, who had been in a lakeside pavilion, flew over the water and appeared before Humiorang. Holy Maiden Miorang, I didn't expect you to come. Shenguan Shao clasped his hands in a respectful salute. His expression was somewhat complex as the 10th on the Grandmaster ranking. He had been defeated by Humiorang in an upset, which brought him shame. Yet, facing such a celestial being of noble beauty, he could not bring himself to harbor resentment. Shenguan Shao, I thank you for gathering the top-ranked Grandmasters from the Grandmaster ranking. Humiorang's face was cold and indifferent as she cast a faint glance at Shenguan Shao. Shenguan Shao was momentarily taken aback, then let out a bitter chuckle. He understood her meaning. She intended to challenge the top Grandmasters one by one. But now that he had organized this Grandmaster Martial gathering and everyone had come, Humiorang no longer needed to seek them out individually. Holy Maiden Miorang, perhaps you could step back for a moment, and I'll begin organizing the martial gathering, Shenguan Shao said with a smile. He hadn't expected that this Grandmaster martial gathering would attract so many participants, including numerous Grandmasters from the ranking. But since it was a grand occasion, he naturally had to organize it well and set the rules. Everyone would spar in an orderly and progressive manner. No need, let it begin with me. Humiorang shook her head, declining Shenguan Shao's suggestion. Then, her gaze swept across the surroundings of West Xiao Lake, and she spoke in a clear, ethereal voice. Where is Yi Yan? Yi Yan, ranked first on the Grandmaster ranking, was the top prodigy of the Blazing Flame Holy Land in Yan Province. Had it not been for this Grandmaster martial gathering, Humiorang would have challenged the top 10 Grandmasters one by one until she reached the first, Yi Yan. But today, defeating Yi Yan alone would suffice. Upon hearing Humiorang's words, everyone was first astonished, then stirred with excitement. Who would have thought that Humiorang would challenge the number 1 Grandmaster as soon as she arrived? This was absolutely explosive. What immense confidence! What a domineering woman! Then, from the crowd by the lake, a young man stepped forward. He trod on emptiness, covering 100 zhong with each stride, and came to stand upon the water, commanding the waves. This person was Yi Yan, the top-ranked Grandmaster. He wore a crimson long robe, his eyebrows also a fiery red. He was tall and stalwart, with bronzed skin that exuded a formidable presence. Ancient Path Holy Maiden, Humiorang, with your supreme in divine body, I have long wished to test your skills, Yi Yan declared in a deep, resonant voice. Humiorang nodded silently, and a gleaming longsword appeared in her hand, its blade pointing toward Yi Yan. The sword was a little over 3 chi in length, its blade inscribed with mystical patterns that autonomously absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. It was a heaven-grade mid-rank sacred sword. Seeing this, Yi Yan took a deep breath. A flash of fire burst from his hand, revealing a broad long blade, its body crimson and wreathed in flames. Their aura's sword skyward. The lake, previously calm and undisturbed, instantly churned with rolling waves. A great battle was about to erupt. The entire surroundings of West Xiao Lake fell silent, every eye fixed intently. No one had expected the first battle of the Grandmaster Martial Gathering to be a clash of titans. Mu Cheng stood on the flying cloud ship, guiding it higher and pulling back slightly, moving away from the central area of West Xiao Lake. Senior brother Mu Cheng, senior sister Muran only broke through to the 9th level of Grandmaster the day before yesterday, and her realm is not yet fully stabilized. Isn't challenging Yi Yan right away a bit too hasty? Indeed, Yi Yan's strength is formidable. I have witnessed it before. The Grandmaster Martial Gathering will last for at least several days, so it would be more appropriate to challenge Yi Yan at the end. Behind Mu Cheng, a group of ancient Path Holy Land disciples murmured among themselves. These were also prodigies of the sect, mostly at the 8th or 9th level of Grandmaster. Heh, you all are underestimating the Supreme in Divine Body. A faint smile curled at the corner of Mu Chen's mouth. His gaze was fixed on Hu Miurang, a glint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Through recent contact, he had become quite satisfied with this holy maiden. Her strength grew stronger every day, and the might of the Supreme in Divine Body was gradually revealing itself. It wouldn't be long before this holy maiden could grow into the ideal companion he envisioned, the ideal cauldron. However, this woman's temperament was too cold, and winning her over completely would require patience. Little martial uncle, has Hu Miurang reached the 9th level of Grandmaster? Zhang Ruoling asked softly, a hint of shock in her voice. Since her cultivation had not yet reached the Grandmaster realm, she could only sense that Hu Miurang's aura was not weaker than Yi Yan's, but she couldn't discern her exact cultivation level. Lin Xiao nodded gently. Zhang Ruoling let out a sigh, inwardly marveling at Hu Miurang's extraordinary talent. Little martial uncle, do you think Hu Miurang can defeat Yi Yan? Yi Qiudia asked in a soft voice. Hard to say, Lin Xiao shook his head. They hadn't even fought yet, so how could he tell? So you're their martial uncle? Ji Ting looked at Lin Xiao with slight surprise. Is there a problem? Lin Xiao shot him a sideways glance. Fine, fine. Ji Ting chuckled, pursing his lips. Such a young and weak martial uncle was indeed a rare sight. With his cultivation, he could tell that Liang Long was a grandmaster, and though Zhang Ruoling and Yi Qiudia weren't grandmasters, they were close to it. Yet Lin Xiao, their martial uncle, hadn't even reached the grandmaster realm. However, since this young Master Xiao was the martial uncle of Yi Qiudia and the others, he wouldn't be a rival for his affections. That was a good thing. Just then, on the lake, Hu Miurang and Yi Yan began their confrontation. Yi Yan made the first move, his crimson long blade slashing with a mighty stroke. In an instant, a fiery crimson blade aura burst forth, its overwhelming saber intent sweeping mightily across the space. Yi Yan's blade was overwhelmingly powerful, its terrifying might shrouding the entire area. Facing his onslaught, Hu Miurang remained calm, her steps swift as the wind as she gracefully retreated 10 zhang away. Boom! The horrifying flame blade she slammed into West Xiao Lake, carving a colossal chasm 1,000 zhang long into the water and sending waves surging 7 or 8 zhang high. His first strike ineffective, Yi Yan attacked again, unleashing 6 consecutive slashes in an instant. 6 streams of terrifying flame blade chi wove into a net of blades that swept toward Hu Miurang with sky-covering force. However, Hu Miurang was too swift, moving like a gentle breeze, elusive and unpredictable. In a flicker, she had already escaped the blade net's coverage. Yi Yan's expression turned grim, but he did not relent. He swung his blade once more, and instantly, a sea of fire surged forth. Let's see how you dodge this. Yi Yan shouted fiercely. This attack covered an immense area. No matter how fast Hu Miurang was, she couldn't possibly evade it. Then I won't dodge. Hu Miurang's clear, cold voice rang out. She had been evading merely to gauge Yi Yan's strength, not because she feared him. As the wave of fire approached, Hu Miurang's aura surged dramatically as an intense power of extreme yin erupted. It was frigid, domineering. The terrifying presence even dimmed the incoming fire wave. On the shore over 10 li away, many onlookers couldn't help but shiver. This wasn't mere icy coldness, but the power of extreme yin, a chill that seeped deep into the soul. Whoosh! The sword pierced the void, a brilliant flash of sword light streaking across, instantly shredding the vast fire wave. The powerful sword chi, its momentum undiminished, struck directly onto Yi Yan. Boom! An explosion rang out as Yi Yan was knocked back over 10 long. His entire body blazed with intense true essence, like burning flames, forming a protective flame shield that blocked the sword strike. Yi Yan, if this is all you've got, then you will lose. Hu Miran did not press her advantage but spoke calmly. Yi Yan narrowed his eyes. He had only been testing her earlier. This ancient pet saintess was indeed extraordinary. You are worthy of witnessing my true strength. Yi Yan took a deep breath. I possess a blade that can sever rivers and ignite seas. Slash! Yi Yan bellowed, his aura exploding outward. The crimson long blade in his hand extended its blade-like tendon as he struck out with savage force. In an instant, the world around became scorching hot. The lake water below seemed to boil, churning and releasing dense clouds of steam. A terrifying streak of flame blade chi, hundreds of long and colossal in size, materialized. Powerful blade intent swirled, manifesting dozens of giant blade shadows that accompanied the strike, carrying earth-shattering force. This single strike contained no fewer than 7 types of martial intent. There was the intent of wind, making the blade chi as fast as a gale, the intent of wood, fueling the fire's intensity, and the intent of metal, imbuing the blade chi with boundless sharpness. Rumble! The terrifying blade chi surged forward unstoppably, incredibly fast, exuding an aura of invincibility. In that moment, everyone widened their eyes, even some saint-level beings felt a jolt of fear. This strike was so powerful that even they might not be able to withstand it. Hu Miran's bright eyes narrowed slightly. She could sense that the moment this strike was unleashed, the overwhelming might contained within the blade chi had already locked onto her, and a powerful gravity intent enveloped her being, making it impossible for her to evade. Of course, she had no need to evade. If her opponent wanted to be aggressive, then she would be even more so. Sword-born Azure Lotus. Hu Miran cried out softly, thrusting her long sword fiercely towards the incoming blade chi. In an instant, a massive, illusory Azure Lotus bloomed around her, radiating a profound and mysterious aura. The sword chi she released transformed into a lotus the size of a large vat, spinning rapidly as it shot forward with equal speed. Boom! In an instant, the sword chi lotus and the flame blade chi collided violently. A deafening explosion rang out. The flame blade chi shattered and burst apart. The sword chi lotus dimmed considerably, but still struck Yi Yan with solid force. With a thunderous blast, the sword chi lotus exploded. Yi Yan was sent flying dozens of zhang away, his protective true essence shattered, leaving him in a rather sorry state. However, Yi Yan was not one to concede defeat. True fire armor! He bellowed, his inner true essence surging out, instantly condensing into a crimson, semi-transparent armor that enveloped his entire body. Swoosh! He stamped his foot and shot towards Hu Miran like lightning. Yi Yan seemed to enter a berserk mode, swinging his blade wildly, sending blade chi streaking across in all directions. One after another, crimson blade chi lashed out like heavenly fabric, slashing relentlessly. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out without cease as Hu Miran, refusing to be outdone, fought back continuously. The explosive energy and slashing blade chi caused the waters of West Xiao Lake to churn, raising waves dozens of zhang high. The surging water columns leaped skyward, billowing and churning, obscuring the figures of the two combatants. On the shore, many of the lower cultivation spectators could no longer see what was happening. They could only witness the lake's monstrous waves rolling, catching glimpses of two figures clashing amidst the water, with thunderous roars echoing. Little martial uncle, who is going to win? Long rolling asked Lin Xiao with a frown. The distance was already vast, making it hard to see clearly. Now, they couldn't see anything at all. Hu Miran will win, Lin Xiao stated calmly, able to see everything with perfect clarity. While novices watch for the spectacle, masters understand the intricacies. He was fully aware of the strength and current state of both fighters. Firstly, Yi Yan's martial skills, possibly due to longer cultivation time, were of higher mastery and slightly more powerful than Hu Miran's. Secondly, Yi Yan had comprehended 7 types of martial intent, whereas Hu Miran had only comprehended 6. In this aspect, Yi Yan also held the advantage. However, Hu Miran's true essence was incomparably mighty, far surpassing Yi Yan's fire-attributed true essence. This advantage compensated for her weaker martial intent and skills. This sheer difference in true essence was enough to elevate Hu Miran's overall strength above Yi Yan's. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Long Rolling, Yang Long, and Yi Cutie all felt a sense of awe. Was the supreme in divine body truly this powerful? In such a short time, it had transformed Hu Miurang from someone without the strength to trust a chicken into a supreme grandmaster capable of defeating the number one on the grandmaster ranking. Previously, they had only heard that the supreme in divine body was formidable, but they hadn't truly grasped its magnitude. Now, they understood. This was an invincible physique at the same cultivation level. Nonsense, what can you see? Ji Ting, standing nearby, mocked Lin Xiao. He was a 9th level grandmaster, even ranked on the grandmaster ranking, and he couldn't discern that Hu Miurang was winning. The two were locked in intense combat. Apart from the initial 2 moves, Yi Yan had not been at a disadvantage since. By sight, Lin Xiao glanced sideways at Ji Ting, then took another spirit fruit and began eating. It truly tasted exquisite. In just that short while, he had already consumed 5 spirit fruits. The 3 women long rolling among them each ate 2 or 3 as well. You're just talking nonsense. Ji Ting smiled derisively. He did not believe a word Lin Xiao said. However, he also had no desire to clash with Lin Xiao, lest he displease the 4 beauties. He then turned to the women and said, in my opinion, Holy Maiden Hu Miurang of the ancient path possesses strength comparable to Yi Yan's. Determining a clear victor between them would prove quite difficult. Hu Miurang's supreme in divine physique is undeniably formidable. However, she has been cultivating for less than a year since ascending to Grandmaster. Moreover, her Grandmaster 9th level cultivation appears not yet fully stabilized. She likely achieved this rank no more than 3 days ago. But Yi Yan is different. He has cultivated at the Grandmaster 9th level for 3 years. Born with the heavenly flame sacred physique, a fire attribute constitution surpassing even the fire spiritual physique, it ranks 31st among the ancient extraordinary physiques, hardly inferior to the blazing sun sacred physique of Mucheng, the ancient path holy sun. Furthermore, Yi Yan's martial techniques have already reached peak mastery, radiating formidable power. The likelihood of Hu Miurang defeating him remains exceedingly low. Ji Ting laid out his analysis with compelling logic, convincing the women of its validity. Lin Xiao too found his assessment remarkably sound and objective. Yet Ji Ting's perceptiveness fell short. Hu Miurang's true strength far exceeded his estimation. The power dormant within her body was substantially greater than what she had displayed. At minimum, Hu Miurang had yet to unleash her full potential. Had the battle taken place elsewhere, particularly in a location saturated with fire attribute energy, Yi Yan might have stood a chance against her. But on Lake Shishio, Yi Yan's fire attribute secret physique and martial arts placed him at a natural disadvantage. As predicted, the battle dynamics shifted dramatically. Upon the waters of Lake Shishio, Hu Miurang's figure suddenly retreated 20+ zone. An overwhelmingly potent aura erupted from her body, her tiny power encircling her, forming a colossal phantom. It was as though a demonic deity towering 10 zhong stood behind her, gazing down upon the world with supreme authority. In that instant, Hu Miurang's commanding presence multiplied exponentially. A terrifying pressure swept across the entire lake. Yi Yan, your strength is commendable, but it merely sits at a considerable distance from my own. You wish to witness the power of the supreme in divine physique. Very well. Supreme in divine palm. With a cold expression, Hu Miurang sheathed her sword and slowly raised her slender hand, delivering a palm strike through the air toward Yi Yan. Boom! As the palm descended, heaven and earth roared, the lake waters parting instantaneously to reveal a massive trench stretching 100 zhong wide. A grey palm print, as large as a house, surged forward with earth-shattering force. Within its depths, demonic entities seemed to rage, shaking the very heavens. What? Yi Yan was deeply alarmed. He never anticipated Hu Miurang possessing such formidable capabilities. In a single moment, he pushed his true fire armor to its absolute limit, elevating his entire aura to its peak. Shatter! Clasping his blade with both hands, Yi Yan unleashed a thunderous roar, executing his most devastating strike. A fearsome blade aura slashed through the sky, colliding violently with Hu Miurang's palm force. The blade aura instantly shattered, dispersing into a storm of energy fragments. Meanwhile, Hu Miurang's palm print crashed through the heavens unimpeded, striking Yi Yan with devastating force in an instant. Thunder! His true fire armor exploded completely, sending Yi Yan's body flying backward. With a splash, he crashed into the lake waters below. The entire audience was stunned. The number 1 Grandmaster ranked Yi Yan had been decisively defeated by ancient path holy maiden Hu Miurang. The supreme in divine physique proved truly terrifying. From this moment forward, Hu Miurang claimed the top rank on the Grandmaster list. Hu Miurang actually won. Ji Ting stared in astonishment, glancing at Lin Xiao with surprise. Was his prediction merely fortunate, or had he truly foreseen this outcome? Excellent. On the flying cloud vessel, Mu Cheng watched with a subtle smile. His fellow geniuses from the ancient Path Holy Land all showed pleased expressions. A true holy maiden deserved such power. Whoosh! Yi Yan quickly emerged from the lake, his appearance thoroughly disheveled with torn clothing and blood trickling from his mouth. He had suffered serious injuries. The supreme in divine physique truly transcends the ordinary. I yield to your mastery. Yi Yan steadied himself and offered Hu Miurang a respectful salute. Though a trace of disappointment lingered within him, he harbored little resentment. After all, his opponent possessed the legendary supreme in divine physique renowned since ancient times. His defeat was entirely justified. Hu Miurang gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before remaining silent. Yi Yan sighed and retreated back to shore. Surveying the crowd around her, she felt no further inclination to continue competing. If the top-ranked Grandmaster on the list could not match her strength, then those ranked lower stood no chance whatsoever. Turning away, Hu Miurang made her way back to the nearby flying cloud vessel. Senior sister, do you have no intention of continuing to fight? Mu Cheng asked with a faint smile, gazing at Hu Miurang's breathtaking beauty. Indeed. Not only she and Mu Cheng had come to this place, over a dozen fellow disciples accompanied them aboard the flying cloud vessel, all talented cultivators from the ancient Path Holy Land, most ranking on the Grandmaster list. These gifted disciples sought to challenge outstanding talents from various factions, particularly those ranked higher than themselves. At this moment, countless spectators gathered around Lake Shishio, their voices rising in animated discussion about the clash between Hu Miurang and Yi Yan. The impact Hu Miurang had left on the crowd was profound. Only now did everyone truly grasp the extraordinary power of the supreme in divine physique, far beyond what ordinary talents could match. Observers envisioned a future where Hu Miurang, with her peerless immortal aptitude, would reign supreme across the southern domain for decades to come. Countless souls gazed upon her ethereal grace and transcendent beauty, their hearts filled with deep admiration. Reverence, adoration, and respect took root in the hearts of many men, lingering persistently. Only after a brief interval did Shen Guanshao descend upon the lake surface to declare the resumption of the Grandmaster Martial Arts Tournament, inviting all cultivators to step forward and face opponents. The competition then continued. Fights followed one after another. Yet because the opening clash between Hu Miurang and Yi Yan had been so spectacular, the subsequent matches lacked the same allure. The later competitors fell far short of the caliber displayed by Yi Yan and Hu Miurang. Let us go. After witnessing over 20 bouts in more than an hour, Lin Xiao found the proceedings tedious. The four women, including Zhang Ruoling, nodded in agreement. They had already seen the peak battles and lost interest in what followed. Don't go yet. I haven't fought. Ji Ting hastily protested. As a Grandmaster-listed expert, he still hadn't showcased his abilities before these women, so he certainly wouldn't allow Lin Xiao and the others to depart. When will you compete? Zhang Ruoling asked. Having consumed several of his spirit fruits, she felt somewhat apologetic. My next match, Ji Ting declared. Ji Ting, you rank 438th on the Grandmaster list. Both fighters currently competing hold significantly higher rankings. Regardless of who emerges victorious, if they don't step down, you struggle to win against either of them, Hong Mu pointed out. Though Ji Ting could be bothersome, his character was sound enough to warrant the reminder. I have nothing to fear. We share the same Grandmaster 9th level cultivation. I'm no weaker than them. Ji Ting spoke with absolute confidence. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and nodded. Very well, let us watch one more match. Soon, the confrontation on the lake concluded. The defeated combatant retreated to shore, while the victor prepared for another bout. A man in his 30s wielding a long spear with distinguished bearing. Whoosh! Concerned about losing his turn, Ji Ting immediately soared toward the lake's surface. I am Ji Ting, here to test my skills, he declared loudly. Hey! The middle-aged man surveyed Ji Ting with amusement. Ji Ting, you rank over 400, while I sit at 306. Do you truly believe you can challenge me? Rankings mean little. I cannot trust them blindly, Ji Ting declared with unwavering assurance. His strength had grown considerably of late, Even this higher-ranked opponent could not intimidate him. Then prepare yourself, watch my spear. The man sneered and struck immediately, his weapon moving like a coiling dragon straight at Ji-Ting. Ji-Ting responded without hesitation, and the two engaged in fierce combat. Ji-Ting proved remarkably formidable, his iron fists unleashing devastating power against the spear. The battle raged evenly, winds whipping across the lake and waves churning violently. Not bad, Lin Xiao observed. His strength has always been impressive, but his conduct leaves much to be desired, Han Mu added. Ji-Ting demonstrated genuine skill, his hammer-like fists crashing down with tremendous weight. After dozens of exchanges, a single blow sent his opponent plunging into the lake, seriously injured. Ha ha ha! The Grandmaster list is nothing but false pretense. Ji-Ting laughed uproariously into the sky. Without lingering, he immediately flew back toward Lin Xiao and the others. Ji-Ting's words caused the ancient Path Holy Land disciples to frown. After all, the Grandmaster list was compiled by the Dao Holy Merchant Guild, whose backing primarily came from the ancient Path Holy Land itself. Humph, ignorant! Lu Cheng snorted. The Grandmaster list merely reflected rankings at a single moment. Cultivator's strength constantly evolved, making perpetual accuracy impossible. Senior Brother Mu need not concern himself with this, Hu Miurang said, shaking her head. She cast a casual glance at Ji-Ting, now standing on shore, and suddenly froze. Her eyes sharpened instantly, fixing intently on the spot. She had spotted someone she could never stop thinking about. Senior sister, what is it? Lu Cheng asked in puzzlement, following her gaze and narrowing his eyes. Senior sister, is that Lin Xiao? Lu Cheng questioned. Though he had never met Lin Xiao personally, he had quietly investigated this person entangled with Hu Miurang in countless ways, even studying portraits of him. It is him. Hu Miurang drew a deep breath and gave a slight nod. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng pondered briefly before suggesting, Senior sister, since we've encountered him now, there's no need to wait further. Shall I disable him and bring him back to the ancient Path Holy Land? He spoke casually, for Lin Xiao had never registered on his mind. Without Hu Miurang's connection, he would have never bothered learning about this person in the first place. No need. Hu Miurang gently shook her head, rejecting Mu Chen's suggestion. She had said she would fight Lin Xiao herself, slay him with her own hands to wash away her humiliation, and she would not allow anyone else to interfere. When that day came and she had killed Lin Xiao, it would also mean she had severed the obsession in her heart, cut off the past, and a new beginning would follow. From then on, her goal would be to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts and revive the glory of the Supreme in Divine Body from the ancient era. Thus, Hu Miurang attached immense importance to the future battle with Lin Xiao. It would be a new turning point in her life. She would make a perfect farewell to the past, once and for all. Ah, why must you do this? Lu Cheng shook his head with a sigh. He understood Hu Miurang's thoughts but did not agree with them in his heart. In his view, as the sacred maiden of the ancient Path Sacred Land and the unparalleled Supreme in Divine Body, she should set her sights on the central domain and the entire Zongyuan continent, rather than fixating on a mere Lin Xiao. An ordinary newly ascended sage, even if highly talented and young, who does not belong to a top-tier sacred land, would have limited future achievements. You don't understand. Hu Miurang shook her head slightly. With that, she stepped off the flying cloud boat, traversed the void, and walked toward Lin Xiao. On the shore, atop a small earthen mound, Ji-Ting returned with a beaming face. He glanced at Lin Xiao, Yiqiudia, and the others, his expression full of pride. Haha, not bad, right? Ji-Ting asked with a smile, hoping to see adoration and admiration in the eyes of the four women. Indeed, not bad. It seems your strength has improved recently. Han Mu nodded calmly. Lin Xiao, however, paid no attention to him. He had already noticed Hu Miurang's gaze fixed on him. Their eyes met. There was no confrontation. Both gazes were quite calm. Then he saw Hu Miurang step out of the flying cloud boat and fly toward him. Hu Miurang's action drew everyone's attention. Initially, they thought she would enter the fray again, but unexpectedly, she directly crossed West Gorge Lake and arrived at the opposite shore. Lin Xiao, I never expected we would meet here in advance. Hu Miurang stood in mid-air, not descending to the ground. Her face was cold, her words icy as frost. At these words, countless people around were stunned. This person was Lin Xiao, the ancient profound blade sage who had a grudge against Hu Miurang. Ji-Tun widened his eyes in shock, staring at Lin Xiao. This guy was actually a sage. Who are you showing that sour face to? Lin Xiao asked blandly, offering no pleasant words to Hu Miurang. If you didn't want to greet him, then don't. But since you did, greet him properly, not with a sour expression. In others' eyes, Hu Miurang was the sacred maiden of the ancient path, a fairy, a prodigy, but in Lin Xiao's eyes, she was just a neurotic, a detestable woman. Insolent! How dare you! Before Hu Miurang could say anything, a group of proud sons and daughters of the ancient path sacred land on the distant flying cloud boat immediately shouted in rebuke. Lin Xiao's public words to their sacred maiden were unacceptable to them. It was an insult to the sacred maiden and to the ancient path sacred land. With a whoosh, a group of ancient path sacred land prodigies immediately flew over, with Mu Cheng taking the lead. Junior sister, do we still need to wait for someone like this? Mu Cheng asked with a dark expression. Hu Miurang's face was grim. She even felt the urge to strike immediately. But considering that Lin Xiao, even before reaching Grandmaster, could slay saints in reverse, even the weakest of saints, it was enough to show that his strength was no simple matter. And now, Lin Xiao had long become a sage. Even if he had condensed a one-stripe or two-stripe holy pill, his strength would surely have surged. Thus, even though she was now invincible at the Grandmaster realm, she did not have full confidence in killing Lin Xiao. Sacred maiden, his words were disrespectful. He must be punished, said a prodigy from the ancient path sacred land in a deep voice. With that, he landed directly before Lin Xiao, speaking arrogantly. Lin Xiao, today, in the presence of Holy Son Mu Cheng, you still dare to be insolent? Kneel before the sacred maiden at once, or else today. Kneel to your sister. Before the other could finish, Lin Xiao slapped him across the face. With a loud crack, the heavy slap landed on the ancient path sacred land prodigy's cheek. Although Lin Xiao did not use his cultivation power, his physical body was already extremely strong. After becoming a sage and forging a sage body, his physical strength had become even greater. To put it bluntly, his physical strength alone was comparable to an ordinary early-stage sage. Thus, this slap struck the ancient path sacred land prodigy like a small mountain. With a whoosh, the prodigy was sent flying more than 10 miles, scattering blood in the air, with teeth flying everywhere. Thud! The ancient path sacred land prodigy crashed into West Gorge Lake and lay still. The scene fell instantly silent. Everyone was stunned. Was Lin Xiao this bold? In front of the ancient path sacred land's holy son Mu Cheng, he dared to strike a prodigy of the ancient path sacred land. Even Hu Miurang, Mu Cheng, and the others from the ancient path sacred land were dumbfounded. They had never expected that Lin Xiao would dare to strike at this moment. Ji-Ting was almost scared to death. Damn! With the ancient path sacred land people misunderstand something. You're courting death. Mu Chen's gaze instantly turned sharp as a blade, and his murderous intent surged. He raised his hand, condensing true essence, ready to strike. Senior brother, wait. Hu Miurang immediately raised her hand to stop Mu Chen. Junior sister, he publicly injured a prodigy of our ancient path sacred land. If I do nothing, won't we be laughed at? How will others view our ancient path sacred land? Mu Cheng said coldly. He was truly angry, and also felt Hu Miurang was somewhat foolish. He can only be dealt with by me. Hu Miurang said in a deep voice, then turned to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, you are still as arrogant and detestable as ever. 3 months from now, right here at West Gorge Lake, we will fight to the death. 3 months? Can you become a sage in 3 months? Lin Xiao asked with some amusement. That's none of your business. Hu Miurang said coldly. Originally, she had planned to become a sage in 5 months, mainly because her cultivation was advancing too fast and needed time to stabilize. But now, she could not wait. The ancient path sacred land could not wait either. If you don't come in 3 months, then there will be no place for you in the entire southern domain, nor for the Azure Light sacred land. Hu Miurang laughed a threat, then turned and looked at the group of ancient path sacred land prodigies, saying, let's go. The prodigies exchanged glances. Finally, they all looked at Mu Cheng. At this moment, the ancient path sacred land prodigy, who had been slapped into West Gorge Lake, was rescued by another person from the ancient path sacred land. The person was already unconscious, his head nearly split open, but he still had a breath of life and was not dead. Lin Xiao, I'll let you live for 3 more months. Mu Cheng said coldly, then waved his hand, signaling the ancient past sacred land prodigies to leave. Soon, Mu Cheng and Hu Miurang led the group back to the flying cloud boat. Then, without lingering, the flying cloud boat broke through the air and departed. Let's go too, Lin Xiao said, glancing at Zhang Ruoling and the other 3 women, then turned and left, with the 4 women following closely. Ji Ting's expression changed. He wanted to follow, but reason told him to avoid contact with Lin Xiao to prevent being targeted by the ancient past sacred land in the future. Ah, pity these beautiful girls, Ji Ting sighed inwardly. Among these beauties, except for Hongmu, the other 3 should be from the Azure Light sacred land. Once Lin Xiao died, the ancient past sacred land would likely disband or be destroyed. Whether the 3 of them could survive was uncertain. No! Ji Ting pondered secretly. As a prodigy and a gentleman, he had a duty to extend a helping hand, to save the wounded and rescue the weak. At that time, he would have to take them in. Yes, prepare early. Once Lin Xiao died, he would immediately bring the 3 women to the Ji family.